Chapter 1 Escape. Mingzhou City, Jinjiang District, 6 p.m. A hasty figure approached the old investigation bureau. A drizzle beat steadily against a black umbrella while the air was cold and motionless. "Hello, I need to report an emergency." Su Yi, slightly out of breath, immediately pulled out his ID and handed it to the investigator upon arriving at the front desk. His neck still held his lab ID with a heavy smell of disinfectant, showing how urgently he had rushed over. "You should calm down and speak slowly." The deputy officer standing beside recognized the label on Su Yi's neck as being from the Management Bureau's experimental department and replied seriously. "My wife has gone missing." Su Yi's gaze dropped slightly, his eyes carried a trace of hidden ferocity that was concealed quite well. "Name, age, where are you from? How long has she been missing?" The round-faced investigator sitting in front of the computer took out a notebook to record information and gestured for Su Yi to be more specific. Tan Feilian, 19 years old, native of Mingzhou, missing for 12 hours. Su Yi's breathing became heavier. His palms started sweating unnoticed, his face which already seemed distant now appearing even less approachable. "Please arrange the investigation system to search quickly. My wife suffers from severe mental illness. He has taken a knife and there is a high possibility he might harm the public." Su Yi stared straight at the other person. "I urge you to act swiftly." "Severe mental illness?" The deputy captain frowned upon hearing this, becoming worried. "Yes." Su Yi needed to find Tan Feilian as quickly as possible and prevent any trouble that would require the intervention of the investigation bureau. "Find a recent photo of the missing person. I'll immediately apply for special intervention." The deputy captain said this with cold sweat building up on his back. If a stabbing incident really occurred, the responsibility would fall on them again. Su Yi felt awkward but his thoughts remained unexplored. He realized that there were no pictures of Tan Feilian on his phone. He had married Tan Feilian primarily to keep him legally bound by his side. They weren't lovers who cherished each other deeply, having intimate photos like that went against their relationship dynamics. Su Yi sent a message to someone unknown on his phone. Within 2 seconds, 2 photos were sent back. Su Yi opened the images and passed them over. On the screen, the man had a head full of black hair, deep bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and a mouth that curved into a smile, unruly yet captivating. Standing in the light, his beauty made people hesitate to show disrespect. Tan Feilian was beautiful, this was something Su Yi acknowledged. His charm could easily stir emotions, especially the way his eyes looked, invoking pity in others. After providing the photo, the investigation team began operating the system for identification. The computer showed the words, "Intensive screening underway," Su Yi showing no signs of letting up. If Tan Feilian wanted to escape, considering how he managed to break free from the highly secured lab, perhaps even the investigation bureau wouldn't find anything. As time ticked by, Su Yi's thoughts grew increasingly restless. "You don't have to worry too much, we're already doing everything we can to find her." Seeing Su Yi's anxious state, the deputy officer tried to reassure him. Su Yi lightly nodded, trying his best to appear composed without giving away any cracks. He walked to the smoking area and deeply sighed, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket. His hand trembled as Su Yi struggled to light the cigarette several times before finally succeeding. Wisps of smoke veiled the view in front, yet he still couldn't settle down. It had been 12 hours. "Tan Feilian, where would you go?" Su Yi's expression was hard to read. In others' eyes, all his uneasiness stemmed from his love and concern for his wife. But only he knew, he was afraid. He feared that others would discover Tan Feilian's true identity. Ring ring ring. At that moment, Su Yi's phone rang. It was a call from his laboratory assistant. "I'm not able to talk right now." Su Yi cast a glance at the round-faced investigator separated only by a glass door, responding in a cool tone. The voice on the other end continued, not waiting for Su Yi to answer, with an unmistakable undertone of anxiety. "We found it. The test subject has been in an extreme state of excitement since yesterday after receiving the experimental drug. The injection error has been discovered, and internal investigations are ongoing. We've analyzed the blood stains left behind when he broke free from the chains. The test subject is currently undergoing his first estrus period. It's very dangerous." Estrus. Hearing this, Su Yi's eyebrows furrowed tightly. The voice on the other end continued uninterrupted. "The tracking device has failed, we still haven't detected any trace of the test subject. If he's discovered by someone with ill intentions, the consequences will be unimaginable. And your decision to involve the investigation bureau is quite risky. If they discover..." Su Yi pressed his lips together and replied in a low, solemn voice, "Keep looking." Su Yi felt his heart beating faster. He must not lose control. Su Yi irritably threw the cigarette butt into the trash can, a faint smile flickering at the corner of his mouth. His cold eyes revealed a disdain for anything escaping his grasp. Looking outside the window, Su Yi saw the sky had already darkened, street lights spreading like rosy clouds. After waiting for 2 hours in the investigation bureau, the strongest detection network online failed to uncover a single clue. As time stretched longer, Su Yi lost patience to wait or endure any gentle consoling from the investigators. Ding dong. Suddenly, the mobile phones of a few people inside the examination room rang simultaneously with notification sounds. It was a reward notice. 3 malicious assaults occurred in Bay's district of Minzhou City. The suspect has fled. All citizens in Minzhou are asked to stay alert. Avoid unnecessary outings. Almost immediately after seeing the news, Sui rushed out of the investigation bureau. While others might not recognize who it was, Sui instantly knew that the one in the photo was Tan Feilian, Mad Tan Feilian. Sui followed the streets searching everywhere, city bridges, short alleys, secluded corners near meeting places, even the place where he first discovered Tan Feilian. With a glimmer of hope, he checked them all. The neon lights of the city were dazzling in the darkness, while chilly winds whistled through endless paths resembling bottomless black holes. Sui couldn't think where Tan Feilian could possibly go. The more places he visited, the more exhausted Sui became. Not until 3 a.m. did he head back home. Sui arrived at the villa entrance with a complicated look on his face, unable to release the furrowed brows. Just outside the door, Sui caught a familiar scent, a faint aroma of white tea, refreshing yet commanding, impossible to ignore as it filled his nostrils. Sui's thoughts tensed for a moment. This smell was so familiar, but he couldn't immediately remember where else he had encountered it. After unlocking the villa door with his fingerprint, Sui opened it only to be pressed hard against the door panel by an oppressive figure grabbing his shoulder. Bang! Chapter 2, Find Him. Sui's hands were bound, and a familiar voice whispered in his ear, enticing and provoking with warm breath curling around his neck. Husband, you've finally come back. Tightening with alertness and stiff all over, Sui lifted his eyes only to meet the fierce gaze cutting through the night. The moment he did, Tan Feilian had already grabbed his jaw and crushed his lips down fiercely. Without warning, it was brutal and tyrannical. Ugh. Tan Feilian kissed him so aggressively, no mercy, no restraint. Like a lion seeking water, upon getting what it wanted, it would go mad regardless of consequences. Tan Feilian. Sui's breathing momentarily paused, his heart racing out of control. He tried to push away, but his strength was clearly inferior. Sui's hands were tightly restrained by Tan Feilian, held up above his head, his waist pulled forward, his shirt raised exposing a large portion of his pale torso. The whole body pressed against the door panel, their breath mere inches apart. Under the tranquil moonlight, the scene was drenched in passion. Ugh. Let go, Sui gasped heavily. He couldn't believe that his test subject had such feelings for him. No wonder after searching outside for so long there wasn't a trace, turns out, they came straight to his house. Tan Feilian always stayed in the lab and had never been to his place before, how did they even know where he lived and how to enter? An uncontrolled test subject was capable of murder, so at this moment, he dared not provoke Tan Feilian. Just as Sui was nearly suffocating, Tan Feilian let go. But those predator-like eyes burned with an even greater desire to swallow him whole. Tan Feilian tightened his fingertips, feeling that Sui at this moment looked just like a flower about to bloom, degenerate, broken, full of hazy charm. He couldn't take his eyes off. Sui's face flushed from lack of oxygen, deeply inhaling. How did you find me here? Sui managed to control his emotions. With his hands bound, unable to reach for the sedative, he could only feign calmness. Tan Feilian leaned his head close to the side of Sui's neck, greedily sniffing, saying, by scent. I love your smell the most, don't you know? This room is filled with your smell. I waited here holding your clothes for a very long time. Upon hearing Tan Feilian's words, Sui glanced backward. Indeed, he saw that his clothes were spread everywhere as if Tan Feilian had spent a while embracing and sniffing them. The peony-tinged eyes unique to Tan Feilian now carried heavy lust, his hands scaldingly hot on Sui, and his tone raspy. As he spoke, Tan Feilian dragged Sui into the bedroom and violently threw him onto the bed. Sui unintentionally groaned as the mattress sank under his weight. The sleep-inducing sensor lights in the room turned on faintly, yet it still didn't give him enough light to see Tan Feilian's face clearly. Dim, deathly silent, suffocating and impossible to escape. Seizing the moment when his hands were released, Sui quickly pulled out the tranquilizer from his pocket. Instantly, as Tan Feilian leaned closer, he jabbed it viciously into the side of Tan Feilian's neck. Frowning, Tan Feilian merely stared at Sui without retaliating or stopping the injection. Those pitch-black eyes erased all affection, filling with a look of grievance and pain instead. It was as if he were questioning why Sui did this. After injecting the tranquilizer, Sui rapidly pulled out the needle and threw it into the corner. This tranquilizer dosage was specially designed for Tan Feilian, and within 3 minutes, it would put him into deep unconsciousness. Tan Feilian's eyes had slightly reddened rims, reflecting a flash of sorrow. Even though his touch on Sui hadn't ceased, his fingers now became a bit more careful, as if handling a treasure. His head buried in Sui's shoulder and neck, he cautiously kissed lightly, testing. While kissing, Tan Feilian observed Sui's expression. Seeing no reaction, nor anger, he softly licked and kissed again, like soothing a wound. The little beast seemed pleased after its attempt to please. Sui clenched the bedding tightly, knowing it was important not to provoke Tan Philian right now, so he didn't stop Tan Philian's movements. A few minutes later, Tan Philian, who should have passed out, showed no sign of fatigue. Instead, his actions became even more violent and urgent. Something was amiss. Sui suddenly widened his eyes. Turning sideways, he looked at the syringe lying on the ground next to him, a blue one clearly visible under the dim light. That wasn't the tranquilizer. It was just an ordinary sedative agent. Tan Philian had swapped his tranquilizer with him. Sui locked eyes with Tan Philian, who then took out a red tranquilizer from somewhere and swung it teasingly in front of Sui's face. Looking for this? The deep tone from Tan Philian invited you to fall into a dark abyss, exceedingly dangerous. The red liquid in the syringe swayed like blood, competing for dominance in the night. Sui reached out to snatch the tranquilizer from Tan Philian's hand. His hands were immediately restrained and pinned down. Choose between me going to hurt others or you, brother. Tan Philian discarded the tranquilizer, shattering it into pieces around them. He wasn't giving Sui a second choice. Nor would he allow Sui any other choice. Looking at the broken tranquilizer, Sui's nerves were taut. He had underestimated Tan Philian. Tan Philian leaned close to Sui's ear and spoke recklessly. Do you remember how happy I was when you tricked me into marrying you? Every day I wanted to run out of the lab. Don't you hypocritical humans say that once married, you own each other? Then why haven't I owned you? Tan Philian questioned with an erratic expression. He undid Sui's shirt buttons. What if I'm an anomaly? Haven't you been hiding me as well, violating the whole administration's orders? Now that I've escaped, aren't you afraid I'll be discovered? Afraid they'll learn about your secret research on this virus body who should have died long ago? Aren't you terrified your future will be destroyed? Tan Philian's voice was unusually frenzied. 12 years ago, all mutant species in Minzhou were sentenced to death by the control department and exterminated entirely. Keeping me alive has already been a capital crime. If they catch me, you'll be the first one who can't escape. Sui's grip on the bedsheet trembled. Tan Philian was right. Sui understood now. Tan Philian had deliberately caused trouble yesterday with the purpose of never wanting to return to the lab. He wanted freedom. Both of them had hold over the other's life. After I came out, I intentionally left clues. The Control Bureau people will soon find me. You should think carefully about how to save me. Tan Philian stared straight at Sui, terrifyingly blending into the night. Tan Philian half closed his eyes, but brother is so heartless, wanting to capture me again and lock me up. As he spoke, Tan Philian viciously bit into Sui's collarbone. A faint metallic smell wafted in the air as Sui sucked in a sharp breath of pain. Tan Philian, calm down. I can't. Tan Philian panted heavily. Sui realized Tan Philian was getting smarter. Since escaping the lab, someone must have noticed the abnormality. Tan Philian held Sui's hand and placed it on his waist. Compared to me going out and killing others, wouldn't you rather help me, brother? I haven't hurt anyone yet. I've been very good. Sui knew Tan Philian wasn't completely rational right now, affected by years of suppression that made him deeply fearful inside. However, because Tan Philian was currently in heat, his subjective consciousness wasn't as strong. Sui took a deep breath and called out the test subject's number, 0095. Report your status. Numbers engraved in their blood and marrow, they hated being called this way due to their trauma but could not avoid obeying such commands. Darkness flickered in Tan Philian's eyes, filled with extreme pain as he glared at Sui. 0095, report your status, Sui repeated. Tan Philian shook his head, feeling everything around him bizarre and surreal, his breathing becoming more rapid. He struggled to break free but ultimately couldn't escape subconscious compliance. In a thick, sticky tone, Tan Philian replied, experimental subject 0095. Tan Philian is currently in heat. Sui asked, why did you escape? It hurt. What did you plan to do after escaping? To find Sui. Why find Sui? To see him. Chapter 3, Marriage. Sui's mind went numb. He couldn't fathom why Tan Philian would have these kinds of feelings for him. Since bringing Tan Philian back, they hadn't even met a few times. Most of the time, Sui observed him through surveillance. The excited state could make the test subject compliant, but it was too short-lived. Tan Philian quickly reverted to being dominated by his own emotions. He licked the bloodstains off Sui's collarbone as his restless hands explored beneath Sui's waistband. We're married, aren't we? Marriage. Sui had no way to say no. Indeed, in his records, the name under the spouse section was clearly written as Tan Philian. Perhaps Tan Philian thought that marriage equated to liking each other and that he should seek Sui when in heat. The rough breathing reverberated within the room. In the middle of Tan Philian's distracted kiss, Sui abruptly pushed Tan Philian away and ran towards the door. The bedroom door wasn't fully closed, just slightly ajar, and Sui moved swiftly. As he grasped the doorknob, an ear-splitting sound suddenly rang out. Bang! Tan Philion slammed the door shut forcefully. With the curtains swaying, the cold moonlight intensified the icy atmosphere inside the room. Su-yi was once again embraced around the waist and thrown back onto the bed, with the oppressive aura pressing upon him. In the darkness, all he could feel was Tan Philion. Tan Philion, dare you? Su-yi's clothes were disheveled, veins prominent on his arms, his palms sweaty. Su-yi had never been emotionally involved with anyone in his 25 years of life and naturally didn't wish this. But allowing such a Tan Philion to harm others? He wouldn't let that happen either. Provoking the onset of heat carried undeniable responsibility, one he had assumed from the moment he saved Tan Philion. Su-yi had tacitly agreed to bear any adverse consequences of violating nature's rules, a malevolent deal gone wrong for which he must take the blame. Ryup. As the words fell, Tan Philion tore off Su-yi's shirt. Kneeling between him, Tan Philion showed not a trace of hesitation. I've been thinking this way for quite some time. Tan Philion admitted without reservation. Su-yi's dress shirt was shredded from the top part, the material underneath lifted up to his waist, with only one button holding it together, revealing everything that could be seen. Su-yi's physique was excellent, showing traces of exercise with a taut and muscular beauty. Beautiful like a painting, everything else felt secondary against his figure. With his jaw slightly tilted upward, Tan Philion's gaze silently rippled in the dark night. Su-yi's lips were sealed shut. Tan Philion felt as if he were about to go insane. One who had never known love could grasp little amidst drowning depths. Not desiring love, Tan Philion obstinately sought possession. Breathing erratically, Su-yi struggled against him. The moonlight was obscured by the swaying curtains. All Su-yi remembered was how mad Tan Philion had become, bombarding him with many questions. Have you ever been with anyone else? Have you ever been kissed by someone else? Have you ever seen a more beautiful specimen than me? Do you marry other specimens as well? You're so beautiful. Tan Philion asked for answers that needed to be ones he wanted to hear. Su-yi replied accordingly, speaking softly and indistinctly. No, he had never been with anyone else. No, he had never been kissed by anyone else. No, he had never seen a more attractive subject than Tan Philion. No, he did not marry other subjects. This way, Tan Philion became gentler, less frantic. When Su-yi finally opened his eyes again, it was already 3 in the afternoon. After struggling several times, his eyes slowly opened. The first thing that hit him was the faint scent of white tea mixed with body fragrance. The curtains were drawn, and after Su-yi struggled to open his eyes again, he found himself lying in Tan Philion's embrace. Su-yi's gaze fixed on Tan Philion's handsome face. He slept soundly, completely devoid of the madness and stubbornness shown last night. Long hair was scattered loosely, one strand was clutched in the hand of sleeping Su-yi. Su-yi followed the strand of hair with his eyes. He noticed that Tan Philion had produced a purple flower where his captured black hair lay atop Su-yi's fingers. Brilliant and dazzling, the flower rested precisely at the position of Su-yi's ring finger. The sole light source reflecting off the curtain conveniently landed there, casting a serene glow. He remembered. Experiment subject 0095, during extreme joy, his ends of the hair could grow purple flowers. Beautiful yet perilous. Su-yi knew very well that he needed to gain the upper hand. Su-yi quietly turned over and retrieved a high-pressure collar from the drawer next to the bed, glancing warily at Tan Philion's expression. Tan Philion didn't wake up. Seeing this, Su-yi tried to put the collar around Tan Philion's neck. Just as Su-yi's hand circled around, Tan Philion's eyes snapped open. Su-yi's heart raced frantically, his hand trembling while gripping the collar. But he knew this was his only chance. Su-yi suddenly leaned back and kissed Tan Philion's corner of the mouth. Sure enough, at the moment Su-yi kissed him, Tan Philion's eyes became dazed for a second. Su-yi seized the opportunity and swiftly fastened a collar around Tan Philion's neck during that brief moment of distraction. Click. The sound of the collar snapping shut rang out. Tan Philion raised his hand to grab the collar around his neck. He had been electrocuted by it a few times before. Despite its small size, the power of this collar was several times stronger than an ordinary one. After securing the collar, Su-yi's expression turned icy cold. He pushed Tan Philion away and got up as if he were some unscrupulous man refusing to take responsibility. His clothes were already beyond repair. Looking into the mirror, Su-yi noticed that his collarbone and neck had been bitten, leaving purple marks all over, yet strangely, he didn't look too bad. Su-yi was not an emotional person, his eyes rarely showed any sentiment, making anyone who looked at him feel the chilling coldness of his gaze inch by inch. He wasn't someone who indulged in self-pity or sorrow, and when something happened, it happened. His focus was on minimizing future damages, rather than slapping Tan Philion a few times and destroying everything around him. After getting dressed, Su-yi picked up his phone and saw a message from the lab. Mr. Su, the laboratory has been discovered by the Management Bureau, and I have destroyed all the data. If the Management Bureau finds out about you, make sure to distance yourself from them. Now there's no safe place for experiment subject 0095. For your safety, I've already issued orders to shoot experiment subject 0095 on sight. Chapter 4, Confrontation with Shio. Sui clenched his phone, his expression shifting, while glancing sideways at Tan Failian on the bed. Tan Failian's long hair was disheveled as she tugged at the high-voltage collar around her neck. Wrong word for this context, should be something like frustrated. Attempting to loosen the restraint but failing. Sui immediately saw that Tan Failian's estrus had not yet ended. Even though this was Tan Failian's first estrus. Based on previous data, the estrus period for experimental subjects generally lasted from 3 to 7 days. During this time, their dependency on their partner increased, being apart caused them agitation, irritability, and uncontrollable mood swings. Tan Failian hadn't interacted with many people, and all her speech patterns were learned in the lab. Sui thought, she knows nothing of love or romance. She came to me only because she thinks we have a marital relationship. Being married means going to bed together, which leads to complete freedom. Kisses are akin to marking property. These were all fixed thoughts in Tan Failian's mind. As Sui was contemplating, images flooded his mind instantly. The hazy nightmare drowned out cries, revealing the absurdity permeating the entire room. Sui straightened his clothes, retrieved a gun from a compartment in the wardrobe and secured it at his waist, then moved toward Tan Failian. Tan Failian sat half-naked in bed with just a blanket wrapped around her lower body, her broad shoulders tapering into a well-built figure, embodying an extreme aesthetic pleasure always used to describe Tan Failian. Without mentioning anything else, she was undeniably beautiful. It appeared Tan Failian was sated and showed no signs of losing control. The control switch for the high-voltage collar on Tan Failian's neck was with Sui. Through iris recognition, he was confident that Tan Failian wouldn't do anything further. As Sui approached Tan Failian, he abruptly raised his hand to grip Tan Failian's jaw, tilting her defiantly demonic face upward. Between words, Sui applied more force with his fingertips. Why did you come to my house? What do you think? Tan Failian's bewitching eyes flickered. Sui, he shouldn't have asked. How did this little monster end up fancying him? They'd met how many times? If the lab matter were discovered by the management agency, he would not be able to extricate himself entirely. Harboring a dangerous alien species was a capital offense warranting execution multiple times over. Sui didn't expect that during Tan Failian's estrus, she would muster enough energy to break free from restraints and escape. Now the management bureau has traced down to the lab. Are you not afraid I might kill you? Sui stared at her. Upon hearing this, Tan Failian's originally compliant gaze became savage, each additional glance casting her into deeper darkness. Would you? As she spoke, Tan Failian grabbed Suyi's wrist, her voice somewhere between adolescence and adulthood, carrying a trace of inexplicable allure. Husband. Tan Failian suddenly pulled Suyi's waist downward with force. Sui was completely pressed beneath her. You won't. A heated breath fogged Suyi's neck side. Looking at Sui, Tan Failian felt exceptionally pleased. Beautiful beyond compare. Sui should be exactly like this, when dressed, appearing composed and elegant. When undressed, every part of his skin should bear the mark of Tan Failian's name. Tan Failian obsessively wanted to carve her mark onto Sui, ensuring he could only belong to her forever. While Tan Failian appreciated her own mark. Suddenly, Sui reached out and seized the high-voltage collar around Tan Failian's neck, pulling her forcibly aside and swiftly getting up to turn over. Their positions reversed, with Sui straddling Tan Failian's waist. Pa-ta. The sound of the bullet chamber opening. In the next moment, Sui pointed his gun directly at Tan Failian's forehead. The gentle wind brushed a strand of hair from Tan Failian's temple, the cold touch accompanied by a sense of urgent suppression. If it were someone else who found themselves with a gun pointed at them, they would have already frozen in terror. But Tan Failian merely smiled as she looked up at Sui straddling her. Too cute. She was challenging him for dominance. Though clearly scared, still trying to win. Why was she so adorable? Tan Failian smirked. Tan Failian held Suyi's neck and pulled down, causing Sui to fall short and tumble into Tan Failian's embrace. Once again their positions flipped for dominance. Brother isn't pulling the trigger yet, then I'll kiss you. Before any reaction, Tan Failian's lips were already close. Tan Failian's kiss, like herself, was completely unreasonable. Suyi's brain turned numb along with tingling fingers. The white tea fragrance lingered around, impossible to escape or avoid, while Tan Failian's oppressive presence was tangible, like the feeling of being confined by millions of hands with no way out. He worships you as a deity when he likes you and drags you into hell when he doesn't. Sui was suffocating from the kiss. He seized the moment to grab the collar around Tan Failian's neck and opened the recognition system. After identifying Suyi's iris, the high-voltage collar automatically activated. Tan Failian looked at Sui with a half-smile. Brother wants me to pass out. Alright, I'll listen to him. The crackling sound accompanied visible electric currents circling around Tan Failian's neck. Tan Failian's hand dipped into Suyi's waist. Sui, you're born to be mine. By the time Tan Philian released Sui looked up to see that Tan Philian had been temporarily electrocuted unconscious. Sui remained straddling Tan Philian's waist as he stood up. Sui grabbed Tan Philian's black hair. He remembered the day when the 0095 experimental subject started refusing to cut his hair, so the lab staff let him keep it. And the reason was because I once said it looked good. Was this little monster already interested in me back then? Buzz buzz buzz. Sui's phone vibrated as he sat on Tan Philian and answered the call. It was an assistant from the lab. During this time, Han Sibai had been trying to contact Sui. Did you find the experimental subject? Han Sibai asked anxiously. Chapter 5, Testing. Sui's gaze wandered over Tan Philian's face, and down to his shoulders where there were several tooth marks from Sui's bite the other night. They were red and glaringly obvious at this moment. No. Sui straightened his disheveled clothes and stood up from off Tan Philian. Han Sibai paused for a few seconds before continuing. Sui, do you not even trust me now? I found out that you used retina recognition once. Are you with the test subject now? Sui did not answer. Han Sibai's voice was clearly annoyed. Where are you now? Sui. Han Sibai rarely reprimanded Sui like this. Sui rubbed his temples. Given the current situation, he could only trust Han Sibai. I'm home, said Sui gravely. What about the test subject? Asked Han Sibai. I knocked him out, said Sui as he kicked Tan Philian. The first kick pulled a little at his waist causing some pain, so Sui delivered a second kick. I'll be over immediately. Han Sibai sounded out of breath, like he was running. After ending the call, Sui walked out of the bedroom and locked its door with 3 locks, a fingerprint one, a retina recognition one, and an anti-explosion one. After securing the bedroom, Sui took a shower in the bathroom. No matter how he scrubbed, he couldn't remove Tan Philian's scent from his body. You damn thing, acting like a mad dog. Sui cursed involuntarily while washing. Ding dong. Ding dong. As Sui came out from the bathroom, the knock on the door coincided with the sound. Assuming it was Han Sibai, Sui opened the door without checking the monitor. His heart rate quickened upon opening the door. But it wasn't Han Sibai. The first thing that caught Sui's eyes was the ID held up by the person. Management Bureau Special Prevention Department Investigation. The emblem of the state seal on the document looked serious and grave, not allowing any jests. There were 6 people outside. Each was dressed in black apprehension gear, equipped with handguns of the highest configuration provided by the Management Bureau. Mr. Su, we didn't know this was your residence, said the leading man, lowering his ID and looking up at Sui. Sui recognized him, Chin Sun, the Deputy Director of the Prevention Bureau. The Experimental Department and the Prevention Bureau had conducted joint exercises a few times, so Sui had met Chin Sun several times. Chin Sun had a prominent intersecting scar at the corner of his eye which Sui remembered very well. What's the matter, Director Chin? Sui asked calmly. Sui still had his hand on the doorknob, giving no indication of letting go to allow them inside. Chin Sun had a cold stare, and his already stern-looking expression made his mood unpredictable when he spoke, a routine check by the Management Bureau Special Prevention Department. Looking straight at Sui, Chin Sun continued, the vicious injury case in Minzhou yesterday is suspected to be caused by alien species. We lost contact within 3 kilometers. For your safety, please cooperate with our inspection. There was nothing wrong with what Chin Sun said. Sui's knuckles whitened ever so slightly from gripping the doorknob tightly. He hadn't imagined that the Prevention Bureau could come so quickly. All the surveillance around Sui's residence and laboratory were fake. According to his meticulousness, it would take at least a month for the Prevention Bureau to find this place. But they were here in less than 24 hours. Sui thought he had enough time to settle Tan Philian again. However, apparently, there was no longer any time. The reason Sui married Tan Philian was just in case of a day like this. If Tan Philian's identity were discovered or suspected. Sui's wife was another identity given to Tan Philian apart from being a test subject. She had background, origin, and a perfect social background, so no one could find any fault. In the world, there were fewer than 5 people who had seen Tan Philian. Outside the lab, she would only be his wife. At this moment, Sui felt a sense of confusion as if his plans had been disrupted. If Tan Philian had been compliant, then perhaps he could have perfectly avoided the inspection under the guise of his wife. But unfortunately, Tan Philian was currently out of control. Not only did he lock her up, but he also put a high-voltage collar around her neck. Whoever saw the picture inside the room right now would surely harbor suspicions. 3 locks on a bedroom door. Sui couldn't explain why someone would put 3 locks on a bedroom door. Even though Tan Philian was unconscious at the moment, Sui couldn't explain away the collar around her neck either. He promised his mother that unless life or death were at stake, he would never harm Tan Philian. Sui hadn't figured out the incidents from years ago yet, let alone allowing anything to happen to Tan Philian. With his peripheral vision, Sui glanced backward. He currently had no stance to prohibit the Prevention Bureau staff from checking the situation indoors. Every extra word now would reflect guilt. Su Yi's mind was racing with chaotic thoughts. Please cooperate with the Prevention Bureau investigation, Qin Sun said, his gaze falling on Su Yi's hand in front of him, and his tone deepened. Su Yi released his grip, trying to appear calm. Su Yi walked into the living room, acting carefree. He picked up a cigarette from the tea table in the living room and lit it. The burning cigarette ash scorched his fingertips slightly before Su Yi realized his hands were trembling. The overhead lights were turned on by the Prevention Bureau personnel while Su Yi's hair covered his eyelids, concealing all his turbulent thoughts within. His eyes never once glanced at the locked bedroom. Su Yi didn't want his previous efforts to go to waste. If Tan Feilian was discovered, she would certainly be executed. And there wasn't a single law that could acquit Su Yi for harboring an illegal entity. The villa where Su Yi lived was gifted by his elder brother. It had 3 floors, but Su Yi rarely used the upper levels for convenience's sake. After the Prevention Bureau team finished their inspection and measurements upstairs, they came back to the first floor 10 minutes later. Are you all done checking? Qin Sun looked over at the others and asked. No abnormalities found on the second floor. No abnormalities found on the third floor. They responded collectively. Qin Sun stood in front of Su Yi. He noticed something suspicious about Su Yi's bedroom on the first floor as soon as he entered. Lost in thought, Qin Sun pointed at the bedroom locked with 3 locks and asked slyly. What treasure is Mr. Su hiding behind these 3 locks? Su Yi pressed the cigarette out in the ashtray and curled his lips in a faint smile amidst the curling smoke. My wife is inside. Su Yi looked at Qin Sun disdainfully. My wife suffered trauma earlier, her mental state is a bit off. I'm afraid she might harm others, so I've locked her in. Then, with his arms crossed, Su Yi continued, I have reported this matter to the Management Bureau and even received special support. You can verify it. Do you mean this room is off limits for inspection, Mr. Su? Qin Sun seemed intrigued. Mr. Su should understand if someone gets injured due to an episode of your wife's illness, we both end up losing our medals and be expelled from the Management Bureau, Su Yi replied coldly. Their words tugged back and forth, neither showing any signs of backing down. But I still need to complete my duty. Please don't make things difficult for me, Mr. Su, Qin Sun's meaning was clear. Su Yi knew there was no way around it. In an instant, Su Yi considered countless possibilities. He had no chance to escape with Tan Feilian, and killing the Prevention Bureau officers would only lead to exposure and a life spent as a fugitive under bounty. Su Yi stared at the lock on the bedroom door, walking over to it and unlocking the first one. Next, the second. Finally, the third. Su Yi unlocked it and took a few steps back. He stepped behind Qin Sun, brushing against the gun tucked at his waist during his fidgeting. When options are limited, one tends to feel at a loss. Initially, Su Yi couldn't quite grasp those ultimate distinctions between right and wrong, but at this moment, his choice was laid bare on the table. He could not find a perfect solution, and the frustration burned his heart like fire. He wanted Tan Feilian to survive and himself to live. Su Yi watched as Qin Sun grasped the doorknob and turned it inward, veins bulging on his hand as he fought for control. Su Yi's heart hung suspended. The sound of the door opening reverberated in his ears, magnified several times over. There was a slight click. The bedroom door opened. Chapter 6, Flaw. Su Yi's nerves were taut, his breathing involuntarily sinking. After reviewing the scene again carefully, Su Yi realized that the door had been opened from the inside. Su Yi's eyes widened. He looked up and locked gazes with Tan Feilian, who was standing lazily with a smile in his eyes. Su Yi's gaze instinctively moved downward, noticing that the collar that should have been around Tan Feilian's neck was gone. Once a high-pressure collar is worn, it can only be removed by iris recognition or activation. How did Tan Feilian open it? Before Su Yi could ponder more, Tan Feilian raised his hand and rested it on the door frame, casting a sharp and mocking look at Qin Sun as he said, Get out. Tan Feilian's voice wasn't loud, yet an inexplicable sense of oppression filled the room. He pushed the door open, revealing the entire layout of the bedroom clearly from the doorway. Qin Sun raised his gaze to meet Tan Feilian's before looking at the detection device on his arm. Humans cannot differentiate between species with their naked eyes, but machines can. A high-precision magnetic field detector can clearly identify another species, and the closer you are, the higher the accuracy. At the moment, the detection instrument showed no abnormalities, still displaying the safe green light. Thus, they had no grounds to demand a deeper gene test from a normal human. Qin Sun retrieved the registration information of the residence. It showed that this villa was co-owned by Su Yi and his wife. The registration data contained detailed information. Tan Feilian, 19 years old, wife of Su Yi. The photo in the records matched perfectly. There were no flaws. Mr. Tan, I need to ask you a few routine questions, Qin Sun said while nodding towards Tan Feilian. Tan Feilian stepped past Qin Sun and approached Su Yi, wearing one of Su Yi's shirts. The originally loose style fit snugly around Tan Feilian's body, partially revealing muscles underneath, long hair falling carelessly, exuding an inexplicably violent yet elegant arrogance. Tan Feilian walked over to Su Yi, grabbing his hand and holding it tightly. Suyi's palm was noticeably sweaty, warm and feverish. Tanphilion was a superior alien species and could control his spiritual magnetic field freely, so it was within Suyi's expectations that the equipment couldn't detect any anomalies. But the absence of the collar was something that scared Suyi even more after calming down. With the collar, Qin Sun would surely suspect him, and if there were suspicions, bringing Tanphilion for a deeper inspection would lead to only one outcome: exposure. Without the collar, that meant Tanphilion was not controlled by the high-pressure collar. Tanphilion had reached a level where he could easily unfasten the collar. Suyi wasn't sure what else he could use to control Tanphilion. Without external constraints, alien species would never submit to human regulations. Suyi felt a chill run through him. Suyi wanted to pull back his hand, but found himself gripped even tighter by Tanphilion. Tanphilion gently rubbed Suyi's fingertips, disdainfully looking toward Qin Sun. "What do you want to ask?" "There was an alien attack in Minzhou City yesterday. Has Mr. Tan encountered any suspicious individuals recently?" Tanphilion's expression flickered slightly. "No." "Has Mr. Tan gone outside these past few days?" Tanphilion's gaze fell on the removed lock. "You see, my husband doesn't let me go out. I ran away yesterday, he couldn't find me, and got angry, locking me inside the house. He hasn't cooled off yet," Tanphilion said. Listening to the conversation, Suyi felt his thoughts tightening like a string ready to snap. Yet, Tanphilion's words all seemed to follow exactly what he had envisioned. Tanphilion knew his role now well enough to play it convincingly without arousing suspicion. Tanphilion's intelligence gave Suyi a feeling of being fully under his grasp. "Did you hear anything unusual last night?" Qin Sun's voice rang out again. "Too busy going to bed to notice," Tanphilion smirked. "Suyi. Qin Sun. Everyone. When did your husband return yesterday?" Qin Sun continued to press. Tanphilion narrowed his eyes. 3 a.m. "I made him mad." Tanphilion's expression changed. "He drank alcohol, that's why he came back late." Suyi silently sighed in relief. After asking a few more questions, Qin Sun didn't seem intent on probing further. Instead, he glanced at the lock inside the room, speaking directly to Suyi. "Since Mrs. Su is sick, she should be treated properly. Locking her up this way is inhumane." Suyi laughed lightly at being called out. Inspector Qin has a point. Since Qin Sun hadn't uncovered anything incriminating, he naturally couldn't stay longer. He glanced thoughtfully at Tanphilion, his dark strands of hair partially concealing his scrutinizing intent. Qin Sun was a suspicious man by nature, and Suyi now only wanted to rush the Control Bureau agents out as soon as possible. Suyi shot a glance back toward the villa's door and urged them to leave. "Since the investigation is complete, I won't keep Inspector Qin any longer. My wife doesn't like strangers in the house, it could make her emotions unstable. Inspector Qin, please excuse us." Qin Sun gave a perfunctory smile, lifted a hand in a gesture, and the people inside began stepping out of the house. He lowered his gaze slightly. "Sorry for the disturbance." As Qin Sun reached the doorway, he turned back his eyes toward Tanphilion. "Mr. Tan." Qin Sun's eyes fell on Tanphilion and he spoke. "If you need help, you can apply to the Administration Bureau. If your husband restricts your personal freedom or shows tendencies to abuse you, the Management Bureau can provide assistance." "My husband treats me well." Tanphilion glanced sideways at Suyi, gripping Suyi's waist with a tone that carried subtle traces of obsession. "He just loves me too much. His actions are extreme sometimes, but I don't blame him." Suyi stood there rigidly, speechless. Why did normal words coming out of Tanphilion's mouth feel so chilling? Based on the investigation, the alien species is within 3 kilometers of this location. If you two get any information, please contact the control department immediately. Qin Sun said lightly. Certainly, Tanphilion eagerly responded. After Qin Sun disappeared from view, Suyi felt a chill rise from his spine. Tanphilion's oppressive presence was too strong, making Suyi feel like there was no escape. Tanphilion moved closer to Suyi, his head suddenly leaning onto Suyi's shoulder from behind. "The Control Bureau must have already found the lab, right?" Suyi's breath caught sharply. The feeling of suffocation made it unbearable for him. Although he didn't want to admit it, an unrestrained Tanphilion truly left Suyi unsure of what to do. Tanphilion embraced Suyi from behind, his scorching breath circling around Suyi's neck. "Then, brother, will you still send me back to the lab?" Suyi's fingers trembled lightly upon hearing Tanphilion's words. He marveled at Tanphilion's intelligence. Tanphilion knew that if he could cause enough trouble after leaving the lab, he would gain freedom. He also knew that Suyi wouldn't kill him. So, he pushed step by step, gaining more and more leeway. This breeding cycle marked a breakthrough in Tanphilion's power, allowing him to escape from the lab. Now that he had escaped, Tanphilion never intended to go back. A strand of Tanphilion's long hair slid down over Suyi's collarbone, cold and smooth like silk, causing an uncomfortable itch. Living together with an experimental subject, such a scenario had never crossed Suyi's mind. Whenever he thought about the memory from 12 years ago, Suyi would be filled with fear and dread. How could humans ever coexist peacefully with alien species? Alien species lacked normal human thought processes, their emotions were different from ordinary people, obsessive and bizarre. Their expressions of feelings, desires, and longings differed greatly from those of regular humans. To like someone might mean wanting to consume them whole and exist together. Sui wasn't sure what kind of feelings Tanfilian had for him. Having studied alien species for many years, Sui had come to one conclusion: they had no emotions, no empathy, no compassion. No familial bonds, everything was indifferent and self-centered. Their moods were extremely unstable and couldn't be controlled by humans. The shift between affection and murderous intent could happen in the blink of an eye. Now that Tanfilian had removed the high-pressure collar, Sui realized how much of a disadvantage he was in. For Tanfilian to kill him would be effortless. "I want to live with you." Suddenly, Tanfilian's voice broke through Suyi's reverie. Tanfilian grabbed Suyi's shoulders, turning him to face him. Raising a hand, Tanfilian touched Suyi's slightly swollen lips. "Were they frightening you just now?" Gazing into Suyi's eyes, Tanfilian's thought seemed lost in another world, obscured by a hazy veil. He gently stroked Suyi's cheek. "If you dislike those people, I'll kill them immediately." Chapter 7 Obedience. As they spoke, Tanfilian's eyes turned cold and dark. Upon hearing this, Sui suddenly came to his senses. He didn't know if the unleashed Tanfilian would obey him, but instinctively he shouted loudly, "You can't kill anyone." Sui grabbed Tanfilian's shirt collar. "Don't kill anyone." Tanfilian's expression changed before he smiled at Sui, saying, "All right," in a compliant tone. At the moment these words left his lips, his gaze softened, washing away the intent to kill. Sui's breathing became heavy as he recovered from his shock. Tanfilian seemed to be following his orders. Without any restraint, Tanfilian still followed his commands. "Why?" Sui raised his gaze and locked eyes with Tanfilian. Tanfilian's face lacked childishness but had a youthful rebellious charm perfectly suited to his age. In the sunlight, his eyes were relatively light, like translucent amber. Sui had rarely ever looked so intently at Tanfilian before. He was indeed more beautiful than a fleeting glance could reveal. It was only when Sui realized that he couldn't look at Tanfilian eye to eye that it struck him clearly. He had already brought Tanfilian back years ago. Sui's gaze drifted downwards, settling on Tanfilian's neck. There was a red mark left behind from the recent violent contraction of the high-voltage collar. A flicker of surprise passed over his face. He wasn't sure if Qin Sun had noticed the mark on Tanfilian's neck. Given how suspicious Qin Sun was, if doubts arose, further investigation would follow. He needed to think of a countermeasure soon. "How did you manage to break free?" Sui wasn't sure if his questions meant something for Tanfilian, whether he should respond to one or all. Still, he maintained a stern tone and asked Tanfilian. "Just disrupt the magnetic field," Tanfilian answered calmly, then pointed towards the villa gate. "The door works the same way." Sui. After answering, Tanfilian pulled Sui into an embrace. "Brother. I wanted to hold you just now," Tanfilian's voice rasped, sounding like he had a severe cold. Sui shifted slightly, only to be held even tighter, making his breath feel suffocated. The harder he resisted, the worse it got. To spare himself unnecessary suffering, Sui simply stopped resisting. The current Tanfilian was too dangerous, and Sui didn't know when his bloodlust might take over. Unrestrained by the collar, Sui felt uneasy inside. Currently, Tanfilian was in heat, making him less volatile than usual. This meant Tanfilian was easier to get along with right now. Deceiving Tanfilian into control was already an impossible task. All Sui could hope for was peaceful coexistence. He couldn't figure out why his mother had once instructed him so earnestly to take good care of Tanfilian. "Even at the cost of your life." These were his mother's exact words. Apart from uncovering the truth about the experiments back then, protecting Tanfilian was the only thing Sui had been doing for years. For some reason, Sui felt that Tanfilian's demeanor grew increasingly odd. His eyes were slightly pinkish, suddenly clinging closer to him, hugging and rubbing against him while sniffing. Tanfilian's body temperature was rising. The red marks on his neck also stood out more. In one spot, the skin had even been broken. "Do you know why I made you wear the collar?" Sui suddenly asked Tanfilian. Tanfilian's gaze unfocused for a second. "Isn't locking up anomalies always because of fear?" "Of course it's fear. People in the lab were all afraid of me, not daring to come close, even though I wore the bite inhibitor. They were all scared of me, weren't they, brother?" As Tanfilian stared at Sui in front of him, he found his throat parched. He lightly caressed Sui's hair near his temple. "I don't want to wear the collar, and I hate wearing the bite inhibitor. I'll listen to you, please don't make me wear them." As he spoke, Tanfilian's gaze unconsciously drew closer, his clear eyes becoming clouded. Just as their lips were about to touch, Tanfilian parted his lips, looking somewhat dazed. A hazy warmth, as elusive as flowers reflected in water or the moon mirrored in a stream. With lustful eyes, Tanfilian gazed into Sui's eyes. "Wearing the collar hurts. The bite inhibitor stops me from kissing you." Tan Phalian's breath circled around Su Yi's face. The restrained words carried both vivid expectations and romantic undertones. They seemed tangible, yet elusive. No one had taught him what it meant to like someone, but hating the bite inhibitor was the first seed Tan Phalian planted to approach Su Yi. It was also the first thing he hated. Vines sprouted from his very bones, growing into emotions of both wanting to possess and destroy. In the laboratory without Night, Su Yi would only look at him as if out of great mercy when Tan Phalian was on his best behavior. For Su Yi's safety, every time Tan Phalian saw him, the lab personnel would always fit him with a bite inhibitor. He liked Su Yi, but hated the bite inhibitor. For some unknown reason, Su Yi detected an unmistakable tone of finality in Tan Phalian's words. The moment Tan Phalian finished speaking, the atmosphere around Su Yi surged intensely, burning like flames. Suddenly, Su Yi felt a sharp pain in his waist. Chapter 8, The Marking Cultivation. At that moment, Tan Phalian took the opportunity to kiss forward. Her hair swayed with the wind, falling onto Su Yi's body. Su Yi's heart trembled involuntarily. I'll get you a sedative. Su Yi knew that Tan Phalian was overcome by lust, and just moments ago he had been following Su Yi's instructions. Su Yi tentatively spoke, offering to fetch the sedative for Tan Phalian. No to the sedative. Tan Phalian answered without hesitation, I want you. Only you. I like you. Tan Phalian expressed his feelings through gritted teeth evident. Again, he became uncooperative, and Su Yi tugged at Tan Phalian's long hair down. Tan Phalian, you. We're married, Tan Phalian replied. Marriage acted as Tan Phalian's death-defying card. After a couple of minutes of shoving back and forth, Su Yi's pants were ripped off by Tan Phalian. With tightly closed eyes, Su Yi avoided looking, his expression becoming increasingly painful, his lips contorted in pain as he twisted the blanket beneath him. Tan Phalian. Su Yi's eyes moistened slightly, and even twisting his tongue hurt. Tan Phalian didn't quite understand what Su Yi meant. The more intense Su Yi's emotions became, the more he liked it. Because Su Yi was suffering due to him. All of Su Yi's joys and sorrows should belong only to him. In a daze, Su Yi passed out. Tan Phalian's lips carried a smile. He reached toward Su Yi's pale abdomen and gently pressed it, his eyes filled with a bloodthirsty arrogance. He touched Su Yi's lips with his fingers as if marking them. He couldn't describe such an image. Su Yi's eyes shut because he had fainted, his clothes were torn revealing blood on his collarbone, his cheeks pink from arousal, his long lashes glistening with moisture, his waist bearing red marks. Beneath him was Tan Phalian himself, he could clearly observe everything. They existed together, and Tan Phalian thought it was beautiful. Su Yi is his. Gently caressing Su Yi's face, Tan Phalian's pupils reflected the person under him, his eyes filled with fanatic intensity. You are mine, forever and ever. No one can covet Su Yi. He can only be his. Tan Phalian suddenly thought of something, then he lifted Su Yi's leg. Tan Phalian's fingertips moved subtly, producing sharp claws like knives with a glossy shine akin to cicada wings in the sunlight. He stretched out his hand to gently stroke Su Yi's waist, eventually carving his own name into Su Yi's skin near the base of his leg with his fingertip. As his fingers moved, blood emerged. It was strikingly vivid and beautiful as the blood flowed onto the bedding forming blooms of crimson flowers. Pain made unconscious Su Yi wrinkle his brows and moan incoherently in distress. Tan Phalian did not stop, instead, he only thought it was beautiful. Tan Phalian only carved one character. Up. Su Yi's body is beautiful and can only be seen by him alone. He also needs to mark his name. Looking at the bloodstains on his fingertips, Tan Phalian was exceptionally elated. When Su Yi woke up, it was already night, and he was dressed in clothing changed for him by Tan Phalian. The bedroom door was closed, and neon light mingled with moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains into the room. It wasn't entirely dark, yet still Su Yi breathed heavily. Once awake, he frantically searched for the bedside lamp, failing several times to find it and accidentally knocking it over instead. Su Yi would fear darkness while enclosed in rooms. To an almost pathological extent. This was a lingering psychological issue from years past that never healed. As soon as fear set in, Su Yi lost control, disoriented, unable to differentiate direction. Sweat formed lightly in Su Yi's palms. He got up, rushing toward the door based on memory but crashed into something, taking a nasty tumble. Su Yi groaned softly. Despite the pain in his foot, Su Yi continued rising, panicking as he ran out the door. Just as he reached the door, Tan Phalian rushed in upon hearing the commotion. He collided straight into Tan Phalian's arms. The living room light was on, abnormally bright. Seeing this source of light somewhat alleviated the suffocating sensation in Su Yi. He pushed away from Tan Phalian, heading toward the living room. He sat on the sofa there for a long while before finally regaining composure. Tan Phalian handed Su Yi a glass of warm water but didn't say much, simply observing Su Yi's condition. Half crouching, Tan Phalian massaged Su Yi's feet. Big brother, are you scared? Su Yi didn't take the water. His thoughts were jumbled, paying no attention to Tan Philion handling his ankle, nor remembering to resist. He picked up a cigarette from the coffee table, lighting it. His mouth filled with the bitter taste of smoke, hard to swallow. Though he desperately tried not to dwell on the images flashing in his mind, Sui could not shake off the sudden rush of dark memories. Ever since many years ago, Sui has not been able to sleep with the lights off. Surrounded by drifting cigarette smoke, his inner peace was disturbed. Upon closer inspection, one could see the red bloodshot veins within Sui's eyes. After finishing one cigarette, Sui took out a second and lit it. Before he could bring it to his lips, Tan Philion took it away and extinguished it right in front of him. Sui. Annoyance flashed in Sui's eyes as he looked up and met Tan Philion's gaze, causing his brows to furrow. Smoke less. Sui wasn't a heavy smoker, but when he was troubled, he couldn't stop. Having his cigarettes cut off made him feel restless all over. He couldn't figure out how to make Tan Philion listen. Tan Philion was like a time bomb. Sui felt a little anxious. After drifting thoughts for a few seconds, Sui snapped back to reality and found that Tan Philion was gently massaging his feet with tender care. The soft light illuminated Tan Philion's face with seriousness and affection. This gentle and protective gesture made Sui feel momentarily disoriented. Sui pressed his lips together. This creature was truly strange. When violent, Tan Philion could be violently overwhelming, but when gentle, he seemed to be courting Sui romantically. The warmth of Tan Philion's palm felt comforting, so Sui stopped resisting. Sui weakly stretched out a hand to grab another cigarette from the table. Without raising his eyes, as soon as Sui got hold of the cigarette, Tan Philion's gaze immediately locked on him. This was Sui's only way to relieve his chaotic thoughts. He glared coldly at Tan Philion. Light it for me. Seeing Tan Philion remain indifferent, Sui warned, calling his name, Tan Philion. Tan Philion gazed at Sui with deep eyes. Do you want to smoke or do you want love? The hand holding the cigarette immediately loosened. Big brother, you're such a good boy. Tan Philion caressed Sui's foot as he half knelt and looked into his eyes. Sui frowned, confused by the new term he had never heard before. In a daze, Tan Philion braced himself against the sofa wall, tilting his head upward and suddenly kissed Sui's corner of his mouth. One person on the sofa, the other half kneeling in a pose resembling submission to the master, their lips intertwined in thought. Sui's pupils trembled, his fingertips curling tightly as if caught in a haze. Don't kiss me randomly. Sui's cold eyes flickered, his demeanor icy and unchangeable. Before the words were even finished, Tan Philion again lifted his chin and kissed Sui at the corner of his mouth. In the next second, they were only millimeters apart. As Tan Philion lowered his eyes, his long eyelashes brushed Sui's cheek, creating a mild itch followed by an alluring and resolute expression. Suddenly, another kiss came. In this world, no one dared to treat Sui like this. Some people thought he was troublesome and avoided provoking him, others were afraid and dared not to provoke him. Tan Philion was the third kind that Sui hadn't encountered before. Tan Philion. Sui shouted, his pupils widening. According to your human terms, since I moaned under you, you should call me husband. Sui wanted to swear. Sui wanted to go berserk. Sui wanted to grab Tan Philion's long hair and shake him wildly. Sui wanted to throw Tan Philion into a pot of oil. Sui wanted to shave his head bald. Sui wanted to slap his face hard. Sui angrily grabbed Tan Philion's neck. Sui was kissed again. An 80-meter blade stabbed into heated water. Tan Philion. Beep beep beep. At that moment, Sui's phone rang. He sought out the source without any intention of picking it up, until finally, after being thoroughly kissed, Tan Philion retrieved the phone for him. The caller ID showed Han Si-bai, and upon seeing it, Sui became considerably more lucid. He looked at Tan Philion. Did someone come earlier today? Sui was somewhat confused about the time. But he was sure. Han Si-bai was a man of strong execution, saying he would come meant he would definitely show up. Han Si-bai came. Tan Philion stood there with a nonchalant expression. I told him you were knocked out by me, so he left. That sounded exactly like something Tan Philion would say, leaving Sui speechless. Sui rubbed his temples and answered the phone. Han Si-bai's voice was filled with worry. Are you okay, Sui? Did Tan Philion hurt you? Han Si-bai's tone turned angry. I've already told you, Tan Philion is dangerous. Why do you insist on keeping him around? Without waiting for Sui's reply, Han Si-bai continued scolding. Experimental subjects will only bring you trouble. Since nothing can be found about that incident from Tan Philion, you should have decisively gotten rid of him long ago. Chapter 9, Wife Repair. It's not as if he's bullying you right now. Han Si-bai angrily retorted. Sui rubbed his temples, finding a headache coming on after listening to Han Si-bai's words. How is the lab going? Han Si-bai changed the subject. The lab was discovered by the Management Bureau. According to our previous plan, only an empty shell was left behind. They can't find anything. That's good. Sui finally relaxed a bit. If you want to keep Tan Philian, you must confine him. There's no large enough laboratory to contain him anymore. Could you really be so naive to think he could live like a normal person? Tan Philian has violent factors in him. Once escaped, he should have been destroyed. Otherwise, one day he will break out. He will hurt you, Sui. Han Sibai said angrily. Sui just felt Han Sibai's words buzzing in his ears, and realized he hadn't worn shoes when he ran out of the bedroom. Tan Philian noticed that Sui didn't want to say something in front of him. He took off the slippers he was wearing and placed them in front of Sui. Sui hesitated for a second, then put on the shoes and went to the balcony. The villa occupied a wide area, and the balcony was far from the living room. A cool breeze came, restoring some clarity to Sui's thoughts. Little White, do you know why I am alive? Sui stood on the balcony holding a cigarette, but that had yet to extinguish. His gaze was lost in the flicker of the embers. A faintly indifferent arc hung at the corner of Sui's lips, and there was a layer of frost around his whole person. You may not help me, but don't say anything that would make me give up. Han Sibai's voice became immediately quieter. I will look for a new lab to settle Tan Philian again. Sui glanced towards Tan Philian, who sat barefoot in the living room. Sui indifferently said, there's no need. The Management Bureau is currently investigating strictly. Let him stay with me for now. But what if he? Han Sibai dared not be too direct, but worry permeated his tone. What if he abuses you? Sui leaned back against the railing of the balcony. Although slow in matters of love, Sui could still see through Han Sibai's overt ardor. Even if he were a fool, he could tell Han Sibai had some peculiar feelings toward him. This seemed like a good opportunity to indirectly sound out Han Sibai. Sui puffed out white mist and said, by the way, Tan Philian is actually my wife. He is in heat, and I need to take responsibility for him. Leaving him to harm others, wouldn't that make me no different from those who harmed my mother? That would violate the promise I made to her. I'm not afraid of what Tan Philian might do to me. I also know what I want. On the other side, silence persisted. After a while, Han Sibai's tone grew despondent. You two are really. Sui confirmed. Me. Then he added, it's pretty bad, we only do two things. Buzz buzz buzz. For the first time, Han Sibai ended the call with Sui actively. Before the call ended, Sui heard a clattering sound, and based on Han Sibai's nature, he guessed that the phone had been thrown. After hanging up, Sui stood on the balcony, blowing cold wind. Too many things had happened within 24 hours, and Sui hadn't had time to process them all yet. With things you can't escape, you have to accept them, and the worst outcome would only be death. Sui wasn't afraid of the results, so how significant could any process truly be? He feared nothing. Sui's train of thought was interrupted by stomach pain. An ache spread across his abdomen, making Sui realize he hadn't eaten all day. Tan Philian was a hybrid, the high-level product created by connecting animal and plant genes with human DNA, so surviving 10 days without eating wasn't a problem for him. But Sui couldn't go that long. As Sui walked back inside towards the living room, he saw Tan Philian come over with a bowl of something in his bare hands. Sui stopped with a furrowed brow. Brother, I've cooked you some porridge. Tan Philian placed the food on the small dining table. You haven't eaten all day. Sui approached quickly and found out the true contents of the porridge. Expecting some ghastly monstrosity of a dish, it was surprisingly flavorful and appealing. Could Tan Philian cook? Tan Philian interpreted the meaning behind Sui's eyes, hugging his arms tightly. Besides being a hybrid, my brain has been implanted with a program chip. Making porridge doesn't require learning, and cooking comes naturally. Anything brother can imagine, I already know how to do. Upon hearing about the program chip, Sui's chest tightened suddenly. He remained silent, his expression wooden for a moment. Sui was indeed hungry, and if he waited for himself to busy around in the kitchen for a while, he might faint from hypoglycemia. He didn't want to nitpick. What was wrong with eating his meal when he had been bullied and tossed around all this time? Sui moved the chair aside and sat down. As the minced meat porridge entered his mouth, he was amazed at how much better it tasted than he had imagined. Tan Philian sat beside Sui watching him eat, his hand propping up his chin as if he couldn't get enough of the sight. The soft lighting hit Sui's side face, the half-lit, half-shadowed visage illuminated with paleness yet defined features. Sui's cold gaze always gave people a sense of unapproachable distance, yet in reality, he appeared quite youthful. At the moment, dressed simply in a white uniform, his strands of hair covered his eyelids, long lashes slightly closed, looking like a college student would not be out of place. With great hunger, Sui ate with unusual seriousness, his slightly puffed cheeks reducing some of his aloofness. Brother, has anyone ever told you that you're very cute? Tan Philian's pupils reflected Sui's cheeks, and the ferocity that usually lingered in him vanished completely at the sight of Sui. Sui's movements paused. This adjective seemed worlds apart from himself. Tan Philian lightly touched his temples with his fingertips, murmuring softly, how I wish to. Pressing against the dining table where he ate, it would definitely be interesting. Su-yi hadn't heard Tan Failian's words. When he had eaten halfway to fullness, his stomach ache subsided. He lifted his eyes to look at Tan Failian. How many more days until the heat period is over? Chapter 10, The Savage Cultivator. Tan Failian didn't answer. He also didn't understand why Su-yi would suddenly ask this. Su-yi spoke again, the higher the rank, the shorter the dangerous period. I guess you'll be done by tomorrow at the latest. After being seen through, Tan Failian's eyes shifted and he looked extremely displeased. My rank isn't high. Tan Failian muttered sullenly. Su-yi's movements froze, almost choking on a mouthful of porridge. What a joke. Su-yi had studied anomalies for 12 years and hadn't seen anyone with a higher rank than Tan Failian. Do I look that easy to fool? Su-yi narrowed his eyes. Tan Failian averted his gaze. Tan Failian. To avoid you losing control, I can help you during your dangerous period. Su-yi lifted his eyes and met Tan Failian's stare directly, but then lightly avoided those bewitching eyes. Faced with Tan Failian, Su-yi was still trembling inside. Tan Failian possessed a ferocity like an animal. His fingertips were sharp and wild, his claws could effortlessly slice through human skin. If he wished, he could easily cut someone's throat and make them bleed profusely on the spot. Your life or death is just a moment away. Tan Failian has never experienced the dangerous period, let alone having a mate. He has too many things yet to learn, interacting with others, expressing affection, possessing, occupying, all of which are overly animalistic. Not gentle, not restrained, not selective, not considerate of anyone. Su-yi could guess a bit about Tan Failian's way of thinking. Crazily invading and marking territory. Tan Failian carried a domineering attitude that considered others as possessions. No need for their consent, as long as Tan Failian thinks so. His body will be branded with the 3 words, Tan Failian. Su-yi's voice continued. But you must respect my wishes. Can you do that? When Su-yi asked this question, deep down he felt insecure. The sound of his heart thumping loudly could be heard if one paid attention. Su-yi could only feign composure and appear as if he had leverage to negotiate with Tan Failian. Anomalies are emotional and prone to killing. But they occasionally show compliance towards their mates. If Tan Failian regards him as a mate, this might be an extremely subtle breakthrough. Before arranging for Tan Failian to settle into a new lab, they need to coexist peacefully. As Tan Failian's wife, this identity would keep both of them on a safe balance line. Tan Failian was smart, Su-yi naturally knew it was impossible to deceive him. You also know that after leaving the lab, your identity can only be my wife, and right now, only I can protect you. And only I will protect you. Su-yi's eyes were firm yet seemingly relaxed. I want you to listen to me, that's fair. Su-yi said. All right. A seductive voice responded from Tan Failian. Tan Failian scrutinized the Su-yi in front of him. Su-yi always hoped to be in control of everything, the posture of standing high and negotiating with Tan Failian. This made Tan Failian feel incredibly adorable, despite being terrified inside, Su-yi calmly insisted on telling him to listen. The warm light of the restaurant fell on both their faces filled with thoughts. Tense words split emotions, yet strangely added a few moments of peculiar warmth. Tan Failian stood up. Su-yi thought the negotiation had failed. Heart inevitably began to race. Tan Failian stared directly at Su-yi, leaning closer while bracing against the backrest of Su-yi's chair. The instant Su-yi's soft light was blocked by Tan Failian, Su-yi's pupils darkened, and the slightly open lips showed the bitten area becoming the center of attention. His scorching breath was like hot water. Too close. Without realizing it, Su-yi leaned back, breathing heavily. Before reacting, there was sudden pressure at Su-yi's neck, Tan Failian's lips pressed over. Ugh! Su-yi exclaimed in shock. Between the two of them, Tan Failian stood while Su-yi sat. Tan Failian's kiss came unexpectedly, leaving Su-yi no chance to escape. Su-yi assumed Tan Failian was going mad again. But after kissing enough, Tan Failian released Su-yi and turned to head to the bathroom. Moments later, the shower sound started from within the bathroom. Leaning against the mirror inside the bathroom, Tan Failian's hands rested on the countertop. His wet lashes adorned his face, water dripping from his jawline down past his throat. His eyes, different from when they were beguiling before Su-yi, now seemed darker, like his pupils became murky. Since he had agreed to behave, he should indeed act better. Tan Failian raised a hand to wipe off the fog on the glass, adjusting his expression and smoothing out the violent edge in his gaze. He needs to listen, and mustn't scare his brother. While Tan Failian was taking a shower, Su-yi gradually regained his composure, but at this time, the physical discomfort became abnormally intense. The pain in his body was severe, not just from the bite marks left by Tan Failian, but inexplicably on his legs as well. Just as Tan Failian stepped out of the bathroom, Su-yi entered. He took off his clothes to examine himself. When Su-yi saw the carved words, he almost couldn't catch his breath. Tan Failian had deliberately made the inscription too conspicuous, it was close to his back, a place Su-yi wouldn't easily see without effort. Tan Failian, you little madman. Su-yi scolded. After leaving the bathroom, Su-yi pulled out his laptop in the living room to look up some information. No sooner had he sat down than Tan Feilian approached him. Tan Feilian sat next to Su-yi and rested his head on Su-yi's lap. "Stay with me, big brother," Tan Feilian cooed, embracing Su-yi's waist in a tentative manner. Su-yi's eyes trembled slightly. Whether Tan Feilian would comply depended entirely on his mood, and Su-yi dreaded the violent tendencies inside Tan Feilian. He stroked his fingertips as he contemplated his words. If Tan Feilian resorted to force, Su-yi would be completely at his mercy. "I just want to hold you." Tan Feilian closed his eyes and rubbed against Su-yi as he spoke. "Really?" Su-yi asked. Tan Feilian opened his eyes, stood up, and directly scooped Su-yi into his arms. Instinctively, Su-yi grabbed hold of Tan Feilian's long hair. Fear welled up inside Su-yi, but he wouldn't let it show. Feigning calmness was what he did best. Carrying Su-yi, Tan Feilian walked toward the dark bedroom. The darkness in the room brought another wave of fear to Su-yi's heart. The nightmarish dread was torn apart by a single door. Countless hands and tendrils from the darkness slowly crept into Su-yi's bones and locked around his neck, pulling him under like a deep-sea drowning. The realization that he was being consumed left Su-yi gasping for air. Su-yi could pretend not to fear Tan Feilian, but the enclosed space devoid of light was an unshakable shadow in his soul. In an instant, Su-yi's palms grew sweaty, and his blood rushed with turmoil. That very moment, Su-yi's rigid body tightly gripped Tan Feilian's neck. Overcome by sheer terror, he clung closely to Tan Feilian's embrace. Chapter 11, Very Obedient. Su-yi's fingertips grabbed the clothes on Tan Feilian's body, creasing them. His nails dug into the flesh, causing continuous pain, but he did not loosen his grip even a bit. Instead, he grasped tighter. Su-yi's breathing was frighteningly rough, and his murmuring voice carried agony and evasion. "Tan Feilian, turn on the light." Su-yi's tone was hoarse. "Turn on the light." Feeling Su-yi drawing closer, Tan Feilian tightened his arms around him. Holding Su-yi, Tan Feilian approached the bed step by step and turned on the bedside lamp on one side. After being placed down, Su-yi shakily propped himself up, breathing heavily as he hastily opened a drawer of the bedside cabinet. He took out a bottle of medicine, trembling as he poured one pill into his hand and then swallowed it. This process seemed so practiced that it looked as if it had been repeated many times. Suddenly, he felt a tightening on his wrist. Tan Feilian suddenly grabbed Su-yi's wrist. "What did you take?" The medicine bottle fell to the floor with a sound as Su-yi lifted his gaze to meet Tan Feilian's eyes, his expression filled with surprise, panic, and fear. Upon seeing this, Tan Feilian decided not to further agitate Su-yi. Lifting the quilt, Tan Feilian held Su-yi tightly under the blanket, pulling the edges neatly around them before lying down and wrapping his arms around Su-yi's waist to hold him in his embrace. Su-yi's body was shaking, and Tan Feilian gently stroked Su-yi's back. He didn't know what Su-yi was afraid of, but the timid Su-yi wouldn't resist his embrace or hide his fear. From the moment Su-yi ran out of the room, Tan Feilian had already guessed some things. Now, it was confirmed. Su-yi was afraid of the dark. It was a pathological, stress-induced fear. "The light is on." Tan Feilian's voice was gentle, and his fingertips brushed against Su-yi's temples. Su-yi's eyes were somewhat dazed, clearly still recovering. Tan Feilian hugged Su-yi to console him. "Will you be afraid too? Even someone so cruel could feel fear." Su-yi's breathing was heavy, and he gripped onto Tan Feilian's shirt without letting go. Suddenly, Su-yi seemed to detect a special scent, an intangible magnetic field fluctuation that calmed his heart. The fears in his mind seemed to be silently driven away, making the pitch-black room brighter. It was Tan Feilian's consoling magnetic field. Su-yi truly and tangibly felt the soothing magnetism from another species, unraveling the suffocating vines within him little by little. That peace was something Su-yi had never experienced before. Feeling Su-yi's tensed body gradually relaxing, Tan Feilian lightly patted Su-yi's back. When he looked at the person in his arms again, Su-yi was already asleep. With his eyes closed, Su-yi's sharp astuteness disappeared, replaced by a rosy blush due to warmth. Looking very obedient, with slightly dampened corners of his eyes, Tan Feilian wiped them dry with his fingertips. Tan Feilian pulled aside the clothes near Su-yi's shoulder. Beneath his collarbone, close to his heart, was a grotesque scar as thick as his little finger. The scar extended abnormally, looking extremely ugly, and Tan Feilian gently stroked it with his hand. That was the first seed Su-yi planted in Tan Feilian. That scar took root near Su-yi's heart, while simultaneously crazily growing in Tan Feilian's own heart. "I will never let anyone bully you again." Su-yi slept particularly soundly, and much of the discomfort he'd felt earlier had dissipated. When he got up, Tan Feilian was gone. Su-yi subconsciously secured the gun he always carried on his waistband after changing his clothes. Putting on a white dress shirt, his superior figure made the simplest design look icy and aristocratic, an innate ability of Su-yi's. Su-yi always exuded a certain aloofness and detachment, an air of high and mighty indifference that suggested few words. This perception of him was true enough. When he went out from the bedroom, Su-yi found Tan Feilian bustling about in the kitchen. The little monster was cooking. Sui didn't say anything, only moving slightly when after finishing his morning grooming, Tan Philian just happened to place the last dish on the table. All ingredients came from the fridge. Tan Philian prepared 4 dishes, a perfect combination of meat and vegetables, well proportioned. Sui usually didn't cook, and all the food in the fridge was delivered by his brother. The Su family empire was vast, and no one valued the salary Sui earned from the management bureau. As his brother would say, "You'll work a lifetime in the management bureau and still can't afford the villa I gave you." That was certainly true. As Sui pulled out a chair and sat down, his phone started vibrating. Caller display, Su Yen. Seeing this, Sui immediately became nervous and cleared his throat. Tan Philian had never seen Sui behave so apprehensive toward anyone. His reluctance to answer yet inability to ignore the call caused Suyi's body language to become restless all of a sudden, scratching his forehead, rubbing his temple, flicking his nose. He frowned, turning his phone over and over several times in his hands. This cuteness made Tan Philian want to laugh. Sui stared at the caller ID on his phone for a long moment before finally answering it. Sui. What are you doing, taking so long to pick up my call? The voice on the other end was slightly angry, scolding him, yet there was no shouting, only an inexplicable pressure. Bro. Sui replied guiltily. You still know I'm your brother, and that you bear the Su name. Su Yan's tone was deep and commanding, exuding the aura of someone in an impeccably tailored suit. You are my brother. Despite the submissive tone, one could tell Sui had been repeatedly reprimanded, but respect was evident in his words. Make time to come back home today. Sui remained silent. Also, bring your secret wife back here for me to take a look at. As Su Yen spoke, there were sounds of him signing documents. Don't think I don't know you're intentionally deceiving me. To avoid arranged meetings, you claim to be married. Is this what all the young kids these days do? Su Yan's tone was serious. Upon hearing this, Sui glanced toward Tan Philian, his eyes shifting thoughtfully. Su Yen had never met Tan Philian, assuming Su Yi's wife was merely an excuse out of childish rebellion. Brother, I'm not lying to you, I really am married, Sui asserted seriously. Regarding the matter of marrying Tan Philian, Su Yen always held a skeptical attitude, questioning Sui repeatedly since he hadn't brought the person home for him to see. The two brothers, one a traditional capitalist, the other a dedicated researcher for the management bureau, respected each other but had very little interaction beyond polite exchanges. Sui had been raised by Su Yen, who viewed him with not just brotherly affection, but also paternal care. In the Su family, Sui had always obeyed his elder brother without question. With furrowed brows, Sui sensed another tribulation coming his way. Given Su Yan's influence, their marriage would need to pass his scrutiny to continue. Otherwise, it wouldn't last. According to Suyi's understanding of his brother, Su Yen wouldn't approve of a sister-in-law like Tan Philian. In Su Yan's mind, any alliance for the Su family must be well-matched socially and economically, requiring status, family background, appearance, wealth, and power to align perfectly. Do you think our family is some random open market where anyone can enter or exit? Su Yen retorted sharply, clearly dissatisfied with Su Yi's response. I've taken leave for you from the management bureau. Today, you must bring this lie of yours back so I can see it for myself. With that, Su Yen hung up coldly. The implication in Su Yan's words was clear, he doubted Sui could bring a real person home. Sui could vividly picture how Su Yen would immediately turn back to his work after hanging up. It was terrifying. After the call ended, Sui looked directly into Tan Philian's eyes. Sui couldn't guarantee whether Tan Philian would follow instructions if they went out, but this was something Su Yen had been urging repeatedly, and it needed resolution. Now Tan Philian had also left the lab. Su Yan's influence in Minzhou was so great that it bordered on omnipotence. If Tan Philian gained Su Yan's approval, things might proceed more smoothly in the future. My brother wants to meet you, Sui said frankly. Will you come with me? Tan Philian tentatively asked. It's necessary. Sui continued, he doesn't know your identity, all he knows is that I'm married. To be precise, he believes that even my claim of marriage is a lie meant to deceive him. Before Tan Philian could respond, Sui warned solemnly, he probably won't like you. You can only appear as Su Yi's wife. Sui locked eyes with Tan Philian. If he dislikes you, he'll have 100 ways to make us divorce. Chapter 12, Elixir. Su Yi's words were without a trace of jest. Would my brother divorce me if he asked you to? Tan Philian's eyes reflected an indeterminate ripple, as if smiling but not quite. Tan Philian's expression was cold and unreadable, his pupils dim and constricted. Will you continue locking me in the lab after we get divorced? Tan Philian smirked, looking at Sui. His knuckles were turning white on the table, veins protruding from the pressure. Listening to Tan Philian's words, Sui could detect obvious anger. I keep you in the lab because I'm worried you might hurt others. If during this period before finding another lab, you can control your emotions well and cooperate with me without harming anyone, I'll consider letting you stay out of the lab. What about the divorce? Tan Philian asked. If you behave, there will be no divorce. Su-yi knew very well that he couldn't afford to take the blame for concealing Tan Failian's misdeeds. To both Tan Failian and the Management Bureau, he was a thorough sinner. Su-yi suddenly felt like laughing. He didn't understand why Tan Failian had such emotional feelings for him. Logically speaking, Tan Failian should hate him. Feeling whimsical, Su-yi's dark eyes turned slightly colder. Tan Failian, why did you choose me? Because I like you. Tan Failian answered openly. Su-yi. You should hate me. Su-yi's tone remained distant, his demeanor lighthearted about everything. I don't hate you, Tan Failian said. Su-yi's gaze was as tranquil as autumn water, supporting his head while watching Tan Failian. Rarely lively, he commented, isn't it true that mutants hold grudges most strongly? Has the data from the lab experiments been wrong? The moment Su-yi finished speaking, Tan Failian suddenly grabbed Su-yi's shirt collar and pulled. Moving so quickly, Su-yi had no time to react, buttons near his clavicle popped open. With just a slight exertion of strength, a scar on Su-yi's chest became exposed. Though Su-yi appeared cold, deep down he cherished beauty and had a strong sense of self-respect. He hastily pushed away Tan Failian's hand and gathered his clothes together, his expression flustered. What are you doing? This scar, Su-yi didn't even dare to look at normally. He thought it looked terrible. Su-yi's large eyes revealed suppressed emotion hidden by his lashes, leaving him momentarily speechless. This scar almost cost you your life. Tan Failian stared directly at Su-yi, his thin lips moving lightly, for me. In the moment their eyes met, those words seemed to generate an invisible magnetic field disrupting their thoughts. Their glances intersected in a depthless abyss. Unbearable under Tan Failian's intense stare, Su-yi looked away first. Why do you fear the dark? Before Su-yi could answer, Tan Failian continued questioning, showing concern about this point. He raised a hand, gripping Su-yi's wrist. Su-yi, why are you so pathologically afraid of the dark? Tan Failian really wanted to know. Su-yi suddenly avoided eye contact guiltily, stammering, you. After a long pause, Su-yi didn't know how to answer this question. Looking at Su-yi eating quietly made Tan Failian feel both annoyed and amused. According to Tan Failian's observations, Su-yi always looked tough and decisive, yet when eating, he chewed slowly in a peculiarly obedient manner. Realizing Su-yi didn't want to say more, Tan Failian simply took some food and began watching Su-yi eat. As Su-yi was eating, his phone vibrated once. He opened the message interface. It was sent by Han Sibai. Han Sibai, your brother has asked for leave for you. Are you okay, Su-yi? Han Sibai, I'm already searching for a proper place to settle Tan Failian. Han Sibai, it may take a few months. Han Sibai, you must make sure Tan Failian stays calm, and nothing unexpected should happen recently. Han Sibai, I have mailed you some high-intensity sedatives. Carry them with you all the time. There was also a voice message at the end. Han Sibai, let me know whenever you need anything. Han Sibai's voice was clear and carried warmth with evident concern and restraint. After reading the messages, Su-yi turned off his phone. By the time he noticed, Tan Failian had already taken away the bowl on the table. Su-yi watched Tan Failian walk away holding the bowls. I haven't finished eating yet. Why stop all of a sudden? What a strange creature. As Su-yi stood up and walked towards Tan Failian, he leaned against the doorframe of the kitchen, lighting a cigarette. Just as the sound of the lighter struck, Tan Failian came over to watch Su-yi with cold eyes. At that instant, Su-yi found it impossible to describe his taste of the moment. When their eyes met, Su-yi, holding the cigarette, felt disoriented between left and right, eventually lighting it guiltily. Don't smoke, Tan Failian said, it's bad for your health. You're managing too much, Su-yi said irritably. Even my brother doesn't care about me smoking. Come to think of it, his brother was the one who taught him to smoke. You're not my wife, Su-yi shot back hastily, then faltered in his argument as he replayed those words in his mind, making his rebuttal weaker and weaker. As if to contradict that, Tan Failian truly was now his legal wife. Taking deliberate steps from the kitchen, Tan Failian moved closer to Su-yi, asking coldly, if I were your wife, I'd be allowed to manage you. I am, Su-yi responded instinctively before hesitating and muttering feebly, but not really. With evasive eyes, Su-yi coughed and turned to go into the living room, calling over his shoulder, come out. After Tan Failian appeared, Su-yi directly pulled him by the arm, guiding him to sit down in the living room. I'll give you a sedative injection, and then we're going out, Su-yi stated earnestly, with the cigarette in his hand releasing acrid white fumes. The sedative would ensure Tan Failian's heart rate remained within normal limits, preventing sudden anger, a necessary precaution for taking her out. Put out your cigarette, Tan Failian said firmly from the sofa. And no smoking after we go out either. Su-yi realized Tan Failian was negotiating with him. He released his grip slightly, fine, fine. Extinguishing the cigarette, Su-yi fetched a syringe from the medicine box in the living room. After preparing the needle, his expression grew grave and shadowed. Squatting halfway, Su-yi caught Tan Failian's wrist and rolled up his sleeve smoothly inserting the needle. As the needle slipped into Tan Phalian's skin, Sui sighed with relief. As a safety measure, Sui added a disruptor to the sedative, ensuring Tan Phalian's magnetic field would be scrambled and his energy effectively controlled. He couldn't afford any mistakes. After injecting the drug, Sui discarded the used syringe while Tan Phalian stared at him calmly. Big brother seemed nervous just now. Sui stood up immediately without lingering. You're too beautiful. Tan Phalian curved his lips and rose, following Sui with starlit streams swirling in his eyes. If Big Brother kisses me once, I promise to behave well outside. Sui frowned, aware how some mutants' thoughts could occasionally run straightforward and genuine. There was likely high credibility to Tan Phalian's statement. Should he kiss or not? Sui decided it was worth a quick peck. Grasping Tan Phalian's hand, he finally placed a chaste kiss on the tip of his finger. When Sui released Tan Phalian's hand, he noticed the faint redness blooming on his index finger where the kiss had landed. Turning around, Sui's lips curled upward unconsciously. Instead of heading straight to the Su family home after bringing Tan Phalian out, he chose. Chapter 13, Going Home. Su Yen placed the utmost importance on family background. Tan Phalian must make a good impression on Su Yen during his first visit, otherwise, this marriage might really be in jeopardy. Let's go to the mall first. I'll buy you some proper clothes. Sui said. Sui pulled Tan Phalian into the car and observed his attire. His loose and casual style fit snugly around Tan Phalian's body, outlining his figure with a tight curve that even regular fitness couldn't achieve. Sui muttered discontentedly, not eating yet maintaining such a good figure, it's so unfair. Tan Phalian sat quietly in the passenger seat without exposing what Sui had implied. He looked around at the interior decoration of Sui's car, which was almost like half of Sui's home. The back seat was filled with various medications, and the smell of disinfectant could be smelled just by sitting inside. On one side of the car seat was a water cup and a bunch of white rabbit milk candies. Sui. Following Tan Phalian's gaze, Sui's hand tightened on the steering wheel. Tan Phalian continued to stare at the pile of milk candies in the car. Hey. It was left by a kid before. Sui insisted on explaining as if trying to pass it off normally, stressing, I don't like eating candy. Do you? Without answering, Tan Phalian curiously opened the storage box in front of the passenger seat. Inside were coconut-flavored white rabbit milk candies, red bean-flavored white rabbit milk candies, corn-flavored white rabbit milk candies. Sui. Tan Phalian couldn't help but laugh as his eye corner moved slightly, saying, you really like milk candies, huh? Sui nonchalantly turned the steering wheel with one hand, redirecting the car, no way. After 10 minutes of driving, when the car reached a traffic light, Sui stopped the car and habitually grabbed a piece of candy, peeled it, and popped it into his mouth. His peripheral vision noticed someone still sitting beside him, causing Sui's movement to pause. Sui. Tan Phalian's lips curled upwards as he watched Sui's awkward yet cute actions. Sui, who always greeted others with cold eyes, had this other side too. Liking milk candies was so adorable. Seeing Tan Phalian's teasing smile, Sui immediately avoided eye contact and continued driving. He found that Tan Phalian's mood was inexplicably good. After getting out of the car, Sui took Tan Phalian shopping in several luxury stores that he rarely visited. Tan Phalian showed no intention of buying clothes. Whenever Sui liked something, he would let Tan try it on. Surprisingly, everything Tan Phalian wore looked good, and most of what he tried on ended up being selected by Sui. Wrap them all up. Sui told the salesperson. Yes, sir. Some of the clothes were arranged for delivery to the villa. On Tan Phalian remained a pink thin sweatshirt. That refined face, paired with pink, didn't look jarring at all. Instead, it made him appear obedient when standing next to Sui in all black, exuding a faint aura of being a wife. Sir, your total is 78,000 yuan, the checkout staff at the counter said politely. When Sui took out his card, he glanced at Tan Phalian, saying, it's really expensive to support you. Frowning, Tan Phalian didn't want to talk, just looking at the pink sweatshirt on his body with obvious dissatisfaction. He didn't like pink. Upon hearing this, the front desk attendant smiled graciously, chiming in, you are truly kind to this gentleman. Is he your younger brother? Sui frankly replied, my wife. The attendant smiled wider, your wife looks great in pink, just like a star. You two have a great relationship. Sui took the brushed card and nodded, thank you for the compliment. Then Sui added, my wife does indeed look pretty good. She looks cute in pink. Standing nearby, upon hearing these words, Tan Phalian immediately stopped feeling uneasy about the outfit. Walking behind Sui, he caught Sui's hand and held it tightly. Though there were people watching, Sui did not pull away. After leaving the luxury store, Sui bought a few gifts, placed them in the car, and then drove toward the Su residence. You behave yourself a little later. My brother is quite fierce. But he's not bad. Sui immediately gave a warning. Sui took out a stack of documents and handed them to Tan Phalian. Your identity information, data, any aspects that can be investigated have been dealt with by me. Check your identity, and memorize it thoroughly. Sui looked at Tan Philian and continued, don't seem timid in front of my brother. He has been in the workplace for many years, and with just a glance, he can tell if someone is nervous. If you don't know what to say, don't say anything. Let me handle it. The more you say, the more likely you are to make mistakes. If my brother intends to investigate you, although I'm confident that he won't find much, once he starts checking, I can't guarantee how long I can keep things hidden. He holds immense power in Minzhou City. As long as he acknowledges you, he will protect you. Brother is very afraid of him. Tan Philian glanced sideways at Sui who was driving, his gaze sharp. Sounds pretty terrifying, doesn't it? Afraid. Sui frowned slightly, saying that he wasn't afraid would be disingenuous. Su Yan wasn't much older than Sui, but the authority of an elder always weighed down on him, and Sui was instinctively wary of his brother. Sui's eyes flickered, don't lose your temper in front of my brother. You shouldn't cause any trouble recently. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Just behave when we get there, standing behind me will be enough. By the time Sui finished speaking, he had already driven to the entrance of the Su family villa. Sui wasn't this ostentatious. Compared to Su Yan's various sports cars parked at the door, Sui's black SUV was exceptionally noticeable. After getting out of the car, Sui handed over the gifts from the back seat to Tan Philian, you carry them. The housekeeper opened the door after the doorbell rang a few times, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Sui. Young master has returned, please come inside quickly. Young master has returned. The housekeeper called out into the house, Mr. Su, young master has arrived. The housekeeper didn't know Tan Philian, but since he came with Sui, she naturally didn't neglect him, taking the gift from Tan Philian's hands proactively, let me handle it, please come in. Hearing the commotion, Su Yan didn't move, he remained seated on the sofa inside, reading a newspaper. Su Yan was dressed in a custom-made three-piece suit, his jacket casually draped beside him. His shirt paired with a vest, and an exclusive luxury watch adorned his wrist, perfectly matching his somber expression. The luxurious interior decoration fit Su Yan's temperament well, exuding a growing sense of silent oppression as one approached. Sui's throat involuntarily moved. Brother. Sui stood ramrod straight, calling out to his brother. Hearing the sound, Su Yan lifted his gaze. Surprisingly enough, his line of sight skipped directly over Sui, meeting Sui's and Sui's companion Tan Philian instead. Their eyes locked in that moment. Tan Philian didn't avoid Su Yan's gaze, only met it calmly and emotionlessly. Su Yan put down his newspaper with a furrowed brow. He had assumed that Sui wanted to escape the arranged marriage by deceiving him, claiming to be married just to fool him. Despite urging Sui many times to bring someone home, there had never been a result. Su Yan grew increasingly convinced that Sui was deceiving him. Now Sui actually brought someone home, which left Su Yan momentarily speechless. And it was a man. How much did you pay this actor? Su Yan raised an eyebrow lightly, trying to expose Sui. Not an actor. Sui tightly pressed his lips, pulling Tan Philian closer to Su Yan, standing just 2 meters in front of Su Yan. Sui spoke earnestly, brother, this is my wife, his name is Tan Philian. As he said this, Sui nudged Tan Philian gently, this is my brother, Su Yan. Good to meet you, brother. Tan Philian promptly responded. Su Yan's frown deepened, Sui seemed entirely serious, leaving no room for jokes. With a cold face, Su Yan stood up without even glancing at Tan Philian, walking straight upstairs with an ominous tone, Sui, follow me upstairs. Chapter 14, Obedient Cultivator. The atmosphere in the study on the upper floor was oppressive, with a chilling aura spreading out imperceptibly. Su Yan sat in a chair, his icy gaze causing Sui to be startled. Sui had been afraid of him since childhood, and now, seeing such an expression, he stood stiffly before the desk, awaiting judgment as Su Yan remained silent. He saw Su Yan make a phone call to his assistant. A few minutes later, the assistant entered with a stack of documents, handing them over to Su Yan, Mr. Su, please take a look. After speaking, the assistant hurriedly exited the study. Sui stood even straighter. As Su Yan flipped through the documents in his hand, his frown deepened. Valid marital relationship. Su Yan's eyes were fixed on the paper in his hand, nearly laughing in exasperation. A faint smirk appeared on Su Yan's lips, Sui, you seem to care less and less about what I think. I thought you were joking with me. Su Yan's gaze turned cold. I'm not, Sui gripped his clothing. Su Yan, do you really think that our family's marriage can be treated as casually as you do? Su Yan's slight frown couldn't suppress the anger welling up inside him, creating a suffocating silence, his already imposing demeanor sharp and tense. As soon as you leave this room, go and file for divorce. Su Yan looked up at Sui, a dark glint warning in his eyes. I like him, Sui directly contradicted, marrying him was a carefully considered decision, not a joke. What do you like about him? Su Yan felt it absurd, sheer nonsense on paper. Do you like men? Su Yan asked contemptuously. Sui tightly pressed his lips, loosening slightly, isn't Big Brother, also? Shut up. Su Yan interrupted Su Yi's words, his chest heaving in anger. Our family is vast and powerful, do you really think we'll tolerate you bringing a man home? When did you become so rigid? Su Yi retorted, if you like someone, you like them. Whether Tanfilian is a man or a woman has no bearing on this, and neither does our family business concern me. I am just an outsider. Su Yi knew how to cut straight to Su Yan's heartstrings. Upon hearing this, Su Yan's expression softened. Who says you're an outsider? Su Yan rebuked angrily, you are the legitimate young master of my Su family. Su Yi's pupils became dim, only Big Brother thinks so. The atmosphere in the room was eerily desolate. Both fell silent for a few seconds. Su Yan looked down at the documents in his hand, unwilling to continue the topic, but instead brought up Tanfilian again. Tanfilian, 19 years old, orphan, no family ties, no background, didn't even finish university, no legitimate job, nothing under his name. Are you operating a refugee shelter, Su Yi? Su Yan spoke with pressure. Su Yi. I see that he lacks any skills, earning money only to get plastic surgery, specifically targeting naive guys like you who haven't experienced anything yet. Su Yan's tongue was merciless. Su Yi. Then Su Yan put down the documents, as if making some internal decision, even if you truly prefer men, it shouldn't be a useless person like him. The alliance with Chiu Group was arranged years ago. The elder Chiu has many children, surely one of them will suit your tastes, and I'll arrange blind dates for you. After saying this, Su Yan continued, Tanfilian cannot enter the gates of our Su family, but other matters I can let you have your way. As for this marriage, I won't agree to it. Su Yan's words were firm, allowing Su Yi no chance to object. I don't know what tricks your so-called wife used to make you marry him, but it ends here. I won't attend blind dates, Su Yi flatly refused, I'm already married. Su Yan stood up sharply, glaring fiercely, with just a word from me, your valid marital relationship can be immediately annulled. Su Yan slapped the desk, veins protruding on his wrist. You've always been walking on thin ice within our Su family. You should be seeking more support rather than choosing a man, and worse, an orphan. Are you trying to drive me insane? Su Yan stepped forward towards Su Yi, what can he do for you while being with you? Isn't it clear that you're supporting him? Even buying his clothes and pants would cost your money, right? Su Yan hit the nail on the head. Su Yi. Su Yi looked down and said quietly, he's my wife, it's only natural that I spend money on him. Natural? Su Yan's voice grew stern, all I see is that he's after your money. Big brother. I know what I'm doing. I won't get divorced. Su Yi declared seriously. Su Yan restrained his temper, taking his coat as he headed towards the door. The slight breeze created a curved edge to his garment, his movements driven by frustration. You and Tanfilian together, what help can he be to you? I see that you're supporting him. Is this really necessary? Su Yan said fiercely. Su Yan was massaging his temples while speaking firmly without turning around, I wasn't joking with you, go speed dating with me tomorrow. The loud sound of a door slamming echoed in Su Yi's ears as the chandelier above him swayed slightly. Su Yi quickly followed downstairs. As he reached the bottom of the staircase, Su Yi saw Su Yan sneering and interrogating Tanfilian, how did you climb onto Su Yi's shoulders? Seeing this, Su Yi immediately quickened his steps and stood in front of Tanfilian protectively, saying, Big brother, don't scare him. Did I give you permission to speak? Su Yan glared coldly at him. Struck speechless, Su Yi had no time to react before Su Yan dragged Tanfilian to the balcony. Stay here. Su Yan said coldly to Su Yi without looking back. Su Yan closed the balcony window, and Tanfilian remained composed, awaiting his words. Both were no saints, standing together created a suffocating tension, the atmosphere rigid and still. Su Yan lit a cigarette. As smoke danced between them, Tanfilian's face grew increasingly unpleasant to Su Yan. Speak up, Su Yan said cruelly. How did you climb into Su Yi's bed? A flicker of amusement appeared in Tanfilian's eyes as he responded, naturally because Su Yi loves me to death. Before he could finish, Su Yan burst into laughter. Dismissively, he added, he's naive, so some of his decisions may be too hasty. You can name your price, I'll compensate you within reason. Compensation? Tanfilian understood Su Yan's implication and found it amusing, how oddly misplaced trust Su Yan had for his younger brother. How will you compensate? Tanfilian asked. With money, property, jobs, or I could send you abroad, Su Yan replied while tapping off his cigarette ash. Don't act like being close to Su Yi is something grand when it's just a bargain. Tanfilian laughed aloud. Examining Su Yan carefully, Tanfilian noted that although Su Yi and Su Yan shared many similarities, Su Yan was more astute. Both brothers were tough, but Su Yan's methods were harder-edged. But what if Su Yi doesn't want to leave me? Tanfilian's gaze shifted toward Su Yi in the living room, an obsessive gleam hinting at his refusal to let go. Without his brother, I'd die. The tone seemed casual, yet carried a warped and insane edge upon closer inspection. To Su Yan, talk of love leading to life-and-death situations was typical nonsense from a childish young man, which he naturally dismissed. Brother. Su Yi couldn't contain himself any longer in the living room. Su-yi opened the balcony door and walked to Tan Failian's side, protecting him clearly. I see you've lost your mind. Su-yen threw away the cigarette in anger upon seeing this. Su-yi had always been unpopular in the Su family. Of Su Elder's 3 children, Su-yi was the least favored. After his mother died, her shares were divided up, and the current madam of the Su household had always treated Su-yi coldly. If not for Su-yan's protection, Su-yi might not have even finished university. In half a year, Su-yen would be going abroad to manage various matters at the overseas branch, leaving Su-yi alone in Minzhou. Before then, Su-yen only wished to arrange a marriage alliance with a family of influence and background for Su-yi, to avoid any troublemakers in the Su family causing chaos. At such a critical moment, Su-yi announced his marriage, causing Su-yen to seethe with anger inside but unable to vent it. Big brother, stop getting angry, anger causes wrinkles easily. Su-yi admitted guiltily. He clearly sensed Su-yen disliked Tan Failian, and knowing Su-yan's disposition, he'd guessed all along that this was coming. Just as they were at an impasse, the housekeeping aunt had already served the final dish onto the dining table. Mr. Su, little master, sir, dinner is ready. Hearing this, Su-yi quickly pulled Su-yen toward the dining table. Big brother, come eat. I'm starving. This meal was peculiarly awkward. Su-yi served dishes to Su-yen repeatedly with great diligence. Don't try to win me over. Su-yen shoved the dish back into Su-yi's bowl. There's no negotiation on this matter. Seeing this, Su-yi gave up trying and turned his head toward Tan Failian, kissing his cheek right in front of his big brother. Su-yen. Surprised by Su-yi's kiss, Tan Failian raised his hand to touch the spot where Su-yi had kissed him, looking smug. Smack. A slapping sound came from the opposite end. Su-yen slammed down his chopsticks forcefully on the table and stormed out. Thus, their first meeting ended unpleasantly. After Su-yen left, the oppressive atmosphere dispersed somewhat. Su-yi loved eating the dishes prepared by the housekeeping aunt. Whenever he returned home, she tailored her dishes according to his tastes. Only after Su-yi finished his meal conscientiously did he take Tan Failian away. In the car, Su-yi could feel Tan Failian's restlessness. It was the last day of Tan Failian's special period. He had received an injection earlier in the day and managed to hold back all day with no incidents, but as the medicine wore off, Tan Failian was struggling to endure the discomfort. Unconsciously, Su-yi increased the speed of the car heading home. After arriving home, Su-yi received a message from Su-yan's assistant. Young master, your arranged meeting with the Chiu family is tomorrow. You must go, Mr. Su is already very angry. Please don't upset him further. The assistant continued, I'm begging you, young master. Don't make me lose my job. You don't even have to like it, just show up so I can report back. Below the message was a string of kneeling emoji. Su-yi fully understood how everyone in the company feared Su-yen. Because even he himself was afraid. Is brother going on a blind date? Suddenly, Tan Failian wrapped his arms around Su-yi from behind. A fiery breath grazed Su-yi's earlobe. Tan Failian had seen the assistant's message, though his reaction wasn't outwardly intense, the grip of his hands on Su-yi tightened in a frightening manner. Su-yi could feel Tan Failian's unusually high body temperature. Before he could react, there was a sudden dizziness, and Su-yi found himself pressed against the entrance hallway by Tan Failian. Tan Failian held Su-yi's waist tightly, his head buried in Su-yi's neck, breathing deeply and heavily. Brother, I've been good today. Chapter 15, Anger Cultivation. When Su-yi touched Tan Failian's waist, his ears suddenly turned hot. A numb sensation coursed through him like an electric current, and his back stiffened in response. To prevent Tan Failian from losing control, he didn't push Tan Failian away. Brother, kiss me. Tan Failian's breath was rough and warm, his eyelids tinged with unbearable suffering, and his bewitching face made his heart race. The corners of his eyes blushed faintly. Su-yi lifted his hand and gently stroked Tan Failian who was pressing on top of him. The hair like a waterfall or silk glided between his fingers. Pull your nails in, Failian. Failian, pull them in. Su-yi's voice trembled. Otherwise, I will dislike you. Dislike. The waves in Tan Failian's eyes changed, as he paused his actions and looked at Su-yi. If brother dislikes. Pull the nails in. Tan Failian reached out to touch Su-yi's lips, and the sharp nails transformed into clean human fingertips. No matter how much Su-yi tried to calm Tan Failian, eventually, Su-yi bit into Tan Failian's wrist until blood-red teeth marks appeared. Tan Failian did not get angry because of this. Lifting his hand to examine the wound blended into his skin, sunlight cast upon it turning the blood into an art piece carved into his hand. Tan Failian's lips curved slightly as his fingertips lightly flickered. Threads of vine spiraled out from his fingertips, then slid along the bite mark inside. The pain deepened Tan Failian's smile, his eye color shifting with emotions too complicated to name. The toxins would stay within the vine threads and be injected into the bite mark. That scar infused with toxins would never heal, and it would always remain on his own wrist. This was given by Su-yi. And only for him. The cruel flame merged with bone and blood, where love for Su-yi eternally resided. Tan Failian had long since been consumed in chasing after him. That night. Su-yi's soft hand rested on the quilt lazily. His throat hoarse, eyes unfocused and aimless, tightly wrapping himself in the quilt. Su Yan's assistant woke Su Yi up the next day with a call about a coffee shop address. Su Yi's mind became clearer after listening. As he stepped onto the floor, Su Yi fell off the bed directly. Su Yi's legs trembled. As he raised his head again, Tan Feilian rushed inside and quickly helped him up. Brother. Su Yi sat dejectedly on the edge of the bed while Tan Feilian squatted down massaging his legs. Tan Feilian looked very nervous but showed no awareness of being the real culprit. Su Yi kicked Tan Feilian with his foot. Tan Feilian grabbed Su Yi's foot and kissed it. Su Yi felt both angry and amused. Through these days together, Su Yi gradually understood more about Tan Feilian's tendencies. He would listen when spoken to and favored Su Yi showing dependence. Whenever Su Yi acted dependent, Tan Feilian seemed to become fond of him. But Tan Feilian was already uncontrollable. Su Yi could only experiment further and further. Su Yi raised his hand and encircled Tan Feilian's neck, burying his head weakly in Tan Feilian's neck hollow. Carry me to wash. I will hurt. Su Yi deliberately deepened his voice, it really hurts. Upon hearing those words, Su Yi was immediately scooped up by Tan Feilian and carried in his arms. Once again, Su Yi won. He realized he had somehow become a stake. Around Tan Feilian existed an invisible circle of killing intent, but by merely mentioning Su Yi's name, one could enter and leave safely. The arranged meeting was organized by Su Yan, and naturally Su Yi couldn't decline. It wasn't Su Yi's style to make others feel difficult either. After all, it was just meeting someone, and Su Yi truly wanted to take a walk out. The cafe wasn't too far from Su Yi's residence. Walking slowly all along, his thoughts drifted somewhere else entirely as he enjoyed the wind. Just as he arrived at the street corner waiting for the traffic light, his phone rang. It was an unknown number. Upon answering, the sound on the other end caused Su Yi's immediate unease. Is Big Brother really going to meet someone? Tan Feilian's tone in the call remained unchanged but much colder. Before Su Yi could respond, Tan Feilian spoke again close to his ear, don't go. Tan Feilian, not everything is as simple as you think. Seemingly ignoring Su Yi's telephone, Tan Feilian repeated, don't go. What if I go? What will you do? I'll kill him. Tan Feilian said. Chapter 16, Confession. Su Yi's expression was obscure, and he did not think Tan Feilian was joking. Tan Feilian, if you harm someone, do you really think you can escape? The people of the Administration Bureau are not useless, Su Yi said, you shouldn't be foolish to this extent. Does Big Brother really think I'm listening to you because I'm afraid of being discovered? Tan Feilian's tone was dark, sharp yet laced with a casual sense of amusement. Or does Big Brother think I'm afraid of those, waste? I'm afraid of nothing. Su Yi's expression slightly changed as hybrids develop an almost pathological possessiveness towards what they perceive as their own. Su Yi thought that Tan Feilian believed his engagement in a blind date constituted a betrayal. I just want to tick off my task list for my brother and will return soon. Tan Feilian, don't let me come back and find you missing. Su Yi threatened in response. Will Big Brother talk to that person? Will you smile at him? Will you send him home willingly? Will you kiss him? Tan Feilian asked steadily, one sentence after another, will you sleep with him? You little lunatic. Su Yi couldn't hold back from cursing, what is going on inside your head, Tan Feilian? You know what? Tan Feilian suddenly shifted the topic. Big Brother should come back quickly, I don't like being alone. I'll cook lunch for you. If you're not here when it's done, Big Brother will know what I'll do. Tan Feilian's words carried a sharp edge, and while intangible, were terrifyingly ominous. Before Su Yi could respond, Tan Feilian had hung up the phone. Bzzz bzzz bzzz. The sound of the disconnected call disturbed Su Yi's thoughts, pressing down on his footsteps with uneasiness. His life seemed to have started heading toward an unprecedented and unknown path since Tan Feilian's mating season began, all external factors pushing him into making various reckless decisions. Tan Feilian went from an occasionally remembered experimental subject to his actual wife. When Su Yi reached the cafe, the Chiu family members were already waiting inside. It was Chiu Chong, the eldest son of the second madam of the Chiu family. The assistant had sent over some information about Chiu Chong, who returned from studying abroad and now holds the top position in one of the branches of the Chiu Group Corporation, with impressive credentials overall. As Su Yi walked into the cafe, he immediately spotted Chiu Chong, who had been waiting for quite some time. Chiu Chong was dressed in luxury brand clothing, exuding an aura of wealth, though it seemed somewhat deliberate. When he saw Su Yi, the anticipation in his eyes dimmed instantly, the bright gaze filled with disappointment. Beneath that disappointed aloofness lay unabashed disdain. How could it be you? Chiu Chong furrowed his brows, his eyes full of barely contained anger. This arranged meeting was set up under Su Yan's name, so the entire Chiu family assumed Su Yan would be coming, making it a coveted opportunity among the Chiu siblings. Since Chiu Chong harbored feelings for Su Yan, he used some means to arrange his own attendance. He didn't expect to see Su Yi instead. A mere cast-off member of the family, Chiu Chong paid no heed to Su Yi. The branches within the Chiu family were disorganized, and lacking a firm foothold, they needed a strong backing. However, if Su Yi was the partner in question, things would differ. Su Yi had no right of inheritance in the Su family, so being able to align with the Chiu Corporation would essentially add wings to Su Yi's ambitions. Thus, the situation was completely reversed. So, Chiu Chong didn't bother hiding his disdain upon seeing Su Yi. Su Yi sat across from Chiu Chong with perfect calm. Looks like neither of us is particularly satisfied with each other. Suddenly, Chiu Chong laughed, unable to fathom why the person wasn't Su Yan but Su Yi, and came up with only one possible explanation. How about this? Are you trying to establish ties between your brother and our Chiu family? How ridiculous. Su Yi, have you ever weighed how much or how little you're worth? Chiu Chong leaned his head on his hand lazily, feeling he'd wasted so much time waiting for nothing. He thought he was meeting the coveted treasure that is Su Yan, only to find out it was Su Yi, commonly regarded as the Su family's burden. Now, he understood, Su Yan's scheme under the guise of the Su family was to secure a suitable background for her younger brother. Had he known it would be Su Yi, there's no way he'd rush here to waste time. Disappointed to see me? Su Yi asked. How about this? Do you fancy my brother? With hands folded across his chest, Su Yi's eyes revealed contempt rarely influenced by emotions, finding pleasure in stirring others. I wouldn't give you a glance even if I cared, and my brother probably wouldn't even spare you a single glance. Despite the annoyance caused by the other party's attitude, Su Yi found delight in directly resolving the matter, resulting in mutual aversion, completing his mission for Su Yan in the process. Su Yi, do you think yourself to be something great? What qualifies you to look down on me? Easily irritable, Chiu Chong could not tolerate such a remark. Su Yi said expressionlessly, I doubt my brother has investigated you, or else he wouldn't have let some trash meet with me. What did you say? Chiu Chong erupted in fury. You're clearly a bastard child. Ah. The rest of Chiu Chong's words were choked in his throat as Su Yi suddenly poured hot water over him. The hot water was prepared by Chiu Chong for the server. It was meant to impress Su Yan but ended up soaking him instead. Chiu Chong glared at Su Yi furiously, are you asking for death, Su Yi? Chiu Chong had never experienced such humiliation and couldn't swallow this disgrace, immediately standing up to prepare to attack. Just as Chiu Chong stood up, Su Yi pulled out a gun from his waistband and slammed it on the table, his eyes cold. Bang! The newly modified pistol spun once on the smooth table surface before aligning its handle back toward Su Yi, its black muzzle pointing straight at Chiu Chong. In an instant, the surrounding area fell silent, ripples spilled over from the coffee on the table, while Su Yi's dark eyes showed a relaxed wave. Like his demeanor, he always dominated the field. At the moment the gun started spinning, even Chiu Chong's breath slowed instinctively. Hastily lowering his gaze, although his back was still slightly bent, trembles betrayed his fear through his lip movement. Sit down and talk properly, Su Yi said with a smile on his lips, tilting his head slightly, though despite the curve on his lips, the coldness in his eyes made Chiu Chong unconsciously lick his lips. Chiu Chong's temples pulsed violently, his wrists trembling badly. Su Yi continued, I am different from my brother, not much of a negotiator, intolerant of humiliation, and unwilling to be cursed at. Mr. Chiu should behave appropriately. Chiu Chong. Su Yi raised an eyebrow, this way we can both get the job done properly. Chiu Chong was tense and breathing heavily, leaning against the sofa behind him, no longer daring to look up at Su Yi. Seeing that Chiu Chong sat down, Su Yi added, when replying to my brother, tell him I didn't find you appealing, avoiding trouble for me in the future and making things easier for you too. The business aspect doesn't interest me, nor do I have much to warn you about. The only thing I could say is. Su Yi pretended to think, Mr. Chiu is more of a waste than I imagined. Chiu Chong's face contorted, but he couldn't protest. I didn't mean what I said just now. Chiu Chong hurriedly defended himself. Su Yi, the emotions conveyed in words depend on the interpretation of the listener, and that's exactly what they mean. Su Yi looked at the gun on the table and knew Chiu Chong feared the gun, not him. Su Yi went on, no need to argue or be afraid, I'm a law-abiding person and won't take lives recklessly. He stared coldly, at least compared to Mr. Chiu, my hands are relatively clean. Do you agree? Su Yi wore a mocking smirk, as if trying to rip someone apart. When light shines into darkness, nobody remains untainted. An invisible aura spread out, leaving Chiu Chong speechless. Since you're not suitable, we really should part ways amicably without damaging our relationship. Chiu Chong spoke weakly. Reasonable, then today ends here. After saying that, Su Yi waved over the staff, pack a cup of Americano for me. Yes, sir. The staff member lowered their head, those who carry firearms internationally must be specially authorized by the Management Bureau, causing them to tremble cautiously. A few minutes later, upon receiving the coffee, Su Yi got up looking completely relaxed and pointed at Chiu Chong opposite, this gentleman will pay the bill. How could Chiu Chong dare refuse? As he watched Su Yi walk away, his expression grew darker and deeper. Shit. After Su Yi left, Chiu Chong exited the cafe. Impulsive by nature, Chiu Chong couldn't stand being at a disadvantage. Now having suffered embarrassment in front of Su Yi, not seeking retribution wasn't like him at all. Chiu Chong quickly walked to the alley behind the cafe and dialed a phone call, all his anger bursting out, get some people to teach the young master of the Su family a lesson. Don't tie it back to me. Would Mr. Chiu prefer crippling or killing? The voice on the other end of the phone spoke lightly, as if not discussing human life at all. That lowlife is already disrespected within the Su family. Does he think himself superior? Find a way to get him dismissed by the management bureau, don't kill him. Breaking his arms and legs doesn't matter, just keep him alive. There was already satisfaction in Chiu Chang's voice. How dare he act high and mighty in front of me, truly thinking himself something. He's nothing. Be ruthless when you attack. Chiu Chang ended the call angrily and walked onto the road, raising his head and seeing a shadow suddenly appear before him which intensified his anger even more. Can't walk, huh? Chiu Chang scolded. Who did you just say you were going to teach a lesson to? Tan Feilian blocked Chiu Chang's path, his eyes filled with disdain as his pupils flashed with a hint of murderous intent. Who the hell are you? If you know what's good for you, get out of my way. Chiu Chang had a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent, and Tan Feilian had just happened to cross his path. Is it Sui? Tan Feilian moved closer instead of retreating. Are you planning to teach Sui a lesson? Tan Feilian's tone was mocking and probing. Chiu Chang furrowed his brow tightly. He had made sure multiple times that there was no one around before he made the phone call. This alley was rarely passed by anyone on an average day, but if someone really had heard him, it would indeed be troublesome for him. What about Sui? You must have mistaken something. I don't know who he is, Chiu Chang said sternly. Pity. Tan Feilian leaned his head slightly, veins popping up in his hand as he grabbed Chiu Chang and pushed him hard against the wall on one side of the alley. It seems I heard something different, Tan Feilian whispered. With that, Tan Feilian released his grip and kicked Chiu Chang to the ground. Ah! Chiu Chang's head hit a sharp rock on the ground and instantly bled. Tan Feilian didn't give Chiu Chang time to react. He grabbed Chiu Chang's jaw and slowly slid down, pinching Chiu Chang's neck. The look on Tan Feilian's face was obsessively terrifying. For the first time, Chiu Chang felt the fear of life and death. It took only seconds for Chiu Chang's breathing to go from rapid to difficult. He lifted his hands to grab Tan Feilian's wrist but couldn't utter a single coherent word. Cough, cough. Tan Feilian watched Chiu Chang, who could not even beg for mercy, with revulsion. His face gradually turned blue and purple, the pupil filled with panic thinking Tan Feilian was some evil person. This was the human fear of death, small and cowardly. So incredibly boring. As Tan Feilian choked Chiu Chang's neck, the hand seemed to transform into beast-like claws in his mind. Blood surged from the scratches on Chiu Chang's neck. Tan Feilian dragged Chiu Chang by his collar off the ground and threw him violently against the wall. Chiu Chang's head was pressed firmly against the grayish wall, the sore throat forcing him to try and beg for mercy, which he couldn't hide anymore in his terrified eyes. "Ple, please let me go." Chiu Chang realized he was trying to speak, yet no sound came out from his mouth, all he could feel was pain. Tan Feilian held Chiu Chang's head and pulled his hair, reading silently from the side the pleas for mercy from Chiu Chang. Tan Feilian leaned close to Chiu Chang's ear and asked while observing the blood on his head, "Should we stop at this level? Is this acceptable?" Ayaha. The hoarse shout of Chiu Chang sounded heavy and bizarre, like sticky plasma hard to endure. Tan Feilian grabbed Chiu Chang's hair and slammed him onto the ground again. By the time Chiu Chang hit the ground this time, he no longer had the strength to get up. Tan Feilian stepped on Chiu Chang's face roughly. "Is this the degree you prefer?" The response from Tan Feilian was Chiu Chang's heavy breathing. He shifted his foot, stepping onto Chiu Chang's hand joints. Crack. The sound of bone fracture echoed. Aya. Chiu Chang's whole body trembled. Next came his knees, crack. Sweat dripped from Chiu Chang's forehead into his eyes, his muffled cries of pain trapped in his throat. Breaking arms and legs feels like this, right? Or should we use knives? You didn't specify earlier, Tan Feilian asked with feigned confusion. There was no reply. When Tan Feilian looked down again, Chiu Chang had already fainted. So painful. Regret flickered in Tan Feilian's eyes. Would his brother faint at this level too? Tan Feilian stared coldly at Chiu Chang lying on the ground, resembling the grim reaper of life and death. "You should be thankful that he doesn't like me to kill." After leaving the alley, Tan Feilian went to the cafe Sui had just visited. Walking inside, he approached the counter, looking uninterested at the menu filled with mixed Chinese and English items. "What did the most handsome brother order just now?" Tan Feilian asked. The staff member finally snapped back from being dazzled by Tan Feilian's beauty after hearing the question. The staff reviewed the customers of the day. The most handsome was just the one who had the gun. He ordered an Americano. Would you like the same? Yes. 38 yuan, sir. After confirming the order, the staff indicated it was time to pay. Tan Feilian raised his finger and swiped over the payment code interface, showing the successful payment prompt immediately. How did you do that, sir? Fingerprint payment recognition isn't supposed to be available yet, the staff asked in astonishment. Tan Feilian's thin lips moved slightly. My wife made it for me. He works at the research institute. As he said this, he couldn't help but boast, he is very beautiful. The staff member smiled and praised, you are also very beautiful, what a great face. That's because you haven't seen my wife. Tan Philian seemed to be in a good mood, dedicated to instilling in everyone the awareness of how beautiful his wife is. You two have such great feelings. Tan Philian smiled and said, I love him. Do you know what love is? Tan Philian asked the staff member. Ah. The staff member awkwardly opened his mouth, no. I also know, Tan Philian said. After coming out from the cafe, as Tan Philian was sipping on an iced Americano, Suyi's phone interface popped up with a message about a deduction of 38 yuan. Suyi. After taking a sip from the coffee with a straw, Tan Philian pondered. Why do humans drink such bitter things? Following Suyi's trail, Tan Philian walked along the street and saw Suyi 10 minutes later. Suyi wasn't walking towards home, but rather. Chapter 17 Love Me, Shio. Tan Philian followed Suyi all the way to the special laboratory of the Administration Bureau. Tan Philian didn't go inside. About half an hour later, Suyi came out of the lab holding a few vials of medicine. The red label on the injection was clearly visible to Tan Philian. It was a high-intensity sedative. How heartless of my brother, Tan Philian murmured indifferently. Tan Philian leaned against the tree opposite the lab and kept his eyes on the direction where Suyi had gone. He still didn't go home. Instead, Suyi walked to a nearby park, not far from their house. When Tan Philian followed him, Suyi was crouching halfway down, stroking the head of a white cat. Tan Philian hadn't seen Suyi smile much. At this moment, Suyi's eyes were full of warmth. The gentle sunlight filtered through the branches, scattering across Suyi's cheeks and hair, making the grey chill that always enveloped him seem warm and romantic. Just like when they first met, Suyi stood out under the shadow beneath him. Despite the filth and stench around, Suyi had his own color. Always dazzlingly bright. For a moment, Tan Philian became lost in thought as strange and wicked thoughts rose in his mind. Suyi could smile at a stray cat, why not at me? I can't even compete with a cat. After Suyi left, Tan Philian stared at his retreating figure. As Tan Philian stepped closer, he imitated Suyi by squatting halfway and gently touched the little cat's head. Growl. The little cat seemed to dislike being touched by Tan Philian, its sharp claws scratching his wrist while trying to break free. Tan Philian retracted his hand and gripped the back of the cat's neck. This cat made Suyi smile, he didn't want to hurt it. To a cat that couldn't understand words, Tan Philian said, he doesn't like you. He won't take you home, but he'll take me home. After the cold wind melted away, Tan Philian found himself holding a piece of candy that wouldn't fade its color, having now a home while the stray cat remained homeless. When Suyi returned home, Tan Philian was cooking. Seeing Tan Philian in the kitchen, Suyi sighed in relief, his heavy breathing revealing his inner turmoil. Hearing the sound, Tan Philian emerged from the kitchen and rubbed against Suyi affectionately. Brother has finally come back. Did you enjoy your blind date? Was that person handsome? Does brother like them? Tan Philian asked casually. Smelling the scent of white tea on Tan Philian, Suyi's mind filled with extreme happiness. If loving someone were so easy, how many affections in this world could withstand the test of time? Suyi lectured Tan Philian inexplicably. Love isn't like children playing house. It comes with responsibility. So does brother like them? Tan Philian continued to ask. Suyi noticed that Tan Philian insisted on hearing a definitive answer. I don't. Suyi replied. Upon hearing this, Tan Philian smiled and leaned forward, lightly kissing the corner of Suyi's mouth. Before Suyi could react in astonishment, Tan Philian stood up straight again. Suyi. Suyi frowned. That kiss, how similar it was to a child's reward for good behavior. Was brother worried I would be angry and thus came home so early? Tan Philian laughed, changing the topic. If we're talking about it seriously, it was indeed the case. But Suyi wouldn't admit it. He walked past Tan Philian. I'm a bit tired and want to rest, Suyi said, then went back to his room. Suyi's demeanor was off throughout the day. He had to pretend to have more energy than he did. Even after taking medication, he didn't feel better. That night, he developed a high fever. Suyi woke up in a daze, lying in Tan Philian's arms with a cooling pad on his forehead. Suyi wanted to push Tan Philian away. But he heard Tan Philian say, don't move, brother. The power is out, and you'll be scared. Suyi then looked around. This was strange. Waking up in Tan Philian's arms, his first reaction wasn't fear of the darkness. Suyi stopped moving. He heard Tan Philian ask, why did brother have a fever? Once again, Suyi realized that the subconscious of a different kind might fail to perceive certain issues. For instance, why he had a fever. At that moment, Suyi's anger somewhat subsided. Because, you were too rough. Tan Philian tightened his grip on Suyi's waist, I cherished you greatly. What did this mean? Is it already restrained enough? I will change. Brother, Tan Philian buried his head in Suyi's neck, love me. Tan Philian's declaration came unexpectedly and utterly untimely. Yet, Suyi's heart truly trembled at those words. Suddenly, Tan Philian lifted the blanket and pressed Suyi to the bed. I'll give you some kisses. Tan Philian grabbed Suyi's fingertips and kissed them lightly. It'll be fine. The next day, Sui woke up startled by a cold sensation. Tan Philian was applying medicine to him. Sui pulled the covers over himself and looked at Tan Philian with lowered eyes. Your heat period is already over. That's right, Tan Philian replied straightforwardly without lying, confirming Suyi's observation. Then last night. Tan Philian interrupted, you kissed me first. Sui. Suyi's gaze fell on Tan Philian's slightly bent index finger. Tan Philian had undergone a lie detector test in the lab before, and he always subconsciously curved his index finger when lying. Cheater. Sui stood up and got dressed without another word to Tan Philian. When Tan Philian came out of the bedroom, Sui was sitting on the couch in the living room, pointing to the stool across from him. After Tan Philian sat down, Sui spoke, since your heat period has passed, starting today, you will sleep in the guest room. You're not allowed to sleep with me anymore. You cannot touch me again. Sui reverted to his usual aloofness, his indifferent demeanor matching perfectly. What if I touch you? Tan Philian's amber-like eyes roamed over Sui, flashing with displeasure. Suyi's expression remained calm, but his tone left no room for negotiation as he laid out the worst possible outcome. Do you think I would listen to you? Tan Philian's wrist veins were slightly protruding as he absently tapped the backrest of the sofa. Brother is too cruel, always threatening me. Can I only touch you during my heat period? Tan Philian asked disappointedly. Sui stayed silent, answering the question implicitly with his silence. How regrettable, after the estrus period appears, it only occurs once every 2 months, Tan Philian said despondently. Tan Philian, from now on, you can only follow my words. If Tan Philian didn't agree, Sui felt he would die in a very humiliating way. Tan Philian could crush anyone effortlessly. Upon hearing this, Tan Philian chuckled softly, if I obey you, will brother like me? I don't want to wait too long, brother, don't make me wait too long. Tan Philian's calm voice carried a tint of obsession, warning in its own subtle way. It seemed like he would only accept one result, and he gave Sui just this one option. After this conversation, Tan Philian really kept quiet for about 10 days. The most extreme thing he did was touching or brushing against Sui. Tan Philian didn't return to the bedroom to sleep with Sui, nor did he go to the guest room. Instead, each night after Sui locked the bedroom door, Tan Philian slept on the sofa in the living room. Hearing the click of the locked bedroom door, Tan Philian's lips curled into a smile, his eyes filled with fiery intent. Brother, if I want to do something, can you escape? Tan Philian gazed in the direction of the bedroom with a lost look, a victorious glint in his eyes. What does brother look like when he's proactive? Would he cry? This day, Sui had just lain down in his room when a hissing sound began. Shoo, shoo. In an instant, all the backup lights blinked off. The house plunged into pitch darkness. Coincidentally, there was no moon tonight, and the wind coming through the window brought no light whatsoever. The darkness before Sui left him bewildered and terrified, breaking out in sweat on his forehead and palms, yet feeling cold all over. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Sui ran barefoot toward the exit of the house. In the confusion, he tripped and struggled blindly to find his way out like a headless fly. Screech. The bedroom door opened. Philian. Suyi's urgent voice carried a note of panic, almost like someone in a nightmare. Tan Philian. Tan Philian. Receiving no response, Suyi's breathing grew increasingly rapid. Overcome by fear, his body slid down slowly. Even though the darkness in the living room might have been slightly less terrifying than the enclosed bedroom, to Sui, 7/10 of fear was as unbearable as 10/10. With no way to help himself, Sui curled up in a corner, clutching his head and shaking uncontrollably as his thoughts spiraled chaotically. Amid the chaos, he still called out for the only person who might appear in the house, Tan Philian. Tan Philian. No one responded. Suyi's trembling fingertips betrayed his anxiety. Suddenly, the familiar scent of white tea approached closer and closer to Sui. Though his vision was greatly impaired in the dark, Sui could sense the fragrance drawing near. To him at that moment, this smell was undeniably a lifeline. Tan Philian became the only sailboat in an endless black sea raising its flag high. Getting closer to him meant surviving this ordeal. Philian. Sui searched frantically in terror. Tan Philian walked to Sui, then slowly squatted down in front of him. He raised his hand first to gently pat Suyi's head, saying softly, I'm here. Hearing the familiar voice, Sui seemed to feel somewhat reassured, but it still wasn't enough for him in this moment. Suyi's breath was hot and his body stiff, everything around him felt like a hell he could fall into at any second. His eyes were bloodshot, and the harder he tried to see clearly, the less he could make out. Sui curled up on the floor, unable to gain clarity from the cold tiles beneath him. He was still afraid. Too many thoughts ran through Suyi's mind. If Tan Philian were to embrace him now, he wouldn't push him away. He would accept the rescue, staying within the bounds of their agreement. Why didn't Tan Philian hold him? Feeling Tan Philian's tentative approach, it provided little comfort, a fear-laden memory overwhelmed him. Suyi's bones had turned to jelly, leaving him immobilized both in movement and retreat. The moment Tan Philian's hand slipped away from Sui, the last thread holding him together finally snapped. Like a traveler parched with thirst, Sui followed the warmth and direction left by Tan Phalian's fingertips and flung himself into Tan Phalian's arms. Tiny sobs accompanied Sui as they tumbled into Tan Phalian's embrace. Can an embrace drive away the darkness? Of course not. But an embrace can create the illusion of being protected. Sui clutched tightly onto the corners of Tan Phalian's clothes, creasing them beyond smoothing, soaking Tan Phalian's shirt with sweat. With his head buried in Tan Phalian's chest, Sui's body remained rigid. Looking down at the person cradled in his arms, Tan Phalian wrapped his arm around Sui's waist, pulling him closer. A flicker of emotion crossed his gaze. Leaning close to Sui's ear, Tan Phalian whispered softly, "Don't be afraid. I'm here with you." As Tan Phalian's soothing presence unconsciously emanated, Sui's racing heartbeat slowed down without his noticing. He didn't know why getting closer to Tan Phalian made him feel so secure, but he couldn't resist it. "Don't be afraid." Lifting Sui into his arms, Tan Phalian walked back toward the bedroom once again, becoming the only moonlight amid the dark night, a force Sui couldn't refuse. "I won't do anything. I'll just stay by your side." Gently laying Sui onto the bed, Tan Phalian held him close for comfort. Sui was still afraid. This was the first time Sui had ever relied on Tan Phalian so completely, and also the first time he could feel drowsy amidst such pitch-black surroundings. Under Tan Phalian's calming influence, Sui's racing thoughts gradually settled. Before long, Sui really fell asleep. Even after Sui drifted off, Tan Phalian continued to gently rub his back, relishing the rare instance where Sui initiated contact. Like now, if he were to leave, Sui would cling to him desperately. Tan Phalian stroked Sui's face, immune to the dark. He saw clearly that Sui's eyelashes were slightly damp, but he slept peacefully, instinctively seeking comfort in Tan Phalian's scent. When Tan Phalian tried to withdraw his hand, Sui immediately grasped it in his sleep. For so many years, Sui had fought the all-encompassing darkness and stifling memories, and tonight, he'd emerged victorious. "Brother, you've been so good," Tan Phalian leaned down and kissed Sui gently. Chapter 18, Sending Flowers to E. The next day, Sui still tightly gripped 2 fingers of Tan Phalian when he woke up. Sui mechanically loosened his grip and pulled away, creating distance. Upon waking, Sui didn't have much emotion. The fact that Tan Phalian was in the bed was something Sui had accepted last night himself. Both were men, it wasn't a big deal to sleep. Sui carefully recalled the previous night, and it seemed like Tan Phalian really hadn't done anything, just stayed by his side as he slept, while Sui clung onto him. Sui, embarrassing. Regarding the embarrassing incident from yesterday, Sui acted as if it never happened. "Today, there's a gala at Shusher Group Corporation. You should come with me. Becoming familiar with some people will benefit your identity." Seeing Tan Phalian open his eyes, Sui got up after grabbing his own clothes. "What identity?" Supporting himself, Tan Phalian asked, half smiling. His bare upper body revealed muscular lines, hazy vision, fitting perfectly with Tan Phalian's demeanor. "My wife," Sui said calmly. Tan Phalian didn't argue against this title, seeming spirited instead, just repeating once, "Wife." Sui frowned, "What?" Tan Phalian approached Sui, suddenly leaning down slightly and hugging Sui's waist from behind, lazily nuzzling against Sui's waist. "Good morning, wife." After speaking, Tan Phalian tugged Sui's wrist downward, causing Sui to fall back onto the bed. With their faces facing each other, Tan Phalian cradled Sui's face and kissed the corner of Sui's mouth. Sui widened his eyes in shock and quickly stood up. "We must lay down 3 rules. Brother broke our agreement last night," said Tan Phalian. "This is merely reciprocating." Sui. He was in the wrong. Realizing his mistake, Sui remained silent, hurriedly dressed, and then fled from the bedroom. Afterward, upon seeing Sui's intentions, Tan Phalian took the initiative to lift his wrist and stopped before Sui. When Sui injected the sedative into Tan Phalian's vein, Tan Phalian didn't flinch, watching Sui quietly. "Brother, do you know what would happen if someone else administered the sedative to me?" Lifting his gaze, Sui met the seemingly innocent face of Tan Phalian. He heard him say, "I would kill them." Upon hearing these words, Sui paused his hand on Tan Phalian's wrist. Feeling Sui stiffen with his action, Tan Phalian reached out and guided the needle further into his pulse using Sui's hand. Sui's hand grew hot and trembled in his grip. After administering the injection, Tan Phalian leaned close, his fiery words burning near Sui's ear. "Besides the sedative, there's a disrupting agent in there too, right?" Sui's breath caught sharply. He felt dizzy and disoriented. As Tan Phalian sensed Sui's chest rising and falling, he continued, "You don't need to sneak the drugs in quietly, as long as it's something you want me to take, I won't refuse. Even if brother wants to kill me, I'll let him," Tan Phalian said. Sui was deeply shaken by Tan Phalian's words. His body froze. He hadn't expected Tan Phalian to realize he had mixed disrupting agents with the sedative. The sedative stabilized the moods of mutants, keeping them calm with little emotional fluctuation and less prone to anger. The disrupting agent, on the other hand, controlled mutant spirit body magnetic fields and weakened their abilities. Even though Tan Philian had recently been behaving nicely, Sui couldn't risk any mistakes from him. Since Tan Philian found out but didn't stop him. Between Suyi's floating fingertips, the needle fell to the ground. Taking one step closer to Sui, Tan Philian's eyes showed loneliness as he asked, "Brother, do you know how much pain the disrupting agent causes me?" Caught in the act, Sui pretended to be nonchalant, but his throat tightened and he couldn't speak a word. Reaching out, Tan Philian caressed Suyi's cheek, tracing his fingers downwards until they reached Suyi's neck, where he lightly scraped Suyi's side neck. "I should be angry, shouldn't I? It hurts so much." Tan Philian's eyes closed, covering the restraint in his eyes. "Comfort me." Sui instinctively retreated, overwhelmed by Tan Philian's overpowering aura. As Sui listened to his words, his breathing quickened. Not intending to blame him made Sui inexplicably afraid. Everything Sui did, Tan Philian knew. So from the very beginning, the outcome of this chess game was already decided. What was Tan Philian thinking? Instead of blaming, he sought comfort. How to comfort you? What do you want? Sui tried to make Tan Philian forget his tampering with the medication. The advantage lay with Tan Philian. Provoking him would bring no benefit to Sui. Tan Philian didn't reply, just gazed at Sui with a faint expression. Sui attempted to understand Tan Philian's thoughts. He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out either. Sui extended his hand slowly and grabbed Tan Philian's hand. Throughout the gesture, Sui carefully observed Tan Philian's expression. When their hands touched, he could clearly feel Tan Philian's cold body temperature turn hot. He had guessed correctly. The little monster liked physical contact with him. Sui sighed in relief as he tightened his grip on Tan Philian's hand. Tan Philian heard the wind chime, grabbing hold of an illusionary flower reflection, and following Suyi's touch, he quietly caressed back. Sui pulled Tan Philian by the hand out the door. About half an hour later, the two arrived at the gala site. Many limited edition luxury cars were parked outside the venue, where the ceremony staff waited patiently. Sui found a spot near the edge to park. The banquet venue was in the largest commercial hotel in Minzhou, exuding a sense of luxurious understatement. The champagne-filled dance floor was packed not only with business tycoons but also many well-known figures from the entertainment industry. Even the scent of smoke and alcohol felt refined, subtly spreading an atmosphere of drunken opulence. Su Yan was also there, standing at the center of the hall. Seeing Sui bring Tan Philian along, and even holding hands, Su Yan looked displeased. Tan Philian remained close by Suyi's side. He clearly sensed that people around them were intentionally or unintentionally trying to get Sui drunk. But Sui seemed unaware. "Mr. Su, what a distinguished guest. What brings you here to this lively occasion today?" An insider within the inner circle raised his wine glass flatteringly toward Sui. "I'm just free today. I thought I'd bring my lover out for some experience. I mentioned it to you last time, you said you'd like to meet him." Sui smiled. "Oh." The man laughed heartily, "Is this the boyfriend you've been dating for years?" Before Tan Philian came out from the lab, Sui had hinted to certain individuals about him. Now he was deliberately bringing him up again. He nodded, "Yes. Why doesn't Master Su return home to manage the family business? Why stay at the Special Research Institute all the time?" Another bearded man interjected. "My brother is more than enough for managing the family business. I am too lazy to do such things," Sui answered, taking another sip of wine after clinking glasses with him. "I'll offer you a toast too. I've long heard that Master Su has significant influence at the Special Research Institute. Perhaps we can become friends," the man added. Sui politely accepted each interaction while keeping his responses official. From time to time as he chatted with others, Sui casually introduced Tan Philian. Because of Su Yan, Sui did not explain the relationship too explicitly, merely referring to Tan Philian with titles such as lover or boyfriend. To survive in a place, sometimes gaining recognition from peripheral characters only requires subtle hints. Rumors spread out will naturally follow designated directions. After making the rounds, Sui finally reached Su Yan's side. As one of the youngest business elites in Minzhou, Su Yan, though not yet at the very peak, everyone knew who would reach that position in the future. Hence throughout the gala, those vying to cozy up to Su Yan were the most. When people around Su Yan gradually dispersed, Sui walked over toward him, who still wore a cold expression. He instructed Tan Philian to wait nearby, so the two wouldn't clash. "Brother," Sui spoke upon approaching Su Yan. Su Yan glanced past Sui toward Tan Philian sitting not far away, unable to see what was so good about him. "Do you really like him that much?" Su Yan's expression was aloof. "Young people shouldn't take romance so seriously." Su Yan reiterated, negating Tan Philian's suitability as a sister-in-law. "You should consider your own interests more." Sui, having consumed too much alcohol earlier, his thoughts blurred, "He's important." Su Yan glanced around sternly, "I know about that incident involving the second young master of the Chiu family last time. I hadn't checked their family background before. Did that upset you? The Chiu family is more disordered than ours. People assumed you were the reason they approached me. Brother, your charm is truly great." Sui leaned on the bar counter and indulged further in drinking, taking another sip of champagne. They are drawn to your wealth and power, Su Yan cut straight to the point. Grandfather Chiu will be coming soon. As a younger generation member, you should meet him. Su Yan looked upstairs. The Chiu family has prepared a grand gift for you. Won't you go take a look? Hearing this, Sui furrowed his brows. What kind of big gift? In response, Su Yan chuckled lightly. The Chiu family has numerous offspring. Since I have spoken, do you think they would let this marriage proposal slide? Naturally, they wouldn't. Su Yan said, those with ambition don't want to be your stepping stone, but the ones without a background just happen to be the perfect choice for us Su family to mend relations. He smirked thoughtfully. I guess the person upstairs is some pitiful one sent out by the Chiu family, but as long as you like them, it doesn't matter. Be nice to them in the future. What you need is the title of being engaged to someone from the Chiu family. Who you marry doesn't matter. Su-yi understood. The reputable descendants of the Chiu family didn't want any association with him, the unspoiled young master of the Su family, but this didn't mean they didn't value this arranged marriage. His fiancée, as long as they were of Chiu's bloodline, would do. Thus, this pitiful member of the Chiu family paired with the unappreciated young master of the Su family would benefit both sides. Brother, Su-yi kicked Su Yan playfully, you sure know how to torment me. Su Yan's expression turned serious. Once I clean up our family matters, you won't be troubled anymore. After half a year, I'll go abroad, and I can't afford you making any mistakes. Su Yan spoke seriously. Listen to me, meet them, you might even like them. Brother, are you teaching me to be heartless? Su Yi's eyes carried hints of drunkenness. Is love more important than life? Su Yan asked, even if you betray their feelings, at least you'll still be alive, right? Su Yan's tone was desolate and heavy, oppressing the surrounding air. Su Yi knew he couldn't avoid it, so playing along was necessary. After listening to Su Yan, he went upstairs. Upstairs was the rest area prepared for the banquet guests. After going up, Su Yi saw no one there. From two tightly closed restrooms came certain unmistakable sounds, causing Su Yi to flee quickly. When Su Yi returned downstairs, he saw Tan Feilian standing next to Su Yan, who appeared upset and took a deep drink of strong liquor. Upon seeing the scene, Su Yi immediately pulled Tan Feilian away. What are you doing here? Don't you know my brother dislikes you? It's because I have something to say to him, Su Yan responded. If he gives birth to your child, then we can agree on letting the two of you be together. Su Yi. When did Su Yan start saying such ridiculous things? Su Yan leaned against the counter with a disoriented expression, looking like he could hardly stand. Su Yi supported Su Yan. What kind of alcohol is so potent that you got drunk within minutes? Su Yi glared at Tan Feilian. How much alcohol did you give my brother? I only touched his wine glass. Su Yi, then why? Tan Feilian, my plant gene is toxic. Su Yi. Su Yi quickly looked around to ensure no one was nearby. Did you poison my brother? With an irritated look, Tan Feilian muttered, it's not meant to harm, it encourages friendliness. Confused by Su Yan's sudden change in state, Su Yi frowned deeply. Just under 10 minutes ago, Su Yan was perfectly fine. Now he looked slightly intoxicated. Help me take him upstairs to rest, Su Yi said. Soon, Grandpa Chiu would arrive, and Su Yan couldn't look drunk. After helping Su Yan up the stairs, Su Yi found the room number mentioned earlier and threw him onto the bed. While covering Su Yan with a blanket, his phone rang. It was his assistant calling. Su Yan, in his drowsy state, probably wouldn't even recognize people clearly, let alone answer the call. Su Yi answered directly. A voice came from the other end, Grandpa Chiu has arrived. Where are you, Mr. Su? Su Yi sighed after looking at Su Yan, he's drunk. I'll be right down. Hanging up, he tidied his clothes and walked toward the staircase, watch over him. I'll go meet someone downstairs. He instructed Tan Feilian. As Su Yi went downstairs, Tan Feilian looked down at Su Yan lying on the bed with a fastened breath. Complex emotions danced in Tan Feilian's eyes as he slightly smirked, since you like him so much, you can sleep well with him. With a light scoff, Tan Feilian headed out of the room. 2 minutes later, Tan Feilian dragged a boy with bound wrists into the room. The boy's eyes were filled with fear. Fine hair strands covered his eyelids, with traces of dry tears blending with blood streaks below. In his frightened appearance, he looked like a lamb ready to be slaughtered. The boy trembled increasingly. Tan Feilian didn't know who had tied him up, but leaving him in such a condition inside this room meant something obvious. When Su Yi reached upstairs, Tan Feilian had already taken the boy away. He would never let Su Yi see this person. Although he didn't want to admit it, Tan Feilian indeed thought that the human in front of him was much cuter than himself. Looking fluffy and soft, Su Yi might like someone like this, just as obedient as the cat he petted yesterday. So, he couldn't let Su Yi see this person. Upon reaching the door of the lounge where Su Yan was resting, Tan Feilian opened it and threw the delicate teenager into the room. Chapter 19, Tan Feilian's Successful Proposal. After closing the door, Tan Feilian leaned against it without moving. The boy arranged to be in the lounge was the illegitimate child that the Chiu family had brought home only 2 years ago, Chiu Mo. Under the Chiu family's arrangements, Chiu Mo was forcibly placed here. The abandoned child would be dressed up neatly when he was useful. The clothes on Chiyo-mo still had a sharp smell from being freshly unwrapped. Chiyo-mo wasn't just physically restrained, he knew all too well why he was thrown here. The neglect he experienced since childhood made his mental state fragile. This gentle little rabbit subconsciously harbored nothing but a timid desire to please others and win affection. His teary gaze trembled. This person in the room would be the husband chosen for him by the Chiyo family, Su-yi. Chiyo-mo only hoped that this person would be kind and grant him respect as a basic human right. For him, surviving in the Chiyo family was already an incredibly difficult task. Chiyo-mo was panicking inside, trying to open the door with his bound hands. He dared not run away, yet didn't want to stay here either. Chiyo-mo's attempt to open the door seemed to catch the attention of someone inside. A dark shadow gradually enveloped Chiyo-mo, who stood by the door. Sweat formed on the palms of his trembling hands as he grew increasingly terrified. Suddenly, Chiyo-mo felt his shoulders seized tightly. Before he could react, a brute force twisted him around and pressed him hard against the door. Chiyo-mo let out a whimper due to the pain in his shoulders. He breathed rapidly as he gazed at the figure before him, whose eyes looked confused and muddled. His pupils were unfocused, and the distinct smell of alcohol emanated from him. It was evident that he was drunk. The person who could come into this room could only be the young master of the Su family, Su-yi. Terrified by the aura of the man before him, Chiyo-mo parted his lips slightly in fear and sadness. Su-yi always carried a commanding demeanor. He gripped Chiyo-mo's shoulders tightly, breathing deeply as he questioned harshly, "Who are you?" Hearing this question, Chiyo-mo almost burst into tears. Being a naturally gentle person, having been bullied all his life, he found it hard to suppress his emotions upon hearing such a reprimanding tone. He thought to himself, Su-yi is fiercer than any of the brothers back at home. Is it because he dislikes me? Since I can't escape, wouldn't it be better to make Su-yi like me? Chiyo-mo stared at the man before him, neatly dressed in a suit. He couldn't think too deeply, his knowledge was limited to primitive methods of self-preservation. Tensely clutching his fingertips and overwhelmed by fear, Chiyo-mo seemed to make up his mind. He slightly raised himself on tiptoes and kissed the man before him. Being naturally attracted to men, Chiyo-mo loved them instinctively. The brothers back home said he was abnormal, different from everyone else, but Chiyo-mo never argued against it. Sent by the Chiyo family to serve Su-yi, he had no choice. There was a noticeable height difference between them, so Chiyo-mo tried to use what he understood of kissing to please this future husband of sorts. Although clumsy in his approach, he could no longer control his fear and emotion as his kisses turned into tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. Chiyo-mo noticed Su-yi stiffen for a moment, but the warmth of his body was undeniable. "Big brother, I am Chiyo-mo." Chiyo-mo slightly pulled apart from Su-yi, his voice quivering. Su-yi's coarse breathing hit Chiyo-mo's cheeks. Then, the latter actively reached for the belt around Su-yi's waist. In an instant, Chiyo-mo was roughly grabbed by Su-yi and thrown onto the bed. As Su-yi loomed over Chiyo-mo, the younger one's eyes watered even more, his red rims brimming with tears. Chiyo-mo's pants were hastily torn open. Su-yi's vision was blurred but still retained the air of superiority, heavily intoxicated. He wasn't sure who he was looking at but only knew what he wanted to do. Guided by an uncontrollable primal instinct, Su-yi fell into a crazed descent. Pinching Chiyo-mo's jaw tightly, Su-yi descended on the body beneath him with a kiss. Ugh, the salty taste of tears came into Su-yi's mouth, tasting the quiet sorrow. Furrowing his brow in irritation, Su-yi paused momentarily as if regaining some clarity. He rubbed his forehead while the inexplicable anger remained unresolved. Seeing his expression of slight anger, Chiyo-mo became even more afraid. If Su-yi didn't like him, his life in the Chiyo family would become unbearable. At this point, the rope binding his wrist loosened slightly. Trembling, Chiyo-mo managed to free himself and cautiously approached Su-yi, tentatively wrapping his arms around the man's waist and tightening bit by bit in a frightened embrace. Clutching onto Su-yi's suit vest, Chiyo-mo dared not look up, his crimson lips parting softly. "Big brother, please. I won't cry." Chiyo-mo's voice broke with sobs, his obedient gaze mingling with peculiar sadness and anticipation. Whether or not it was this sentence that had broken Su-yan's composure, the next second Chiyo-mo found himself pinned beneath him once more. This time, Su-yan's movements were several times more brutal than before. The chandelier swayed overhead, blending the sound of wind, warmth, and murmurs into a giant net. Desire rooted and spread, but it had nothing to do with love, it would dissipate as soon as reality set in. An hour later, Su-yi saw Grandpa Chiyo heading upstairs. When he got to the stairwell, Tan Filian was already waiting for him. "Is my brother awake?" Su-yi asked. "He's in bed with someone," Tan Filian replied nonchalantly, glancing at the resting spot. Su-yi couldn't believe it, how could someone still drunk pull this off? Moreover, who on this floor could possibly? Su-yi immediately headed straight toward the doorway of the bedroom. The overly obvious panting sounds coming from inside caused Su-yi's face to redden instantly. Su-yi quickly spun around, trying to look busy, though his ears were getting increasingly red. His awkwardness made him stumble over his own steps. "Su-yi. Brother, I didn't expect you to be so innocent," Tan Filian said, his eyes filled with mirth as he watched Su-yi's demeanor. Why didn't you tell me? Su-yi exclaimed, embarrassed. I did. Su-yi. Respecting his older brother greatly, all Su-yi could think about was how utterly wrong it felt when hearing those noises. In his mind, Su-yen had always been the picture-perfect gentleman wearing neatly pressed suits. He couldn't imagine the words that might have just come out of his brother's mouth. In online fiction terms, it would be. Tan Philian enjoyed spouting obscene language in bed too, had they learned this together. Tan Philian approached Su-yi, leaning close to examine him. Are you feeling shy? After saying this, Tan Philian whispered something only Su-yi could hear, your brother sounds even better when he moans. This comment led Su-yi to kick Tan Philian in frustration. Not wanting to dwell on such blush-inducing details. Su-yi returned home with Tan Philian shortly after and received a call from Han Sibai. Su-yi hung up with a solemn expression and prepared to leave again. Is brother going out? Tan Philian stood by the door, watching Su-yi search for his work ID, with little emotion in his voice. There are some issues at the lab. I need to go check them out. You stay here, Su-yi said, picking up his work badge and the lab attire. When will you return? Tan Philian asked. It will likely be late. Su-yi instinctively reached for the cigarettes on the cabinet, but before he could grab them, Tan Philian intercepted his attempt. Su-yi. What difference was there between his fake wife and a real one if neither allowed him to smoke? Su-yi sighed internally, wondering if he should just end his life right there. The lab will have a power outage tonight, Tan Philian said, changing the subject while confiscating the cigarettes. Brother should return early. With that, Tan Philian slightly opened his arms, seemingly awaiting something. Su-yi. Su-yi moved away from Tan Philian and tried to open the door, but the fingerprint lock stubbornly refused to budge no matter how hard he pulled. Frustrated, Su-yi bent over in an effort to yank it, presenting a ridiculous image that Tan Philian found amusing. Su-yi. Closing his eyes briefly, Su-yi knew it was Tan Philian's doing. Since there was no success in opening the door, Su-yi returned to Tan Philian, closing the distance to give him a quick hug as if it were a task. Before Su-yi could say anything else, Tan Philian held onto his waist. One more kiss. Glancing at the closed door, Su-yi complied, leaning forward to press a light kiss against Tan Philian's cheek. In that very moment, Tan Philian's hair stirred gently with the wind, revealing a purple flower that bloomed. Realizing perhaps Su-yi noticed, Tan Philian quickly hid it away behind his head. Su-yi looked at Tan Philian hiding the flower, forgetting the tension he'd felt earlier. Seeing that Tan Philian was in a good mood, he hesitated and asked, Can I see your flower? Expecting refusal. The flower from Tan Philian's hair unexpectedly floated to the front. Surprised, Su-yi lifted his hand to touch it, and the purple flower immediately fell directly into his palm. Su-yi. Blackmail. He just touched it, why did it fall? It wasn't me, it wasn't intentional. Su-yi stared at the flower in his palm, attempting to return it but finding it impossible. Smell it, brother, Tan Philian suggested. Su-yi was genuinely curious about the flower at the end of Tan Philian's hair. Earlier in the lab, even the staff couldn't get close to Tan Philian's flower. Su-yi cautiously smelled it with his nose brushing against the petals. The flowers were spread out and inevitably touched his lips as they brushed his nose. For some unfathomable reason, Su-yi felt as though Tan Philian enjoyed it when he touched the petals. His expression became strange. Su-yi frowned slightly. Why this face? Like, being violated. Does brother know what part of a plant a flower is? Tan Philian asked directly, it's the reproductive organ. Su-yi. Su-yi suddenly dropped the flower he had been holding. For a moment there, he hadn't thought much about it and forgot Tan Philian's mixed genes. Now, all he felt was embarrassment over throwing it or crushing it. Brother picked it, so you're responsible. Su-yi awkwardly discarded the flower like it was burning hot. Here, take it back. Tan Philian accepted the flower and placed it on the living room table. He told Su-yi, it's a gift for you. When you miss me, just kiss it, and I will wake up instantly and come to your side. Without daring another glance, Su-yi opened the door and left. Tan Philian looked at the plucked flower with a sly gleam in his eye. You're so useless, so ugly. Brother doesn't like you. Advanced Special Experiment Center, Management Bureau. In comparison to the gene products normally regulated by human world rules, the items within the Special Experiment Center are entirely confidential to ordinary people. High-level security checkpoints and precise identifications above 5 layers ensure that no one unauthorized by the Bureau enters the lab. The various instruments inside offer testing far different from those in regular labs. Su-yi, wearing his work ID, was investigating various data. 12 years ago, after an explosion in the old urban district of Minzhou, multiple plants, animals, and even humans who had contact with them suddenly mutated. That nightmare lasted for half a year, during which almost all humans infected with the special gene were killed off. Those who didn't die were taken under the pretense of rescue to the laboratory. Of course, it wasn't any humanitarian assistance, it was simply dissecting people under the guise of helping. Most plants and animals also ended up in the lab. The special experiment center where Sui worked researched regenerative capabilities. When the mutation allowed organisms to fight every virus and self-heal, it became the most righteous justification to benefit humanity. For 12 years now, the Management Bureau has still established its highest prevention department. To everyone, anomalous beings remain dangerous alien species to be eradicated, but the creatures living in hiding always manage to do harm when humans are unprepared. Gradually, humans and anomalous beings have become natural enemies. No one cares about the truth of those days, let alone whether the anomalies driven into the sewers wish to see daylight again. Sui gazed at the mutated plant strains in the incubator and lost focus for a moment. There's a closed lab in Yaoqing suitable for detaining Tanphyllian. Do you want to take a look? Han Sibai's voice came beside Sui, pretending to confront him while holding a stack of files. Detain. Mysteriously, Sui disliked that word. If Tanphyllian wouldn't hurt anyone, why shouldn't he be free? It takes 3 days to reach Yaoqing. Who would watch over him? Sui clenched his hand holding the file. Have you heard of Snake Island? Han Sibai's voice was only audible to Sui. Sui froze abruptly, looking panicked. The Bureau is investigating tightly recently, let's talk about it later. Sui, why do you care so much about him? Isn't it enough that he's not dead? Why treat him like a child? Don't you know how dangerous he is? Tanphyllian has killed people. Han Sibai exclaimed sternly, don't think of yourself as an exception. Sui fell silent for a few seconds. The people he killed deserved it. I'm not debating whether the people he killed deserved it, Han Sibai irritably adjusted his glasses. It's evident from his killings that he's unsuitable to stay around people. Why are you betting your life on him? Han Sibai said anxiously. Sui softened his tone. Don't get angry. I know you're doing this for my own good. Let's keep looking. Snake Island won't work. Has Tanphyllian done anything to you lately? Han Sibai's hand tightened. Sui glanced around, knowing that although Han Sibai was cautious, he wouldn't approach when there were others nearby. Even if he spoke to him, it would only be after disabling the surveillance systems first. Sui still looked around cautiously one more time before saying, he. Just as Sui was about to continue, his phone rang. Pulling it out, the screen displayed an incoming call, husband. Chapter 20 I love you. Han Si threw the data in his hand angrily. He questioned furiously, husband. Tanphyllian. Suyi's hand holding the phone trembled slightly before he pressed the answer button. Wife, when will you come back? The pleasant voice of Tanphyllian came from the other side, sounding gentle and heartfelt. Tanphyllian, I miss you. Han Si's coldness became more obvious. Sui opened his lips but was unable to utter a word, his speech sticky with uneasiness. He had no idea when Tanphyllian changed the label on his phone to something so intimate. You, that. Sui faltered, unsure how to continue the conversation. I miss you. Then Tanphyllian added again, my flower misses you too. Suyi's earlobes turned red instantly, what flower? Flower what? It's, the penis. How shameless. What nonsense are you talking? Sui suppressed his voice, panic flooding through the screen. Han Si saw Suyi's suddenly flushed face and frowned. Sui was usually so cold, and Han Si had never seen his face turn so red before. What did he call you? Han Si asked furiously, incredulity coloring his tone, Sui, remember your place. Sui felt caught between two sides, his head buzzing painfully, stay at home, I'll be back soon. After saying this, Sui hung up the phone, facing Han Si's interrogation, Sui sighed softly. Don't take it to heart. He doesn't know anything. Han Si scoffed loudly, what does he know? Does he know less than you do? Han Si continued, not only are the genes for animals and higher plants in Tanphyllian the best quality. Han Si said further, there will be uncontrollable periods of anxiety and aggression, followed by abandonment of murderous intentions. One day, if you anger him, don't forget that you've kept him locked up for years. If he decides to kill you, do you really think you can escape? The best solution right now is to send him to Snake Island. Han Si said on. There, Dr. Pei is there. If Tanphyllian's animalistic nature can be removed and he stays on Snake Island for a few years, as long as he survives, it won't count as you going against your mother's dying wish. What's the difference whether he's placed there or not? Han Si spoke seriously. His gaze met Suyi's directly, the lab-like flickering red and blue lights reflected in his eyes. Besides, Snake Island might not be torture for Tanphyllian since he is an advanced species. Sui pondered deeply. Snake Island is a special domain outside the jurisdiction of the Administration Bureau, free from the legal constraints of the country. There exists a sick treatment method for forced neural cleansing of anomalous beings. Should they emerge with all their conditions normalized, the Management Bureau will have no rights to arrest them. But out of all those who were sent to Snake Island starting 12 years ago, merely 5 have returned after achieving normalcy. Isn't this akin to killing Tanphyllian? Han Si wasn't wrong, Tanphyllian staying in Minzhou would be like having a time bomb around, making nowhere safe. I will consider it, Sui said. Qin Sun from the Prevention Department has already seen Tanphyllian last time. Han Si observed Su Yi's emotions. He has started suspecting Tan Phylan. You can't keep it hidden forever. Anomalous beings lack hearts. They can't remember the kindness you've shown them. If one day you don't follow his wishes, have you considered the consequences for yourself? Dying under eternal disgrace, is that your desired outcome, Su Yi? Su Yi tightened his fingertips, obscure shadows playing in his eyes, thousands of emotions intertwining. I've said it, I will consider it. Don't assume because you and Tan Phylan seem to coexist peacefully temporarily that you should treat him as just any 19-year-old child. Han Si's gaze flickered, giving warnings. If Tan Phylan's matter is revealed, it won't just affect you, even your brother Su Yan wouldn't be able to stand firm in Minzhou anymore. Not only would you harm yourself, but also your brother. Su Yi clenched his fists. If Tan Phylan gets caught by the bureau, Su Yan would undoubtedly also be implicated. Su Yi didn't have much left in the world to care about. His brother was the only person who could truly threaten him. Tan Phylan has periods of mania. When the beast within him becomes too strong during such times, he follows his instincts completely. I've calculated the timing already. After the heat period, it will immediately enter the phase of madness. I suggest you stay in the lab these days. Or. Han Si revealed his thoughts. I hope you stay with me. Only by watching over you myself can I feel assured. The restraint deep in Han Si's eyes churned up ripples. I called you here to tell you, we'll set aside other matters for now, but for the next few days, do not go home. Su Yi avoided Han Si's gaze. Maybe he won't hurt anyone. What kind of foolish daydreams are you having? Han Si watched Su Yi incredulously, his hand reaching out to grab Su Yi's shoulder, the veins on his hand standing out prominently. Su Yi, when did you become so naive? Will it still be in time once he hurts someone? The pressure from Han Si Bai's wrist became heavier and heavier. Each word spoken by Han Si Bai left Su Yi speechless. Tan Phylan indeed lacked normal human thinking. He was quick to anger and hard to control. Once he hurt someone, would it still be in time? This obviously called for a negative answer. Su Yi was aware that he couldn't bear such consequences. Give me a month, I'll record Tan Phylan's behavior. If Tan Phylan really can't well control his emotions, I will agree with your suggestion. Su Yi responded coldly, his gaze sharp. Upon hearing this, Han Si turned away furiously with the documents in hand. Su Yi, I hope your compassion won't harm yourself. After walking a few steps, Han Si turned back irritably. Han Si pulled out several syringes from his pocket and handed them over to Su Yi, including a small tracker inside. Try to make him wear it. By the time Su Yi returned home that evening, it was already 9 p.m., with lights lit up in the house. Su Yi looked at the glowing light within the villa, standing there for a while outside the door. This feeling felt strange to him, the feeling of someone waiting for him at home. It was so strange that even the cold glow seemed gentler. Just as Su Yi was about to touch the doorknob, a sound came from inside the house as the door was opened. Wife, you're back. Tan Phylan pulled Su Yi into an embrace, burying his head in Su Yi's neck to sniff, murmuring softly, you've been gone for 5 hours, 30 minutes, and 59 seconds. Don't call me randomly, Su Yi said in a hoarse voice. I'm not your wife. What else should I call you if not wife? Tan Phylan gently massaged Su Yi's waist. You're full of my things everywhere. Your whole body is marked by me, your legs too, you're mine. Su Yi always found himself at a loss for words when faced with Tan Phylan's straightforward expressions. Do non-humans lack the emotion of shyness? He frowned deeply and pushed Tan Phylan away. Go to sleep. Hearing this, Tan Phylan carried Su Yi into the bedroom. Su Yi severely scolded, sleep in the guest room. Tan Phylan pleaded as he clung to Su Yi's body, wife, I won't do anything. Unable to correct Tan Phylan's address and unwilling to dwell on it, Su Yi knew sleeping together was absolutely unacceptable. Not only during Tan Phylan's heat period but also due to his violent tendencies and apparent lack of care, Su Yi couldn't endure it. Don't think I don't know you, rubbing will lead to. Su Yi moved aside. Tan Phylan lay down and covered himself with the blanket. I won't rub. You lie all the time. Su Yi exposed his tricks. Really, Tan Phylan grabbed Su Yi's hand and tugged him onto the bed, tightly hugging him. I promise I won't deceive you. If you don't believe me, you can feel. Su Yi. What is he talking about? What exactly is he saying? While Su Yi wanted to protest, Tan Phylan had already closed his eyes, looking truly tired and obedient. Are you really asleep? Su Yi was completely taken aback. After Tan Phylan fell asleep, Su Yi took out his research notebook and made simple records. August 1st, test subject 0095 Tan Phylan, no sign of extreme emotional fluctuation, normal mental state, recognized Su Yi as mate, repeatedly uncorrected, otherwise obedient. The next morning, Tan Phylan's object was pressing right against Su Yi. Frightened, Su Yi placed a pillow between them. In a daze, Tan Phylan extended his hand towards Su Yi's buttocks. Is it okay, wife? No. Su Yi moved backward. Absolutely not. Tan Phylan withdrew his hand and cupped Su Yi's face for a kiss. Understood. Su Yi. Why is he being so obedient now? August 1st, test subject 0095 Tan Phylan, obedient. When Su Yi went to work, Tan Phylan would always remind him to come back quickly. If he stayed late, Tan Phylan's complaints would surely follow. Wife, you smell so good. Tan Phylan sniffed Su Yi's scent. Please come back fast, I'll suffer if I miss you too much. Can I kiss you? Su Yi admired how Tan Phylan wouldn't budge regardless of whether one treated him kindly or harshly. Each day, unless he kissed him before leaving, the door would seem stuck, as though even a bull could not move it. It's not even a question of possibility. Kissing was necessary just to leave. And coming back too late also bore serious consequences. Otherwise, the result would be equally dire. August 3rd, test subject 0095 Tan Phylan, cut the lab's power supply, acted badly, not obedient. When Su Yi returned again, he saw Tan Phylan standing by the door. Without a trace of shyness, Tan Phylan directly approached and followed procedures. Su Yi stood at the door and hugged Tan Phylan briefly, giving him a quick peck as if it was a duty. Tan Phylan cupped Su Yi's waist and moved closer. His lips slightly parted, revealing his tongue in a seductive gesture against Su Yi's gaze. Big brother, I got my tongue pierced today. Do you like it? Su Yi frowned. Where did you get it done? I went out. As he spoke, Tan Phylan embraced Su Yi close to his ear. Big brother, would you like to try it? I'll give you star. Su Yi. The mischievousness sparkled in Tan Phylan's eyes, his wild gaze held an undeniable intensity. It seemed Su Yi could easily be swallowed into his depths. He was serious. Tan Phylan, you're perverted. Su Yi pushed Tan Phylan away and ran inside. He didn't escape. August 4th, Tan Phylan got a tongue ring. He privately went out and shot a set of advertisements without me knowing. He earned 30,000 yuan but didn't hurt anyone. What he did with the money is unknown. He forced me, struck out, rape. Su Yi note, his behavior progressed. Note, he doesn't care about my life or death. August 6th, Tan Phylan bought me a ring for 29,000 yuan and used the leftover to buy me a tie. He is strange, acting as if he truly likes me, behaving just like a human. Note, yet this little monster doesn't even have a heart, how can he understand liking someone? All illusions, do not take them seriously. August 7th, tried pulling down my pants, abnormal heart rate, behaved badly, not obedient. August 9th, when I am firm, he seems to listen. August 9th, did it. Su Yi lived through a period that was both peaceful yet uneasy as he attempted to learn more about Tan Phylan. Gradually, the perception of Tan Phylan that had been shallow and simple began to look less like a profile from a laboratory observation. He started feeling layered, vivid, no longer resembling data on a study. Tan Phylan became real and tangible to Su Yi, someone with flesh and blood. Su Yi felt subconsciously he no longer regarded him as a different species. August 10th, tongue ring, asterisk, cannot win, admitted defeat. Note, I am going to die. August 11th, Tan Phylan asked me to bear his child. He is crazy. I am a man. Pervert. Wouldn't let me smoke. Smoked secretly in the bathroom. It was impossible to stop me. A knocking sound came from the bathroom door, Su Yi quickly locked it with trembling hands. What are you doing in there? Tan Phylan opened the door. Su Yi closed his eyes momentarily. 8 layers of plant tendrils on the lock made no difference to the little monster. Smoking. Can't you see? Su Yi took a big puff. Tan Phylan didn't say anything after seeing this. For the rest of the day, he didn't talk to Su Yi. At night, Su Yi glanced over at Tan Phylan unconventionally. What's your problem? Soft dim light illuminated the side of Tan Phylan's face, his excellent features remained emotionless, appearing even colder. You will cough, said Tan Phylan. What? Coughing? Su Yi's thoughts shifted until he realized Tan Phylan was referring to smoking. Big brother smokes when he feels troubled. Tan Phylan turned to him. Why are you unhappy? The curtain flapped very faintly. Su Yi felt something deep within him being pricked. It was so strange, nobody had ever asked him that before. Thus, Su Yi didn't know how to respond. Su Yi's melancholic gaze searched for focus, when suddenly all tangled strangeness fell into a warm embrace with the scent of white tea. Don't be sad, Tan Phylan hugged Su Yi, I love you. Love. What is love? Tan Phylan says love is wanting to asterisk love. Su Yi laughed in anger. He's definitely a little monster. Su Yi filled up the notebook with records, and starting from a certain day, the trend of these entries gradually diverted. August 12th, my brother said he slept with someone, I don't know who. I asked Tan Phylan, and he said it was my arranged marriage partner. My brother would kill me. Afraid of him. Tan Phylan shows jealousy. August 14th, Tan Phylan, abnormal emotional fluctuations, injured 2 laboratory personnel, bad. August 15th, test subject 0095 Tan Phylan, exhibiting signs of manic episodes, irritable, choked me. Shows homicidal intent. Chapter 21, Kill Tan Phylan. August 16th, experimental subject number 0095 Tan Phylan showed low spirits, dangerous, had murderous thoughts towards me again, evil. August 17th, uncontrollable. August 19th, Tan Phylan, terrifying. August 20th, experimental subject number 0095 Tan Phylan injured me and fled. Good and evil lie in a single thought. I regret it, I was daydreaming. Hack, hack. The disordered living room emitted muffled coughs, gasps of bitterness. Sui slowly opened his eyes to see only the mess of the living room, upturned furniture, shattered lamps and glass cups scattered everywhere. Sui's head throbbed painfully. When he opened his eyes, all the madness of Tan Phi Lien just now rushed back into his mind. Sui tried hard to rise but a sharp pain struck his neck. As he touched his neck, his fingertips were smeared with fresh blood. The blood trailed down his fingers as dizziness overwhelmed him. After 2 attempts at rising, Sui managed to stand up, though his neck had been cut by Tan Phi Lien's beast armor. Though not fatal, the bleeding wouldn't stop easily. In a state of physical exhaustion, Sui walked into the living room, took out bandages from the medical kit, made a simple stopgap on the wound and then wrapped his neck several times. His white shirt had been stained with blood, he needed to find Tan Phi Lien as soon as possible. Sui discarded his bloody clothing and changed into a clean one before grabbing his gun and rushing out. The sky grew darker. Sui followed the locator on Tan Phi Lien's body as he moved forward. The street was bustling with noisy voices planning the next mealtime gathering, cheerful students passing by in groups, all peaceful and harmonious like any other night. The neon lights illuminated their pupils, making Sui's anxious search stand out starkly. Beep, beep. Didn't you see the red light? A sudden reprimand came from the side, reminding Sui that he stood in the middle of the road. After apologizing, he quickly left the busy market. Sui looked around at towering buildings, the suffocating air pressing tightly upon him. He felt less fear than overwhelming dread. If Tan Phi Lien escaped and harmed someone, he would never forgive himself for his foolish decision. Tan Phi Lien's occasional compliance misled him into false hope. Cold wind whipped across Sui's face as he stood at the center of the high platform, waiting for Tan Phi Lien to appear and use blood to pronounce his fate. He stared at the blinking red dot on the locator, feeling suspended between anxiety and anticipation. Sui vividly remembered Tan Phi Lien's eyes filled with ferocity. Sui secretly planted the tracker on Tan Phi Lien. On that day, he asked why Tan Phi Lien wore a tongue piercing, and Tan Phi Lien said a modeling company approached him at a banquet offering an advertisement project requiring a tongue piercing, promising extra pay, which he planned to use to buy a ring for himself. That day, Sui picked out a new tongue ring for Tan Phi Lien and put it on personally. He mentioned that gifting should be reciprocated, and Tan Phi Lien happily accepted his gift. Inside the center of the tongue ring, Sui embedded a highly durable tracking device. It was his sole external link to finding Tan Phi Lien. Sui recalled that day when Tan Phi Lien obediently knelt halfway on the floor. He liked the tongue ring so much he never took it off. The red dot of the tracker flickered too quickly for Sui to pinpoint its location. The speed of a hybrid was far beyond human capability. Would Tan Phi Lien kill someone? The imagined scenes made Sui's heart race. He had long seen through all the hypocrisy, but keeping Tan Phi Lien wasn't to turn him into a murderer. If Tan Phi Lien really killed someone, Sui realized they would share the same deepest wicked thoughts, making his years of perseverance become nothing more than a bitter irony. Just like a man devoted to peace who accidentally loads cold bullets into a weapon, causing even the faintest smoke of war to shatter his faith, plummeting him into endless darkness. Sui continued following the direction indicated by the tracker until the red dot stopped moving, his pace and heartbeat quickened. Tan Phi Lien's stoppage, it was at Han Sibai's house. Han Sibai. Clearly, Tan Phi Lien's route was purposeful, otherwise, how could it so coincidentally head toward Han Sibai's place? Sui sprinted full force, running down familiar pathways according to memory. The stinging pain from his neck reminded him to stay awake. Approximately 10 minutes later, Sui arrived at Han Sibai's residence. Han Sibai loved quiet places and lived in a solitary villa. Sui pushed open the courtyard gate, and the pungent smell of blood mixed with the fragrance of white tea flowers made Sui instantly tense up. The door to Han Sibai's house was slightly ajar, and there were no lights on inside. For the first time, Sui truly experienced his own cowardice. The Sui who always acted decisively in everyone's eyes was now hesitating to step into the truth without light, trembling with fear. He could hear his own breathing, his hand tightly gripping the gun. Sui pushed the door open and walked inside, his hand holding the gun damp with sweat. If Tan Phi Lien killed someone, would he kill Tan Phi Lien? Sui asked himself this question. The answer was yes. He would kill Tan Phi Lien and admit how ignorant and laughable he had been for all these years. Or perhaps he would die at the hands of Tan Phi Lien, becoming a sinner condemned by others just like his mother. Sui. Kill him quickly. Suddenly, Han Sibai's voice rang out. Han Sibai's tone was deep and hoarse, as heavy as if filled with blood, each scream filled with the struggle of death. Kill him. Han Sibai repeated weakly. Sui's vision in the dark was only faintly perceptible. What others could see clearly was nothing but complete darkness for him, unable to discern any direction. Now, he could only roughly determine Han Sibai's location through his voice. As his gaze moved towards the sound, Sui dimly noticed a bit of weak green light in the darkness, while the tracker on his device showed a red stationary right in front of him. That was Tan Phi Lien's position. Sui, act quickly. Tan Phi Lien is going to kill me. Han Sibai's agonizing voice grew weaker. Kill him. This sentence kept repeating in Sui's mind. Sui didn't have much time to make a choice. If Tan Philian escaped from here in this state, the consequences would be more terrible. At a critical moment, Sui raised the gun in his hand. Because he couldn't see, he aimed at the red dot on the tracker and pulled the trigger. The modified handgun made little noise, and as he pulled the trigger, Sui heard a muffled sound. That was Tan Philian's voice. Sui could maintain an indifferent attitude toward everything, easily hold a gun, and coldly pull the trigger, but this was the first time he felt the recoil of a handgun, a numbing sensation spreading throughout his body instantly. He had just shot Tan Philian dead. Was it like that? He killed Tan Philian. Chapter 22, Save Him. ZZZZ. The light in the room came on at the moment Sui pulled the trigger. He killed Tan Philian. This realization spun in Sui's mind. It was a palpitation he had never felt before in his life. Panic, bewilderment. At that moment, Sui seemed to realize the strange emotions hidden deep inside him, so well disguised that even he could be deceived by them. His palpitations for Tan Philian were not solely due to fear of the scene, it was another kind of cognition transcending life and death. Sui clearly saw the scene in front of him. Han Sibai was barely alive, half reclining against the wall, with blood on his forehead, cheek, neck side, and even wrist. Blood from his forehead flowed into his eye. One of Han Sibai's eyes was bloodshot, with a prominent red mark around his neck side, making him appear as if on the verge of suffocation. Huff. Sui heard Han Sibai's breaths nearing death. That one shot fired by Sui hit the shoulder position of Tan Philian. It wasn't fatal. But the gun was modified, the bullet tip carried anesthetic agents. The fallen Tan Philian was already unconscious. Sui could not delve too much into his state of mind when firing the gun just now, thinking too much would prevent him from understanding himself. The lamp wasn't turned on by Han Sibai, nor was it Sui. It lit up at the moment Tan Philian fell. That instant, Tan Philian's gaze meeting Sui's was momentarily frozen. Sui took a sharp intake of breath. He sheathed his gun and walked towards the two. Han Sibai coughed, spitting out blood from his mouth, cough, cough, cough. Han Sibai let out a long sigh as though having survived a disaster, with blood flowing down from the corner of his lips. His expression, however, looked rather relaxed. Sui, I was right, wasn't I? Tan Philian must not be spared, said Han Sibai. He lowered his eyes and stared at the fallen Tan Philian, full of investigative meaning. At Tan Philian's speed, the bullet could have been easily avoided, but he didn't do so this time. It was because he saw Sui was the one shooting. Tan Philian during his frenzied phase was still conscious. Just now, all his emotions and gazes were captured entirely by Han Sibai. Discontent and hatred, pain and grievance. Han Sibai fully comprehended all of Tan Philian's emotions. He certainly wouldn't tell Sui about it. Han Sibai firmly believed Sui wasn't in a state to consider so many things right now. Tan Philian deserved to die anyway, he wouldn't speak for someone who almost cost him his life. A little later, and it should have been you preparing my body, Han Sibai's voice was muffled, barely audible to anyone who didn't listen carefully. You'd better stop talking now, conserve your strength, Sui said, and his gaze landed on Tan Philian lying on the ground. He was indeed unconscious. Sui couldn't figure out why Tan Philian harbored animosity towards Han Sibai. He pondered it over, and the only possibility was because Han Sibai had the most interactions with Tan Philian during his time in the lab. If there was any resentment, it was natural for the experimental subject to hate the researchers who experimented on him. Sui approached Han Sibai's storage cabinet and took out a first aid box. He tore open Han Sibai's shirt and gave him a simple bandage. The wounds caused by Tan Philian are inconvenient to visit a hospital, so bear with me. Sui squatted down and quickly dressed Han Sibai's injuries. What if I told you that, to protect myself, I called the police? Han Sibai suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes flitting, observing Sui's pupils. Sui stopped bandaging Han Sibai and was about to stand up. What did you say? Noticing the coldness in Sui's eyes, Han Sibai pulled Sui, just kidding. Sui pulled the bandage roughly, and Han Sibai leaned wearily against the wall. Wasn't the wound on your neck also made by Tan Philian, right? He asked casually, yet the testing intent was very strong. To avoid future trouble for you, you should kill this experimental subject right now. Han Sibai glanced at the anesthetized Tan Philian, his eyes shadowy and dark. There won't be such a good chance next time. As he spoke, Han Sibai snatched the gun attached to Sui's waist, using his remaining strength to lift it and aim it at Tan Philian's forehead. A wanton wind brushed past Sui's hairline, marking the arc of the drawn gun carving out life and death. Han Sibai lifted his hand so that Sui could clearly see the bloodstains and ghastly wounds clawed by beast nails on his hands. The blood from Han Sibai's hands dripped onto the white tiles. Plop. Plop. The plopping sound of falling blood expanded in Sui's ears. Han Sibai's voice came again, I'm a senior special trainer from the Wolf Eagle team, Sui. Tell me, if it had been any ordinary person just now, wouldn't they have died 10 times over? Sui's chest heaved as his chaotic heartbeat was forced into an increasingly tense and fortunate rhythm, pushing him to assume the answer repeatedly. Han Sibai was right, replace with anyone else, and during the time Han Sibai spent saving himself, they wouldn't survive even once, let alone 10 times. This was the most potent warning. Now that he's dead, at least he can still be buried in your wife's name, it could be considered his fortune. Han Sibai gripped the trigger ready to pull. Click. Suddenly, Su-yi grasped the gun handle, the fine metallic sound exceptionally jarring in the quiet living room. Send him to Snake Island. The command slipped from Su-yi's lips with a sharp resounding note akin to bullets ripping through chambers. Due to Su-yi's movement, the bullet deviated and struck squarely on the window outside the living room instead. The shattering sound was accompanied by a rush of violent wind entering from outside. A silent confrontation clutched at Su-yi's heart. Send him to Snake Island. Su-yi repeated, his voice deep. His hand trembled slightly. Tan Feilian should have followed orders quietly. Why did this happen? Han Sibai sneered disdainfully, Su-yi, why are you always so compassionate? If Tan Feilian aimed to kill not me but your brother, wouldn't you think differently then? Han Sibai threw the gun on the ground. In your eyes, am I merely an optional partner? There is still much we haven't uncovered about him. Su-yi countered, if you die by Tan Feilian's hands, I will certainly avenge you, but I dislike speculation. Su-yi's eyes were cold, filled with steely resolve. Do you think sending him to Snake Island is as simple as dropping him off there? Han Sibai rebuked, you need evidence of Tan Feilian's various acts of violence. Snake Island only accepts mutated beings who have killed others. And all these preparations would take 2 months. You saw how deadly Tan Feilian's intentions were just now. Can you ensure he'll remain calm and obedient until reaching Snake Island? Su-yi picked up the gun and stood up, he's injured now. Just administer a few tranquilizer shots. Tan Feilian could still be controlled during his manic phase. Su-yi didn't know what was driving his insistence, though. But for Tan Feilian to get hit by his bullet, itself raised some questions worth examining. With the speed that allowed Tan Feilian to teleport in the blink of an eye, Su-yi's previous bullet shouldn't have hit him. His neck should have been instantly throttled by Tan Feilian the moment he grabbed the gun. As Su-yi spoke, he pulled out a tranquilizer from his pocket and injected it into Tan Feilian's wrist. There were extensive bloodstains on Tan Feilian's shoulder area. Tan Feilian wore a black shirt that made the blood less noticeable, but the trails dripping down his neck mixed with white tea fragrance continued to seep out. Su-yi took out his phone and dialed a number before hanging up and looking at Han Sibai, I've called someone to take care of you. Get some rest. Su-yi lifted Tan Feilian from the floor, I'm taking the experimental subject back. Su-yi carried Tan Feilian out, while Han Sibai gazed at their retreating backs with endless thoughts, holding on to a mutant won't end well for you, Su-yi. Su-yi turned his head slightly, a piercing glint appearing in his peripheral vision, don't forget, you and Tan Feilian aren't very different. You're also a mutant. Chapter 23, The Last Time Saving You. Han Sibai's pupils darkened with a dangerous glint. The wind in the room stirred, and then everything fell into silence. Hurry up and leave, I'm really calling the police, Han Sibai said coldly. At this moment, the sound of sirens came from not far away. Su-yi's eyes slightly opened, he tightened his grip on Tan Feilian's hand, and quickened the pace to go outside. Tan Feilian was tall and sturdy, and after supporting him for not too long, Su-yi started feeling exhausted. Avoiding discovery, Su-yi chose a small road. After leaving the alert perimeter, Su-yi stopped a passing car. He is so heavy, Su-yi muttered while breathing heavily as he helped lift Tan Feilian. After getting into the car, it took some effort for Su-yi to help get Tan Feilian seated. Is your wife drunk? The driver glanced at Tan Feilian's long hair without taking a closer look and teased. Su-yi's gaze wandered but didn't deny it, merely uttering an them. Drinking is no good. This you must manage well, girls should drink less, or they might suffer harm, the driver joked after seeing both passengers seated, starting the vehicle. At this remark, Su-yi suddenly let Tan Feilian rest against his leg and replied instinctively to the driver's statement. He doesn't listen. His cool tone was carried away by the wind outside, lonely and peculiar. You have to control if he doesn't listen. If necessary, tell him more firmly or consider separation. It's also for her own good, some behaviors cannot be indulged. The driver became preachy like someone wise through experience. Separation. Su-yi looked down at Tan Feilian, can't separate. The driver, you still need to tell her about the dangers of binge drinking, right? You love her, but you can't hurt her, agree? I used to be a gambler, but on the day my wife stood on the rooftop, I stopped gambling forever. Some things that aren't good, you need to manage carefully, the driver casually narrated his past experiences. Su-yi furrowed his brow, becoming suddenly interested, how do you manage? Do you think your wife has feelings for you? The driver asked. Does she like you? Images of Tan Feilian choking him flashed in Su-yi's mind, bringing back the sensation of suffocation. He unconsciously touched his neck wrapped in bandages. Sometimes, she does. Even though Su-yi couldn't understand why Tan Feilian could say words like, and love, many of her expressions indeed aligned with human affection towards a loved one. But the person who showed him kindness also had murderous intentions towards him. All those were him. Ah. The driver was astonished. The rear seat wasn't lit, so the driver couldn't see Tan Feilian clearly, focusing only on Su-yi touching his neck. There was clearly an injury there. Suddenly realizing something, the driver asked, "Your wife wouldn't physically abuse you, would she?" Sui widened his eyes, saying it out loud seemed accurate indeed. Tan Philion did hit him. Sometimes. Driver, you can't fight back against your wife. Sui. How embarrassing, but yes, he couldn't win. Sui, you can't speak like that, my wife. The driver grew angry, looking extremely dissatisfied. Your wife often hits you. Sui coughed and covered his lips, not exactly. Ah. The driver expressed exasperation with a click of his tongue. Then don't you feel she treats you well when she's not hitting you? Sui thought about it and agreed with an, Tan Philion even cooked for him. Shit. The driver spat disapprovingly, brainwashed lover. Sui. You're beyond saving, the driver said. If it's domestic violence, I suggest you leave early. Wherever you look, you'll find gentle and virtuous women. Why stick to just one tree and die? Or you can teach her properly and see if she can change. If you succeed in reforming her, give each other a chance. Fluctuations ran through Suyi's eyes, deep and incomprehensible. I will try. The driver was a chatterbox. The two idly chatted along the way until they reached home after about 10 minutes. Sui instructed the driver to park on the dim side of the lawn and dragged Tan Philion out of the car. After bringing Tan Philion home, Sui only then examined her injuries. When Tan Philion was awake, Sui could not control her. But when Tan Philion lost consciousness, Sui was still able to confine her. Sui took Tan Philion to the confinement room upstairs. This room was specifically built by Sui as a detention area. He couldn't afford to take any more risks. Rather than being killed by Tan Philion, he preferred to minimize the possibilities. Looking at Tan Philion pinned against the wall by himself, she was still unconscious, strands of hair covering her eyelids, lips tightly pursed, blood trails spreading along her neck, looking severe and icy, so strikingly beautiful that one couldn't ignore her presence. Sui walked towards the storage cabinet inside the house. It contained various tools for taming and disciplining. These were prepared by Sui in case of emergencies, a comprehensive and sinister collection. Whips, chains, handcuffs, choke chains, bite guards. Tether ropes, high-pressure locks, sedatives. Anything that could be found in a laboratory was present in Suyi's arsenal. If an ordinary person saw these, they'd inevitably curse Sui as a madman. Taking out iron chains and shackles, Sui locked Tan Philion's neck. Her hands were also restrained. The neck position had been bitten through by Tan Philion. Sui also made Tan Philion wear the bite guard. Surprisingly, the long hair combined with the exquisite yet depraved face wearing the bite guard added an air of arrogance and violence, resembling a king in captivity, tempting and dangerous, radiating allure. There was a bell on the collar that rang loudly whenever Tan Philion moved slightly, creating a crisp sound. Dingling. Sui raised his hand to play with it. Just like a big doggy. Sui muttered to himself. Having finished all preparations, Sui sat cross-legged in front of Tan Philion. Examining Tan Philion's wounds, Sui pulled out a first aid kit and tore open her clothes. While tearing, Tan Philion's strong chest and arms were exposed to the air. Kneeling halfway on the ground, Sui removed her top and meticulously disinfected and wiped the wound. At the moment Sui took out the bullet, Tan Philion's eyes slowly opened. Sui had been observing Tan Philion's condition all along. As soon as her eyes opened, Sui placed the gun under Tan Philion's jaw. Don't move. From now on, you listen to me. Or I'll kill you. Sui turned the cold gun muzzle lightly on Tan Philion's jaw. Tan Philion's half-closed eyes lifted to meet Suyi's gaze. She realized her wrists were locked. The black bite guard sealed her mouth and nose, leaving no room for any harm. Tan Philion fiercely pulled at the chains around her wrists, trying to approach Sui but was quickly pulled back to her original spot. With wild eyes, she bared her teeth in a biting posture. Dingling. The bell rang crisply with every movement of Tan Philion. Tan Philion looked at Sui as if she were staring at prey, terrifying, screaming through the bite guard while the force in her wrist struggles grew stronger. Sui noticed that when Tan Philion went berserk, she wouldn't speak. She lost her ability to communicate. No human language came from her mouth. She seemed alternately lucid and delirious. Yet her appearance showed no signs of diminished intelligence, remaining sharp and cold. This level of agitation was beyond her control. Sui saw that Tan Philion's wrists were torn and bloodied, but she didn't stop struggling. She wanted to break free. Sui knew he couldn't release Tan Philion. But judging by the force she was exerting to break free, within 10 minutes, her skin would be shredded. The wound on her chest reopened due to her movements, and the stopped bleeding began seeping again. Whether bound or not, it wasn't working. Crazy little beast. Sui shouted, stop moving. Sui suddenly grabbed Tan Philion's shirt, look at me properly. Don't you like me? Are you crazy enough to not recognize me? You damn idiot. Suyi's gaze turned fierce. Tan Philion, I risked my life protecting you so you could kill me. I'm your wife. Suyi's mind was in turmoil, speaking without thinking. Realizing what he said, Sui stopped cursing. Su-yi, humph. What was he saying? Originally just angry words, but Su-yi sensed that the struggling Tanfilian calmed down after being shouted at. Su-yi. Su-yi's eyes wandered as he cautiously met Tanfilian's gaze, noticing her fierce eyes soften slightly. Su-yi. Effective? Which sentence was effective? Su-yi let go of Tanfilian's shirt, discovering her eyes remained fixed on him, filled with suppressed emotions. Expecting Tanfilian to embrace him in the next second. Su-yi stared at the restrained Tanfilian. Don't move, you'll hurt yourself. Seeing Tanfilian's lowered eyelids, Su-yi's eyes lit up slightly. After staring at each other for a while, Tanfilian appeared much calmer. Su-yi confirmed that Tanfilian would no longer struggle. He squatted again to treat Tanfilian's wounds. Being closer, Su-yi could clearly feel Tanfilian's hot breath, tickling his skin. He didn't fear what Tanfilian might do. At this moment, Tanfilian's whole body was restrained, any movement would only hurt her own flesh and skin. Her wrists were already bleeding, the bloodstains trickling down from her fingertips. Su-yi bandaged both of Tanfilian's wrists with gauze. Due to his intense focus, he gradually forgot that Tanfilian was in a dangerous state. Su-yi took out the disinfectant to clean the wound on Tanfilian's chest. Hearing her deep breathing, Su-yi instinctively blew gently on it. When rebandaging, Su-yi felt Tanfilian's restrained wrists moving continuously. But it wasn't the previous madness, instead, it was an effort to touch something or move closer. Tanfilian wanted to hug him. Su-yi packed away the first aid kit and slightly moved to the side. He gently lifted his hand and embraced Tanfilian, leaning lightly against her chest. If you're good, I'll hug you. Su-yi thought Tanfilian showed affection for him when she was clear-headed, so she stopped being restless in her haze. That small amount of unknown feelings was the key to making Tanfilian obedient at this moment. Tanfilian's wrists were restricted, unable to embrace Su-yi. Only faint sounds could be heard. The dingling sound echoed in the quiet room. I can't untie the chains now, Su-yi spoke firmly, not even knowing if Tanfilian could understand. He continued, once you can talk, brother will let you go. A Tanfilian could control her emotions well, but the current Tanfilian was too dangerous. Su-yi pulled away from Tanfilian. Tanfilian, this is the last time I save you. You need to behave. As long as you're good, I'll like you, Su-yi said. He knew what mattered to Tanfilian. After so many days together, a single smile from him could make Tanfilian happy, how could that not be liking him? Then, was he now exploiting Tanfilian's feelings, using her pure and simple affection as leverage? Su-yi couldn't find words to express his thoughts. For so many years, no one had ever cared about him as much as Tanfilian did. An experimental subject. Su-yi stood up and walked out of the room. As soon as the door to the confinement chamber closed, violent struggles resumed inside. By the time Su-yi went back in, Tanfilian's wounds had torn open again. Su-yi was puzzled. Upon checking the surveillance footage in the confinement room, he realized how frenziedly Tanfilian had struggled after he left. She wanted to escape this room. When Su-yi returned to the confinement chamber, Tanfilian immediately calmed down. Su-yi understood, he couldn't leave. After scolding Tanfilian harshly, he dressed the reopened wounds once more. The words coming out of Tanfilian's mouth were unlike human language. Su-yi couldn't understand them, so he tried to guess based on her eyes. I won't leave, Su-yi told Tanfilian, I'll stay here with you. From Tanfilian's odd expression, Su-yi sensed he hadn't guessed correctly. He followed Tanfilian's gaze filled with pity and heartache. Tanfilian was looking at the area around Su-yi's neck. Su-yi asked tentatively, do you want to know how my wound is? Tanfilian curled on the ground and moved forward slightly upon hearing Su-yi's question. It hurts a lot. Su-yi looked seriously, he wasn't someone who feared pain, but these wounds were caused by Tanfilian. Now that the culprit was somewhat awake, Su-yi exaggeratedly described the severity to make her feel properly regretful. Nearly bled to death. Watching Tanfilian's suddenly sorrowful face made Su-yi's irritated mood ease somewhat. Do you want to kill your wife? Su-yi said. Tanfilian shook her head, negating Su-yi's words. Wouldn't killing me make you heartbroken? Su-yi asked. There was a glimmer of resentment and sorrow in Tanfilian's reddened eyes. Hearing the phrase, I don't want you anymore, 2 tears dripped down. Su-yi didn't expect Tanfilian to cry. But his words were effective, and Su-yi couldn't stop now. You cannot escape from this room, I will always be with you. You cannot harm anyone, not even causing injury. Su-yi raised his hand to wipe away the tear stains on Tanfilian's cheek. You can win my love in the right way. Su-yi's face darkened, his fingertip lightly caressing her face, as if there wasn't enough time left. Using the wrong methods had achieved the correct results. The flickering lights reflected off Su-yi's black pupils. On his index finger was the ring bought by Tanfilian. Tanfilian, you've made me so strange. Chapter 24, Yu takes the initiative to cultivate. The two of them gazed at each other across the water, their souls trapped in thorns. Yuyi's fingertips were stained with the blood of Tanfilian, and with every movement, he seemed to try to understand more about Tanfilian. There was so much that Yuyi did not understand. Facing Tan Philian, there were too many unknowns, like an endless abyss. This was the cat he had saved and brought home, now looking just as pitiful as it had years ago. In Tan Philian's consciousness, love and affection were straightforward and domineering. At this critical moment, Yui couldn't help but remember what Tan Philian had said, "I like you." If it were a normal admirer, Yui would have classified the person as mentally impaired. But alas, these words were from Tan Philian. It almost seemed right coming out of his mouth. After all, who wouldn't consider him a little monster? Yui even thought he was pretty cute, wild, and somewhat twisted. "Can you understand what I'm saying now?" Yui asked. Tan Philian's pupils concealed a mix of hope and gentleness, beneath which was his desperately suppressed agitation. Yui reached out and patted Tan Philian's head. The smooth black hair slid between his fingers, and his movements carried a comforting intention. Yui remembered that the scent of a chosen partner could soothe the restless mind of a strange one. He wondered, if Tan Philian really liked him, perhaps his presence could make him calm down. "If you lose control, you will hurt me, do you understand?" Yui didn't know what Tan Philian cared about, it seemed like only he could occupy any space in his world. He didn't care for anyone, had no particular likes, was cold and obstinate, and had no compassion. Born with a flawed soul. Though he knew that when Tan Philian was clear-headed, he acted obediently in front of him, pretending to be good, wasn't this still a way for him to please him? When someone cares, they fear. Fear is leverage. With leverage, one can make him comply. After Yui finished speaking, he sensed a change in Tan Philian's gaze. He looked up at Yui, his faint pupils flashing with a hint of remorse. Yui was sure that Tan Philian understood what he meant. "Just stay here quietly." Yui sat cross-legged in front of Tan Philian. He took out his computer and started working right in front of the restrained Tan Philian. Behind Yui was a large bed. This room was decorated rather humanely by him, it looked like a guest room tailored for peculiar tastes when it wasn't being used for imprisonment, but now it was a ruthless solitary confinement chamber. Yui leaned back against the edge of the bed, occasionally glancing at Tan Philian. The two were only 2 meters apart, and Tan Philian kept trying to inch forward but was completely immobile due to his restraints. Yui ignored him and focused on studying his recent whereabouts. The surveillance layout in Yui's home was extremely precise. Out of excessive vigilance, installing cameras at home was not something unusual for him, he didn't need privacy anyway. After Tan Philian came into his life, Yui mainly monitored him through location tracking, rarely checking the actual surveillance footage. Now, Yui opened the camera recordings and played them back at high speed. During the dangerous periods, Tan Philian's behavior had been unusual earlier on. For instance, he stopped hugging himself, cooking for him, snuggling up to him, and calling him wife without reason. He became colder, more distant, and harder to approach. As Yui went further back in time in the footage, his expression grew increasingly strange. Observing Tan Philian in the surveillance video along with the corresponding timestamps, Yui discovered that whenever he left to work, after walking far enough away, Tan Philian would immediately follow. However, Tan Philian never showed up at Yui's workplace, and he would always wait obediently outside the door until Yui returned home. As a result, whenever Yui opened the door, he would see Tan Philian waiting for him. Sure enough, he was a creep. Yui continued flipping through the surveillance. He found that Tan Philian had listened to his advice and stayed home for several days. But after Yui left, Tan Philian did nothing but sit on the sofa in the living room, hugging Yui's clothes. From morning to night, as the intense sunlight faded, mixing with Tan Philian's lonely expectation. The golden light turned warm, the colors scattered by the window on his cheeks changing while Tan Philian remained motionless. Like a sculpture without life. Sometimes Tan Philian appeared agitated and impatient, and he would take out Yui's clothes and sniff them. It seemed like he was trying hard to control something. Every time he heard the sound of the door opening, Tan Philian would rush to Yui's side and kiss him. Yui felt a twinge of unease. He thought Tan Philian kissed him at the door because of an obsessive desire to possess him. But now he realized Tan Philian had waited all day inside. His kiss was not one of possession, but of every vine spreading over his body, of longing, yearning for himself. Every word of Tan Philian's expressions of missing him were genuine. Rewind by a day. Tan Philian discovered the camera inside the house. He walked to it, his gaze half lowered, and asked, "Will brother watch?" Tan Philian pointed at his own lips, looking at the camera. "I don't like this gift. There's a tracker inside. But since you gave it to me, I won't take it off." "I want a new gift," Tan Philian said. Suyi's grip on the surveillance tightened, so he knew everything. Yet still willingly submitted. Sui bit his lip and glanced at Tan Philian. To be honest, the gift was real. Sui had spent half a day picking out something that fit Tan Philian in size, shape, and color. The tracker was also made by him personally. Its purpose wasn't to imprison. Knowing where he was for better protection. But if Tan Philian found out, he would definitely misinterpret it. "If you don't like this one, which one do you like?" Sui asked randomly. Just as he was thinking of observing Tan Philian's condition, the doorbell rang downstairs. Ding dong. Ding dong. Su Yi's eyes darkened with a flicker of anger. There was no way he could pretend not to be home at such a moment. Whoever came should be faced with composure. Being suspicious was the beginning of all disasters. But Tan Phi Lian, leaving him would cause agitation and frenzy. What to do? What to do? Su Yi's mind grew momentarily confused. He could handle every matter meticulously, perfectly, yet each time these skills seemed to fail when facing Tan Phi Lian. He became slower. Suddenly, Su Yi remembered the image from the surveillance, Tan Phi Lian hugging his clothes. He took off his coat and untied one of Tan Phi Lian's hands. Tan Phi Lian, listen carefully, I have to go downstairs now. You must stay here quietly, or I won't be able to save you. His tone was serious and cold. Upon realizing this, Su Yi suddenly remembered Tan Phi Lian was soft-hearted and didn't respond well to harshness. Su Yi placed his coat in Tan Phi Lian's hand and knelt slightly, gently tugging at the hem of Tan Phi Lian's clothes. Tentatively, and awkwardly, he tilted his head up and leaned forward to lightly kiss Tan Phi Lian's forehead. The cool lips grew scorching hot. Tan Phi Lian's gaze instantly softened, stars twinkling in his eyes. With only one hand freed, he showed no intention of breaking free. Instead, he wrapped his arm around Su Yi's waist. Su Yi relaxed somewhat. It was indeed true that Tan Phi Lian responded better to kindness than toughness. Su Yi moved closer to Tan Phi Lian, whispering heatedly into his ear, if you behave and don't move around, brother will promise you anything afterward. Chapter 25, Where is Brother Su Yi? Su Yi didn't know why Tan Phi Lian liked to call him brother so much, but as he kept hearing it, Su Yi found that he actually quite liked the little monster calling him that way. Even though there was no blood relation between them, whenever he called Su Yi brother, he sounded very obedient. Su Yi couldn't help but patted Tan Phi Lian's head again. Be a good boy, big brother will take care of you. The surprise in Tan Phi Lian's expression was obvious. Su Yi retracted his hand after patting and pushed Tan Phi Lian away slightly. You can't make a sound, can't get angry, can't think about leaving. Remember every word I've said. Su Yi had no certainty on how much of his words Tan Phi Lian would follow, including whether or not he would lose control again, everything was uncertain. He walked towards the door, took 2 steps forward, then glanced sideways at Tan Phi Lian. Tan Phi Lian showed no intention of running wild, only silently hugging Su Yi's clothes, looking rather well behaved. Su Yi felt a sudden uneasiness in his heart. In the room lit by a single beam of light, the soft glow was all on one side of Tan Phi Lian's face, while the metallic objects emitted an eerie shimmer. The sense of evil loomed, roaring loudly, the extreme danger was just a thought away for Tan Phi Lian. Tan Phi Lian, is keeping you really the right choice? Su Yi knew he was taking a gamble with himself. After Su Yi went out of the room and stood by the door for about 2 seconds, Tan Phi Lian still appeared calm without any emotions. When going downstairs, Su Yi sprayed heavy perfume inside the house to cover up smells. Looking at the people outside from the monitor near the doorway, his taut thoughts gradually deviated toward another direction. The person who came wasn't from the Control Bureau, nor the Investigation Bureau, nor the laboratory. The face that appeared outside the house was someone Su Yi didn't recognize at all. The teenager standing outside looked docile, with rosy lips and fine teeth, a delicate appearance, fragile and petite, eyes filled with surprise, and red-tipped eyes showing he had been crying, tears yet to dry. He looked very pitiful. This kind of appearance could easily evoke protective instincts in others. Carefully searching his memory, Su Yi found nothing conclusive and determined that he indeed did not know the young man outside the door. Seeing the boy press the doorbell timidly again, biting his lips in a way that made it appear as if he feared the owner wouldn't open the door. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang once more. Su Yi cautiously opened the door. Who are you looking for? As Su Yi asked this, his gaze flickered, surveying around and finding no one else, his tone remained relatively even due to his usual indifference towards others scaring the youth at the door. Lowering his gaze, the boy didn't dare to look at Su Yi and only tightly gripped his right hand with his left, trembling faintly. I'm Chiu Mo. His voice trembled as he spoke to Su Yi, eyes focused on his feet. I'm looking for Su Yi. Brother Su Yi. Huh? Chiu Mo. Looking for Su Yi. Su Yi suddenly felt like his brain exploded. The fingers holding the doorknob started to tremble. Pata pata pata. The metal on the doorknob jiggled. Su Yi felt his vision go black. Damn it. His older brother had slept with his arranged dating partner Chiu Mo, drunk and unaware of who he'd slept with. And Chiu Mo mistook that it was him who had slept with her. So, now this meant she came here to demand responsibility. Is that what it is? Su Yi narrowed his eyes at Chiu Mo standing at the door, realizing she was so timid that one word might set her off in tears. Thus, Su Yi dared not say too much. That. Su Yi loosened his grip on the doorknob. Come in first. Su Yi wanted to calm her down and leave the issue for his brother to handle. When he finished speaking, Su Yi widened the door a bit more. It was already night time, and Su Yi couldn't fathom why Chiu Mo had come all of a sudden, but judging by her current demeanor, it was clear she had suffered some grievances. With hesitancy, Chiu Mo stepped into the house. At the doorway, she quietly removed her shoes before tiptoeing into the interior, visibly shaking. You don't need to take off your shoes. Sui observed her sensitive nature and became more patient. Since she had already taken them off, Sui provided her with a pair of slippers. He wondered how much suffering Chiu Mo had endured in the Chiu household, seeing her actions full of timidity and unwillingness to speak loud. Don't be so tense. Sui said softly. Sit down first. Sui led her to the living room sofa, turned on the projector, and poured a glass of water for Chiu Mo. Warm yourself. Sui spoke gently. Sui poured himself a glass too. He had felt parched after kissing Tan Filian earlier. Thank you. Chiu Mo accepted the warm water, took a sip, held on to the cup hesitating, wanting to speak but too afraid. In the few minutes since they entered the room, neither had met each other's gaze. Where's Sui? Chiu Mo finally looked at Sui for a brief moment. He had been focusing on the voice, which sounded different from the one at the banquet the other day. So this person in front of him wasn't Sui. Pht. Cough cough. The wine that Sui had just swallowed came back up. How was he supposed to explain this? What were the chances of someone being beaten to death? This matter would have to be dealt with sooner or later. With earnest resolve, Sui spoke, there's something I might need to explain to you. Things may not be exactly as you imagine. Chiu Mo immediately felt a wave of despair wash over him. For him, if Sui didn't want him, then he would be doomed to spend his life trapped in the abyss of the Chiu family, furthermore being rejected by Master Su, it seemed like an irreversible fact. An unchangeable, untouchable reality. All he imagined was that Sui would care about him. Anyway, this was the worst-case scenario. Just as he was pondering all this, before even responding, tears began rolling down Chiu Mo's face one after another, sparkling droplets landing on his hand, faster than he could wipe them away. His fragile expression extended even to the tips of his fingers. Seeing the tears, Sui became flustered. He had no idea how to comfort people. Ultimately, this was still his fault. Sui felt both guilty and remorseful towards Chiu Mo. Don't cry, Sui handed a tissue from the table to Chiu Mo. Don't cry, please don't cry. Sui. Why was he crying harder? Not using the right method to console him. This must be the second biggest trouble he'd ever caused in his entire life. Chiu Mo's soft sobs grew increasingly uncontrollable. He clearly wanted to stop himself but couldn't due to his shallow-hearted and timid nature. For these past days, Chiu Mo had thought that if Sui were willing to take responsibility, no, it shouldn't be about responsibility. If Sui felt even the tiniest affection towards him, he wouldn't have cut off contact completely after the last banquet. Today, it was my brother, my own brother kicked me out. Chiu Mo clutched the couch cushion tightly, his fingertips digging into the fabric painfully. I have nowhere to sleep. His reddened eyes emphasized the sobbing tone of his words, yet they carried a slight edge of bitterness. Sui knew that most of the Chiu brothers weren't good people behind closed doors, but he hadn't expected them to actually kick their own flesh and blood relative out. They're animals. Sui silently cursed. Once again, Chiu Mo summoned up the courage to ask Sui, his soft voice filled with both fear and determination. Where is brother Sui? Chapter 26, This is the Reward. Where is brother Sui? Upon hearing this, Sui tightly pressed his lips, opening his mouth after a while but failing to utter a single word. Sui raised his hand to caress his forehead, then uncomfortably touched the tip of his nose. I am Sui. Sui finally said. After speaking, he waited for Chiu Mo's next words, but Chiu Mo didn't reply for a long time. When Sui glanced over, he found that Chiu Mo was lost in his own emotions. Chiu Mo hadn't even heard what he said. The sobbing grew lower and more restrained, and Sui had no idea how to comfort him. It seemed as though Chiu Mo's sorrow had blocked out everything around him, leading the scene into a dead end. Don't be sad, Sui's voice rose louder. If you have nowhere to stay, you can stay here temporarily. It wasn't because Sui liked to meddle, the Chiu family was huge, even more so than the Su family. He himself grew up in such an environment and could understand Chiu Mo's situation. He sincerely felt that Chiu Mo was much more pitiable than himself. Lacking guile or scheming thoughts, he appeared like someone everyone could take advantage of, an easy target for mistreatment. Although the incident at the banquet wasn't Sui bullying him, Sui still inexplicably felt a sense of vicarious guilt. It essentially came down to the Su family wronging him. There were ripples in Su Yi's eyes. He wasn't sure if Su Yan would accept Chiu Mo. At least in his impression, Su Yan wasn't someone who paid much attention to their bed partner. Capitalists sitting high above cared little for genuine feelings, they used when they gained advantage and discarded when they didn't, cold and indifferent. In Su Yi's eyes, Chiu Mo's outcome was all too clear. Even if Chiu Mo had slept with Su Yan, the most likely words he'd hear might be not to bother him again in the future. Thus, how should Chiu Mo proceed? Perhaps because Sui deeply empathized with Chiu Mo's background, he couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for him. Sui thought, if Chiu Mo knew now that it was him as Sui, he would probably leave out of self-respect and sleep on the streets. So, it's better not to mention it for now. Fortunately, he didn't hear earlier. Chiu Mo's thoughts were too simple, his joy, sorrow, pain, fear, happiness, and surprise were all written clearly on his face. Believing that he had been intimate with the young master of the Su family, he had come here harboring faint hopes. In Chiu Mo's mind, the young master of the Su family was currently the person most likely able to provide him a place to live. Alright, let's settle down first. Seeing Chiu Mo finally raise his head with a delighted look, Sui pointed to the quietest guest room on the first floor. You can sleep in this guest room, and you can stay as long as you want. Then seriously added, do not go upstairs. Suyi's tone was commanding, showing few emotions while maintaining his usual cold expression. Okay. Chiu Mo nodded earnestly, fingers gripping the hem of his clothes. Can you make the decision about me staying here? Sui. It's my house. Is brother Sui not here? Chiu Mo timidly probed. I'm afraid he might get angry. He won't be angry, Sui replied. What is your relationship with brother Sui? He hasn't contacted me ever since. Chiu Mo's voice was so weak it was almost negligible. The orange-yellow light beside his face made him appear both obedient and despondent. Sui. His elder brother. Chiu Mo looked down nervously. Big brother, good. Why so obedient? Sui pressed his lips together. If Tan Fei Lian was as obedient as this, he would appear so soft and gentle. Were you kicked out? Sui continued asking. Why? The elder brother said I am now part of the Su family, so I can no longer stay in the Chiu family. Sui was quite irritated by these words, his tone softening slightly. What are your plans moving forward? I want to find a job. Chiu Mo's pupils clouded over with bitterness and detachment. Once I find work, I won't bother anyone anymore. Looking for a job? Sui asked, what did you study? Chiu Mo seemed to think for a moment before saying somewhat embarrassedly, I'm a dance student. Sui frowned. This was something he certainly couldn't help Chiu Mo with. Stay here for now. Go to sleep. Sui didn't want to exchange too many words with Chiu Mo. There's a bathroom in the guest room. When will brother Sui come back? Chiu Mo asked, still holding on to hope. Since the lie had already been told and to avoid him having nowhere to go, Sui had to continue, perhaps, in a couple of days. Could I get brother Sui's contact information? Chiu Mo said this while tightly twisting the corner of his clothes, looking like it took great courage to ask. Sui. Truly, a calamity. Though Sui thought the likelihood of Su Yan truly treating Chiu Mo well was slim, regarding giving contact information, he indeed didn't want to refuse. Sui took out his phone and showed Xian Yan's WeChat QR code to Chiu Mo. You add him. After adding WeChat, Chiu Mo stood up, not daring to get too close to Sui. Thank you, brother. I will leave once I find a job. Watching Chiu Mo walk into the guest room, Sui let out a long sigh of relief. Given Xian Yan's surly face, anyone adding him without an explicitly stated commercial intent would be refused. Sui sent Xian Yan a message, brother, someone added you, please agree. After a few minutes, Xian Yan replied, your friend? Sui, just add them, don't ask. Xian Yan, dot. He coldly sent back a full stop to Sui. Sui, don't be mean. Xian Yan, did you introduce her as your sister-in-law? Sui. Can I? The moment the words were typed, Xian Yan's video call came through, and Sui didn't dare to pick it up, he directly hung up. Phew, narrowly avoided getting yelled at. As the noise in the room gradually quieted down, Sui then went upstairs. Walking to the door, Sui heard no sound, though even if there was, the soundproofing of this room would likely muffle everything. With his heart on edge, Sui pushed open the door. Seeing Tan Feilian hugging his clothes curled up on the ground, for some inexplicable reason, Sui felt rather pleased. Even during dangerous periods, Tan Feilian could still behave well. When Suyi's eyes met with Tan Feilian's gaze, he found that besides being obedient, Tan Feilian also had a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Why? Could it be because he left for too long? Sui entered the isolation room, closed the door, and without paying attention to Tan Feilian, continued his work. About 10 minutes later, Sui heard a jingle sound from Tan Feilian's side. It wasn't from desperate struggling but slight pulling, more like trying to draw Suyi's attention. When Sui looked over, he saw Tan Feilian throwing his coat aside with an indignant look. Suyi's clothes were thrown at his feet by Tan Feilian. With a casual movement, Sui picked up the clothes easily and continued working, completely ignoring what happened around him. Don't want it? Fine then. Sui put the clothes on the bed. A short while after, Sui suddenly felt a tightening around his waist. Chapter 27, Yi thinks he's adorable. Sui guessed that Tan Feilian was thinking about the matter he had mentioned earlier. Considering how well behaved he was now, Sui decided not to hold Tan Feilian's violent hints against him. You're injured. Let it be for now. Sui squatted down and attempted to make eye contact with Tan Feilian. Sui reached out and untied Tan Feilian's restraints. But you were very obedient just now. Sui leaned forward, supported by his hands on the ground, and lightly kissed the corner of Tan Feilian's mouth. This is a reward. The kiss was as soft as cotton candy, carrying the sweet taste that the little monster adored most. It felt unreal, like melted honey preserved in water. Sui wasn't someone who treated feelings or kissing or bedroom matters as expressions of love. If external factors could benefit Sui, these things would all be regarded by him as trivialities. Sui hadn't expected to fall for a mutant. At first, he cared more about keeping Tan Philion alive. Tan Philion was a contradictory kind of mutant. Violent and crazy, obsessed and unsolvable. Yet he could do something as tender as holding Sui's hand and trimming his nails with a nail clipper. These days, Tan Philion had given Sui many firsts. He was different from everyone else. After the kiss, Sui patted Tan Philion's head gently. Good boy. Tan Philion rubbed his cheek against Sui's palm. Sui paused slightly in surprise, realizing this was Tan Philion's way of expressing himself. When there was no hostility, he'd show his belly to let you touch. People say there's medicine for every human disease, but it seemed Tan Philion saw Sui as his medicine, bitter and astringent, needing to be unwrapped before tasting the slight sweetness inside, able to heal wounds and allow one to wait for tomorrow. Tan Philion always wanted to taste it, and Sui was willing to let him have a lick. When, clear-headed, Tan Philion would think. Unwrapped sugar paper will eventually melt away. Someday, the elder brother will like him. Mutants can live up to 200 years, and under the vast starry sky during the full moon, what he excels at is waiting. When not clear-headed, every human around him shouted, no, their face is hideous. A blood-red abyss swallowed him into darkness without light, beyond any safety line. That day, Sui slept in the isolation room while Tan Philion lay on the floor. The plant genes in Tan Philion liked cold weather. Previously, in the lab, to prevent killing Tan Philion accidentally, the air conditioning was kept running non-stop at a low temperature, and Sui didn't know how much electricity bill it cost him. Sui initially thought about throwing a blanket over Tan Philion but changed his mind after considering it for a couple of seconds. Sui lay on the bed, just out of reach of the chains binding Tan Philion. Doo-doo, doo-doo. Sui was awakened the next morning by the urgent ringing of his phone. Mr. Su, please come to the lab. It was a call from an employee of the Special Research Institute. The tone on the other side was both anxious and urgent. Sui opened his eyes and noticed that Tan Philion's head rested on his stomach. Tan Philion had nothing covering him, he appeared to be sleeping soundly. Sui frowned, still half asleep. No doubt, it was Tan Philion who slipped the blanket off him when he fell asleep. I understand. Sui responded coldly and immediately rolled out of bed. As soon as Sui moved, Tan Philion woke up. Taking advantage of his relatively calm state, Sui injected another dose of sedatives into Tan Philion. After the injection, Sui took a look at Tan Philion and drew 2 tubes of blood. He wanted to know all the fluctuating data points during Tan Philion's episodes of uncontrollable aggression. After withdrawing the needle, Sui realized Tan Philion was looking directly at him. The look in his eyes seemed to be asking, am I being good? Sui, what? Sui, damn, how cute. No wonder people say kids are cutest when they can't talk yet. It was truly exhausting. Sui put away the blood samples and sternly instructed, I'm going to the lab. You cannot leave this room, and you mustn't get agitated, otherwise I can't help you either. Sui wasn't worried that Tan Philion might harm Chiyo-mo. This room was specially designed, locked with chains, and injected with sedatives, so Tan Philion wouldn't be able to escape unless Sui risked letting Chiyo-mo stay here. Still, warnings were necessary. I'll be back soon. Seemingly not hearing, Tan Philion poked his own cheek again. With half-closed eyelashes, Sui bent slightly closer and kissed Tan Philion's cheek. Chew. His lips briefly touched and quickly pulled away as Sui stood up. Turning around, Sui's gaze became colder. The laboratory wouldn't urgently call him for trifles. Clutching his phone tightly, Sui left the isolation room. After closing the door, Sui set a dynamic password. The thick door separated 2 completely different worlds. When Sui came downstairs, he found Chiyo-mo making breakfast in the kitchen. Upon seeing Sui, Chiyo-mo immediately stepped out to please him. Brother, I've made breakfast, let's eat together. Sui was adjusting his clothing. No thanks, I need to go to the lab. I'll cook dinner for you then, said Chiyo-mo earnestly at the kitchen door. My cooking is really good. This time, Sui did not refuse. He wasn't particular about food and disliked cooking, he often suffered stomach aches from hunger before eating. Having someone cook for him meant he didn't have to bother himself, so he usually felt grateful. Then thank you for your effort. Just as Sui reached the door, the lab called again, somewhat urging him, Mr. Su, are you here yet? Make sure you're well protected, came the significant reminder from the other end of the line. It only took Sui 20 minutes to arrive at the Special Research Institute after receiving the call. The moment he entered the most sophisticated 3rd floor of the experimental center, he was stunned by what he saw. Chapter 28, If you don't kill him, he will kill you. Several men dressed in suits stood on one side of the laboratory as research staff reported experimental data. And right in front of the scene was a huge iron cage, full of half-human, half-monster mutants. Sui's pupils dilated, completely scattered. For a moment, he lost strength. After the explosion years ago, the administration released news that all mutants were wiped out, but there was definitely water under that bridge. They feared mutants more than anyone, so they established a prevention and control department in this special laboratory. The administration was dedicated to finding all dormant mutants, and the end result for these mutants was various ways of violent death. These are the mutants captured from Snake Island. One of the researchers said earnestly to the suited men. Mutants captured from Snake Island. Sui unconsciously grasped the corner of his clothes, feeling suffocated by the surrounding air upon hearing these words. Let's dissect them all and take a look, a deep male voice sounded. The man surrounded by many people had already turned half white-haired. His suit was neatly pressed, giving off a professorial demeanor. Once it's done, let Sui write me a report. Speaking, the man questioned discontentedly, where is Sui? Why hasn't he come yet? Sue. Hearing this, the lab personnel looked up just to see Sui who had already reached the door. He's here. Teacher Sue has arrived. Professor Han. Suyi's face lit up with pleasure, laughter in his eyes. How did you find time to come over today? Han Yuan was the main person in charge of the special laboratory of the Management Bureau and also Suyi's direct superior. Under normal circumstances, Han Yuan rarely came to the laboratory. This laboratory belonged to the Administration Bureau. Every piece of data had to undergo strict approval and reporting. After many years here, Sui was still only a third-tier member. During Han Yuan's term, he promoted Sui, Han Si-bai, and several other employees who performed well in the lab. To be precise, Sui was still not one of Han Yuan's closest aides. Those who were truly close to Han Yuan were others. Sui observed the surroundings and found that all the employees in the laboratory were unfamiliar faces. This made Sui suspicious. Little E. Han Yuan showed a smile to Sui, come over and take a look at something good. Han Yuan's upward slanting eyes appeared kind, but the smile in them sent shivers down Sui's spine. Sui walked towards Han Yuan, who then indicated that Sui should look at the huge iron cage in the center of the laboratory. The iron cage was about the size of an off-road vehicle, with lights shining directly into it, like a judgment. Inside, there were about a dozen mutants. They could no longer maintain their human form normally. Some exposed their fangs, grew claws, some grew moss on their faces, and others curled up their giant beast tails trying to pry open the iron cage, but none of the mutants made a sound, and their movements were extremely subtle. They had been given sedatives. That was Suyi's first thought. Some mutants even crouched semi-curled in the cage, trembling. When humans express fear, they generally do this to gain a sense of security, and it was similar for mutants. The special laboratory would have mutants, but never had so many appeared simultaneously. In all his years in the laboratory, Sui had never encountered such a situation. How can there be so many mutants? Sui expressed surprise, but asked little. Han Yuan gazed at the mutants in the iron cage, a smile playing on his lips. I've wanted to clean out Snake Island for a long time. These mutants were all sent there by their families. Han Yuan sighed deeply, full of regret in his breathing, sent by their families, meaning we have too many humans foolish enough to believe they can coexist peacefully with mutants. Rather than seeing them caught by the Control Bureau, they'd rather send these mutants to Snake Island where 9 out of 10 die, endangering everyone else. Han Yuan seemed to be speaking with great anger, his words filled with indignation. Suyi's heart trembled slightly. Over the years, some of the undiscovered mutants had become reintegrated into human society, causing concern within the population. Mutants had started appearing frequently in recent years, always a pain in the side of the Management Bureau. Did they hurt anyone? Sui asked. Han Yuan replied coldly, they injured more than 30 people outside Snake Island. To avoid panic, I have already ordered a cover-up. Otherwise, major protests and demonstrations would certainly break out, and the public would accuse the Management Bureau of incompetence. What does Teacher Han mean to do by bringing these mutants here? Sui left the latter part unspoken, respectfully waiting for Han Yuan's response. Teacher Han means to dissect them according to their attributes, interjected a researcher beside Han Yuan. You will be the chief surgeon. Han Yuan took one step closer to the iron cage containing the mutants. Are you familiar with the concept of a perception magnetic field? Han Yuan asked Sui. As Han Yuan moved forward, Sui followed. Before Sui could respond, Han Yuan continued. The perception magnetic field of mutants allows them to gather in a short period and warn each other of danger. Every mutant has this special magnetic field. Yes, Sui responded briefly. Han Yuan went on, if we can research it and create a fake version, would it be possible to draw out all the mutants hiding among the population? Han Yuan had now reached the iron cage. He faced the creatures inside without any trace of fear. The perception magnetic fields of mutants are divided into ranks. High-ranking mutants can possess dominance over humans. Their reasons for submission to each other deserve study, Han Yuan said indifferently to Sui. Yes, Sui replied quietly, understanding Han Yuan's implication, exterminating all mutants was the true purpose of the special lab's existence. Do you have enough material from these mutants to research the principle behind the perception magnetic field? Suyi's eyes glinted sharply, hiding all emotions within, I'm interested in trying. That's all I needed to hear. Han Yuan patted Sui on the shoulder with affectionate eyes, good boy. You can dissect as many of these mutants as necessary, if it isn't enough, just tell me. In an instant. Just as Han Yuan's words left his mouth, a dark vine suddenly shot out from the cage, aiming straight for Han Yuan's neck. Its force was ferocious enough to shatter bones. Out of the corner of his eye, Sui noticed and immediately pulled out a gun from his waist, firing at the approaching vine. A loud bang echoed as the bullet penetrated through the cage, striking the left arm of a mutant inside. The targeted mutant still glared furiously at Han Yuan and Sui. However, Sui's shot merely damaged the branch-like vine, not causing any fatal harm. "Teacher, did that frighten you?" Sui softly remarked. Han Yuan smiled slightly and snatched the gun from Sui. He fired 3 consecutive shots directly at the mutant who tried to attack him moments ago. Bang! 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 The resounding gunfire accompanied by flickering ceiling lights. Other mutants inside the cage recoiled in fear, huddled on the ground. That particular mutant had been hit 3 times, forehead, heart, throat. Bright red blood gushed forth. Though its eyes remained wide open in disbelief, its head had separated from its body. The gun smoked visibly, silent like the flowing blood. In a blink of an eye, Han Yuan turned the gun towards Sui. Chapter 29, Origin. Yen harshly scolded, "Still can't get rid of your useless kindness. If you don't kill him today, he'll kill you tomorrow." Sui's eyes were fixed on the strange creature lying in a pool of blood ahead, his pupils devoid of any emotion, and his cold-blooded demeanor was seen by Han Yuan. "Teacher is right," Sui said. Han Yuan's tone softened a little. "If there's anything you need help with, you can go to the control bureau and find Qin Sun." Han Yuan continued, "After all the brains of the strange creatures are removed, they should be sent to me." Han Yuan looked around at the surroundings with a fierce gaze. Preferably taken alive, anesthesia would affect the data. The brain of a strange creature was no different from that of a human, and once removed, it would die immediately. When Sui heard the 2 words, alive extraction, his fingertips went numb. No strange creature could endure this kind of pain. Other experiments you can start first, like drug resistance level, regeneration ability. Han Yuan coldly provided examples. "I only want the brain, give it to me next week." "All of them?" The pads of Sui's fingers curled slightly. "Of course." Han Yuan turned around, "You're in charge of this matter, and you can use anyone in the lab as you wish." After saying this, Han Yuan left with his assistant. As Han Yuan walked away, Sui's eyes became increasingly grim. After Han Yuan left, the researchers in the laboratory cautiously stepped in one by one. Speaking of fear, there wasn't much of it. They were more intimidated by Han Yuan than these strange creatures. With their lifelong research subject vividly appearing before them, these people were excited inside more than they were afraid. "Brother E, what's going on? How did you bring so many strange creatures all at once?" Yeah. I've been here for so long but I've never seen so many strange creatures. Will they hurt people? Should we inject some more sedatives?" One of the researchers asked. Sui observed the behavior of the strange creatures. They were all weak and powerless, showing no signs of attacking. The ones shot earlier were clearly restrained due to the injections, otherwise, they would have moved 10 times faster. "Separate them for monitoring. They won't dare to run. Below the lab is the high-security area. No strange creature can escape from here. And they were clever enough to know that." "All right." Several researchers responded and prepared the isolation rooms. Sui kept his eyes on the direction of the strange creatures. A woman half curled up in the corner caught his attention. She was wearing human clothes, a tattered pink robe that covered her ankles, hugging her head and shaking badly. She appeared entirely non-threatening. On her hands were fish scales visible to the naked eye. Among everyone present, she was the most frightened yet the most lucid. The researchers pulled her out of the iron cage and put her into an isolation room. The woman didn't resist at all. All these strange creatures were currently in a dangerous period, irritable and prone to anger, bloodthirsty, and filled with murderous intent. That woman was different. Sui was certain that she could speak now. After all the strange creatures were separated, Sui found the culture room where the woman was being detained. The rooms weren't completely partitioned, the ceiling wasn't sealed, and all the culture rooms were interconnected, allowing everything in each room to be seen from outside while preventing the strange creatures from seeing their companions clearly. When Sui entered, the researchers were just about to put handcuffs on the woman. "You can go out first," Sui calmly said. Yes, the two heard and nodded, then left. Sui stared at the strange creature before him. Her neck was restrained by an iron chain, her hair disheveled, her feet bare, her clothing torn in several places, still covered with mud, looking quite bedraggled. "How were you captured?" Sui cut straight to the point. Upon hearing this, the woman still hung her head, seemingly not understanding Sui's question. "I merely want to verify how many people you killed." Sui watched for the woman's reaction. The woman suddenly moved her hanging head, lifting her bloodshot eyes to briefly meet Sui's gaze. "Verification? When did you ever need to verify before killing us strange creatures?" The woman found it hilarious, full of sarcasm in her words. Apparently, she could talk. Sui closed the door of the culture room. "Evidence is the perfect ticket to death, whether it's real or not always matters to someone. I want to hear the truth." The woman was astonished as she stared back at Sui. In this world, no one cared whether strange creatures really killed people. As long as someone pointed at them and said they carved how many heads off or committed countless evils, no one ever sought verification. In their eyes, strange creatures were inherently evil, and the images imagined based on stories would always be more monstrous than described. This has been the stereotype of strange creatures in people's minds for many years. It was the first time the woman had heard someone ask such a question, and she couldn't help but feel astonished. Recalling how Sui had intentionally aimed off-center during the shooting, not striking a fatal blow, the woman suddenly felt a flicker of hope. Her eyes shimmered as she grabbed Sui's white coat and knelt down toward him sharply. "Sir, please save us. We haven't killed anyone." Her tone was sticky and trembling, her words trailing like threads. "The people were killed by those who came with Han Yuan, not us." Sui suddenly froze, realizing it confirmed his suspicions without a doubt. Han Yuan was a survivor of the Minzhou laboratory explosion 12 years ago, and since then, his hatred for the strange creatures had reached its peak. His murderous intent was both pathological and insane. Han Yuan's urgency seemed like he was trying to cover something up. If Han Yuan wanted to erase the truth, then that was what Sui wanted to uncover. "Why do you turn berserk?" Sui asked. "It's them, they injected us with drugs." The woman glared in rage. She now had no one she could trust, nor did she fear that Sui might be deceiving her for amusement. All her sincerity and anticipation stemmed from the slim possibility in her heart. What if it was true? If this person before her genuinely harbored kindness, why not give it a try? Why not plead? The woman tightly gripped the edges of Sui's clothing, her hands trembling more violently. Sui heard the muffled sound of sobbing. "Why aren't you affected?" he asked again. The woman looked into Sui's eyes and then pulled his hand towards her abdomen. Sui tried to withdraw, but the force was alarming. There was an obvious bulge in her stomach. She was pregnant. Sui naturally helped her up, his voice gentle. "I'm listening, take your time. After a strange creature gets pregnant, their body activates a strong protective mechanism, so I've barely avoided the effects," she said, tears streaming out the moment her gaze shifted. After being supported back to her feet, the woman attempted to kneel again, but Sui firmly grasped her arms to prevent it. "There's no need to kneel before me." The woman's tear-streaked face looked like it could shatter at any moment. Her hands were already gripping Sui's clothes, creating creases. "Sir, have compassion, if you can't save me, please save my child." Her hoarse and dry voice weighed heavily on the atmosphere. "I don't fear life or death, but the child is innocent, it won't carry strange creature genes and will be healthy," she pleaded. "It will be healthy." Sui certainly knew. For a moment, time seemed to stop. The cold white light from the inspection lamps hit Sui's face, yet the chill in his pupils surpassed it all. Wasn't he himself a child born from a strange creature? It would be healthy, carrying no strange creature genes, it would be human. Chapter 30, I miss you today. "I know," Sui said. "I'm not lying to you." The woman saw Sui's sudden indifference, and the hope that had risen on her face was extinguished once again. Sui reached out and untied the bindings around the woman's neck. "No one can escape from the special laboratory." The woman's hands loosened their grip on Sui's clothes. "Han Yuan needs the mutant brains because he himself is sick and wants to use them for extending his life. If you help him, you will be worse than an animal." The woman spat as she bared her teeth, revealing her feral side. Knock knock knock. Sui was about to speak when the researchers outside the cultivation room knocked on the door. The design of the cultivation room was highly soundproof when closed. Seeing someone knocking, the woman's expression grew even more repugnant. "Teacher Su, may we come in?" the person at the door asked respectfully. In the lab, elders usually called Sui Ege, but those who addressed him as teacher were the people close to Han Yuan left here. "Come in." Sui replied coldly. After the door opened, two individuals entered with a syringe gently pushing forward. "We need to inject the sedative now." Sui didn't say anything as the two grabbed the woman's hands and injected the needle, thick as a small finger, inside her. Without turning back during the injection, Sui left the cultivation room. Upon stepping out, he encountered Han Sibai, whose hand was still wrapped in bandages. Seeing Sui, Han Sibai immediately pulled him into a hidden corner. "What do we do now?" Han Sibai tightly held Sui's hand. After hearing the news, despite being injured, Han Sibai hurried to the lab. "What do you think?" Sui asked bitterly. "What can we do? These mutants are clearly sent by Han Yuan to test you." Han Sibai said, "He doubts you." "Doubts me for what?" Sui asked knowingly. Han Sibai, "Any little disturbance among the mutants, and Han Yuan would certainly be the first to know. I suspect he is looking for Tan Philian. With such a high rank, Han Yuan dreams of capturing him." Han Sibai said fiercely, "Ignore these mutants and forget about Tan Philian too. Otherwise, you might get yourself stuck." Sui took out a cigarette and lit it. Thick white smoke swirled before him, unsettling his already troubled mind. "You don't understand." Sui's eyes seemed distant and lost. "Actually, he's quite obedient." "Obedient?" Han Sibai laughed angrily. "He's a lunatic. You can't take care of him anymore now." Han Sibai advised, "If you let him go and allow him to harm others, the Bureau's people will capture him." By then, I'll ensure I kill him before Tan Philion gets the chance to speak. Sui did not respond to Han Sibai's words. After just throwing a cigarette into the trash bin, Sui picked another one to light, which he only did when extremely annoyed. That evening at 9 o'clock, Sui returned home to find Su Yan dining at his own kitchen table, eating heartily. Chiu Mo sat opposite Su Yan, looking uneasy, as if about to burst into tears, scared by Su Yan. "Big brother, why have you come?" Sui adjusted his emotions as he walked toward the two. Seeing Sui approach, Su Yan placed down the chopsticks in his hand gently. Though the action was soft, Su Yan was accustomed to behaving like a perfect gentleman, making this demeanor far scarier than losing his temper outright. Sui was startled. Across the table, Chiu Mo had become visibly teary-eyed, unable to utter a word. But Sui wasn't interested in discussing anything today. Passing by Su Yan, Sui said, "Big brother, I'm feeling unwell today. Next time, you can yell at me then." With that, he went to the balcony to catch some wind. Through the gap in the window, Su Yan saw Sui gripping a cigarette in both hands, its red tip glowing as if about to ignite. He said nothing but raised his eyes and met Chiu Mo's gaze. How could there be someone so prone to tears? A loud voice made them feel wronged, even a slightly fierce look would make them cry. "Didn't you invite me here? Why are you afraid now?" Su Yan tried to make his tone gentler. I thought. Chiu Mo clenched his fingertips and averted his eyes from Su Yan. "You thought it was me, Sui?" Su Yan asked. Hearing this, the tears swirling in Chiu Mo's eyes spilled over. He knew Sui was the young master of the Su family, just like him, not favored, which gave him a chance to develop a good relationship with Sui. Sui had already been a step higher than him, and Chiu Mo never expected the person with whom he shared a night of passion to be Su Yan, leaving him completely panicked. "I won't disturb you here much longer," Chiu Mo said seriously. "I'll leave tomorrow morning." Su Yan picked up his chopsticks again, and Chiu Mo felt as if the air around him froze, making him dare not move. "When you were sending messages, weren't you good at being cute? How come you are so timid now in person?" Su Yan asked with a half-smile. Chiu Mo immediately lowered his head to apologize. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su. It won't happen again. Mr. Su." Su Yan slightly furrowed his brows and looked at Sui. "You call him brother and me Mr. Su?" Chiu Mo nervously glanced between Sui outside and Su Yan inside the room. Su Yan said nothing but picked a piece of meat for Chiu Mo. "Sui likes living alone, it's inconvenient for you to stay here." Chiu Mo's lips formed a delicate pink line, with a touch of blush on his nose. "I understand, please don't worry." Su Yan responded lightly. Chiu Mo felt an oppressive atmosphere, both shocked and afraid. Su Yan was more frightening than anyone in the Chiu family. Seeing this, Chiu Mo wanted to stand up and leave immediately. As soon as he rose, he noticed Su Yan also stood up. Seeing this, Chiu Mo fearfully sat down again, politely saying, "Mr. Su, please walk slowly." Su Yan's frown wouldn't ease. He didn't think there was any issue with what he had just said or his behavior. He had been quite friendly. Why did Chiu Mo foolishly think he was driving him away? "Do you want to sleep on the street?" Su Yan grabbed his suit jacket and glanced at Chiu Mo. Chiu Mo's wet eyelashes trembled gently. "Why would Mr. Su drive me out after asking me that?" "Don't cry," Su Yan reprimanded sternly. After saying that, Chiu Mo didn't red-eye before him but turned away instead. "Turn back." Chiu Mo wiped away his tears and turned back. As soon as Chiu Mo turned around, Su Yan threw his coat to him. "Come with me." "Ah." Chiu Mo was so surprised that he froze. He hadn't expected Su Yan to say such a thing to him. But even so, Chiu Mo still wished to refuse. Su Yan was too intimidating. He was scared. But before he could gather his thoughts, Su Yan had already reached the entrance and walked out. Chiu Mo could only grab the clothes and follow out. Sui smoked a few cigarettes before turning around just in time to see Chiu Mo bowing respectfully to him. Humbly, whether you saw it or not, it represented sincere gratitude with a proper bow. What a vivid and lively person. Sui thought. Not like himself, so lifeless. After they left, Sui went upstairs. Upon opening the door of the confinement room, Sui's eyes met Tan Phalion's expectant gaze. Recalling everything that happened earlier that day, Sui felt extremely heavy-hearted. He approached Tan Philion, squatted halfway, touched his face, and spoke in a hoarse voice, "I missed you a little today." Chapter 31, Wife, Don't Be Afraid. Sui's fingertips were icy cold, leaving a cool sensation as they traced over Tan Phalion's cheek. Sometimes emotions arise inexplicably. He stared at Tan Philion before him and suddenly felt everything around him grow empty and ephemeral, like an endless black hole. No matter what he tried to grasp, it slipped through his fingers, and no matter where he stepped, it was pitch black with no hope and no end. It made one drown and suffocate. People often say that having a clear goal brings either ease and happiness or the burden of chains burning one's soul. Sui suddenly couldn't remember why he had ended up in this current situation. He was the executioner under Han Yuan's command, and also the source of all wickedness. More than anything, he didn't feel worthy of anyone. That realization made Su Yi's eyes grow sore, swollen with acidity. What should he do? As Su Yi was lost in thought, he suddenly felt warmth envelop his body as he found himself embraced in a warm pair of arms. A magnetic yet youthful voice resonated above his head, like lukewarm water, soothing Su Yi's heart. Wife, don't be afraid, Su Yi heard Tan Feilian say. Don't be afraid. Tan Feilian could speak again. His voice still sounded so good. Su Yi gripped Tan Feilian's clothes tightly, his nails digging into the flesh without feeling any pain. And he happened to be someone who never knew how to vent, swallowing his grievances silently since childhood. When bullied, he retaliated by bullying others in return. Used to being met with cold faces, he had grown accustomed to handling everything on his own. Order, meticulous to a fault, always locking himself within boundaries, that had always been Su Yi. The only comfort Su Ban ever gave was money, offering material satisfaction in every way. No one had ever told him not to be afraid. People always pretend to be tough and fearless, but when someone suddenly says something like that, Su Yi used to find it laughable. Yet, here was Tan Feilian holding him, emitting faintly comforting vibes due to his newly recovered strength, over and over again providing reassurance. One could afford to be weak if protected. That was something Su Yi's mother had once said. Su Yi didn't push Tan Feilian away but instead leaned on his neck and started sobbing. Woo. Unrestrained emotions surged forth. For the first time, Su Yi cried freely, not caring if anyone could hear, ignoring all the rules engraved in his mind. His cries weren't restrained, and his tears quickly soaked Tan Feilian's chest. Although Su Yi sometimes shed silent tears during intense moments in bed, these were soundless ones, mingling with soft breaths, giving off a seductive charm that appeared quite beautiful when his eyes were red. Tan Feilian liked seeing Su Yi cry in that way. But these tears, he disliked them. He wanted to kill those who made Su Yi unhappy. Every one of them deserved a slow and excruciating death. Tan Feilian. Su Yi called out Tan Feilian's name in a hoarse, sticky tone. Tan Feilian. Tan Feilian gently stroked Su Yi's temple hair. Darling, don't cry. I'm here, he said. Tan Feilian would always be there. Except during intimate moments, Tan Feilian had never seen Su Yi cry before. He wiped away the tear stains on Su Yi's face. Feeling the person in his arms gradually calm down, Tan Feilian looked down when Su Yi had already fallen asleep from crying too much. So obedient. Like a kitten without claws. Su Yi's long, black eyelashes, still damp from unshed tears, hung delicately at their ends. His eye corners were red. Tan Feilian's touch upon Su Yi was freezing cold. Lifting his hand, he grabbed the collar chained around his neck, single-handedly using magnetism to break its electric current and quickly snapped open the metal restraint around his neck. With the other hand that wasn't yet free, it was even easier, with just a flick of his fingertips, the restraint loosened and fell away. He carried Su Yi back to bed, tucking him in under the blanket. Standing by the bedside, Tan Feilian gazed at Su Yi lying on the bed. Suddenly, his fingertips summoned vines, greenish-purple tendrils that exuded a quiet but dangerous aura under the light. The vines coiled downwards until they paused, finally resting on Su Yi's brow center. High-level mutants like Tan Feilian could probe into others' emotions. Weak colors dispersed, and Tan Feilian's gaze softened. Leaning on the bed rail, he bent down slightly and kissed Su Yi's forehead. Do you want your older brother mutant saved? You're always so kind-hearted. Tan Feilian's long hair cascaded onto Su Yi's face, a few strands falling onto Su Yi's lips, making him instinctively move uncomfortably. This tiny motion drove Tan Feilian crazy, unable to resist kissing Su Yi a few more times. After satisfying his affectionate needs, Tan Feilian stood up and left the closed-off room casually. Su Yi couldn't possibly save those mutants right now. Even if he could, it would take a long time, whereas Su Yi had only a week. Tan Feilian turned back and looked at the door of the isolation room, then changed the password lock. After going downstairs, Tan Feilian washed some fruits for Su Yi, placed them on a plate, and set it on the dining table in the living room before heading out. This made Su Yi unhappy. There could be no event in this world that made Su Yi unhappy. Tan Feilian's goal was very clear. The Special Experiment Institute of the Administration Bureau. His speed was the pinnacle among all mutants. After passing through several checkpoints, Tan Feilian extinguished the lights on all floors of the laboratory. Tan Feilian smirked slightly at the danger sign placed at the entrance of the lab. He knew this was Su Yi's workplace. The place where Su Yi held him alone was far superior to this one. Trash, Tan Feilian said indifferently with a disdainful tone. He raised his eyes to look at the precision monitor above. In the instant he stared at the monitor, it exploded with a bang, instantly showering sparks. Hiss, hiss. There were more mutants today in the lab, so there were quite a few more staff members on duty. People monitoring noticed their monitors being blacked out, immediately called out in alarm, intruder alert. Attention. Intruder alert. At the same time, the experimenters inside the lab also noticed due to the backup power not working. What's going on? Why isn't the backup power working? Quickly seal the lab and watch for suspicious individuals. It's too late for that. Tan Feilian suddenly appeared in front of the researcher speaking, his clear eyes slightly drowsy as he spoke. I'm already inside. Though his words sounded light-hearted, they carried an obsessive undertone that was alarming. Someone. The researcher panicked looking at Tanfilian under the moonlight. When he tried pulling out his gun from his pocket, the vine spun out from Tanfilian's wrist, knocking away the magazine. The man only heard bullets falling one by one beside his palm. Clang. 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 The bullets hitting the ground emitted a dull yet sharp sound. Here. The researcher shouted nervously, "It's a mutant." Not few people were on duty in the lab that day, including the core management team, a total of 12 people. Since the blackout, everyone had been on high alert. Watching these mutants was a hard task assigned by the Bureau. If they failed, aside from the mutants causing harm outside, each of them would lose their jobs. Bang! A gunshot sounded off. Tanfilian turned his side just in time as those researchers discovered his position and approached him all together. The shot missed him. When he locked his gaze, he spotted the shooter. Han Si-bai. Han Si-bai had always harbored resentment toward Tanfilian, but now seeing him in the lab, excitement outweighed everything. "It's a high-level mutant, keep your spirits up everyone. Capturing him alive is ideal, but if not, no concern for life or death." Han Si-bai held a specially modified exquisite short gun, his gaze cold and terrifying. In the darkness, Tanfilian's eyes emitted a faint blue light. He wasn't here to kill. He couldn't kill. If he killed, his brother wouldn't want him anymore. "Sorry, we'll play next time," Tanfilian's words echoed as he instantly appeared in front of Han Si-bai, raising his hand to choke Han Si-bai's neck. "You won't live long." Tanfilian scanned his surroundings, releasing an induction sensing the existence of mutants. This magnetic field could allow all mutants to feel it, and soon the lab was filled with the cries and struggles of mutants from the cultivation rooms. Just when Tanfilian disappeared into thin air in front of Han Si-bai immediately called out, "Quickly seal the cultivation rooms." "Yes." Several responded and rushed towards the cultivation rooms. As soon as they reached the doors, the unbound mutants had already broken free from the cultivation rooms. These mutants had no mercy toward humans who wanted to dissect them, violently grabbing the coming experimenters and slamming them onto the ground upon exiting the lab. Meanwhile, mutants from other cultivation rooms also rushed out, engaging in violent struggles with the lab personnel. MMPH. The painful groan resounded as the mutant clutching the researcher's throat showed nothing but murderous intent. "I don't kill you, but you seek to kill me." The redness in the mutant's eyes grew deeper. "Want to experience what it's like to be a mutant?" With each word, the voice grew fiercer. "Do you know what it's like to be a rat everyone wants to get rid of? Want to try?" "Ah." The researcher pinned to the ground gasped desperately, suffocating. As Tanfilian emerged from the last cultivation room, he lifted his gaze thoughtfully and then released a suppressing magnetic field, uttering something in a language only mutants understood. In an instant, those vengeful mutants released their grips and lost their killing intentions, quickly jumping out of the windows of the institute and fleeing at top speed. Having accomplished all this, Tanfilian wiped his hands together and merged into the night within the darkened depths of the long corridor. When releasing the abnormals, Tanfilian injected them with a wake-up agent. As long as they had full strength, escaping from here shouldn't be an issue for these abnormals. Tanfilian noticed one of the abnormals hesitating to jump. He grabbed the abnormal's hand and leaped out of the window with them. Outside the laboratory, it was a world of neon lights and colors. After leading the person to a safe zone, Tanfilian let go in a dark alley. His gaze explored the depths of the other person's eyes. It was a woman, who still appeared shaken after being set down. Her hands clutched her belly tightly. She didn't resemble an abnormal at all. "Pregnant with a human's child," Tanfilian remarked, sounding almost amused. "So now you've become as weak as a human." "You are." The woman trembled, raising her eyes to meet Tanfilian's. Tanfilian's pupils turned cold. "Stop imagining things." The woman suddenly bent her knees as if about to kneel, but Tanfilian stepped aside. The woman straightened immediately. "Thank you for saving me and my child." Tanfilian looked at the woman before him. She seemed relatively young, around 35 years old. She was a bit dirty, but upon closer inspection, her features were quite refined, giving her an air reminiscent of a wealthy matron. Without saying a word, Tanfilian turned to leave. "There's the scent of Mr. Su on you," the woman called out to confirm. "What relation are you to him?" Chapter 32, Husband. Tanfilian thought carefully, slightly tilting his eyes. "Lover, sweetheart, someone he relies on, someone he makes love to, husband, interpret it however you like." After saying this, Tanfilian disappeared from the woman's sight. By the time Tanfilian returned home, it was already midnight. He didn't know if Sui was awake, so he walked to the confinement room and opened the door. Sui was anxiously opening the door. Seeing Tanfilian in that moment, Sui shouted angrily with lingering fear, "Tanfilian! Where did you go?" Sweat trickled down Suyi's cheeks, clearly showing his anxiety and fear. Tanfilian could easily escape from the confinement room, scaring Sui until his hands and feet went cold. "Where did you go?" Tanfilian immediately pulled Sui into his arms. "I didn't go anywhere, I just went downstairs to wash fruit for you." Tanfilian gently stroked Suyi's back. "Did you have a nightmare again?" Su-yi was breathing rapidly. When he saw that Tan Philian wasn't in the room, the dread came from deep within his heart. Su-yi grabbed Tan Philian's hand and checked it, then looked at all the exposed skin on him, confirming there was no abnormality before sighing in relief. Don't leave my sight. Su-yi curled his fingers. I wasn't yelling at you earlier. Tan Philian cupped Su-yi's face and kissed him lightly. You were yelling at me. Su-yi was speechless. Su-yi massaged his brow wanting to speak, but the phone rang. He answered the call, his pupils freezing with surprise. I'm coming right away. Su-yi said deeply. While speaking, he ran downstairs grabbing his coat ready to leave. Philian. After going downstairs, Su-yi suddenly remembered Tan Philian. Stay home. Where are you going? Tan Philian asked Su-yi. To the lab. Tan Philian went downstairs, walked up to Su-yi, hugged him, and affectionately rubbed his neck. Dear, come back soon. And, you were so fierce just now. Even a fierce wife looks good. Freak. Su-yi spat out both angry and helplessly. When Su-yi arrived at the laboratory, what he saw was an utter mess of shattered debris. All the variants had escaped, the glass of the culture room was completely shattered, windows, equipment, and firearms were half destroyed. There was an unmistakable scent of white tea spreading through the room. Others might not notice it, but Su-yi was too familiar with this smell. It was Tan Philian's scent. As soon as Su-yi entered the laboratory, he was surrounded by people. From their expressions, Su-yi noticed strange probing glances. Teacher Su, what should we do now? The researcher who spoke had a bright red mark on his neck. So many variants have escaped. How can we bear this responsibility? That variant was clearly deliberately coming to rescue its companion. I've never seen a variant of such high grade. If the Management Bureau finds out, none of us will escape. Su brother, give us some ideas. The words of the few were anxious and full of dread, seemingly lost without their anchor. Seal the news first. Su-yi stood straight, strictly serious. Aren't you afraid that these variants will hurt civilians outside, and ultimately, blame falls on the lab? If there are no negative reports. Su-yi looked around. We've reached this point. What the lab can do is only to reduce negative news to the minimum. What we need to consider now isn't the variants, but our own consequences. Su-yi's eyes were obscure. Ways to avoid responsibility are plenty, aren't they? Go find them. Su-yi commanded. Each of them has a numbered carving on their feet, and even if they disguise themselves as humans, the control department will end up only killing them. We must find these variants ourselves. Okay. Everyone replied and dispersed. At this time, Su-yi noticed Han Sibai sitting aside in the laboratory, looking calm without rushing over. Su-yi walked towards him. Go back and rest first. Su-yi said. Han Sibai stood up, unreadable. The two left the laboratory together, leaving the hustle and bustle behind. The streets were deserted, the branches on both sides of the road flickered under the lamplight. Suddenly, Han Sibai glanced sideways at Su-yi. Do you like him? Chapter 33, Do you like him? Su-yi gazed at the road ahead and seemed to be lost in thought for a second. Tan Philian's breathtakingly beautiful and alluring face appeared in Su-yi's mind, dazzlingly pretty. Unconsciously, Su-yi's dark eyes gained a flicker of light that was hard to fathom. He didn't understand what liking someone meant. In Su-yi's understanding, he couldn't shoulder such a great responsibility. But he also noticed that Tan Philian seemed to always stand in front of him. In the flowing firelight behind him, Tan Philian would only hug him and say, don't be afraid. This was too incredible. I don't know. Su-yi's gaze was distant. But I want to hurry, he is at home. The little monster is at home. He will miss me, Su-yi said. Suddenly, Su-yi felt pain in his wrist as Han Sibai grabbed his hand and pulled him into eye contact with himself, accompanied by the sound of a cool breeze. Why? Why? The grip on Han Sibai tightened and his eyes carried a ruthless grudge. Why can he but not me? As Su-yi looked into Han Sibai's eyes, he pulled his wrist out. We are friends. Friends? Han Sibai snorted. Su-yi, after all these years hovering around you, haven't you noticed? Who wants to be just your friend? You clearly know I like you. No matter what happens to you, all it takes is a word from you and I'll follow diligently behind you, cleaning up after you, devoting my heart and soul for your convenience. Han Sibai's eyes blinked acidulously. We've known each other for so many years. How many words has Tan Philian even exchanged with you? What about that? Han Sibai screamed his question. Why Su-yi? Han Sibai has always presented an image of a righteous gentleman, but now with these low inferior emotions, he looks quite contradictory. Su-yi took a small step back. Although he knew Han Sibai had impure intentions towards him, he couldn't think of why. What did Su-yi have that made him worth liking? There was sunshine all around, yet he stood in a corner of soul darkness, incompatible with everyone else. I haven't thought about this issue, Su-yi replied indifferently to Han Sibai's confession as if it were casual everyday conversation. A person like me won't fall in love with anyone. Su-yi's eyes grew melancholy, covered by long eyelashes hiding the emotions. Upon hearing such words, Han Sibai bit his lip tightly, his expression bitter. He knew someone like Su-yi saw through everything, indifferent to any feelings. For a moment, Han Sibai actually hoped Sui liked Tan Philian, so he wouldn't seem so unreachable and untouchable. Sui closed his eyes and met Han Sibai's gaze, now finding those runaway different species is what we should do. As soon as the sky brightens, the Bureau will hold us accountable. Sui tried to erase the previous topic. Are you really not fond of Tan Philian? Han Sibai still asked Sui with reluctance. Sui's thin lips opened lightly, the dim light casting its chill below his eyelids, revealing his coldness. All these years, I've been searching solely for the truth behind the lab explosion. Everything I've done goes against the entire Bureau. Since it's a truth that has been concealed deeply, once uncovered, whether right or wrong, I would become a sinner to the entire Bureau. It's a capital offense, and no one will let me go. Sui's expression seemed to mock something. What is romantic love? It's shackles binding me. Liking someone makes you vulnerable. I don't want that useless thing. After finishing speaking, Sui looked seriously at Han Sibai. Little Bai, I truly appreciate your help. Their figures were roughly the same height. When they looked into each other's eyes, Han Sibai averted his, uneasily adjusting his glasses. I'll send you back. No need, Sui said. Tan Philian won't be pleased. Why do you care about that madman's mood when you don't like him? Han Sibai suppressed his tone. Sui blurted out his previous statement and moved forward. When Tan Philian is angry, he climbs on me. Han Sibai. Han Sibai stopped walking, filled with anger, lifting his foot and kicking the curb. Shit. Sui walked ahead and slowed down when he realized Han Sibai wasn't following. Suddenly, rustling footsteps came from the side. Over there. Quick. The mutants ran in which direction? The urgent voices were wrapped with breaths due to running. Quick. Just then, gunfire echoed. Sui continued forward. At the corner, coincidentally, the runaway mutant who appeared panic-stricken came face to face with Sui only a meter apart. The mutant's eyes were bloodshot, his hair matted and dirty, shoes not worn on feet, blood covering the soles, while further up it was a pale pink torn dress. It was the pregnant mutant from the laboratory. The desperate look in the woman's eyes made her lips tremble. She wanted to run backward, but behind her were 4 human pursuers from the Prevention Bureau, each armed with a gun. The woman, filled with fear, lifted her gaze. Just as she was about to feel relief at seeing Sui, she was terrified by the increasingly loud footsteps coming from behind, preventing her from moving forward. Sui's brows furrowed as he listened to the approaching footsteps. At this moment, the most proper thing for him to do would be to capture this mutant in front of him and atone for his sins. The agents from the Prevention Bureau were right behind him. If he took the risk of exposing himself, it would be a grave loss for him. But he had no time to think further. Sui wanted to save her. It wasn't just wanting, deep down, there was a stubborn desire to save the once cowardly version of himself. Sui grabbed the woman's wrist and pulled her into a side alley. He needed to hurry, absolutely needed to hurry. Sui led her through familiar narrow alleys, but her steps became increasingly slow and labored. She tripped and fell hard, and the pursuing group, not far away, confirmed their location with the sound. There, quick. They don't care if she's alive or dead, we must catch this mutant. Sui helped her up and ran in another direction. Realizing that people were approaching from both sides, the woman suddenly let go of Sui's hand in the pitch-black alley. Sir, you should go. I'll drag you down. She knew she didn't have the strength to run any longer. Sui was a good person, working in the management bureau. If he were discovered helping a mutant escape, what kind of punishment would await him? I can't escape, the woman's voice quivered. I won't let you suffer because of me anymore. Sui looked at the woman's belly, his calm gaze focused on her. When my mother passed away, she was about your age. She too was hunted like a criminal without redemption. She was also pregnant. Sui didn't say that part, though he wasn't sure why he empathized so much with this woman. It felt like being suffocated by countless hands in a nightmare. He wanted to save her. Sui didn't release the woman but continued to lead her forward. There. A fully armed agent who had just emerged from one side saw them and pointed his gun. With enemies chasing from both directions, they had nowhere to retreat. As Sui brought the woman out to the middle of the road, a car suddenly drove over. The driver got out, giving Sui an opportunity to open the passenger door and shove the woman inside before quickly pulling the man aside and getting into the driver's seat. Hey! The startled man shouted as he watched his stolen car zoom away. My car. The chasing agents showed no intention of letting the fleeing vehicle go unnoticed. Chase them. Sui sped along the deserted streets, and in mere moments, the cars chasing him caught up from behind. You'd better drop me off. The woman tightly clutched her own clothes, lowering her head. This isn't worth it for you. They won't leave me alone, the woman said. To them, pregnant mutants hold such high research value that I'll never be able to escape. Sui paid no attention to her words, only speeding up the car. Stopping anywhere now meant certain interception. He turned toward a smaller road. Ahead lay the tallest cliff in Minzhou, overlooking the sea. Sui glanced at the woman. You're not afraid of water, are you? If Sui remembered correctly, the woman's mutant gene belonged to a rare mermaid lineage, making the ocean advantageous rather than a threat. Water would benefit her. Not at all. The woman answered firmly. Suddenly, gunfire erupted behind them. A bullet shattered the back window of the car, sending shockwaves through the air. Clutching her belly, the woman's face was full of panic. Sue-yi stopped the car at the edge of the cliff, grabbing the woman's arm and running to the very front. Their pursuers also exited their vehicles. Sue-yi couldn't turn around, doing so would reveal his identity. This left him unable to identify the direction of the bullets or see the positions of his pursuers behind him, putting him at a great disadvantage. His only option was to speed ahead. Glancing sideways, Sue-yi saw the agents, 20 or 30 meters away, tightening their grips on their guns and pulling the triggers. The shots were aimed at the pregnant woman. Now that they had reached the edge of the cliff. In the nick of time, Sue-yi shoved her away. More precisely, he pushed her off the cliff. This was the only place where she could possibly escape. Because of this small deviation, a bullet cleanly pierced through Sue-yi's shoulder blade. Ugh, Sue-yi stifled a groan, stumbling forward due to the force of the blow. He gazed intently downward, watching the woman falling into the sea. Despite the pain etched across his features, he felt mostly a sense of ease and relief. He could not save himself from the nightmare, unable to rescue his mother or the unborn child. Until today he felt like he had forgiven himself a little. Survive. Sue-yi's clothes were already soaked with blood, his face pale as the blood drained from it. This sentence Sue-yi didn't voice aloud, it was more like lip movement. The pain in his shoulder was bone-etching. The bullets used to capture mutants carried not only normal force but also released agents, leaving Sue-yi without any strength almost instantly. Catch him. The voices behind grew nearer. Sue-yi shook his head violently, feeling increasingly dazed. He couldn't be caught, it would involve his brother. Jump down. Jump down, a voice in his mind was calling out. Jump from here, and no one will ever know your identity. Sue-yi used all his remaining strength, then plummeted off the cliff. Chapter 34, Why Are You So Aggressive? Sue-yi felt the wind, as the blood on his shoulder flowed down to his fingertips. Will I die? Is it worth it? To throw everything away for an alien species he's only met twice, this isn't like Sue-yi at all. He's always been able to find a way out of bad situations, but this time there seems to be none. I haven't done anything right, and things have gone horribly wrong. In a daze, Sue-yi saw Tanfalian's shadow in his mind. If I die, the little monster will be so sad. Shoot him. Just as Sue-yi heard these two words faintly, the sound of gunfire followed. Sue-yi closed his eyes. He recognized that voice, it was Chin Sun. After the gunshot, Sue-yi didn't feel any pain, instead, he heard several screams. Then suddenly, he felt a tightening around his waist, and the familiar scent of white tea filled his nostrils. White tea fragrance. Sue-yi opened his hazy eyes and, in a dazed state, saw Tanfalian. His blurred vision couldn't focus. The expression on Tanfalian's face was colder than anything Sue-yi had ever seen. Sue-yi felt his eyelids heavy, wanting to open them wider to see more clearly, but the harder he tried, the harder it became to keep them open. He was so tired. He couldn't even tell if the person in front of him was really Tanfalian anymore. Drowsiness overwhelmed him. In a haze, it seemed like he fell asleep. Filian. Sue-yi murmured so softly that only he could hear it. Tanfalian looked at the unconscious Sue-yi with heavy breathing. His hand trembled slightly as it gripped Sue-yi's waist. The bloodstains on his shoulder had soaked half of it, making it look glaringly obvious. Holding Sue-yi tightly, Tanfalian leaped and extended vines to grab the people above the cliff and flung them into the sea. The impact caused waves to churn. This wasn't murder. If they survived, then. The waves roared fiercely as they surged up. Tanfalian pulled Sue-yi closer, cradling his limp head and holding onto his neck. When Sue-yi woke again, he was in the bedroom of a house. He opened his eyes and noticed the light was on in the room. Though the windows blocked most of the light source, he could still tell it was daytime. Still alive. Sue-yi sat up, trying to remember what had happened. The pain in his neck reminded him of everything before he lost consciousness. Glancing at his shoulder, he noticed the wound was bandaged. Tanfalian had saved him. Sue-yi used his other hand to lift the blanket and slowly stood up. The first thing he did when he grabbed his phone was to check the time. 9 in the morning. He needed to go to the lab. Otherwise, he would certainly be suspected. As he thought, Sue-yi searched his pocket for his ID but realized he had lost his badge. It was too dark at night when Sue-yi jumped into the sea, and he'd felt something being blown away by the wind. Thinking about it, it must have been the lab's code card. Even though the badge didn't have his name on it, it did have the name of the lab. If they find it and contact the control department, they will definitely suspect the special experiment lab. Realizing this, Sue-yi froze, his breathing paused, his mind numbed, and his movement stiffened. Thus, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. At this critical moment, the people at the management bureau don't know who is secretly helping the aliens escape. Whoever behaves unusually will be considered the prime suspect. While Sue-yi was lost in thought, the bedroom door opened. Tanfalian entered from outside, holding a cup of warm water. Seeing Sue-yi awake, he didn't appear particularly happy, just stared coldly without saying a word. Seeing the serious look on Tanfalian's face, Sue-yi felt a bit uneasy. Rarely did Tan Philian look at him this way. Nervously fumbling with his fingertips, Su-yi spoke dry-mouthed. Thank you, for saving me. Tan Philian didn't respond. Su-yi hesitated and asked, Philian, could you help me put on my clothes? His other arm was now completely unable to move. Still getting no response, Su-yi began unbuttoning his own shirt quietly. Suddenly, the overwhelming smell of white tea came close, and Su-yi turned around to meet Tan Philian's amber-like gaze. He took a step back and ended up flat against the wall. With his back pressed firmly against the wall, Su-yi clenched his fists. Why are you so aggressive? Chapter 35, Don't be mean to me, don't fix. Su-yi felt some vague guilt upon encountering Tan Philian's dark and glamorous gaze. Tan Philian had never looked at Su-yi so coldly before. Su-yi's ankles were already retreating with no place left to go. Su-yi pressed his lips tightly, moved his throat slightly, leaned on the wall with his elbows wanting to turn sideways. His fingertips barely touched the wall when they were tightly pulled by Tan Philian. Tan Philian grasped Su-yi's hand firmly, his voice heavy. What was going through your mind when you jumped off the cliff, brother? Su-yi flinched slightly as he tugged his wrist. It hurts. I'm asking what you were thinking about when you jumped. Tan Philian loosened his grip slightly, but his face remained cold. Are you trying to save everyone? Tan Philian questioned him. Do you consider yourself a bodhisattva? If I hadn't arrived in time, do you even know that you would have died without leaving a trace? Tan Philian's eyes were bloodshot, his words urgent, filled with questioning and scolding. Is there no one or thing in this world that matters to you? Su-yi, have you considered me? Were you thinking of Tan Philian while jumping down? All you thought about was not dragging down your brother, right? With every sentence spoken by Tan Philian, he tightened his grip on Su-yi's hand, causing Su-yi to frown in pain. Feeling guilty from all the questions, Su-yi recalled yesterday meticulously, a strange realization burning fiercely in his mind. He had thought not only of his brother, but also of Tan Philian. His gaze drooped and his tone weak due to lack of confidence. Didn't think that much at the moment. After saying that, Su-yi glanced at Tan Philian once more. Am I not fine now? Is this called being fine? Tan Philian grew even angrier hearing these words. Suffering such severe injuries, is this called being fine? Falling unconscious for several hours, is this called being fine? Su-yi abruptly lowered his head, remaining silent and motionless. What was going on? Was he actually frightened by Tan Philian? Why was he being so mean? Not allowed to be mean to me. Su-yi shouted back directly without reason, but his voice gradually softened as he felt it wasn't justified. Tan Philian. Peering at Su-yi, who had his lips tightly pursed in anger, his cheeks bulged almost imperceptibly. He found it hard not to laugh. Seeing how adorable he was, his anger began to subside. Tan Philian released Su-yi's hand and held his shoulder, turning him around to look at him eye to eye before starting to undress Su-yi. Su-yi didn't move, feeling a chill from Tan Philian's icy fingertips touching his chest, causing him to shrink. Tan Philian lifted his gaze slightly as Su-yi was looking straight at him. Su-yi stared at the moment under his angle, only seeing the strands of hair and bridge of the nose of Tan Philian sharply drawing in a cold breath. Su-yi's soft hand pushed against Tan Philian's shoulder position, intending to push him away. In return, he received a fierce bite. Su-yi instinctively arched his chest and lower back. Suddenly, the pain struck, making Su-yi tremble, realizing his skin was broken. Su-yi shakily pushed Tan Philian, painful. Tan Philian. A faint taste of blood came, confirming Su-yi's suspicion that Tan Philian bit him. He could even feel Tan Philian licking up the trail of blood with his tongue. Immediately after, Tan Philian continued dressing Su-yi normally. Although Su-yi didn't refuse, during the process, he kicked Tan Philian. You're a freak, Tan Philian. Once dressed, Su-yi rushed into the bathing room. He stood before the mirror and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, pulling it down. The severity of the wound showed 2 pointed canine-like tooth marks surrounded by redness, not like those from a human bite. Rather similar to snake teeth. Damn Tan Philian. As Su-yi cursed, Tan Philian appeared right at the door of the bathing room. The venom from my fangs helps with recovery, Tan Philian said seriously, leaning on the doorway. Su-yi. Why didn't you bite somewhere else? Su-yi. Well, no point arguing with a monster. After organizing his clothes and washing up, Su-yi prepared to leave carrying the clothes, stopping by the door to remind Tan Philian, wait at home. Something unknown must have been injected by Tan Philian earlier. The pain in Su-yi's shoulder dissipated soon, and by the time he reached the lab, he was feeling fine again. Walking inside, he realized the laboratory was packed tightly. Su-yi nonchalantly headed inward. The laboratory staff lined up one by one, all heads bowed low, none daring to speak. Su-yi had just walked in and spotted Chin Sun standing proudly in front of the crowd. Mr. Su has arrived. The respect in Chin Sun's voice was evident, but upon closer listening, it was all for show and testing. Su-yi smiled lightly with indifference. How did Chief Chin find time to visit the lab today? Qin Sun looked around at the experimental staff before him, his face showing an odd look of certainty. During a pursuit of mutants last night, we discovered someone from the special research lab secretly helping them. Mr. Su, this matter is indeed intriguing. Su Yi's expression remained calm as he stepped forward. Indeed, it's quite interesting. Qin Sun pulled out a unique ID badge belonging to the special research lab from his pocket. We found this badge at the location where the mutant jumped off the cliff. Since the evidence points to your department, I believe I have the right to interrogate each of you one by one, don't you think, Mr. Su? Raising his eyebrows toward Su Yi, Qin Sun asked, what do you say, Mr. Su? Su Yi's heart pounded fiercely but maintained a composed exterior as he replied, this falls under Chief Qin's jurisdiction, it should be done. Upon hearing these words, Qin Sun sighed regretfully. Unfortunately, nothing came out during the questioning. None of these people fit the description of the man we pursued last night. As he spoke, Qin Sun began walking towards Su Yi. Su Yi stood stiffly, veins bulging on his wrist. That man was hit by a bullet in the shoulder. Qin Sun chuckled lightly. The gun had tranquilizer darts. I didn't see who took him away, but I'm certain that to clear his suspicion, he must be in this lab. Now he should be, in such a condition that even standing up would be difficult. Qin Sun rotated the gun in his hand while the flashing lights within the laboratory illuminated his strange yet terrifying eyes. Qin Sun moved towards Su Yi. I've checked everyone here, no one has any wounds. Mr. Su is intelligent. Qin Sun's eyes flickered with thoughts. Where do you think this man could be hiding? Su Yi pressed his lips into a straight line, breathing slightly labored. If Qin Sun were determined to undress him now, he would surely spot the wound on his shoulder clearly. Su Yi was trapped between a rock and a hard place. Snap. Qin Sun suddenly placed his palm precisely on the injury on Su Yi's shoulder. Though the pain had subsided, any force applied would cause the wound to bleed again. And Qin Sun's seemingly friendly but actually probing pressure was gradually deepening. It was inappropriate for Qin Sun to make those promoted personnel strip in front of the lab. This move would cost them face in the management bureau. But a little test would work. Su Yi's pupils trembled slightly, his hands gripping as if unable to find a way out. At this moment, a loud crashing sound occurred. Han Sibai, who had been in the corner, suddenly fell off the chair. Instantly, the officers behind Qin Sun shouted, it's him. He's injured. Qin Sun immediately loosened his hand, pressing on Su Yi's shoulder, glancing towards Han Sibai while catching sight of the blood soaking through his shoulder. In an instant, Qin Sun's eyes gleamed maliciously, both delighted and vengeful, rushing towards Han Sibai and delivering a kick directly onto his shoulder. So it's you. Han Sibai let out a muffled sound from his throat, beads of sweat covering his forehead, looking pale and weak. Furious, Qin Sun lifted his boot and kicked Han Sibai again. I underestimated you, Han Sibai. Unleashing his fury uncontrollably, Qin Sun grabbed the belt from his waist and started whipping Han Sibai. Snap. Helping mutants, huh? There was not a hint of restraint in Qin Sun's strength, and after a single lash, there was already a bloody mark on Han Sibai's waist. I'll teach you to help. Another fierce strike followed. Snap. Blood trickled from the corner of Han Sibai's mouth, his temple veins protruding and his forehead turning red. I'll teach you to help. Are you a mutant too, Han Sibai? Qin Sun stomped heavily on Han Sibai's already bleeding shoulder. Chapter 36, Liked. Han Siki's fingers trembled lightly but did not resist. Take him away. Qin Sun turned sharply with a cruel expression. Su Yi witnessed everything before his eyes. When he locked eyes with Han Siki, the movement of his chest had already become unnatural. Han Siki deliberately exposed himself because of Su Yi. Now, any words would be wrong. If he said anything, all that Han Siki did would have been in vain. Mr. Su, we found the person. Qin Sun's attitude towards Su Yi returned to respect. We'll take our leave now. Qin Sun's voice brought Su Yi back to his senses, and he responded coldly, Mr. Qin, please proceed. After Qin Sun left, the two men who were holding Han Siki walked past Su Yi, and Han Siki glanced at Su Yi briefly. Suddenly, Han Siki broke free from the two men's grip and lunged towards Su Yi, tightly choking his neck. Su Yi struggled and coughed, his face turning red instantly. Seeing this, Qin Sun kicked Han Siki away, then apologized, Sir, forgive me for startling you. Cough, cough. Su Yi coughed and gasped for breath on the side. After this unexpected incident, Han Siki was taken away by Qin Sun. Su Yi closed his eyes briefly, and amidst his heavy breathing mixed too many emotions. What happened? How did Han Siki get arrested? Is Han Siki an alien species? Was he really helping alien species escape? Goodness. I never suspected him. Brother Han always despised alien species, how could he possibly help them? Voices from the laboratory continuously entered Su Yi's ears, and he raised his head to reprimand them, get back to what you should be doing. Upon hearing this, the laboratory immediately fell silent. Leaning on the table, Su Yi's palms had already broken out in an obvious sweat. He took his gun and left the lab. Su Yi walked into a secluded alleyway and dialed a phone call. A few seconds later, the other party answered, and Su Yi exhaled deeply before speaking, Dr. Lin. Is there something troubling you? The deep and resonant voice on the other side replied, since you're calling me. Su-yi, I'm in trouble myself now, I need you to look after someone for me. A person? Dr. Lin asked with curiosity, or is it an alien species? An alien species, Su-yi said, I will find a way to send him out to sea. Please ensure he doesn't escape. Otherwise, he will definitely come back for me. Do you care so much about an alien species? Dr. Lin teased, what's your relationship with him? It's nothing special, Su-yi answered. In that case, I don't accept, Dr. Lin's disdainful words echoed, I am not a daycare center. Friend, Su-yi quickly revised, my friend. Dr. Lin responded coldly, still no acceptance. How could you possibly have any friends? Clutching his mobile phone, Su-yi decided recklessly and said, my lover. Oh. Dr. Lin sounded interested, your lover. There's another issue. Do you like him? Dr. Lin asked sternly, if you don't like him, I won't accept. Yes. Yes, I do. Su-yi hurried to reply, I like him. After Su-yi finished answering, Dr. Lin opened his mouth again and said, give me a tube of your blood sample. What for? Su-yi asked. Naturally, to test if you really like him. You know, business is hard these days. If you truly like him, I'll take the risk for you. Lin-yu, are you sick? Su-yi finally couldn't contain himself and shouted, how can you determine that through blood? You may not be able to, but I can, Lin-yu replied, if there's a trace of his magnetic field in your blood sample, then you really like him, and I'll help him. Su-yi angrily ended the call upon hearing this. Then, muttering under his breath, he drew a tube of his own blood sample as requested by Lin-yu and sent it to the designated location. After finishing all of this, Su-yi went to the Su family villa. As soon as he reached the gate, grandmother Su, mother of Su-yen, came forward. Seeing Su-yi in such a good mood seemingly vanished, she threw her dog down abruptly. Isn't this Young-yi? Grandmother Su stood at the door indifferently, you still remember that this is your home. Su-yi nodded slightly, Auntie. I'm here looking for my brother, Su-yi stated directly. Auntie. Grandmother Su scrutinized Su-yi up and down, that's a strange way to address me. Speechless, Su-yi glanced inside the house. Your brother isn't home, he's gone out socializing, Grandmother Su turned and walked inside, come in and sit. Su-yi walked into the room, indeed, Su-yen wasn't there. The only ones inside were Chio-mo, who was sweeping, and old Mr. Su sitting on the couch reading the newspaper. Big brother Su-yi, are you here to find Mr. Su? Chio-mo relaxed a little upon seeing a familiar face. Su-yi nodded slightly and then softly addressed old Mr. Su, who didn't even look up, father. Old Mr. Su, upon hearing his voice, gripped the newspaper and closed his eyes, what a rare guest. Your brother told me that you got married? Old Mr. Su's stern demeanor was naturally commanding and oppressive. The Su family's reputation, did you disgrace it this way? Su-yi's lips parted to respond, I. Chapter 37, aren't you afraid I'll harm you? Su-yi stood before Grandpa Su and said, I will get a divorce. Now that the matter has escalated, Tan Filian has been targeted by Han Yuan. Qin Sun is also suspicious about the strange creature that appeared on the cliff. The department responsible for control has set up a tight defense. Once Tan Filian is discovered, it would be unlikely for her to survive. When Grandpa Su heard this, his brows furrowed, do you really think this is just child's play? Do you marry whenever you feel like it and then get divorced when you're bored? Grandpa Su glared at Su-yi with a look of disappointment. Isn't that what you did too? For no apparent reason, Su-yi cast an enigmatic glance downwards. Pa! Grandpa Su slapped the newspaper in his hand onto the table. A glass cup clinked against his elbow as he coldly stared at Su-yi. Are you teaching your old man now? I wouldn't dare. Dare. Grandpa Su suddenly became angry and began coughing, covering his lips. Cough. Cough. I see you two brothers are bound to give me a heart attack. After saying this, Grandpa Su got up with his cane and hobbled upstairs, unwilling to look at Su-yi any longer. Chio-mo stood there, startled, not daring to make a sound. He fetched a glass of water for Su-yi and handed it over, I can ask Mr. Su when he'll be back. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, so Chio-mo summoned the courage to send a message to Su-yen on his phone. Since following Su-yen back to the Su residence, Chio-mo realized he merely had a place to stay. During the day, he worked as a dance teacher, and at night, he came back to sleep. He rarely saw Su-yen. Since it was the weekend and there wasn't much to do, Chio-mo couldn't sit idle and started doing some odd jobs. At Minzhou's housing prices, Chio-mo's salary would take 10 years just to afford one house. Regarding Su-yen, he didn't dare to aim high, his naturally indifferent and sensitive disposition made Chio-mo rarely initiate conversations with Su-yen. As Chio-mo touched the screen, the words he finally typed were rather formal, Mr. Su, brother Su-yi has come looking for you. When there was no reply, he scrolled through their chat history. They used to chat enthusiastically, most messages sent by Chio-mo himself, accompanied by many cute emoticons pleading. But all that happened before Chio-mo knew that the person he was chatting with was Su-yen. It was only after realizing that the person who showed up for dinner that day was actually Su-yen that Chio-mo became aware that he was chatting with Su-yen. After that day, they never chatted again, and their relationship remained frozen. He may be busy, Chiu Mo scratched his head shyly. Just wait. As he spoke, Chiu Mo's phone buzzed. It was Su Yen replying, in 10 minutes. He's coming back soon. Chiu Mo suddenly cheered. Ding dong. Another message arrived. Su Yen, don't call him brother. You're only a few years younger than him. Call him Su Yi. Chiu Mo furrowed his brow. What? How is he concerned about what I call others? Su Yi, catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, turned slightly, as if he discovered something significant. His gaze moved toward Xiao Mu sitting inside another small classroom. Looks like his brother's wife would present numerous challenges ahead. Not long after Su Yen returned home, within the agreed time frame, he took Su Yi to the study. The next day, all city newspapers published news of the abnormal species breaking out from the laboratory. Special Laboratory Unrest Incident. About 30 anomalies escaped from the special lab. Management hides the news, citizens will pay for management's mistakes. This cover-up might seem intended to prevent panic but disregards lives of common people. Escaped anomalies scattered across the city posing extremely high danger. Plea to management, do not conceal information from the public. Release more details. After the story broke, major newspapers competed fiercely to report the anomaly escape incident from the special laboratory. The second day saw a protest march where students, teachers, and other social members raised banners demanding explanations from management. When danger directly affects oneself, the situation escalates quickly. The event unfolded explosively throughout society, leaving both the lab and management surrounded, completely blocked off. Su Yi observed from the balcony window inside the lab, looking down at the dense crowd below. His sharp eyes were half closed, exuding extreme coldness. Han Yuan and several key figures from the special lab were anxiously pacing around in the room. Who on earth leaked the news? How big has the mess become now? The management bureau is pinning all the responsibility on our special lab. Han Yuan scolded them, once I find out, I'll make sure he regrets it. What should we do now? One among them anxiously asked. Ask around. Han Yuan glared fiercely, you ask me, who should I ask? Go capture them. Bring all the escaped anomalies back. Another person just lowered their head even further, anomalies are good at disguising themselves, how could we possibly find them? What do you suggest then? Han Yuan slammed his hand on the table, what should we do now? Clarify. Su Yi suddenly spoke up, turning toward the group of red-faced people. Clarify. Han Yuan straightened up, clarify what? Shouldn't you know, Mr. Han? Su Yi said, of course we need to clarify that anomalies won't harm humans without provocation, that anomalies hope for peaceful coexistence with humans, and that years of research data from the lab support the absolute friendliness of anomalies. Su Yi took a step closer to Han Yuan, this is currently the only way to calm the public. The public doesn't care why anomalies were captured or how they escaped, they care whether anomalies will threaten their lives and whether they will endanger their children's and parents' safety. As long as we clarify that anomalies won't attack indiscriminately, isn't this problem solved? Su Yi's cold gaze was almost icy, his voice sharp. Han Yuan's eyes dimmed as he listened to Su Yi, as if realizing something, his confidence growing steadily. Su Yi. Han Yuan grabbed the collar of Su Yi's shirt, are you insane? Protecting the anomalies? Han Yuan sneered, all these years I've raised you, did I expect you to say such words? You have no choice. Su Yi locked his steady gaze on him, this is currently the only way to minimize the backlash. I'm helping you. Han Yuan released Su Yi forcefully, his piercing glare locked onto Su Yi as though ready to devour him whole. Su Yi understood that from this moment forward, he stood in opposition to Han Yuan. Han Yuan would certainly begin to suspect him. Because the situation had escalated too far. The Bureau had no choice but to issue a clarification. Under the official seal stamped personally by Han Yuan for the special lab, a bright red emblem like blood, it read. According to the research of the special lab over many years, anomalies will not easily attack humans. Please be reassured, the control department will stand together with everyone. This point about non-attacks was merely to cover up the news, yet some fearful humans used it to stir up controversy. To ease public sentiment, the special lab released authoritative reports and data. Only then did the uproar come to an end. And after the news release, various anomaly enthusiasts took advantage of the situation, releasing more examples of peaceful coexistence between anomalies and humans. For a time, humanity's view of anomalies became increasingly diverse. Millions of posts flooded the forums, trending online. Can anomalies really live peacefully with humans? When I was a kid, I saw an anomaly kill someone. There's no way. Anomalies are naturally evil and should all be exterminated. The research results published by the special lab show there's no difference between anomalies and humans unless provoked. If anyone wants to share a house with an anomaly, I'll send you my condolences later. Humans can never coexist peacefully with anomalies. Such debates divided opinions into two camps, those expressing sympathy and those calling for the eradication of anomalies. Supporters of peaceful coexistence were in the minority. Su Yi switched off his phone and left the lab. That evening, his karma came back to bite him. Han Yuan seemed to have uncovered something. Although he couldn't catch Su Yi, Han Yuan kidnapped Su Yi's grandfather in Xiaomu. The anomaly living with you, is his name Tan Feilian? Han Yuan's voice rang out, within 2 hours, bring him here if you want your parents to survive. Su Yi remained silent and hung up the phone instead. Han Yuan had been ruthless with anomalies, which made Su Yi already plan to send Tan Feilian away. This seemed oddly fortuitous now. Su Yi trudged home with heavy steps, but the lights in the villa were still on. Just as he opened the door, he saw Tan Feilian standing at the entrance. Could a person fall in love with another so quickly? Su Yi seemed to understand now. Though he didn't want to admit it, every time he saw Tan Feilian, his heart grew light and any wounds were soothed as if everything else faded. Su Yi leaned forward and hugged Tan Feilian. It felt warm. Su Yi liked the feeling of being close to Tan Feilian. Tan Feilian's pupils slightly widened as he gently patted Su Yi's back, burying his head in Su Yi's neck. What's wrong, dear? Su Yi took a deep breath, pulling away slightly from Tan Feilian. Recently, the bureau has been cracking down hard. I'll give you a sedative injection. Su Yi looked at Tan Feilian's raised left arm and suddenly paused. You have no guard at all. Aren't you afraid that I might hurt you? Chapter 38, Do you want to kill me? Tan Feilian only stared at Su Yi without saying a word. I'm afraid. Tan Feilian seemed to have had enough. Will you? He asked. Su Yi took out a syringe from his pocket. This injection contained a large dose of sedative and hallucinogen. The sedative was specifically developed for Tan Feilian, with strong targeting effects on him. Su Yi's lips curled slightly as he said, no. He lifted Tan Feilian's arm and injected the syringe, and during the push, the dispersion of Tan Feilian's spiritual strength became obvious. In this world, no one could administer such an injection into Tan Feilian's hand. When Su Yi pulled out the needle, his fingertips trembled slightly. Wife. I feel dizzy. Tan Feilian frowned, looking uncomfortable. Tan Feilian hugged Su Yi and rubbed against him, the strength clearly weakened over time. Su Yi watched as Tan Feilian gradually fell unconscious onto his shoulder, and he let out a deep sigh. Su Yi helped him lean against the door and then pulled out a scalpel. The alien brain core is not in the brain but grows on the brow bone. Su Yi twirled the scalpel in his hand while the bright light flickered above it, deathly bright. Su Yi bent down close to Tan Feilian, his thin lips opening emotionlessly. Tan Feilian, you're really stupid, fantasizing about making a human fall in love with you. Utterly foolish. Everything in this world can make me abandon you. In the previous injection, I added a lot of stuff. Su Yi's eyes were cold as he raised his hand and grabbed Tan Feilian's jaw. The brain core of a high-level alien should be able to do many things, right? As he spoke, Su Yi lifted the scalpel in his hand and was about to cut towards Tan Feilian's forehead. At the moment the blade touched Tan Feilian's forehead, those dark eyes opened. Due to the effects of the injection, Tan Feilian's mind was confused now. When the alien was unconscious but could still hear voices, when he heard Su Yi's words full of hatred, it felt like drowning in the sea, suffocating while trying desperately to open his eyes. The evil inside the alien would explode momentarily, and every word Su Yi spoke skirted around the forbidden taboos that made Tan Feilian seethe with killing intent. Due to the hallucinatory effect of the drug, all Tan Feilian could see was the grim expression on Su Yi's face. Tan Feilian grabbed Su Yi by the neck. You want to kill me? Su Yi. Veins popped out on Tan Feilian's hands. Do you really want to kill me? Su Yi's body leaned backward as he was strangled, eventually falling entirely onto the ground, with Tan Feilian pressing on top of him. Hazy, I knew I shouldn't have kept you. Killing you would be best. Killing you means you'll never say these words again. Tan Feilian smirked. Becoming a corpse means you'll listen, right? Right? Huh. Tan Feilian declared death as if it were a verdict. Cough, cough. Su Yi coughed painfully. Tan Feilian wouldn't kill him. This was something incredibly clear in Su Yi's mind. He couldn't bear it. Even though filled with murderous intent, he couldn't bear it. Su Yi knew this might be his last meeting with Tan Feilian, so he just looked at Tan Feilian, extending his hand amidst his confusion to touch his face, but it was intercepted by Tan Feilian. I've done anything for you, yet you want to kill me, Su Yi. Was this your intention from the start? Su Yi's neck was gripped tightly, gasping for breath heavily. Of course, Su Yi answered him. Upon hearing this, Tan Feilian's grip tightened. Sweat formed on Su Yi's forehead, and his legs involuntarily curled, seeking more air. Isn't it possible, you actually thought I would fall in love with an alien? Su Yi spoke brokenly. Tan Feilian's eyes, watching Su Yi who was about to suffocate, turned crimson. Tan Feilian's breathing grew increasingly rapid, each heavy breath sounding like sand-filled grit. He wanted to kill Su Yi. Kill him, and he'd obey. Looking down, the pale face beneath him was fading away. Suddenly, Tan Feilian released Su Yi and stormed out of the villa as if possessed. Alien emotions can be pushed to two extremes. Love and hate both work this way. Su Yi lay curled up on the floor, his face already flushed unnaturally. After Tan Feilian left, he adjusted himself as quickly as possible and immediately dialed Lin Botu's number. He's gone. Please help. Are you hurt? Lin Yu asked with concern upon hearing Su Yi's unusual voice. Was it worth risking everything for an alien? It was worth it. He will hate you, Lin Yu said. Su Yi didn't reply but hung up and slowly stood up, leaning against the wall. After taking a pill, Su Yi left the door. There was an eerie silence outside, with no sign of anyone around. The wind carried the fallen leaves, making them swirl and dance in the air. Tan Filian, if I can survive this, do you think we could meet again? Chapter 39, Kill Him. Tan Filian stormed out of the villa in a violent rage. No one knew that after an abnormal creature fainted, it could still hear arguments. All the things Shui said were true. Why? Why did he want to kill himself? The image of Shui holding a scalpel repeatedly surfaced in Tan Filian's mind, as if his nerves had been cut apart and shattered into pieces. Kill him. Kill him. A voice roared in Tan Filian's mind. Kill him, then he'll be mine. Rip Shui's heart out, and he won't do anything to make me sad anymore. Tan Filian clenched his fingertips tightly, his expression distorted. During a glance, Tan Filian saw a man in a white coat. The man wore glasses with gold wire frames on one side resting on his nose bridge. In his hand was a special crossbow. With the backlight, Tan Filian couldn't see the man's face clearly. The scattered light source behind the man created a mysterious and solemn atmosphere. Hello there, your master has discarded you. Lin Yu tilted his head slightly with a smile. Such a high-level abnormal creature, it is indeed a pity that it has died. Tisk, truly beautiful, Lin Yu sighed. It's no wonder it reaches a level of beauty that humans can never achieve. Tan Filian's pupils trembled, he only heard the 3 words, don't need you. Already brimming with hostility, Tan Filian seemed to have found an outlet for venting his anger, and rushed straight towards Lin Yu. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately pulled the trigger on the crossbow. The arrow whistled through the wind and shot towards Tan Filian. For humans, such speed was impossible to evade, but for Tan Filian, it felt like just a slow-motion game of tag. He easily dodged the arrow and directly appeared in front of Lin Yu. The moment Tan Filian grabbed Lin Yu by the neck, Lin Yu was flung onto the ground due to the immense force. Do you want to die? Tan Filian asked, his eyes red with anger. A sharp pain surged through Tan Filian's fingertips, but despite increasing his grip, he felt his strength slowly dissipating. Lin Yu looked at the crazed Tan Filian and moved his gaze to his hands. Dear, I have a drug needle on my neck. Don't squeeze anymore or we'll both suffer shortly. Lin Yu intentionally hid the drug needle on his neck. All he needed was for Tan Filian to grab him there. Catching such a high-level abnormal being wasn't easy, he had to endure some suffering, otherwise, both of them would die here. Tan Filian stared intently at Lin Yu before him. There was the smell of Shui on him. So strong was this scent that this person must have met Shui within the day. Did he send you? Tan Filian felt the needle on his hand. This was too targeted against him. It almost locked his energy instantly. Every move from the person in front of him was filled with hostility. Did he send you to kill me? Yes, Lin Yu smiled and answered. He sent me to kill you. Ha ha ha. Tan Filian suddenly laughed coldly and detachedly. Without regard for his discomfort, he tightened his grip around Lin Yu's neck. Then I will kill you first and then go to kill him. Abnormal beings cherish their brain nuclei more than their lives, yet Shui's knife went so straightforwardly towards him. Humans are indeed the most untrustworthy. Lin Yu remained silent, naturally unwilling to mention how the tighter the grip became, the deeper the medication entered. Such large doses of specific medicine were specifically prepared for Tan Filian. Veins popped up on Lin Yu's forehead, his temples pulsated as he struggled right before the brink of death when Tan Filian finally fell. Phew. Lin Yu deeply exhaled, damn, nearly strangled to death by this guy. When Tan Filian woke up again, he was inside a transparent glass chamber. There were all sorts of daily necessities inside. Looking at the giant mirror before him, Tan Filian's first thought wasn't escaping from here. Previously, whenever there was Shui, he could go to Shui. He regarded Shui as the center of his world. But Shui wanted to kill him, and Tan Filian now fixated solely on his own reflection, staring at the black long hair covering half-naked body reflected in the mirror. All he felt was overwhelming disgust. He didn't like it, not one bit. As Tan Filian transformed into his beast form and touched the long black hair resembling a waterfall of night, the strands danced and snapped off, falling to the ground while fluttering and swirling down continuously. Shui arrived exactly on time at the abandoned warehouse mentioned by Han Yuan. There were no lights inside the warehouse except for a single candle placed before Han Yuan. Grandpa Su and Mother Chiao were tied up, hands and feet bound to chairs, awkwardly and helplessly sitting in bizarre angles. Their mouths were taped shut with black adhesive tape, preventing any sound other than the soft sobbing of Mother Chiao. Shui walked forward step by step, showing little emotion on his face. Han Yuan held a gun in one hand, carefully wiping it with the other. When he saw that Shui came alone, Han Yuan immediately aimed the gun at Mother Chiao's jawline. Mother Chiao shivered all over with fear, tears rolling down her cheeks uncontrollably. Where's Tan Filian? Han Yuan's eyes gleamed fiercely. Su-yi. You really don't care about your family, Han Yuan said as he loaded the bullets into his gun, his killing intent evident. How could I not? Su Yi chuckled lightly. If I didn't care, would I even be here, right? Since we're killing them, let them die with more sorrow and guilt. Everyone's here today, so why doesn't Teacher Han tell us everything he knows? Hearing this, Han Yuan acted as though he didn't understand. Things from back then. What things? Su Yi maintained a calm expression. Of course it's about why the Minzhou lab exploded, why you tried so hard to wipe out all surviving mutants, and whether my mother really betrayed the Bureau. Su Yi gave a wry smile. Oh, I forgot to mention, my mother is Fang Rong, the one who took full responsibility 12 years ago and died for it. Fang Rong. Han Yuan's pupils trembled upon hearing the name. Fang Rong only had one child, and she died alongside her, so how could Su Yi possibly be her child? As emotions churned in Han Yuan's mind, the diligence Su Yi showed over the years in special laboratories suddenly made sense. Forcing clarifications for mutants was now understandable, and protecting that high-level mutant became clear too. I don't understand what you're talking about, Han Yuan smiled crookedly. He yanked Mother Qiao's hair, forcing her head up. Do you see that? Your good son doesn't give a damn about your life or death. Han Yuan met Su Yi's gaze while speaking. Su Yi, do you know the charges for hiding a mutant? With just one order from me, you'll have no place to bury your body. You'd better find him first. Su Yi no longer concealed his thoughts. The Bureau values evidence, but unfortunately, you don't have any. Su Yi moved closer. You want that high-level mutant, are you planning to capture him again and offer him to the Bureau? Your thoughts are dirtier than anyone else's. Otherwise, you'd send people directly to my home instead of taking him away privately. Speaking of crimes, every single thing you've done these past years deserves the death penalty. Su Yi raised his head. Your investigation of my relationship with the Su family wasn't thorough. They mean nothing to me, kill them if you wish. After saying this, Su Yi turned around, prompting an enraged Han Yuan to raise his gun and aim at Su Yi. In that instant, Su Yi smirked and spun the throwing blade in his hand, aiming perfectly at the only lit candle ahead. The wind swept through, making the flame flicker violently before the candle went out. In the sudden darkness, Su Yi rushed at his fastest speed towards Han Yuan, disarming him and throwing him to the ground. When Su Yi's knee pressed against Han Yuan's neck, sweat already drenched Su Yi's palms and neck. He feared the dark. The warehouse was large enough, but it terrified Su Yi nonetheless. All along, he had been staring at the dark area, relying on the unique light perception after the flame extinguished to quickly locate Han Yuan. With the gun aimed at Han Yuan's forehead, Su Yi suppressed his emotions. Su Yi. You dare to betray me. Han Yuan couldn't see clearly, yet he sensed unmistakably the pressure on his forehead. His gun was fully loaded, ready to fire. If Su Yi pulled the trigger, Han Yuan would surely lose his head. If something happens to me, will the Bureau spare you? Han Yuan feigned composure and shouted harshly. They won't, but I never planned to let you walk out of here alive today. You can go to hell and atone for my mother's death. Su Yi's voice was cold and terrifying like icy water. With that, Su Yi tightened his finger and pulled the trigger. A loud gunshot echoed through the warehouse. Han Yuan's head jerked upward before crashing down hard. At the moment the gun fell, Su Yi also collapsed due to his strained nerves. His entire being shook with fear. The reason Su Yi extinguished the candle when Han Yuan aimed his gun at him was because surveillance personnel from the Defense Bureau were monitoring everything inside. By eliminating the evidence of how Han Yuan died, Su Yi could reduce his own criminal responsibility to the maximum extent. After Su Yi fell unconscious, the Defense Bureau agents stationed outside rushed in. Both Mr. Su and Mother Qiao were terrified by what they saw. Han Yuan's eyes were wide open, blood flowing into his eyeballs, his mouth slightly agape, his expression ghastly. To the side, Su Yi lay unconscious on the floor. Chapter 40, I miss him so much. When Su Yi woke up, his hands were shackled in the interrogation room. In front of him was a closed desk, and across from him, behind another desk, sat Qin Sun along with another interrogator. You're awake. Qin Sun sat upright as he saw Su Yi's eyes flicker open, radiating an oppressive presence. The harsh white light overhead cast Su Yi's face into alternating patches of light and shadow, making it impossible to read his emotions. Su Yi knew killing Han Yuan would not end well for him, but Han Yuan wasn't the only one he wanted dead. When people don't differentiate between good and evil, there are some who deserve to die by his hand no matter what the cost. Suddenly, Su Yi raised his gaze with a faint calmness. He had lived all this time solely for this cause. It wasn't until Tan Feilian appeared that his life seemed to take on strange hues, rainbows of neon colors and refreshing dewdrops falling on his fingertips. With hope, one begins to yearn for life. Su Yi thought that if he could see Tan Feilian again upon leaving prison, perhaps he could grow a little braver. Why did you kill Dr. Han Yuan? Qin Sun held a pen, absent-mindedly rubbing the edge of the paper beneath it, creating a soft rustling sound. Why shouldn't I kill him when he tried to kill me? A slight curve formed at the corner of Su Yi's mouth, laced with disdain. Han Yuan kidnapped my parents. Isn't it natural that I want to kill him? Han Yuan's assistant has testified that your wife is an alien species. The reason why Han Yuan captured your parents was due to her. All Han Yuan wanted was for you to hand over Tan Feilian while covering for you to prevent the situation from escalating. Qin Sun lightly tapped the table, his eyes deep and inscrutable under the glaring light. The grotesque scar on his forehead was fearsome. Is Tan Feilian an alien species? Qin Sun asked. No, Su Yi answered firmly, she is just my wife. Then where is she now? Qin Sun studied Su Yi closely, his gaze shifting mischievously. Why couldn't they find her after Han Yuan died if there's nothing hidden? We've divorced, Su Yi said dismissively, his expression hiding unmeasurable sentiments. I'm tired of her. I dumped her, so what if I did? People always look for novelty. She has no degree, can't earn money, yet spends extravagantly. Who wouldn't be exhausted maintaining such a decorative item? Is that strange? So where did Tan Feilian go? Qin Sun probed, where is she now? It's her freedom where she goes. I can neither control nor know, Su Yi said bluntly. You're acting nervous, Qin Sun pressed his lips together slightly as his sharp eyes locked onto Su Yi. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid I'll discover that Tan Feilian is actually an alien species? Qin Sun questioned further. The activities of Han Sibai differ from those helping the alien species at the cliffside that day. He was taking the blame for you, right? Qin Sun pressed harder. If you can't find the real culprit, falsely accusing someone is your department's habitual method, isn't it? Su Yi scornfully ignored him. Qin Sun chuckled, Su Yi, you're quite clever. If we fail to find Tan Feilian, it'll be a deadlock indeed. But since you killed Han Yuan, there's no escaping your criminal responsibility, Qin Sun continued. Han Yuan has been harming alien species under the guise of experiments for years, misleading the public. Didn't he deserve to die? You have compassion for alien species, it's enough to get you dismissed by the Bureau. Su Yi met Qin Sun's gaze, do you think I care? Han Yuan coerced me into doing his bidding, his selfish desires have always revolved around personal gain. His death might clear the Bureau of wrongdoing, right? This entire case falls under my investigation, how the verdict comes down is entirely my decision, Qin Sun arched an eyebrow. Su Yi leaned back, showing no sign of fear. Of course, he'd be investigated for killing Han Yuan. According to the law, capital punishment awaited him, but he didn't intend to go quietly. How the verdict plays out, Qin Sun, isn't up to you, it's up to me, Su Yi smirked, looking straight at Qin Sun. Since I dared to kill him, I'm ready to face the worst consequences. For a long moment, Su Yi, the criminal, seemed to have the upper hand in the confrontation. The next day, various media outlets exposed Han Yuan's years-long exploitation of alien species to prolong his own life. Shock rippled through the masses, and the story surged online, garnering sympathy for Su Yi, leading many to plead for leniency. After investigation, due to public opinion, Su Yi was judged guilty of excessive self-defense and negligent homicide. Su Yi lost his position at the Bureau and was sentenced to 2 years imprisonment. As a result of this event, the Bureau abolished the special research facility and placed alien species directly under their supervision and custody. Some humans started showing goodwill towards alien species. Legal procedures in Minzhou proceeded rapidly. A month later, Su Yan was finally able to visit Su Yi as a family member for the last time. I'll send you abroad. Su Yan lost his composure for the last time he saw Su Yi, I'll make sure there's no trace of you in Minzhou City. Su Yi laughed looking at his brother, I am actually pretty happy. I really wanted to kill him. I still want to stay in Minzhou and accept this result. I know how much you've been running around for me, I'm extremely grateful. This is already the best possible outcome. In the meantime, Su Yan had been working on connections and fueling public opinion almost without sleep. He didn't understand why their parents disliked Su Yi so much, but he was his only younger brother. Su Yan didn't want him to suffer even a bit. Su Yi. What exactly are you doing? Su Yan angrily shouted, his dark eyes instilling fear. No matter what you're planning, stop right now. What do you plan to do once you're out? Su Yan understood Su Yi too well, he clearly wasn't feeling at ease with the current situation. He was planning to do something else, though Su Yan couldn't guess what it was, but it wouldn't be good. I just want to live a good life, Su Yi smiled, does my brother worry that I will kill again? They looked into each other's eyes without speaking. That's exactly what Su Yan thought. Suddenly, Su Yi seemed to remember something, and tears welled up in his eyes. Brother, I always felt you were the best person in this world for me. After some events, I can no longer live happily and easily like normal people. It's like I'm tied down by thousands of vines everywhere on my body, unable to move forward, unable to feel happiness, unable to have anticipation, unable to think about the future. It's as if everything leads to darkness wherever I go. Su Yi lifted his gaze towards the window where green tree branches filtered through rays of hope. In his mind appeared images of Tan Feilian. But do you know, Tan Feilian seems willing to sacrifice everything for me. He told me not to be afraid, he bought me rings, bought flowers. Though sometimes he's quite an idiot, it's because I haven't taught him properly. But he listens to me the most. Su Yi could barely hold back the emotion swelling inside, his eyes red. I think I truly fell in love with him. I miss him so much. Su Yi trembled while biting his lips, hiding nothing from these feelings. Su Yan had never seen Su Yi so emotional before. In his view, Su Yi had always been cold and indifferent toward anything or anyone, showing little emotion. Such Su Yi finally seemed truly human, capable of crying, laughing, feeling hopeful, and expressing longing. Not bad, Su Yan thought. Don't cry, brother won't stop you from being with him anymore. As long as you're happy. Su Yan pulled out a handkerchief and wiped away the tears from Su Yi's eyes. As long as you're happy, I'll support you fully. If you want to see him, I'll bring him here right now. Su Yan's tone rose several decibels. I drove him away, Su Yi said, I don't want to see him. Just then, a knock came at the door announcing the end of visiting hours. People outside urged Su Yan to leave. Brother will find ways to reduce your sentence. Su Yan's expression was relaxed, always exuding an air of certainty as though everything was under control, yet no one could detect the anxiety behind his mask. It's impossible, brother. Su Yi knew this was already the lightest punishment for him, there's no point trying harder. Why does it have to be pointless? Su Yan yelled. Su Yi knew it was impossible, unwilling to discuss the topic further, and changed the subject as he looked at Su Yan. Brother, do you like Chiu Mo, right? Su Yan responded with a cold stare, not everyone in the Su family can be as free as you. I'll get married, raise children, and stop thinking about such things. Su Yan said indifferently. I didn't ask about those, all I asked was whether you like Chiu Mo or not. Do you like him? Su Yi cut in, asking. No. Su Yan coldly replied. You're lying. Su Yi's gaze pierced through as if reading him through. Su Yan avoided his eyes, a shadow of hesitation in his own, he doesn't help me in any way. All he does is cry. Weak, timid, lacking ambition, incapable of standing up for himself, with no redeemable qualities. Why would I like him? Brother is lying. Su Yi deeply understood Su Yan and ignored his insincere words. He persisted, you're lying. If brother likes him, please treat him well. He has no support in the Su family, but he is kind-hearted and a good person. Su Yi said. Brother, you're just worried about father and mother, right? They've abandoned me, no matter what I do, I'm already the worst in their eyes. But you are different, you're the pride of heaven, incapable of having any kind of taint. If they found out you like Chiu Mo, you're afraid he would get hurt, aren't you? Su Yi suddenly found it amusing. If people must be divided into main characters and supporting roles, then Su Yan had always been the central figure standing high above from childhood, burdened with too many considerations. You never bring those people from outside home, they will find out eventually. Su Yi reminded him. Time's up, Mr. Su Yan, the person at the door was respectful enough, urging again. After this day's meeting, the two would never see each other again, as a cold iron gate separated everything. Su Yi looked at the tall isolation fence and didn't feel much oppression, only relief. The prison where Su Yi was located housed 6 people per room, and he had indeed heard all sorts of strange stories about prisons in Minzhou. So on his first day inside, Su Yi subdued everyone in a dormitory. He spent his first day in the 3rd prison in solitary confinement. In the 3rd month, Su Yi received a letter from outside. Chapter 41, Missing Him. It came from an isolated island, and inside was a personal letter written by Lin Yu. Lin Yu, to Yi Zhai. Tan Feilian usually acts crazy. What do you generally do then? He's harder to control than a bull. If all goes well, the beastliness in him should be able to resolve most of his issues. Tan Feilian's emotions are extremely low. He likes picking fights with people. Oh, yes, he cut his hair. Don't tell me short hair suits him better. I really want to clone his genes to create a child, who would definitely be stunningly beautiful. Do you want one? I happen to have your genetic sequence, I can create a baby for you and him. I won't let him leave within 3 years. After that, I will no longer be able to manage him. Also, there is a very important matter, the alien brain core has emotions. Your approach this time was too extreme. Tan Feilian was utterly heartbroken. Aliens also fall hard when they're in love, it's inevitable. As a result, his brain core has developed cracks. It's difficult to repair, and it will have side effects. I will try my best to alleviate the symptoms as much as possible. He will hate you, and the brain core will emotionally mark this event as well. Lastly, I really want to see what kind of perfect kid could come from combining genes like Tan Feilian's with a human's. So by the time you get out of jail, your child with him will be about 2 years old. I won't tell him. If you don't want it, it's too late now. Hit me if you must. Below is Lin Yu's signature. Goodbye, super duper spiral ascending big hunk, Lin. Su Yi felt dazed, his vision going black as a single piece of paper triggered so many emotions, leaving his mind blank by the end. Tan Feilian cut his hair. The alien brain core had cracked. There would be after effects. A child. Su Yi clenched his fists tightly, at a loss for words, with an empty gaze clouded by strange sorrow. Will the cracks in the brain core cause him pain? If Tan Feilian hates him, does that mean he'll never see him again? As Su Yi flipped through the letter, he noticed something else tucked inside the envelope. Opening it, he found a strand of black hair, faintly fragrant with white tea. It was a lock of long hair that Tan Philian had cut. He really did cut it. Su-yi touched the hair sorrowfully with his fingers. Then followed endless numbness. 6 months later, Su-yi received another letter from Lin Yu. To my dear Yi Zhai. Tan Philian's brain core has severely fractured, and he's transformed into his black hunter lion form. Oh lordy, his true form weighs 300 pounds. I'm genuinely impressed. Also, your half-year-old kid is a boy. Unlike you, your genes are truly awful. He's such a bundle of energy, get out already and feed your own kid. The best infant formula costs 800 yuan per can and he needs 2 cans per week. I'm seriously astounded, this child's like a money-devouring monster. Tomorrow I spent 200 yuan on his food. And he wouldn't even drink it. Tan Philian's beastly tendencies have decreased somewhat. He joined a special squad, and since he loves fighting, I lined up some international mercenary jobs for him. He's directly become famous under the code name KZ. Do you know how valuable he is now? Today, I saw several girls confessing their feelings to him. No, there were boys too. Tan Philian brought a boy back to the island. When Su-yi read this, the paper in his hand crumpled. Unwilling to flip further, he shredded the rest of the letter and tossed it into the trash. In the days that followed, Su-yi inexplicably got into a fight with someone in the prison, but since he always relied on physical force, even though he won, it wasn't justified. Su-yi stayed in solitary confinement for 3 days. Afterward, Chiu-mo visited Su-yi. Chiu-mo asked about various things and expressed concern, but Su-yi immediately spotted the inconsistency in Chiu-mo's eyes, noticing that he was clearly forcing himself to act normally. Did my brother bully you? Su-yi asked Chiu-mo. No, Chiu-mo denied it. Su-yi looked at Chiu-mo's wrist where a red mark, as wide as a thumb, stood out glaringly. Did he hit you? Chiu-mo remained silent, his head bowed. After a while, he bit his lips, saying, Brother Su sent me away. And where are you staying now? Su-yi furrowed his brows, not understanding why he always seemed to feel pity for Chiu-mo. Maybe it was because if he himself were slightly weaker, his life might be the same as Chiu-mo's, a weakness that should have been his own. I haven't settled down anywhere, Chiu-mo responded lightly. It seemed he realized that the conversation veered toward himself and wanted desperately to steer it back. Are you okay here? Su-yi didn't want to answer such questions. He told Chiu-mo the password to his house, but Chiu-mo refused to stay there. He only said to Su-yi, you also share the surname Su. I won't live in the Su family household anymore. Su-yi had no idea what happened between them. My brother might have had his reasons. Don't blame him. Chiu-mo's eyes dimmed, his round eyes flickering slightly. I'm not someone who belongs in the spotlight. Don't undervalue yourself. I don't have your courage or abilities, nor should I harbor inappropriate thoughts about Mr. Su Yen. He gave me a lot of money, and I accepted it all. Chiu-mo smiled faintly at Su-yi. Today, I came to bid you farewell. Chiu-mo said. Tomorrow, I leave for another country and won't be there to pick you up when you're released. Where are you going? Su-yi was surprised and looked away. Chiu-mo shook his head. Auntie Chiao said that those who leave shouldn't tell others where they're going. She said I led Mr. Su Yen astray, and if I ever showed up in Minzhou again, she'd die in front of him. Chiu-mo's smile was pale. Chiu-mo looked at Su-yi. When I practiced dancing before, I thought it was so difficult, each move wasn't perfect. But many obstacles could be overcome, so if I couldn't manage dancing well, I spent day and night studying instead. That way, I still had a chance to stand on the stage. But Xian Yan and I don't have this kind of opportunity. Dancing isn't hard, but standing before him is incredibly hard. Chiu-mo's gaze was dull and lifeless, as if a gray mist covered the once brilliant light. I am always just a little short of achieving something, like not getting a chance to see him one last time. Chapter 42, Yi thinks of Lian Lian. Su-yi didn't know how far the relationship between Chiu-mo and Su Yen had developed, perhaps they had confessed to each other, or perhaps neither of them had taken that step. Su-yi tried to think about the problem from his brother's perspective. Family background, the Su family, the Chiu family, grandpa and mother, a weighty burden, rulers who never smile easily. He thought himself strong enough, protecting everything, allowing his younger brother to make mistakes, but not himself. Even though he was at the top, after weighing the pros and cons, he would ultimately sacrifice himself. Can you wait a little longer? There was a trace of concern in Su-yi's voice. He understood Mr. Su and Ms. Chiao. Making Chiu-mo leave wouldn't have been Su Yan's decision. Su Yen was unafraid of anything, what he cared about were the hurdles in his own heart, nothing external could make him fear. Regret is a normal part of life. Chiu-mo's eyes slightly bent, revealing a sense of loneliness. Wanting to laugh but too restrained on the surface, unable to hide emotions. It's my own fault, brother Su Yen has never said he likes me. The flowers Chiu-mo held fell to the ground and were blown around by the wind. I shouldn't have caused him trouble. Someone like Chiu-mo, in the eyes of Su Yen, who sees through everything in business, would be transparent in all his thoughts. Su-yi thought that perhaps it was mainly Su Yan's responsibility that led them here. Sometimes it's not because someone isn't important enough for you to choose them, when there are no good outcomes people always tend to avoid problems. Su Yan isn't an irresponsible person, you two should have a good talk. Su Yi raised his eyes to look at Chiu Mo, maybe he doesn't want you to leave. Would brother Su Yan marry later and keep me outside as a third party? Suddenly, Chiu Mo bit his lips tightly, holding his hands firmly, with subtle trembles upon closer inspection. He got engaged to Miss Yi from Wonsun Group. Su Yi immediately found himself at a loss for words. There was silence for a few seconds around them. Su Yi couldn't utter any comforting words that reached his lips. Finally, he squeezed out something following his emotions, if I were you, I'd slap him twice. Su Yi was the type who never let slights go unpunished. These words naturally fit him and weren't a joke. Chiu Mo, I don't have the standing to hit him. Moreover, even if he talked himself blue in the face, he wouldn't dare to hit Su Yan. Though he knew his own feelings, Chiu Mo still felt intimidated deep down when facing Su Yan, and Su Yan happened to dislike his timid and sensitive nature. Chiu Mo took a letter out of his pocket and gave it to Su Yi. This letter is what I wrote for brother Su Yan. His face carried a self-mocking air, his thoughts dim and fiery as if lost his soul, but I think whether giving it to him or not makes no difference. If he is happy, then it doesn't need to be given. After receiving the letter in silence, the atmosphere around froze. From that day on, Su Yi saw Chiu Mo no more. The days afterward continued one by one as usual. Su Yi was completely isolated from the outside world. The sunlight above was covered, even the shadows of light were eerie. Since Su Yi entered the third prison, he could vaguely discover that someone was deliberately tempting him to make mistakes. One day during free activity time, he overheard a conversation between two guards. The higher-ups have said it, Su Yi is trouble, find a way to get rid of him. The figure under the tree shade was somewhat unclear, but Su Yi, with his excellent hearing, missed not a word of this sentence. Dying in prison isn't unusual, think of a way to let him catch some disease, then we won't be blamed either. Killing a person, that's not hard, is it? The other man's words were cold and indifferent. Su Yi's dark pupils faintly sparkled. He was right indeed. Han Yuan's death will expose some hidden individuals. Looks like they couldn't wait anymore. Upon hearing such dialogue, Su Yi felt no fear, instead excitement surged. That day during mealtime, the prison handed out nutritional supplements to the prisoners. The guard stood by the cafeteria door watching the inmates drink their nutritional supplements. During the whole period, they focused most on Su Yi's location, and when they saw Su Yi inserting the straw into the supplement, those observing couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of their mouths. Su Yi calmly took a sip of the nutritional supplement, his expression impossible to fathom. For quite a while after drinking the supplement, Su Yi's body showed no change, which left the guards watching him puzzled. Such a thing as murder can't naturally be carried out openly. Seeing Su Yi unaffected, they wouldn't show any reaction, just continuing normally, must continue normally. After the meal, the inmates were brought to the outdoor activity area. After the prisoners walked away, the two guards walked to Su Yi's dining spot and looked confused at the nutritional supplement he drank. Didn't he drink it? Why is nothing happening? Is there any problem? The higher-ups said this is a slow-acting drug, long-term use will cause blood-related issues, but it won't take effect so quickly. Didn't they say the first dose would trigger immediate reactions? Why does Su Yi show no symptoms at all? As they were speaking, a commotion sounded from outside the room. Prisoner 0760 has collapsed. Hurry! Prisoner 0760, Su Yi, has fainted. Upon hearing this, the two guards exchanged glances, their faces revealing satisfaction. The medicine is taking effect. Just give him one dose every day from now on. Our boss said, calculate the timing carefully, and make sure he dies after his release. This way, everything would form a perfect closed loop. No one would be able to find out the real cause of Su Yi's death. Since then, Su Yi received a bottle of nutritional supplement every day. The guards only left after making sure he drank it. That night, Su Yi lay in bed in the prison, lost in thought. The tranquil moonlight illuminated his face with serene beauty. When he fell asleep, faint traces of dark hair could be seen on his palm. Human beings often their thoughts through longing. In the past, everyone described Su Yi as cold-blooded, emotionless, not like a normal person. Sometimes he wondered himself if he was really normal. His conclusion was, he wasn't. Affection and love grew day by day and didn't dissipate because of separation. The accumulated raindrops eventually formed a deep pool that submerged him. By the time he realized, he was standing right at the center, water filling his chest. Su Yi curled up his body. So, this is what longing feels like, a mix of happiness and sorrow, weaving beautiful endings into dreams like fairy tales. Fei Lian. Mumbling in a daze, Su Yi's weak voice dissipated in the wind, audible only to himself. 2 years passed, not too long, yet not too short, piled up with countless nightmares, leaving Su Yi much thinner. Today was the day of his release. Chapter 43, Obsessively Liked. He was finally free. When Su Yan picked him up from prison, not many words were exchanged. The two just shared a knowing smile. Su Yan looked haggard, as if he had rushed here directly after a meeting. The ever-energetic Su Yan seemed different now. Brother, are you that busy? You've lost so much weight. Su Yi chuckled teasingly. He remembered when Chiu Mo said that if his brother was doing well, he should not give Su Yen the letters he wrote. How wretched. Su Yen still stood tall and mighty in front of Sui like a protective older brother who could shield him from any storm, but the sharpness in his eyes was gone. A cold and unemotional capitalist wouldn't be like this. After Chiu Mo left, Su Yen didn't seem to be doing too well, Sui thought. Congratulations, you're free. Su Yen patted Sui on the shoulder. I've had someone clean your house, go back and rest. There's no way you can go back to the management bureau with a criminal record, no one will hire you. Su Yen frowned. Do you have any plans? How about working for me at the company? Sui walked ahead, stepping beyond the last gate of the prison. As he stepped on the gravel, the sunlight warmed his face. I don't like doing business. Su Yen followed, then what do you want to do? Kill people. Sui smirked, moving forward. Just as Su Yen was about to reprimand him, Sui quickly changed his tone, kidding, I still want to live. Su Yen pulled him into the car. He didn't believe Sui was joking. Sui, I'm warning you, don't cause me any more trouble. I don't care what you plan to do, stop it right now. Sui glanced out of the window. My registration isn't even in the Su family anymore, whatever I do won't affect the Su family. Su Yen closed and opened his eyes again, his pupils revealing mixed emotions. Xiao Yi, I don't know what you went through that made you so different from others, so disobedient, but no matter what, all those things are in the past. You should be living well now. If you do something stupid again, brother can't help you anymore. Sui pressed his lips together, feeling an urge for a cigarette. Cigarette. What? Su Yen furrowed his brow, never expecting Sui to change the topic like this. I want to smoke. Sui said. I don't have any. Sui looked completely disbelieving. You quitting is less credible than you being my brother. Su Yen. Su Yen pulled open the storage compartment in front of the passenger seat. I quit 2 years ago. These were placed here by someone else, if you must, smoke. Sui lit the cigarette from inside the storage box, and through the half-open car window, white mist drifted before his eyes. Doesn't Aunt Chiu Mo let you smoke? Chiu Mo. It had been a long time since Su Yen had heard this name. Not allowing. Su Yen considered this term. Chiu Mo didn't have the guts to forbid him. At most, she lightly bit his wrist when she was upset with him. Now thinking about her expression of fear yet defiance makes Su Yen involuntarily curl his lips. Upon careful reflection, the reason he quit was that Chiu Mo would develop pharyngitis when she smelled cigarette smoke, coughing incessantly once she started. Since quitting, he hasn't smoked again. I quit on my own. Su Yen replied faintly, giving away no emotions. Why? Su Yen increased the speed of the car, the cat at home is delicate. What cat? Sui looked at Su Yen, clearly seeing through him. Just something from someone else. Su Yen knew Sui understood his thoughts and didn't feel the need to explain further. What about the cat? It ran away. Su Yen said. Big brother really has lost face, even your wife doesn't want you. Su Yan's eyes darkened, his mind filled with chaos and repression. Strangely enough, he ended up agreeing with Sui. Do you like Chiu Mo? Sui asked a question that Su Yen had never answered over the course of 2 years. This time Su Yen responded, yes. Liking her so obsessively. Miss her? Sui asked. Chapter 44, Do you like me? Su Yen was momentarily lost in thought at Sui's straightforward words. After Chiu Mo left, he had no more news of Chiu Mo, as if everything about him had vanished without a trace. Su Yen searched for him, believing that with his connections, there was no one he couldn't find. But Chiu Mo became the exception. In Su Yan's eyes, matters of love were meaningless. He had plenty of people around him who were attractive and refined, and with just a word, countless people would flatter their way into his bed. No affection, no entanglement, no promises, and never taking anyone home were principles Su Yen always followed. From the start, Chiu Mo was different. It was terrifying for a businessman to be led by the nose, and he couldn't justify it to the Su family. When Su Yen first learned that Chiu Mo had left, he only felt a heaviness in his chest, like the flames had been extinguished, thinking that it might be better to let go and not get further entangled. Over the past year or so, Su Yen clearly realized how foolish he had been. He wanted to see him, to ask why he left. To entangle himself with him. To think of him. To find him. Where could such a timid and gentle person have gone? How could he possibly live? Would he be bullied? Would he hide somewhere and cry quietly all alone? I can't find him. Su Yan's knuckles gripped the steering wheel, the veins turning pale green, his custom-made watch suiting him perfectly. Everything else on the surface remained the same as the oppressive head of the Su family, except Su Yan's tone carried a bitterness and hoarseness. He's so timid, with no one to protect him. How is he supposed to survive? Su Yan's voice drifted with a look filled with both tenderness and regret. I spent 2 years in jail, how come brother isn't worried about me not having anyone protecting me? Sui flicked the ash from his cigarette, white smoke curling out from his mouth. Su Yen cast a glance at Sui, his expression darkening. Are you the same as him? Do you know how many times I've been worried about your fights inside, and how much money I've spent smoothing things over? If he was like you, he would have been bullied by those few good-for-nothing brothers of his long ago. You still compare yourself to him. If you were half as well-behaved as Momo, I'd feel 10 years younger. As he said this, Su Yan grew angry again. I warn you, Su Yi, live your life properly from now on, and if you cause any more trouble, don't come see me again. Su Yi frowned. Well, he shouldn't have spoken up. Do you treat Mo the same way, brother? Su Yi sighed. No wonder he ran away. Who would dare get close to you with your personality? Su Yi. Su Yan tried to scold, taking on an air of authority, but suddenly Su Yi pulled something out of his pocket. A slightly yellowed letter paper already full of creases caught Su Yan's eye immediately at the signature on the envelope, Mo. Su Yan's pupils widened slightly and he quickly stopped the car, asking awkwardly yet hopefully, what is that? Su Yi had never seen Su Yan so eagerly emotional, finding him somewhat endearing amidst his usual cold demeanor. Su Yi restrained his laughter. Nothing much. I want to see it. Su Yan reached out to grab the letter in Su Yi's hand. What do you want to see? Su Yi asked. The letter. Su Yi turned away slightly. Sister-in-law said if you're doing fine, then she doesn't need to give you this letter. Su Yan's gaze fixed intently on the letter in Su Yi's hands, his lips tightly sealed. It had been too long since he'd seen anything related to Mo. Even the tiniest bit, he wanted to know. Su Yi looked seriously at Su Yan. During the time sister-in-law was gone, did brother do anything with someone else? Su Yan reached out for the letter in Su Yi's hand but missed. Did you? Su Yi asked again. Su Yi. Did you? Su Yi persisted. No. He was almost going crazy, with various issues at the company pressuring him. His mind was constantly preoccupied with thoughts of Mo, and it was even worse than abstinence. Give it to me, I beg you. With that, Su Yan pulled out 2 black cards and 1 gold card from his pocket, took off his limited edition wristwatch and threw them to Su Yi, tossing 2 sets of luxury car keys to him as well after realizing it might not be enough. Su Yi stared at the heap of things in his arms, his eyes wide open. Never before had he thought making money could be so easy. Caught off guard, Su Yan had already snatched the letter. Su Yan quickly opened the letter, revealing it was indeed Mo's handwriting. It was written for him. Why didn't he give it directly? Su Yan was glad to see the letter. At least it had something to do with Mo. But why did he leave without a word? And if he had been so decisive in leaving, why leave this letter? Su Yan held the letter tightly, taking in every word. Dear Su Yan. When you read this, it's as if we are speaking. I hope you're well. This letter was written in July of the Gongqin year, the day I left Minzhou and also my birthday. I've never received a birthday gift before, but just as I stepped out of the Su family house, a delivery arrived with one for me. Big brother Su Yan, thank you. I really like it, it's a bracelet with a little star. Since I didn't have any luggage, I took only this one thing with me. I've never felt what family love is like. The Chiu family has always been unfamiliar to me. Whenever I receive kindness, I feel flustered. Though you're cold on the outside, I can clearly feel all your goodness toward me. Your kindness makes me forget my own place. I am like someone peering at the stars through the dark, seeing their light flicker and fall. It fills my dreams with bright hopes, and I selfishly enjoy every emotion you bring me. The brilliance of the world can't erase my innate weakness, yet my weakness can't stop me from chasing the hopes where light and shadow intersect. So please forgive my incurable liking for you. You can set conditions. You can reject me. You can get angry. You can buy things you like. I deserve everything. No one has ever said these words to me. Every moment spent with you is the happiest time of my life. Feelings are something not worth mentioning in your life, and I, Mo, am an unimportant person. Next month is the month of your engagement. I've seen the picture of the bride, she's beautiful, comes from a prestigious family, and is perfect for you. If I must say, I don't like her. At that moment, I thought, if only Momo were a girl, wouldn't it be better? Anyway, I'm sure you won't see this letter anyway, so perhaps your marriage plans have fallen through too. After I left, I guessed that you would still live a good life. But I still hope you will see this letter. That means you might miss me. When you open this letter, answer the question I once asked you. Do you like me? Now I know. Yours sincerely. Mo. Su Yan's hand trembled slightly as he held the letter, bloodshot veins appearing in his pupils, spreading uncontrollably with a pang of bitterness. He put away the letter and drove Su Yi home. As soon as Su Yi got out of the car, Su Yan quickly turned the direction towards the airport. Seeing this, Su Yi said nothing. When he opened the door, everything inside was exactly the same as when he left, the house clean and tidy, obviously having been regularly cleaned. Before he could close the door, a courier arrived. Su Yi thought it was Su Yan coming back, so he turned around in surprise to open the door. But instead, he saw. Chapter 45, Mama. The man at the door was wearing a formal work uniform. He held a little boy in his arms. The boy had a toy car in his hand, and his round eyes closely resembled Sue to some extent. However, he looked even more like someone from the past. His demeanor was unmistakably a replica of Tan Phylan's. With a chubby face, the boy glanced at Sue and tilted his head towards him with a radiant smile. "Mama, Mama." The boy hesitantly called out. At the exact moment Sue raised his eyes to see the child, his mind exploded with a whirlwind of thoughts. Lin Yu was telling the truth. He really conjured up a child for him. "Hello sir, Intracity Advanced Special Express Delivery. Your friend asked me to bring your son here." The delivery man swiftly handed over the child to Sue. "Sign here." The man acted so hurriedly that if Sue didn't catch the child, he would have fallen to the ground. Instinctively, Sue took the child into his arms, whereupon the boy snuggled against him affectionately, without any hint of unfamiliarity or rejection. As the boy lightly rubbed against Sue's chest, he murmured happily, "Mama, Mama." Sue's pupils widened as he struggled to find words. There was nothing he could do now other than beating Lin Yu later because throwing the child away was certainly not an option. Sue cradled the child with one hand while signing the documents. "Who sent you?" Sue tried to keep calm despite his internal turmoil. "That gentleman insisted on keeping details private. He only provided me with proof of your parentage along with some instructions." Saying this, the man pulled out the certificate from the package. "Here you go. With that, I shall take my leave." In no time, the man gathered the signed form and left. Once the man left, all that remained was Sue and the child staring at each other. "Mama." The little boy lifted his hand to cup Sue's face. "Tang Tang, Mrs. Yu." Sue gazed down at the child in his arms. Though typically a person who disliked complications, perhaps due to the blood relation, he found himself inexplicably drawn to the child, feeling a sudden warmth between them. Even a desire to give him a kiss. He reminded Sue so much of Tan Phylan. The image of Tan Phylan's enchanting face surfaced in his mind, bringing forth a wave of bitterness in his chest. Sue carried the child inside and placed him on the carpet in front of the living room sofa. He opened the file to find the official birth certificate stamped within. The precautions were handwritten by Lin Yu. 1. Didn't you say that if we ever had a child, his name would be Tang Tang? His nickname is Tang Tang, his full name, you decide. 2. Despite Tang Tang showing signs of extraordinary abilities, including superior intelligence compared to peers of the same age, genetic tests won't reveal any traces of alien genes. 3. Tang Tang can recognize your gene sequence and knows instinctively that you are his mother and will obey you. 4. I know you still have things to accomplish, but please proceed with caution. If you die, I refuse to take care of the kid for you. 5. Initially, I didn't tell Tan Phylan about this to avoid exposing him. Moreover, I didn't want him to lose control due to anger, harming innocent lives. Kindness doesn't align well with those carrying hatred in their hearts. Now, I must stress again, since you have a child, regardless of romantic feelings, consider the matter of survival. 6. When you get the chance, send me a sample of your blood. I need it to check on your health status. 7. Please abide by the above-mentioned advice. Having gone through the instructions, Sue turned around and kneeled halfway down looking at Tang Tang playing quietly with toys on the floor. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch his head gently. Tang Tang put down the toy, his plump little hands reaching out toward Sue, tumbling into his embrace. "Mama. What's your name?" Sue tentatively asked. "Tang Tang." "I'm Tang Tang." Tang Tang embraced Sue, speaking with a soft tone, "Tang Tang Mrs. Mama." Charmed by Tang Tang's innocent accent, despite Sue usually disliking children and enjoying solitude, Tang Tang not only refrained from crying or causing trouble but also exuded charm. Staring at the miniature version of Tan Phylan's features, Sue felt his heart melting. "Call Dad," Sue sternly corrected him. "Not Mama. Dad." Tang Tang obediently adjusted his address before touching his stomach. "My tummy is hungry, Mama." Sue covered his forehead, noticing the slip back. But that wasn't the main issue. Hungry? At the mention of hunger, Sue vaguely realized that having a child was not merely about holding them close but nurturing them. Sue let Tang Tang down, saying, "Dad will make something for you." Tang Tang returned to playing toys while watching his tiny figure sitting there contentedly. It was impossible not to find every aspect of him adorable. Sue stood up and headed towards the kitchen. Given Su Yan's meticulous character, Sue assumed the fridge should be adequately stocked. Opening the fridge confirmed his thought. Sue took out 2 eggs and some meat to start cooking. How do you raise a kid? What's the survival rate for toddlers? Baby complimentary food. After fussing around for a while, Sue managed to cook 2 dishes. After cooking, he held Tang Tang and sat at the dining table. He discovered that Tang Tang could eat on his own very well without needing any attention. Does it taste good? Sue cautiously asked Tang Tang. Tastes good, Mama worked hard, so I will finish it, said Tang Tang as he shoveled a spoonful of egg into his mouth, chewing twice before swallowing. It was a compliment, but the expression didn't quite match. Sue tasted it with his chopsticks and remained silent after 1 bite. Sue. He hadn't cooked for 2 years now, his cooking skills had regressed. I'll make you something else. Sue thought of taking away the dishes in front. He could compromise on his own sake, but not for the child. Don't, this is the first time Mama made food for Tang Tang likes. Said Tang Tang seriously. Sui felt like his heart turned soft like cotton drifting about. Why are you so well behaved? Standing up, Tang Tang stood on the chair by the dining table, holding onto Sui's shoulders and kissed him on the cheek. Can Tang Tang sleep with Mama tonight? Sui felt guilty at the question. He patted Tang Tang's head. Tang Tang is really good. In the evening, Sui watched Tang Tang finish washing up before putting him to bed. The little guy fell asleep hugging Sui within minutes. At night, Sui found it difficult to swallow, feeling extremely hot inside. Afraid of waking Tang Tang, he gritted his teeth, got up, and went to the living room before letting out a cough. Hack, hack. Sui started coughing violently. Feeling a rising heat in his throat, he quickly ran to the wash basin in the bathroom, covering his lips while coughing. Bright red blood stained his palm. Sui breathed rapidly and hurriedly turned on the faucet to rinse the blood off. After adjusting his breath, he returned to the bedroom. As if sensing something, Tang Tang lifted the blanket and sat up on the bed, tears streaming down from the corners of his eyes. Mama. I'm scared. Sui rushed to the bedside, held Tang Tang, and patted his back. I'm sorry baby, did I scare you? Tang Tang asked with a sobbing voice, what happened to Mama? Chapter 46, Me and Fei Lian. Sui watched as Tang Tang's large tears rolled down the corners of her eyes, a wave of pity rising in his heart. Perhaps due to their deep blood connection, Sui couldn't bear this situation. He lifted his hand and gently wiped away the tears from the corner of Tang Tang's eyes. Why are you crying? Did I scare you just now? Don't be afraid, said Sui as he wiped Tang Tang's tears clean. Tang Tang's bright eyes quickly became wet again. Sui didn't know how to console people, so he only lightly held Tang Tang's small hands and kissed her forehead. I shouldn't have been gone for so long. I'm sorry, Tang Tang. No crying. Is it painful? Tang Tang moved closer, grabbing Sui's clothes and leaned into his embrace. It was then that Sui realized Tang Tang had cried because she was worried about him. A sentiment Sui had never experienced before began to rise in his heart, warming him like a strange fire. Tang Tang was his child, a realization clear and profound in his mind. Tang Tang, are you coughing? Tang Tang asked through her tears. Not painful. Sui smiled at Tang Tang with soft eyes. I just went out to get some water. Tang Tang, I'm fine. Sui hugged Tang Tang and gently patted her back to soothe her. Go to sleep. Tang Tang let Sui hold her, while her chubby hands firmly grasped Sui's fingers, as if she were afraid he'd vanish when she opened her eyes. Sui continued to pat her gently, inhaling the scent he liked as Tang Tang's emotions gradually calmed down. Will Mama abandon Tang Tang? Tang Tang whimpered slightly. Why don't you come see me? Sui's heart skipped a beat. As Tang Tang mumbled and slowly closed her moist eyes, the black eyelashes still clung to touchable tear streaks. Because she possessed alien genes, Tang Tang's understanding differed from ordinary children. She could tell how she was different from others, knowing that she lacked parental affection. She yearned for it, which is why she didn't feel any strangeness upon meeting Sui for the first time, wanting only to get closer. Tang Tang has parents, not a wild child. Another barely audible whisper came from Tang Tang, causing Sui's chest to tighten as he wiped away Tang Tang's remaining tears. Looking at the child in his arms, Sui suddenly understood why Lin Yu had insisted on doing this. More consideration means more chances of survival. Of course, Tang Tang is not a wild child. Said Sui. The next day, when Sui woke up, he saw Tang Tang sitting obediently on the bed playing with her toys. When Tang Tang saw Sui wake up, she crawled to him and bent down to kiss his cheek. Good morning, Mama. Sui couldn't help but laugh at the little one. Suddenly, he felt that being alone really wasn't very fun. With Tang Tang around, the house no longer felt as lifeless as before. Good morning, darling. Sui smiled gently. That day, they ate takeout. Sui didn't want to harm the child, he himself had good digestive health, but giving Tang Tang something bad wouldn't be worth it. Sui wasn't interested in the family business, nor could he re-enter the management bureau, but raising a child undoubtedly required money. There were still things he needed to do, so after making sure Tang Tang was settled, Sui found a new job in the lab. It was a private lab that conducted tests for various companies. The work was simple and somewhat too easy for Sui. He investigated the handling status of all individuals from 2 years ago. Han Sibai was also released due to insufficient evidence and an unmatchable trail to the suspects. Han Sibai remained in the management bureau. With the special lab dissolved, Han Sibai was reassigned to the prevention department as an assistant. After working in the lab for a period of time, Sui hired a nanny to care for Tang Tang. Before Han Yuan died, Sui shattered his forehead. At the moment Han Yuan's brain core was expelled. Sui's entire hypothesis was proven correct. Han Yuan was a variant, a low-level one. The reason he had been able to hide so well, besides his identity as Dr. Han, who had studied variants for many years, how could anyone suspect him? The main planner of the incident 12 years ago, Sui had only seen Han Yuan's face clearly once, which was why he diligently worked hard to enter the special lab. Killing him, Sui had no regrets. 2 years ago, the moment Han Yuan's brain core exploded, Sui had a perfect chance to leave unnoticed. All he had to do was reveal that Han Yuan was a variant. But Sui did not. Instead, he hid Han Yuan's variant brain core. If Han Yuan's true identity was exposed, his brain core would have been unconditionally retrieved by the Management Bureau. Sui would not have obtained it. The brain core of variants carries memory chains. If a special instrument integrates the magnetic fields, one can see all the memories of the variant during their lifetime. Sui needed Han Yuan's memories. He wanted to know the truth and understand more. Now, as long as he found the investigation equipment from the Bureau, Sui could see everything Han Yuan had experienced in his lifetime. There was only one device in the entire Management Bureau that could analyze brain cores. However, with his current status, Sui did not have the authority to enter. Sitting in a coffee shop, Sui looked absent-minded. At the moment, he wasn't too worried. He would wait until he exposed everyone involved on this case. Not one of them would survive. His reverie was interrupted when someone blocked his view across the table. Sui raised his gaze to see an old friend. Xiao Yi, it's great. You finally escaped from that awful place. Han Si-bai greeted him with delight after 2 years. Sui pushed a cup of coffee in front of him toward the friend. How have you been lately? Han Si-bai let out a soft sigh, lips pressed together. 2 years ago, the Bureau released me due to insufficient evidence. I didn't expect you to do something so reckless, knowing fully well what the consequences would be, yet still choosing the worst path. Now the special lab has been abolished, and the control of hybrid unrest is directly managed by the Prevention Department. Society is much quieter now than before. Han Si-bai lifted his eyes cautiously, attempting to change the subject. Or maybe we should just let it go. Live a peaceful life. Don't dwell on all these things anymore, Han Si-bai probed softly. Let go, Xiao Yi. Su Yi's eyes wavered. Let go. Yes, he now had Tang Tang. Shouldn't he let go? But others wouldn't leave him alone, so how could he possibly let go? Su Yi slowly raised his half-closed dark eyes and locked gazes with Han Si-bai. For a moment, they shared a look filled with determination and desperation. My mother was pregnant when she was vivisected alive, her body pierced with 3,000 needle holes, every cell injected with over 100 different drugs. Before she died, she endured unimaginable humiliation and torture, suffering through cruel experiments as if her death couldn't come soon enough. How can I ever let go? Sui kept his tone steady. He had learned to speak about this without tearing up, but when overwhelming emotion struck, Sui still couldn't stop the slight trembling coursing through his body. You tell me, how can I ever let go? After my father rejected me because I went insane, I spent an entire year in the hospital while everyone whispered that the young master of the Su family had gone mad, Sui continued bitterly. Even my brother thought so. How can I let go? Sui gave a faint laugh, his seemingly casual words cutting deep like daggers soaked in blood. It seemed as though he had already foreseen the outcome, a sea of red where no one survived. Everyone will die at my hands. Suyi's voice was calm but cold. Han Si-bai swirled the coffee lightly in his hand, trying to shift the conversation away from its dark turn. Where did you send Tan Fei Lian 2 years ago? When Sui heard the name Tan Fei Lian, his shadowy gaze flickered for a moment. Why ask about her? I heard you two got divorced, Han Si-bai asked curiously. Yes, we divorced, Sui confirmed. So are you alone now? Han Si-bai inquired further. There's a child, Sui said softly, thinking of Tang Tang and feeling a warmth flood his expression. Mine and Fei Lian's. Chapter 47, He Loves Me. Child. Han Si-bai's face was full of disbelief. Where did the child come from? How could you and he have a child? Han Si-bai originally thought that after their divorce, he would get his chance. But when he heard Sui mention the word child, it felt like being struck by a hammer. If you haven't been with him, why is there a child? Or were you deceiving me all along? Do you like Tan Fei Lian, right? Suyi's gaze drifted towards the window. Suddenly, he decided to answer this question. You're right, I love him. Are you crazy, Sui? Han Si-bai's pupils trembled. Do you even know what you're saying? I said I love him. Love? Han Si-bai couldn't believe what he had just heard. What do you love about him? He's obedient, he'd do anything for me, willingly allowing himself to be chained by me. He's beautiful. I've never been a normal person anyway, so what's surprising about liking an eccentric little monster? When it came to madness, deep down Sui loved precisely the obsessive quality that characterized Tan Fei Lian. He liked the fact that in Tan Fei Lian's eyes, no one could surpass him. He liked how Tan Fei Lian placed him at the center of the world. That ultimate sense of possession made Sui feel vividly alive and uniquely special. No matter who else in the world professed love for him, he didn't believe them. But when Tan Fei Lian said he loved him, he believed it. Sui looked calm, but as much as I may love him, I'm not the type of person who deserves anything, so I don't consider any future. As he spoke, Sui turned his gaze toward Han Si-bai. Everyone's the same. Everything can make me abandon feelings, just like. Sui gently tapped his fingertips on the table, just like how I can love him, but also kill him. When Tan Fei Lian was driven away, he hated Sui with a vengeance, to the point where even his brain core had suffered damage, something that mere apologies could never fix. He now had more important matters to attend to, possibly ending up dead somewhere. The little monster, though obsessive, was genuinely innocent. Sui didn't want Tan Fei Lian's hands to be stained with any lives because of him. Do you mean you don't plan on being together with him? Han Si-bai asked. If all matters are resolved, and I am still alive, I will consider it. But clearly, that scenario is unlikely. Suyi's lips slightly curved, speaking of life and death with an easygoing indifference. I was continuously poisoned during these 2 years in prison. Though I had some defenses and injected myself with medication, the toxins have already accumulated within my body over the long term. They wanted me to die shortly after I was released. Though I modified the effects of the poison somewhat, the result is the same. I just might live a few more years. At most 5 years, Sui said. If that's the case, I won't go find him. Suyi's eyes showed ripples. At least this way, he'll grieve less when it happens. Little E. You. Han Si-bai's eyes gleamed fiercely, anger flaring. You bastard. They truly deserve to die. What can we do? Han Si-bai asked. Sui shook his head. Nothing. That drug is specially formulated. Help me figure out a way to enter the administration bureau once, Sui said seriously. In the entire Minzhou city, only one machine there can access brain core memories. Alright, Han Si-bai replied swiftly. I'll also try to find a way to deal with your condition, Han Si-bai said sincerely. It will be fine. After they parted ways, Sui headed home. As soon as he opened the door, Tang Tang rushed in. Ma. Tang Tang held a toy bear, but upon seeing Sui, immediately threw it aside and jumped onto him. Tang Tang enjoyed intimate physical contact, her soft cheeks rubbing against Suyi's arms, shoulders, neck, and cheek. She became delighted upon touching him and kept rubbing. Tang Tang missed you. Seeing Sui squat down slightly, Tang Tang quickly embraced his neck, inhaling his scent. Sui picked Tang Tang up. Auntie was cooking in the kitchen and smiled when she saw Sui come back. Tang Tang has been very well behaved, just that she was constantly looking for mom. Thank you for your hard work, Sui nodded slightly. After the dishes were served, Sui watched Tang Tang eat while Auntie sighed meaningfully. What's wrong, Auntie? Was Tang Tang naughty at home? How could she be? Auntie pursed her lips. It's just that the child is pitiable, always wanting her mom. She looked at Sui. Have you and your wife separated? Listening to Tang Tang calling out for her mom breaks my heart. Auntie had been taking care of Tang Tang for quite a while. Given her obedience and low maintenance, Auntie couldn't help but develop sincere concern for her. Children should spend more time with their parents, Auntie concluded. I haven't heard you mention Tang Tang's mom yet. Where is his mom? Sui. I'm divorced. Sui interjected hastily. Even if you're divorced, the child shouldn't lose maternal love. A mother's company is very crucial for a child's growth. The aunt looked at Tang Tang with deep pity. Tang Tang heard this while eating. He lifted his round eyes with evident dissatisfaction and promptly stood on the chair, holding Suyi's face to plant a kiss, declaring sovereignty. I have a mom. He is my mom. The aunt's gaze became even more pitiful. It was heart-wrenching to see how considerate the child was despite all the hardships. She couldn't help but feel tears welling up. Her eyes stung, and she turned away to wipe her tears. Auntie, poor Tang Tang, without a mother, treating father as mother, so pitiable. Sui closed his eyes briefly, pinching Tang Tang's cheek, called Daddy. Don't talk nonsense. Tang Tang pouted, not talking nonsense, I have a mom. No dad is bad, likes mom, doesn't like dad. Upon hearing this, Sui frowned. He knew that the dad in Tang Tang's mouth wasn't referring to himself. He asked, why don't you like dad? The aunt also chimed in upon hearing this. That's true. Dad treats Tang Tang so well, buying Tang Tang lots of toys and being so gentle. How could you not like your dad? Sui. Never seen such a complicated family relationship. Tang Tang sniffed. Dad doesn't want mom, doesn't want Tang Tang either. The aunt seemed to have grasped something upon hearing this. So Sui was a scoundrel. Didn't want Tang Tang's mom anymore. How unworthy he was to have such a obedient child. At this moment, Tang Tang raised his voice, dissatisfied, speaking to the aunt. Chapter 48, Mr. Tan. He is my mom, I don't have a dad, Tang Tang retorted. Sui chuckled and massaged his temple before he could respond. He had no idea where Tang Tang got the idea to insist that he was her mother. Mr. Su, in Tang Tang's condition, you really should let him meet your wife. Children need their mother's company, the housekeeper sighed deeply and earnestly advised. Sui frowned deeply. To avoid unnecessary complications later on, Sui decided to tell the truth. Tang Tang is a specially cultivated child. You can think of it as in vitro fertilization, but it's more complex than that. Tang Tang wasn't delivered by a maternal line, he truly doesn't have a mother. My partner is also a man. Tang Tang might currently have some cognitive errors, so please don't laugh at him. Su Yi explained calmly with a few sentences. Sorry, Mr. Su, I didn't know. The housekeeper bowed her head and looked somewhat embarrassed. There's no need to apologize. Upon hearing this, the housekeeper opened her mouth slightly. Then what about the child's father? Su Yi's expression froze momentarily as his thoughts wandered like drifting clouds. We've been separated for several years now. And who knows if we'll even see each other again. The last time I heard from the tutor, they said Tang Tang still hasn't been given a formal name. Mr. Su, you should name him. The housekeeper tactfully changed the subject and reminded him gently about naming. Indeed, the matter of choosing a name was still pending. Su Yi looked at Tang Tang and said, let's call him Yen Tan. As for why he chose the surname Tan, Su Yi couldn't quite explain it himself, but the words just came out. Hearing this, the housekeeper deduced that Su Yi still had feelings for his lover, otherwise, the child certainly should bear the Su surname. Yen Tan is good. Yen Tan sounds nice, the housekeeper smiled and agreed. The atmosphere inside the room was warm, and her laughter rippled lightly. Tang Tang mumbled his new formal name cutely and obediently. The sunlight spread across the dining table, layer upon layer of ripples. Stillness intermingled with motion, creating an overall image filled with warmth and tenderness. For a while, life passed quietly. Whenever Su Yi had free time, he would spend it with Tang Tang. Their father-son relationship grew close and Su Yi had grown accustomed to Tang Tang's presence. In fact, he would miss him when they were apart for too long. This peaceful life was disrupted by an unexpected incident. After receiving a call from Han Sibai, Su Yi quickly turned on his phone. A news story had captured everyone's attention. Hashtag the research institute under the jurisdiction of the Defense Department was bombed by lawbreakers. Hashtag multiple valuable instruments destroyed, heavy losses. Hashtag investigation into the specific cause ongoing. As Su Yi read the news, his face darkened. That instrument in the lab was the only one capable of querying alien memory chains, and now it was gone. It seemed some people could no longer wait patiently. What do we do now? Han Sibai's voice came through urgently, as the call was still connected. Now that the lab has been blown up, where are we supposed to check the brain core data? Su Yi glanced around his surroundings. He was currently in the office within his studio. His tone remained indifferent as a sudden thought crossed his mind. He asked Han Sibai, what do you think about Qin Sun? What do you mean? Han Sibai didn't understand why Su Yi suddenly mentioned Qin Sun, nothing much, just a foolishly loyal idiot to the management bureau. Just judging by how Qin Sun followed the clues and released Han Sibai after discovering that his movement trajectory differed from the person on the cliff, it was evident that despite being a bit fierce, Qin Sun still adhered to evidence-based procedures. He's not stupid. Su Yi's eyes grew shadowy. With such an explosion in the lab, someone as vigilant as him wouldn't fail to notice something was amiss. Maybe we could become friends. Su Yi remarked indifferently. If someone righteous, someone who served the corrupt bureaucratic skeleton structure like Qin Sun, discovered the truth about his loyalty, what choice would he make? Su Yi pondered silently, gazing intently. This explosion seemed way too coincidental. It happened right after he got out of jail, exactly when he needed that piece of equipment, and it targeted precisely the central device. How ironic. After hanging up the phone, Su Yi returned to work. However, his mind was in turmoil. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound came from the door. It was a staff member carrying some review materials. Teacher Su, there's a task regarding the purchase of a laboratory device requiring your on-site inspection. It's in Yao City. Su Yi accepted the documents and started flipping through them. During the process, he stumbled upon an introduction to a detection device, which included a special spiral wave capable of detecting brain core genes. His pupils trembled instantly, and his hand stopped moving over the papers. If this was true, obtaining this special material could indeed allow for the recreation of a simplified device to view alien brain core memory chains. Truly, there is always hope even in despair. The lab's intention is for you to conduct a few precision tests, and if there are no issues, the material can be purchased, the staff member continued. Su Yi nodded. I'll go tomorrow. This discovery was undoubtedly precious to Su Yi. With the lab already bombed, this material had become an essential acquisition for him at the moment. After signing the documents, Su Yi took his coat and returned home. Upon opening the door, just like always, his eyes fell on the purple flower placed in a glass on the cabinet, radiating a delicate beauty in the soft light. When Su Yi left, it was there, on the first day of his release from jail, that flower still sat in the same position. Every time he opened the door, it would catch his eye. Su Yi had never bothered to take it down and look at it. Strangely moved today, Su Yi stood by the door gazing at it for a long while before finally lifting the transparent glass cup. As he stared at the purple flower inside, a flood of memories surged back, blending both pleasant and unpleasant thoughts in his mind. Tan Phalian's flowers resonate with the emotions of their owner. Despite its color remaining vibrant, the current state of the flower suggested it was nearly dead, bereft of any sign of life, the petals clumped together showing no hope of being revived. Unhappy. There was an undertone of melancholy in Su Yi's voice. Tan Phalian, are you unhappy? Su-yi extended his fingertip to gently touch the flower in the glass. You need to be happy. When Su-yi sniffed the flower, the scent of white tea remained strong. It indicated that the little creature was healthy. Being healthy was good. Su-yi put the flower back up high. Just then, Tang Tang came over, looking curiously at Su-yi's actions as he clung to Su-yi's leg. What is that, Daddy? Most of the time now, thanks to Su-yi's guidance, Tang Tang addressed him as Daddy. Only when he was teasing would he call him Mommy. The child was clever and knew how to win his father's favor. Hearing this, Su-yi once again retrieved the flower, let Tang Tang smell its white tea fragrance, and then returned it. Do you understand? Su-yi asked. Tang Tang could sense his parents' presence. He sniffed, it's bad Daddy. You're not allowed to talk nonsense. Daddy isn't bad, Su-yi contradicted Tang Tang. Why doesn't he stay with Mommy or with me? It's because Daddy upset him. Su-yi rubbed Tang Tang's head. Tang Tang, don't blame him. Tang Tang thought for 2 seconds and then turned around. Mommy is bad, I'm mad. Su-yi. That evening, hearing these words, Tang Tang clung to Su-yi sobbing incessantly, demanding Su-yi bring back Daddy. Su-yi had no choice but to comfort him gently. Alright, I'll find him for you, okay? If you kiss Daddy, Daddy will come back. Tang Tang whimpered lightly, her lips pouting, tears brimming in her eyes. Su-yi. He couldn't help but laugh despite himself. He raised a hand to his forehead, thinking what strange logic did a 2-year-old kid have. After pacifying Tang Tang, Su-yi set off on a business trip. It was dark by the time Su-yi arrived in Yao City, and early the next morning, he went straight to the equipment company. Once the work discussions were concluded, Su-yi immediately proposed purchasing that rare material. Due to its uniqueness, the asking price was 10 million yuan. Su-yi frowned deeply. Even if he were killed, he wouldn't have 10 million yuan. Not 10 million. Not even 1 million. Su-yi had never managed company affairs, nor had much idle money on hand. Tantang's teacher was the best in Minzhou, and the housekeeper's salary was also a significant expense for him. Suddenly needing to produce 10 million yuan, Su-yi's only thought was to sell the villa, though that option was equally unfeasible. Tang Tang couldn't sleep on the streets with him. Asking Su Yan for the money would raise suspicion. This was the first time in Su-yi's life that he worried about finances. Is there any room for negotiation? Su-yi sat across the negotiating table, testing the waters with a sharp gaze. Mr. Su, this material dates back many years, and currently, our place is the only source left in the entire US. Rare materials are expensive, you should know this principle. Su-yi stood up, his fists clenched. Is there a deadline? Mr. Su, if you want it, we will prioritize you, but within a week, if you can gather the payment, we will sign the contract. Just as Su-yi was about to respond, the other party's phone rang, and shortly afterward, they wore a changed expression with a smile. Mr. Su, my apologies. We just received a call from the company, the spiral wave material has been purchased by someone else. It seems this opportunity is out of your reach. Bought? Su-yi found it hard to believe. Could it be that someone from the administration bureau learned of some trace clues? Can you tell me who bought it? Su-yi asked. We apologize, but we cannot disclose the seller's information. There was nothing amiss in the other party's attitude, and they were even more respectful. Su-yi did not say anything further. After leaving the meeting room, he immediately had someone investigate the details of this transaction. A few minutes later, Su-yi received the answer. It's been found out, a Mr. Tan surnamed individual purchased it. Chapter 49, Goodbye. Mr. Tan. Su-yi's brows were tightly knit. He didn't expect that just a single word would make him think of Tan Filian. Help me look into it thoroughly. I'd like to visit this Mr. Tan, Su-yi said indifferently. All right. After hanging up the phone, Su-yi received an identity profile. Name, Tan Filian. Age, 21. Current director of Jinhe Group. Below was a pile of details like from Baidu Encyclopedia, but Su-yi couldn't bring himself to read a single word. So his eyes only focused on the 3 characters of Tan Filian. A photo was attached on the side, showing Tan Filian with slightly long short hair. That devilish face looked beautiful with both long and short hair. In the photo, Tan Filian had a detached gaze, a look of disdain for anyone. Tan Filian. Su-yi's breathing became unintentionally rapid. He never thought that his reunion with Tan Filian would be because of this special material. What does Tan Filian want to do with it? When did he leave Linyu? How could he suddenly start a company? He has become thinner. The little monster is thinner. Su-yi lightly touched the photo on the screen with his hand, gently rubbing it. Finally, Su-yi's trembling gaze landed on Tan Filian's residence address. Su-yi didn't want to have any more entanglements with Tan Filian. His fate in this life was already decided, and there wasn't much time left for him. But if he could see Tan Filian again, Su-yi felt happiness deep down inside. He simply wanted to see him. Even just looking was fine. After returning to the hotel, Su-yi changed clothes. A simple white shirt exuded a few parts of noble coldness on Su-yi. Taking a glance at himself in the mirror, Sui turned around and headed out towards the address on his phone. Jinha Group requires reservations. Without prior arrangement, appointments are hard to come by, so Sui directly went to where Tan Feilian lived. It was a standalone villa, located in a fairly quiet area. After arriving, Sui stood at the entrance hesitating for a long time. If he didn't explain himself, the most likely outcome for Tan Feilian would be to drive him away, or even worse, arise with murderous intent. And today, he came to inquire about the rebound wave material. He and Tan Feilian should not tangle any longer. Ding dong. Sui gathered his courage and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. After the second sound, the door opened. It wasn't Tan Feilian who opened the door, but a boy with a cute appearance. The boy saw Sui, his pupils widened as if he recognized him. You, who are you looking for? The boy's eyes weren't very friendly, and he showed intent to drive Sui away from the get-go. Sui confirmed he was at the right place. He hadn't expected others to appear at Tan Feilian's home. At that moment, Sui blanked out for a few seconds. This sight inexplicably made Sui feel chest tightness. Sui suddenly found it funny, after all, it was himself who had driven the person away. Now, could he still expect Tan Feilian to be clean? Sui tried to suppress the adverse emotions visible on his face. Is Tan Feilian here? Sui asked coldly. Not. The boy coldly replied. When will he be back? After 2300 hours, before 2 o'clock, or he may not return at all. Are you going to wait? Are you his? Sui asked involuntarily, boyfriend? Yes, the boy proudly straightened his back. I am his boyfriend, can't you tell? Sui stepped back. No, I couldn't tell. How long? Sui's lips tightened into a straight line, his voice slightly hoarse. Have you two been together? 2 years. 2 years. Good. Sui bitterly curved his lips. I'll wait for Mr. Tan outside the door then, Sui said indifferently. The boy sized Sui up and down and opened the door wider. Come in, it's cold outside. No need, Sui said coldly. Seeing this, the boy no longer spoke further. He half opened the door and walked into the house, showing no intention of taking care of Sui anymore. Sui caught a glimpse of the interior decoration of the house, which was very similar to his own layout. He didn't go in but stood outside. You're dating someone now. There was a bench outside the villa. Sui walked over to the bench and sat down. As soon as he sat down for a minute, Sui couldn't stay still. Why is Tan Feilian with someone else? 2 years, since leaving Minzhou, they've been together. Did they meet on the island? Would they do intimate things? Kiss? Have sex? Does Tan Feilian really like him? Chapter 50, Goodbye. The sadness hidden beneath Sui's long lashes couldn't be concealed. Although he had come to wait for Tan Feilian, upon seeing this scene, all he wanted to do was leave. Human nature struggles painfully, always hoping that everything will lean toward oneself. Sui deep down harbored a streak of morbid obsession, and only the burning love etched into his very bones could move him. To have the entire world revolve around him, to always place himself first, just like Tan Feilian. Why, even though they were clearly apart, did he still wish to be that one and only? Selfish desires led to evil, and for the first time, Sui felt his thoughts were despicable. But what use was resentment? This had been its destined course from the beginning. There was nothing truly difficult about it. Yet Sui today had no mood left to wait outside this villa. He turned and aimlessly wandered away from the villa, eventually arriving at the marketplace. The sky had already begun to darken, the indigo-black twilight gradually deepened, while neon lights along the street illuminated an ever-changing, shimmering kaleidoscope in his pupils. Wandering further, Sui arrived at a rooftop bar and inexplicably walked over to the open-air chairs in front of the bar counter and sat down. He pulled out a cigarette and smoked a few sticks but still felt irritable. In the end, Sui ordered several bottles of alcohol, none with particularly low alcohol content. He hadn't eaten all day, so after just a few cups, his head started to feel dizzy. Sui wasn't much of a drinker, and whenever he drank, his cheeks would turn red and hot. No strange behavior needed to be exhibited before others could immediately tell he was drunk. Leaning back on the chair, Sui stared at the unmelted ice cubes inside his glass, his eyes unfocused and drifting. How peculiar. He, too, felt sorrow. Such emotions didn't belong to Sui in the past. Don't move. Frowning, Sui gripped the glass, let go, and watched as the wine glass swayed before his eyes again. Sui massaged his brow, took out another cigarette, lit it, then realized he had inserted it backward. Shit. Impatient, Sui threw the cigarette aside and leaned back on the chair. The cool breeze swept by, yet his confused mind grew more disoriented. Suddenly, a shadow blocked his line of sight. Looking up, Sui saw a man exuding excessive charm. Are you alone? Came an unfamiliar voice. The man had semi-long hair, wore a burgundy shirt slightly exposing his chest, and around his neck hung a luxury men's necklace. Every gesture radiated sophistication. I'm Hijio, and I'm also alone. His bold words carried laughter as his narrow, sharp gaze subtly suggested something more. Plain and direct. He Jiao had been observing Su Yi for some time. With years of experience in certain circles, he had never seen someone as cold and arrogant as Su Yi sitting there, looking as if the words, "can't be booked," were written plainly across his face. It just happened that he liked challenges. In Yao City, there weren't many who were richer or craftier than him, and even fewer who he couldn't obtain. Both men and women were the same, He Jiao's elbow resting casually on the table. What's the point of drinking alone? Let's drink together. Su Yi's thoughts were unclear. To match the atmosphere, the lighting on the rooftop wasn't particularly bright. Su Yi caught the scent of the other's expensive perfume, which stung his nose. Get lost. You're quite wild, He Jiao said with a probing glance. This aloofness of Su Yi's, this impenetrable chill, was exactly what he adored, his whispered words filled with smiles. Which heartless lover has hurt you? You look pitiful like this, He Jiao noted that Su Yi was significantly drunk. He had noticed this beauty when Su Yi initially sat down, drunk to the point where even the cigarettes couldn't be lit, making any resistance impossible. An expert in romantic games, He Jiao found Su Yi's command of "get lost" not discouraging, but rather thrilling. He reached out and grabbed Su Yi's hand. Su Yi frowned, evading with a shadowy, fierce warning, "Do you want to die?" Agitated, Su Yi tried to stand up but trembled, his vision blurring immensely. Knowing his tolerance for alcohol was poor, Su Yi decided to leave, fearing he wouldn't even be able to recall a hotel's name later. Just as he stood up, Su Yi swayed unsteadily, almost falling to one side, when the man behind caught him. Look at you, there's no way you can make it home. There's a room upstairs, I'll take you there. Without saying more, the man supported the wobbly Su Yi towards a room upstairs. Alcohol already clouding his senses, Su Yi had become somewhat disoriented. Under the guidance of the man, he ascended to the second floor in a daze. Beside the dark trees under a blackened cover of darkness near the bar, a tall figure observed all this and simmered with fury. After being led into a lounge room, Su Yi was tossed onto the bed by He Jiao. The alcohol had made even his fingertips flush with a soft pink, the top two buttons of his dress shirt undone, revealing an expanse of pale chest and prominent collarbone. Strands of disheveled hair partially obscured his heavy-lidded eyes, and the haze in his gaze carried a seductive allure that could set anyone's heart ablaze. Beautiful, He Jiao smirked, amusement flickering at the corner of his lips. I've never had it so good before. Not even celebrities are as enticing as you, darling. He Jiao's greedy gaze swept over Su Yi's body, the inviting waistline, the tensed muscles, clearly marking him as a rare prize. This will surely be out of this world. He Jiao undid his own clothes with one hand, his triumphant anticipation gleaming with impatience. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. Su Yi, in his hazy state, faintly eyed the man before him. The red shadows around him swayed left and right, too blurred to focus on. In the foggy recesses of his mind, Su Yi grasped what the man intended. His hand slipped into his waistband and weakly pulled out a gun he kept with him. Before he could fully draw it, Su Yi heard a sudden scream. Ah! The trembling tone was unmistakably filled with sheer pain and suffering, one that anyone would instantly recognize as excruciating agony. Lifting his unfocused gaze, Su Yi saw someone familiar standing behind He Jiao, a fleeting moment of clarity revealed Tan Feilian. But Su Yi couldn't be sure. He needed to get closer. Right before the bed collapsed slightly under Su Yi's weight, Tan Feilian grabbed He Jiao by the back of the neck. From the moment he entered the room, his goal had been clear, dragging He Jiao, who was about to undress, and throwing him forcefully against the nearby wall with such force that He Jiao's forehead instantly bled profusely, blood splattering across the wall in a grotesque scene. The blood smeared along the wall as He Jiao's face became unrecognizable, an indistinguishable mess of blood and flesh. Aya! Blood from He Jiao's forehead streamed into his pupils. Pain racked his entire body. Although He Jiao was clearly a trained fighter, any attempt to break free from the grip of the person behind him proved futile. Without time to react, another powerful and irresistible force yanked him again, hurling him forcefully once more into the already blood-stained wall. Boom! Ayaha! Stunned and seeing stars, He Jiao still hadn't managed to catch a glimpse of his attacker when after several more violent collisions, he was kicked down onto the ground. Seconds later, a pair of polished leather shoes came down hard, stomping onto his lower body. Ugh! He Jiao's vision blurred from the pain. You want to sleep with him? You don't deserve it. Tan Feilian eyed the howling man sprawled on the floor coldly, hatred emanating lazily from his icy stare. Each softly spoken word struck terror into the soul. Before passing out, He Jiao caught a horrifying glimpse of Tan Feilian's face. Yao City wasn't large, but He Jiao had never expected to cross paths, and inadvertently anger, Tan Feilian like this. As Tan Feilian gazed at the unconscious He Jiao, his irises burned with crimson undertones. Turning his attention to the bed, Tan Feilian fixed his gaze on Su Yi, who looked as though he'd consumed aphrodisiacs, irresistibly desirable. Tan Feilian hadn't imagined meeting Su Yi under these circumstances. Stepping toward the bedside with measured strides, he suddenly reached out and pinched Su Yi's jaw roughly, growling, "Have you become so indiscriminate, Su Yi? Anyone can satisfy you like this now? Did I interrupt something special for you?" The flames of fury blazed through Tan Feilian, spreading as if devouring everything around them. Blurred, Sui barely made out shapes. Still holding the gun, he raised it and pressed it against Tan Phalian's waist. Get away. Tan Phalian mocked Sui, eyeing the weapon aimed at his waist. Planning to avenge your little lover? Suddenly, the smell of white tea invaded Suyi's nostrils, causing his brows to furrow tightly. For some reason, the scent of white tea always seemed to calm his nerves. But his weakened hands were unable to hold the gun steadily anymore. Drenched in fatigue, his desire was to block out everything. The gun slipped from his grasp, and Sui turned over, feeling as if he were submerged in the ocean, floating without anchor, losing all sense of direction or control. It felt like a dream. He saw Tan Phalian. And smelled Tan Phalian's familiar scent. So fragrant, so inviting to slumber. Sui curled slightly on his side, mumbling softly, Phalian. Tan Phalian. Hearing Sui call his name caused Tan Phalian to freeze momentarily at the edge of the bed. His expression softened, yet his eyes hardened, growing cold and distant again. How ironic, it seemed Sui wanted to kill him. But those unmistakable tones didn't carry hatred. Sui, never expected that you still remembered me, Tan Phalian sneered disdainfully. Sui frowned, as if regaining awareness in mere seconds. It felt like waking up from a nap. Gradually, Sui discerned the voice. It really was Tan Phalian. Rotating his weary head toward Tan Phalian, his eyes followed upward. Through the haze, that shadow grew clearer, gradually becoming distinct. In that instant, the starry river in his eyes came to a halt, the whistling wind rushed into his ears, and the flickering moonlight ceased its swaying. Everything pulled him back from the brink of suffocation. The blood spike in his chest shattered and coalesced again in that very second, just as the wind stilled. He really dreamt of Tan Phalian. Suyi's lips twitched slightly, then he suddenly raised his hand weakly. Gripping Tan Phalian's hand resting on the edge of the bed, he tentatively tightened his hold, little by little. Chapter 51, It's My Wife. The soft touch was too real, and Sui involuntarily tightened his fingertips. You, come closer. Sui frowned with dissatisfaction as he couldn't hold Tan Phalian's hand firmly, pulling her weakly towards him. Come a little closer. Don't be so far away. In the past 2 years, Sui occasionally dreamed of Tan Phalian, but none of those dreams felt as real as today's. It felt like she had warmth when he touched her. Sui caressed Tan Phalian's knuckles, never taking his eyes off her. If this was a dream, he didn't know when it would disappear. Throughout his life, Sui always followed his predetermined direction, without ever experiencing happiness or the normal joy that others felt, which to him seemed impossibly distant. Tan Phalian was different from all the colors in his world, she was uniquely special to Sui. But at some point, it seemed like he had lost everything again. Or perhaps, he was destined to have nothing. Tan Phalian was just an interlude in his wasted life. Sui pulled Tan Phalian closer to himself. Seeing her sit down by the bed, he smiled faintly. The white tea fragrance grew stronger. Supporting his body unsteadily, Sui slowly got up, his drunken movements soft and strange. Half kneeling on the bed, Sui's eyes were filled with star-like ripples. He raised his hand carefully encircling Tan Phalian's neck, then hugged her for the first time with a vulnerable embrace. Her warm breath made him dazed. Sui leaned against Tan Phalian's neck, rubbing his face mindlessly against her. Thankfully, the Tan Phalian in his dreams wouldn't push him away. The little monster's hair is gone. The little monster's hair was gone. He had nothing left either. Sui mumbled softly. In the past 2 years, he had touched Tan Phalian's hair countless times in prison, and now even the Tan Phalian in his dreams had short hair. Tan Phalian must hate him. I've lost everything. Sui's tone faded into the distance like a wind-blown dream, unclear. Sui felt the body he was holding stiffen slightly. He pulled back with an ambiguous distance, his eyes glued to Tan Phalian's face. A strange heat surged through his body. If this was a dream, did Tan Phalian hate him or not? Sui's scattered thoughts made him feel like he was grasping at nothing. His mind kept replaying the sight of the beautiful little boy he saw earlier. Endless darkness tore his emotions apart. Thinking of Tan Phalian. Thinking about going crazy with passion with her. Losing focus. Forgetting everything. Filling his painful thoughts, it seemed like it could save himself. A voice in Sui's heart told him to stay away from Tan Phalian, but another part of him only wanted to get closer. Shaking lightly, Sui reached out and touched Tan Phalian's cheek. Drunk and blurred, his cheeks appeared translucent under a hazy filter. Clutching Tan Phalian's face suddenly, he kissed her fiercely while still half kneeling. The heated touch instantly ignited Sui's thoughts, memories flooding back one after another until he couldn't take it anymore. Sui clumsily kissed the Tan Phalian in front of him, receiving no response. She remained cold, like an icy statue. He had no idea how to kiss. Previously, Tan Phalian would only let go when he was near suffocating. This testing felt overly serious to Sui, making him appear impatient and clumsy. Open your mouth, Sui murmured drunkenly. Suddenly, Sui felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and was pushed down onto the bed. I'm not your lover, Tan Phalian said viciously, look closely. Frowning with the alcohol spreading through his nose, Sui immediately felt more intoxicated. Seeing Tan Phalian's wrist straining with visible veins, he wasn't afraid. In this world, anyone could possibly kill him, but Tan Phalian wouldn't, not even in a dream. Sui lifted his hand and grabbed her angry wrist, hugging her dazedly with both arms. Stay here with me. Closing his eyes, Sui parted his lips. The grip on his wrist tightened, and Sui sensed Tan Phalian trying to pull her hand back. He clutched her hand tighter. You're not allowed to. Not allowed to leave. Sui. Tan Phalian looked at Sui's flushed face, anger and resentment intertwining in her eyes. I'm not Sui. Sui swayed his head slightly. I'm your wife. Chapter 52, I can wait. Dui Gon tightly held Tan Phalian's hand, her face flushed as her lips grazed the back of his fingers. The temperature rose a little more. Don't call for Sui. Sui frowned and muttered resentfully. Tan Phalian glared at Sui lying on the bed, his eyes dark like an abyss. He suddenly pulled his hand away forcefully. I should have killed you. Sui, half asleep, couldn't hear anything. He had consumed alcohol on an empty stomach, which caused a sudden severe abdominal pain. Sui curled up, his lips turning pale momentarily. In the midst of it, Sui grabbed Tan Phalian's hand again. Sui, dazed, guided Tan Phalian's hand toward his abdomen. It hurts. Sui, with Tan Phalian's hand, caressed his own stomach, feel it. Tan Phalian looked down at Sui, emotions overflowing. Was he drunk enough to let anyone touch him like this? Phalian, it hurts. Sui, his eyes closed, felt immense pain in his abdomen and instinctively called out Tan Phalian's name. Tan Phalian's pupils flickered faintly between light and shadow. The warmth emanating from his fingertips eased Sui's look of agony. Tan Phalian angrily pulled his hand away once again, glaring at Sui. It was absurd, he had just alleviated Sui's pain. Tan Phalian, you're despicable. Tan Phalian scoffed bitterly at himself. He no longer wanted to see Sui. As Tan Phalian turned away, his peripheral vision caught sight of Hijio lying on the floor. He grabbed Hijio's collar and dragged him out of the rest area brutally. After reaching the door, Tan Phalian made a call, his voice pressing against the oppressive atmosphere. Hijio, the young master of the He family, deliver him within 3 days so he can be taught a lesson. After hanging up, Tan Phalian dragged the person to the trash can and threw them there before heading downstairs. His tall figure radiated with icy severity. Everything was silent. When Sui woke up again, it was 9 o'clock the next day. He rarely drank alcohol, and never had he imagined drinking so much that he lost control like that emotionally. Sui groggily got up, rubbing his head as he straightened his clothes. As he fully opened his eyes and saw the bloodstains in the room, he was instantly alarmed. This wasn't the hotel where he stayed. Realizing the situation, Sui tried to recall yesterday's events. It seemed like he was brought upstairs by some womanizer. And then what? Did they fight? Why was the room full of blood? Sui shook his head violently. He thought he had dreamt about Tan Phalian. Sui's mind was still muddled, unable to distinguish between reality and dreams. Hastily getting dressed, Sui was about to leave when Hijio, covered in blood, suddenly walked in. Hijio started apologizing immediately. Hijio's head was bowed, his tone filled with fear. It's my fault for not recognizing your status. I didn't know you were associated with Mr. Tan. Please forgive me. Mr. Tan. Tan Phalian. It wasn't a dream. Tan Phalian really came last night. It wasn't a dream. Sui had no time now to focus on Hijio's attitude, instead thinking furiously about what words he had spoken and what actions he had taken yesterday. Tan Phalian disciplined Hijio. Sui's brows furrowed harder, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath eventually. So embarrassing. The material for the reverb wave was on Tan Phalian, and Sui would inevitably need to meet him. Their relationship had already been strained, and Sui hadn't intended to ease it. After all this, moving forward or backward became equally challenging. Where is Tan Phalian? Sui asked coldly. I don't know. Hijio groaned painfully while holding his waist. Sui shoved past him and walked out of the room. After going downstairs, he directly went to the company where Tan Phalian worked. Not having scheduled yesterday, Sui sent a proper appointment request today. After waiting for several hours, he finally received a reply. 9 p.m. The front desk repeated the sentence and looked at Sui, full of confusion. No one could book an appointment with a director on the same day, yet here he succeeded. Directors usually refused any meetings after 3 p.m., but here he succeeded. 9 p.m., this timing invited a lot of speculation. Who exactly was he to Mr. Tan? Sir, the appointment time we booked is 9 p.m. tonight. Is this okay with you? No problem. Sui was actually surprised that Tan Phalian would agree to see him after seeing his name. I can wait. He thought it would be much harder than expected. The timing seemed like Tan Phalian's deliberate attempt to assert his authority. Sui didn't care much, as long as he could meet and have a calm conversation, it was good enough for him. After all, this turned out far better than he had imagined. Over there is the lounge. The front desk smiled at Sue and gestured with her hand. Sue didn't go to the lounge. Instead, he sat in the lobby for a while. On the tea table in the hall, there were free fruits and snacks. Sue's gaze drifted over and spotted beside the fruit platter white rabbit milk candies. All kinds of flavors of white rabbit milk candies. Sue loves them. Sue reached out and picked one up. Looking around and seeing no one, he popped it into his mouth. The sweetness reminded Sue that his dizziness earlier was probably due to low blood sugar. He sat in the hall and ate a few cookies to settle his stomach. This time, I owe you big time, Mr. Tan. Suddenly, Sue heard a conversation and looked up to see Tan Filian stepping out of the director's exclusive elevator with another man. You've been traveling extensively, the hard work must be exhausting for you, sir. Tan Filian responded politely. Sue stared at Tan Filian dressed in his suit and tie. He suddenly couldn't look away. The well-tailored fabric fit perfectly against his frame, accentuating broad shoulders and narrow waist, highlighting an impeccable silhouette. Combined with the chill that made him seem distant and unapproachable, Tan Filian now appeared genuinely like a high-flying businessman who also learned how to interact amiably with others. These 2 years, he had changed a lot. More mature, more cold and inaccessible. Sue saw Tan Filian was coming down to see off the old gentleman. After the elder left, Tan Filian turned back and caught Sue's eye for a brief moment. Sue's hand on the tabletop subconsciously curled slightly. On closer inspection, the candy in Sue's palm could be seen. When Tan Filian approached, Sue abruptly stood up, not knowing whether to throw the candy in his hand or keep it, so he simply clutched it. In their eye contact, Sue felt somewhat guilty, glancing sideways faintly to hide the joy that fluttered behind his long lashes. His heart soared in excitement as the breeze touched his emotions. He really hadn't seen Tan Filian for too long. Tan. Mr. Tan. Sue wasn't sure how to address Tan Filian. After thinking about it for a while, he settled on calling him Mr. Tan. It wasn't intimate nor flirty, seeming like they were here to conduct business. Tan Filian gave a predatory glance at Sue, Mr. Tan. Sue didn't want to ask too many other questions, things like why Tan Filian was doing business in Yaocheng, why he had come to his resting place last night, and doubted Tan Filian would even deign to answer such trivial questions. So Sue acted nonchalantly. You weren't calling me like this last night, Tan Filian shifted his gaze. I was drunk. Sue pressed his lips together, don't take what I said seriously. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. Sue has always been ruthless. Tan Filian knew that very well. One cannot measure Sue's emotions with ordinary human feelings, he was merciless. Neither liking nor loving, he stubbornly confined himself to being proper and restrained all the time. Tan Filian's eyes darkened as he bluntly stated, Sue, I've thought a lot over these 2 years. I think I might finally understand the meaning of letting go as liberation. I haven't done anything bad to you. That's the most I can do. I should be busy today. Don't wait. Go back. With those words, Tan Filian turned and started to leave. Naturally, Sue wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He took a step forward, 9 p.m., I'm available. I can wait, Sue said. Chapter 53, What do you want? Tan Filian looked at Sue's fingers, and Sue immediately turned his hand to hide it. Whatever. Tan Filian coldly replied before walking into the elevator without looking back. Sue spent the afternoon in the lobby, avoiding leaving in case Tan Filian returned. He had eaten nothing but free cookies and fruit from the hall all day. By 9 p.m., Tan Filian still hadn't come down from upstairs. Around 10 p.m., Tan Filian finally took the elevator down. Seeing this, Sue stood up to follow, but Tan Filian casually draped his coat over his arm and walked outside. Mr. Tan. Sue followed after him, we had an appointment. You begged me for help, the decision wasn't yours to make. Tan Filian said coldly. The appointment was at 9, it's now 10 o'clock, I'm going home to rest. Tan Filian continued walking out. Sue could sense Tan Filian's deliberate intention to provoke him. There was a chance he might not even be allowed to see Tan Filian tomorrow. Following closely, Sue got into the car as soon as Tan Filian opened the door. After closing the door, Tan Filian turned his gaze towards Sue, who sat on the passenger side. What? Want to come home with me? Is that a problem? Sue smiled lightly. Or do you have a lover at home, making it inconvenient for others to visit? Tan Filian started the car and looked sideways, speaking casually yet icy, you're right, there is someone. It's indeed inconvenient because I fear he'd misunderstand. Sue clenched the seatbelt tightly in his hand, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. The coldness enveloped him like rain in winter. His heart stung as he remembered the handsome boy from Tan Filian's house. He's worried about the misunderstanding. How thoughtful. Between us, it's serious business, nothing hidden or inappropriate, Sue tried to maintain a normal composure. The atmosphere between them froze, words felt unnecessary, as if they were two lovers turning into strangers. Get out of the car. Tan Filian's long eyes narrowed slightly, his tone forceful. No. Get out. Tan Phalian's tone deepened a little. No. Su-yi refused to budge. As Tan Phalian drove forward, the neon lights outside cast a melancholic glow in his pupils, reflecting everything strange. He realized he could never understand Su-yi. He attempted to think like Su-yi did when considering issues. But at some point, Tan Phalian saw that Su-yi giving up on him made sense. Tan Phalian was different. Bound to be abandoned. Doomed not to earn Su-yi's love. A dead end, unsolvable by him. He wouldn't harm Su-yi, that was embedded deep in his bones, but hatred could flourish. Tan Phalian directed the car towards his residence, a villa he hadn't returned to in a long time. Stopping at the entrance, Su-li emerged in disbelief to greet him, his face lighting up as he approached enthusiastically. Big brother Phalian. Su-li's smile was warm. Sitting inside the car, Su-yi watched Su-li's familiar actions, feeling uneasy. Their relationship seemed genuine enough. From a standard moral perspective, Su-yi knew his current state of mind was unhealthy. Still, he indulged in that dark train of thought. Su-yi opened the passenger door and stepped out, catching Su-li's eye. Immediately, he noticed Su-li's smiling face falter. It's good to meet again, Su-yi said with a forced laugh. Su-li didn't reply. As Tan Phalian stepped out of the car, Su-li moved aside. Tan Phalian rarely came back to this house, but seeing Su-yi at this moment, Su-li suddenly seemed to understand why Tan Phalian acted so strangely tonight. With cold eyes, Tan Phalian walked indoors. Su-yi followed behind while Su-li watched their figures until they disappeared and then settled on the outdoor bench. He knew it, one day, Tan Phalian's beloved would return. Now he has come back, big brother Phalian will have a home. With a home. He won't sleep randomly in trees like primitive species anymore. Stars aren't that beautiful, the wild winds always blow on him. He kept reminding himself that he was an unwanted monster. If Su-yi came back, would he stop thinking of himself as a small monster? Does Su-yi truly deserve such loyalty? Su-li looked up at the starry river overhead, where mountains fragmented into pieces, blurry under the faint haze revealing no answers. When Su-yi entered the house following Tan Phalian, he found the villa's decoration remarkably similar to his own place. For a moment, Su-yi felt as though he had returned to Minzhou. Tan Phalian picked up a piece of clothing and threw it onto the living room floor before sitting down. It's been like this since it was bought. Actually, I don't like it much, but it's too much trouble to change. Tan Phalian's intentions were clear to Su-yi. Aha. Su-yi sat opposite Tan Phalian. What do you want? Tan Phalian took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. When did you learn to smoke? Su-yi, upon seeing this, momentarily forgot the odd relationship between them and blurted out a rebuke. A more fitting statement would have been, have you forgotten your place after 2 years? Are you telling me what to do? Tan Phalian looked up and locked eyes with Su-yi. Su-yi's long lashes fluttered slightly, unable to penetrate the gaze. The window curtain was swaying with the wind, silence filled the room for a few seconds. Between the cracks of time lay the unbridgeable gap of today and tomorrow. Su-yi absently stroked his fingertips, lost in thought. He indeed had no right, now Tan Phalian wouldn't listen to him anyway. You have a special material from Chi Ming Company that I... Su-yi cautiously began. You want that material? Tan Phalian's smile hit a terrifying undercurrent. I'll pay for it, Su-yi said. 30 million yuan. Tan Phalian tossed out the number as casually as discussing daily life. Su-yi. You look troubled, Tan Phalian leaned back on the couch. Or you could work for me. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll consider it. As if guided by an unseen force, Tan Phalian felt like he was going crazy with his terms. What was he so fixated about? He couldn't explain it himself. Su-yi wanted the thing in his possession. Once obtained, the result would be a clean break. Not a shred of lingering attachment. If given now, he'd leave immediately. Do, what kind of work? Su-yi asked, ripples stirring behind his composed expression. Chapter 54, Accompany me. For you, this might be even harder than making 30 million. Tan Phalian's eyes gleamed like a bright torch, yet when delving deeper, they revealed nothing but an endless abyss of darkness. Su-yi casually glanced at Tan Phalian, fingering the pad of his thumb. In his consciousness, liking and love were different things. Su-yi never put emotions first, so upon realizing his feelings for Tan Phalian, he thought of countless ways to deal with it. He never needed anyone to protect him, he always believed he should take the lead. Or perhaps, he thought that falling in love with Tan Phalian was inevitable, and pure love was something Su-yi aspired to. Now as he looked at Tan Phalian, Su-yi didn't think too much, he just felt happy. Even though the current Tan Phalian seemed fierce, without any tenderness in his gaze. Su-yi gazed at him, and the oppression in the air was transformed into a sweet taste by his joy. With too much yearning, the distant gaze could turn solid. The happiness of standing still was intense yet cold. Su-yi's lips imperceptibly curled upwards. But the future had nothing to do with him. Su-yi had no future. The little monster could live to be 200 years old. There was nothing he could give him. What? Su-yi asked. Next week I have a banquet, and I lack a playmate. That kind of place isn't suitable for Shaoli, so you'll come with me. Before Tan Phi Lien, smoke swirled, radiating an attitude of authority. Arrogant and sharp-eyed, allowing no argument. Su Yi's face showed mild surprise. If I go, will you give it to me? The value of that material is in the millions. Do you think accompanying me to one banquet is worth that much? Where does your confidence come from? Tan Phi Lien spoke disdainfully with the weight of power. Tan Phi Lien flicked the cigarette but out of his hand. Within 3 months, you'll be at my beck and call. If you manage to please me, I'll give it to you. How about that? Tan Phi Lien raised his eyebrows coldly. Tan Phi Lien's words carried an icy undertone, and his gaze toward Su Yi carried more indescribable emotion. A layer of gray descended on Su Yi, and he knew Tan Phi Lien was doing this on purpose, wanting him to grovel humbly before him. He still hated it. But Su Yi wanted to agree. Staying by Tan Phi Lien's side for 3 months meant seeing him every day, needing no excuse, asking for no forgiveness, just staying by his side. That seemed like something that could make a person happy. At least before thinking about when he would die, he could look at him a bit more. Tan Phi Lien was the unexpected part of his life. No matter how beautiful the fireworks, they were unattainable, both before life and after death. Alright, Su Yi tightened his fingertips and met Tan Phi Lien's gaze head-on. I accept. After agreeing, thoughts of Shaoli kept looping through Su Yi's mind, possessive and repetitive. Because Shaoli couldn't attend, Tan Phi Lien asked him instead. It probably wasn't a good place. Shaoli. Su Yi's fingers turned red from pinching them. Is he really your boyfriend? This isn't your business. Tan Phi Lien replied coldly. Hearing this, Su Yi felt inexplicably blocked and probed further. Have you been together since 2 years ago? How did you meet him? You're bringing me to the banquet, what about him? Enough. Tan Phi Lien cut him off. I have no obligation to report anything to you. Tan Phi Lien looked indifferent. But he is definitely more obedient than you, better at pleasing people, gentler and prettier. Without speaking, Su Yi stood up to leave, but Tan Phi Lien stopped him. Starting today, you'll stay here. It'll be convenient for me to summon you whenever I want. Despite the less than 2-meter distance between them, it felt like the Ganges River separated them, half silence, half abyss. Will your boyfriend not be angry? Su Yi straightened up. Since you have someone you like, you should consider their feelings more and avoid doing things that upset them. Su Yi spoke clearly word by word. Don't make him sad. After saying that, Su Yi continued to walk away. If you leave, don't come back. I'm not giving you a second choice, Su Yi. Tan Phi Lien said calmly. Su Yi's steps paused, and he became more aware of his own depravity. Su Yi wanted to stay. How could a person become this despicable? What exactly was he now? Su Yi didn't know. Why must people always be so contradictory? Hoping for long-lasting affection, but when that person is Tan Phi Lien, he would willingly abandon all principles and stand in this ambiguous position. Well, anyway, there wasn't much time left anyway. It was quite fine to indulge in being despicable and watch him closely. Deep down, Su Yi didn't believe that Tan Phi Lien could fall in love with someone else. Such a Tan Phi Lien, from the very beginning, could never touch him. Su Yi's answer was that Tan Phi Lien was angry at himself. Su Yi turned around and saw Tan Phi Lien lazily pointing to one of the guest rooms. You sleep there. When I call you, I don't expect to repeat myself. Su Yi silently walked toward the guest room. Okay. As Su Yi entered the room and tried to find the switch in the light from outside, the lamp inside mysteriously turned on by itself. Looking back, Su Yi saw Tan Phi Lien casually toss the remote. Was he remembering how Su Yi was afraid of the dark? People often love to make assumptions, Su Yi thought bitterly. Su Yi glanced around the room. This guest room was extremely similar to his own, making Su Yi feel an unexpected sense of homecoming. Su Yi took off his coat and headed for the bathroom. After washing up, he came out and noticed Tan Phi Lien cooking in the kitchen. He looked oddly at Tan Phi Lien's back, which seemed entirely detached from the kitchen setting. His rolled-up sleeves showed his forearms, the veins on his wrist visible with every movement. His height clearly made the kitchen an awkward fit, but the picture was strikingly split between beauty and disconnect. Su Yi hadn't eaten much over the past couple of days and felt lightheaded with hunger. At the scent of food, his restlessness surged forward. Was Tan Phi Lien cooking for Shaoli? Or had he adapted to human dietary habits? He hated Su Yi so much, it definitely wasn't cooked for him. Su Yi stood for a moment by the door, then watched as Tan Phi Lien carried the dishes out of the kitchen. After placing the dishes on the table, Tan Phi Lien didn't glance at Su Yi once. With a cold look, he ate a few casual bites before heading to the shower. Su Yi's gaze trailed after the closing bathroom door, then fell onto the steaming dishes, lips pressed tightly together. At this moment, Su Li entered the house. Seeing the food on the dining table, his pupils widened before shifting his curious glance toward Su Yi. Did you make it? Did you eat yet? Su Yi and Su Li spoke simultaneously, their focus different. I've already eaten, Su Li replied. He eyed the food on the table and said toward Su Yi, he made it for you. Go ahead and eat. Sui closed his eyes momentarily, then responded seriously, don't misunderstand. We have no relationship. He made it for himself. Sui didn't think he'd ever have to explain Tan Phalian's new partner. Suli approached the dining table and stated matter-of-factly, he's not human, he doesn't experience hunger and has no need to eat. I've never seen him cook before. Suli added softly. Without sparing Sui a glance, Suli passed by him and ascended the stairs. Never eating. Sui wasn't sure what he was relieved about. Suddenly, Sui felt a dull pain in his abdomen just as the sound of water starting in the bathroom reached his ears. He moved toward the dining table, thinking, if he could eat quickly enough, Tan Phalian wouldn't know who ate it. Sitting down with a bowl of rice, Sui observed that the two dishes suited his taste perfectly, and he ate at a rapid pace. While stuffing himself and keeping an eye on the water sound from the bathroom. Tan Phalian's culinary skills were as flawless as computer settings, each dish precise, ingredients measured like grams of seasoning, meeting perfect color, aroma, and flavor. Initially listening intently to the water sounds, Sui lost track of time while engrossed in his meal. By the time Tan Phalian opened the bathroom door, Sui snapped back into reality, still holding chopsticks but yet to fully chew the food in his mouth. From the bathroom entrance, the table was clearly visible. Their eyes met. Chapter 55, He Likes You. Sui was sitting there with his cheeks puffed out, his eyes evading. Sui. Sui looked down, his long lashes trembling lightly. This is a bit wasteful. Tan Phalian stood there in a bathrobe, his abs faintly visible beneath the fabric. There was an air of restraint around him that made it clear he didn't want anyone too close. He walked up to Sui and took away the dish in front of him, making no gesture that suggested he should continue eating. Sui, thank goodness, I'm full. Sui avoided his gaze guiltily as he got up quickly to go brush his teeth. Then he sneaked back to the guest room. That night, Sui tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The deeper he thought about it, the more suffocated he felt. Was Tan Phalian sleeping with Xiaoli? Were they really, that kind of relationship? Whether they were or not, what right did he have to ponder this question? Sui threw off the blanket and walked out of the room. The light in the living room had been on all night. Sui sat down on the sofa in the living room, his thoughts a mess. On the table were cigarettes opened by Tan Phalian, which Sui lit. The vanilla scent spread around, enveloping Sui's vision in mist from the smoke. He gazed toward the window where the curtain danced with the wind blowing. Behind was the villa's yard, pitch black. Sui smoked several cigarettes in the living room, then footsteps echoed from upstairs. He turned around. It was Suli in her pajamas. Suli descended the stairs, leaning against the railing. After fetching a cup of water, she sat down on the couch opposite Sui. Her pajama fit loosely, exposing her neck and collarbone to the open air. On her skin were red marks scattered densely, emanating an intimate atmosphere between bodies. Sui's hand holding the cigarette tip trembled slightly. His mind blanked for a moment before regaining composure, but he immediately realized he had no idea why he was feeling so sure about something that contradicted his own assumptions. Seeing this clearly yet still thinking otherwise, why wouldn't it be Tan Phalian? Not doubting, not shocked, but affirmatively believing that Suli and Tan Phalian had nothing to do with each other. She smelled different from Tan Phalian. He'd asked before, having known already from personal experience, sensations, and memories. Why are you two living together? Sui questioned, confident in his understanding. Suli picked up the cigarettes from the table and lit one, though he didn't quite look like someone who would smoke based on his usual gentle demeanor. Sure enough, after the first inhale, Sui saw him coughing. Cough. Cough. Who told you we live together? Suli leaned back casually, you're actually pretty smart. To be able to think correctly. Suli yawned, tiredness evident in his eyes. So now that you know, are you accusing me of cheating behind his back? Sui shot back, hoping it would get the right answer. Suli shot a disdainful glance at Sui. I'm not cheating. I was raped, Suli said calmly, hiding a deep shadow behind the seemingly relaxed exterior. Sui was struck by Suli's words. Sui. To ask now if Suli and Tan Phalian were truly together might seem a little heartless. But to ask why Suli had been raped, that seemed even ruder. Suli watched Sui, amused by his expression of wanting to ask but hesitating. You're so smart, no wonder Tan Phalian likes you, Suli smiled ambiguously. I met him on Isolation Island. Suli's eyes wandered, losing focus, even now, I don't actually know why he saved me. I like him, Suli admitted openly without hesitation. But his heart belongs only to the person who caused his brain nucleus to shatter. Sui curled his fingers, slipping into recollections involuntarily. Suli's stare pierced straight through. Do you know why I recognized instantly that you're the human who hurt him? Sui's eyes flickered, waiting for Suli's explanation. While on Isolation Island, hearing your name would make Tan Phalian go crazy, Suli continued. Sui's pupils quivered slightly, as if his thoughts weighed heavy like wet cotton. Suli went on, later, Dr. Lin couldn't control him anymore and tried to strip away his memories of you. Do you know how he did it? Su Li let his gaze wander through memories, always seeing the sad figure of Tan Feilian. Su Yi's eyes stung slightly. How did he do it? Su Li took a long breath. He begged Dr. Lin not to erase his memories. While awake, he claimed that thinking about you would help him become calmer, and his only plea was that he wanted to remember you. Afterward, whenever he thought about you, he gradually became quieter. But he could only maintain his beast form as a hybrid species. Upon hearing this, Su Yi felt a sharp pain in his chest, and remained silent. The hybrid's behavior was crazy. Tan Feilian, with his nature, if he liked someone, would actually have millions of ways to permanently confine them by his side. I once asked him why he didn't. Tan Feilian said not everyone would submit out of fear. Brother attempted suicide. Su Li looked at Su Yi, he told me this. At that time, I thought, no wonder you could control him with your personality. Anyone else wouldn't be able to. Forced, mandatory, having his name carved onto someone's body, these were Tan Feilian's insane style. Su Li's words drifted down lightly but crashed over Su Yi like waves. Su Yi felt a sudden constriction in his chest as their eyes locked, he couldn't find a point of focus. Su Li adjusted her clothing, I don't know what happened between the two of you, perhaps you had your reasons. For the past 2 years, he hasn't been doing well. He hates you. And likes you even more. Where is Tan Feilian? Su Yi asked gravely, his voice tinged with an unusual quality he wasn't aware of. Chapter 56, I like you. He's not here. Su Li lazily turned her eyes, I don't know, he doesn't sleep here. After finishing her sentence, Su Li shrugged, then seemed to think of something and her face turned a little pale. If he were here, wouldn't he have saved me? Then I wouldn't have been raped. Su Yi was struck speechless with shock. He looked at Su Li as if she had already accepted being bullied as part of daily life. She talked about it calmly, even concealing her anger deep inside. Is Tan Feilian not sleeping here? Su Yi stood up and looked around. This house was bought by Tan Feilian, yet he didn't live here. Where does he sleep? Su Yi locked eyes with the Su Li in front of him, since it wasn't consensual, why don't you report it to the police? Su Li looked back at Su Yi in shock, let's put it this way, if Tan Feilian wanted to rape you, would you have any chance to call the police? Su Yi instantly understood a little. The other party might be, a mutant. If you need help, I can give you some medicine that will keep mutants away, Su Yi said. Upon hearing this, Su Li's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, really? Tell me where Tan Feilian is. Su Yi observed Su Li's expression, sure that she knew where Tan Feilian had gone. Su Li frowned and wrapped her arms around herself, you tell me first, do you like him? No. Su Yi replied seriously, without showing any emotion. No. Su Li looked out the window, neither sad nor happy, if I don't like you, why should I tell you? So you can laugh at him. Su Li arched an eyebrow and asked. Su Yi could hear a mix of anger and resentment in Su Li's tone. Since Su Li had met Tan Feilian on the isolated island and knew he was the one responsible for all these, it was hard for her to have any good feelings towards him. Su Yi didn't want to laugh at Tan Feilian. The lab had studied various behaviors of mutants extensively but never their emotions. He imagined Tan Feilian would hate him for a lifetime. So now, Tan Feilian was willing to talk to him without receiving any explanation, and Su Yi was already pleased. Tan Feilian is a little son, not a laughingstock. Just go to bed early if there's nothing else. Su Li showed no intention of telling Su Yi, casually dropping a word while buttoning her shirt before heading upstairs. Su Yi watched Su Li's back, lost in thought. He got up and walked to the window. Having heard too much, his chest felt tight, all thoughts of sleep were gone. He went to the balcony to blow cold wind. Tan Feilian isn't sleeping here, so where could he go? Suddenly, while Su Yi was coldly looking at the trees in the yard, something black and velvety nearby caught his attention. Velvet tail. That big tree was right opposite the guest room where Su Yi slept. The villa here has a large yard, with tall trees growing all over. Unconsciously, Su Yi came up with a guess. He went down the stairs from the side of the balcony and moved closer to the tree. As he got closer, Su Yi made it clear, there was a curled-up black hunting lion on the tree. Although the black hunting lion was large, it blended into the night, indistinguishable in the dark. Su Yi looked up at the black hunting lion in the tree, choking on 1,000 words trapped in his throat, feeling sour and bitter. He had seen Tan Feilian's original form, how could he not recognize it? That was Tan Feilian. Su Yi stood a few meters under the tree, the moonlight gentle, casting beautiful and tender shadows on Su Yi's face. The black hunting lion covered by the branches remained shrouded in darkness. A breeze lifted the hair from Su Yi's forehead, making everything gradually unclear to his eyes. Tan Feilian, these past 2 years, did you spend your nights like this? Fool. Su Yi tightly gripped his fingertips and glanced around, only hearing the sound of the wind and the beating of his own heart. He knew that when mutants transformed into their original forms, their intelligence would be sealed, lacking the mentality they possessed when awake. After waking up, they likely wouldn't remember their experiences as their original form, this was the most common self-healing method for mutants. Su Yi gazed intently at the black shadow. Seeing him, Tan Feilian mustn't be happy. The black hunting lion seemed to be asleep. But not peacefully. Su-yi looked around, for no reason he wanted to climb up and check. Anyway, the little monster would forget tomorrow. He hasn't touched a black hunting lion yet. They're already angry, it would be a waste not to touch them. Not touching would be foolish. Su-yi noticed a long ladder in the corner of the flower bed. He walked over, picked up the ladder, and placed it against the tree where Tanfalian's original form rested. Tanfalian's original form looks fierce, but would it bite? Su-yi had indeed conducted research in this area. Alien species in their true forms wouldn't attack people with familiar scents proactively. This possibility existed. However, Su-yi felt no fear at all. He climbed up the ladder. Just as he stepped onto the second step, the black hunting lion on the branch opened its eyes. Its pupils were like emerald green gems, clear and bright, luring one into exploring its extreme allure amidst danger. Upon seeing Su-yi, the black hunting lion bared its teeth and let out a warning. It was a territorial claim, and from its subtle growls, one could feel that the black hunting lion atop the tree was in an unpleasant mood. Su-yi felt relieved, for it indeed held no significant hostility towards him. Ignoring the black hunting lion's warning, Su-yi continued ascending. Suddenly, the roar of the black hunting lion grew louder, clearly showing intent to drive him away. But because of some vague familiar scent, there was no malice in the black hunting lion's eyes. With this, Su-yi became even less afraid. He looked at the black hunting lion snarling at him and said, "I'm just coming up to take a look." As he spoke, his ascent quickened. When he was only half a meter away from the black hunting lion, he grabbed a nearby branch and climbed onto it. Then without any hesitation, he sat down on the branch beside the black hunting lion. There they were, man and beast side by side on the tree branch, within reaching distance of each other. The closer Su-yi got, the more distinct his scent became. The black hunting lion sniffed Su-yi's scent and realized it couldn't drive him away. Thus, it lazily gave up. It curled up and closed its eyes, leaning against the branch. The cool night breeze brushed through its mane-like fur, flowing gracefully. Sitting on the branch, Su-yi dangled his feet in the air. The silver moonlight above was obscured by branches, creating bizarre shapes. A gust of wind brought the entire scene to life with rustling sounds. Gazing at the now tranquil black hunting lion, Su-yi suddenly reached out to touch its body. The black hunting lion opened its eyes and glanced at Su-yi, then closed them again. As it lowered its eyelids, Su-yi noticed its tail swaying slightly. It didn't dislike Su-yi's touch. Su-yi wasn't sure how much intelligence Tanfalian retained in his original form compared to humans. Right now, Tanfalian truly seemed like a pitiful little creature nursing its wounds alone after being abandoned. "You're such a fool, Tanfalian." Leaning against the branch to steady himself, Su-yi continued, "Are you transforming like this on purpose just to make me feel sorry for you? Saying so many hurtful things, yet hurting yourself the most. You really are stupid." Su-yi's fingertips brushed over the black hunting lion's head softly, murmuring, "Weren't you acting so fierce just now?" Recalling Tanfalian's sharp-tongued remarks earlier, Su-yi pursed his lips tightly. "Such heart-wrenching words, you kept saying them to me, thinking I wouldn't be sad. You've even started smoking. Who gave you the courage?" Su-yi's speech grew more relaxed. "At 21 years old, how did you celebrate your birthdays these past 2 years? You shouldn't have cut your hair, hating me so much like that. Didn't that meal you prepared earlier belong to me? I'll consider it given if you don't say anything. I don't like it when you call me Su-yi, it's so cold. I don't like it." Su-yi asked random questions without needing answers, simply sitting next to the black hunting lion asking and talking endlessly. Though unable to respond, the black hunting lion stayed silently beside Su-yi, perhaps even struggling to comprehend what Su-yi was saying. Su-yi moved closer and used his fingertips to gently stroke the black hunting lion's forehead. "Is the wound healed?" Listening to the black hunting lion's breathing, Su-yi sighed. "Never mind, you probably can't understand anyway." Su-yi bent down and planted a kiss on the black hunting lion's head. As he stood back up, the black hunting lion opened its emerald eyes once more. Blocking its sight with his hand, Su-yi teased, "What are you looking at? Enjoy the kiss quietly." After speaking, Su-yi felt a slight itch in his palm as the black hunting lion licked it with its tongue. Su-yi interpreted this as a gesture of kindness from the animal. The black hunting lion also showed no intention to drive him away. Thus, Su-yi leaned against the black hunting lion's body, raising his gaze toward the moon. He nudged the black hunting lion gently with his elbow. "Don't be sad. I don't dislike you. I actually like you very much. Like crazily." Basking in the misty moonlight, Su-yi's voice turned hoarse, hiding his bitterness by closing his eyes. "You bully me then. I certainly like you. Liking to death." With longing brimming in his eyes, Su-yi whispered bitterly. "Just keep bullying me." Chapter 57, I love you, I like you. I'll just endure it. Su-yi's words hovered in the air before falling. "But you shouldn't go too far. I would also be upset." Su-yi's lips curved into a smile, "When I'm sober, I can't say it. So let me tell you a few more things now. I like you, more than you can imagine. Tanfalian, you should be happier. I have never rejected you. I love you. He could not be with Tan Philian. Rather than causing him more sorrow later, it might be better to make him hate forever. That way, it wouldn't be entirely without resolution. 3 months. Being able to accompany Tan Philian for 3 months was already something Sui had never dared to imagine. Since this is the case, let's cherish every moment of seeing him. Suyi's eyes were clouded, he always couldn't see clearly ahead, planning everything for everyone, including emotions and family ties, because he wanted the little monster to be happy. Sui spent a long time with the black hunting lion in the tree. When dawn was approaching, he moved the ladder away. Back in bed, Sui couldn't fall asleep either. As dawn broke, Sui dressed and got up. When he opened the bedroom door, he saw Tan Philian in the living room flipping through the newspaper. He still looked completely regal, showing no sign of having slept poorly. Who would have thought that last night he had been a black hunting lion? After washing up, Sui walked into the living room, trying to catch Tan Philian's gaze. However, Tan Philian wore an indifferent expression, paying no attention to him whatsoever. Sui wasn't even in his peripheral vision. Looking at Tan Philian, Sui felt there would likely be no urgent business today. He sat down opposite Tan Philian. Suddenly, Sui's phone rang. He opened the screen. It was a call from Auntie. Mr. Su. Sugar has a high fever, and it won't come down. Auntie's voice trembled, his body is convulsing now. We're at the hospital, please come take a look. Sugar keeps calling for you. The doctor said something, some special situation. You need to come back quickly. By the end, Auntie's voice nearly cracked with sobs. Upon hearing this, Sui suddenly stood up. Sugar was sick. He lowered his eyes to look at Tan Philian. Philian. Sui's obvious intention to leave caused Tan Philian's eyes to turn cold immediately. Are you leaving? Tan Philian put down the newspaper in his hand, his pupils cold and sharp. Didn't you say the banquet wasn't until next week? I'll be back soon. Sui spoke hastily, he didn't intend to tell Tan Philian about Sugar's existence right now. Sui spoke earnestly, I will be back before the banquet. Where are you going? Tan Philian showed no emotion on his face. Mingu. Sui. Tan Philian called out Sui's name coldly, do you really think things between us now are decided by what you want? Sui's lips tightened into a straight line, his attitude clear, I have to go back. Don't go, Tan Philian's words were commanding. The moment Tan Philian finished speaking, Sui ignored him and rushed out of the door. Staring at the suddenly closed door, Tan Philian's eyes turned dark, and he bitterly smiled. Anything to do with Sui was more important than Tan Philian. He had known this fact all along, so why was he still feeling hurt? Tan Philian couldn't figure out what exactly he had been hoping for. Something that one never possessed. Had been doomed to not belong from the start. There was no reason to feel sad. Tan Philian slapped the newspaper in his hand heavily on the table, followed immediately by the sound of glass shattering. The coffee table was directly broken. He believed he could control his emotions well. Yet Sui always stood beyond the boundary. After returning to Minzhou, Sui went to the hospital to learn about Sugar's condition. The illness was due to a sudden change in environment. Sui stayed with him in the hospital all night. After seeing Sugar's condition improve, Sui called Tan Philian. The number was found through inquiry. Since Tan Philian was already established in human society, these things should have been in use. But when the call was made, no one answered. Sui searched the phone number for a WeChat ID and found a number with a black profile picture, its name was Shang. Sui confirmed that he hadn't made any typing errors. Then, he tried to add this WeChat account. Friend request sent. This is Sui. The other side didn't reply, only passing the verification about 2 hours later. Upon seeing this, Sui sent a message. I'll come over tomorrow. There's no way I'll delay your banquet. You should get some rest early. After thinking for a moment, Sui inexplicably wished Tan Philian a good night. Good night, Philian. Tan Philian didn't reply to any of these messages. Sui couldn't figure out what he meant, not answering his calls and ignoring his WeChat messages. Was he too upset or simply didn't want to talk? Sui walked to the hospital stairwell, staring at the chat interface for a long while before eventually making a video call to Tan Philian. For no particular reason. If he had to say why, it was just that he missed him. He wanted to see him. The video rang for half a minute before Tan Philian picked up, however, the view from his end was unclear, and Sui couldn't see well. Philian. Sui softly called out. The voice on the other end was light, but Sui heard it clearly, a slightly hoarse tone calling. Brother. Chapter 58, Do You Miss Me? Shio. Tan Philian's voice was clearly off, unlike his usual tone, and especially not like the Tan Philian who still hated him now. The cold tone from yesterday had now sunk into the depths of the sea, weak and powerless. Sui suddenly widened his eyes, could it be that he was injured? What happened to you? Sui tightly gripped the phone, his gaze dark. Why aren't you speaking? Tan Philian. After a call on the other side with no further sound, this couldn't help but make Sui worry. Philian? There was still no response from the other end of the phone, only hearing increasingly coarse breathing sounds. Then came the sound of an object being thrown to the ground, shattering. Tan Philian seemed to be losing his mind. Sui's heart became more anxious. He couldn't help but care about Tan Philian. Anything related to him, Sui was eager to know. Tan Philian? Sui felt uneasy due to this incomprehensible situation. Receiving no answer, Sui clenched his hand and hung up the phone. Tang Tang's condition improved a little, so Sui left the hospital directly and drove toward Yao City. He was going to find Tan Philian. All along, Sui drove extremely fast, barely stopping at all. Worry can indeed drive one insane. This truth was fully embodied in Sui's case. He tried turning on the old tracker, even though he only harbored faint hope, Sui still turned it on. The moment the red dot of the tracker began to flash, Sui's dark pupils showed signs of unease and inferiority mixed with a hint of joy. The tracker attached to Tan Philian was still on his person. The location was a high-end club in Yao City. After arriving at the location, Sui didn't stop but proceeded directly into the venue. Inside the venue, the bright lights and strong smell of tobacco and alcohol made people dizzy. Sui stood in the center of the venue, looking around. He did not see Tan Philian. Instead, he saw Suli surrounded by 3 or 4 companions. Suli sat on a wine-red sofa with a scattered gaze, showing surprise when seeing Sui, mixed with a bit of excitement. Suli's face was flushed, obviously drunk after drinking quite a lot. Where's Tan Philian? Sui approached Suli. There was no surrounding presence of Tan Philian. Where is Tan Philian? Sui asked bluntly, revealing no attempt to hide his underlying concern. My goodness, you're here too quickly. Did you fly here? Suli smiled and crossed his legs. It takes 5 hours to drive from Minzhou to Yao City, yet you say you don't like him. I see that you like him very much. Suli smirked with raised eyebrows. Do you think he's injured? Who could possibly injure him? Suli mocked. I thought you were pretty smart. How come you're acting slow-brained all of a sudden? It's the dangerous period, Suli lamented regrettably. If you don't like him, I suggest you not go find him now. He likes you. If he sees you now, you'll probably feel the same as me. Suli added, getting bullied by someone you don't like. Sui. As Sui listened to Suli continue, although it's tough during the dangerous period, since Tan Philian doesn't have anyone he loves, you know, the different species stay pure, most likely he'll just hurt himself, anyway, he won't die. Just don't get close to him. Sui. Sui had never seen anyone as straightforward as Suli, who spoke without blinking an eye. Too many words crowded in his head, leaving only one phrase in the end. Self-mutilation. Where is he? Sui asked seriously. Upon seeing this, Suli restrained his laughter, pondering something, gazing at Sui with apparent intent. Suli pulled out a key from his pocket and tossed it to Sui. He returned to the villa, took a sedative himself, but it should be useless. Sui grabbed the key and left the venue heading towards the villa direction. Just upon opening the villa door, Sui was enveloped by a powerful white tea fragrance. This scent Sui had smelled before. Normally, Tan Philian's aura wasn't that intense. Sui stepped inside, following the strongest floral aroma to the guest room where he had slept. Sui touched the doorknob and opened the door, only to see Tan Philian curled up in the corner. The room's light was relatively dim, curtains drawn, allowing just a sliver of light to follow their movements. Since it was daytime, this dimness carried an added sense of melancholy and decadence. Sui gradually walked towards Tan Philian. Sweat was evident on Tan Philian's forehead, hair covering his eyelids, making his features and expression unclear. Sui squatted down beside Tan Philian, his energy too overbearing. This magnetic field for Sui was akin to poison. Next to Tan Philian lay a vial of tranquilizer, the needle mark on his wrist clearly visible. The whole person was in a dazed state due to the injection of the tranquilizer. There were obvious scratches on Tan Philian's arm, and the fresh blood stains stood out alarmingly. Sui looked at Tan Philian with anger. He tortured himself like this. Totally disheveled. Sui raised his hand and touched Tan Philian's forehead, which was still burning hot. The tranquilizer could calm Tan Philian down. But for how long Sui did not know. High-dose sedation would also weaken the cognitive ability of the injector. Sui brushed away the strands of hair around Tan Philian's eyelids, his slightly closed eyes fluttered and made eye contact with Sui. Tan Philian's gaze, upon seeing Sui at that moment, showed layers of ripples overlapping and floating. Sui gently caressed Tan Philian's cheek with his fingertips. Tan Philian's expression grew increasingly aggrieved as Sui continued his touch. After injecting the special tranquilizer, the emotions of the different species wouldn't fluctuate, and the memory of the brain would weaken the stimulation. At this moment, seeing Sui so close, Tan Philian's brain couldn't process too much deep information. He extended his hand and embraced Sui's waist. Wife. Tan Philian tightly hugged Sui, his voice hoarse. Sui had not heard such a gentle tone from Tan Philian in a long time. Listening to Tan Philian's words filled Sui's heart with indescribable feelings. Tan Philian revealed the buried emotions in front of him for him to see. Sui felt immense heartache. Sui did not break free, he patted Tan Phalian's head. When Sui carefully observed the suppressant next to Tan Phalian, he realized it was several times stronger than regular suppression medication. No wonder he was so confused. It wasn't clear what kind of state Tan Phalian would be in when he became more awake later. Sui gently consoled Tan Phalian and found that Tan Phalian clung to him like a sticking plaster. After some effort, Sui finally managed to break free. He got up, went out, and fetched a basin of warm water. He used a towel to wipe Tan Phalian's cheeks, hands, and body thoroughly. "Look at yourself, so disheveled. You're stupid, Tan Phalian." Sui took out the first aid kit coldly and grabbed Tan Phalian's arm forcefully, causing him to frown in pain. Sui sat half-squatting on the ground and slowly wiped off the bloodstains on Tan Phalian's hands. Then, he applied ointment bit by bit and wrapped his wound with bandage simply. The entire scene was warm and serene without any disturbance. Tan Phalian remained very obedient, and the strong atmosphere inside the room filled the nasal cavity. Sui put down the first aid kit and headed towards the bathroom. Sui washed his face, water dripping while raising his head to look at his reflection in the mirror, with Tan Phalian's figure constantly filling his mind. He seemed to have grown a bit taller. Before Sui had even undressed in the bathroom, the door was pushed open rudely and violently. As Sui turned to look, someone behind him suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled him forcibly. Sui's peripheral vision caught the sight of the mirror in front, meeting Tan Phalian's gaze filled with desire. Sui was pressed against by Tan Phalian's sudden strength, making it hard for him to breathe. Sui could not decipher Tan Phalian's thoughts. He should hate him more, but upon careful thought, having interacted with Tan Phalian for such a long time, how could he fail to understand his nature? What Tan Phalian desired most was an explanation from him. Like why he treated him that way. If he just said, Tan Phalian would believe him. Tan Phalian pressed Sui's shoulder forcefully downwards, leveling his shoulder position with the sink. Tan Phalian's eyes had a hint of redness as he leaned slightly towards Sui, supporting himself against the wall near the sink. "Brother, over these 2 years, have you ever missed me?" Tan Phalian's words were heavily weighted. Unclear whether he was awake or not. Ugh. Sui was held tight and unable to move. Tears welled up in Sui's eyes as Tan Phalian gazed through the mirror at Sui's reddened eyes. Tan Phalian lifted Sui's head and grabbed his jaw, turning him toward himself. He only asked, "Do you miss me?" Chapter 59, I Just Love You, Shio. As the world spun around him, Sui let out a cry of surprise. Sui nervously grabbed the edge of the table. After banishing all joy or sorrow, be it life or death. Or considering love or lack thereof. Discarding all of this. Sui's longing for Tan Phalian remained the strongest. He simply missed Tan Phalian. Although Sui didn't place romantic love as the top priority, Tan Phalian was always an exception to any choice. Tan Phalian wasn't a perfect lover. He was violent, obsessive, and couldn't even be defined like a normal person. Sui certainly didn't consider himself perfect either. Two gears clashing against each other, Sui just liked this kind of madman who put him first. Sui had already rotted to the bone, but only Tan Phalian held him up like a precious rose. Sui lowered his gaze silently. He reached out wanting to touch Tan Phalian, that long-missed Tan Phalian who only had eyes for him. "Phalian." Sui murmured tremblingly, his hair dancing lightly. "I miss you so much." Sui bit his lip, his fingertips trembling slightly. The lights above and the fragrance of flowers made his consciousness hazy. Unable to find the root, unable to grasp the longing. Tan Phalian stared at Sui, his thoughts lost in confusion. There were too many images in his mind, impossible to capture. Tan Phalian kissed Sui frenziedly. Sui woke again and cast his gaze down. Looking into each other's eyes, Sui's and Tan Phalian's gazes met. Without any source of light, Tan Phalian's eyes were dark and deep, completely still. He was still not fully awake. Tan Phalian moved closer to Sui's neck, and Sui naturally embraced Tan Phalian. It was that long-absent, familiar body scent uniquely belonging to Tan Phalian. When Tan Phalian was touched by Sui, his body suddenly stiffened. Tan Phalian gripped Sui's fingertips. "Wife. I keep dreaming about you. You've been such a good girl." Tan Phalian hugged Sui. "But you just don't love me." Listening to Tan Phalian's words, Sui was almost losing track of reality and dreams. Is this a dream? No, it isn't a dream. I have always loved you. At night. The light in the room was off, fear crept in. The moment Sui opened his eyes, he smelled the scent on Tan Phalian's body and instinctively moved closer to him. Finally settling in Tan Phalian's arms, gripping the blanket with increasing force. He could always calm down when by Tan Phalian's side. Even in the darkness. Even if what was before him was the thing he feared most. In the darkness, Sui didn't know whether Tan Phalian was awake or asleep, but he didn't push him away. Sui thought, then he must be asleep. Thinking this, Sui's feeble hand lightly touched around Tan Phalian's waist. "Good night, Tan Phalian." Sui clearly remembered how coldly Tan Phalian had distanced himself after the critical period. Standing up and leaving without even looking back once. Sui wrapped himself in the quilt, devoid of much emotion. In Tan Phalian's eyes, he must have coincidentally walked into his line of fire and ill will. It was his own fault. He had once studied the emotional reactions of mutants to the death of their partners. 15 pairs of mutants who died accidentally alongside their partners all met unnatural deaths within 1 to 2 years. Sui had asked Lin Yu about the authenticity of this experiment. And the answer was affirmative. Mutants in love would die for their beloveds, usually in tragic circumstances. Mutants think differently from humans. He didn't want such an end. Tang Tang can't get nothing. Sui tightly clenched the quilt and closed his eyes. For several days, he hadn't slept well. After Tan Phalian left, Sui slept soundlessly. Though the sleep was restless, when Sui opened his eyes, his state improved significantly. He slowly got up and put on a random piece of clothing. It was Tan Phalian's. Wearing the clothes, Sui went outside, trying to appear as usual so as not to look disheveled in front of Tan Phalian. Walking out of the house, Tan Phalian was nowhere to be seen outside. The living room was clean and tidy, with rose-scented incense burning. Sui went to the bathroom and washed himself. Just as he entered, several messages popped up on Sui's phone. After washing up, Sui put on his clothes and left the house. As soon as Tan Phalian came downstairs, he saw Sui hastily leaving the house. Tan Phalian's indifferent eyes grew colder and more menacing. Of course, being by his side for even a second felt unbearable to Sui, didn't it? Tan Phalian snorted softly. He and Sui had signed a contract, Sui should now be available at his beck and call. But Tan Phalian did not ask Sui to come back. Lazily leaning back on the sofa, a faint thought disturbed the depths of his eyes. Tan Phalian picked up a cigarette and lit it. The white smoke covered the scene before his eyes, and he half closed his eyes. His gaze looking out of the window while some unclear memories in his mind got mixed up together. Kill him. Kill Sui. He is mine. Whether he hates himself or not doesn't matter. The obsessive thoughts in Tan Phalian's brain vanished in self-mockery. How could he possibly bring himself to kill Sui? He couldn't bear to. Suddenly, a ding-dong sound rang out. It was a message from Sui. Phalian, I'm going out for a bit, I'll be back soon. Tan Phalian stared at the message on his phone. Sui had sent several consecutive messages. It won't take long. It won't be far either. I'll be back before dark. Tan Phalian caressed his phone but did not reply to Sui's messages. At 9 p.m. that night, Sui finally arrived back at the villa, dusty and weary. Upon entering, Sui saw Tan Phalian standing by the window smoking. I'm back. Sui's voice was very low. He didn't move forward but went straight to the bathroom. Lin Yu had offered to test drugs on him, and Sui agreed. The results turned out as expected. Sui quickly finished washing in the bathroom and came out. The moment he opened the door. Chapter 60, My Man. Sui emerged from the warm bathroom, and a rush of cold air hit him, causing his throat to itch. The discomfort came fiercely, and just at that moment, he caught sight of Tan Phalian coming over. Sui quickly retreated back into the bathroom and slammed the door shut. Slap. The door closed too hastily, creating a heavy thud. After closing the door, Sui took a few steps into the bathroom and began coughing in a muffled voice. The sensation was like being cut by a knife, not pleasant at all. He pressed his lips, trying not to make a sound. Hack. Hack. Despite his efforts, the metallic taste of blood continued to spread in his throat. Sui's palm turned red, and he hurriedly washed it clean at the sink, using scented hand soap several times before finally turning off the water. No sooner had he turned off the faucet than Tan Phalian opened the bathroom door. Sui immediately stood up straight. He felt both guilty and awkward. As they stared at each other, the threads connecting their hearts suddenly tightened. Despite one's quietness and the other's motion, countless thoughts churned deep within. Sui's face remained calm, revealing no emotion. Neither of them mentioned the intimate tussle that occurred during the heat cycle. Sui used this as an opportunity to get closer to Tan Phalian. Willingly and happily, he indulged himself in this. Tan Phalian believed he had forced Sui. No matter how cruel his words could be, Tan Phalian couldn't deny that when he saw Sui, he still wanted to torment him repeatedly, confining him in a house where only he could cause anguish, forbidding betrayal, refusing any thought for others, and forcing Sui to love him alone. Tan Phalian considered himself crazy. Even if Sui wanted to kill him, his love would balance out his hatred. When longing became too intense, desire and affection took precedence. All he craved was Sui's love, no matter how small, even just a glance, and he would become a devotee for it. Tan Phalian scrutinized Sui, who was looking down. He probably hated him more, Tan Phalian thought. Hated his forcefulness and irrationality, hated his recklessness, and even hated every mark he left on Sui. Sometimes Tan Phalian wondered if it was because he wasn't human that he couldn't think on the same level as Sui, or couldn't fathom how much Sui despised him. If it were someone else, Tan Phalian might have killed them without hesitation, or bound them hand and foot, making them nothing but puppets who obeyed him blindly. He could hold a blade to their chin and chest, telling them they'd only survive if they fell in love with him. But it was Su-yi. Someone who grew thorns when approached, unwilling to give love to anyone. And there stood Tanfilian, neither stepping inside nor leaving. No one knew what he intended to do. Seeing this, Su-yi walked past the door. As he passed, he caught a whiff of the pleasant scent of white tea from Tanfilian's body. Their clothes brushed against each other slightly as they made physical contact. The temperature seemed to rise visibly. Just as Su-yi was about to pass by Tanfilian, his arm was grabbed. Su-yi stiffened slightly. His whole body tensed. "Why are you here?" Tanfilian's tone was cold, yet his grip was unreasonably tight. "Why did he come here?" Tanfilian asked. Was it because of him? Strike-through answers were always wrong. Su-yi stood upright while Tanfilian's grip hurt. He shook off Tanfilian's restraint and said lightly, "I've dealt with things in Minjo, so I came over." This answer clearly wasn't what Tanfilian wanted. "Last night." Upon hearing this, Su-yi immediately interrupted, "We're all adults, we each got what we wanted. I enjoyed it, don't worry about it." Each taking what they needed, Tanfilian let out a soft scoff. What a wonderful exchange of needs. With a flicker in his eyes, Tanfilian suddenly tightened his grip on Su-yi's arm, shoving him hard against the glass door of the shower room. "You were in Minjo this afternoon and arrived in Yaoqing tonight, Su-yi. How did you get here?" Tanfilian tested the waters, lowering his tone though he didn't believe Su-yi cared about him, he still asked anyway. Su-yi felt Tanfilian's breath, his cheeks warming slightly. Work, Su-yi said. "Is that material really that important to you?" Su-yi looked up at Tanfilian, stirred by his rough tone. Closing his eyes momentarily, ripples formed in his dark, pool-like eyes. "Important," Su-yi said. In the haze, he wasn't quite sure what exactly he meant to say was important. Their eyes locked, and the magnetic field around them became strange. One person endured torture in fire and water, unable to move forward but reluctant to step back. Any closer, and he'd burn himself. After saying the word, important, Su-yi sulkily moved away. Standing in front of Tanfilian again would only make his heart beat faster and faster. He walked to the living room and sat down, avoiding looking at Tanfilian anymore. Moments later, the door of the villa closed, and Su-yi turned back to see that Tanfilian had left with a coat. Su-yi let out a long sigh of relief. Alone in the house, he felt bored, rummaged through the fridge for food, and finally found 2 slices of toast. With milk, it became breakfast for Su-yi. About an hour later, the door of the villa opened again, the rough force prompting Su-yi to peer over. Squinting, he took a look. There he saw Su-li being manhandled by a tall man who had pinned her against the wall near the entrance. Her waist was lifted up to her chest. The man's rough hands were groped Su-li's body. Su-li's eyes were red, and she trembled as she pushed him away. Su-yi frowned, "There are people around." "Ugh." Su-li's alluring voice murmured, then she slapped him in anger. In response came even more violent mockery and excitement. "Ugh. No." Su-li's eyes welled with tears, her expression helpless. Su-yi observed them from the side, he'd confirmed they assumed no one else was in the villa and so hadn't noticed him. Su-li had said before that she was unwilling, that the man was forcing her, and her cries for help were clear. Without a second thought, Su-yi pulled out his tranquilizer gun that he always carried on him, and when facing the entrance, he already pulled the trigger. Caught too much in the act, the man didn't dodge the sedative and the effect set in instantly. The man collapsed completely. Su-li panted heavily, and when she saw Su-yi, her pupils widened, both terrified and grateful. "Big brother, you're so handsome. Thank you for saving my dog life." Su-li exaggeratedly gave Su-yi a 90-degree bow. "You'll be my forever big brother." Su-yi, that was unnecessary. It seems Su-li calls others, big brother, depending on her mood. Su-yi felt somewhat inexplicably better. He walked towards the fallen man on the ground whose aura was peculiar. Su-yi checked with his detector and discovered this was an anomaly with a snake-like form. Its rank was just below Tanfilian's. Normally, such a high-ranking anomaly shouldn't be that easy to catch off guard. Unless. Su-yi looked at Su-li, "Looks like he genuinely cares about you." Otherwise, Su-yi thought that if this anomaly had been slightly careful while handling Su-li earlier, the one lying on the ground now would have been him instead. Su-li raised her foot and kicked the fallen man's leg. "Damn bastard, messing with me. I'll cut off your hands." Then Su-li headed toward the kitchen to grab a knife. She walked with uncoordinated steps due to her fury. Su-yi stared intently at Su-li, astonished and speechless. "What? Are we serious here?" When Su-li returned with a fruit knife from the kitchen, Su-yi instinctively stepped back. Su-yi watched Su-li ready to mutilate the unconscious man. Su-yi was unsure whether to stop her or not. As Su-yi was about to turn away, Su-li walked up to Su-yi handing over the knife. "Dear big brother, you do it, I faint at the sight of blood." Su-yi. Su-yi carefully examined Su-li's expressions, suddenly finding the whole situation rather amusing. He gripped the knife and walked toward the man with a cold indifference, squatting halfway down between the two faces, and raised the knife to pierce the man's neck artery. Just as the handle pressed down, Su Li abruptly grabbed Su Yi's hand. Not to kill, bro. Teach him a lesson. Don't take him out. Su Yi reclaimed the knife, twirled it once on his fingertip, and restored his usual icy detachment. Sorry, I only know how to kill. Su Li covered the man's neck with her hand. No way. Su Yi stood up and tossed the knife. I thought you actually liked my man. Eh. Su Li's eyes sparkled immediately. What did you just say? Su Yi lazily shifted the topic. Did Tan Feilian go to the company? Who did you say is your man? Su Li kept pressing the issue. Tan Feilian. Su Yi crossed his arms. My man, what about it? Wow. Su Li parted her lips in amazement. Wouldn't Tan Feilian rise to heaven, shaking his floured hands hearing those words? Is he big? Su Li asked earnestly. What? Is he big? Su Li asked excitedly. Su Yi. Why in the world does such an extroverted person exist? Can't keep chatting at all. Su Yi turned around in surprise. Deep well ice. Why ask this? Which normal person would ask this? Which normal person would answer such a question? Su Yi coughed slightly without turning around. He's good. Just at this moment. Chapter 61, Disobedient. The door of the villa opened. Su Yi, his whole body slightly stiff, looked over. It was Tan Feilian. Su Yi. A moment of clarity exchanged for a lifetime of silence. He should not have heard that, right? Anyway, it does not matter even if he heard something. Su Yi's eyelashes trembled lightly as he feigned indifference to everything as if it had nothing to do with him. Su Li saw it was Tan Feilian and became terrified. After stepping into the house, Tan Feilian found the scene somewhat spectacular. There lay an alien species on the ground, Su Yi standing in the living room, while Su Li knelt beside the alien. Tan Feilian approached the man lying on the ground with cold eyes. After identifying his face, his gaze turned sharp and ruthless. He slightly twisted the tip of his fingers. Instantly, a thin vine locked around the neck of the man lying on the ground. Tan Feilian's fingertips moved slightly, and the vine coiled up like a snake's tail. Seeing this, Su Li's breathing became disordered instantly. Hugging the man on the ground, tears welling up in his eyes, Su Li looked at Tan Feilian. Brother Feilian, please don't kill him. Do not kill him. At first, Su Li was joking, but upon seeing Tan Feilian's seriousness, he became so scared that his words were chaotic and trembling badly. Don't. Tan Feilian did not let go. Instead, he increased the force. I have already warned you before, never associate with him. He is too dangerous, Tan Feilian said warningly with extreme coldness. Su Li tried to tear the vines from around the man's neck in his embrace, making them tighter instead. Seeing no result, Su Li started crying directly. Wah wah. Let go. Let go, let go. Wah wah. Tears came rushing to Su Li's eyes. Seeing the man's throat swelling due to blood congestion, his movements became increasingly chaotic. Don't kill him. Su Li knew how serious Tan Feilian could be, and his hands trembled with fear. Brother Feilian. Let go, wah wah. Tan Feilian remained unmoved, tightening his finger grip further while radiating intense killing intent. Upon seeing this, Su Li suddenly turned to Su Yi. Big brother Su Yi. Big brother Su Yi. Su Yi glanced sideways and clearly perceived Su Li's pleading look. Though unclear why Tan Feilian insisted on killing this alien, the data Su Yi gathered earlier suggested that this alien indeed exhibited strong animalistic tendencies. Moreover, they weren't natural but seemed to result from postnatal modifications. Very dangerous. But perhaps not beyond salvation. Big brother Su Yi, please beg him on my behalf, wah wah. Su Li helplessly cried out, seeking assistance from Su Yi. Su Yi shifted his glance toward Tan Feilian. With that kind of attitude of his, would he listen? So domineering, who dared to speak? At this moment, the vine in Tan Feilian's hand grew thicker, and Su Li pressed down on the man's body to block him. Don't, wah wah. Su Yi was also unclear about Su Li's thoughts, liking him yet refusing to admit it. Disliking him but still protecting him with tears streaming down. There was a way after all. Su Yi carefully moved closer to the group. The man's cheeks and throat were already showing severe signs of oxygen deficiency. If Tan Feilian didn't stop soon, he'd surely die. Even if awake now, there was no way for him to escape from Tan Feilian. Su Yi stood in front of the man, glancing at Tan Feilian's face. Feilian. Will you let him go? Su Yi's voice sounded, low and deep. Tan Feilian narrowed his long, narrow eyes, lightly glancing toward Su Yi. I have a way to prevent him from going berserk. Su Yi spoke earnestly. Let him go, okay? Hearing this, Su Li sobbed as large tears fell onto the floor. Could you kiss him? If you kiss him, he will definitely agree, wah wah. Big brother Su Yi. Su Yi. Su Yi was baffled by Su Li's suggestion, his head spinning with nonsense ideas. Big brother Feilian. Big brother Su Yi has begged you, wah wah. Hurry up and let go, wah wah. Shut up. Shut up. Tan Philian and Su-yi almost simultaneously exclaimed. Su-li hiccuped amid his sobs, crying even more. Wah wah. Su-yi closed his eyes momentarily, quickly reaching into his bag and pulling out a special fusion agent. Walking again next to the man, Su-yi directly injected it into the man's neck. Su-li sniffled. What is this? Will he die? After throwing away the vial, Su-yi extended his hand to touch the vine imprisoning the man's neck, created by Tan Philian. The alien's vine has emotions. The moment Su-yi touched it, the vine coiling around the man's shoulder slid along Su-yi's hand and curled around his fingertips. In an instant, the man's restraints were gone. Tan Philian furrowed his brows and tried to retract his vines by turning his fingertips. But as he moved, he realized, he couldn't tee them. His plant-based form wasn't listening to him at all. Chapter 62, Tan Philian got angry. Tan Philian. At this moment, Su-li, who had been crying on the ground, burst into laughter upon seeing this. Her laughter mixed with sobs became distorted. Ha 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 ha, ow. Tan Philian's gaze glanced sideways, and his cold eyes flickered slightly. Su-li was immediately overcome by fear again. Su-li hastily began to focus inwardly, observing her nose while concentrating. I didn't laugh, it wasn't me who laughed just now. Su-yi was looking at the vine coiling around his fingertips as it slowly tightened and then loosened. The delicate vine gently caressed Su-yi's finger pads, appearing to have emotions of its own. Su-yi could tell that it was happy. The vine was especially lively in Su-yi's hands, even winding around his left ring finger to form a ring shape. Then, a pea-sized purple flower bloomed on it, accompanied by lush green leaves. This sight made him unconsciously smile. Su-yi lifted another hand to touch the vine. The part that was touched wrapped around Su-yi's palm and finally lightly tapped against his lips. A strange tingling sensation surged through him. When he looked up toward Tan Philian, their gazes met, Tan Philian's still cold eyes locked onto his. Tan Philian silently turned his palm again. The vine remained unretracted. Tan Philian tightly pressed his lips together. Waste. Traitor. After fiddling with the vine, Tan Philian raised his wrist, and suddenly, the vine circling Su-yi's hand was severed with a grave expression. After the vine broke, Tan Philian's gaze momentarily shifted, hinting at some other emotion among the ferocity. He stared at the man on the ground. There was no longer any intention to harm him. As Su-yi caught a glimpse of Tan Philian walking past him, the vitality of the vine wrapped around him had vanished. The flower that blossomed on his index finger also appeared lifeless. Su-yi's eyes lowered inexplicably heartbroken, and he took down the broken vine and placed it in his pocket. He exchanged a glance with Su-li. After Su-li read it, she quickly pulled the man on the ground out of the house. After Su-li left with the person, only Su-yi and Tan Philian remained in the room. An invisible magnetic field swept around, making the atmosphere so oppressive that it felt like there was not enough oxygen. Su-yi. What a temper, being aloof himself is fine, but not allowing his plant essence to get close to others either. Su-yi stood far away from Tan Philian. Tan Philian said that for the next 3 months, he would follow his lead, which meant that unless Tan Philian gave orders, he could do whatever he wanted. Thinking about this, Su-yi decided to avoid facing Tan Philian all the time and returned to his bedroom after dealing with some company affairs because he had been too exhausted. Because he was overly fatigued, Su-yi slept until the afternoon that day. When Su-yi woke up and entered the living room, he discovered Tan Philian cooking in the kitchen. Su-yi observed Tan Philian's silhouette. Gazing more intently, his gaze fixed. This house layout was similar to the one in Minzhou, and Su-yi had seen Tan Philian's figure standing in the kitchen many times before. That instant, the current scene seemed to be momentarily obscured by light before dispersing again, overlapping bizarrely with scenes from 2 years ago when viewed again. The white light above remained unchanged, and the figure beneath it was still Tan Philian. Su-yi stood by the kitchen door watching Tan Philian for a long time. Tan Philian seemed a little absent-minded. This recollection happened because Tan Philian had cut his finger. The moment Su-yi saw blood, he rapidly approached Tan Philian's side. Lost in chaotic thoughts, Su-yi's mind seemed somewhat disconnected. He urgently grabbed Tan Philian's hand, taking out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood. How could you be so careless? Can't you pay attention? Su-yi frowned deeply. The warmth of Su-yi's fingertips gripping Tan Philian's hand was serious. At that moment, it seemed like he had forgotten everything else, focusing solely on stopping Tan Philian's bleeding. Tan Philian, half lowering his eyes, watched Su-yi in front of him, unable to clearly define the taste in his heart. Sometimes he simply couldn't understand Su-yi. And he couldn't comprehend himself either. Why should it be like this? Is it because of care? Or flattery? Could it be that he flattered Tan Philian just to obtain those materials? Whether or not it was, trying wouldn't make things clear. Tan Philian scrutinized Su-yi, who was holding one of his hands. In the light, hidden under strands of hair were emotions never seen on Su-yi's face before. Suddenly, Tan Philian reached out and gripped Su-yi, forcing him to make eye contact with him. Tan Philian's pitch-black eyes became momentarily dazed and then icy once more. Su-yi still looked good, despite his frosty demeanor. His eyes were alluring nonetheless. Tan Philian caressed Su Yi's jawline and gently touched his lips. The distance between them grew closer as Su Yi's waist was pushed up against the stove. Philian. Su Yi's eyes shimmered while Tan Philian just gazed at him intently. The look in his eyes carried both anger and an attempt to capture Su Yi. As Su Yi looked down, Tan Philian tightened his finger hold on him, locking eyes again. It was as if someone had pressed pause. Tan Philian leaned forward into the strange calm and kissed Su Yi's lips. It was a question posed to himself, a probing inquiry. As they got closer, the rhythm of their hearts echoed in sync but with growing tension, until Su Yi pulled away, narrowly escaping Tan Philian's touch. At the fleeting brush, Tan Philian only managed to catch Su Yi's strands of hair, leaving a sharp cut sensation running through him. With his long lashes slightly lowered, Tan Philian stood straight, his cold gaze withdrawing his hand. Get out. Su Yi fled from the kitchen awkwardly, and after leaving, he could only hear his own pounding heartbeat. He leaned against the wall out of Tan Philian's sight, breathing silently. Looking up at the light on the ceiling, his thoughts began to drift. Suddenly, Su Yi's phone vibrated several times. It was a message from Mrs. Chiao, filled with scolding words. The last message on the screen read. Our family will have guests soon. My father takes it very seriously. They are particular about family manners. You shouldn't come back home for now. Then another one arrived. Stop asking your brother for money all the time. Don't do anything to disgrace the Su family. When Su Yi came out of the room again, Tan Philian was gone, leaving behind a few dishes set on the table. Without much thought, Su Yi walked over, staring at the dishes placed before him. A sour feeling welled up in his throat. Picking up his chopsticks, he took a bite, but it tasted like nothing. Sitting alone at the dining table in the large, silent room, his eyes began to mist over. His emotions fluctuated as he let out a self-mocking sigh. Su Yi has nothing. How could Tan Philian's affection be so much that a mere glance would make him act? Su Yi took small bites of the food before him. Though love and liking might seem indistinguishable, he felt everything Tan Philian did. Tan Philian, I always fall short of luck. The next day was the banquet. The attire chosen for Su Yi by Tan Philian was extravagant, a daring high-fashion design. It was a white dress shirt, with an extremely low collar made of satin, exuding luxury and subtle pearl sheen, hinting at Su Yi's pale chest, accessorized with 2 chains around his neck. One highlighted male allure. Su Yi had never worn such bold clothing. This fashion contrasted greatly with his usual simple style, making him incredibly uncomfortable. Adjusting the sleeves, Su Yi found himself unable to lift his head properly. It was akin to asking a conservative person to suddenly strip and go clubbing. He frowned and glanced sideways at Tan Philian standing by the door waiting for him. Must I wear this? Where am I supposed to hide my gun in this? Isn't it like asking a kidnapper to wear a skirt? Su Yi, expressionless, approached the door. Do you have any other clothes? Tan Philian slightly turned his gaze, momentarily stopping when looking at Su Yi's current outfit. No. Tan Philian's gaze remained cold and imposing. After saying this, Tan Philian turned and walked away. In the car, Su Yi continued fiddling with his clothes, finding something off no matter how he adjusted them. Why must I dress like this? Is that really some proper banquet? Glancing at Tan Philian out of the corner of his eye, Su Yi noticed his composed face, emotionless and distant. When Tan Philian was cold, it seemed impossible to approach him. Su Yi knew he wouldn't get much conversation from Tan Philian. So, instead of pushing further, he kept silent until something caught his attention. A flicker of realization crossed Su Yi's mind, and he reached into his pocket to retrieve his gun, shoving it into Tan Philian's pocket without a word. Just as his hand slid into Tan Philian's pocket, Su Yi's fingers brushed something unusual. On impulse, he pulled it out. It was 2 pieces of big white rabbit milk candy. Su Yi's eyes flickered, holding back laughter while tightening his lips, and seizing the moment to speak. Consider it a trade for the gun. Tan Philian's expression was strange. Su Li released it. Aha. He didn't believe it for a second. This candy was exceptionally sweet. The banquet was in the evening. After Tan Philian parked the car at the entrance of the banquet, Su Yi got out of the car. Su Yi had been to some banquets with Su Yan before, but he had never seen one so grand. When they arrived, many well-dressed men and their companions were walking into the venue. Each of them was impeccably groomed from head to toe, with the only similarity being that their partners exhibited a clear sense of dependence. Apart from this point, each couple was either holding hands or had their arms around each other, none of them went alone. After getting out of the car, Tan Philian walked past the vehicle to Su Yi. He moved with purpose, not even glancing at Su Yi as he headed forward. There was no indication that he expected Su Yi to act as intimately as the other companions did with their hosts. A slightly chilly breeze blew past, lifting Su Yi's strands of hair just as Tan Philian passed by him. The man in the night seized the opportunity with greed. Su Yi suddenly reached out and grabbed hold of Tan Philian's fingertips. Chapter 63, Who Dares? The sharp wind suddenly became eerily gentle. Su Yi gradually tightened his grip on Tan Philian's hand, sensing the warmth of his skin as he moved closer. Tan Philian had really grown a lot taller. Now Sui needed to tilt his head up to meet Tan Phalian's gaze. Tan Phalian's slight hesitation was captured entirely by Sui, who silently but firmly held onto his hand. Tan Phalian glanced sideways at Sui. Today Sui was lightly dressed, and it was obvious he shivered in the cold wind, with his earlobes turning red from the breeze. Talk less, look more. Tan Phalian's icy words revealed no hint of tenderness, making Sui feel like just a peripheral figure in his world, insignificant. With Tan Phalian walking ahead, the two entered the venue hand in hand. Everything inside the venue was a sight Sui could never have imagined in his entire life. The extravagant decor and luxurious chandeliers oozed decadence into the air. The columns in this hall were wrapped in gold foil, while the size of the chandeliers matched the floor space of many houses combined. The whole place was indistinguishable from a sumptuous palace, complete with gilded banisters that seemed unnecessarily ostentatious, and carpets underfoot embroidered with gold and silver threads, a luxury beyond the reach of most people. And the entrance ticket corresponded to a market trade worth tens of billions. Sui clutched Tan Phalian's hand as they looked around. People inside brought male or female companions alike, each person possessing a striking beauty. He realized, here, the companions weren't merely for show, those who could come here never lacked such accessories. But the purpose of these partners at this banquet was mutual exchange. Sui personally witnessed one man pushing his companion towards another boss just because the latter cast an extra glance their way. Suddenly Sui wanted to retract his fingers from Tan Phalian's grasp. Tan Phalian dragged him upstairs. On the way, several people approached Tan Phalian to flatteringly make conversation. He responded to them all with a cold detachment. Upstairs, there was a large private room, with far fewer people than downstairs. It was only then Sui realized the entrance tickets for the upstairs and downstairs sections were also divided into different levels. The crowd downstairs didn't have the qualification to ascend. Sui wasn't sure whom Tan Phalian was waiting to meet, but he had just witnessed those men pushing their companions toward others. Would Tan Phalian do the same? Was he dressed so lavishly for such an event? Sui stared at the hand of Tan Phalian holding his own tightly. Tan Phalian cherished him, he wouldn't. When Sui was led by Tan Phalian into the second floor room, his perception of the world was shattered once again. The companions next to the people inside were mostly not humans, but hybrids. Some of them were tied like dogs, kneeling quietly next to their masters, others transformed grotesquely into semi-human, semi-monster beings. Such creatures shouldn't exist unless they were human or pure-form entities. Hybrids in this state could only be formed after being injected with specific drugs over a long period. It was clear they weren't treated as equals. Why were there so many hybrids here? Sui's mind was overwhelmed, unable to process the disturbing scenes before him. Unlike downstairs, some people upstairs wore masks that perfectly concealed their features, wary of revealing their identities. As soon as Tan Phalian stepped to the door, someone came forward to greet him. "Mr. Tan, it's been a long time," said a round-faced man with a broad smile. "I've always wanted to get to know you, what an unusual opportunity." The woman accompanying the man, even Sui, who was usually oblivious to celebrity news, recognized, a national icon. Such people actually attended here as guests for company. Sui was shocked yet again. "Pleased to meet you." Tan Phalian, uninterested in ingratiating anyone, replied coldly as usual. At this moment, Sui noticed that the famous woman accompanying the man gave him a prolonged glance. "Your sugar daddy must really love splurging on you, with hundreds of thousands spent on custom-made outfits and jewelry worth millions to dress you up." Hearing this, Sui was momentarily surprised. Millions? Looking at Tan Phalian, Sui thought, this was excessively expensive. Even a princess couldn't afford to dress like that. The man standing in front of Tan Phalian turned his eyes to Sui and sighed sympathetically. "Truly spoken, Mr. Tan, soon your companion will be sent away, everything on his body will belong to others. You're about to lose out big time." Tan Phalian's eyes darkened, reflecting piercing glints as his lips parted slightly. Chapter 64, Naughty Boy. Who dares to want? Tan Phalian's half-smiling expression highlighted the arrogance in his bones. "Do you dare?" An invisible oppression spread. The man, upon hearing this, quickly chuckled knowingly. He changed the subject and said, "I dare not, I dare not. If you don't speak up, no one would dare touch those around you." This banquet was related to various high-end industries, where people generally came with specific needs or perhaps to curry favor with someone. There was a tacit understanding between them that they would subtly collect information on each other's preferences to offer something desirable without needing words. Tan Phalian used to bring others along, but never showed intimacy. This person seemed especially different this time. "Is Mr. Tan here for today's exotic auction?" Exotic auction? What exactly was this banquet about? Sui's interest immediately piqued. Sui stood behind Tan Phalian, with most of his vision blocked by Tan Phalian's tall figure. Focusing, he looked toward the inner venue. Most people there wore masks, making their appearances unclear. "Or are you here looking for someone?" The fawning man probed again. "Both," Tan Phalian coldly replied before pulling Sui into the room. The lighting inside the room was dim. On the ground, various exotic beings knelt or lay prostrate. Some were even stripped by their masters. They didn't resist, or rather, they had no choice. The bodyguards stationed at the door all held firearms. Whether through submission or enforced submission, the results were the same. "Mr. Tan, it has been a while." A few people approached Tan Philion after just 2 steps. Their mannerisms indicated an obvious gesture of welcome. "There are some fine things today." "You arrived at the right time," another added. Most of the people in the room appeared to know Tan Philion well. Many greeted him openly, except those wearing masks. Sui was greatly interested in the faces hidden beneath these masks. Seeing Tan Philion approach, a few men sitting on the couches courteously made room for him. Tan Philion sat down on the dark red couch, his expression as inscrutable as ever. Sui observed his surroundings. These people were either wealthy or influential, each accompanied by a partner, human partners or exotics attached to them. Sui noticed that whether human or exotic, those serving as companions mostly knelt on the ground. At most, they could stand behind their masters if allowed, and only under permission could kneeling be substituted with lying on the master's legs like prey. Here, the exotics seemed more akin to lower animals. The scene was decadent, full of the absolute power of the elite. The dim yellow light illuminated the eyes present, revealing a spiritual world beyond mere interests. Probing deeper felt like diving into an abyss of greater darkness. That silent oppression let Sui clearly recognize his own insignificance for the first time. If the grains of sand wanted to overthrow such individuals, Sui suddenly gained a tangible sense of certain unknown matters. Being the companion brought by Tan Philion, the posture should adapt to the humility within this room. Should he kneel? Sui negated this thought as soon as it emerged in his mind. Sui never thought he was unequal to anyone. And he certainly didn't believe Tan Philion would expect that from him. There were times when Sui's excessive thoughts and feelings of inadequacy dominated his mind. But he didn't deny them. Tan Philion was obsessed with him to death. Tan Philion couldn't bear seeing him suffer even a bit. Unless caused by himself. For instance, making him cry. With a piercing gaze, Sui tried to bend his knee, thinking that if Tan Philion didn't pull him. He instantly rejected this idea once again. He was shocked by the transactions happening here and wasn't leaving until he understood everything. If Tan Philion didn't pull him, he wouldn't kneel. Instead, he'd sit on Tan Philion's lap. In the midst of his movements, Sui's eyes met Tan Philion's. Seeing Sui about to kneel down. At that moment, Tan Philion suddenly yanked Sui by the waist into his embrace. Sui murmured instinctively. The familiar scent filled the air around his nose as Sui was pulled onto Tan Philion's lap. Sui moved slightly, and above him, a deep voice said, "Kneel like the rest, or stay in my arms." Tan Philion was giving him a choice. Sui immediately stopped moving. "Just hold me." Sui gazed around again from Tan Philion's arms, feeling the astonished gazes of others. A boss holding a cigar on the side directly teased, "Mr. Tan sure has good taste. I wonder where the treasure in your arms comes from, and why you care so much about it." In this venue where power reigns supreme, Sui clearly shouldn't touch the couches these noble ones were sitting on. Sui had the illusion that they thought the hierarchy created here was being broken by his defiance of kneeling submissively, making him stand out even more. Tan Philion's hand touched Sui's waist, lifting his clothing and caressing up his spine. The cold sensation made Sui shiver for a second. What is this kid doing? If he continues touching like this, he will. Excuse us, indeed a treasure, but spoiled well and a bit delicate. Tan Philion's words sounded gentle, but on closer listening carried hints of indulgence. Everyone understood, the beauty Tan Philion brought wasn't clean. That tone clearly said the person in his arms was his own precious bedmate, likely already well loved. No one would bring a used partner to such a place, nor would anyone bring someone along just for amusement. The group's gaze shifted slightly more toward Sui. Ha 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 ha. One of the masked men suddenly laughed out loud, with a sexy, magnetic tone that revealed only his approximate age. Truly a beauty, exceptionally stunning. The man had an exotic being prostrate at his feet, resembling a dog. Leaning into Tan Philion's embrace, Sui whispered softly, "Tan Philion, if you give me away to someone else, I'll take their life, and yours as well." Tan Philion's hand gripping Sui's waist tightened suddenly, pulling them even closer skin to skin. With the warmth colliding, Sui's breathing quickened slightly. He heard Tan Philion say, "You can only be mine. Sui." As the words fell, Tan Philion's hand brushed over Sui's sensitive areas, pinching and kneading forcefully. Sui shivered tremulously. With such lewd words spoken, Tan Philion maintained a calm face while looking at the speaking man, icy eyes sharp and authoritative. Beautiful enough. Tan Philion's expression during inquiry carried more danger than testing. The treasure chosen by Mr. Tan is naturally beautiful. Tan Philion glanced sideways at the man wearing a mask with a gentle smile masking the cruelty akin to a snake or a scorpion. "Beauty isn't something you're allowed to look at too much, otherwise I'll gouge out your eyes." Tan Philion's familiar pathological tendencies exposed once again before Sui, unexpectedly so under these circumstances. Upon hearing this statement, that man almost instantly diverted his gaze. Without saying another word. Sui felt tense due to this strange atmosphere. Looking at the glass of wine in front of him, prepared earlier, half-filled, Sui grabbed it with a dry throat, drank a sip, then put it down. It quenched his thirst well. The drink contains aphrodisiacs, Tan Phalian's voice broke through. Suyi's mind immediately exploded. What kind of medicine? Ah. He panicked and looked at Tan Phalian. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Do I look like a decent man? Tan Phalian asked back icily. Sui trembled, his hands shaking and sitting increasingly uneasy. What use does it serve for me to drink the drug now when you're here? Beneath Tan Phalian's eyes, a fiery storm brewed, as he said, when people are disoriented, they always tell the truth. Tan Phalian stroked Suyi's waist, his eyes disconnecting from the surroundings around him. Soon, you'll have to give me it orally. Sui gasped for breath, seeking water, fireworks exploding in his mind. What was Tan Phalian saying? Dizziness. Oxygen deprivation. Sui tried hard to adjust his breathing, his face coloring mysteriously abnormal. Raising his soft trembling hand, Sui lightly slapped Tan Phalian's cheek as if scratching through boots, muttering faintly, "You brat." Chapter 65, wanting to kiss Tan Phalian. The corner of Tan Phalian's mouth slightly raised, and Suyi's actions did not enrage him. If you're going all out like this just for hitting someone, what will you do later? Tan Phalian furrowed his brows, run away. Or kick me. Hit me. Or cry and look for the gun in my pocket. Tan Phalian's words scraped indifferently over Suyi's heart. Would brother do that? As Tan Phalian approached Sui, I should lock you up, break your legs, so you can't go anywhere. Sui, leaning into Tan Phalian's embrace, was hard to bear in such sticky sweetness. With his whole body burning hot, Tan Phalian's naturally cooler than average body temperature felt comforting as Sui moved closer to him. Suyi's pupils twinkled with amorous reproach. In the midst of his misty gaze, he only saw Tan Phalian's silhouette. The scattered lights merged and separated like filters before Tan Phalian, making him seem more beautiful. No one in this world looked better than Tan Phalian. Give me the antidote. Sui unconsciously rubbed against Tan Phalian while shaking his head. Knowing the roots of Tan Phalian's plants contained poison along with some ingredients capable of restoring consciousness, Sui requested. One glance around the venue, Tan Phalian's eyes finally settled on Sui, and there's an alien dissection table here. Does brother want me to join as well? I'll be exposed if I give you the antidote. Only the two could hear Tan Phalian's voice. Suyi's chest heaved as he gripped the hem of Tan Phalian's shirt, his fingertips gradually losing strength. He clung to Tan Phalian, his lips brushing against his throat, caressing it as though it were a kiss. Thinking of kissing Tan Phalian. Wanting to sit atop him. Desiring to take off his clothes. Willing to endure anything. Sui whimpered softly at the corner of his lips, unable to find release, biting gently into Tan Phalian's hand instead. He wasn't upset that Tan Phalian didn't warn him about the drug and the alcohol. His bite lacked much force. At that moment, a man wearing a fox mask appeared at the center of the stage, pressing the clock in his hand. The auction will commence next. After the auction, we'll have live alien dissections for your viewing pleasure. Upon hearing this, Suyi's heart trembled violently. What kind of place was this? Who orchestrated everything behind the scenes? This needed to be figured out. Despite the discomfort, Sui struggled to focus forward, catching glimpses of Tan Phalian's stunning face from the corner of his eye. Why was Tan Phalian here? Sui tried to keep himself alert but eventually slumped back into Tan Phalian's embrace due to weakness. After the masked man concluded his speech, staff members in uniform wheeled cages into the room, draped in black cloth hiding their contents from view. Bidding paddles were distributed to each pair present, and Sui took his while cradled in Tan Phalian's arms. Why, bring me here. I thought you'd be interested. Speaking those words, Tan Phalian raised his eyes and tightened his arm around Suyi's waist, whispering near his ear, brother, your act of not being angry isn't convincing enough. Upon hearing this, Sui suddenly realized the thoughts swirling within his mind. Tan Phalian had drugged him. And rather than feeling anger, he was anticipating something. It couldn't be clearer now. Pushing Tan Phalian away, Sui weakly retorted. The auction started, as objects brought up by stage hands caught the attention of bidders. A man in a fox mask introduced the first cage, revealing its alien content before unveiling the black cloth. Bidder's choice. White Ant Beast, S2 level. The man announced. Sui carefully listened to the sound of his voice. Gradually, he noticed his hands and feet turn cold. Too familiar. That voice. Though Sui didn't dare confirm it immediately, he stared unblinkingly at the man on stage, seeking any clues. When the cover was lifted off the first cage, inside lay a highly mutated alien creature. Initially, Sui believed this to be an ordinary transaction, but the man's subsequent words shocked him. The heart can be used as medicine, saving those on the verge of death. Eyes, hair, brain, each part separately up for bid. The highest bidder wins. Looking around, Sui indeed noticed many raising their paddles. Suyi's mind buzzed with thoughts. Whose show was this? Trading aliens openly. Rao City had such an illicit industry chain. It was far too terrifying. Years ago, his mother bore full responsibility for similar activities, labeled a traitor to the management bureau, yet people here still gained benefits from these creatures. For Su Yi, it was unbearably ironic. Unbearably ironic. Su Yi's eyes blazed red. The subsequent introductions were all the same, stating the species and then explaining how to profit from them. Su Yi listened anxiously, the creatures in the cages were almost all trembling and curled up. Su Yi had watched as one by one the strange beings were auctioned off to these people, and throughout the entire time, he hadn't raised his paddle even once. The last cage came onto the stage, and when the black cover was removed, Su Yi's pupils suddenly widened, nearly standing up straight from Tan Falian's arms. He swayed, almost falling to the ground. Inside the iron cage, it was Chiu Mo. It was Chiu Mo. The Chiu Mo that his older brother had been searching for 2 years. Chiu Mo who couldn't be found anywhere. Why would he appear here? And he was locked in a cage meant for alien creatures. How could Chiu Mo possibly be an alien creature? Impossible. Su Yi was certain of Chiu Mo's identity, he didn't have a single trace of alien gene, so how could he be considered an alien? And yet, they'd captured him. What exactly was going on here? Sir, please don't get so agitated. This alien creature is also up for sale to the highest bidder. If you like him, just place your bid. The person on the stage noticed Su Yi's sudden movement and reminded him. Su Yi's body trembled as he turned to look back at Tan Falian. His meaning was clear in his gaze, even showing through the ripples in his pupils. Chiu Mo. Chapter 66, Yui protecting his husband. Su Yi's thoughts were numb as too many questions surged out. He stood in front of the sofa, dazedly staring at the person in the cage. Chiu Mo's mouth was sealed with black tape, his ankles locked by chains, and there were faint red marks on one side of his cheek. His frightened expression tried to suppress emotions even more shockingly. Chiu Mo had always been timid, his timid and weak nature formed by his living environment since childhood. Su Yi could not imagine how helpless he must have been. When Su Yen sees this scene, he might go crazy. Perhaps sensing the gaze, Chiu Mo lifted his eyes to lock with Su Yi's. In that instant, hope sparked amidst his astonished pupils. Chiu Mo abruptly grabbed the bars of the iron cage, the chains on his feet making a noise. Strands of Chiu Mo's hair covered his eyelids, drops of moisture spreading as he teetered on the edge of mental collapse. He looked at Su Yi as if clutching onto a lifeline, shaking his head, struggling for survival in a fractured abyss. Su Yi, hearing the sound of the chain, became clearer despite the overly stimulating image before him. Chiu Mo. How could he be some other species? There was no time for Su Yi to think further as the auction process had already started. Listening to the man on stage's introduction, all Su Yi could focus on was one thought. This venue was filled with far too many unknowns, he had to investigate thoroughly. For his brother, he had to take Chiu Mo back. He had to take him back. As this idea sprang up, he felt troubled immediately because he didn't even have the money for the materials, let alone bidding for Chiu Mo. He had observed the successful bid prices earlier at the auction, and they were amounts he could never produce. Su Yi's fingers trembled slightly, and he glanced sideways at Tan Falian, the meaning of his obvious in his eyes. At the same time, the man on stage wearing a fox mask began using a long iron rod to point and touch, introducing Chiu Mo in the iron cage. This variant doesn't have significant mutations, obedient and gentle, with low attack strength. It's perfect for bidders who want to experience the thrill of killing, sadistic relationships, gunshots, or asphyxiation. This unique variant can also undergo female transformation, being a pretty doll. The long iron rod in the man's hand gleamed with a distinctive metallic light as he extended it into the cage, lifting Chiu Mo's face so it faced those below. Keeping it as a pet is also a great option. Virgin. Bidding starts at 3 million. Su Yi's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing words like killing experience, sadism, and gunshots. For other variants, Su Yi could identify traces of variant genes, but Chiu Mo showed none. Why was he in this cage? This question was too big. If Chiu Mo was sold off to someone else, there would surely be no way out for him alive. The people here had already diverged from ordinary folks, they pursued things unimaginable to many others. I want him. Yui stared coldly at the sobbing figure in the cage and turned to face Tan Falian with determination. I'm bidding for him. I just checked your account, you've only got 170,000. The starting bid price is 3 million and could reach up to 30 million. Do you really believe that? Tan Falian reclined lazily on the couch, his eyes wandering indifferently around the room. Cash only. Payment required on site. Clutching his fists tight, Su Yi refocused his scattered thoughts towards Tan Falian, rarely showing signs of desperate pleading in his usually calm demeanor. Help me. Falian, help me. What makes you think I'd help you? Asked Tan Falian. That fleeting moment sent a shiver down Su Yi's spine. If Tan Falian refused to provide funds, forcibly taking Chiu Mo would be clearly impossible. In a sudden move, Su Yi turned around, his already disoriented frame bending slightly as he cupped Tan Falian's face gently. Amidst the mingling breaths, Su Yi pressed his burning lips against the corner of Tan Falian's mouth, leaving a tender kiss. Please. It felt like feathers brushing over the heart, then 100 ants biting inside. Please. In the dim setting, Tan Phalian's eyes brightened. The fingertips tapping lightly on the armrest of the sofa paused momentarily in astonishment as Tan Phalian locked gazes with Su-yi. You'll be mine later. Su-yi's lips grazed against Tan Phalian's, breath hot and fervent. I'll pay you back gradually. Su-yi mumbled through his haze. Before Tan Phalian could respond, Su-yi had already raised his bidding paddle. The auction had begun. Su-yi's gaze scanned the crowd. There were quite a number of people interested in Chiu-mo. Within moments, the price hit 8 million. Su-yi raised his paddle again, offering 8.5 million. Everyone has their limits. After several rounds of bidding, Su-yi clearly sensed that some people had given up, but one person continued to counter each of Su-yi's bids. 12 million. Su-yi glanced sideways and noticed a man wearing a black wolf mask sitting in the corner. The dark mask blended perfectly with the dimly lit room, seamlessly merging so that no one paid him too much attention. If not for the frequent bids from his companion, Su-yi would not have noticed the man in the corner. Su-yi was determined to win at all costs. He raised his bidding paddle, 15 million. 18 million. Still the man in the corner. Shit. Su-yi closed his eyes briefly. He would absolutely not let Chiu-mo be taken by someone else. This matter needed to be investigated clearly. Moreover, for Su Yan's sake, he had to take Chiu-mo away. Su-yi raised his paddle again, his gaze darkening resolutely, 20 million. Su-yi observed the man in the corner out of the corner of his eye. The man, lazily holding a glass of red wine in a neatly tailored suit, revealed obvious veins tightening on his hand as he heard Su-yi's repeated bids. For some reason, Su-yi felt that the man seemed to be specifically here for Chiu-mo. His target was exceptionally clear. Among all the variants earlier, the man hadn't raised his paddle once. But now for Chiu-mo, he was bidding recklessly without any regard for cost. Perhaps sensing Su-yi's intention to snatch Chiu-mo, the man appeared evidently impatient. 20 million once, paused the auctioneer slightly to prompt. 20 million. 25 million. Seeing the man lightly raise his fingertips, his partner obediently bid again coldly. Su-yi's breathing deepened slightly, sweat seeping through his palm. Tense thoughts raced chaotically. The cash-only payment on-site meant Su-yi didn't know how much money Tan Phalian had brought with him. If this opportunity was missed. Why did that man want Chiu-mo so badly? In an instant, Su-yi's heart beat up to his throat. Suddenly, Tan Phalian glanced indifferently, his cool lips parting slightly, 50 million. The hall fell silent immediately. Su-yi looked at Tan Phalian in surprise, unable to articulate his astonishment. Who bids like that? How much money does Tan Phalian actually have? Such an exaggerated high-price test left everyone stunned. Su-yi's gaze shifted to the man in the corner. That man displayed signs of frustration, his foot violently kicking the table in front of him. Clearly upset, his behavior indicated acceptance of defeat. The auctioneer sized up Su-yi, speaking tactfully, 50 million once. His gaze swept over the crowd below confidently, 50 million twice. 50 million 3 times, congratulations to Mr. Tan. The sound of a gavel struck as the man smiled affably to concur. After the auction concluded, there was an on-site dissection scheduled. Su-yi had no interest in looking at it. Everything here felt surreal, like a bizarre dream even though he was fully awake. At that moment, the man wearing the black wolf mask who was seated in the corner stood up, walking towards Tan Phalian with 2 glasses of wine in his hand. Congratulations, Mr. Tan. The man arrived in front of Tan Phalian, intending to offer one of the wine glasses to him. As Tan Phalian was about to accept the glass, Su-yi stepped between them, instinctively blocking Tan Phalian with one hand. Su-yi had just seen the man drop something into his own glass. What a clever way to toast Tan Phalian. Su-yi took the wine glass from the man and said apologetically, sorry, he doesn't drink alcohol. Tan Phalian's lips curved into an arc as he appraised Su-yi steadily without uttering a word. He remained seated casually as if nothing unusual happened. The man evaluated Su-yi. The face under the mask revealed no emotion, but the words that came out were icy and disdainful. Since when has a scum like you been allowed to receive my wine at a royal venue? Just as Su-yi was about to retort, another voice cut in. Is my person less noble than yours? Tan Phalian lifted his half-closed eyes, his question laced with unspoken pressure. The man obviously didn't expect Tan Phalian to speak up for Su-yi, yet he maintained his poise. Mr. Tan, you're joking. I offer you a toast, and you should do me the honor of accepting it. Saying this, the man glanced at his partner standing beside him. The exquisite talent cultivated in Qingyu Island has long wished to meet Mr. Tan. If you fancy her, I'll send her straight to your bed. Upon hearing this, Su-yi's gaze turned backward. Behind the man with the black wolf mask stood a pale-faced man, aloof and weary of the world. Even when mentioned, he maintained an untouchable cold demeanor. Strangely enough, Tan Phalian might actually like someone like that. Get lost. Su-yi rarely showed emotion. What are you? The man roared with an intimidating voice and raised his hand to punish Su-yi. At the very moment the palm hung in the air, Tan Phalian suddenly stood up and grabbed the man's wrist. The strong grip made the man immediately arch his back as he let out a cry of pain. Ah. What are you? As Tan Philion turned his wrist, the man's howl became even more evident, his body less able to stand upright. After speaking, Tan Philion kicked the man in the waist, sending him crashing to the ground from the immense force. Before the man could rise, Tan Philion took the wine glass from Sui and poured it directly over the exposed eyes of the man through his mask. The antidote should be on you since you poisoned yourself. Tan Philion patted both their faces. Now drink and get out of my sight. The man was instantly left speechless. It seemed everyone in attendance had grown used to such interludes. No one intervened, not even the staff who remained indifferent as if they were watching some form of entertainment. Sui grew increasingly curious about this place. The humiliated man scrambled away in disarray after being put in his place. His companion then looked at Tan Philion, a smile curling on his lips. Once the man had gone, he too departed without hesitation. When the man reached the doorway, he glanced back at Sui with an inexplicable, probing gaze that Sui couldn't quite describe. After this episode, everything continued as normal, as though the man had never been there at all. How is a person like you interested in something so unusual? A man near Tan Philion questioned in surprise at the high price Tan Philion had called out earlier. Tan Philion appeared to be in a good mood as he responded, my treasure likes it. Sui. The auction here differed from traditional ones, it only accepted cash. After successfully bidding for Chiu Mo, Sui's gaze hadn't strayed from the cage for a single moment. As the iron cage was pushed away, Sui immediately followed closely. Upon completing the payment, Sui finally received the key to the cage. He quickly unlocked it and tore off the black duct tape covering Chiu Mo's lips. Sui. Chiu Mo's trembling voice carried obvious signs of crying. Tears welled in his eyes, and his body shivered in terror, fear consuming him thoroughly. No sooner had he been freed than he lunged into Sui's embrace. His frightened muffled cries suggested a feeling as if everyone around him were stripping the very flesh from his bones. In Chiu Mo's heart, Sui was far superior to himself, and the instant surge of emotion upon seeing Sui overwhelmed him completely. Chiu Mo clutched onto Sui's clothes tightly in sheer panic, the tremor of his knuckles clearly visible. I'm not a freak. I'm not. Chiu Mo looked as though he'd undergone unimaginable treatment, his wide eyes filled with terror as he scanned his surroundings. I'm not, Wu. Sui gently stroked Chiu Mo's head, don't be afraid, I'll take you away from here. Sui knew Chiu Mo must have experienced something unspeakable, otherwise, he wouldn't be this way. Though timid by nature, he wouldn't have become this extreme. As Chiu Mo's grip weakened, Sui realized just how exhausted he himself was, but still managed to keep holding on until Chiu Mo fainted into unconsciousness. Only minutes after being released, Chiu Mo passed out. He was simply too terrified. Sui looked up with damp eyes towards Tan Philion, can we bring him home first? Once Sui placed Chiu Mo into the car outside the venue, his strength dissipated completely. Chiu Mo lay unconscious next to him while Sui felt an overwhelming heat throughout his entire body, emotions long suppressed boiling within him like rolling water. Leaning back against the rear seat with his head tilted upwards, the window opened fully yet still he felt ablaze with desire. Sui adjusted his shirt slightly, beneath the pale moonlight, glimpses of his chest revealed bright beads of sweat glistening faintly, enticing and provocative, radiating unrestrained wantonness, the source of his lust ignited beyond rational thought. Sui slightly parted his lips to breathe. With his legs crossed, his posture was disheveled yet seductive. Sui's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to the companion of the masked man inside, revealing no sentiment, coldly aloof, though not characterized by sharp features, yet possessing an indelible cold charisma reserved exclusively for those he chose to reveal it to. In this moment, Sui didn't hide any emotions, internally cursing Tan Philion for his immorality. And yet, deep down, he craved that warmth. Sui softly tugged on his shirt, murmuring faintly as the side of his neck became moist with perspiration. Damn Tan Philion. Sui stared hazily at the driver's seat, his vision obscured by a layer of misty haze. The inability to locate Tan Philion brought an unsettling void into Sui's heart. Tan Philion. Sui cast a longing gaze, whispering softly, Philion. Chapter 67, What Does Brother Want? Shio. About 20 minutes later, Tan Philion's car finally stopped. Sui felt the door on one side of the car open, and Chiu Mo was pulled out of the car by Tan Philion first. Sui tried to get up but failed several times, his weak hands unable to lift. After another half a minute, the car door on Sui's side opened again. The cool wind howled, and Sui's hair covered his eyes. Smelling a familiar scent, Sui involuntarily curled the corner of his mouth. Surrounded by the fragrance of white tea flowers, the figure full of security in front of him leaned down, and Sui fell into Tan Philion's arms. Tan Philion carried Sui out of the car horizontally. When Sui's half-closed eyes opened, he became dizzy due to the body smell coming from Tan Philion. He subconsciously grabbed the collar of Tan Philion's shirt. Philion, it hurts. Everything about Tan Philion is rooted in love step by step. It is the fiery place that Sui has been longing to approach from the very beginning. Tan Philion has always been saving him, no matter when. Su Yi's head rested against Tan Failian's chest, the icy chill on his body making him want to get closer. Failian. In Su Yi's confused state, his thoughts wove back and forth, and his gaze fell on the villa ahead. This sense of illusion made him feel like he had returned to 2 years ago. While Su Yi was in the third prison, he carefully thought about his relationship with Tan Failian. It seemed they had never really been together as lovers, loving each other, holding hands, kissing, dating like ordinary people, talking about flower scents, discussing the future. They had never experienced such things. When Tan Failian loved him, he couldn't distinguish between reality and dreams in the moonlight reflecting on water and blossoms. When he loved Tan Failian, he counted the days in the dark and dreary prison, accompanied by that strand of hair, and overwhelming emotions swept over him. When affection showed openly, Su Yi had avoided it from the start, even now. From finding Tan Failian troublesome, to finding him special, to the numb sensation when shooting at Tan Failian's fingertip, to suppressing everything after and wanting to cry when seeing Tan Failian, to being held by Tan Failian who reassured him not to be afraid, told him not to be sad, expressed liking and love, giving him a tongue stud, putting on a bite guard. He became more and more like a normal person. In moments of life and death, he would think that Tan Failian would feel pain. He couldn't tell when the cotton-like feelings turned into solid love. Tan Failian was always different. People are so strange, once there is a root, love grows wildly. Whether or not they can differentiate, it doesn't matter to Su Yi, who has never considered love important and prefers to keep some distance from Tan Failian. Getting close while pretending to be insane. How could this not count as gaining something? Tan Failian lacks a heart, every vine flower blooming from joy is a passionate expression of love. Su Yi's hand lifted feebly, lightly touching Tan Failian's Adam's apple. As it rolled, his fingertips moved downward. Ahead were dazzling lights, around them were mountains of blades and hostile lands, and I pretend not to love you because I cannot love you. Were these past 2 years, tough? Su Yi's hand grazed Tan Failian's throat, the tone soft and weak, concealing care amidst cold indifference. It must have been hard. Tan Failian's unhappiness almost wrote itself all over his face. Believing the brother was cruel, believing the brother didn't love him, rather enduring the pain of brain core fractures than forgetting those less-than-perfect memories. Tan Failian is a little monster. Yet obedient, only listening to his own words. Su Yi's lips silently curved upwards, thinking, Su Yi, you're truly done for. Do you care? Tan Failian's voice came from above, what Su Yi heard was both questioning and testing. Care. Su Yi slightly rubbed against Tan Failian's chest, his eyes reflecting Tan Failian's profile and fragments of stars. His fingertips tightened, and the extinguished starlight left unspeakable happiness behind. Tan Failian, I have never loved anyone before, there's too much I can't distinguish, but I am willing to stand in front of you, wanting to carve wife onto my stone tablet even after death. In a daze, Su Yi noticed the light brightening. Holding him through the living room, the strong light made Su Yi's eyes turn toward darker places. His movements caused him to bury deeper into Tan Failian's embrace. Tan Failian slowed his steps somewhat. Suddenly, Su Yi's head, clouded with dizziness, lowered, and the softness beneath him collapsed. He was heavily drunk indeed. Abruptly, Su Yi felt the shadow in front of him lower. The figure blocking the light pressed down. Tan Failian held Su Yi's shoulders firmly, breathing heavy and prolonged, asking him again, Su Yi, do you care? Su Yi's lips parted slightly, his vision obscured by a layer of foggy mist. Su Yi's jaw was gripped by a forceful hand. Tan Failian restrained his tone, anger and desire mingling together. Su Yi, is it that hard for you to just admit you care? Though Tan Failian considered himself meticulous in observing details, he had missed some nuances this time. But over these days, Su Yi's behavior had clearly shown he cared. How else could he have rushed here so quickly from Minzhou, tended to Tan Failian's wounds, allowed himself to be bullied repeatedly without resistance, and instead showed concern? Su Yi wasn't trying to escape at all. When Tan Failian cut his hand, Su Yi moved with such speed and treated even the tiniest wound so carefully. At the banquet, Su Yi stood protectively in front of him. What exactly was Su Yi hiding from him? Tan Failian couldn't figure out how Su Yi managed to hide his thoughts so well. There must be something Su Yi was keeping secret from him. He wanted Su Yi to tell him directly. Tan Failian's gaze grew obsessive and dark. He fixed his eyes on Su Yi beneath him. Su Yi always looked so beautiful. Leaning down, Tan Failian bit into Su Yi's neck. Su Yi let out a startled gasp as his breathing hitched, and his trembling fingers tightened their grip on the blanket. The medicine from Tan Failian's canine teeth surged through Su Yi's bloodstream. He wanted Su Yi to become more alert. If Su Yi could think clearly about him while regaining his senses, then Tan Failian would know Su Yi truly cared for him. After biting Su Yi, Tan Failian pulled back and stood up. He felt Su Yi struggle as he rose. Su Yi blindly searched for something, curling up like a frightened child. Tan Failian casually shrugged off his jacket and tossed it beside Su Yi. In his hazy state, Su Yi only realized how fast Tan Failian had moved away. He didn't understand why or what he couldn't grasp. Suddenly, the familiar scent returned. Su Yi tightened his grip on Tan Failian's jacket, lightly nuzzling his face into it. Standing at the edge of the bed, Tan Philian scrutinized Su Yi's every move, every expression, every pose. When he saw Su Yi clutching his jacket tightly, a glimmer of color entered Tan Philian's dim eyes, something real, something that could rescue him from the circle he had drawn for himself. Inside that circle, no one loved him. But now, stepping past it, this harsh man transformed completely. All the pessimistic emotions he had carried for days vanished in that instant. Su Yi hadn't said a single word, yet he had revealed everything. He liked Tan Philian's scent so much. How could he not love Tan Philian? How could it possibly be otherwise? At that moment, Tan Philian suddenly recognized his own foolishness. The scene froze for a moment. Then, Tan Philian chuckled lightly from his chest, bitterness mixed with sweetness. For a long while, Tan Philian simply stood there gazing at Su Yi. He decided to only release half of Su Yi's drunken haze. He wanted to see if Su Yi would come to him under better circumstances. Leaving Su Yi to his discomfort, Tan Philian exited the room. He didn't leave the villa but stayed in the living room, pretending to be an upright gentleman. Proud, intense, watching everything. Brother, as long as you step out, it means you love me. I won't listen to any denial anymore. Sitting on the sofa outside the room, Tan Philian's fingertips idly stroked, imagining only the image of Su Yi hugging his jacket and sniffing its scent. Tan Philian's eyes landed on the clock in the living room. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. He could wait. As long as he got an answer, he could wait forever. The ticking of the clock rang loud and clear. 12 minutes. 15 minutes. Click. The guest room door opened. The feeling of suspended breath came with oxygen deprivation and rebirth. Trembling, Su Yi opened the guest room door. Barefoot, his earlobes tinged pink, his searching gaze met Tan Philian's. Had Tan Philian ever seen a rainbow before? Yes, at that moment, he saw one, a Su Yi inscribed with his own name. Not carved by Tan Philian in madness, but willingly revealed by Su Yi himself. Su Yi belonged to Tan Philian. With unsteady steps, Su Yi stumbled toward Tan Philian. Shaky and disoriented, Su Yi finally fell onto the sofa. Tan Philian. Su Yi called out his name. Looking into Tan Philian's face, his eyes reflected only the person in front of him. Attempting to stand again, Su Yi collapsed into Tan Philian's arms. Tan Philian steadied Su Yi's body. Their gazes locked, into those darkened pupils. Su Yi raised a hand, touching Tan Philian's cheek. His weak fingertips grazed along the Adam's apple. Philian. Love me. Su Yi's voice was sticky and unclear, as Tan Philian grabbed his hand. He had already confirmed far too many things. A flood of emotions surged in his mind. If Su Yi truly loved him, then how much injustice must he have endured to distance himself so much from him? Pretending not to care while loving so deeply. In reality, everything was different now. Su Yi caressed Tan Philian's cheek. I miss you so much. Always. I've always missed you so much. Chapter 68, Good night, Tan Philian. Do you know who I am? Tan Philian asked Su Yi. He wanted him to clearly and unmistakably recognize that the person in front of him was Tan Philian. None other than Tan Philian. Brother should tell me rather than make me guess. Tan Philian grabbed Su Yi's wrist and bit it hard. Su Yi frowned in pain, and the look on his face made Tan Philian even more intolerant. Su Yi tilted his head back, his gaze somewhere between clarity and intoxication. He lightly moved, then suddenly cupped Tan Philian's face and kissed him. Around Su Yi's neck hung a high-end jewelry piece taken by Tan Philian, its fine chain swaying provocatively, shimmering brightly, and exuding elegance. Tan Philian gently touched Su Yi's collarbone. I bought this 2 years ago, thinking brother would look as beautiful as a princess wearing it. Does brother like it? The white curtains began to ripple violently in the wind. In his haze, Su Yi was still heavily drunk, his heart being gnawed at by countless ants. The wilder the waves grew, the more they drove away his unease. In a daze. Tan Philian was asking if he loved him. How did he respond? He forgot. Su Yi stared at the undulating lanterns above, finding them beautiful. Tan Philian was also beautiful, yet he could not remember how he responded. Was he clear-headed? Yes, he was clear-headed enough to know that he had deliberately sought out Tan Philian. He feigned 3/10 of drunkenness into 9/10. Su Yi had become despicable. But he couldn't say, for once the little monster knew, he would lose all self-control again. This was the one thing Su Yi warned himself about. When he woke up again, it was already 3 a.m. Su Yi propped himself up and looked around. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Tan Philian with his eyes closed, already asleep. Tan Philian's bare arm revealed solid shoulders just right in thickness and strength, his hand resting on Su Yi's waist. Though Su Yi exercised regularly, his waist was slender enough to fit snugly within Tan Philian's arms. The lights in the room were on, glowing dim yellow, creating a unique sleep-friendly atmosphere. It was soft and not glaring. That color brought a certain warmth to everything. Su Yi let Tan Philian hold him, his eyes fixed on Tan Philian's face, which now seemed less menacing than before but not tender either. Speaking of tenderness, that word had nothing to do with Tan Philion. He was violent, obsessive, vengeful, and ruthless. Su-yi looked at Tan Philion's sleeping form with lips tightly pressed together. He was too beautiful, a face worthy of any award. Basking in the light, Su-yi raised his hand, brushing against Tan Philion's nose bridge, slowly descending to the upper lip and finally to the lower lip. Tan Philion didn't wake up, and Su-yi watched him for a long time under the light. Suddenly, confirming Tan Philion was still asleep, Su-yi leaned forward under the cover of darkness and longing. He placed a kiss on the corner of Tan Philion's mouth. It was a cold kiss, but not devoid of passion. Instead, it burned fiercely. Realizing what he had done, Su-yi's heart pounded unexpectedly. He froze there for quite some time, his pupils unchanging. Why had he done such a childish thing? Stealing a kiss. Su-yi felt increasingly embarrassed and involuntarily shifted his body to distance himself from Tan Philion. Just as Su-yi moved, Tan Philion's grip on him tightened. The sound carried surprise. Seeing Tan Philion move, Su-yi instantly panicked and stopped moving. The realization that Tan Philion had woken up caused Su-yi's mind to blank. He had no way to explain the previous kiss. No one would kiss someone they didn't love without reason. If Tan Philion found out, Su-yi felt like he wouldn't be able to explain. After Tan Philion stopped moving, Su-yi nervously glanced at him. Under the warm yellow light, Tan Philion's eyes remained tightly shut. It didn't seem like he had awakened, it was likely an unconscious reaction. Su-yi took a deep breath as his chest rose and fell. He almost thought he'd been exposed. Relaxing slightly after lowering his guard, Su-yi closed his eyes and leaned against Tan Philion's chest. Let tomorrow's matters be dealt with tomorrow. Life wasn't going to last much longer anyway, might as well embrace while he still could. Su-yi's hand in the quilt reached out and wrapped around Tan Philion's waist. Good night, little monster, Su-yi mumbled sleepily before closing his eyes. After Su-yi closed his eyes, Tan Philion's hand tightened even more. Su-yi's breathing gradually stabilized. Outside the window, the wind howled, stirring up wave upon wave that slapped against the branches restlessly, neither peaceful nor calm. After everything settled down. In the night shadows, Tan Philion's narrow, icy eyes slowly opened. Chapter 69, Why do you hide from me? The person in his arms had already fallen asleep. But Tan Philion couldn't sleep. He was wide awake. Tan Philion's gaze fell on the cold, pale face of Su-yi who lay against his chest. 1,000 emotions swirled and ebbed in his eyes. Too many memories inexplicably recombined, and all he could recall was Su-yi. The numbness at the corner of his mouth hadn't subsided yet, as he imagined the scene where Su-yi initiated a kiss, bright yet darkened with a melancholy no one else could see. Borrowing from the light, Tan Philion raised his hand to touch Su-yi's cheek, his fingertips brushing softly. He had never felt so sated in his life. The person curled up in his arms belonged to him. Love overflowed endlessly, Su-yi had been giving it away unintentionally. Brother didn't abandon me. This realization healed the long-standing wounds that had festered inside Tan Philion. Tan Philion bent down to place a kiss on Su-yi's forehead. His hoarse voice carried an abundance of emotions, filled with nothing but tenderness. The kiss they shared earlier meant too much to him, like a dream come true. Brother didn't reject me, right? Tan Philion's eyes brimmed with redness, tinged with dejection and deep emotion. Why do you deceive me? In Tan Philion's accusation lay boundless love and joy. Why do you deceive me? Why? Tan Philion tightly wrapped his arms around Su-yi's waist, pulling him closer to his chest. Their temperatures merged, inseparable. Years of anguish burned away, replaced by belated sweetness, knowing his brother loved him. He was important. What is brother afraid of? Tan Philion caressed Su-yi's cheek, don't be afraid. His eyes hardened into frost, layered with malicious thoughts forming a pitch-black pool, anyone who makes you unhappy will be killed by me. At 3 a.m. that morning, Tan Philion took out his phone and sent a message, requesting an inquiry into Su-yi's whereabouts for the past 2 years. Tan Philion didn't sleep for the rest of the night. He just watched and touched the person in his arms, unable to look enough. I won't let you go again. Never will I. Tan Philion's gaze fell on an old scar on Su-yi's chest, suddenly leaning forward and planting a kiss there. My love for you is a feeling akin to that of a human being. The darkness outside gradually faded. When Su-yi woke up, he was still in Tan Philion's embrace. His pupils widened, pushing lightly, but the moment his wrist moved, it was caught by Tan Philion. Tan Philion had guessed it, Su-yi indeed turned cold and denied everything. Tan Philion observed Su-yi's icy expression. It seemed as though the person who was intimate with him yesterday wasn't him. So distant, deliberately trying to stay away. Tan Philion was both angry and frustrated, yet he couldn't bear to harm Su-yi. He adjusted his emotions, carefully watching Su-yi get dressed. Planning to take things slowly. Since getting up, Su-yi ignored Tan Philion, facing away while dressing himself, without sparing Tan Philion a glance. This nearly drove Tan Philion insane. Suddenly, Tan Philion grabbed Su-yi, who had already stood by the bed edge, yanking him back onto the bed. Ugh! Su-yi cried out in shock. Their expressions differed vastly. Tan Phalian's sinister gaze locked directly onto Su-yi, pinching Su-yi's jaw and forcing eye contact. Su-yi felt guilty under his stare. You. Su-yi's lips slightly parted, but before any words came out, Tan Phalian pressed him into a fierce kiss. Tan Phalian held Su-yi's hand and guided it downwards to touch his own face, slightly tilting his head to kiss Su-yi's palm. Su-yi, after catching some fresh air, had rapid chest movements due to oxygen deprivation, his cheeks flushed. Brother. Bloodshot eyes looked at Su-yi, searching for solace in sorrow. I love you. Tan Phalian said, I have always loved you. Su-yi's expression froze slightly. His fingertips tried to pull back. His entire body resisted intimacy with Tan Phalian. His evident struggle pierced Tan Phalian's heart like a needle. From Su-yi's eyes, Tan Phalian saw clearly, he was dodging, even escaping despite his longing. He understood Su-yi's nature well, if he didn't want to, he simply wouldn't. Even if it was pretend, the answer would remain the same. Forcing the situation now would only make Su-yi more eager to escape. Suddenly, Tan Phalian released Su-yi. Then, acting like a gentleman, he got dressed and left the bedroom, as if the previous coercion and suffocating kiss had nothing to do with him. Su-yi stared at the closed door, his breathing not yet steady, overwhelmed with confusion about why Tan Phalian acted this way. Yesterday, he was still putting on airs, this time, his demeanor was as if he wanted to skin and devour me alive. Not until much later after Tan Phalian left did Su-yi slowly get up again and head out of the room. Last night's chaos lasted till midnight, leaving no time for Su-yi to check on Chio-mo. The first thing Su-yi did upon getting up was go to another guest room where Chio-mo was staying. When Su-yi came out of the bedroom, he met Tan Phalian again in the bathroom. Su-yi instinctively retreated, showing no intention of going back in. Tan Phalian stepped out of the washroom, only then did Su-yi manage to enter, sidling against the wall with a clear intention of avoidance. Su-yi closed the door of the washroom directly, separating their proximity. Tan Phalian stood by the door until the water sound in the washroom stopped before he left. When Su-yi arrived at the guest room where Chio-mo was lying, Chio-mo was still unconscious. Su-yi wiped his body, ready to ask numerous questions once Chio-mo woke up, also intending to examine his injuries carefully. Telling Xian now would only worry him, better to say it after some healing. So, Su-yi went to seek Tan Phalian's opinion. Walking out of the room to the living room area, Su-yi said, I want Chio-mo to stay here for a few days. Alright. Tan Phalian agreed immediately. Su-yi didn't expect him to agree so readily, resulting in his subsequent words remaining unspoken. This wasn't like Tan Phalian's usual character. Su-yi slightly tilted his head, wanting to take a closer look at Tan Phalian who had lowered his eyes. Thank you. I don't need your gratitude. Tan Phalian raised his head to exchange a glance with Su-yi. The hand inside Su-yi's sleeve curled slightly as he realized that Tan Phalian was testing him. He had been doing this all day. Can't respond. Su-yi can't respond to him. Su-yi recalled in his mind what he had done wrong to give Tan Phalian any misconception, memories swirling in his mind, even making himself feel flawed everywhere. Su-yi abruptly turned away from Tan Phalian's sight. That day, Chio-mo still showed no signs of waking up, so Su-yi injected some stabilizing medicine, waiting for Chio-mo to naturally regain consciousness. Throughout the whole day, Su-yi hoped that Tan Phalian would leave. Going to work, going to the company, or doing anything else, just don't stay in the house. But Tan Phalian stayed in the villa all day, never leaving. Even when cooking, he asked what Su-yi wanted to eat. Ah. Su-yi panicked and turned his gaze, what? I'm asking what you want to eat. Tan Phalian stood by the kitchen fridge, half opening it again to ask Su-yi. Green vegetables. Su-yi's voice lacked strength. What else? Su-yi's long lashes trembled slightly, fresh meat porridge. Tan Phalian glanced sideways at Su-yi, closing the fridge door. Do I look that scary to you? Not terrifying, right? A normal question, but asked rather aggressively, seemingly caring but emotionally charged, like being angry. Just come help if you want to eat, Tan Phalian suddenly spoke up. Su-yi hesitated for a moment and finally walked into the kitchen. I can't. Su-yi directly stated. You couldn't, how have you managed these past 2 years? Tan Phalian asked. Su-yi looked aside, it's none of your business, brother, there are people serving me. Su-yi moved towards the sink where Tan Phalian placed the ingredients and began washing them, while Tan Phalian kept his eyes fixed on him without moving. The stove fire was already lit. Tan Phalian softly said, tie the apron around me. Su-yi followed Tan Phalian's gaze, wondering why he didn't tie it himself until he noticed one of Tan Phalian's hands was holding a piece of raw meat. Silently, Su-yi walked over, picked up the apron, and looped it around Tan Phalian's waist to tie it. During this action, Su-yi's hands inadvertently held on to Tan Phalian. Before Su-yi could withdraw his hands, suddenly Tan Phalian's other hand grabbed his wrist. An unspeakable atmosphere enveloped both of them, the air scorching hot and suffocating, unbearable itchiness as if someone was clutching their heart tips. Tan Phalian's Adam's apple rolled up and down, his tone hoarse. Brother, why do you hide from me? Chapter 70, Go Out With Me. Su Yi's heart trembled at Tan Failian's sudden words. Dodge. Su Yi didn't deny that he was indeed dodging Tan Failian. Whenever Tan Failian got close, Su Yi thought too much and too far ahead. All his subconscious told him to keep away. He could only keep away. This was the only choice for Su Yi. Su Yi pulled his hand away, but it was caught again by Tan Failian as it slightly trembled. Let go. Su Yi tried to break free. Tan Failian turned around, their pupils locked eyes, and in this moment, Su Yi wanted to hide again. Tan Failian leaned down and kissed the corner of Su Yi's mouth. Does what brother said about letting go really mean let go? Ask your own heart, do you want me to kiss you? Why are you always avoiding? Is there anything I can't handle? Tan Failian's voice grew increasingly agitated. You ask your own heart. Su Yi. Su Yi was shocked into silence by Tan Failian's actions. He couldn't understand why Tan Failian suddenly said these things to him. He couldn't find any words to reply. What was Tan Failian thinking? Why did he suddenly act like this? Tan Failian didn't want to trouble Su Yi, he pressed his lips together and blinked slowly. Tie it for me. Or I'll bully you here. Su Yi took a step back, confused by Tan Failian's sudden change. You. Su Yi stuttered. What's the matter with your speech? Su Yi became even more nervous. Tan Failian was both angry and heartbroken. No. Su Yi replied. Tan Failian remained silent, just staring at Su Yi. Seeing that Tan Failian no longer continued speaking, Su Yi quickly grabbed the apron and tied it for Tan Failian before leaving the kitchen. To calm himself down, Su Yi went to the living room and started flipping through some documents on the computer, but this did not help slow his rapidly beating heart, it only became even more chaotic. The files were sent by Lin Yu. Inside them were various tragic deaths of different species. Each photo depicted scenes so horrific that even an intact body part couldn't be seen, grotesque and terrifying. Tan Failian was still acting a little crazy. He would do anything. No. He couldn't accept it. Su Yi's heartbeat accelerated rapidly as if trying to escape through his throat. In 5 years, Tang Tang will be 7 years old, and then Tan Failian can still stay with him. Su Yi closed the computer when a few WeChat messages from Su Yan popped up. Su Yan, where have you been recently? Su Yan, if you have time, come home for dinner. Don't spend all day outside. I've already transferred some money to you. If you run out, tell your brother. Su Yi blankly stared at the chat box. His typing was a mess. But once he sent it, Su Yi froze, what he had sent made no sense. Before he could even click recall, Su Yan had already replied. Su Yi, Tan Failian isn't behaving well. Su Yan, I've said I won't stop the two of you from being together, don't come to me if you argue. If he misbehaves, teach him yourself. He's younger than you, so you should shoulder more responsibility and take care of him. Su Yi, stupid Su Yi. What nonsense are you sending? Su Yan's message came again. Su Yan, if you truly like him, why don't you give him a wedding? Buy him a ring too, and don't be too careless. Su Yi. No, my brother assumed I'm the male in the relationship. Su Yi, can't refute this at all. How embarrassing. Su Yi knew about Su Yan's domineering CEO mindset. People from the Su family are naturally born leaders, and it's certain that such thoughts would exist in his brother's mind. If Su Yan finds out that Tan Failian has been causing trouble, he'd probably disown him from the Su family. From now on, call him Tan Yi, not Su Yi. Su Yi suddenly remembered that scene and felt his brother could really say something like that. Su Yi, as long as I don't say it, I haven't embarrassed the Su family. Suddenly remembering something, Su Yi asked Su Yan, brother, why did we search for so long for sister-in-law and found absolutely nothing? Su Yi had many doubts about this incident. With Su Yan's network of connections, finding someone should have been possible. Too many questions remained unanswered. What exactly happened at that venue? Did Chiu Mo get injected with something? Too many unknowns needed investigating. After Su Yi asked this question, Su Yan did not reply for a long time. Su Yi guessed he must have troubled his brother. Just don't cry now. A few minutes later, Su Yi tried again, is there really nothing we can find out? After a long pause, Su Yan finally replied, no. Su Yan, I cannot find him anywhere. Su Yan, what should I do, brother? Where could he have gone alone? Su Yan, being able to find Tan Failian is already a stroke of great luck, don't be like me, always doing things you'll regret later. Words cannot convey the sorrow of a person. Su Yi has personally seen Su Yan's distracted state, he has never seen Su Yan this way before. Perhaps Chiu Mo's uniqueness lies in her purity and clarity. Her timidity always makes Su Yan constantly worry about her. Just as Su Yi was about to reply, Tan Failian walked out of the kitchen with a dish in hand. He placed it in front of Su Yi and sat down across from him. Seeing this, Su Yi hurriedly put his phone away. You, how did you? Su Yi wanted to ask something but it got stuck in his throat. How can you treat me so well? Su Yi curled his hand, unsure what to say. You. Because Tan Phalian's words were always beyond his expectations. Be my boyfriend, brother. Chapter 71, Argument or Kiss. Su-yi suddenly raised his eyes, with a flickering gaze. He sat up straight, making it hard to read his emotions. Su-yi's thoughts turned serious in an instant. Tan Phalian, have I misled you about something recently? The slight movement at the corner of Tan Phalian's mouth suggested that Su-yi's answer matched his guess. Although he had expected this, Tan Phalian wasn't particularly sad when he heard these words. It was as anticipated. He served a bowl of rice for Su-yi and pushed it towards him. Let's eat. Su-yi's mind was in turmoil, his peripheral vision fixed on Tan Phalian. After a long pause, there was no indication that Tan Phalian wanted to continue the topic. Su-yi sighed in relief before starting to eat with his chopsticks. During the meal, Tan Phalian would occasionally serve food to Su-yi, but Su-yi didn't eat. Instead, he sat across from Su-yi watching him eat. Just like 2 years ago, everything was exactly the same as 2 years ago. This made Su-yi somewhat disoriented. The hand holding the chopsticks gradually tightened. The layout of the room even matched that of Minjo. Tan Phalian seemed gentle without any hatred, which made Su-yi's heart unexplainably bitter. Su-yi turned his head to one side and then back again, asking Tan Phalian, do you not hate me? Suddenly, Tan Phalian reached out to touch Su-yi's cheek, his eyes filled with compassion. Is my brother feeling wronged? Hearing Tan Phalian's words, Su-yi was astonished and momentarily forgot to push him away, his long lashes slightly lowering. In that moment, a storm brewed. Tan Phalian's words evoked Su-yi's pent-up emotions, causing him to inexplicably become stunned. Tan Phalian lightly caressed Su-yi's face, treating it as if it were a treasure, unwilling to let go or leave. After Su-yi turned away, Tan Phalian retracted his fingertips. Su-yi remained silent. The meal progressed in an awkward manner. Su-yi increasingly felt something was off. Tan Phalian's attitude toward him was too kind. He couldn't figure out what the problem was. Could it be that the weird little guy had a masochistic tendency? Would anyone else tolerate being treated like he treated him? Su-yi tried to put himself in another person's shoes, and the result would have been death by Tan Phalian long ago. Then why was this happening? Was it because he'd sneaked a kiss last night and was caught? No way, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Unable to figure it out, Su-yi decided to stop thinking about it. After taking care of Chio-mo for a while, Su-yi sat down in the living room, lighting 4 or 5 cigarettes in frustration. Suddenly, Tan Phalian's silhouette blocked the light in front of Su-yi. Su-yi rotated the fingers holding the cigarette and noticed Tan Phalian's strange expression, so he extinguished the lit end between his palms. As twilight descended, the lights grew soft. Tan Phalian said nothing, merely sitting beside Su-yi. The couch sank under their weight, bringing them close enough to feel each other's breath. Su-yi lost interest in smoking. Su-yi stood up and walked away, heading towards the bedroom. When he reached the door, Tan Phalian caught up. Tan Phalian embraced Su-yi from behind, burying his head in Su-yi's neck. His breathing was warm and full of longing. In his voice was pleading and deep love. Don't avoid me. Don't avoid me. Su-yi clenched his fists, suddenly turning around and creating some distance between himself and Tan Phalian. However, Tan Phalian closed the gap immediately. With his shadow casting over Su-yi, the side light illuminated Su-yi's lips, making them appear vividly red. In this silent corner, both were lost in thought, unsure of what might happen with one more step closer. Su-yi locked eyes with Tan Phalian, trapped against the door panel. That imposing presence was still dominant. Su-yi knew what Tan Phalian intended to do. Either it would be a kiss, or perhaps even a forceful one. He understood all of this. He couldn't fake any indifference, eventually succumbing. Ugh. Su-yi groaned softly as Tan Phalian's kiss landed gently on his lips. Unlike any previous kisses, this time, it felt like soothing a wound, every touch aimed at calming Su-yi. Smoke less, stay happy. He heard Tan Phalian say. It was the first time in Su-yi's life that he wanted to cry. The first time he felt the unfairness of fate. Tan Phalian's kiss continued. Suddenly, Su-yi bit Tan Phalian. Pushing him away, his eyes cold and ferocious. Tan Phalian, I thought you were alert enough and smart enough, but now I see that you're just as stupid as 2 years ago. His expression carried a mix of disdain and mockery. What? Do you want to relive the feeling of getting shot by me 2 years ago? Or did I fail to retrieve your brain core 2 years ago, and now you're willing to give it to me? Tan Phalian, it's been 2 years, and you're still no better than before. Su-yi's dark gaze was cruel and hateful. If I were you, I wouldn't repeatedly degrade myself like this to Su-yi. If anything, I'd kill him. Or do you think I actually like you? A glint of incomprehensible savagery flashed in Su-yi's eyes as he spat out these icy words, cutting deeply into Tan Phalian's heart. Tan Phalian calmed his mind. He didn't believe a single word that Su-yi had said. No one spoke harsh words like that unless they meant it. If you don't like me, why don't you stay away? Tan Phalian asked him. If you already know what I'm going to do, why don't you stay away? You clearly don't want to run away. Su-yi clenched his fists and lowered his gaze. Don't flatter yourself. If it were anyone else, Tan Phalian could confine the person in 1,000 or 10,000 ways, but he wouldn't treat Su-yi that way. Tan Philian let go of Sui and walked out of the room. He couldn't help but believe that something had happened to Sui. Watching Tan Philian's figure gradually move further away, Sui's emotions collapsed as he leaned on the door. His body fell weakly onto the ground. Images flashed endlessly in his mind, and Sui finally started crying. His thoughts drifted aimlessly, exploding in his brain. Tears fell silently. Silent sobs echoed. The room felt emptier than ever. By the time Tan Philian arrived at the company, he had obtained all of Sui's files. Sui had anticipated that Tan Philian might investigate him and had already tampered with the information, ensuring everything Tan Philian saw was fabricated identity data and fake traces. Tan Philian reviewed the trails, events, causes, consequences. All of it was forged. It was so well done that even someone who wasn't careful would overlook it entirely. What exactly was Sui hiding from him? He threw away the documents and went to find Lin Yu. Tan Philian's abnormal form was quick and agile. Reaching Black Island where Lin Yu was stationed, he wasted no time in searching for him. In an alien lab, he found Lin Yu. When Tan Philian discovered Lin Yu, vines appeared in his hand, instantly binding Lin Yu's wrist and pulling him close. All in the blink of an eye. Cough. Damn it. Lin Yu rolled his eyes after being yanked towards Tan Philian. If I may say so, greeting people isn't supposed to be done this way. How many times have I told you? Tell me about Sui. Tan Philian retracted the vines and used his hand to grip Lin Yu's collar instead. I want every detail. Lin Yu pried off Tan Philian's hands, picked up a cup of water nearby, and shakily took a sip. Why don't you check it yourself? It's all fake. Tan Philian stated. Lin Yu clicked his tongue. What if he beats me up? Lin Yu wore an expression of fear. He's very tough, you know that, I can't fight him. Tan Philian glared darkly. He hits you, or I hit you, which do you choose? Lin Yu. Damn it. Lin Yu's head hurt hearing that. Your punches hurt more. I'll die right here. Lin Yu rubbed his head with a grimace, looking completely annoyed. It must be because I killed people in my past life that made me meet the two of you in this life. I'm thoroughly defeated. After glaring at Tan Philian, Lin Yu walked to the desk behind him, pulled out a stack of folders, and threw them at Tan Philian. Go ahead, take a look. Don't cry later. Chapter 72, Yi's Reserved Affection. Tan Philian took the documents and flipped through them one by one. The content here was the only thing that matched his memory. The veins on the back of Tan Philian's hands became increasingly prominent. The turmoil he felt filled him with anger and heartache. 2 years ago, his brother had driven him away to go kill Han Yuan. He hadn't gone anywhere in these 2 years, at the third prison in Minzhou. Prison. Tan Philian looked at these two glaring words, feeling immense heartache. He had planned everything out long ago, bearing all the burdens alone. Lin Yu glanced at Tan Philian's expression, then threw a blood test result to him. He was poisoned in prison. I've checked his blood, intensive chronic blood disease. If he can live another 5 years, it's already more than expected. I guess right now he won't give you any chance, he is considering for your good. Tan Philian's breathing quickened as if his throat had been silently bound, and his fingertips turned red from being squeezed. Poisoned. 5 years. Tan Philian felt suffocated. Hatred and anger grew darker in his pupils. Because he thought there wasn't much time left, he avoided you, didn't he? Afraid you'd grieve, and perhaps fear you might die for love. Why doesn't he consider himself even once? Why does he never consider himself? Tan Philian was relieved that he hadn't indulged Sui in doing something inappropriate. He would be so sad otherwise. Tan Philian's mental tension made his brain feel numb and painful. He tells me nothing. Tan Philian's voice was heavy and sticky. He bears everything alone. Bears everything alone. Do you think he really hates you? Lin Yu sighed. Sui is like this. He acts very conventionally despite his young age. Clever yet rigid. Since he likes you, he believes he should stand before you. And now it's the same. He certainly wouldn't accept your feelings. Tan Philian crumpled the papers in his hand as waves of emotions overwhelmed him. The joy of Sui loving him, and the grievance of deliberately avoiding him, turned into an agonizing pain in his chest. What do you plan to do now? Lin Yu asked. Kill those people. Tan Philian's eyes were dark and gloomy. Kill them. Not one would be left. Lin Yu's lips tightened into a straight line as he became serious. When he sent you away to kill Han Yuan originally, he didn't want you to be stained with bloodshed because of him. He feared you might lose control because of him. Little E has been working to rehabilitate his mother's name all these years. If you killed people, it would affirm the ruthless nature of a heteroclite who slaughters innocents without reason. All his work over the years would have been for nothing. Do you understand, Tan Philian? He wants their confession and kneeling submission, not just mysterious deaths. Would you let him confirm the reverse answer? Let him think that everything he has done in his life is meaningless. You saw the royal arena, didn't you? What Sui plans to uncover is a huge piece of pie. Don't you think this isn't simple? He knows that for him, you'd do anything insane, which is why he doesn't tell you anything. 2 years ago, when you were only 19, sending you away was the best decision at that time. As Tan Philian listened to Lin Yu's words, he cursed himself for not thinking more. His eyes welled up with tears, and he couldn't respond. Is there an antidote? Tan Philian asked. If there were an antidote, would he be so distant from you? Lin Yu's gaze fell on the materials in Tan Philian's hands. He's not just fighting one person, do you understand? The drug I've researched, can cooked ducks jump out of the pot, reassemble themselves, grow new hearts and hair, and happily return to lay eggs in the chicken coop? I'm not a god, and neither is he. A deep melancholy flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Tan Philian clenched his fists tightly, with evident red streaks in his eyes. In his current state, how could he possibly place you, Tan Philian, as his first priority, Lin Yu said with clear implications. Even if you were first, it'd still be well hidden. Even if you ask, he won't tell you. Tan Philian gritted his teeth hard. He knew, how could he not know? His elder brother wouldn't say anything. He indeed wouldn't say anything. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. In front of Su Yi, you're surprisingly obedient. You don't seem capable of using any tactics, huh? Then, remembering something, Lin Yu returned to the drawer and pulled out several letters, handing them to Tan Philian. Oh, right, Lin Yu hinted, these are the letters your wife wrote while she was in the third prison. Lin Yu shrugged. I must say, I'm impressed with your wife. She writes to me as if she's writing to you. It's all about you. I suspect he even got the signature wrong. Tan Philian took the envelope and opened it, confirming that it was indeed a letter written by Su Yi. To Lin Yu. Hope this letter finds you well, may your spirit be lifted as you read this. Everything's fine recently. The person who poisoned me needs further investigation. The jailers monitoring me leave 30 minutes after I've taken my medicine, there's no way to avoid them. Wishing you all the best. Is Tan Philian doing well? His hair must not look as nice after cutting it, I bet his temper hasn't improved. If possible, send me a couple of photos. I miss him a little. Tan Philian's hands trembled as he tore open another letter. To Lin Yu. Hope this letter finds you well, may your spirit be lifted as you read this. I can feel the effects of the slow-acting poison now, excessive daytime sleepiness, weakness, coughing up blood. The Management Bureau visited the prison today, giving me undue attention. Is Tan Philian doing well? Does he eat properly? Does he sleep properly? Does he hurt himself when losing control? Don't bully him, or I'll never forgive you. I miss him a little. As Tan Philian continued opening one letter after another, almost every single one of them asked about Tan Philian. Lin Yu, I think I've really fallen for that little monster. Don't let him do anything too dangerous. Who did he bring to the island? Give Tan Philian a beating for me. While reading Su Yi's emotionally charged letters, Tan Philian's heart ached. He knew everything, absolutely everything. And he was even upset because Tan Philian had brought people to the island. For the next 3 months, despite receiving 2 letters, neither mentioned Tan Philian. It wasn't until the 4th month that Su Yi's frustration began to wane, and once again expressed missing Tan Philian. Missing him. Tan Philian has grown up, happy birthday to him. Buy him a cake, I'll pay you back later for a big one. Lin Yu, I love him so much. Tan Philian meticulously finished each letter, word by word. As his fingertips brushed over the paper, it felt like meeting Su Yi's longing across empty air, his heart overflowed with emotion yet remained bittersweet. His affection intertwined with sorrowful yearning. He carefully gathered all the letters and, unusually, thanked Lin Yu before leaving. After leaving the island, Tan Philian rushed home as fast as he could in a frenzied state. Chapter 73, Dating Repair. When Tan Philian arrived at the villa, the lights inside were on. There must be ways to deal with Su Yi properly. Consider their relationship from his point of view. Tan Philian does not blame Su Yi for all of his decisions. But he doesn't want this outcome. He adjusted his emotions and walked toward the villa door without revealing any ripples. The door opened and Tan Philian looked into the house to find Su Yi curled up asleep on the sofa. Under the serene light, the gentle illumination fell softly on Su Yi's face, his waist slightly dipped inward, and the blanket had slipped to the ground, leaving a peaceful picture. It was as if it were a beautiful painting. Step by step, Tan Philian approached Su Yi. He knelt down before the couch, first picking up the blanket that had fallen on the mat and covering Su Yi's body with it, then kneeling there half-crouched and gazing at Su Yi for a long time. Observing his brows and eyes, his strands of hair, his nose bridge, cheeks, and lips. Su Yi's eyelids were closed, and redness could still be seen around the corners of his eyes. Su Yi had cried. Although Tan Philian is not very meticulous, he always manages to observe more about Su Yi. When Tan Philian reached out and touched Su Yi's cheek, his emotions inside had already been shattered completely. His throat choked with breath, and his eyes felt prickly and sore. Su Yi's love was too restrained. No one saw it, and he didn't intend for anyone to know his joys or sorrows. He'd rather be hated than back down, never considering himself. Because you're the older brother. Tan Philian's voice came out hoarse and almost inaudible. Because you're the older brother, so everything has to be shouldered alone. Because you think you are older than Tan Philian by a few years. Everything must come first for you. Tan Philian's fingertips traced downward until they touched Su Yi's lips. He wanted to reprimand Su Yi. He wanted to fiercely interrogate him, why every result and answer did not consider Tan Philian, although Sui considered himself very important, when saying those harsh words, wasn't he nearly crying? Looking at Suyi's tear stains, Tan Philian's heart ached even more. Leaning down while kneeling on the floor, Tan Philian kissed Suyi's lips gently. He tasted a salty bitterness. Tears slid from the corners of his eyes. For the first time, Tan Philian cried. But the elder brother also needs to be loved. Swallowing both tears and affection, it was bitter, full, and many unknowns now found answers. Tan Philian's kisses were soft and caring. I will love you. Like humans do. Picking Sui up in his arms, Tan Philian stirred during the process as Sui's body shifted restlessly in sleep. Tan Philian. Sui mumbled in his sleep, as if dreaming clearly. Why call Tan Philian? While gently stroking Sui's hair near his temple, Tan Philian devoted all his lifetime warmth and good temper solely to Sui. Calling. Tan Philian, don't be angry. In his slumber, Sui said something anxiously yet hazily. Tan Philian was moved to anger and pain by Sui's words. Tan Philian is not angry. Tan Philian held Sui's hand and kissed the tips of his fingers. Tan Philian will never be angry at you. Upon hearing this, Sui's furrowed brows suddenly relaxed, as if really hearing Tan Philian's response. Seeing Sui gradually drifting off again, Tan Philian suddenly remembered what Sui asked him, have these 2 years been tough? The one who endured hardship was the older brother, carrying a burgeoning affection despite being disliked, thinking of Tan Philian but never giving himself a way out. Holding Sui tightly, Tan Philian headed towards the guest room. Once he let go of his comforting aura, Sui woke up. As soon as Sui was laid on the bed, he opened his eyes cautiously. Suddenly, Tan Philian loomed over him. Ugh. Just after Sui opened his eyes, Tan Philian's forceful and irrational kiss sealed them. In that moment of dizziness between dreams and reality, Sui lost track. Sui sucked in a sharp intake of cold air, trying to push away Tan Philian with fear. Tan Philian's expression turned sorrowful as he leaned closer to Sui's ear, brother. Now, Tan Philian feared nothing, Sui couldn't drive him away, and he would remain by the older brother's side forever. He knew Sui would indulge him and care for him. As long as he acted pitiful, Sui would allow him everything. He realized it. He knew it all. Human beings talk about indulgence turning to pride, and so will he. Tan Philian tightly embraced Sui, releasing a great amount of comforting energy. In the push and pull of resistance, Sui slept. After Sui fell asleep, Tan Philian hugged him and consoled him lightly. Don't be afraid. Said Tan Philian. I'm here, you have no reason to be afraid. When Tan Philian wasn't around the next morning, Sui got up to find Tan Philian cooking in the kitchen. Sui dressed and stepped out. Tan Philian looked as usual. But all that came into Sui's mind was Tan Philian's outrageous behavior from the night before. He had seemed to be hugging him while sleeping. And he appeared so distressed last night, why? Are you feeling better now? As Sui observed Tan Philian in the kitchen, his gaze would quickly shift away whenever Tan Philian turned around. This pretense of not caring didn't escape Tan Philian's notice at all. Carrying a glass of warm milk, Tan Philian walked over to Sui. When Sui didn't take it, Tan Philian directly placed it on the nearby dining table. Without warning, Tan Philian scooped Sui into his arms. Burying his head near Sui's ear, Tan Philian whispered, brother, I'll grow my hair longer for you. This sudden statement from Tan Philian made Sui's heart race wildly. Why did Tan Philian say this all of a sudden? Trying to push him away again. Tan Philian grabbed Sui's hand, saying, brother, stop fooling me. I know everything. At these words, Sui's breath caught in his throat, his knuckles curling tighter. What do you know? What do you know? Tan Philian's voice rasped, the brother killed someone and spent 2 years in prison. He wrote letters to me yearning for my love and even stole kisses from me. I know everything. Tan Philian irrationally clung on to Sui, gripping him tight around the waist, not letting him move an inch. Stop dodging me. Since he knew he didn't have much time left, why was he still refusing him? Tan Philian tightened his grip around Sui's waist, saying, I cried too much yesterday, now I don't have any tears left, otherwise I should look more pitiful in front of the brother. Hearing that Tan Philian had cried, Sui's chest clenched with pain. Tan Philian knows everything. Sui's mind went chaotic in an instant. He had no idea where things went wrong. Be with me. Tan Philian gave Sui no chance to reject. I will promise the brother to live on alone after your death. Brother doesn't need to worry that I might commit suicide out of sorrow after you die. I won't, Tan Philian said, I will always love you. Sui suddenly felt a sting in his eyes. That's right, how could he possibly hide anything from Tan Philian? This is unfair to you, Sui trembled and said. Love is never fair anyway, Tan Philian embraced Sui and buried his head in Sui's neck. Don't use human thoughts to understand my feelings. I just want to obtain. Brother, love me, Tan Philian said. Why burden yourself so much? Slightly loosening his hold, Tan Philian gazed at Sui whose cheeks were already flushed red. Isn't there still a Tanphilian by your side? Isn't there still a little monster who considers you his whole world? I will make you happy. As they locked gazes, Suyi's heart thumped louder and louder. It seemed that all grievances couldn't be suppressed anymore. Tanphilian gave Suyi no second option. Tanphilian stared at Suyi intently, asking, has the brother ever been in love? Do you know how to date? Tanphilian asked. Do you know how to respond to another person's proposal of love? They kept looking at each other for quite a long time. It felt like crossing countless rivers and seas. Hesitation and joy lingered endlessly. Tanphilian promised not to commit suicide like other alien species when the loved one dies. He was always very well behaved. Also fighting through thorns for himself. Suyi's tearful eyes blurred his vision. After a long while, Suyi pulled Tanphilian closer by grabbing his clothes. Lastly, Suyi planted a kiss on Tanphilian's cheek. The drifting dandelion has finally found its place to land. Someone was loving Suyi in a way he could accept. Suyi's kiss was gentle yet passionate, his lips parted slightly as he spoke, the warmth of his breath touching Tanphilian's face. I know, Suyi said, I know. I love you. Chapter 74, Call Me Husband. This was Suyi's first time saying, I love you, to Tanphilian. Suyi's emotions were overwhelming, and when Tanphilian embraced him again, his vision blurred. Tanphilian. Suyi's hand gripped the hem of Tanphilian's clothes, his palm turning red from the pressure. Tanphilian. Such a simple phrase, yet it had taken him years to muster the courage to say it. Tanphilian was momentarily lost in thought by Suyi's gesture, but soon regained himself and gently consoled Suyi. I know everything, Tanphilian whispered softly. He caressed Suyi's back, exuding a comforting presence that soothed his unrest and chaotic thoughts. Let's be together, big brother. Let's date like normal humans. No matter how long it takes, I will always be by your side. Tanphilian's words were always so enchanting, Suyi's throat tightened as he struggled to express his muddled emotions in coherent sentences. Dating. With Tanphilian. It was something Suyi never dared to imagine. As all the lies unraveled, Suyi found himself yearning even more to reach out for that light nearby. Big brother can answer me tomorrow, or the day after, or next month, or the month after that, Tanphilian's voice whispered in Suyi's ear, filled with tenderness and concession exclusively reserved for Suyi. Suyi could hear the chaos of his own erratic heartbeat. Tomorrow, next month, the month after. Since the ending was already predetermined, why not? Right now. Suyi lifted his head once more and placed a kiss on Tanphilian's cheek, let's. Hearing this, Tanphilian tightened his grip on Suyi until it felt suffocating. Big brother. You've agreed. Suyi glanced sideways, his expression defiant yet flustered. Feeling somewhat calmer, he began to feel embarrassed. As Suyi moved to step away, Tanphilian's hand rested on his waist. Just one more kiss. Being able to spend their remaining time together, Suyi was only too willing to oblige. Suyi didn't refuse and once again tilted his head to place a kiss on the corner of Tanphilian's mouth. The kiss deepened, leaving Suyi gasping for air, his fingers growing limp and powerless. It's, enough. Suyi's hands pressed against Tanphilian's chest, unable to catch his breath. It felt like drowning in that kiss, yet pure joy seeped into his very bones. Tanphilian finally released Suyi. As they looked at each other again, Suyi's usually cold demeanor was tinged with an unnatural pink hue of desire, making him seem softer overall. Tanphilian pondered silently. How he longed to hear Big Brother call him husband. But with Suyi's nature, those two words would be harder to coax out of him than taking his life. Suyi was only soft in bed. At all other times, he was icy and unyielding. Now, with the perfect excuse in hand, Tanphilian smiled mischievously and said, call me husband, and I'll let you go. Suyi gazed at Tanphilian in alarm, immediately seeing through the teasing intent. Suyi, this guy, pushing his luck. Tanphilian, not calling means you owe me. Observing Suyi's unease. Tanphilian leaned down and kissed Suyi's cheek, murmuring, wife. Wife. Upon hearing these words, Suyi's face turned crimson. Was he really dating Tanphilian? Pushing Tanphilian away, Suyi headed toward the room where Chiyo-mo was staying. I'll go check on Chiyo-mo. A faint sound had already caught Suyi's attention, and upon entering, he indeed saw that Chiyo-mo had woken up. Crouching in the corner, hugging himself tightly, there was an odd glint in Chiyo-mo's eyes that didn't belong to him. Chiyo-mo was shivering uncontrollably in the corner. Chiyo-mo. Suyi rushed over quickly. As he approached, Chiyo-mo suddenly lunged forward aggressively toward Suyi. Suyi grabbed Chiyo-mo's shoulder with no small amount of force. Weak as Chiyo-mo was, Suyi merely twisted his body and pinned him hard against the wall. Chiyo-mo's eyes seemed unfocused, bloodshot, with an intention to harm Suyi. In an instant, Suyi pulled out a tranquilizing needle from his pocket and injected it into Chiyo-mo's neck. Soon, Chiyo-mo's gaze became clearer. He then began frantically pushing Suyi, trying to push him out. His voice quivered with fear. Suyi, please, go out. Go out. I'm going to hurt you. I'm going to hurt you. Xiao Mo's pupils were filled with panic, clutching his head as fear tore through him, as if the person who tried to harm Sui just now wasn't himself at all. Seeing Xiao Mo pushing him away, Sui wanted to calm him down. Xiao Mo. Calm down. Sui suspected that there must be something strange going on inside Xiao Mo's body, otherwise, he wouldn't have been sold as an anomaly. Don't be afraid. I've given you a sedative. Just calm down. Sui looked seriously at the trembling Xiao Mo. It's no use, it's no use. Xiao Mo was breathing heavily. I still want to kill. Xiao Mo's face was full of terror. Sui. I still want to kill. Sui observed Xiao Mo's emotions. Even after calming down temporarily, he could still say such things. He needed to conduct a thorough examination of Xiao Mo. Tan Feilian. Sui suddenly called Tan Feilian's name with an urgent tone. Can you appear within my line of sight within 2 seconds? Just as Sui finished speaking, Tan Feilian appeared at the bedroom door. Can your level keep him in a stable state? Sui looked at Tan Feilian. Tan Feilian didn't answer but indicated with his eyes for Sui to look back at Xiao Mo. When Sui's gaze returned and met Xiao Mo's, Xiao Mo was clearly completely calmed. Any anomaly would fear a higher level. Xiao Mo's current demeanor was entirely subdued. He feared Tan Feilian. Could he really be an anomaly? Sui had a hard time believing this possibility, so under Xiao Mo's weakened state, he could only ask Tan Feilian for help. Feilian, there's a small box in my room. Bring it here. Without turning around, Tan Feilian retrieved the box. It had 2 layers. The upper layer held Sui's everyday identification documents, while the lower layer was an isolation box. Open the second layer. Tan Feilian walked up to Sui and opened the box for him. Due to the force applied, Tan Feilian accidentally slid open the first layer instead. What came into view was Chapter 75, for Tan Feilian. Inside was a ring. And other things that Tan Feilian had given him. Sui Fei quickly pressed down on the box, his face showing some embarrassment as if he had been caught. Tan Feilian had already taken out the ring from inside the box. Big brother even brought this when going out. Sui Fei. Really? It was just left here, I forgot to take it out. Sui Fei answered extremely fast with 2 characters condensed into one. Put it back. Just as Sui Fei opened his mouth, Tan Feilian grabbed his left hand and directly slipped the ring onto Sui Fei's ring finger. Wear it then. Tan Feilian's eyes curved gently. Since knowing that Sui Fei had feelings for him, the satisfaction made Tan Feilian look at everything with a bit less aggression. He liked the Sui Fei who was solely his, who valued him highly. The ring slowly slid down. After Sui Fei wore it, Tan Feilian grabbed his fingertips and kissed them. A tingling sensation ran from the tips of his fingers straight into his heart, causing Sui Fei's fingertips to tremble slightly. Sui Fei quickly pulled his hand back and began to focus on the task at hand. As he took out the syringe to draw blood from Xiao Mo, Sui Fei's mind was still filled with the fact that he and Tan Feilian were truly together. It felt like a dream. But Tan Feilian had promised him that no matter what, he would live well. This was the best outcome Sui Fei wanted. Sui Fei guessed that Tan Feilian must have gone to see Lin Yu. Lin Yu was the type who would spill all the details under slight threats, not allowing him to be the least bit wronged. Lin Yu told you, right? Sui Fei asked Tan Feilian. Tan Feilian replied, Big brother should be more selfish. Sui Fei exchanged glances with Tan Feilian. You really have grown up, human philosophical words come easily from your mouth now. This feeling was actually pretty good, filling his heart completely. Sui Fei raised his hand and patted Tan Feilian's head. Understood. In the future, be a little more selfish. For Tan Feilian. Even if it's only a brief romance before death, it's still enjoyable. Sui Fei drew several tubes of blood samples from Xiao Mo and sent them out for testing. Taking advantage of Xiao Mo's current calm state, Sui Fei brought him from the bedroom to the outside. Since Xiao Mo hadn't eaten for several days, Sui Fei didn't want to rush too much. You watch over Xiao Mo while I prepare some food for him. Speaking of which, Tan Feilian seemed to have never tasted anything he had made. Thus, when Sui Fei brought out the breakfast, there were 2 sandwiches and 2 cups of warm milk. One for Xiao Mo, and one for Tan Feilian. Sui Fei usually didn't have the habit of cooking, making delicious sandwiches was already something he thought he could show off. As he handed the food to Xiao Mo, eat first, I'll ask you some questions later, and you need to answer honestly. Tan Feilian kept releasing a suppressive aura that was so intense that even Sui Fei, as a human, felt somewhat apprehensive. Xiao Mo didn't feel scattered in awareness. He was cognitively normal, unlike his previous manic state. Now, Xiao Mo was closer to his usual self. Is this one for me? Tan Feilian looked at the other sandwich on the dining table, asking knowingly. Sui Fei and Tan Feilian sat on one side, Xiao Mo on the other. Sui Fei glanced sideways, do you even need to eat? If not, I can give this to Xiao Mo later. I guess I'll starve to death then. Sui Fei. Not eating? Sui Fei asked. If it wasn't made for me, I won't eat. Sui Fei picked up the sandwich from the plate and stuffed a bite into his own mouth. Now my wife has bitten it, will you eat? Tan Feilian took the sandwich from Sui Fei that had already been bitten, not forgetting to touch his wife's hand. I'll eat. Sui Fei shot a glare. Next time if you dare to ask such a known question again, I'll beat you. Would you bear to? Suddenly, Sui Fei heard Chiu Mo laughing. He turned his gaze and immediately sat up straight. Sui Fei kicked Tan Feilian under the table. Ouch. Tan Feilian immediately furrowed his brows. Sui Fei regretted it instantly and bent down to check on him. You two really have great feelings for each other. Chiu Mo nibbled on the sandwich with both hands, taking small bites. Sui Fei's sandwich was made casually but with a bold touch, almost covering Chiu Mo's entire face, making her look even smaller in contrast. He looked at Tan Feilian. I remember you. Although 2 years ago it was by chance, I am still grateful that you let me meet brother Su Yen. Sui Fei. Could it be this guy caused the trouble? Tan Feilian. Sui sidelong looked at Tan Feilian. Did you set up my brother? Tan Feilian grabbed Su Yi's hand. Does brother know that aliens can see the genetic match rate of humans? Both he and your brother have 99.99% compatibility written above their heads. This is a good deed. He likes it too, doesn't he? Huh. Aliens could see this thing. I can. This sentence was continued by Chiu Mo. After being injected with drugs, I can sense some strange things. Pointing to the two, you two are deeply in love, you're lovers. Su Yi raised his hand and lightly wiped his nose to cover up. In these 2 years, where did you go? Su Yi asked Chiu Mo seriously. He had to figure out this matter. Chapter 76, Do you want to see him? Chiu Mo's brows were furrowed upon hearing these words, and the memories in her mind seemed to have no moment of happiness. After staying abroad for 1 year and a half, I often felt that someone was following me. I reported it to the police, but it was useless. The police couldn't find anything. Then one day, I was suddenly knocked out by 2 people and taken onto a ferry, then injected with drugs. I don't know what they were. But I couldn't resist. Chiu Mo's tone was filled with despair, as the pitch-black room offered no direction. With too much effort on her wrist, Chiu Mo's voice trembled heavily. I was locked in a cabin, and they injected me with many drugs. From that time on, I became abnormal, craving blood, wanting to hurt others. Chiu Mo looked up and made eye contact with Su Yi. Su Yi, I'm not a different species. I am not a different species. Chiu Mo sobbed quietly. My father passed away 1.5 years ago. He saw through the despicable means of my several older brothers and sisters and transferred all his wealth to my name. Chiu Mo's breathing became very heavy. Upon hearing this, Su Yi had already guessed almost everything correctly. The sudden arrival of a huge fortune was fatal for Chiu Mo, just as it would be for families like the Su family. The royal venue is a decadent crime scene, where my several elder brothers sent me in. Long-term injection of agents can detect traces of a different species component. In our country, there are laws protecting human rights, but not for different species. Su Yi. Chiu Mo's voice quivered. I could be executed at any time now, and no one will face legal consequences. Su Yi felt his scalp tingle after hearing Chiu Mo's words. Transforming humans into different species, who can be randomly killed or treated as toys. Death doesn't need any reason. No autopsy would even be conducted if one were to suddenly die. Upon reflection, Su Yi only felt a chill down his back. The management bureau colludes with the royal venue, no one can fight against them. Breathing quickly, Chiu Mo looked at Su Yi. Su Yi, kill me, I don't want to hurt anyone. Su Yi's expression was serious. How could he possibly kill Chiu Mo? This matter was too horrifying. It involved far too much. Just imagine how terrible it is when such an atrocious chain becomes food for thought, a way to legitimize killing anyone one wants. It was terrifying. Su Yi comforted Chiu Mo. Don't be afraid, if it's from an injection, there must be a solution. I'll help you, don't worry, said Su Yi. Do you know who that person in the royal venue trying to photograph you is? Asked Su Yi. It might be my eldest brother, or my second brother. They want me dead. Chiu Mo's eyes wandered, filled with fear. I don't know who it is. Su Yi. What should I do? Su Yi tried hard to calm Chiu Mo. I'll help you. Once your condition stabilizes, I'll take you to my brother's place, okay? He will protect you. Su Yi believed that Su Yen would protect Chiu Mo well. All that needed to be done was weaken the effects of the alien drug within her, which should bring her back to normal. With Su Yan's protection, no one would dare to do anything to Chiu Mo. At least it was safer than being by his side. He himself was already under surveillance by the management bureau and was struggling enough. Since Tan Feilian knows about the royal arena matters, Su Yi understands Tan Feilian's nature very well. If he went there, that meant he wouldn't ignore the situation either. Is brother Su Yen, alright? Hearing Su Yi mention Su Yen, a glimmer of brightness flashed in Chiu Mo's pupils, but it soon dimmed again. He has been looking for you, said Su Yi. At this moment, Su Yi looked at Tan Feilian. The catalyst drug for different species is generally extracted from the different species themselves. Is there any way you can clear it? Tan Feilian's gaze fell on the frightened face of Chiu Mo, saying coldly, lift your hands. Chilma was scared stiff by Tan Phalian's grim expression and dared not move. Sui patted Tan Phalian. He's timid, lower your voice a bit so you won't scare him. Grasping Su Yi's hand that was patting him, when Tan Phalian spoke again, his tone changed. Hands, lift them up. Su Yi. Chilma. More frightening. Fearingfully, Chilma lifted her wrist. As Tan Phalian rotated his index finger, delicate vines sprouted like threads and probed towards the center of Chilma's wrist. As his fingertips turned, the vines were sharp as knives, cutting into the center of Chilma's wrist. Ouch. Pain contorted Chilma's face. Blackened blood flowed out instantly. Chilma knew that Su Yi wouldn't harm her, and Tan Phalian definitely wouldn't either. She wasn't afraid when her wrist was cut open. Her first reaction wasn't to pull it back but to worry that her blood would stain the table. So what Su Yi saw was an inexplicable yet perfect coordination between the two, Tan Phalian slicing Chilma's wrist while Chilma grabbed a bowl from the table to catch the torrent of her own blood. Don't stain Su Yi's table. The entire motion was quick and precise. Su Yi. After Tan Phalian retracted his vines, blood continued flowing down from Chilma's wrist. Seeing Su Yi's confusion, Tan Phalian said, "Don't stop the bleeding." As Su Yi was about to grab a bandage, he immediately paused his movement again. An alien species is very dependent on their mates, sending him to Su Yen now would be better. Tan Phalian's gaze shifted. Su Yi had been observing the traces of blood on Chilma's hand, which were indeed gradually turning a fresh red, not looking as terrifying as before. Chilma felt the turmoil within her body slowly diminish. She looked at Tan Phalian. Thank you. Tan Phalian leaned on his chin with a relaxed expression. This alien composite drug will not sustain for long if not injected repeatedly. What about the ones injected earlier? Su Yi asked. Alien cells can forever cling and multiply. If this were true, Chilma would gradually lose her self-awareness, completely transforming into an alien species. All the active cells have been scared to death by me. Tan Phalian said indifferently. Su Yi's face was filled with shock. Scared to death. A low-grade gene of a white cat alien being scared to death by me, isn't it strange? Su Yi. If anyone else had said this, Su Yi wouldn't believe it. But what Tan Phalian said might actually be true. Are all the alien genes in him cleared out now? Su Yi asked. There are still a little bit left, but they will disperse. Staying close to his mate can relieve the restlessness. Tan Phalian said, let his husband come and take him away. Su Yi was reluctant to trust this and took out a simple blood testing device to test Chilma one more time. The results showed that she was indeed stable. Su Yi then wrapped her wrist with gauze. I'll let my brother take you home, okay? Chilma curled her hands together. No. I'm not going. Ms. Chiao doesn't like me. I promised her I wouldn't find brother Su Yen for the rest of my life. Looking closely, one could see the gloom deep in Chilma's eyes. I don't deserve such a privilege. I'll try to handle my issues on my own. Su Yi sighed deeply. Xiao Mo, you need to understand your current situation. People from the Chiu family won't leave you alone, and you yourself cannot properly deal with that large amount of wealth. My brother will certainly help you, so don't reject his assistance. Su Yi sympathized with Chilma's predicament. Despite being in such a dire situation, she still clung to her moral bottom line, proving herself to be someone worth trusting. He misses you a lot. For the past 2 years, Su Yen has never stopped searching for you. He's willing to share both hardships and happiness with you. I gave him the letter you sent me, and he begged me to let him read it. Don't underestimate the feeling Su Yen has for you. I've never seen him so distraught over anyone. You can't resolve this matter on your own. Su Yi stared earnestly at Chilma, speaking earnestly. But I shouldn't see him. Don't talk about external factors, Su Yi asked. Do you want to see him? Chilma hung her gaze. Every beautiful memory of her life was given by Su Yen. In the Su family, forbidden things were told to her by Su Yen as allowed. Living any way she wanted was permitted. How could she not want to see him? Every day spent under injections on the brink of death was endured through thoughts of Su Yen alone. Want. Chilma's eyes sparkled. I want to see brother Su Yen. She missed him so much, missing him every moment of these 2 years. Su Yi thought this was a good moment and reached for his phone to send a message to Su Yen. Then remembering something, Su Yi pressed the voice call button. You should tell him, ask him to come pick you up. Will he really come? Chilma wasn't quite sure. Su Yen was too busy, often even meals were taken in the company office. Would he come just for her? Though hesitant, Chilma still spoke into the microphone. Her beautifully plump lips parted slightly, whispering softly and pitifully. Brother Su Yen. It's MOMO. Chapter 77. Let me see him. Su Group Building, Conference Room. Implemented across all departments. I need a satisfactory response within 3 days. Su Yen, sitting in the high seat, always had an icy and aloof air of nobility about him, allowing no arguments or second opinions beyond his own. Graceful and solemn, elevated and dignified, in formal suits, these were forever synonymous with Su Yen. The atmosphere in the conference room was oppressive. Only after Su Yen stood up and left did some sighs of relief emerge. Huff. One of the employees exhaled while holding their chest. Mr. Su has rarely smiled since 2 years ago. It's terrifying, this meeting is finally over. Who isn't saying that? Mr. Su has been strict and meticulous for years. In the past 2 years, he has become even more ruthless towards everyone. Do you think there's something unpleasant going on with him? Another employee whispered, questioning voices circulating in the meeting room. Heaven. Please let Mr. Su fall in love. He shouldn't focus everything on work, we can't keep up like this, there's not even time to catch our breath. Yes, indeed. There's no arguing with Mr. Su's professional skills, but he never takes a break. Not to mention anything else, wouldn't his body suffer from it? Various murmurs echoed in the conference room. The discussion was silenced when Su Yan came back to pick up materials. With an invisible force, the atmosphere became calm and disciplined again. Su Yan closed his eyes and looked at the person preparing to leave the meeting room, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately stayed silent. All the words spoken by these people entered Su Yan's ears word for word. Upon reflection, he realized there was nothing really worth admonishing. Thinking too much would trap him in a dead end once more. He could stop, but stopping brought memories of Chiu Mo, who used to tremble with just one glance. He remembered why he felt so useless. Why couldn't he find him? Did Chiu Mo get bullied by others, being such a sensitive and fragile person? Without him, how would Chiu Mo live easily? Su Yan quietly exited the meeting room and returned to the CEO office where endless work awaited him. Su Yan's office was plain, lacking other decorations. On the desk lay a single rotating crystal ball. Sliding the sphere, the translucent ball turned following the fingertips' direction. Underneath it was a pen holder, seemingly out of place compared to his otherwise minimalist workspace. A gift from Chiu Mo. Su Yan still vividly remembered, this present had cost Chiu Mo an entire month's wage as a tutor. It was the best thing Chiu Mo could afford 2 years ago. All things in this world are circular, sharp angles are desires. Don't dwell too much on perfection, it leads to unhappiness, were Chiu Mo's words to Su Yan. Big brother Su should be happy. Su Yan's gaze fell on the crystal ball on the table. His pitch-black eyes, like stagnant water, fell into a kaleidoscopic reverie as his fingertips touched the ball. In his life, Su Yan had met countless people, but never anyone as pure and clean as a blank sheet of paper like Chiu Mo. All beautiful words in the world suited Chiu Mo, whose smile seemed capable of forgiving the whole world. He couldn't forget it. Nor could he possibly erase it. Mr. Su, here are the documents that need your signature today. The assistant's words brought Su Yan back to reality. Su Yan picked up the pen, and the assistant, emboldened, reminded him, Mr. Su, it's been a long time since you've rested. After acquiring Lin Group, the overall pace will slow down for a period. Perhaps you should go out for a walk. This kind of prolonged work won't do for your health. The assistant stood by Su Yan's desk, their voice filled with sincerity. No need. Su Yan took the documents to sign them, his tone cold. Arrange a meeting with the product department in the 3rd conference room this afternoon. Yes. Ding dong. At this moment, Su Yan's phone on his desk vibrated. The screen lit up revealing a soft glowing wallpaper of a young boy hugging a bunch of blue flowers, smiling brightly with a slightly tilted head, an image lively and radiant. WeChat popped up, catching Su Yan's peripheral attention as it was sent by Su Yi. He didn't mind. Only until he finished signing the assistant's documents did Su Yan casually unlock his phone and check WeChat. It was a voice message, which he casually played without much emotion. Big brother Su. It's Majie. When the familiar, yearned-for voice came through his earpiece, Su Yan almost instantly widened his eyes. His grip on the phone tightened unconsciously. Strange thoughts scattered wildly in his mind, myriad emotions converging in one spot, igniting a flood of tenderness in Su Yan's eyes. It was Majie. It's Majie's voice. Su Yan seemed a bit uncertain, so he picked up his phone and clicked on the voice message again. It really was Chiu Mo. Su Yan abruptly stood up, startling the assistant who was just organizing documents to take out, causing him to pause awkwardly, his mind full of worry that he might have made a mistake or said something wrong. Mr. Su, you. The assistant lowered his eyes, preparing to be reprimanded. Cancel my afternoon meeting for me. Su Yan's tone was urgent, and the sharpness in his eyes wasn't filled with anger or dissatisfaction but rather with an excitement as if he had discovered some precious treasure, even making his usual steady voice quiver. Good, got it. The assistant sighed in relief but still felt uneasy about Su Yan's sudden change in attitude. I'll make sure everything is arranged. Su Yan didn't reply but instead grabbed his coat and headed towards the door of the CEO office. Just as he reached the doorway, he turned his head toward the assistant. You can also check on my vacation plans. Even after Su Yan disappeared from the assistant's sight, the assistant could only feel as if he had seen a ghost. What kind of information could directly make a workaholic willing to cancel meetings and go on vacation? It was terrifying. The assistant's brain had momentarily crashed, but all he could think about was the boy on Su Yan's phone screen. Who else could possibly have such influence over Su Yan? The assistant remembered asking Su Yan once, boldly, about the boy on his phone screen. Su Yan had not been stingy with his answer, saying it was his wife. Thinking of this, the assistant's eyes brightened. He took out his phone and sent a message in the company group, Sue's sky is about to brighten up. What does that mean? Is Mr. Sue dating someone? Where's the brightness? Is Mr. Sue going to rest? Unbelievable. Unless love has captured Mr. Sue. Within seconds, dozens of messages appeared in the group chat. Assistant, Mr. Sue's wife has returned. Damn. Damn what? Damn. Is it the one on his phone screen, the one I saw last time? Has Mr. Sue finally succeeded after 2 years? Oh my god, rich, handsome, and faithful, how lucky is Mr. Sue's wife? Seriously, our Mr. Sue knows how to pursue. Please, may the president's wife be a little vixen. Hopefully, she'll keep him away from the office every day, he's too terrifying. The company group exploded with chatter. After heading downstairs, Su Yan called Su Yi on video. As he got into the car, the call connected just in time. Su Yi guessed his brother was in a hurry. His brother was always the reserved type, showing no emotion for anything, and seeing him this agitated was like bringing down a noble flower from its pedestal. Su Yi pointed the camera at himself, and sure enough, Su Yan was upset. Su Yi, where are you now? Send me your address immediately. How did Ma Jia end up with you? Where did you find him? Su Yan's questions came one after another, hiding beneath them a deep joy of losing and regaining something precious. The knowledge that Chiu Mo had returned made him feel as if it were a dream, surreal like something from another lifetime. Let me see him. Su Yan tightly gripped his phone, his breathing slightly heavy. Let me see him. In an instant, Su Yi's phone screen wavered and flipped around. In the picture. Chapter 78, Don't Be Afraid. After a brief blackout, the screen showed Chiu Mo startled. He was holding an uneaten sandwich in his hands, with tearful eyes. There were faint traces of blood on his wrist. Upon seeing Chiu Mo for a moment, Su Yan quickly switched from the joy of reuniting to the pain of self-reproach. Perhaps because it had been too long since they'd seen each other, and he missed him so much, at the moment Chiu Mo saw Su Yan through the screen, his tears could not be stopped. The lustrous eyes gradually blurred as Chiu Mo struggled to control his emotions. But again, before Su Yan, he ended up crying, feeling completely useless, utterly useless. Su Yan brother. Chiu Mo's voice was clearly hoarse. Su Yan. Chiu Mo never imagined that there would be any interaction between him and Su Yan again. He lacked the courage to pursue what he wanted, and this had always been his way. Mo. I'll be right there, don't be afraid. Su Yan noticed that Chiu Mo was frightened. Chiu Mo grew up in a suppressive environment, timid and weak, enduring everything without complaint. Now, Su Yan didn't want to say anything to Chiu Mo via video, Chiu Mo wouldn't hear him anyway. He should go to him as soon as possible, reaching him as fast as possible. Didn't I say I could live fine without you? Why am I still such a mess? The worse Chiu Mo's condition became, the more Su Yan regretted letting him leave. Regret wove around him like threads choking him breathless. If life hadn't been good, how did he manage these past 2 years? It must have been bad, full of fear, having no support, nothing for Chiu Mo. After receiving the address Su Yi sent, Su Yan turned his car around at top speed, leaving flying dust behind, the tail disappearing in the blink of an eye. This might well have been the fastest time Su Yan had ever driven, racing to Yao City from Minzhou almost as fast as Su Yi. By the evening, Su Yan arrived non-stop at Tan Feilian's villa. The sky darkened dramatically, and the lights from the villa seemed like guidance. After getting out of the car, Su Yan quickly approached and rang the doorbell. Tan Feilian opened the door, and Su Yan grabbed his wrist desperately asking, "Where is he?" No explanation needed, his question referred only to Chiu Mo. At the sound of the door opening, Su Yi exclaimed about Su Yan's speed. Did he get his license revoked? Bro, Su Yi sighed. You went way too fast. Where's Chiu Mo? All Su Yan cared about now was Chiu Mo. Su Yi glanced towards the guest room, he's shaken up, in a poor mental state, likely suffered psychological trauma. Tired and mentally strained, he just fell asleep. He's in the room. Without asking more questions, Su Yan directly rushed into the bedroom. Su Yi moved to stand before Tan Feilian, my brother's completely infatuated with sister-in-law. He doesn't treat others this way, did he even smoke his tires? A slight smile curved at Tan Feilian's lips. He leaned closer to Su Yi's ear, from Minzhou to Yao City, you were 3 minutes faster than Su Yan. Ha. 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 Su Yi's eyes bulged wide, really? Su Yi found it hard to refute this comment after considering it, indeed, he acted somewhat recklessly. Always losing his composure for that little troublemaker. Tan Feilian tilted his head to look at Su Yi straight in the eyes, big brother, you've been loving me all along. Caught off guard by the statement, Su Yi attempted to evade Tan Feilian's gaze but was met with his lips covering his own. Su Yi widened his eyes in panic, pushing him away, my brother is here, let go, Since childhood, Su Yi feared Su Yan, making this scenario akin to being caught by parents during early love. Su Yan can't see us. Tan Feilian gripped Su Yi's waist, his burning breath spreading warmth over the side of Su Yi's neck. Can't the big brother tell how special Chiu Mo is? What's so special? Apart from being a bit timid, Chiu Mo was obedient and quiet. What made him so unique? Tan Falian's eyes shifted toward the house in the living room, his shadowy gaze flashing. Chiu Mo's gene composition has something extra. If brother forbids Su Yan from taking him, it will distress Su Yan greatly. Sui froze, his thoughts scattered in confusion. What's the extra thing? Tan Falian raised a hand to seal Sui's lips. Don't ask too many questions, kid. Sui. Utter silence reigned in the guest room, where soft breathing sounds could barely be heard. When Su Yan pushed the door open, he saw Chiu Mo curled up in a corner, wrapped in a blanket. Chiu Mo covered his lower body with the blanket, exposing his upper half down to the abdomen, suggesting he unconsciously uncovered himself while sleeping. In his sleep, Chiu Mo's cheeks were flushed, with tear stains at the corners of his eyes from having just cried. His hand rested by his cheek, and his face had a slightly raised curve from sleeping on his side, making him look soft all over. Su Yan gazed at the lover he'd missed for 2 years, feeling it was surreal. His steps became heavy and slow, fearing that it was all just a mirage. When he sat by the edge of the bed, his large hand touched Chiu Mo's cheek, and only then did Su Yan confirm the reality of this tangible sensation. Chiu Mo stirred restlessly in his sleep, the familiar presence surrounding him not waking him but letting him sleep more soundly. Su Yan gently caressed Chiu Mo's cheek, the sight of the wound on his wrist, wrapped in bandages, pained Su Yan every time he looked at it. Baby! Su Yan called out hoarsely. Chiu Mo was his treasure alone, the precious gem he had always cherished. The drowsy Chiu Mo moved his eyebrows and eyes slightly at the familiar voice, as if struggling to wake up. Under the dim light, Chiu Mo's tear-laden lashes fluttered a few times before his eyes slowly opened. His light-colored pupils reflected an added sense of fragility. When Chiu Mo opened his eyes and locked gazes with Su Yan, he bit his lip and pushed himself up, immediately collapsing into Su Yan's embrace. Brother Su Yan, woo-woo. Chiu Mo's tone was choked with sobs as he tightly clutched Su Yan's clothes, trembling as he held on. I was so scared. The tremor in Chiu Mo's voice made Su Yan ache deeply as the frail body shook in his arms. I was so afraid. I thought I would never see you again. Su Yan held Chiu Mo around the waist, soothingly patting his back. Don't be afraid, I'm here. He couldn't imagine what Chiu Mo had gone through, nor could he bring himself to ask, fearing he wouldn't be able to handle it. Baby. Don't be afraid. Hearing Su Yan's voice, Chiu Mo felt reassured, curling entirely into his arms, as though he needed to fill himself with the scent of the other to feel at peace. Chiu Mo's body temperature was slightly elevated, and his gentle rubbing against Su Yan was quite obvious. He lifted his shimmering, watery eyes, his gaze pulling like a thread, sticky with affection. Brother, kiss me. Chapter 79, Liked Things. Chiu Mo's fingertips played with Su Yan's clothes, his trembling body pressed against Su Yan's chest. His nose brushed under Su Yan's jawbone, and his hot breath circled between desires. Seeing Su Yan made Chiu Mo very happy, so much so that he didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, he hated his own weakness, despised his abnormality. The look in Chiu Mo's eyes was misty, the timid longing turned into a greedy desire. Brother. I miss you. Chiu Mo had an addiction, and it was serious. He was not like ordinary people, he also liked wearing little skirts. Everyone in the Chiu family said he was sick, disgracing their family. Just because of secretly wearing little skirts in his own room, he was cursed and beaten by his 2 brothers, ending up hospitalized. He was the unmentionable vermin of the Chiu family. At Su Yan's house, Chiu Mo had also secretly worn skirts before. When Su Yan unexpectedly walked in on him, Chiu Mo was haunted by the memories of being violently cursed and beaten by his elder brothers at home. No one could accept someone like him whose thoughts were considered strange and inappropriate. Chiu Mo thought Su Yan would beat and curse him just like his brothers. Instantly pulling at the skirt, Chiu Mo started crying almost immediately, trembling while trying to take off the dress himself, hating himself for this situation. Su Yan's brother would also think he is sick, and will send him away. But all Su Yan did was hold his bewildered hands and ask why he dressed that way. Chiu Mo always remembered Su Yan's tone, it wasn't accusatory, wasn't reprimanding, wasn't scolding. It was only gentle inquiry asking, why do you dress that way? Because I like. Chiu Mo's voice drifted low even to himself, he couldn't hear clearly either since it was because he liked. His words trailed off with quivers and he realized he was crying again, why was he so useless, this was always how he was. From above, Su Yan's sexy magnetic voice came as Chiu Mo raised his eyes and Su Yan took out a handkerchief to wipe away his tears. You look beautiful, wear what you like. Do not care what others think, whatever makes you happy is right. Beautiful, wear it if you like, anything you enjoy doing is correct. No one had ever said such things to Chiu Mo. Years of pent-up emotion strangely surged forth. Chiu Mo cried even harder while hugging Su Yan tightly. The room was filled with deep sobs and the first person who had ever rescued him. Su Yan was the vine that caught him from the pitch-black turbulent pool. That was the first time Chiu Mo had hugged Su Yan voluntarily. Su Yan's spacious overcoat completely covered Chiu Mo's body, leaving only the black miniskirt down to his leg root, with its crisscrossing laces falling into Su Yan's palm. Since then, Chiu Mo developed a desire for Su Yan. The lighting was dimmed appropriately, the scene flickering with Chiu Mo rubbing his body against Su Yan's. 2 years had passed, and now he embraced Su Yan once again. In this world, no one could compare to Su Yan. Chiu Mo's eyes stung, he raised his hands to cup Su Yan's face. Big brother Su Yan, I've missed you so much. Knowing his feelings, Chiu Mo had been proactive originally. He wanted to be close to Su Yan and only wanted to be close to him. Giving all his love and desires to him, his long eyelashes scraped Su Yan's cheeks as Chiu Mo hesitantly leaned toward Su Yan's lips with both shyness and exploration. Su Yan held Chiu Mo's waist, which was narrow enough to encircle with one hand. As Chiu Mo pulled back slightly, Su Yan looked for bruises on his body. Looking at Chiu Mo, who was covered in marks, Su Yan had no patience for anything else. Who hit you? Su Yan pulled up Chiu Mo's clothes while suppressing his anger. Who hit you? Chiu Mo's mouth pouted with sorrow. He didn't want to repeat the incident again as each memory made him panic. Chiu Mo's body trembled heavily. Realizing Chiu Mo's fear, Su Yan softened his tone. He hugged Chiu Mo in his arms. Don't be afraid, I won't ask anymore. Su Yan guessed Su Yi must have known the details. With Chiu Mo in this state, it might be best not to stir more emotions. He stroked Chiu Mo's back. Baby, big brother won't ask anymore, can you rest a bit? When you wake up, I'll take you home, Su Yan said gently. He didn't know why he could be so patient with Chiu Mo. The dedication was different from what he put into his work. Chiu Mo seemed like fragile porcelain, always giving him the impression that he'd break if not handled carefully. Leaning on Su Yan, Chiu Mo heard what Su Yan meant. It was often said that when facing the one you like, there may be selfishness, but Su Yan showed none. His posture was always noble. Chiu Mo lifted his slightly moistened gaze, his muffled voice asked with a hoarse undertone, it's just me who wants you, brother doesn't want me, right? Wanting him until he was nearly driven crazy, how could he not? Su Yan held Chiu Mo's hand, don't fool around. After you rest a bit, I'll take you back. Chiu Mo's body was covered in red marks, and Su Yan's anger welled up, but he couldn't bring himself to do anything to Chiu Mo at this moment. Chiu Mo leaned over and planted a kiss on Su Yan's cheek, his damp voice full of temptation, brother. Kiss me. I'm really scared, woo-woo. Chiu Mo said with a sob. Don't cry. Su Yan wiped away the tears from the corner of Chiu Mo's eyes. Su Yan bent down and kissed Chiu Mo's lips, soothing him. The warm sucking sound was filled with tenderness. Big brother Su Yan, please don't leave me behind in the future, alright? Chiu Mo's face flushed with desire, he always lost his color when he thought too much. I have never left you behind, Su Yan looked at Chiu Mo's slim waist with a dark gaze, I have never done that. It would be tiring to carry me along. Chiu Mo said hoarsely. Not at all, Su Yan kissed Chiu Mo again, it's tiring when you're not there. After being kissed to the point of breathlessness, Chiu Mo knelt half on the bed. Chapter 80, Yi faints. Su Yan's scent was a unique blend of perfume, cigarette smoke, and alcohol, which smelled pleasant to Chiu Mo. He slightly parted his lips and kissed Su Yan. His eyes were hazy with desire. All of his essence could only be accepted by brother Su Yan, and all of it was reserved solely for him. The intimacy of their bodies alleviated the suffering of longing, and the spiritual tremor etched in their bones was expressed simply as, I love you. Brother Su Yan. I love you. The next morning, Chiu Mo was still asleep when Su Yan grabbed Su Yi to the balcony to inquire about everything. Royal venue, Su Yi said expressionlessly. This matter is far more terrifying than you imagine. Human rights are exploited to alter the genetic states of normal people, with cruel and horrifying means. Su Yi glanced seriously at Su Yan. Chiu Mo has suffered quite a bit of trauma, don't ask him about this so he doesn't become overwhelmed remembering it. Su Yan gripped Su Yi's arm. Have you been investigating the truth behind your mother's death these years? Are they related to it? Su Yi had once wanted to kill Han Yuan Bashi even if it meant going to prison, which made Su Yan feel something wasn't right. In Su Yan's eyes, Su Yi wasn't the type to act on impulse unless there was something beneficial for him to do so. The Su family hadn't treated Su Yi well, and Su Yan had always intended to make up for it financially, but he suddenly realized that what Su Yi had truly wanted was never those things. Big brother will help you, Su Yan said. Su Yi suddenly smiled. Big brother should always remain clean. Su Yan tightened his grip on Su Yi's arm. I thought those matters were already in the past, so I wanted you to live well. If the management bureau really conspired with ill-intentioned individuals, how many people would suffer under their persecution? I'll investigate this matter thoroughly, Su Yi's eyes grew darker. For the time being, spend more time with your sister-in-law, she will need you very much. Su Yi suddenly remembered something and chuckled as he changed the subject. I spent 50 million yuan taking a picture of my sister-in-law, big brother, pay me back. Where did you get so much money? Su Yan wasn't surprised by the number but was astonished at where Su Yi had gotten all that money from. To his knowledge, Su Yi couldn't even come up with 200,000 yuan. It's my wife's. Su Yi glanced sideways at Tan Feilian in the distance. Su Yan frowned. Tan Feilian. His understanding of Tan Feilian was still stuck at the point where he perceived him as someone who relied on his younger brother for support. Upon hearing this, Su Yan looked utterly shocked. Where does he get all that money? Su-yi leaned against the balcony, glancing sideways. Tan Philian was an anomaly, and his brain had been implanted with advanced chips. He didn't need to learn anything, his capabilities far surpassed humans. Making money was as simple as playing games for him. In front of Tan Philian, no one stood a chance of surpassing him. Su-yi walked to the living room, picked up a business card, and handed it to Su-yen. Take a look. Su-yen took the card. The mysterious rival company that suddenly appeared within the Su Corporation Group and went public within just a year, Jinha Group's director, was Tan Philian. Su-yen's eyes darted between Tan Philian not far away and the Su-yi standing in front of him, Tan Philian. He knew that the Jinha Group's director was surnamed Tan, but it was actually Tan Philian. Su-yen pocketed the business card. Your wife, won't she resent you? Su-yi. Why the sudden change in attitude? He wouldn't dare. This marriage is pretty good, Su-yen said approvingly. Su-yi. Su-yen lit a cigarette and lazily placed it in his mouth. You should learn more from Big Brother. Treat your wife better. In the morning, I saw you scolding her. What have you learned from books? You shouldn't vent your anger on your wife. A real man stands firm, and the person beside him must be cherished above all else. Su-yi. Is he really giving me advice now? Do I even have a wife? And when did he ever scold Tan Philian? Tan Philian was so obedient that he couldn't bear to hurt him. This morning, he merely reprimanded Tan Philian a little after being breathless from his kisses, and coincidentally, Su-yen saw it. Annoyed, Su-yi snatched the cigarette pack out of Su-yen's hand. At this moment, Tan Philian's gaze turned towards them. Honey, try to smoke less. Without hesitation, Su-yi blurted out, ah. After replying, he passed the cigarette back to Su-yen. They locked eyes for a moment, and suddenly Su-yi felt an electric shock running through his body, making his hands tremble uncontrollably. TSK. Su-yen's frown deepened further, becoming heavier and heavier. As his increasingly cold gaze met Su-yi's pupils, he exclaimed, Su-yi, you. Are you below him? Su-yi coughed loudly, averting his eyes. Such matters are mutual. Don't jump to conclusions. Su-yen suddenly felt like laughing. He hadn't expected that one day Su-yi would be subdued by someone else. Su-yen had always thought Su-yi treated Tan Philian as a bed companion. Given Su-yi's nature, if he was on top, there was no way he would be below, and being below meant losing all chances to rise. There wouldn't be any mutual relationship in that scenario. Su-yen's cigarette suddenly lost its taste. How embarrassing. Su-yen flicked the ash off his cigarette. Stop telling people I'm your brother in the future. After saying this, Su-yen turned around and left from the balcony. You might as well take the surname Tan from now on, call yourself Tan-yi. Su-yi. He wanted to die. When Su-yi turned around, he saw Chio-mo coming out of the room, looking at Su-yen with curiosity, as if he didn't know this person was his brother. Chio-mo seemed a bit more energetic and was about to cook for everyone but was stopped by Su-yen. Your body hasn't recovered yet. Let Su-yi do it. Upon hearing this, Tan Philian immediately became upset. Why don't you go? Su-yen gave a piercing look towards Su-yi, who responded by nudging Tan Philian, and Su-yen once again raised his eyebrows indifferently while locking eyes with Tan Philian. This sequence of actions made only Chio-mo feel afraid. Chio-mo quickly took over the conversation. Chio-mo held on to Su-yen's hand. Big brother, let me go. I quite enjoy cooking. And after speaking, Chio-mo had already walked into the kitchen, prompting Su-yen to follow inside. Today's meal could be said to have been made together by Chio-mo and Su-yen. While Chio-mo handled the cooking, Su-yen mostly got in the way, serving more as company than help. After the meal, Su-yen wasted no time taking Chio-mo away. Once they were gone, Tan Philian clung even tighter to Su-yi. Su-yi allowed Tan Philian to cuddle and touch him affectionately. Now that they're gone, dear, can you let me play? Tan Philian pulled Su-yi close against him, his gaze intense and lustful. Don't do it on. Before Su-yi could finish, Tan Philian cupped his face and planted a kiss, then took out a blue object and handed it to Su-yi. Big brother, give it to me. Trembling slightly, Su-yi accepted it. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heated and licentious. I want what's mine. Su-yi trailed his fingers along Tan Philian's abs, his voice husky. Tan Philian then retrieved another item of a different color from the bedside and handed it to Su-yi. Open it. Little madman. After enduring some horseplay, Tan Philian finally gave Su-yi the materials to test the brain nucleus rotary wave. Just as they were about to redress themselves, a call came from Tan Philian's company. With a pat on his spouse, Tan Philian went off to Jinha Group. As soon as he left, Su-yi couldn't wait any longer. He changed his clothes and left too. Walking through the bustling streets, Su-yi began to feel increasingly uneasy. His long-time habit of vigilance confirmed 100% that he was being followed. Su-yi moved toward the center of the crowd, trying to shake off the tail behind him. Suddenly, an intense pain struck the side of his neck. Su-yi instantly realized the distance and composition of the remote tranquilizer used. The anesthetic agent, fired like a bullet, was something not even regular mutants could evade. Without allowing himself to think further, Su-yi stood still in the middle of the road and suddenly collapsed among the crowd. Chapter 81, Of Course I Like You. Before losing consciousness, Su-yi saw chaos everywhere. People around were panicking and scattering. It wasn't just Su-yi who fell to the ground. The building was suddenly engulfed in flames, vehicles crashed into each other out of control, explosions followed, and after that came the thunderous collapse of several buildings. This indiscriminate attack was as terrifying as a terrorist strike, with ear-splitting cries. In his daze before collapsing, Su-yi fumbled for the stabilizing agent in his pocket. Before he could bring it to his mouth, his hand was stepped on by a foot clad in black leather shoes. With blurred vision, everything before him became indistinct, a layer of mist obscuring everything further, making clarity impossible. This exaggerated level of crime left no visible criminals or guns, not even a crowd of attackers, too strange for Su-yi. Just before closing his eyes completely, all he could see was a sea of fire ahead and the cries for help reaching heaven. From humans. Su-yi's fingers gradually lost their strength, and the pill in his palm rolled onto the floor as he sprawled out. The world spun wildly, then silence reigned. When Su-yi woke again, he found himself sitting in a chair. There were no restraints on his body. The room was bright, its interior design filled with futuristic tech vibes. In front of him stood a long table where, on the other side, sat a man. Beside the man stood two attendants dressed in black uniforms. Su-yi immediately recognized they weren't human. They weren't even trying to hide their beast claws, openly displaying their non-human identities. As for the seated man, his handsome face had sharp features radiating an air of intense dominance, commanding respect without speaking a word. His wine-red silk shirt was slightly unbuttoned, revealing his chest, while his slender hands rested casually near his temples, exuding arrogance. His gaze, fixed on Su-yi, brimmed with interest. Back to life. The man smirked. Su-yi's eyes narrowed warily. He was currently free from any restraints, able to stand up or flee if he wanted. It seemed like the man didn't intend to confine him. Recalling the street before he passed out, Su-yi thought, if this earlier terror attack was caused by the man sitting before him. Who is he? And what does he want? The corner of the man's lips curled slightly as he glanced at Su-yi's dark eyes. Nice to meet you, little one. My name is Fan Sheng, your new kindred spirit. Su-yi's expression tightened, anger flickering in his eyes. Was it you who carried out the terrorist attack at the World Trade Center? Humans have been annihilating our kind entirely. This is merely returning the favor. Is there a problem? Fan Sheng replied calmly, acting as though none of this involved him directly. Su-yi's pupils constricted as he cautiously questioned the man, what do you intend to do? Relax, I won't harm you, Fan Sheng said, smiling faintly. Over the years, you've devoted yourself to fostering peaceful coexistence between humans and aliens, granting many of us favors. Why would I harm you? Fan Sheng's words held neither malice nor concealed emotions towards Su-yi, rather, as he claimed, there was genuine appreciation. For years now, we aliens have kept retreating, hiding away in the human world, living like ants, but humans still won't let us be. Tell me, what should we do? Of course, we must do as they have done, annihilate them entirely. The man's eyes burned with hostility. Clutching his fists tightly, Su-yi felt immense interest in the man sitting before him. He looked perfectly normal, nothing resembling the potential traits of an alien species, just like any rich human youth indulging in extravagance. After studying aliens for years, Su-yi could not identify any abnormalities in this person. There were only two possibilities here. Either the person before him was a highly advanced alien species like Tanphilion. Or this man was simply an ordinary human being. Whichever it was, it made Su-yi feel deeply chilled. If he were an alien, such a well-organized attack meant they already possessed enormous resource alliances, implying increasingly aggressive provocations in the future. If he were human, it would be far more terrifying. Exploiting the enmity between aliens and humans, starting wars, and profiting from them. Why did you kidnap me and then treat me so politely? Su-yi stood up from the chair, walking closer step by step to the long table before the man. Because I like you. Fan Sheng tilted his head slightly, saying earnestly. After all these years, you are still as beautiful as ever. Su-yi was momentarily stunned by the man's words. It was obvious that he had known Su-yi for many years. Just who is he? Then Fan Sheng tossed a stack of documents from the table to the other side. Don't you hate the management bureau too? How about we collaborate? Fan Sheng tilted his head upward with nothing but disdain in his eyes. If we overthrow the management bureau together and establish our own regime, wouldn't you like to be acknowledged by all? Su-yi's pupils dilated, instantly realizing what the man was planning. The disaster of aliens overthrowing human governance would be unimaginable for Su-yi. Just estimating from the recent attack, the casualties were incalculable, let alone greater calamities. Aliens don't usually serve masters, nor would they spontaneously start attacking humans first. Such organized acts made Su-yi consider many possibilities. What if I say no? Su-yi looked closely at Fan Sheng. No. Fan Sheng seemed to ponder sincerely over this question. That's not an option. Can't you imagine how much publicity the previous attack will generate? Fan Sheng asked. With one hand propped on the table before the man, Su-yi couldn't fail to think. For years, Minzhou had been rather peaceful. Now, the unexpected riots outside must have already turned into complete chaos. Minzhou has already been sealed off to catch the main culprits, Fan Xing said nonchalantly, as if everything beneath him meant nothing. Guess who the evidence points to? Fan Xing continued. Fan Xing lifted a corner of his mouth, it points to me. Before he could finish, Fan Xing raised his hand, pointing it toward Su Yi, and also to you. Su Yi's eyes flickered fiercely. You set me up. I'm helping you. Fan Xing responded. There's no choice for you, Fan Xing arched an eyebrow. Either get killed by people from the management bureau as the instigator of the riots or collaborate with me. Which one do you choose? Fan Xing asked. He didn't actually leave Su Yi any other option. The people from the management bureau are all incompetents. Do you think anyone will vindicate you after I control the entire bureau? Let me tell you, no one will. Many among them have long wished you dead. Otherwise, they wouldn't have poisoned you in prison, right? Only I genuinely care for your well-being. Fan Xing smiled. You know so much. Su Yi lifted his eyes, noticing something different flowing through them. Suddenly, the man before him felt far more terrifying than expected. Su Yi glanced around and slapped the table. Forget cooperation, I'm not interested in your schemes. But the management bureau is out to kill you now. After this door, there won't be anyone to protect you. Fan Xing chuckled lightly. Wanna live every day being hunted down like some alien hiding in sewers? Suddenly Su Yi's finger twitched, and in an instant, he pulled out a gun loaded from his waist. He quickly pointed the barrel straight at Fan Xing's head. How about I just kill you? Su Yi glared coldly. Fan Xing burst out laughing suddenly. He glanced sideways at the aliens behind him, and immediately a wave of electromagnetic energy hit. Despite pulling the trigger, not even a single bullet shot out. Su Yi threw the gun aside and pounded both hands on the table. What exactly do you want? Don't be so angry, wasn't it discussed earlier? We cooperate. Fan Xing resumed his friendly demeanor. Your enemies, I can eliminate them all for you. For you, there's zero loss in this. Fan Xing gestured with his eyes towards his companions, and one alien moved to open the room's door. I'll give you a week to think about it. Agree to work with me, or I'll kill everyone you care about. You're asking for death. Su Yi's voice was filled with menace. If anyone else said that, they'd be dead before my face. But since you said it, I'll take it, Fan Xing smirked. In the next week, I'll ensure your protection wherever you go. And I'll handle matters with the management bureau while you decide carefully. Why me? Su Yi questioned. I'm under no obligation to tell you that. How many people have you harmed? 3,000, Fan Xing smiled slightly, and that's just the beginning. Our enemies are the same, you should stand with me. Su Yi grabbed the front of Fan Xing's shirt across the table, glaring with rage and hatred blazing in his eyes, you deserve death more than them. Fan Xing showed no fear, he touched Su Yi's wrist gently in a movement full of provocation and lust. Su Yi released him abruptly. He realized that everything Fan Xing said was true, giving him a week's time was also real, along with the truth that he himself was wanted. Su Yi angrily headed toward the door. Once outside, however. Chapter 82, Wife, you scared me to death. The place he was in turned out to be the central building of the management bureau. Su Yi quickly turned around to look at Fan Xing in the room, his thoughts shaking with him. I hope when you come again next week, we can become true friends. Fan Xing blinked at Su Yi. Or lovers, that's fine too, Fan Xing smiled, I find you quite interesting. Su Yi's eyes were filled with anger. Because of this attack, almost all the previous reports on experiments involving mutants would be overturned. Mutants can harm people. They can kill humans. Greedy and unscrupulous. It all comes true, such a situation. How could he rehabilitate his mother's name? Everything pointed to exterminating mutants being the right thing to do. Su Yi didn't know why Fan Xing had so much power to control so many mutants, why? Su Yi took steady steps toward the door. He could clearly feel someone still following him behind. But this time the tracking was obviously without any attempt to avoid him, it seemed more like escorting rather than tracking. Too many unsolved mysteries jumbled in Su Yi's mind, making it hard for him to sort through them. Su Yi was accustomed to carrying a mask with him, once he exited the room, he put on the mask before continuing outside. Walking down the corridor, Su Yi saw nothing but familiar faces from the management bureau, department managers passing by in groups. Hey! Suddenly, a mature male voice called out from behind Su Yi. Su Yi froze on the spot. Now that he was wanted, being discovered by others here was equivalent to exposing himself. He couldn't tell how many people were conspirators with Fan Xing. But according to what Fan Xing said just now, Su Yi thought, in this building, everyone except Fan Xing would consider catching him an opportunity to gain merit. Accelerating now would only make things suspicious. Su Yi stood still. The person behind him came closer, I'm calling you. Which department are you from? Are you deaf? Su Yi slightly turned his head and looked downward. In his peripheral vision, he identified the person behind him. There were two people together, one of whom Sui recognized. It was Professor Fu, the one who wrote the evidence of Fang Rong's crime years ago. Sui lowered his head further. Professor Fu. What were you thinking about, spacing out like that? Professor Fu said discontentedly, go to the archives and bring the number 3 file to my office. With that, Fu Ji walked forward with a commanding air. Sui responded, then looked around searching for the archive room. He had indeed always intended to visit the archive room at the management bureau, and wondered if this wasn't a blessing in disguise. Sui stepped forward. Professor Fu, I'm new here, I don't have access to the archive room yet. Fu Ji didn't overthink it, those who could come upstairs had gone through several layers of passwords. He pulled out his work card and handed it to Sui, saying impatiently, hurry up. Alright, please wait a moment. Sui took the work card and turned around. The person following Sui was Fan Sheng's man. Since everything Fan Sheng was doing was based on the destruction of the management bureau, naturally, they wouldn't expose him. Sui searched for the archive room along the room numbers and eventually found it at a corner. There were guards at the entrance. Sui straightened his back as he entered, showing Fu Ji's work card to the guard briefly. Sui smoothly passed through security. This archive room stretched endlessly. Inside, it recorded all matters big and small since the establishment of the management bureau. The shelves were stacked layer upon layer with sealed files. Sui remembered that the files of the management bureau were arranged by time, and significant events had red markings. Sui did not look for the third file requested by Fu Ji. Instead, he moved step by step along the bookshelves by year. The closer Sui got, the faster his heartbeat became. When he saw the year 12 years ago, even his breathing quickened. Sui walked to the shelf and stared at a thick pile of documents. There were 7 yellow-marked files that year and 2 red-marked ones. Sui's gaze flowed over them, surrounded by bookshelves buried among documents. Sui took out the 2 red-marked files and trembled as he flipped through them. They documented the records of the first mutant experiment conducted in the Minzhou laboratory. Name, Fang Rong, age, 24 years old. Attached was a photo of Fang Rong. With a simple physique and a neck and face full of scars, despite all that, Fang Rong still held her head high, her eyes firm, her features soft, betraying no sign of fear. Sui felt suffocated in his chest. He flipped another page. It detailed the experiment carried out on Fang Rong, its processes, the reaction of the subject, and the experimental results. It included, regeneration after amputation experiment, blindness experiment, in vivo cultivation experiment, brain nucleus removal experiment, injection of malignant cells experiment, drug resistance experiment, tamability experiment, maternal instinct experiment. Below each experiment was a remark: the subject's child lives in the laboratory living area, take good care of him and let the subject see her child once daily to increase her compliance. Below were the details of the subject's child. It showed Sui playing soccer outside the lab when he was around 12 years old. Sui's hand trembled as he clutched the file. All those days he had lived peacefully at the Minzhou laboratory were exchanged by his mother for absolute obedience. The only thing Sui remembered was that there was a severely wounded woman who came to see him every day with new injuries. Fang Rong never told him that she was his mother. He had guessed it on his own over time. When Sui saw all this firsthand, the anger in his eyes deepened. She could have escaped. But for his sake, she endured unimaginable torment until death. Sui shut the folder abruptly, his eyes brimming with sorrow. Heavy breathing filled the air. He rolled up the document and hid it on his body, then grabbed the requested number 3 file and left the archive room. Sui didn't send the number 3 file to Professor Fu. Instead, he threw it into a trash can randomly after going downstairs. With Fu Ji's work pass, Sui easily exited the management bureau building. As he approached the gate, his phone vibrated. The persistent buzz wouldn't stop. It was Tan Feilian calling, but Sui didn't want to pick up. He felt like he had no strength to speak. Dazedly, he wandered ahead, feeling as if there was no end in sight anywhere. There were many moments where Sui wasn't sure why he even stayed alive. For truths nobody cared about. To live guilt-free. For his mother. Sui always knew what he was up against. Lost in thought, an overwhelming sense of suffocation surrounded him, resentment, fury, injustice, with no outlet for release. Suddenly, Sui was pulled into someone's embrace. A familiar and gentle scent clouded his mind. "Wife, you scared me to death." Tan Feilian's voice rang in his ear. At that moment, all grayness faded. Sui raised his eyes, and he saw. Chapter 83, Take Me Home. Tan Feilian's eyes showed a look of worry, despair, and confusion that Sui had never seen in anyone before. Bloodshot at the corners of his eyes. His pale eyes reflected Sui's figure, filled with immense fear. The strange scene in front of him became clearer. Sui bit his lips tightly, the look of determination was impossible to disguise. It was as if his heart had been torn open. Tan Feilian didn't ask any questions. He embraced Sui's waist and whispered softly, "Honey, I'm here. Don't be afraid." Tan Feilian didn't ask where Sui had been or why he was like this, nor did he blame him for not answering his calls. He only knew that Sui was afraid. Su-yi leaned into Tan Failian's embrace, his scent brought comfort, calming the erratic heartbeat. Su-yi's stiff hands slowly raised, touching and clutching tightly onto Tan Failian's clothes. Failian, take me home, Su-yi's voice was deep, hoarse, and sticky. Tan Failian gently patted Su-yi's back, all right. Su-yi's weak state made Tan Failian's heart ache immensely. He held Su-yi's face, removed his mask, if you can't walk, I'll carry you on my back. Su-yi almost laughed at Tan Failian's words, are you being childish? Not childish, this is how humans fall in love. As he said this, Tan Failian turned around and assumed a posture to carry Su-yi, get on. This was how people fell in love. Falling in love. A strange thought popped into Su-yi's mind, yet he didn't hesitate and truly climbed onto Tan Failian's back, and he couldn't help but say, Tan Failian, you're so childish. Tan Failian carried Su-yi up, lifting his feet gently. His steps were slow, as long as it makes you happy, it isn't childish. Su-yi rested his head on Tan Failian's neck, and from his peripheral vision, he could see Tan Failian's handsome face. You really look good. Tan Failian continued walking forward, does Big Brother only like my appearance? Is Big Brother someone who falls for appearances? What if I get disfigured? Su-yi hummed once, then we divorce. Upon hearing this, Tan Failian lowered Su-yi, causing him to hurriedly wrap his arms around Tan Failian's neck, Brat, I was just kidding, said Tan Failian. I'll love you no matter what you look like, Su-yi teased while rubbing Tan Failian's hair which had grown longer, why don't you bloom a flower for me? Continuing to walk ahead, as he crossed a pond, Tan Failian thought how lucky it was that he was carrying his brother on his back. It won't bloom, said Tan Failian. Why? Su-yi asked, his lackluster mood improved slightly because of Tan Failian but still remained lethargic as he rested on Tan Failian's body. The flowers of your kind bloom only when extremely joyful, Tan Failian's strands swayed in the breeze brushing against Su-yi's cheeks. Su-yi understood now that Tan Failian wasn't in a good mood. You're not happy. Because you're worried about me? Su-yi asked. Tan Failian remained silent and kept walking forward. Su-yi looked at Tan Failian's cold face and bit his lip. It seemed he had upset him. You didn't answer my calls, I dialed so many times, do you know how worried I was? Tan Failian unconsciously tightened his grip on Su-yi's hand. Brother knows, I'll answer next time, Su-yi rubbed his cheek against Tan Failian's neck. I've admitted my mistake, can you bloom a flower for me? Su-yi started again. Tan Failian, can't. Su-yi, try. Tan Failian, I can't control it. Su-yi, just one. Tan Failian, there's only one. Su-yi, try. Tan Failian, I can't control it. Su-yi leaned closer to Tan Failian's ear and whispered, husband. In an instant, Tan Failian froze, his heart scratched by sharp claws, his gaze scattered for a second, and a purple flower bloomed at the end of his hair. During the blooming, Su-yi's eyes lit up as he glanced at Tan Failian's less cold face, baby, you're so easy to please. What did Big Brother call me just now? Tan Failian turned his gaze to Su-yi, visibly pleased, say it again. Su-yi pretended not to hear, he had already succeeded. Su-yi leaned toward the flower and kissed it with his lips. He clearly felt Tan Failian's hands holding him tremble. Big Brother, don't act like this, Tan Failian's voice was heavily raspy. Su-yi kissed again. Do you not like it? Su-yi asked. Su-yi understood what Tan Failian meant, Tan Failian, what have you been thinking all day? I think about everything that's related to you, Tan Failian said. Su-yi was very satisfied and kissed Tan Failian's nape, do you want to see Tang Tang? Tang Tang. Tan Failian's pupils suddenly shuddered. Tang Tang. After a while, Tan Failian asked. He had seen Tang Tang on the quarantine island, they had met once. Tan Failian had reviewed Lin Yu's experimental records which mentioned that Tang Tang was genetically cultured outside the womb. Do you like him? Tan Failian probed. You've seen Tang Tang. Su-yi was somewhat surprised. I've seen him once, Tan Failian replied. You don't care about him at all? Su-yi accused. I managed to survive on my own, why can't he? Su-yi. Tan Failian, are you made of stone? You know you have a child and yet you don't care for him. Tan Failian answered very seriously, I only care about you. Su-yi. You don't love him. I only love you, Tan Failian said. Su-yi couldn't understand the thought process of this abnormal species. When you have time, you should go see him, Su-yi told Tan Failian. I will be good to him because of my affection for you, Tan Failian replied to Su-yi. Su-yi was both angry and annoyed but didn't know how to scold him. I'll die from your antics one day. Su-yi's fingertips brushed against the flower's petals, startled by a drop of moisture, and looked up to find it was raining. It began raining heavily that day, with droplets quickly turning into a downpour. Su-yi poked Tan Failian's cheek with his finger, Tan Failian, let's run. Raindrops hit Tan Failian's nose as his steps quickened, he didn't want his brother to get soaked. The rain grew heavier, and gradually, people on the street sought shelter under eaves. Su-yi felt refreshed and suddenly looked up smiling, I want to get drenched in the rain, Su-yi said. Tan Philian walked briskly through the rain. Slowly, his pace increased more without any intention of dodging the rain. A thin mist rose along the road as Tan Philian carried Su-yi, running under the blowing trees rustling gently, puddles splashing, the sound of the rain hitting their backs echoing. Their hearts were incomparably free. Tan Philian was willing to join Su-yi in his madness and would do anything for him. When they returned home, both were soaked to the skin. Without hesitation, Tan Philian lifted Su-yi directly into the bathroom. After placing Su-yi into the bathtub, Tan Philian turned on the warm water and started unbuttoning Su-yi's clothes, still wet from the rain himself. With one hand, Tan Philian casually undid his black shirt, revealing his firm chest, glistening after being washed by the rain, appearing incredibly sexy. Suddenly, Su-yi felt heat rising to his nasal bridge, and then a strong flow rushed out from his nostril. Shit! I'm bleeding from the nose. Su-yi quickly pulled a tissue from nearby to cover his nose. Tan Philian was startled by Su-yi's unexpected condition and approached him to stop the bleeding. Brother, what's wrong with you? Su-yi's face darkened as Tan Philian drew closer. You, just stay away from me. Tan Philian used a handkerchief to stop Su-yi's blood. After the bleeding stopped, Tan Philian carefully considered Su-yi's words. The next moment, Tan Philian laughed and leaned in for a kiss. Chapter 84, Are you pouting, brother? Su-yi approached Tan Philian with a sore throat. This day Su-yi was unusually proactive, clinging to Tan Philian in an affectionate manner. He knew his quiet days wouldn't last much longer, the administration bureau was already brimming with undercurrents, and the man called Fan Sheng was also a ticking time bomb. If the abnormal species had already formed an alliance, it was worth deep consideration how they were being controlled. His own situation was exposed. Suddenly, Su-yi looked at Tan Philian. Didn't you eat? Tan Philian was instantly annoyed by what Su-yi said, shocked and making eye contact with him. Su-yi stated, I'm not a doll. Tan Philian suddenly became fierce and started giving him a lecture. Brother mentioned he couldn't take it. Su-yi shivered slightly. Don't if you don't want to, understand? Tan Philian got excited. Su-yi suffered as a result. In a daze, Su-yi saw vibrant blackness, stars and moons swinging violently within it. After tiring out, Tan Philian meticulously cleaned Su-yi. Su-yi hung on Tan Philian, allowing him to caress and fiddle around. Su-yi's peripheral vision dimly focused on Tan Philian, recalling how stubborn and strange Tan Philian used to be no matter what was said. Once when he had a fever, Tan Philian never acted like that again. Kiss me, Su-yi suddenly said. Tan Philian was made to chuckle by Su-yi's hoarse tone. He approached Su-yi and kissed the corner of his mouth. Kiss me again. The moment Tan Philian's lips left, Su-yi continued speaking. Are you pouting, brother? Asked Tan Philian. Will you kiss or not? Is my brother pouting with me? Tan Philian continued asking. No. Tan Philian, then I won't. My brother must always take the lead and can't pout, Su-yi said. Tan Philian picked up Su-yi wrapped in a bath towel, but Tan Philian doesn't need anyone's protection. He carried Su-yi into the bedroom and placed him on the bed. He covered Su-yi well and embraced him. Su-yi, you can be any way in front of me. Su-yi suddenly smiled and hugged Tan Philian, lacking respect. The warm yellow light casted over their embracing figures, brimming with burning love. At night, Su-yi fell asleep in Tan Philian's arms. During the night, he woke up twice, and each slight fluctuation woke Tan Philian too. Upon waking for the third time, Tan Philian immediately opened his eyes and soothed Su-yi's back. His gaze became shadowy, even a little sad, softly saying, Brother, is it because I'm useless? Why can't you sleep soundly even though I'm here? Su-yi, illuminated by faint light, looked at Tan Philian. He didn't expect to wake Tan Philian and have him blame himself. Su-yi held Tan Philian's face, words going astray, you're so alert when sleeping. Last time I secretly kissed you, did you laugh quietly? Tan Philian tightened his grip on Su-yi's waist and pressed him against his waist, seriously answering Su-yi's question, no, I didn't laugh quietly. I was thinking about what grievances you endured, pitying how hard it is for my brother to like someone, and realizing it's wrong. Su-yi was astonished by Tan Philian's words. How could there be someone in this world who cared so much about him? Tan Philian seemed to give all the love he lacked in multiples back to him. Su-yi caressed Tan Philian's face, leaning forward and kissing his cheek, you haven't done anything wrong. It's me considering too much. Su-yi's undulating emotions hid beneath his long lashes, saying, I've always loved you, Tan Philian. Suddenly, Su-yi wanted to ask Tan Philian, pointing his finger to the heart position where it was empty, do you know what love is? Su-yi asked him. Tan Philian grasped Su-yi's hand and slowly moved it upward until finally touching his forehead, his gaze icy cold, wife, I know what you want to do. I will help you. This sentence had nothing to do with Su-yi's question, but it made him chuckle. Before he could respond, Su-yi's throat suddenly hurt intensely. He quickly pushed himself up and was about to go outside, but Tan Philian grabbed his wrist, don't hide from me. Unable to escape after being pulled, Su-yi uncontrollably started coughing. Cough, cough. Su-yi covered his lips while coughing. Cough. Shaken severely in his abdomen, Tan Philian fearfully hugged Su-yi. The vines turning out from his palm cut Su Yi's fingertips, somewhat alleviating the discomfort. Tan Philion wiped away the blood from Su Yi's mouth, cleaning both sides of his face carefully. Tan Philion tightly embraced Su Yi, knowing well that the poison in Su Yi's body had already seeped deep into his bones. It wasn't a mild toxin that could be easily eradicated in a day or two. Not only was it vicious, but it was also specially tailored for abnormal species, impossible to remove or dilute. The toxins in Su Yi's body combined with his abnormal species genes would become increasingly severe, as if someone were deliberately preventing him from saving Su Yi. Tan Philion gently patted Su Yi's back. Are you still in pain? Su Yi breathed heavily, then took a sudden gulp of fresh air. I'm fine. After adjusting his emotions, Su Yi joked, brother, you won't really commit suicide after I die, will you? Tan Philion blocked Su Yi's lips with 2 knuckles and told him, no. In that case, it's good, otherwise, even in death, I wouldn't close my eyes and would never forgive you. Su Yi weakly encircled Tan Philion's neck and leaned on Tan Philion's shoulder, moving his head slightly. He grabbed Tan Philion's hand, intertwining their fingers. Let's have a proper relationship, little monster. Let's stay together as long as we can while we can. Tan Philion held Su Yi's hand, rubbing the ring finger adorned with their wedding ring before placing a kiss on it. If Su Yi looked up at this moment, he would find Tan Philion's expression frighteningly fierce, like a dark snake or scorpion. Suddenly, Su Yi's phone buzzed. Chapter 85, Confession. Su Yi picked up his phone. There were a few messages. From Han Sibai. Han Sibai, little E, are you alright? There's been unrest in Minzhou, and now the management bureau is in complete chaos. Han Sibai, it's the work of the alien species. The control department has gone to search for those aliens' traces. Han Sibai, I had said before that someone would surely use the alien species. I feared it would involve you, and now it has. Han Sibai, the control department people are looking for you everywhere, with a bounty of 10 million. Han Sibai, I'm very worried about you. Reply when you see this message and give me some peace of mind. Upon seeing the messages, Su Yi's face showed little emotion. He was somewhat impressed by Fan Xing's power, how she really could get him wanted, yet let him walk on the streets openly without anyone finding him. He also realized that her offer to give him a week to consider cooperating with her might not have been baseless. Su Yi was just about to reply when Tan Philion grabbed Su Yi's hand with shadowy eyes. Han Sibai, he's no good man. He's not even human. Su Yi followed up. Stay away from him. Tan Philion turned off Su Yi's phone. Su Yi thought Tan Philion was just jealous, so he decided to address it later and didn't reach for the phone again. Su Yi had originally planned to go find Lin Yu early in the morning, but this message woke him up fully. Su Yi looked at the time on the bedside table, 6:10 a.m. Su Yi slightly bent over and turned his head to look at Tan Philion. Suddenly, he pressed down on Tan Philion's shoulder, pushing him down. Can't sleep, let's make love. Tan Philion wrapped his hands around Su Yi's waist and used force downward. Su Yi was then pushed and fell into Tan Philion's embrace. Wife, you need rest. Close your eyes, I'll hold you. Tan Philion's voice was soft and gentle as if all his patience was reserved for Su Yi. Su Yi moved closer to Tan Philion's body. You don't feel anything. Tan Philion's voice was deep. There's no need to provoke me. If I want to feel something, a glance from you is enough. Su Yi inexplicably felt his heart beating faster. Indeed, he was getting better at talking than before. Previously, he hadn't noticed that Tan Philion was such a smooth talker. He lifted his hand and shook Tan Philion's head. Did you install some kind of wife-pleasing system in yourself? Or some kind of sweet-talk system? Tan Philion tightened his hands, with a bewitching gaze. I've watched a lot, documentaries. Su Yi paused for a moment. What, documentaries? Su Yi suddenly felt himself impure, his mind filled with improper thoughts. About family, about love, about human life and death, about loving someone who doesn't return your affection, about whether freedom or possession is more important. Tan Philion lowered his eyelids. I understood my brother's emotions, the kind that carries all burdens is wrong. Tan Philion seriously looked at Su Yi. My brother loves me more than I imagined. Then, why won't you make love with me? Tan Philion sniffed Su Yi's scent. Brother, I pity you. Damn it, these words also sounded good. His heartbeat quickened further. Su Yi cupped Tan Philion's cheeks. What do you like about me? You don't need to know this. Su Yi couldn't ask any more and gave up. He slightly raised his head and pinched Tan Philion's face. You married me, call me husband. Tan Philion narrowed his long eyes. Wife, this is what humans call taking things too far, and also. What else? Su Yi asked. Being overly ambitious, Tan Philion replied. Su Yi. Truly speechless. After hearing this, Su Yi leaned against Tan Philion's chest, moving around restlessly. Let's sleep a bit more. A familiar scent enveloped the room, the white jasmine tea fragrance soothing the spirit. Su Yi drowsily dozed off for a while. In the morning, after dressing, Su Yi saw that Tan Philion had already prepared breakfast. Damn, this was happiness. Su Yi walked to Tan Philion's side, still half asleep. Hug me, brother. Tan Philion embraced Su Yi's waist. Su Yi looked up. Kiss me, brother. Tan Philian obediently kissed the corner of Su Yi's mouth. Su Yi returned a kiss. Tan Philian, your wife has become a fugitive. Tan Philian lightly stroked Su Yi's hair, his eyes filled with incomprehensible gloom. I will not let them all go unpunished. Su Yi snuggled closer in Tan Philian's embrace. I want to ask you a question. Would alien species obey human orders? Su Yi asked. No. Tan Philian's face turned slightly cold, unless controlled by drugs, or high-level aliens controlled through magnetic fields. No. Su Yi expected this result. There was no trace of alien essence on Fan Sheng, so had she been controlling the aliens with drugs? An attack of such magnitude couldn't be pulled off by just a few aliens. Fan Sheng truly intended to destroy the Management Bureau. Then why would she want to cooperate with him? Su Yi stepped closer to Tan Philian, who says aliens won't obey human orders. Tan Philian, aliens do indeed have strong self-awareness and don't follow anyone's commands, let alone be used by them. Tan Philian. Su Yi suddenly called his name. Su Yi, help me beat someone up. Tan Philian looked over. Who? Su Yi raised his eyes to meet Tan Philian's. Look, your understanding is too narrow-minded. Tan Philian. Su Yi took half a step back from Tan Philian. A rebellion has erupted in Minzhou, it's a big deal. Someone is using the aliens to create chaos. I'm inside the system. I feel a bit uneasy. Su Yi's tone quivered slightly. I will help you, Tan Philian replied calmly, as if he didn't think much of what Su Yi felt was a major issue. That tranquility remained an enigmatic emotion Su Yi couldn't grasp. Su Yi sat down at the dining table and pulled a strand of hair from his pocket, holding it in his hand to show Tan Philian. This is a strand of hair I pulled from that man called Fan Sheng. Can you tell if he's an alien or not? Tan Philian picked up the strand of hair and tossed it into the trash like it was garbage. He's human. Su Yi was shocked. You can tell just from this? Tan Philian poured a cup of hot water for Su Yi. One strand is enough. Come with me to Isolation Island. I need to find Lin Yu. Tan Philian grabbed Su Yi's hand. Whatever happens, I'll be there for you. You used to be so crazy, but now you're different, Su Yi muttered under his breath. Upon hearing this, Tan Philian tightened his grip on Su Yi's hand several times over. I can still go crazy now. It's just hard for me to act normal. Tan Philian looked straight at Su Yi. I love you. He said it with absolute sincerity. A person who had always been isolated suddenly had someone standing before them. Su Yi couldn't describe how it made him feel. Wind originally has no root or source, and those struggling in the darkness become trapped in the mud, yet where Tan Philian stood always pointed toward brightness. His towering frame shielded against the wind and shone with brilliance. I know. Tan Philian, no. Su Yi, what's wrong? Tan Philian, the answer isn't right. Unable to resist, Su Yi combined two words into one, I also love you. Su Yi arrived at Isolation Island later that night, setting out under cover of darkness to avoid being noticed. When they got there, the island was pitch black, appearing uninhabited. The island was far from Minzhou and fell into the gray area where authority didn't fully reach. Following his memory, Su Yi headed towards Lin Yu's laboratory. What happened to the aliens here? Su Yi frowned deeply, the surrounding area eerily silent with only a few dim lights glowing faintly. Su Yi glanced at the laboratory ahead, expecting many aliens to be quarantined on the Isolation Island, but there wasn't even a trace of alien presence now, nor were there any signs detected by instruments. Tan Philian walked in front of Su Yi, blocking his path. It's the smell of blood. Su Yi felt alarmed, sensing something was amiss. His steps quickened and eventually broke into a jog. As they approached the lab, Su Yi gradually caught the scent of blood. Very few people knew about this place, so why was there a bloody stench? Could it be that the aliens here had also gone berserk? Su Yi surveyed his surroundings. There was indeed no sign of alien presence anymore. While running, Su Yi attempted to call Lin Yu. The phone kept showing no answer. The laboratory within the isolation zone was massive, spread across several buildings. To find Lin Yu, Su Yi estimated it would take at least an hour to search each room thoroughly. Without receiving any response and burdened by recent chaotic events, Su Yi grew increasingly restless. At this moment, Tan Philian caught up with him, Lab number 9. The smell of blood came from humans. Hearing this, Su Yi quickly turned around and rushed toward another building, Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Su Yi tried shouting, everything here feeling too abnormal. His pace quickened slightly, nearly causing him to stumble. Tan Philian steadied him from behind. The lights in Lab number 9 were off. Su Yi's breathing hitched sharply. He looked anxiously at Tan Philian, his breathing becoming faster. After all these years, Su Yi still feared the dark. Tan Philian grabbed Su Yi's hand, don't be afraid. As he spoke, Tan Philian raised his eyes and a fleeting gleam of light passed through his pupils. In an instant, the lights in the entire building were inexplicably turned on by some mysterious magnetic field. Su Yi looked over and clearly saw the dried blood stains along the edges of the laboratory door, the windows, and the corridors. On the first floor, chairs and tables were overturned, shattered glass covered the ground, experimental equipment lay scattered everywhere, and the smell of disinfectant mixed with blood filled the air. In the corner, 2 aliens lay lifeless, each with a slash across their forehead that had pierced their brain core. There was no hope for survival. Su Yi's pupils dilated and he ran upstairs as fast as he could. His heart raced fiercely. When he reached the upper floor and saw Lin Yu lying in a pool of blood inside the lab, Su Yi had to lean against the doorframe to stay upright. Lin Yu. Chapter 86, Lin Yu's death. Lin Yu. The call of Su Yi was tinged with a few notes of panic. Lin Yu had collapsed on a chair in the center of the laboratory. There was a knife wound at his neck position, and his white clothes were soaked with bright red blood. Not an inch of his chest and jaw remained clean, his bloody clothes clung stickily to his body. His eyes were closed, his head drooping, and in his right hand, he gripped a blood-soaked scalpel. The entire scene was exceedingly bloody. Lin Yu. Su Yi crouched down in front of Lin Yu after rushing over and quickly checked Lin Yu's pulse. It was so weak it was almost imperceptible. He took out a stabilizing agent and injected it into Lin Yu's vein. During this process, Su Yi noticed Lin Yu's fingertips moving slightly. There was still a trace of life. Still a little breath. Su Yi was frantically thinking about how to save him. Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Su Yi tried to keep Lin Yu conscious. Lin Yu's fingers lifted slightly, and his closed eyes slowly opened halfway. Let's talk after you regain full consciousness. Let's talk after you regain full consciousness. Su Yi's voice trembled. He could tell Lin Yu wanted to say something, but his current condition was already far too feeble. Lin Yu saw Su Yi, and his forlorn face took on a flicker of anticipation. His lips, wrapped in blood, moved slightly. It's useless. Lin Yu's tone was heavy, sinking low to the ground, and Su Yi could only hear him clearly because he was so near. It's useless. Su Yi. Blood seeped from the corner of Lin Yu's mouth as his pupils turned a deep, crimson color. I know my own body best. Don't waste your efforts. Lin Yu grabbed Su Yi's wrist. The look in his eyes wasn't pleading for Su Yi to save him but accepting his fate and telling Su Yi not to insist. Futile. Don't insist. We were both wrong. Su Yi. We were both wrong. The mutants, they are dangerous. Lin Yu's calm eyes carried a hint of self-deprecating mockery. All superficial dependencies are false. Su Yi wiped away the blood trickling from Lin Yu's mouth, his mind chaotic, and even his movements were mechanical. Don't talk anymore. I'll take you to the hospital. Lin Yu gave Su Yi a powerless glance. Within 3 days, all the mutants on the quarantine island have developed malignant tendencies, and all my people were killed. His fragmented words formed coherent yet incomplete sentences. There's no need to try saving me. I can't hold on much longer. To see you one last time is enough. Suddenly, a large spout of blood surged from Lin Yu's mouth, staining Su Yi's sleeves. Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Just hold on. Hold on. The overhead light buzzed incessantly, everything saturated in silence and blood. Su Yi was about to help Lin Yu get up when Lin Yu barked at him. Su Yi. You're not a child anymore. Are you frightened just by this? Hold it together. Lin Yu said. Su Yi felt completely numb. He never imagined that Lin Yu would die like this before him. And he couldn't accept such an outcome. Lin Yu reached out to comfort Su Yi. The quarantine island. There are people from the management bureau. I don't know who specifically. They replicated a brainwave frequency capable of subduing the mutants. Minzhou is going to change drastically. With this happening, have we not inadvertently helped the wicked? What does that make us? Lin Yu's gaze started scattering, losing focus. All the mutants I cultivated turned into executioners harming humanity. Lin Yu mustered his last strength to look at Su Yi. Su Yi. Do what you have to do. There's someone behind this manipulating the mutants under mental subjugation. But I still believe in the things you stand for. Bury me next to Shao Qi. With his bloody fingertip, he lightly drew something on Su Yi's palm. When the last bit of strength left him, Lin Yu's big hand slipped entirely from Su Yi's grasp, falling onto the cold ground. Su Yi's pupils trembled violently, his heart following suit. Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Su Yi breathed heavily, the scene before him making his mind jolt and freeze. In a daze, Su Yi rose to check all the surveillance cameras in the lab. From the footage, he witnessed a group of mutants suddenly storming into the laboratory. These were all mutants marked with codes by Lin Yu himself, those from the quarantine island, not intruders from outside. After breaking in, everyone around Lin Yu was ruthlessly murdered. The first floor was destroyed, a mess of chaos. After everything ended, an arrogant, haughty man appeared on the surveillance screen. Chapter 87, Unity, Love Everyone, Seeking Flowers. It was Fancheng. Su Yi's hands suddenly clenched tightly. He watched as Fancheng walked step by step toward the door of Lab 5, then disappeared at the stairwell on the first floor as she moved upstairs to the second floor. Her silhouette seemed chillingly cold, as if beckoning death. On the second floor were some key experiments conducted by Lin Yu, thus no surveillance was installed there. Various gruesome images formed in Su Yi's mind. Lin Yu was killed by him. Su Yi slammed his fist hard on the desk, and the resounding force shook him back into clarity. Ding dong. At that moment, Su Yi's phone rang. Before he even opened the screen, he saw the message pop up. From Fancheng. Are you ready? This is just the beginning. Guess who's next? The game has only just begun. Su Yi's hand gripping the phone tightened until veins bulged. Shit. Fancheng. I will kill you. Su Yi's normally composed features now brimmed with a fierce rage, casting an air of darkness throughout the entire room. Following the message was a push notification from the Bureau of Management combined with the Joint Defense Department. 5 municipal areas in Minzhou City were hit by indiscriminate attacks. These attacks by aliens were nothing short of outright provocation. While Su Yi scanned photos and videos online taken by citizens showing collapsing skyscrapers, and countless alien creatures in their monstrous forms rampaging through the streets injuring people, he realized these alien species wouldn't have such powerful attack forces under normal circumstances. Though stronger than humans, they shouldn't possess such devastating powers. Otherwise, over the years, they wouldn't have constantly been oppressed by humans. Su Yi's first thought was that Fancheng must have injected them with some kind of special drug while simultaneously using electrical wave enhancement to control their brain nuclei. In the video footage, raging fires swept across the streets, black smoke coiling around the skies for hours without dispersing. Behind the explosions, rumbling vibrations, cries of anguish split the air. The catastrophe scattered everywhere at once, blood flowed freely in streams down into the sewers without distinction. In this chaotic hour, hatred spread wildly across the city. The human population was being protected by the Management Bureau. But already resentment filled the air. Online posts unanimously criticized the Bureau's inaction, comparing humanity's lives to weeds when compared to the alien species. Didn't they say the alien species were eradicated? Why are there so many now? We're inside the assault zone. Yet the Management Bureau doesn't let us enter safety zones. The Bureau has concealed information from the public for far too long. Request the Management Bureau to reveal the truth. Request the Management Bureau to disclose all relevant information. Even 10 kilometers away from the periphery, individuals seem more well protected. Is this differential treatment, or can certain privileged groups afford to pay for protection unlike us common folk? When caught within the explosive zones and running toward isolation control areas, we are denied any rights to receive protection by the Management Bureau. All governmental children are collectively sheltered while 70-year-old elders, newborns, and pregnant women inside neighborhoods have no authority to access the safe zone. Is this really the high-standard regime we uphold? Utterly laughable. During such perilous times, those unharmed are hoarding massive amounts of medication. What purpose does this serve but to cut off our own future? My father is injured. I cannot find medicine anywhere. Why are medicines being stockpiled? Anti-inflammatory drugs prices have increased dozens of times within an hour. The Management Bureau is overwhelmed now, community self-protection is paramount. Hurry, please. Take care of yourselves, don't expect rescue from others. Latest updates, the poster above died in an attack this afternoon. Absolutely true. I saw that poster in the video dying amidst the debris in the explosive area, clothes exactly matching. Is anyone in need of help? I have a small amount of medical supplies. Su Yi browsed post after post, each one showcasing horrific photos circulating widely online. Due to the management regulations, videos about attacks were often blocked within seconds of release. However, more and more clips kept getting uploaded and subsequently hidden after a few seconds. Rage surged inside Su Yi, clearly recognizing this conspiracy. Fancheng had exploited the aliens. He and Lin Yu had researched alien species for years. How could he fail to comprehend why? Fancheng's planning spanned multiple years. Not something done overnight. What type of brain nucleus electromagnetic waves would make these aliens obey a human being? Su Yi's research focus had always been on the benevolent tendency versus malevolent trends of alien species. To make aliens obedient and turn them into one's personal tools was not a field he had ever ventured into. Moreover, Fancheng knew him. Who exactly was he? Su Yi turned off his phone, chuckling humorlessly. This was only the start. Su Yi glanced sideways at Lin Yu on the ground. Tan Feilian stood beside his corpse, his expression as cold as ever. As an alien species, he didn't understand human life and death, nor showed any emotional fluctuations toward others. The shadow cast over Lin Yu's body was pitch black and without a trace of warmth. Su Yi thought that in Tan Feilian's mind, there was nothing but data, something akin to Lin Yu's temperature, leading to cold calculations, dead for 30 minutes, 9 seconds, and 23 milliseconds. He said, he wanted to be buried with his wife. Su Yi controlled his emotions so as not to appear too uncomfortable. He loved his wife. Tan Feilian responded indifferently, his long lashes fluttering slightly, making it impossible to discern whether he felt pity or sympathy. Love may not be enough to describe it. His wife passed away early, just 2 days after they got engaged. It's been 13 years. Su Yi had never believed in all-consuming love like this. Lin Yu always said Su Yi didn't believe either until he met Xiao Qi. Lin Yu always looked so happy, Su Yi couldn't bear to look at his corpse. It was all an illusion. Tan Feilian let out a soft hum. I often saw him going to worship at the lone grave on the island. People who truly love each other should indeed be buried together, Tan Phalian said. We will be, too. Su-yi remained silent. Tan Phalian's straightforwardness wasn't unusual to Su-yi. The little creature always thought this way. He propped up Lin Yu's body, suppressing his own emotions. In the end, Su-yi followed Lin Yu's last will and interred him next to the solitary tomb on the isolation island. Despite all his efforts to hold back, Su-yi's emotions spilled over, his eyes moistening as Tan Phalian embraced him. Tan Phalian said nothing. Su-yi smelled his scent becoming stronger and stronger. The aroma of white tea flowers seemed to repeat endlessly, "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, Tan Phalian is here. Tan Phalian will always be here." Su-yi clutched at Tan Phalian's clothes, his fingertips crimson red, blood-stained garments dancing lightly with the wind. Evil and good intertwined with the night. Unable to tell the way forward, unable to tell the way back. Cannot be defeated. Cannot be defeated. Suddenly, Su-yi pushed Tan Phalian away and ran toward the laboratory. Su-yi, do what must be done. If you can't be the savior, you must still do what needs to be done. Everything began because of you. The aliens released from the lab became the root of all evil. You need to make up for the sins. Su-yi moved faster and faster, Tan Phalian following close behind. Su-yi reached Lab 3 as quickly as possible. The spiral wave material he carried in Han Yuan's brain core could be combined there to produce an image. Even if the aliens have already been exploited, he still needed to know the truth. Those who needed saving must be saved, and those who were fated to die shouldn't survive. Since everything must be rewritten, then let it be thorough and complete. Su-yi activated the probing equipment and immediately combined the material he carried with Han Yuan's brain core. The alien brain core emitted a faint blue light in an instant. Su-yi swiped across the screen, hearing the crackling sound. Alien brain cores could store memories. In the flicker of focus, the images became clearer. After putting on the connecting device, the sound from the image wasn't very clear, but it was enough for Su-yi to understand clearly. Using the alien species to change the regime, is it really feasible? This was the first sentence Su-yi heard. The location was Minzhou's first laboratory. Su-yi was extremely familiar with that place. Those aunts and uncles there always treated him well. Until the day he found out Fang Rong was his mother. On that day, Fang Rong cut Su-yi's fingertip and transmitted all her memories to him while she was covered in blood. That memory kept Su-yi alive with hatred. In the image, Su-yi understood the entire process of the Management Bureau's coup plan. 12 years ago, all the respected elders in the Management Bureau were falsely accused. And Fang Rong was originally a registered member of the Management Bureau, deceived and threatened into being injected with a special drug, turning her into an alien species. This transformation lasted 7 years. After Fang Rong's blood tests no longer detected human genes, all blame for the coup was pinned on her head. Traitor, deserves death, unforgivable, these words would forever define Fang Rong. Yet Fang Rong was the first alien trained for absolute obedience. That child is the first procedure for initiating the alien energy source. Do not lose them. Otherwise, the consequences will be catastrophic. More voices rose afterward, followed by Han Yuan's movement down the corridor, around the corner. Finally opening one laboratory. Inside, a boy was bound with his hands and feet, with electroshock guns pointed at his back, his head hanging low and his body soaked in blood. When the boy raised his eyes, Su-yi's pupils instantly tightened. It was Tan Phalian. After that, Su-yi remembered everything. Fang Rong, on her deathbed, asked Su-yi to take Tan Phalian away. Su-yi remembered Fang Rong's words and lived with the pain of 1,000 arrows piercing his heart ever since. Tan Phalian was the first procedure for initiating the alien energy source. That explosion was orchestrated by the Management Bureau to destroy evidence. And for all these years, the aliens they had been searching for were Tan Phalian. In Han Yuan's memories, Su-yi saw himself from a third-person perspective, drenched in blood as he tried to take Tan Phalian away. The knife wound that pierced his heart nearly killed him. He was saved by an unrestrained Tan Phalian who carried him out of the experimental zone. Su-yi looked at the image before him and realized that he had passed out then. He thought it was him who saved Tan Phalian. But it was actually Tan Phalian who saved him. Han Yuan couldn't catch up, and the laboratory behind him exploded, destroying all evidence. Because of his mother, Su-yi became taciturn, hating aliens as much as humans. Su-yi's eyes narrowed sharply. Isn't the current situation of Fan Xing exactly the same as what the Management Bureau did 12 years ago? The people who planned all this destroyed all the crimes and experimental data back then to keep their hands clean. All traces were gone. Studies like this couldn't be accomplished in just a few years. Without any data. How did Fan Xing extract the brainwave signals that could make aliens obey? The severity of the controlled aliens' madness surpassed what happened back then. The intensity of the manipulated brainwaves had driven the aliens to the brink of self-destruction. All this was too terrifying to contemplate. Su-yi didn't do anything else. Excessive emotions would cloud his judgment. He extracted Han Yuan's memories and recorded them into images. Then he sent them to Qin Sun from the prevention department. He didn't believe such an upright and loyal person would not react when seeing how disgraceful the management bureau could be. The government must stand firm. But Fan Xing cannot remain in power. He deserved death. Subsequently, Sui backed up all the images and sent them to his brother, Su Yan. Sui, bro, I want this video to appear on everyone's phone within 24 hours. Sui, uninterrupted broadcasting on city center large screens. Sui, I want all those whose hands are stained with blood to go to hell. The Management Bureau's infamous regime, exploiting aliens to cause chaos. Millions of inhuman experiments. Fang Rong was the 0037th head of peaceful experimentations, bearing the unclaimed sins of the Management Bureau. After 12 years of infamy, she will overturn the stigma within 24 hours. Su Yan immediately replied, within half an hour. Sui, bro, my mother was innocent. Upon leaving the lab, the first relative Sui sought according to his mother's final wish was Grandpa Su. But the first person he saw was Su Yan, with bright sunlight illuminating his cheeks and golden hair strands. Since mom and dad don't want you, I'll raise you. From that day on, he had a brother. No one in the Su family recognized him except for Su Yan, except for his brother. His identity was kept secret, known to no one. The second most wanted person on the Management Bureau's list was Sui. No one knew he would enter the lab where Han Yuan worked after graduating from university. Sui's identity was completely revealed after Han Yuan's death. Those who wanted to kill him were the same ones from back then. Sui clenched his phone and asked, bro, do you think I'm stupid? Su Yan answered him, you're braver than me. Su Yan, this truth is worthy of everything you've sacrificed. Su Yan, your mother will have a memorial inscribed for future generations, she was a hero, and so is my little brother. Sui felt tears welling up in his eyes. He had a brother, always had one. Sui, is your side safe? Su Yan, unknown. Sui, we have detection instruments at home that can measure the distance to aliens. Pay attention to safety. Su Yan, our family donated over 100 shelters. I'm rich and pay billions in taxes each year, the Management Bureau won't let me die, but I worry more about you. Sui, Chiu Mo still has residual alien genes in his body, don't take him to crowded places. The alien's brainwaves might affect him, causing him to obey the owner of the brainwaves. Take good care of him. Su Yan didn't reply for a long time. After a while. Su Yan, he did try to harm my consciousness. Su Yan, he wanted to get out. Su Yan, I knocked him out. Sui. Sometimes my brother can be quite reckless. Even at such times, he still made jokes. Su Yan, where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up. Su Yan, once this news breaks, you'll become the target of the Management Bureau. Su Yan, if chaos erupts now, they will accuse you of being an ally of the rioters. Su Yan, within an hour, the Management Bureau will face incalculable public outrage, playing right into the hands of those organizing the riots. Su Yan, the benefits will go to them, they'll stir up public anger and establish a new power structure with supporters ready to follow. This was something Sui had considered. He even thought that Fan Xing was too clever. Having anticipated that Sui would expose information damaging to the current regime. By revealing the truth, Sui would have proven the innocence of the aliens and his mother. But all that would be meaningless in the grand scheme of things. The real beneficiary would be Fan Xing. Su Yan, what's your choice? Sui asked, what does brother think? Su Yan replied, I have money, and I don't want to pay taxes to waste management. Sui, then let me take control. Chapter 88, Long time no see Lin Yu. Suyi's eyes were cold, and he flipped through every research data that Lin Yu had accumulated over the years in his lab. The results of the experiments on Ganizhong were all positive. How to remove the interference of brain nuclear waves on Ganizhong was now a top priority. But he had no more time left. Half an hour after the video was sent out, the administration suffered millions of scathing insults and abuses. The overall trend showed an extremely unfavorable state against the administration. Many people rehabilitated Fang Rong's name, and each leader responsible for planning everything at the administration was nailed to the pillar of shame. Ding dong. Suyi's phone rang again. It was a message from Fan Xing. Fan Xing, you did great. Fan Xing, pleasure working with you. Sui tightened his grip as exposing the administration indeed played right into Fan Xing's hands. But Sui certainly had no intention of cooperating with him. The most critical task at hand was to find the way to break through the brain nuclear wave method. Fan Xing, being just an ordinary person, without the support of Ganizhong doing his bidding, would not have any advantages. While shifting his gaze, Sui noticed Tan Feilian standing by the lab window. He stood there, gazing outside, and Sui couldn't discern his emotions. Feilian. Sui called out to Tan Feilian. Tan Feilian slightly moved his eyebrows and walked towards Sui. His expression seemed off. Upon seeing this, Sui immediately grabbed Tan Feilian's wrist, his face filled with worry. Feilian, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Sui was frightened at the thought that perhaps Tan Feilian would also be influenced by Fan Xing's brain nuclear wave, causing him to act against his will. If high-level Ganijong like Tan Feilian could be affected, Sui didn't dare to imagine further. He grasped both of Tan Feilian's wrists with concern. Are you uncomfortable? Is there any pain? Can Fan Xing's brain nuclear wave affect you? Sui asked anxiously. Tan Feilian suddenly embraced Sui. His intimate action grazed Sui's skin. It won't affect me, but not all Ganijong are like me. This calamity isn't what brother desires. Tan Feilian gently released Sui and twirled a strand of Sui's hair with his fingertips. I can sense it. It means other Ganijong are already out of their own control. Tan Feilian took Sui's hand and lifted it, rotating the ring on his ring finger before taking it off. Tan Feilian placed Sui's ring in his pocket. How could you take it off? Sui clenched his lips tightly. I want to wear it. I wish to wear it. Such words were unheard by Tan Feilian in the past. Every display of care from Sui could bring him joy. Just like wanting to wear the ring because the ring was given by Tan Feilian. Tan Feilian lightly hummed once. His fingertips touched Sui's ring finger, and delicate vines emerged, forming a vine circle like a ring on Sui's ring finger. Tan Feilian lifted Sui's hand and kissed the fingertips gently. It will allow nearby Ganijong who approach you to regain their senses. I fear that I may not always be by your side. Within a specific distance near the ring-like circle, Ganijong can briefly become clear-minded. But that's all it does. Fear others might bully me. Sui looked at the vine ring on his hand. He liked it. Such intimacy felt as if Tan Feilian had merged with him. Afraid. Tan Feilian's beautiful eyes met Sui's, of course afraid. There will always be people who don't die the way I imagine them to. I don't want you to get hurt even a little bit. Sui tightened his grip on Tan Feilian's hand and whispered softly, randomly saying things that feel like declarations of love. It wasn't a waste to care about you. Sui said gravely. You're becoming too smooth-talking. I don't have the confidence to crack Fan Xing's brain nuclear wave on Ganijong within a short period. Sui moved toward one side of the testing table. Tan Feilian stared at Sui's back silhouette while lowering his peaceful eyes. That concentrated level of brainwave is a high-grade magnetic field formed by various data from Ganijong, at least 10 years of research. Sui paused for a moment. Do I have no hope then? Sui asked. There were only 6 days left. The cooperation period set by Fan Xing was 1 week. I want to give it a try. Sui said seriously. Tan Feilian hugged Sui from behind. Brother, the answer is right before you. You'll be invincible. Sui turned around. Tan Feilian, bathed in light behind, had his cheeks covered by black shadows, eyelashes peacefully fluttering vaguely. Some people, simply by standing there, can make others fearless of anything. That sensation was akin to standing on the brink of a 10,000-meter cliff, yet Tan Feilian would cushion him with his own body. Sui leaned into Tan Feilian's embrace. Tan Feilian. I'm here. I seem to be falling more and more in love with you. Over the next 5 days, Sui stayed on the isolated island, trying to find a way to crack the brain nuclear wave magnetic field. But he ended up failing again and again. Sui surprisingly found that his blood fused with the vine ring Tan Feilian had given him created a magnetic field that was several times stronger than his repeated futile results. But this was still nowhere near enough. On the 5th day, Sui received an address sent by Fan Xing on his phone. Fan Xing, arrive within 3 hours. Fan Xing, otherwise, your brother will die. Sui didn't feel much upon seeing the message, or perhaps it was as expected. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, Fan Xing sent another message. Fan Xing, wow, your hubby is pretty cool. He's been rescued. Fan Xing, all the survivors from the administration have been captured by me. Thanks for exposing that video, now everyone is shouting for their deaths. Fan Xing, didn't you want to be a savior? Every corner of Minzhou has been wired with bombs by me. I'll give you this chance to be a savior. Fan Xing, kill Tan Feilian. Fan Xing, you're the only one in the world who can kill him. Tan Feilian. Sui's pitch-black eyes closed as the experimental data in front of him fluctuated faster and faster. Fan Xing's target was indeed Tan Feilian. Sui picked up his phone and replied to Fan Xing, I will kill you. Fan Xing, that would be tough for you. If I die, my set conditions will trigger the explosion. The mutants will go berserk without any limit, worse than now by 100-fold. Fan Xing, dare to kill me, Sui. Fan Xing, I haven't left you a second choice. With the situation now clear, Sui directly asked the question on his mind, how many years did it take you to develop the brain nuclear magnetic field? Fan Xing actually told him. Far earlier than you imagine. Don't waste your effort. The next second. Another message popped up. Tan Feilian isn't by your side since he saved Su Yan, so I'll just catch you. Before Sui could finish reading the message. Suddenly. Sui was knocked unconscious by a powerful magnetic force. When he woke up again, he was in a dilapidated unfinished building. Sui struggled for a few seconds against the bright light before finally opening his eyes. Fan Xing sat majestically on an opulent throne, with his elbow resting on one side, fingers touching his temple. His regal air contrasted sharply with the decay of the abandoned building. Broken rebar, cement, and gravel lay scattered on the ground. It was hard to find a place to step, and from the spacious tower, the entire scene below could be seen clearly. Su-yi tried moving his wrists and realized he was tied up. Struggling caused his wrists to rub against the coarse rope, quickly turning red. "Nice to see you again," Fan Xing said lazily, but Su-yi could see excitement and pride in his eyes. "Your hubby was around, so I really couldn't catch you then." Su-yi's face remained emotionless. In fact, he even curled his lips mockingly, sneering softly with complete disdain reflected in his gaze. "It's been a long time, Lin Yu." Chapter 89, Who Dies? Fan Xing's eyes narrowed, and his calmness in the face of not being exposed was terrifying. "Truly, you're smarter than I imagined." The half-smile on Fan Xing's lips made people shiver uncontrollably. "How did you figure it out?" Su-yi leaned back in his chair, glancing around at the surroundings. Around Fan Xing stood variants that moved like machines, they just stood still, their pupils not flickering once. Su-yi's eyes turned sharp. "I'd rather hear you tell a story. Since you are so good at this, aren't you?" Telling stories was something Lin Yu excelled at most. One must control the brainwave magnetic field of the variants for more than 10 years to achieve the current level. There's no one in this world who understands variants better than you. You've been plotting ever since I left Minzhou Lab. Lin Yu. Damn you. If I didn't guess wrong, Han Yuan's sudden madness was your design, right? Your long-time research was only missing one final key, which was Tan Failian's primitive program magnetic field, am I correct? From the very beginning, you were using me. Su-yi spoke these words now with perfect calmness. Clap, clap, clap. Crisp applause rang out. Fan Xing clapped appreciatively. "Indeed worthy of my chosen one. Su-yi, you have indeed not disappointed me," said Fan Xing with an ominous smile like that of a merciless deathbringer. "You're absolutely right. I wanted to control the variants, to understand Tan Failian's original magnetic field. Therefore, your child became my research subject," Fan Xing answered coldly. "But he's alive, isn't he? I gave him back to you. You should be grateful. The poison inside your body is something Tan Failian couldn't resolve. I've studied it for years, how could he possibly solve it?" In Fan Xing's lofty demeanor, there wasn't any trace of emotion. Everything seemed to be just piles of positive and negative data in his eyes. "I should have killed you." Su-yi screamed with all his might. Su-yi clenched his fists as blood surged in his wrists. From the moment he reached the isolation island, everything felt off. At first, Su-yi was drowning in the sorrow of Lin Yu's death. However, all the equipment in the entire lab was destroyed except for the one he needed. And the poison in his body targeted variants specifically. The bumbling administration couldn't possibly have developed it. Sugar. There were too many details pointing towards this conclusion. It was all too traceable. The moment Lin Yu died, news from Fan Xing arrived. Too perfectly orchestrated. After broadcasting videos accusing the management bureau, Fan Xing benefited. Following these clues step by step, Su-yi reasoned out. Tan Failian knew more earlier than Su-yi thought. He had mentioned the answer lay before him already. So this is your true nature, isn't it? Su-yi raised his head, staring directly into Fan Xing's eyes. His face carried far more madness and bloodlust compared to Lin Yu. Su-yi found it impossible to associate these two figures together. Yet, this was the truth. Fan Xing had been setting up a scheme from the very start. A grand one. Of course. Fan Xing propped his legs up on a chair. We've exchanged memories of old days. Now, it's time we discuss cooperation, isn't it? Su-yi's cold eyes flared. Han Sibai works for you too. Just a discardable pawn. He was supposed to watch you, but he ended up falling for you. How laughable, Fan Xing replied indifferently. I want you to kill Tan Failian. Fan Xing smirked. He'll kill you. Oh. Fan Xing rose from his royal-looking seat. Too late. Step by step, Fan Xing walked towards Su-yi, towering over him and cutting off the light source in front of him. There's a bomb strapped to your body. Having Tan Failian kill himself in front of me wouldn't be such a bad choice either. As he spoke, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from downstairs. Boom. The intense sound scattered throughout the area, causing the whole abandoned building to violently tremble. Footsteps approached. A smoke grenade was tossed in front of Su-yi. In an instant, everything in front of him was covered in fog. Su-yi was pulled backward by someone, and his wrist was released from whoever was behind him. They retreated some distance while still remaining on the floor above. But Su-yi was shielded by someone behind him, and the bomb strapped to him was taken off and thrown down the stairs. Another explosion echoed. Su-yi lifted his gaze. Though unclear, it was enough for him to recognize who it was. It was Qin Sun. He had arrived at just the right time. Thank you, Su-yi took a spare handgun from his pocket. There are many variants here, I'm likely going to die alongside you. Qin Sun stood before Su-yi, with the scar between his eyebrows appearing increasingly fearsome. Su-yi loaded the gun. Don't worry, I'll die before you. How's the situation outside? Su Yi asked. The ones who should die are dead, and so are those who shouldn't, Qin Sun growled. Qin Sun had brought 10 people, and to achieve this level already showed his bravery and intelligence. The white fog in front of them gradually dispersed. Fan Sheng looked at Su Yi with mockery after he threw away the rope. Never thought the management bureau had such a loyal dog. Fan Sheng glanced at Qin Sun. You're not even worth as much as an animal, Qin Sun sneered disdainfully. Fan Sheng took one step after another toward Su Yi. The variants surrounding him also followed Fan Sheng's consciousness, circling their thoughts and attacking Su Yi. Su Yi, these are the variants you once protected. Now they want to kill you. Can you make them obey you? Fan Sheng's laughter echoed through the unfinished building. All of us should be buried with my wife. Ho 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 ho. Fan Sheng emitted a laugh, you'll be killed by the justice you once championed. Become a laughable man like me, Su Yi. Ho 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 ho. Su Yi took a step forward and shielded Qin Sun behind himself. In his peripheral vision, he suddenly noticed one of the variants behind Fan Sheng was the pregnant woman he had saved. She was, also controlled by Fan Sheng. The surrounding variants were increasing. Su Yi stared at the unconscious puppet-like variants around him and moved closer step by step. The closer he got, the briefer the clarity of the variants would last. As Su Yi moved closer, the magnetic field spread silently. When the variants began to feel unnatural, noticing that their control range was shrinking, Su Yi's peripheral vision caught the signs among several variants whose facial expressions and emotions were turning abnormal. This was the only chance. Suddenly, Su Yi pulled out a knife and slashed his own finger. Fresh blood started flowing instantly, and the vine-wrapped ring on Su Yi's finger heated up. Su Yi tightened his grip on his wrist. You all have received my favors, Su Yi's favors. Will you follow me? Fan Sheng's eyes slightly widened. Su Yi, what ridiculous ideas are you having? Su Yi took another step forward, raised his head, and seized this momentary opportunity. You all have received my favors, Su Yi's favors. Will you follow me? The drops of Su Yi's blood trickled down from his fingertips and splashed onto the ground mixed with mud and sand. Variants always have a strong sensitivity towards the bloodlines of their benefactors. Su Yi surveyed the surroundings, looking at the variants oscillating between wakefulness and confusion. He took another step forward. Will you follow me? Suddenly, a variant behind Fan Sheng with red pupils burst forth, desperately trying to break free. It was as if it had broken out of its prison, splitting into a spirit body during its struggle. In the fleeting moments of clarity, she recognized Su Yi standing before her. She quickly turned her body and used her figure to shield Su Yi in front. The woman struggled while maintaining the little clarity she had. Experimental subject 0076 wishes to serve master. Her voice was hoarse and deep. She was the pregnant woman whom Su Yi once risked his life to protect. She willingly stood in front of Su Yi, using her body as a wall, her flesh as a shield. She knew that Fan Sheng's brainwave magnetic field would still influence her. So, during those brief moments of clarity, the woman scratched her brow, damaging her brain core, enabling her to remain conscious. Experimental subject 0069 wishes to serve the master. Instantly, a variant from the side came with its weapon held in its hand, standing in front of Su Yi. During its brief period of awareness, the only thing it remembered was Su Yi constantly doing everything for their safety. A favor equal to saving lives. The first action the man took when he stood in front of Su Yi was just like the woman earlier, scratching his brain core to damage it. I wish to serve the master. Another variant stood guard with a bloody blade in front, its crimson eyes wild and horrifying. We refuse to be puppets. I wish to serve the master. I wish to serve the master. Experimental subject 0090 wishes to serve the master. I wish. More and more variants protected Su Yi behind their backs, and every forehead had been self-injured. Remaining clear-headed. Maintaining humanity. For them, Su Yi has always been a man of righteousness. This wall of flesh and blood, cast. They enjoyed it willingly. Ha 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 ha. Fan Sheng's laughter rang out, swirling with fierce hostility. Su Yi, you keep giving me surprises. The variants I tamed actually regained their humanity because of you. Kill him. No one knew who said it, but the variants in front of Su Yi rushed to attack those around. Some of them were fighting with the controlled variants. Others launched an attack toward Fan Sheng. Fan Sheng took a step back. He mocked Su Yi's ignorance. Su Yi, do you think that just because you've brought these lackeys back to normal, you can turn the situation around? The city center is already a pool of blood. You cannot be the savior. Ha 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 ha. Fan Sheng sneered cruelly. Su Yi rushed forward holding a gun. As Su Yi leaped over the variant in front of him, at the exact moment when he was about to be attacked, Qin Sun shot the variant attacking Su Yi. With that brief moment, Su Yi forced Fan Sheng into the corner and pushed him against the wall. Su Yi's gun pointed straight at Fan Sheng's throat. Su Yi, said Fan Sheng, gripping Su Yi's hand, kill me. Go ahead. Kill me. Ha 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 ha. After I die, the madness of the variants will escalate 100-fold, reaching the edge of their self-destruction. Aren't you the one who wants to be the savior? Come on then, be the executioner destroying humanity instead. Tan Philian has been held up by my people, they won't arrive so quickly. Let's die together, Sui. Just as Fan Xing spoke, he made no attempt to dodge or push Sui away but instead pressed down on Sui's trigger-fingered hand. Bang! The gunshot shook the mud and sand off the wall behind them. Fan Xing's clothes instantly became soaked with his own blood. Sui, become a sinner like me, ha 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 ha. All of you will die and accompany me. If you die, Tan Philian won't live either. Suddenly, Sui felt a tremendous shock in his chest. He sensed the intense tremor piercing through him. An excruciating pain seized his breath for a moment. Lowering his eyes, Sui saw the spike that had pierced his heart from behind, belonging to the variant that attacked him. As Sui fell to the ground, he felt an overwhelming increase in the variant's magnetic field. Fan Xing was right. After he died, everyone would have to perish with him. Sui's gaze grew hazy, and his pupils turned weak as he glanced sideways, only to see the variant still struggling to protect him even now. He had done nothing wrong. Through the broken platform of the unfinished building, Sui's vision passed through the fire-lit buildings outside. Had he lost after all? No matter what, he could not bring about any redemption. After Fan Xing's death, more and more variants began to assault the incomplete building. Qin Sun was severely injured and had no time to attend to Sui. This level of chaos meant every corner of the city had been overrun. In a state of semi-consciousness, the images before him were both clear and blurred. Sui realized he was being carried. His severe pain left his lips pale. Suddenly, his lips were covered by a moist warmth. It carried the scent he loved most. The smell of the little monster he loved. Tan Philian seemed to be trying to make him regain consciousness. Sui raised his heavy eyes. Philian, are you hurt? The sharp spike protruding from the wound in Sui's chest caused his speech to slur. He could sense the growing number of variants around him. Their howls were becoming increasingly chaotic. Tan Philian knelt halfway in front of him, supporting Sui's shoulders. Does it hurt? Tan Philian asked hoarsely. Yes, said Sui, who usually didn't complain about pain. But Tan Philian was always different. He could always hide behind Tan Philian. There, everything was taken care of for him. Turning around, Tan Philian observed the frenzied variants surrounding them. The entire city had fallen into terror. Brother, your goal was eternal peace, and I will help you achieve it. I don't like humans. But I know brother wanted to protect them. Gently, Tan Philian caressed Sui's cheek. The answer has been there all along, hasn't it, brother? I'm right here. He was the first program of the variants. Kill him, and it would all end. Kill Tan Philian, and it would all be over. Tan Philian's dominant presence lingered around Sui, whose scent was the sole human world desire he cherished. Sui was so smart, how could he not figure it out? He knew, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Sui's body went rigid, and his fingertips trembled uncontrollably. The kaleidoscopic darkness before his eyes had no direction. Suddenly, Tan Philian tightened his grip on Sui's shoulder. And then came a wet kiss, full of lingering affection, delving into the illusory water-moon mirror of fantasy, dying romantically. Sui's numb tongue reflected thousands upon thousands of emotions. Tan Philian continued to kiss him. On the blood-stained tower, Tan Philian's eyes focused on Sui covered in blood, tearing apart the life and death tapestry soaked in gore. Brother, do you remember what I said before? I would never die for love. Tan Philian kissed Sui again, his scorching heat sealing everything out from the mortal world. I will save you. Chapter 90, waiting for you to come back. I will save you. I promised you I wouldn't commit suicide along with you because from the beginning, my plan was only to keep you alive. Even if the cost is my life. The surroundings are filled with more and more shadows, and Shui can clearly perceive more and more abnormal entities. Their restlessness is 10 or even 100 times what it was just now, as if they are solely determined to taste blood before they can be pacified. Qin Sun is already in a state of physical exhaustion. All the images flash past Shui's eyes like a carousel of strange and grotesque sights. The pain in his chest is unbearable due to the toxins from these abnormals, leading to him being half-blind. He looks at everyone through a thick mist-like barrier. The only thing he can recognize is that humanity is currently undergoing a devastating disaster. His nostrils are filled with a strong smell of blood, both his own and others. Shui listens faintly to Tan Philian's words, the last remnants of his consciousness shattered into pieces. He grabs onto Tan Philian's clothes. He understands Tan Philian's words. Tan Philian is the first program of the abnormalities. Once he dies, the frenzied abnormalities in the city will calm down, and all this bloodshed will come to an end. As long as his little monster dies. As long as his Philian dies. Only one person needs to die. Shui's whole body trembles slightly, whether from pain or from some other emotion. His grip on Tan Philian's hand tightens more and more, his head shaking, his eyes filling with a deep red. No. I don't want to. The raspy voice carries thousands of pounds of cotton wool as his heart seems torn apart, as if millions of hands are trying to pull Tan Philion away from his side. Below lies an abyss, churning with magma where falling means leaving no remains. Shui struggles in neural agony. For the first time, Sui, born for justice alone, experiences selfish emotions. What does all this have to do with him? He doesn't want to be any savior, he wants Tan Philion. I don't want. Shui's fingers dig so hard into Tan Philion's back that blue veins appear, streaked with blood. What should he do? He can't see Tan Philion's face clearly. It's blurred. The cheek is caressed by gentle touches, damp fingertips softly stroking Shui's cheek. Familiar voices and breaths linger around Shui, and his pounding heart slowly weakens. Brother, this is the only thing you were doing before we met. I know what you desire. Tan Philion's form remains unclear, despite Shui's desperate attempts to see, yet he still cannot. You haven't done anything wrong, you've made no mistake at all. His little monster has done nothing wrong. He doesn't want this ending. Let me see you. I can't see clearly. Philion. I can't see clearly. Fear flickers in Shui's eyes as he hears the surrounding roars. He says he wants to see clearly. Suddenly, Shui feels his jaw lifted by Tan Philion, followed by a familiar kiss. Tan Philion bites through Shui's lip. The metallic taste spreads throughout his mouth, Shui's vision gradually becoming clearer. When Shui becomes aware, he immediately regrets it. He wanted to see clearly, but Tan Philion was saving him. Why did he have to say such things? Dark despair fills Shui's black pupils without any outlet. Around him, Tan Philion forms a safe circle. Vines spread out in every direction, outside where fierce battles rage, blood stains cover the ground, a scene of utter chaos between life and death. Shui glances to the side and sees Qin Sun about to be pierced in the neck by the sharp spines of the abnormalities. And Tan Philion was kissing him with his eyes open. Shui's whole body shakes. Monsters have no human righteousness, brother. For you, I've learned something else. Gaining and losing are equally important. He hears Tan Philion saying, I am willing to be a disciple of desire. I don't have much time left. Tan Philion touches Shui's face. Brother, remember Tan Philion. He says. The warmth from the lips hasn't faded, and Shui watches helplessly as Tan Philion burns himself into ashes right before his eyes. So quickly that Shui had just seen Tan Philion's face clearly when it crumbles before him like carried by a breeze. Shui can't grasp even a fleeting moment of his presence. At that moment, the pain in Shui's heart disappears, only to be replaced by an even greater, sharper pain, as if being flayed alive. Ah! Shui's hoarse scream mixes with blood, his recently clear eyes obscured again by a thick fog of wet tears. Shui reached out towards where Tan Philion had just disintegrated, trying to grab onto something. But due to the forward momentum, he fell down and ended up clutching only a handful of muddy sand from the ground. The sharp rocks cut into Shui's palms, but the numbness prevented him from feeling any pain. Shui frantically clawed at the mud and sand on the ground, kneeling there in complete disarray as if desperately searching for something, a proof of sorts. Tan Philion. Philion. Tan Philion, you bastard. You bastard. Shui's voice was hoarse and unclear, the sensation of oxygen deficiency in his brain let him experience for the first time what it feels like to be overwhelmed by sorrow. His breathing grew rapid, and the blood stains on his hands multiplied. After self-immolating, Tan Philion's body was scattered by the wind to every corner of the city. In the instant of dispersion, all living things regained vitality, and the rampaging abnormalities seemed to have their malicious awareness withdrawn, losing their violent nature. Shui personally saw a fragment of Tan Philion's ashes streak past and strike an abnormal that was about to injure Qin Sun. At the moment of penetration, the creature's pointed weapon retracted. This gave Qin Sun the opportunity to kick the abnormality away. When the creature fell, Qin Sun discovered it had regained its consciousness. Otherwise, Qin Sun would have certainly met his death just now. Looking around, Shui saw that after Tan Philion's destruction, all the attacking abnormalities stopped altogether. Shui suddenly let out a bitter laugh. He could even clearly perceive that the toxins inside his body had been neutralized by Tan Philion. The wound on his chest had also been perfectly repaired by Tan Philion. Tan Philion. Previously, when Tan Philion told him the answer was right before his eyes, he wasn't only referring to Lin Yu being the main culprit, there was another meaning, Tan Philion himself was the answer. I am willing to die for you. That was Tan Philion's other answer. Tan Philion's unwavering calmness stemmed from knowing his end from the very beginning. He accepted this ending. Accepting everything that hurt him for the sake of his brother. So, in these final few days, Tan Philion did the most by hugging him, kissing him, saying countless words akin to confessions, and telling him countless times not to be afraid. Tan Philion. Did I permit you to die? Did I permit you to die? You bastard. Shui stared at the stillness around him, propping himself up and slowly standing despite his dazed thoughts, taking multiple attempts before finally getting back on his feet. Shui detested everything around him, the smell of blood, the sobbing, the inquiries. He moved step by step without hesitation. The derelict building lacked railings, so stepping beyond the edge meant plunging into an abyss. Gravel rolled away beneath Shui's feet as he approached the brink. Without him, the little monster couldn't sleep normally and would revert to its original form, sleeping in the trees. He hated being alone more than anything. Philian. I will come accompany you. With the one who deserved punishment dead, and everything that needed to be done completed, Shui gazed upon the empty center of the city. What was left to do now? Could he live on with nothing but memories? Everything was resolved. Next, Qin Sun could handle everything. With half his foot already over the platform's edge, gravel continued to tumble away, creating lonely rustling sounds. He took another step forward. Shui's body gradually leaned forward emptily, as if everything around him was now just illusory mirage, and the one thing he could hold on to no longer existed. Right before losing balance, Shui was yanked backward by a force pulling on his clothes. Shui. Are you crazy? Qin Sun dragged Shui back forcefully. Due to the intensity of the pull, Shui stumbled backward, causing Qin Sun to almost fall over. Qin Sun had just witnessed Tan Philian burning into ashes, which was shocking enough. But after Tan Philian broke apart and dispersed, all the abnormalities recovered their senses, leading Qin Sun to suspect Tan Philian must possess some extremely special identity. Shui's released report of the Management Bureau plotting to use abnormalities for a coup had made Qin Sun review it numerous times, leaving him deeply disappointed with the bureau he served. That's why he came to rescue Shui, speculating there might be an unspeakable connection between Shui and the abnormalities. Seeing how protectively the abnormalities behaved around Shui, Qin Sun gained a sincere admiration for both Shui and those abnormalities. Now, this young man was attempting to jump. Qin Sun unearthed more clues. But none of these were important. It didn't matter what Tan Philian's identity was, he was worthy of everyone in Minzhou reverently commemorating him. Shui's state indicated a clear intention to go mad in his grief and commit suicide. Shui. Snap out of it. Do you think jumping off here is something Tan Philian would want to see? Would he be happy knowing you're doing this? Qin Sun already had a face that could make babies cry, and when he spoke with emotion, he looked fierce. Every word of his was filled with admonishment. Shui came to his senses after being scolded by Qin Sun. He pushed Qin Sun away and continued moving forward. Shui. Another rebuke came from Han Sibai who rushed over. This time Qin Sun directly knocked him out with no mercy on his neck. When Shui woke up again, it was in a hospital bed. By his side stood three people, Su Yan, Qin Sun, and Han Sibai. Shui's mind was dazed. The fleeting moments were filled with resentment. Why didn't Tan Philian come? Without much thought, he asked hoarsely, "Where's Philian?" As soon as the words escaped, Shui felt overwhelmed by too many memories, making him numb. His fingertips clutched the bedspread, applying silent force. He turned away to escape the gaze of those around him, feeling an inexplicable sting in his eyes. Everyone was there. Only his little monster was gone. Su Yan stood beside Shui's bed. "You still have Tang Tang." Shui turned his entire face aside, tears streaming down silently onto the pillow. After that day, Shui thought a lot. Tan Philian sacrificed his life for him, not to let him die. This wasn't the result he wanted. The little monster said, "Live well." If he died, his brother would blame himself for not saving him all his life. And Tang Tang. "I will live well." Shui spoke faintly, that sentence sounding soulless. 2 days later, Shui left the hospital, disinterested in everything about the administration. But people propelled him into high office. The administration underwent an unprecedented massive overhaul. Fang Rong was exonerated, and all those wrongfully accused under the previous administration regained their good names. Abnormals were granted the chance to peacefully coexist with humans. The Management Bureau drafted laws for the peaceful coexistence of humans and abnormals. The public organized voting elections, and 37 executives were found honest and incorruptible. Qin Sun supported Shui becoming the highest verifier of the Administration Bureau. Shui emerged as the top choice with an overwhelming advantage. In the endless stream of intensive work, Shui numbed himself. He couldn't fit into anyone's circle. His smoking addiction grew worse. No one knew what he enjoyed except for work. Always solitary, without friends or gatherings, everyone knew his nature. Even the sycophants dared not show half a bit of flattery in front of him. Shui returned to his previous coldness and aloofness before meeting Tan Philian. In 1 year, he accomplished 3 years' worth of work, but still felt it wasn't enough. On this evening at 2300 hours, Shui parked the car by the door before heading inside. To say the least, the daily time he spent alone with Tang Tang was very scarce. Shui detested his selfishness. Yet Tang Tang resembled Tan Philian so much, every time he saw that familiar youthful face, he would think of Tan Philian. He didn't know how to face Tang Tang. Each time he saw her, wearing a mask and feigning happiness exhausted him. This caused Tang Tang to fear him more and more. Shui opened the room door. He found Tang Tang asleep by the doorway holding a teddy bear. Shui's throat became extremely dry. He squatted halfway to pick Tang Tang up and lay her on the bed. Tang Tang woke up amidst the movement. "Does Mama not like Tang Tang? Why doesn't Mama sleep hugging Tang Tang?" Shui kissed Tang Tang's forehead. I like you, how could I not like you? Recently I've been busy, so I haven't had time to accompany you, sorry Tang Tang. Shui gently patted Tang Tang's head apologizing. It's fine, Tang Tang lifted her head and kissed Shui's cheek. I know, Mama is just too sad. That night Shui slept together with Tang Tang, yet Tang Tang was exceptionally awake. Tang Tang held Shui's hand, feeling the already brown vine ring on his ring finger, observing it for a long time. There's daddy's smell on this. Shui froze momentarily and stared at Tang Tang instantly. You, what did you say? Previously Shui always interacted with Tang Tang but never heard her say anything like this. This has daddy's smell. Tang Tang repeated her statement. Shui's pupils widened slightly. With Tan Falian's blood coursing through Tang Tang's veins and the abnormal genes in her body, her perceptions were different from normal people's. Shui suddenly grabbed Tang Tang's hand. Wasn't it here before? Tang Tang shook her head. It wasn't there before. Nor yesterday. Tang Tang pouted her lips. Is daddy coming back? Sui felt his heartbeat quicken. Tang Tang was able to sense Tan Falian's presence now. Could this mean Tan Falian had a chance for rebirth? This realization made Sui want to leap out of bed and rush to the lab immediately. Sui caressed Tang Tang's cheek. We're all waiting for him, he'll come back. Sui cradled Tang Tang gently until the little one fell asleep in his arms. Bathed in the dim light, Sui lifted his hand, his gaze falling on the ring on his ring finger. He didn't dare to hope too much. Tan Falian had turned to ashes before his eyes, his fragmented spirit dispersing across every corner of Minzhou. After Tang Tang fell asleep, Sui turned away. He rubbed the ring on his finger absently. His unfocused eyes flitted through fleeting moments of thought, then blurred again. Not even Sui himself knew what he was looking at as a faint whisper escaped his lips. Tan Falian, I miss you so much. Although Sui hadn't dared to hope much, Tang Tang's word sent him to the lab early the next morning. Upon arriving at the lab, Sui reached for the ring. However, the vines wrapped around his knuckles tightened slowly as if alive with awareness. Chapter 91, The Ring. Suyi's ring finger was marked by the constriction of the ring, leaving both surprise and joy in his heart. Since Tan Falian's body had been destroyed, Sui had been wearing this ring continuously. Its vine-like pattern had gradually turned darker, losing the vitality it once possessed. But now, it seemed full of energy again. Could it mean that Tan Falian knows there's a chance to return? It sensed Suyi's intention to remove it, so it slowly tightened, as if coming back to life, just like Tan Falian himself, recognizing only him. Sui attempted to touch the vines again and tried pulling it off slowly, but discovered he still couldn't take it off. This ring wasn't willing to come off Suyi's hand. In all the past year, such a situation had never occurred. Tension gripped Suyi's entire being. He placed his hand into the testing device for examination. The blue-lit machinery flashed brightly, yet after a few minutes of testing, there were no results. Sui stared at the unknown program displayed on the screen as it analyzed. His pupils dilated gradually. Plant, superior grade alien plant. Age, 22. Vitality, 1, weak. Location, multiple places, unknown, gibberish hashtag plus asterisk not greater than / hashtag n dot. Sui clenched his hand tightly in response. Vitality. There is vitality. There is vitality. Is Tan Falian recovering? Where is he? Why is it gibberish? The realization that Tan Falian might still be alive left Sui momentarily numb. For an entire year, not a single person had mentioned Tan Falian in front of him. Though Sui appeared indifferent and cold, handling every matter impeccably without fault, seemingly resuming his normal life, nobody believed he'd ever let go. Tan Falian was the vibrant color blooming vividly in Suyi's otherwise waveless days, the sole tender spot outside of his vengeful shell. Sui had never imagined any interlude could occur in his life. From start to finish, it was always Tan Falian who caused trouble for him. Saying he liked him, saying he loved him, pulling down his pants, doing everything wildly insane. He was a cold person. Once he was provoked, Sui became the one who couldn't let go, a madman. Sui took his hand out of the instrument, intending to reinsert the ring for another test. Various data related to his body might have affected the previous tests. His gaze fell on the vine ring encircling his knuckles. He extended another hand, gently caressing the ring. I don't intend to take you off, I merely want to observe you better. Given that it could tighten on its own, Sui affirmed that the vines on his hand must possess some form of consciousness at this moment. Previously, Tan Falian's vines had sometimes disobeyed him, acting according to their own will instead. This made Sui more certain of his hypothesis. Let me take a look, Sui said softly. As he finished speaking, he lifted his hand and lightly kissed the ring. Instantly, the ring around Suyi's hand loosened. When attempting to remove it again, the vines showed significantly less resistance. Sui effortlessly slipped it off. It really came off. In the past, when conducting experiments occasionally, he had also taken off the vine ring. However, it had never shown any sign of consciousness until today. A surge of hope sprang up within Suyi's heart, that year-long suppressed emotion seemingly ready to release itself. 6 months ago, Sui lost his ring once. That day, he lost his temper in the lab for the first time, showing an emotional side that none of them had seen before. Since then, everyone knew that this was the only thing left for him by the person he loved before death. Sui placed the ring alone on the testing platform. The light within the machine flickered faintly. The monitor in front of the detection device began fluctuating. The results of this test were different from what he expected. Just a while ago, it had a vitality reading of 1. Now, having left Suyi's finger, it dropped straight to 0.01, on the brink of extinction. The red light alarm sounded shrilly. Suyi's heart raced with fright. Before the other data could appear, Sui immediately stopped the test. Shaking hands, he swiftly put the vine ring back onto his own finger. Once the ring returned to Suyi's hand, the vitality changed back to 1 week. Dare not to remove it again. This faint trace of life was already enough to make him ecstatic. If there was any chance to save Tanfilian, he would do anything. Tanfilian could sacrifice his life for him, leaving all worldly things pale in comparison. Because Sui knew what his brother wanted, and he strove to achieve that for his brother. He would forever remember Tanfilian's words. Suyi's mind was now filled with the thought that Tanfilian might still be alive. What kind of opportunity had arisen? And how could he find him? He did not yet know. But this faint possibility brought him a hope he had never felt before. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there came a knock at the door. The visitor was Han Sibai. Regarding Han Sibai, Sui didn't feel much hatred towards him. Even though everything Han did seemed deceitful, when Sui learned that his brain core had been replaced by Lin Yu, those feelings of blame faded. Han Sibai's sole fault was making Tanfilian go berserk. He and Lin Yu conspired together, arranging everything so Sui would personally hand Tanfilian over to Lin Yu. Sui had once believed it to be the best choice. In reality, it was all cruel manipulation. After Lin Yu's death, Han Sibai underwent an investigation and willingly accepted his punishment under the new law. Since it was forced upon him, Han Sibai only received a 1-year jail sentence. Today was the day he was released from prison. Seeing Han Sibai, Sui couldn't tell if he felt happy or unhappy. Xiao Yi. Han Sibai pursed his lips, unsure how to face Sui. Sui gave a slight curl of his lips toward Han Sibai, his eyes showing no trace of emotion. Or perhaps, in this world, the only person who could make him genuinely smile was Tanfilian. Sui gave an indifferent congratulations, from today onward, you're truly free. Han Sibai's expression didn't reflect any joy of being released. He knew he wouldn't gain Suyi's forgiveness. I'm sorry. Xiao Yi. Han Sibai's abrupt apology seemed disconnected and incomplete. Both were caught in a game, and Sui understood Han Sibai's regret. Live well from now on, Sui said, no one will ever have control over you again. Can we still be friends? Han Sibai held little expectation at this point, he merely hoped Sui wouldn't treat him like a stranger. People with aligned values always end up together. Time will tell. Sui replied indifferently. Han Sibai hesitated for a moment. I hope we can return to how we used to be. Han Sibai was extremely earnest, Xiao Yi. You also had your reasons, Sui said expressionlessly. Today. Before he finished, Qin Sun hurriedly arrived. He walked up to Han Sibai with a serious look. How come you didn't tell me you were out? Hadn't I said I'd come pick you up? Qin Sun asked. Han Sibai shot a glance at Qin Sun. Go die, when did I agree to let you? Too lazy to respond further to Qin Sun, Han Sibai directly turned to Sui instead. Xiao Yi, I'll invite you to dinner tonight. I'll come too, Qin Sun said. Sui, who had been half-heartedly going about his work, became more alert due to their interaction. Sui wasn't aware of what had happened between them. Qin Sun had captured Han Sibai initially but released him shortly after, citing lack of evidence. Now, looking at Qin Sun, it seemed like there might be some suspicious aspects behind this claim. Qin Sun's obviously fawning behavior showed genuine affection for Han Sibai. From their first encounter where Qin Sun beat Han Sibai almost to death, with punches, kicks, whips, and even torture, it seemed unlikely according to Han Sibai's personality that he would warm up to Qin Sun. Yet clearly, Qin Sun liked Han Sibai, and chasing after him was no easy task. This difficulty probably rivaled Suyi's search for Tanfilian. Not exaggerated at all. Sui involuntarily let a slight smirk form on his lips, sure, why not? Who's coming together? Han Sibai asked. Teacher Qin, Investigator Qin, Sui said. No need for him, just the two of us, Han Sibai refused sternly. Why? Qin Sun exclaimed. Shut up. Han Sibai retorted. Upon hearing this, Qin Sun immediately silenced himself in front of Han Sibai. Sui laughed with disdain. I won't go either then, I'm quite busy tonight, Sui said as he returned to his work. Hearing this, Han Sibai turned to leave, walking only a few steps before coldly glaring at Qin Sun once more. Unable to bear it, Han Sibai turned back, addressing Sui, 9 p.m., at Wanha Tower. Just the two of us? Sui questioned curiously. Han Sibai glared impatiently, there's just one big dog. Sui lightly hummed in agreement, Teacher Qin is the highest-ranked investigator now. Calling him that will get you detained. Han Sibai clenched his teeth and corrected himself bitterly, he is a dog. Qin Sun. Sui. After saying that, Han Sibai quickly left. Big dog Qin Sun prepared to chase after him. Sui could hardly suppress his laughter at the sight. Qin Sun had always been fierce and terrifying, and he had never seen him behave so submissively towards anyone before. Investigator Qin, Sui called out to stop Qin Sun. Qin Sun heard Sui's call, glanced in Sui's direction, then looked towards the way Han Sibai had left, and finally shifted his gaze back to Sui again. I have something urgent now. The actions of Qin Sun clearly indicated his intention to chase after Han Sibai. Who knew where he would run off to later? Come here, I'll teach you, Sui couldn't help but say with a smirk. Qin Sun was considered a young and accomplished high-ranking official at the Management Bureau. Although he was physically taller, he was actually 2 years younger than Sui, who directly assumed the demeanor of someone more experienced. Confusion welled up in Qin Sun's eyes, teach me what? Chapter 92, seize his hand. Sui beckoned. Qin Sun ultimately trusted Sui. In Qin Sun's eyes, Sui's face and that clever demeanor seemed like those of someone who could have anyone they liked under their control. Seeing Qin Sun come over, Sui took a step forward. You like Han Sibai, right? Qin Sun narrowed his eyes and quickly straightened up, Is it that obvious? PFF. Your eyes are already fixated on him, is it not obvious? As soon as he comes out, you follow closely behind, is it not obvious? Every day you go out on missions, and as soon as he returns, all your troubles vanish, is it not obvious? Your big tail wags after him, is it not obvious? Qin Sun. It seems like he really dislikes me. Qin Sun said softly. Today at work, Qin Sun was wearing a set of investigation clothes with several guns strapped to his body. Combined with his stern and fierce expression, his subordinates were scared of him, let alone other people. But when thought through, Han Sibai wasn't afraid of Qin Sun. He just wanted to hit him. Yet, he couldn't hit hard enough. That kind of hatred. Why did you hit him before? Sui pointed out the problem. Qin Sun sat there uncomfortably with his head hanging low. I've told him to hit back, but he doesn't, Qin Sun said earnestly. Sui, why not? Qin Sun, he says I'll dirty his hands. PFF. This absolutely matches Han Sibai's nature. And it's not because he thinks he dirties his own hands, it's that he might not be able to win. Han Sibai never does things without certainty. Otherwise, Qin Sun would have been beaten into a pig's head by now. Qin Sun's voice sounded again. I've apologized to him. Just say that if he follows me, I definitely won't hit him in the future, Qin Sun continued, getting more disordered, sensing that what he was saying didn't make sense even to himself. Sui, what's going on? Do you still plan to hit him in the future? Not. Qin Sun quickly countered anxiously, unless you can find a way to make him beat me up, then he probably wouldn't hate me so much. Sui. Qin Sun's type is indeed pretty niche. Sui rolled his eyes privately, is it amazing how you manage so many people, yet your mind is all about assembling firearms? Qin Sun grabbed Sui's arm, Su-gu, am I too ugly? Am I ugly? Qin Sun asked sincerely. Sui tried hard not to laugh. Qin Sun was far from ugly. That rugged charm is what many aspire to find in a partner. The scar on his brow did not reduce his looks but made his imposing presence even more intimidating. If one had to say anything, it was the dominating aura he carried. Anyone who sees him talks more politely instinctively. Sui always planned to grow up like Qin Sun, but plans don't always align with reality. He hasn't grown that way. What do you think? Sui asked. Xiao Bai said I'm ugly, Qin Sun said, his mood deflating. Sui, now no matter who says otherwise, it'll be useless. Sui coughed once and randomly changed the subject, hasn't the third project of the Administration Bureau developed a new specialized device? I heard it hasn't been officially approved yet, bring it to me. The machines here can't help him study the faint magnetic field of the ring, Sui needed that device. He wanted to know more. Even the slightest hope. Qin Sun immediately rejected the idea strongly, that machine hasn't passed the safety test yet, it can't be used now. If something happens due to unauthorized use. Helping brother chase your wife, Sui interrupted precisely as Qin Sun was speaking. Really? Qin Sun's expression suddenly shifted. Sui, bring it within 3 days, I'll take responsibility for any issues. Alright. Qin Sun, am I really ugly? Here we go again. Sui, shit, I planned on becoming just like you, would I look ugly? He was joking, Sui replied seriously. In the evening, the three met at a restaurant chosen by Han Sibai. It was a Chinese restaurant, decorated in modern style. A 4-person table, Sui sat opposite Han Sibai. Sui disliked others sitting next to him while eating. In the past, whenever dining with Han Sibai among groups, everyone had gotten used to his habit, and no one sat beside him. Han Sibai never violated his taboos. Chin Sun glanced at the two who were already seated. Knowing that Han Sibai has strong opinions against him, he dared not sit next to Han Sibai. Shuffling his steps, Chin Sun intended to move toward Su Yi. Just as he stepped out, he was stopped cold by Han Sibai's icy voice, "Sit with me." Chin Sun thought he heard wrong. "Is it okay? Don't sit and get lost." Chin Sun trembled slightly. He quickly took a seat next to Han Sibai. When taking his seat in haste, Chin Sun inadvertently touched Han Sibai's hand. Han Sibai swiftly withdrew. "Do you want to die?" I didn't mean to." Chin Sun quickly explained, but all he could think of was the residual warmth, that tender smoothness. During the meal, Han Sibai kept serving Su Yi dishes. "Do you have any plans?" Su Yi asked Han Sibai. "No particular plans." Han Sibai poured Su Yi a cup of hot water, "as long as I can support myself." Seeing this, Chin Sun moved his own cup over too. Han Sibai simply discarded it with the trash. Chin Sun. When Chin Sun tried to serve Han Sibai food, Han Sibai threw it into the trash cup. "This is wasteful," Su Yi commented. Afterward, whatever Chin Sun served, Han Sibai ate. The more Chin Sun served, the more excited he got, and his heart bloomed like a flower. Han Sibai looked at the pile of empty plates before him. "Are you done yet? You've lost weight. Go lose weight yourself." Su Yi watched the two interact and found it increasingly amusing. This meal from Han Sibai's perspective actually had no ulterior motives, it was just an attempt to sincerely apologize to Su Yi. He didn't want to lose this friend. When Su Yi initiated conversation, Han Sibai felt more and more relaxed throughout the dinner. This caused Han Sibai to order alcohol. With every sip, his cheeks began to redden. Later, he grew unstable, and Chin Sun noticed how the rosy flush graced Han Sibai's profile, causing his heartbeat to quicken. A breeze came through the window, causing the curtains to rise and fall gently. Outside were dazzling lights. With the smell of liquor wafting around, it seemed like he was getting drunk as well. Han Sibai reclined half-tilted against the sofa, eyes partially closed. The intoxication heated his fingertips, making them burn. Chin Sun didn't know where he got the audacity, but suddenly. Chapter 93 found. Chin Sun slowly moved his hand until it reached Han Sibai's hand, and the warm sensation was so intense that Chin Sun quickly retracted his hand. It was more nerve-wracking than going to war. Han Sibai, half-drunk, felt the touch and gave Chin Sun a dazed glance. Suddenly, Han Sibai pulled out the gun that Chin Sun carried at his waist. Chin Sun didn't know why Han Sibai suddenly pulled his gun, but he let him do it. When Han Sibai weakly pointed the gun at Chin Sun's waist, Chin Sun froze stiff. "Keep touching me like this, and I'll make sure you don't have a future." Han Sibai's voice was faint, already drunk, his threat came off as airy. But precisely because of this unpredictability, it might lead to an accidental gunshot. Chin Sun didn't dare move at all. Han Sibai pushed the gun forward slightly with a furrowed brow in confusion. "It's quite heavy." Chin Sun, how could he be like this? With a pleading look on his face, Chin Sun looked toward Su Yi across from him. "Su Gu." Su Yi had also had a couple drinks seeing how much Han Sibai drank, and soon emotions began bubbling up inside him, causing him to drink even more. As Chin Sun glanced at Su Yi was busy pouring himself another glass of liquor. "What's wrong?" Kneeling on the ground with fear in his expression, Chin Sun said, "He took my gun." Su Yi waved his hand dismissively. "He's drunk. He won't be able to pull the trigger." Chin Sun, Chin Sun looked sideways at Han Sibai, who still fumbled around with the gun against his own body, seemingly not capable of pulling the trigger. At that moment, Chin Sun's boldness surged. He quickly grabbed Han Sibai's wrist with a gentle flip, disarming him of the gun. Han Sibai lazily looked up at him, bewildered. At that moment, Chin Sun became clouded and muddled again. His heart had never beaten so fast before, feeling as if he were dying. As Chin Sun gazed at Han Sibai's action, he abruptly grasped his hand, startled. Han Sibai feebly tried to withdraw his hand, but it was useless. Recognizing the person before him was Chin Sun, Han Sibai said, "Let go." "I won't. You're drunk, I'll take you home." Han Sibai. "Let go." Chin Sun, "No." Su Gu said, "When pursuing someone you like, you need a thick skin." Han Sibai frowned deeply, anger evident on his face. "You beat me earlier, and now you say you like me? Are you crazy?" "I'm sorry." Recalling his previous jerk behavior, Chin Sun couldn't justify any defense for himself. He treated everyone like that, no wonder the whole defense department called him Living King Yen. In the end, it was true, he did hit Han Sibai, and it counted as one of the biggest regrets of his life. And now there's no way to catch up. Chin Sun glanced toward Su Yi for help once more. Su Yi was so intoxicated, lost in memories of how Tan Feilian had approached him. After some deep thought, Su Yi confidently answered Chin Sun, "The next step is a forced kiss. Su Yi, kiss until your lips are numb, and your body shakes. That's it." Chin Sun. Han Sibai hazily lifted his head and asked Su Yi, "What are you teaching him?" Su Yi, extremely drunk, directly responded with a serious face, "Chin Sun wants to sleep with you." Then he turned to Chin Sun, why don't you just kiss him? Do you want to cherish the person before you or not? Go straight for the forced kiss. Do I really need to teach you, brother? Sui strained to keep his eyes open but spoke seriously. Han Sebai. Chin Sun, did it really have to be said aloud? Chin Sun stared at Sui opposite him, swaying as he held his wine glass. His brain was already spinning. Was Brother Su serious? Is this how he pursued Tan Filian? But that wasn't right. Tan Filian looked more like the dominant type. Suddenly realizing, Chin Sun internally cursed himself, he'd been asking the wrong person. He should have never trusted Sui. What was all that nonsense? Ultimately, Chin Sun didn't dare to follow Sui's instructions, to kiss, touch, or anything else. At the gathering that day, Chin Sun was the only one sober. He first sent Sui home and then took Han Sebai. Inside the dim car, Chin Sun tentatively asked, where is your home? Han Sebai leaned back in the passenger seat, I don't have a home. Chin Sun doubted it somewhat, then where do you live? Han Sebai, I don't have a place to live. Chin Sun, what about your uncle and aunt? Han Sebai, I'm an orphan. What the hell do you want? Take me to a hotel. Chin Sun unconsciously gripped the steering wheel tighter, his peripheral vision focused on Han Sebai's side face. Under the hazy moonlight, a silent melancholy enveloped them, and a sharp pain shot through Chin Sun's chest. He wasn't one for pretty words, having always been harsh toward others, everything he said carried a commanding tone. Stay with me, Chin Sun said. On what grounds? The whole city of Minzhou is upscale districts. The cheapest hotel starts at 800 per night, do you have that kind of money? Han Sebai fell silent. After a long while, he gripped the seatbelt, even if I stay at your place, I can't afford it. Chin Sun noticed the slight concession and increased the car speed a bit, no payment necessary, just let me touch and kiss you. Han Sebai glared sideways, let me out of this damn car. Chin Sun immediately rephrased, no kissing. Han Sebai loosened his grip on the seatbelt, closed his eyes to rest, he indeed had nowhere else to go. When they arrived at Chin Sun's home, Han Sebai was startled by the grandeur of the house he once boasted to Sui that whoever owned the property near Ring Road No. 1 deserved respect. What the hell? Chin Sun actually lived there. You live here? Han Sebai couldn't believe it. Do you not like it? If not, I can take you to another house. Chin Sun supported him as they moved forward. Han Sebai replied defiantly, I'm staying here. Chin Sun, seeing no sign of disapproval, took Han Sebai to the bedroom, there's a private bathroom inside. Call me if you need help. As a different species, Han Sebai could sense the atmosphere in the room, it was filled with Chin Sun's presence. This wasn't just any living room, it was Chin Sun's master bedroom. Before Han Sebai could protest, Chin Sun clarified first, I'll sleep outside. With Han Sebai's dazed mind from intoxication, after being placed on the bed, he lay still. Chin Sun watched him from the side of the bed for a long time until Han Sebai became restless from his prolonged gaze, if you keep staring, I'll gouge your eyes out. Footsteps then echoed, Chin Sun went out only after being scolded. For a long time afterward, Han Sebai struggled before finally taking a shower. This bath did nothing to clear his head but instead left his body hot all over. After lying back into the bed covers, Han Sebai's breathing grew increasingly rapid. His mind turned hazy, utterly unable to calm down. The scent of Chin Sun on the quilt grew stronger the more he smelled it, making him feel even more fond of it. This was the first time Han Sebai felt something unusual within himself. All different species had heat cycles, but Han Sebai had never experienced it since childhood, believing himself abnormal. This unexpected change left him completely bewildered, unsure of where to start. Having never gone through a heat cycle, Han Sebai suddenly entered his first heat, inside Chin Sun's house. Damn. Shaking, he fumbled for his phone and called Sui despite being drunk. Two drunken voices chatted up. Sui. I think I'm in heat. The other end responded muddled, I'm not interested in you. I don't mean that. Han Sebai clutched his sweaty palms tightly. Bring me some stabilizer. The response next was not Sui but Tang Tang, uncle. My mom seems unconscious. You should call him tomorrow. Han Sebai, unconscious. Unconscious. Sui, you bastard. How did I help you? And now you're unconscious. Tang Tang's voice returned, no cursing my mom. Or my dad will beat you. Han Sebai. Han Sebai's speech became more incoherent, and dizzily rose to leave the room. Now that the new law was established, the team led by Sui researched several types of stabilizers for the species' heat cycles, available for purchase at pharmacies everywhere. All he needed to do was step out and buy some. Without medication, he would surely not be able to endure. Han Sebai struggled towards the door but lacked the strength to open it. After multiple attempts, Han Sebai finally managed to unlock the bedroom door and headed straight for the front door in the living room. His entire body swayed due to alcohol and the onset of his heat cycle, causing him to become increasingly unsteady. Before reaching the door, Han Sebai stumbled and collapsed onto the floor. Little White. Qin Sun, playing games on the sofa in the living room to calm his mood, immediately stood up when he saw Han Sibai rushing out suddenly. The house was too spacious. Before Qin Sun reached Han Sibai's side, Han Sibai crashed to the ground. Little white. Qin Sun quickly ran to Han Sibai's side, lifting him to discover his face was abnormally flushed. What's wrong? Why are you so hot? Han Sibai pushed Qin Sun away, feeling that the latter was toxic. Originally an unusual breed, he had never experienced heat cycles, yet inexplicably started after merely spending a few hours with Qin Sun. Han Sibai tilted his head back, trying to breathe in as much fresh air as possible. He didn't know how long it would take to get to the pharmacy, and this was the first time he'd encountered this situation, completely unprepared. The scent from Qin Sun's body should have been repugnant to him, but strangely, it wasn't. Damn. He really was ill. Carry me to the couch, Han Sibai said unsteadily. Qin Sun picked him up with a worried expression and placed him on the couch. Just as he was about to fetch some water, Han Sibai used all his strength to grab onto Qin Sun. Qin Sun squatted down halfway, his face filled with concern. Where do you feel uncomfortable? Han Sibai suddenly grabbed the hair at the nape of Qin Sun's neck and tightened his grip, feeling the strands slide through his fingers. Then, he pulled Qin Sun's head closer, forcing it down. The two were now in an unmistakable position. Sweat started forming around Han Sibai's collarbone as he kept Qin Sun's head pressed against him. Here hurts. This was the first time Han Sibai had ever felt pleasure like this. The lights were off in the room, with moonlight casting a soft glow, creating a secretive space where no one could intrude. Moonlight covered the floor in a silvery sheen. Qin Sun understood the situation, asking Han Sibai, will you deny this happened tomorrow? Don't talk nonsense, if you're hungry go eat. Ow. It hurts. Han Sibai's cursing drowned in his own sobs. You're not allowed to deny this. Qin Sun embraced Han Sibai tightly, you belong to me now. The next day, however, Han Sibai did exactly that, denied everything. Pretending as if nothing had happened, he strode out while Qin Sun stood dumbfounded, clueless about what he had done wrong. Little white. Qin Sun asked helplessly. Don't pretend to be pitiful, we're both adults. Grabbing his clothes, Han Sibai left without looking back. Qin Sun yanked him back instantly, we've done everything already. Why won't you stay with me? Am I insane? Follow you just so you with me? Han Sibai retorted angrily. That subject came up again. I'll treat you well if you stay with me. Qin Sun spoke earnestly, his eyes shimmering with sincerity. Han Sibai. A fleeting glance at Qin Sun, and then Han Sibai walked away resolutely. Once more, Qin Sun got rejected, his anger boiling under his breath. To distract himself, he threw himself into work, trying to temporarily forget his strange relationship with Han Sibai. As promised, that day he still delivered the machine Su-Yi needed to his lab. Su-Yi discovered more traces of Tan-Phalian within it. Found it. Chapter 94, found Tan-Phalian's location. Su-Yi tried to decipher the pattern of Tan-Phalian's dispersed aura within the machine. Han Sibai was the person who spent the most time with him in the lab. He was also an anomaly, and anomalies had a better understanding of each other. Su-Yi called Han Sibai over. Now they could detect the magnetic aura. For Su-Yi, this was already to the extent that he was willing to give up everything for it. As long as he could find Tan-Phalian, he would be willing to pay any price. Han Sibai rushed to the lab where Su-Yi was staring blankly at the flashing position on the detection machine for half an hour. What's wrong? Asked Han Sibai. Can't find the exact location. Su-Yi looked bleak. Xiao Bai, this is my only hope. Su-Yi stared at the huge transparent blue light screen before him. Don't you see it? Phalian's aura. It keeps flickering faintly. He's still alive. Do you see it? Su-Yi sounded extremely eager. But I can't find. I just can't figure out where he is. Su-Yi's voice was hoarse, carrying a sense of confused despair amidst his hope. Han Sibai lifted his eyes and gazed at the image before him. Being anomalies just like Tan-Phalian, they knew what true destruction meant. If Tan-Phalian is destroyed, the entire magnetic field disperses everywhere, there's no chance of survival. Su-Yi naturally refused to hear such words. You're talking nonsense. You're talking nonsense. Su-Yi protested for the second time. Han Sibai continued, but now we can trace the aura. Han Sibai placed a hand on Su-Yi's shoulder. If Tan-Phalian wanted to protect himself, he wouldn't have been in Minzhou. You. What do you mean? Su-Yi asked in a hoarse voice. He is the first program of the anomalies. When he self-immolates, he can tear open a rift in spacetime. Tan-Phalian is in the place where he recovers. Su-Yi didn't quite understand, recover. To preserve even the slightest of his own aura without loss, Tan-Phalian isn't in Minzhou. Do you understand what I'm saying? Parallel spacetime. Han Sibai made the statement clearer. Even if he's still alive, this bit of aura has scattered everywhere. Even if he survives, unless he rests for more than 100 years, he won't return. Han Sibai spoke firmly, he didn't want Su-Yi to remain in the dark. When he heals, you'll be dead by then. Han Sibai bluntly mentioned life and death. I need to find him. Sui looked at Han Sibai. Since he's still alive, I must find him. With the current level of human technology, do you think you have the ability to travel across space? Han Sibai softly attempted to calm him down. As long as he's still alive, I will find a way. Sui clenched his hands, determined. Since Philion was still alive, he had to find him. There's always a way, always a way. Sui repeated. Han Sibai suddenly thought of something, his eyes brightening. Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi. I remember. I remember. Lin Yu. Lin Yu. Lin Yu always wanted to see his deceased wife and kept doing research on it, crossing parallel spacetime. He seems to have succeeded. Lin Yu. If his research allowed him another chance to see Tan Philion, would he find it ironic? Upon hearing Han Sibai's words, Sui immediately brought the magnetometer from the quarantine island to the lab that same day. It was somewhat damaged but still functional. Sui didn't waste a single moment. He began testing right away. Before long, Sui truly found Tan Philion's specific location. Chapter 95, Seeing Tan Philion. Found it. In the spacious laboratory, Suyi's voice echoed, and his joy made him feel a glimmer of rebirth. Han Sibai, seeing Suyi's excitement, involuntarily resonated with his emotions. Where? At Yao City on the parallel point. Suyi's eyes were determined. Lin Yu's magnetic field wave can only send one person to the target location. Are you sure you want to try it? Han Sibai's gaze was filled with worry. Even a slight mistake, and you might never come back. Don't underestimate me after being your leader for so many years. Sui replied calmly. He knew there were too many unknowns, but what did that matter? There was nothing more important than this. He just wanted Tan Philion safe and sound by his side. Have you really decided? Han Sibai asked. Sui shifted his gaze and looked at Han Sibai. His eyes lowered, reflecting all the images of Tan Philion within them. No matter what kind of Tan Philion, he loved himself. He is the most obedient person in the world. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for his rebirth. Han Sibai suddenly grabbed Suyi's arm. You need to be fully prepared. You cannot change the outcome for anyone in the parallel world. You won't have any help. Han Sibai gripped tighter. You must keep an escape route for yourself. Sui chuckled. You're worried about me dying, but I've got a big life ahead of me. I'm going to find him. Thinking of something suddenly, Sui narrowed his eyes stably, realizing Han Sibai intended to stop him. By the way, Sui deliberately changed the topic. I was a bit disoriented when I answered your call last night. I remembered this morning, you said yesterday. He became aroused. Han Sibai had no estrus period, no one could detect that he was different. This was also the reason why he could stay undercover in the administration for so long, Sui thought. Lin Yu used Han Sibai because of his uniqueness compared to other kinds. Estrus. Han Sibai. Damn, forgot, now it's brought up again. How did you handle it? Sui asked. Han Sibai, raped Qin Sun. Suyi's expression turned shocked. Tell me more. Han Sibai. Nothing to say. Sui coughed. Being a heterotype, once your estrus period hits, don't you usually resist those you dislike strongly? Perhaps, I heard from Tan Philion that heteros only like to get intimate with those they actually love. You check your data again. Han Sibai redirected the conversation. Sui turned aside. You're feeling guilty. Are you alright, Sui? Speaking up for Qin Sun, Han Sibai growled. He hit me. You didn't know, did you? He definitely went too far. Sui agreed. I heard next month, Qin Investigation and Country S will have a live joint combat operation. If you hate him so much, pray for him to be blown up, Sui remarked carelessly, though it would be impossible for Qin Sun. You. Han Sibai's pupils slightly flickered. Wah. When is it? Not quite sure. If you're interested, you can ask yourself. Ha. Me. Interested? Han Sibai laughed sarcastically and took half a step back. Is that even possible? After a while, is it true or false? Sui burst out laughing this time, fiddling with the screen in front of him without responding to Han Sibai further. Leaving Han Sibai alone to explain here and there. Stop helping him. How can you be friends with someone who has violent tendencies? He's just a stray dog. He has violent tendencies even in bed. He's not even human. My ass still hurts. Where does he get all that money? Just blow him up already. Sui listened quietly, offering no rebuttal. He observed the flashing position on the screen, feeling better and better. Han Sibai was right, sufficient preparation was necessary. Human brains can store only limited knowledge. It's impossible to analyze and process various types of data in real time. He needed external assistance. Something that would allow him to always maintain first-hand control over external circumstances wherever he went. In the days that followed, Sui didn't rush things, instead beginning to research something else. At a glance, Han Sibai realized what Sui was doing. He wanted a chip linked to all data. Within 15 days, Sui created an embedded system for himself and implanted it in his earlobe. The ring included all positional data about Tan Philian, which Sui set up very humanely. After multiple tests, Sui succeeded. A voice rang out by his ear. Master, hello. I am the intelligent system you have set up. According to all data displayed, this system will be customized as husband chasing system. Therefore, this system named itself Little Jue. Sui frowned. It was designed too intelligently. Sui, can it be changed to a wife chasing system? Little Jue, you are the wife. Damn. Damn. A system could almost kill him. Sui, marriage certificate, haven't you seen it? He is listed as the spouse. Little Jue, you've got some nerve talking back. Sui. At the edge of dying from anger. Sui closed his eyes and chose not to argue. Next, we will deliver you to the first location of the fractured core. Please do not open your eyes. Little Jue's tone became serious. Other equipment in the lab started to connect power due to the sudden activation of a strong magnetic field, and lights of various reds and greens lit up. The wind instantly grew fierce. Warning, warning. In the chaotic scenes, Sui did not move. In an instant, he felt an intense sensation of weightlessness. Pitch blackness surrounded him with no end in sight. Suddenly, the scenery brightened. Phew. Sui shivered due to a wave of fresh grass scent. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely different scenario, sprawled on the ground. Propping himself up, a dull pain surged through him, but the unfamiliar surroundings excited him. He had succeeded. He really succeeded. Looking around, Sui realized that he was currently hiding in a flower bed for landscaping. The trimmed lawns gave off only a faint smell of grass. Around him lay an upscale shopping area, its prosperity surpassing even Minjo's. It was at the entrance of an elegantly decorated cafe, where a sign prominently declared, second cup half price today. This was when Little Jue's role came into play. Suyi's system was embedded in his ear, enabling telepathic communication, so there would be no need to look like he was talking to himself. He didn't want anyone thinking he was insane. Sui, where am I? Little Jue, the first place where your husband's fractured brain nucleus recuperated. Fuhua City, a parallel world only populated by humans, with a lower technological level than your world, yet bustling and peaceful, suitable for his recovery. Suyi's emotions fluctuated. He had one goal in mind, to find Tan Philian as quickly as possible. Where is Tan Philian? Right ahead, inside the cafe. Tan Philian is in there. Upon hearing this, Sui rushed into the cafe without waiting for further details, his pace fast, his heart racing with excitement. The hurried steps were driven by an overwhelming hope, a mixture of relief and love urging him forward. As soon as Sui pushed open the cafe door, their eyes met. His gaze locked onto Tan Philian standing behind the bar. Chapter 96, Found Tan Philian. Tan Philian. It really is Tan Philian. Sui saw once again a whole and healthy Tan Philian. His chest felt overwhelmed with both the bitterness and yearning that had been building up for too long. He truly met Tan Philian again, it wasn't a dream. Their eyes locked, and an unprecedented silence enveloped everything in front of and behind Sui. All background sounds disappeared as if time paused for a few seconds. People brushed past him, but his vision was fixed only on Tan Philian. Sui found no trace of the emotions he hoped for in Tan Philian's eyes. Facing him seemed to be not what Sui expected. Does Tan Philian not remember me? He remembers. Data shows that he remembers, but due to severe brain core damage, the memories are fragmented, preventing him from reassembling them himself. The images in his mind are shattered, and he can't make sense of them. And, Little Chue wanted to say something more but was interrupted by Sui. How can we help him remember? According to the test results, your scent can assist in piecing together his fragmented memories. Sui, speak plainly. What's the method? Do it about 3 times. You're his lover, he loves your scent the most. It will also aid in his recovery. Sui, do, love. Sui, so simple. Sui, why not just force it then? Little Chue, that makes you sound like a thug, losing his affection would not be worth it. Why don't you pursue him? Once you get him, you can do it. Little Chue, can't you treat it like dating? Sui, I've never pursued anyone, I don't know how. Little Chue, didn't Tan Philian pursue you? Can't you mimic how he did it? Sui, he just forced it. Oh my god. Then perhaps don't imitate that. Suyi's brief conversation with the system took mere seconds. After composing himself, he headed towards the coffee counter. The cafe's entire interior exuded elegance, with an impeccable sense of dignity adding charm. Even the baristas seemed to radiate a touch of luxury. Tan Philian, dressed in a cafe's uniform, looked adorable in a light brown apron. A pale-colored baseball cap maintained a professional appearance, giving him a youthful innocence he hadn't had before. Still, Tan Philian remained breathtakingly handsome. Wanted to kiss. Thinking that Tan Philian no longer remembered him, excitement stirred in Suyi's heart unexpectedly. Isn't this a chance? As Sui approached the counter where customers placed their orders, he sat on a semi-high stool designed for seating while enjoying the curved counter. There was no entrance to the service area. So, Sui chose a chair opposite Tan Phi Lien. "Hello, 2 coffees." Sui's eyes remained fixed on Tan Phi Lien, unable to look away. 1 second. 2 seconds. While cleaning glasses inside the counter, Tan Phi Lien neither replied nor met Sui's gaze. Instead, he pointed toward the order menu, slightly nodding without answering. "Sui. Is this guy so aloof? I'll pay in cash." Despite being overjoyed to see Tan Phi Lien again, Sui could barely take his eyes off him. Again, Tan Phi Lien didn't answer. Instead, he shook his head gently at Sui. The sharp, beautiful features of his face conveyed unreadable emotions. Seeing the situation, another cafe employee stepped in to diffuse any awkwardness. Each word he spoke pierced through Sui's heart. The employee smiled politely. "Sir, excuse me, Xiao Tan has some deaf-mute issues. He can't hear you. If you have any requests, please tell me, and regarding the payment in cash, you can hand it to me." The tips of Sui's relaxed fingers quivered lightly. "Can't hear. Can't hear. Why would this happen? Why can't he hear?" Amidst his confusion, Little Chui's voice rang out. Tan Phi Lien's brain core suffered serious fragmentation. His experiences were beyond our imagination, and some functional losses are normal. I was about to tell you before you cut me off. Due to his injuries, this version of Tan Phi Lien is indeed deaf-mute, can't hear or speak. But all other functions are normal. 3 intimate sessions will restore his memory and allow us to remove the broken core. Keep going, chase your husband. Don't be too sad. Back then, he was almost pulverized, yet now he can stand here fully intact. That's already quite cool. Sui's eyes felt incredibly sore as Tan Phi Lien dispersed along with the endless wind. Sui could accept the chaotic memories in his brain, but now being told that his little monster couldn't hear sounds or speak. Sui tightly clenched his hands. Why did all the pain have to be endured by Tan Phi Lien alone? This was a loss that could be compensated for. As Sui closed his eyes and reopened them, he once again met Tan Phi Lien's gaze, his reddened eyelids seemingly catching Tan Phi Lien's attention. His expression softened, and Tan Phi Lien pulled out a tissue to hand over to Sui. As Sui accepted it, their long, slender fingers brushed against each other. He intentionally lingered a moment. Tan Phi Lien's body temperature was the same as before, much lower than an average person's. "Thank you." Sui's gaze grew deep as he thanked Tan Phi Lien. Tan Phi Lien nodded in acknowledgement. After passing the tissue, Tan Phi Lien returned to his own tasks. Sui watched him without looking away for a single moment. For everything not being perfect, Sui quickly convinced himself. He had suffered very serious injuries. This was the best state Tan Phi Lien could be in when coming to see him. He would need to be even better to Tan Phi Lien. A few minutes later, Sui's 2 cups of coffee were ready, served to him by a staff member. "Are you waiting for any friends?" Sui picked up one of the cups. "No friends." He pointed toward Tan Phi Lien. "The other cup is on me for him." "Eh?" The staff member looked surprised at Tan Phi Lien, then whispered to Sui, "Sir, many people ask Xiao Tan to drink coffee every day, but he never drinks it." Sui hummed in response, "Even if he doesn't drink, give it to him anyway." Seeing this, the staff member smiled, patted Tan Phi Lien on the side, gestured toward Sui, and handed the coffee to Tan Phi Lien. The meaning was very clear. Tan Phi Lien took the coffee and set it down. He raised his eyes to look at Sui, who sat on the coffee counter. Sui gave him a smile. This was a smile Tan Phi Lien had once yearned for. Sui's love had spread from the moment he took the initiative to embrace him and had continued until now, forming an increasingly deeper ocean. Another staff member saw Tan Phi Lien casually setting down the coffee and shrugged to Sui, "Look, he doesn't drink anyone else's coffee." Sui continued drinking his coffee and asked Little Chui, "When does he get off work?" 6 p.m., half an hour more. Sui stirred his coffee with a spoon. It seems difficult to chase after him. Too many people chasing. He might feel numb. Look, another one is here. As Little Chui spoke, a striking girl appeared beside Sui, using sign language. "Big brother, may I buy you a cup of coffee?" Sui saw Tan Phi Lien refuse her. He pointed to the cup of coffee in front of him, and the girl left disappointedly. After the girl left, Sui noticed Tan Phi Lien take a sip of the coffee. This action shocked the staff members around Tan Phi Lien. He suddenly looked at Sui, "Brother, you have a chance. I've never seen him drink coffee given by others." Sui found this satisfying. Sui smirked to the side, "If it works, I'll treat you to drinks. Aren't the periods the most interesting? You're so handsome, just a bit of flirtation and wouldn't you bewitch him?" Sui glanced sideways at Tan Phi Lien. He looked so obedient. "You're so perverted." Sui waited for Tan Phi Lien's shift to end. In the meantime, he saw several boys and girls approaching him to chat. Tan Phi Lien remained consistently aloof. At 5:50 p.m., a staff member in an apron rushed into the store to switch shifts with Tan Phi Lien. Once the person arrived, Tan Phi Lien removed his apron and walked out of the store. Sui quickly followed. 10 minutes later, Sui lost sight of him. Sui. Impressive, you can even lose track of your husband. Sui, just tell me where he lives. After obtaining the address, Sui continued walking towards the destination. The road became narrower, and after passing through an alley, Sui didn't clearly see someone suddenly approaching and ended up bumping into them. Sui stumbled back half a step. Only to lock eyes with Tan Feilian again. Tan Feilian lowered his gaze and stared intently at Sui, his probing glance clearly asking why Sui was following him. Sui. Suddenly, Sui became nervous. That. Chapter 97, Hearing Aid. Sui and Tan Feilian exchanged a glance, their eyes slightly evading each other. A fleeting sense of guilt rose in their hearts, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Stalking someone for no reason certainly wouldn't be considered normal behavior. Their image would surely be ruined in an instant. Tan Feilian stood in front of Sui, staring at him. His deep gaze flickered under long lashes as moonlight scattered across his hair and cheeks. Sui's heart skipped a beat. Sui fidgeted with his fingers, wondering how he could phrase things so that he didn't appear to be a stalker. What a coincidence. Suddenly, Sui remembered that Tan Feilian was deaf. Tan Feilian stared at Sui, his eyes fixed on the subtle movements of Sui's lips as he spoke. For a moment, Tan Feilian showed no intention of making things difficult for Sui and continued walking ahead. Tan Feilian had understood Sui's intentions. He had nothing to gain from such actions. As Sui observed Tan Feilian's back, he was certain that Tan Feilian wasn't angry. On the contrary, Sui boldly followed after him this time. The distance between them grew shorter. Their shadows merged first, and in the narrow alley where there was nothing else but them, a gentle breeze whispered and the moonlight followed along. It seemed as though they had never been apart. Sui had never felt this relaxed before. He had met Tan Feilian again. Initially, his entire life had been like a machine, setting programs, achieving goals, then setting new ones. But Tan Feilian had brought him back to life. After the crisis in Minzhou was resolved, Sui continued living for Tan Feilian. By missing him, by yearning for him. Tan Feilian, walk slower, said Sui, standing about 2 meters behind him, muttering towards the figure in front. This alley had only one dim streetlight. Although Sui didn't prefer such a dark environment, he wasn't afraid as long as Tan Feilian was there. Since Tan Feilian couldn't hear anyway, Sui's voice grew louder. Walk slower. I'm scared of the dark. The steps ahead paused briefly. In a flash, Tan Feilian continued forward, their momentary pause bringing them closer. As they passed each other, Sui took out his phone and typed a few words in the notepad. My name is Sui, and I want to get to know you. When Sui reached Tan Feilian, he showed him the message on his phone screen. The bright screen revealed no hint of what was going on in Sui's mind. Tan Feilian looked down at the phone screen. Once Sui confirmed that he'd seen it, he quickly typed another line on his phone. I really like you, and I want to get to know you. Tan Feilian stood tall. He responded with a sign language sentence to Sui. With long, slender fingers, even when using sign language, Tan Feilian exuded an indescribable beauty, a fractured charm that was both incomplete and endearing. Watching this, all Sui wanted was to embrace him. In surprise, looking up again, Tan Feilian left him with yet another retreating back. Sui didn't understand sign language. He sought help from Xiao Zhui. What did he mean just now? We're already acquainted. Sui, so that's it. Sui, where should I stay tonight? Where do you want to stay? Sui, at his place. Sui, on his bed. Sui, on top of him. Don't rush things. Take it step by step or will seem improper. Being too eager might also affect his recovery. Sui decided to leave it for another day since their time was boundless. That night, Sui stayed at a hotel. The next day, he rented a house opposite Tan Feilian's residence. Tan Feilian arrived at the cafe at 9 a.m., Sui showed up at 9:01. Sui still ordered 2 coffees, one for himself and one for Tan Feilian. The barista handed the coffee over to Tan Feilian. Inside the counter, Tan Feilian glanced at Sui who greeted him with a warm smile. For the next week, Sui kept doing this. Every day, he came to the cafe where Tan Feilian worked and bought him a cup of coffee. Sometimes, Tan Feilian drank it. Seeing him drink always made Sui happy. Before long, 5 or 6 employees in the cafe had come to fully understand Sui's intentions. The next time Sui visited, some of them openly teased him. One of the baristas, wearing glasses, glanced at Tan Feilian upon seeing Sui arrive. She signed toward Tan Feilian, look, that gentleman who's pursuing you is here again. Tan Feilian's hand gripping the coffee cup moved imperceptibly. He put down the cup, lowering his gaze while masking his composed expression with a slight trace of brightness. Tan Feilian picked up a pen and wrote on the notepad with elegant strokes, don't talk nonsense. He isn't pursuing me. The employee scared. He signed to Tan Feilian again, even if he doesn't say it, that's exactly what he means. It's so obvious. Who can't see that he likes you? He comes every day, isn't it for you? The staff member was extremely certain. Tan Philian wrote on the notepad, he hasn't spoken to me. The employee looked at Tan Philian with a slightly sad expression and explained in sign language, does anyone ask someone to be with them right when they start pursuing? Of course, they make themselves known first, build presence. He dresses so well every day, obviously, it's for you to see. After signing, she added, he looks like quite the womanizer. Don't get fooled by him, he'll take advantage of your inability to speak. To this long explanation, Tan Philian replied with one sentence. Tan Philian, he is indeed good-looking. Employee. Did you even hear what I said? At this moment, Sui sat at the counter again. Sui felt he had already made himself familiar enough. He took 2 tickets for a stage play from his pocket and placed one of them on the coffee counter using his fingertips, with a note attached. Sui gently pushed the ticket toward where Tan Philian could see it. On the note, it read, will you go on a date with me? The store clerk with glasses saw the ticket out of the corner of her eye and immediately lit up, Teacher Fu's stage play. Where did you get these tickets? My goodness. I can't even buy them at a high price. Satisfied with the question, Sui smirked slightly, a friend gave them to me. After saying that, Sui's eyes landed on Tan Philian. Tan Philian clearly read the note on the ticket. Go on a date with me. Tan Philian wrote 2 words on the notepad for Sui, his calm face showing no emotion, not going. Hearing this, the employee excitedly leaned toward the ballet ticket, if he's not going, can you sell it to me? Sui rested his head in his hand, annoyed by the young man, sure, but they're couple seats. You won't mind, will you? No, no. No problem. The employee reached for the ticket under the note. The instant their fingers touched, a pair of large hands covered over them. Tan Philian swept away the tickets along with the note from the counter. Employee. Aren't you not going? Tan Philian remained silent, coldly glaring. Sui couldn't help but smirk, this kid was all talk but acted otherwise. The idea of his wife sitting in a couple's seat with someone else was simply unbearable for him. Sui pulled out his phone, opened the QR code for adding friends, and faced it toward Tan Philian, let's add each other as friends for easy communication. This motion alone was clear enough even without needing to hear the words. Tan Philian's gaze was inscrutable. They exchanged a wordless glance. Tan Philian averted his face first. A moment later, Tan Philian handed his phone directly to Sui. Sui hesitated slightly. Is this kid making me add myself? Without being courteous, Sui accepted Tan Philian's phone, it was automatically unlocked. Sui used Tan Philian's WeChat to scan his own QR code, quickly clicking approve. He then changed the contact name he'd set for himself in Tan Philian's list to send more messages. Step 2, pin myself to the top. Sui stole a glance at Tan Philian out of the corner of his eye while flipping through his phone. Tan Philian had over 120 photos in his phone, almost all resembling hand-drawn sketches. Sui didn't fully understand them. Anyway, since Tan Philian had given it to him without any taboo, Tan Philian already belonged to him. In a few seconds, Sui's psychological readiness was successful. He set up a shared album between them so both could see the contents of each other's phones. Sui's phone content was quite impressive. Most of it consisted of search screenshots. All intentionally shown. How do you chase someone you like? What if your crush is aloof? How do you know if someone likes you? How do you let someone you like know you're serious? Can men share a bed? There were also some handsome photos afterward. Sui slightly turned his fingertips before handing the phone back to Tan Philian. Tan Philian didn't seem to show any emotion, after Sui placed the phone down, he neither moved nor looked at it. The entire series of operations left the nearby staff members stunned. Throughout all these years, there had been countless people trying to flirt with Tan Philian, yet no one had ever managed to get his contact information. Not only that, but the date was confirmed. Wow. Was the icy god falling for spring feelings? After returning the phone, Sui left the cafe. After Sui left, several employees gathered around Tan Philian. Are you really going on a date with that person? Yeah, how do I feel like he's scamming you? These rich folks always love toying with others' feelings. Don't take it too seriously. Exactly. Earlier, you said you wouldn't go, but now you took his ticket. Several people tried to convey their meanings to Tan Philian either through sign language or typing. Tan Philian frowned, I'm not taking it seriously. Then will you go? Tan Philian, the ticket is expensive, it would be a waste not to go. Ding dong. At this moment, Tan Philian's phone rang, it was a message from Sui. The few shop assistants looked at each other. He just left half an hour ago and already sent a message, he's pursuing you pretty aggressively, Tan Gu. But you have to admit, he's really good looking. Though he's usually cold, every time he looks at little Tan, it's with great tenderness. You don't know anything. There's something wrong with little Tan's body. I think he just thinks little Tan is good looking and wants to play around. I disagree. Exactly, in the end, the one who gets hurt will still be our brother Tan. The group chatted again. This time, there was no sign language, and Tan Philion could only read some of the meaning from their lip movements. He picked up his phone and opened the message. Send more messages, this is Sue. Send more messages, I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the stage play. Below was a picture. Sue took a casual photo with the poster and the venue entrance behind him. Only half of his face was visible, but it looked especially handsome. Tan Philion clicked open the photo and returned the phone. The expression on his face, a subtle mix of aloofness and quiet fervor, was something he himself hadn't noticed. Subtle. At 5:50 p.m., Tan Philion went into the changing room and changed into his own clothes, simple long pants and a black shirt that made his figure even more prominent. That day. Before leaving the store, Tan Philion unusually wore a hearing aid. Chapter 98, Can Hear You. The play started at 7 p.m. Tan Philion left the store at 6 p.m., leading to another round of teasing from his coworkers. Is this Brother Tan's first date? Definitely. Pure-hearted little man. Will he get scammed? One employee worried. That person looks pretty tough. I also feel that Mr. So-and-so is very beautiful and sharp, seems like a master of scheming. But it seems like he really likes Brother Tan. How could anyone not see his feelings? Or should we bet who will be on top and who will be below? You idiot, roll away. It must be Brother Tan. Tan Philion overheard their conversation and furrowed his brows slightly. Tan Philion turned sideways to look at them with a serious expression, opening his lips slightly to use sign language. Shut up. They were all surprised again. Hell. He can hear us. All, hell. Is he wearing the hearing aid? Keep in mind, Tan Philion's implanted hearing aid doesn't fit him well, so he rarely wears it. But for this date, he actually took it out and wore it. There's some chemistry here. More than just chemistry, getting Tan Philion to wear his hearing aid, isn't that almost as good as having him agree? Just as Tan Philion was leaving the store, Sue sent another message. Multiple messages to him, are you done with work? Multiple messages to him, why don't you reply? Multiple messages to him, are you angry? 1 second later, the angry message was retracted. Sue did it intentionally. Multiple messages to him, send me a message. Tan Philion moved forward, not used to social apps or chatting with friends. Therefore, he had no idea how to respond. He probably seemed upset. At that moment, a cluster of bright red caught Tan Philion's attention. He opened the chat box and sent a message back to Sue. Tan Philion, want to eat tanghulu, candied hawthorn. On the other end, it showed as typing. Multiple messages to him, will you buy it for me? Tan Philion, Multiple messages to him, yes, I'll eat. Tan Philion walked toward the tanghulu stand and bought a skewer. He thought it looked silly when held. So strange, holding it felt weird. This is something kids eat. The vendor saw his awkward demeanor and guessed immediately, it's for your girlfriend, right? All boys are shy about holding snacks like these, let me wrap it for you. The aunt smiled kindly and quickly wrapped Tan Philion's tanghulu into a small flower shape. From afar, it really looked like a flower. In the end, the tanghulu that Tan Philion received resembled a flower. His sign language was misunderstood by the tanghulu aunt, but Tan Philion simply gave up after a while. Let it be. When he arrived at the theater entrance according to the address, he didn't see Sue. Checking his phone, the last message said to wait for him outside. Tan Philion stood at the entrance, scanning his surroundings. Ticket checking time had arrived, and people outside were gradually entering the venue. Tan Philion couldn't find him. Tan Philion. Suddenly, Sue's voice came from one side. He ran over, fashionable clothes swaying slightly with the breeze, his hair fluttering joyfully. He approached, illuminated by the brightest sunlight, vibrant and radiant. Even though he knew Tan Philion wouldn't hear, he shouted his name with great effort. Tan Philion stood there motionless. Some people are born luminous. Just like Sue. Sue held 2 cups of hot coffee, running to Tan Philion and offering one to him. That's what falling in love feels like. Although he hadn't successfully pursued him yet, Sue enjoyed this flavor unexpectedly. They hadn't ever done such little things during calm days before. A once lifeless Sue finally woke up. Tan Philion quickly handed the tanghulu to Sue, who glanced at its wrapping and noticed his flustered hands, wanting to laugh. This kid probably has no idea it would turn out like this. Let's go, Sue said softly, glancing towards the auditorium. Tan Philion followed behind Sue, catching a whiff of his faint body scent. After entering the auditorium and sitting down, the atmosphere between the two became extremely subtle. This time's play featured a relatively realistic romantic theme, not overly grand. Most of the audience present were couples. The first scene was an intimate kiss. The temperature on stage seemed to rise. Sue tilted his head toward Tan Philion, who stared intently at the main stage. Sue murmured quietly. Tan Philion, I want to kiss you so badly. Chapter 98, Can Hear You. The play started at 7 p.m. Tan Philion left the store at 6 p.m., leading to another round of teasing from his coworkers. Is this Brother Tan's first date? Definitely. Pure-hearted little Nan. Will he get scammed? One employee worried, that person looks pretty tough. I also feel that Mr. So-and-so is very beautiful and sharp, seems like a master of scheming. But it seems like he really likes Brother Tan. How could anyone not see his feelings? Or should we bet who will be on top and who will be below? You idiot, roll away. It must be Brother Tan. Tan Philian overheard their conversation and furrowed his brows slightly. Tan Philian turned sideways to look at them with a serious expression, opening his lips slightly to use sign language. Shut up. They were all surprised again. Hell. He can hear us. All, hell. Is he wearing the hearing aid? Keep in mind, Tan Philian's implanted hearing aid doesn't fit him well, so he rarely wears it. But for this date, he actually took it out and wore it. There's some chemistry here. More than just chemistry, getting Tan Philian to wear his hearing aid, isn't that almost as good as having him agree? Just as Tan Philian was leaving the store, Sui sent another message. Multiple messages to him, are you done with work? Multiple messages to him, why don't you reply? Multiple messages to him, are you angry? 1 second later, the angry message was retracted. Sui did it intentionally. Multiple messages to him, send me a message. Tan Philian moved forward, not used to social apps or chatting with friends. Therefore, he had no idea how to respond. He probably seemed upset. At that moment, a cluster of bright red caught Tan Philian's attention. He opened the chat box and sent a message back to Sui. Tan Philian, want to eat tanghulu, candied hawthorn. On the other end, it showed as typing. Multiple messages to him, will you buy it for me? Tan Philian, Multiple messages to him, yes, I'll eat. Tan Philian walked toward the tanghulu stand and bought a skewer. He thought it looked silly when held. So strange, holding it felt weird. This is something kids eat. The vendor saw his awkward demeanor and guessed immediately, it's for your girlfriend, right? All boys are shy about holding snacks like these, let me wrap it for you. The ant smiled kindly and quickly wrapped Tan Philian's tanghulu into a small flower shape. From afar, it really looked like a flower. In the end, the tanghulu that Tan Philian received resembled a flower. His sign language was misunderstood by the tanghulu ant, but Tan Philian simply gave up after a while. Let it be. When he arrived at the theater entrance according to the address, he didn't see Sui. Checking his phone, the last message said to wait for him outside. Tan Philian stood at the entrance, scanning his surroundings. Ticket checking time had arrived, and people outside were gradually entering the venue. Tan Philian couldn't find him. Tan Philian. Suddenly, Sui's voice came from one side. He ran over, fashionable clothes swaying slightly with the breeze, his hair fluttering joyfully. He approached, illuminated by the brightest sunlight, vibrant and radiant. Even though he knew Tan Philian wouldn't hear, he shouted his name with great effort. Tan Philian stood there motionless. Some people are born luminous. Just like Sui. Sui held 2 cups of hot coffee, running to Tan Philian and offering one to him. That's what falling in love feels like. Although he hadn't successfully pursued him yet, Sui enjoyed this flavor unexpectedly. They hadn't ever done such little things during calm days before. A once lifeless Sui finally woke up. Tan Philian quickly handed the tanghulu to Sui, who glanced at its wrapping and noticed his flustered hands, wanting to laugh. This kid probably has no idea it would turn out like this. Let's go, Sui said softly, glancing towards the auditorium. Tan Philian followed behind Sui, catching a whiff of his faint body scent. After entering the auditorium and sitting down, the atmosphere between the two became extremely subtle. This time's play featured a relatively realistic romantic theme, not overly grand. Most of the audience present were couples. The first scene was an intimate kiss. The temperature on stage seemed to rise. Sui tilted his head toward Tan Philian, who stared intently at the main stage. Sui murmured quietly. Tan Philian, I want to kiss you so badly. Chapter 99, Sui's bold words. The distance between the two of them was not far. The stage was illuminated by lights, while the audience area remained rather dim. Sui looked at Tan Philian under the faint light. His gaze was solely focused on the stage, where the brilliant lights shimmered with a touch of extravagance, coloring Tan Philian's pupils along with his long eyelashes. You look better and better, Sui muttered to himself. Tan Philian's level of deafness differed from that of an average person. Sometimes there was silence, and sometimes the surrounding noise would amplify several times in his ears, like needles or drums. No matter what state he was in, Tan Philian couldn't hear clearly, all he felt was pain. Hearing aids allowed him to hear others' voices, but the painful noises that accompanied them would be deeply piercing, stimulating his brain even more. Thus, he rarely wore hearing aids. Doctors said he had a special constitution, but they couldn't determine the cause, so Tan Philian no longer expected to hear any sound, nor did he expect to hear anyone's voice. He would pay a price for it. No one was worth it. When Sui's voice reached his ear, Tan Philian pretended not to hear and only stared at the center of the stage. His hearing aid was specially made, invisible enough that one wouldn't notice he was wearing it unless they looked closely. Sui didn't know he could hear, and Tan Philian didn't bother exposing this. Tan Philian listened carefully and attentively distinguished. The corner of Tan Philian's lips curved up while watching the stage. But the current content wasn't very engaging. No one knew why he was smiling. Su Yi's voice was as good sounding as he imagined, cold with a hint of detachment. That chill softened due to Su Yi's eyes, exuding a gentle affection just right for his personality. Su Yi continued speaking. So you came to watch the play because I asked you to. This is a love story, can you understand it? Have you ever held hands before? Su Yi leaned against the seat, his voice extremely low, a delicate murmur that didn't disturb others. Am I not as interesting as the play? Look at me. Tan Philian caught a side glance of Su Yi's face and then turned to look at him directly. He gently parted his lips and spoke silently in sign language, sit properly. Su Yi's eyes widened slightly, almost thinking that Tan Philian understood what he said. Looking at his own posture, Su Yi realized he had overthought. Tan Philian disapproved of how he sat. Su Yi pressed his lips together, locking gazes with Tan Philian. Do you think I'm inappropriate? As Tan Philian heard Su Yi's words, his eyes stayed focused on Su Yi's lips. Miraculous Teacher's drama required mobile phones to be silenced. Tan Philian had switched off his phone. Grabbing Su Yi's hand and opening it flat, he extended a finger and wrote a word in Su Yi's palm, no. It was so itchy. Su Yi instinctively bent his fingers, covering Tan Philian's digits during the movement. The icy sensation, as if water streaks of cold passed over Su Yi's palm, flowing along the veins straight into his heart, cooling and then slowly warming back again. Su Yi thought he was done for, inexplicably drawn by Tan Philian. This unintentional normal contact meant more to Su Yi than any direct move Tan Philian had previously made, accelerating his heartbeat. Tan Philian's actions made Su Yi's heart tremble lightly. Su Yi, you're really done for. Seeing Tan Philian about to withdraw, Su Yi quickly fluttered his long lashes. As Tan Philian pulled his hand away, Su Yi's hand moved forward, first brushing against Tan Philian's fingertips, then following the tip to grasp his hand. A fleeting numbness caused Tan Philian to pause slightly. Better be no, said Su Yi, looking at Tan Philian. Su Yi stopped at that point, releasing Tan Philian's hand before he reacted, pretending nothing had happened and sitting upright. In this silent atmosphere, Su Yi's yearning remained subtly evident. If you like, you just like. To pursue is to tell you I only see you among thousands of people. Su Yi paid no attention to the stage, lost in his own emotions. After watching the drama, this guy probably won't go back to sleep, right? Does he really think if someone invites him to do something, he should just do it? I want to kiss him. His lips look so soft. He truly deserves to be noticed by me. Su Yi's voice became finer and finer, fine until even Tan Philian couldn't hear clearly. His self-talk was adorable. Most people who watched the drama were dating. Tan Philian glanced sideways and saw a pair of lovers kissing. The sucking sounds were even clear to him. In that moment of vision fluctuation, Tan Philian's gaze met Su Yi once again. Just then, the content on the stage reached its climax. A pair of lovers are torn apart by various reasons, the bleached snow foam erasing all traces. That kind of farewell is a collision between the spirit of the times and society with profound pursuit. They love each other, yet they must separate. Su Yi felt the pessimism in the grand principles. Two people in love don't necessarily need to be together for their relationship to be perfect. The era, the environment, right and wrong, national sentiment, they all outweigh mere affection. Su Yi stared at the lovers on stage. They renounce everything, waiting for a miracle amidst despair. In Su Yi's mind, an image of Tan Philian covered in blood emerged. That was the final outcome for them. Yet he had obtained the only way out of millions of dead ends. Tan Philian was fighting with all his might to return to his side. Su Yi glanced sideways at Tan Philian. There were only about 20 centimeters between them, yet he still felt it wasn't enough. Unnoticed, Su Yi moved closer to Tan Philian, so close that just a slight movement would allow him to touch his garment, gripping the satin seat tightly, ready to intertwine. The characters in the play might part ways again, but Su Yi would not let go of Tan Philian. When Su Yi's hand touched Tan Philian's, warmth collided with coldness. Suddenly, Tan Philian stood up. Su Yi, it was really quite sudden at that moment. Su Yi retracted his hand and touched his nose tip to cover up. Shit, it felt like a failed attempt at thievery. Su Yi, when did I ever lose face like this? Lifting his eyes, Su Yi looked. TSK, the drama was over. Perfect timing, I didn't even get to hold your hand. After saying this sulkful sentence, Su Yi thought he hallucinated. He seemed to faintly hear Tan Philian laughing. Looking up, the handsome face revealed no emotion. Did I mishear? Su Yi noticed everyone before and after him standing up one by one. He sat there motionless. Tan Philian waited for a while standing because Su Yi showed no intention of getting up. As others left, Su Yi remained seated. Tan Philian glanced around, finally lightly pulling Su Yi's elbow to help him stand up. Their proximity allowed Su Yi to catch a whiff of the scent he loved in every breath. Snap. Since they were the last ones, the large lights on the stage went off the instant Su Yi stood up. The small lights on stage weren't sufficient to illuminate Su Yi's position, compounded by his naturally poor vision in darkness, making Su Yi feel suspended. Instinctively, he clutched onto the edge of Tan Phalian's clothes. I'm scared. The unnatural force caught Tan Phalian's attention. Suddenly, Tan Phalian's hand reached over. Stunned, Su-Yi locked eyes with Tan Phalian. Tan Phalian softly caressed the back of Su-Yi's fingers, evidently comforting him. Su-Yi's heartbeat calmed down significantly. He tightened his grip, letting their body temperatures merge. Tan Phalian led Su-Yi's hand and walked towards the exit. As they approached the doorway and light from outside streamed in, Tan Phalian could tell Su-Yi's state had improved somewhat. Tan Phalian unfolded Su-Yi's hand. Wrote, afraid of the dark. Su-Yi withdrew his hand. He was here to chase his wife. How could he let anyone know this embarrassing fact? Su-Yi knew Tan Phalian could read lips to some extent. He stared into Tan Phalian's eyes. No. Saying this, his pride urged him to try slipping his hand away from Tan Phalian. Tan Phalian held on tighter. Gazing at Su-Yi's lowered eyelids. Tan Phalian wrote the second sentence, lying. Chapter 100, Being a Bride for My Brother. Lying. Su-Yi read the strokes transmitted from his palm, his heart trembling involuntarily. The feeling of having his inner world dissected did not make him feel awkward. This was due to Tan Phalian's clear perception that allowed him to sense Su-Yi's fear and thus uncover his lies. Su-Yi knew he was afraid, he knew he was being overly tough. Tan Phalian had always been like this. Su-Yi looked up and made eye contact with Tan Phalian. This time, Su-Yi took an imperceptible step closer to Tan Phalian, their breaths intertwining as the faint aroma of white tea flowers filled Su-Yi's nostrils. It was the root of desire that would forever pull him into decadence. With every step, Su-Yi closed the last bit of distance between them. As if saying, look at me. Focusing only on me. I'm scared. Su-Yi's dark pupils clashed with Tan Phalian's alluring eyes as they collided in that moment. Su-Yi still held the candy skewer given by Tan Phalian. He didn't give Tan Phalian any chance to react to his instinctive retreat before demanding, now you know, take me home. After saying that, Su-Yi turned around and started walking down the street. Su-Yi didn't look back, muttering softly, even though you can read lips, don't pretend you don't know what I just said. Taking him home. Tan Phalian stepped over towards Su-Yi, and soon they were walking side by side as a warm breeze passed by bringing a refreshing coolness. It smelled fresh and pleasant. Tan Phalian pulled out his phone and typed several words, showing it to Su-Yi. Tan Phalian, where do you live? Su-Yi took the phone and quickly replied with 4 words, opposite your house. Tan Phalian stared at the note on his phone where Su-Yi had typed these words, momentarily unsure how to respond. When Tan Phalian messaged again, he asked, when did you move there? Su-Yi, I won't tell you. Tan Phalian, why? Tan Phalian didn't think the place where he lived was suitable for someone like Su-Yi. Su-Yi looked cold and elegant, the kind of aristocratic air one gets living in wealth. His old neighborhood, however, lacked security, a crumbling area even pickpockets avoided, completely unsuitable for someone whose clothes clearly cost a fortune. Tan Phalian added a second line, it's not suitable for you. Third line, the alleys here are very dark. There's you. Su-Yi's whisper wasn't loud, but enough for Tan Phalian to hear clearly. Tan Phalian will protect me, Su-Yi stated, continuing to speak to himself. Tan Phalian watched Su-Yi out of the corner of his eye. Will Tan Phalian really protect me? Will he? He will. Suddenly, Tan Phalian typed another line and showed it to Su-Yi. Tan Phalian, why do you go to the coffee shop every day? Su-Yi turned off Tan Phalian's phone and abruptly spun around to face him, halting Tan Phalian's steps. Su-Yi's lips parted slightly, speaking silently, I like you. Tan Phalian's fingertips felt strangely numb, as if he could break into pieces with a single squeeze. He had heard others say they liked him. Like, love, pursuit, dating, kissing, holding hands. Countless people had told him things along these lines. But Tan Phalian never quite understood. There seemed to be a curse on Su-Yi that Tan Phalian couldn't unravel. He wanted to get closer, always closer, until bending down meant inhaling Su-Yi's natural scent. Tan Phalian typed another question, what do you like about me? For all of Su-Yi's actions, Tan Phalian could not comprehend them. What was there to like about him? A person who can't even talk, what was there to like? Su-Yi's shadow blocked Tan Phalian's light as he moved forward without looking at Tan Phalian, answering himself, I like everything. The two strolled along a bustling street toward an alleyway, where the lights grew dimmer. Su-Yi was slightly ahead of Tan Phalian, and though the dark road ahead didn't suit him well, since he chose this place to stay just opposite Tan Phalian's, he wouldn't typically stay somewhere like this. Su-Yi preferred streets that were vibrant and bright, places lit up by dazzling neon lights. Su-Yi feared loneliness, and that sense of nothingness grew stronger after losing Tan Phalian. He favored the lively atmosphere where everything seemed vivid and alive, just like Tan Phalian remained ever present in his world. As Su-Yi's steps slowed down, Tan Phalian caught up, and the two walked side by side again. The moonlight fell gently over their shoulders, but someone's shadow kept subtly shifting off-center, as if leaning closer to where gravity pulled. The further they ventured, the narrower the road became, and the surroundings grew darker and damper with each step. Beneath the only faintly yellow street lamp in the middle of the path. Su-yi called out to Tan Filian, grabbing at the edge of his coat. Tan Filian. Standing beneath the street lamp, Tan Filian locked eyes with Su-yi. The semi-bright, semi-dark illumination accentuated his sharp, almost ethereal features. His world was silent, yet nothing could match the cacophony of noise and pain that surged when Su-yi uttered his name. No one could ever peek into Tan Filian's thoughts. He couldn't quite grasp what made Su-yi different, but every glance confirmed he wasn't ordinary, far from it. When Su-yi called him, Tan Filian simply stood still, waiting for him to continue. You showed up when I asked you out on a date, you owe me an explanation. Su-yi stepped closer to Tan Filian, speaking deliberately slowly to ensure Tan Filian wouldn't misread his lips. Tan Filian's phone remained with Su-yi, leaving no room for escape as he was backed against the lamppost. Tan Filian formed a single sign language sentence, his movements unhurried and elegant. His strands of hair gleamed gold under the lamp's light. Tan Filian, W.H. What kind of explanation? Although Su-yi couldn't read sign language, he had a secret advantage, ensuring he understood everything Tan Filian conveyed. Taking another step closer, Su-yi ensured Tan Filian's voice would reverberate clearly in his ears, a cold but magnetically charged tone resonating between them. Su-yi gripped Tan Filian's collar, Be my little bride. Chapter 101, Brother bullying me because I'm deaf and mute. Su-yi's words were still echoing in Tan Filian's mind. Su-yi had been speaking for a while, but Tan Filian didn't respond. Su-yi thought that Tan Filian hadn't understood his lip movements, so he took out Tan Filian's phone and typed what he had just said. Su-yi, be my wife, brother. Be my wife, brother. You're already brother's wife. Tan Filian didn't reply to Su-yi but just gazed at him as if trying to see through him. This made Su-yi very frustrated. Why don't you agree? Su-yi asked. As long as you follow brother, I will definitely treat you well, and all the money I earn will be for you to spend. Su-yi promised on his own. Tan Filian moved forward, and Su-yi followed behind him. Finally, they arrived at the door of their homes, which were directly opposite each other. Su-yi grabbed Tan Filian's elbow. If you neither agree nor reject, what does it mean? He absolutely had to get a clear answer today. Tan Filian turned around and signed to Su-yi, if I agree. Su-yi's face immediately softened, be with me. Tan Filian's hand lifted again, if I don't agree. Su-yi looked serious, I'll keep pursuing you. Tan Filian subtly curled the corner of his mouth. He signed a sentence to Su-yi, then you continue pursuing me. Su-yi. After saying this, Tan Filian opened the room door and walked inside. When the door closed, Su-yi was still stunned. Little brat. Su-yi got so angry that he picked up his phone and sent several voice messages to Tan Filian, none of which were pleasant. Anyway, he couldn't hear them. He wouldn't know how satisfying it was to vent. Su-yi pressed the voice recording button, damn Tan Filian. You have such airs. That I have to personally pursue you, and you still don't agree. I'm telling you, if you make me furious, you won't have a wife. Rejecting me? Rejecting me when you're dying to like me? Deafy, are you feeling too superior? Can you hear me cursing you? Bullying me because you're deaf, damn Tan Filian. You're doomed. Make me breakfast tomorrow to apologize. Otherwise, brother won't pursue you tomorrow. If I'm still not happy, I'll pursue you the day after. After sending a string of voice messages, Su-yi started typing. Su-yi, go to bed early, don't stay up late, it's bad for your health. Su-yi, what do you want for breakfast? Su-yi, I'll buy it for you tomorrow. Su-yi, rest well. Su-yi, think about it. Su-yi, really become brother's wife. Su-yi, I'm quite good to my wife. Su-yi, in the future, brother will listen to everything you say. Tan Filian didn't reply to Su-yi for a long time. Su-yi heard trickling sounds at the door, as if someone was taking a shower. Tan Filian listened to each of Su-yi's voice messages one by one. Su-yi's curses entered Tan Filian's ears word by word. Tan Filian looked at the text below, which was completely different from the voice messages. The text was full of concern. There was no trace of personal emotions. Tan Filian held his wet hand around the phone. Thinking to himself, bullying him because he's deaf and mute. Tan Filian stared at the messages and replied to Su-yi, we've just met. Su-yi replied quickly, feelings can grow slowly. Tan Filian, you don't understand me, you just think it's fun. Su-yi swiftly countered, absolutely not, darling. Tan Filian, do you call others the same way? Su-yi, what's the problem? Tan Filian, darling. Su-yi. TSK. It wasn't at that level yet, Su-yi realized he had acted like a hooligan. After all, the current Tan Filian was so pure, and he shouldn't scare him. Su-yi, I only treat you this way. Su-yi, I only like you. After a while, Tan Filian sent Su-yi a few words. Tan Filian, brother is bullying me because I'm deaf and mute. This was the first time here that Tan Filian addressed Su-yi as brother. Su-yi's heart skipped 2 beats. Although Tan Philian typed the text, strangely enough, Sui automatically matched it with a sound in his mind, and Sui almost couldn't hold his phone steady due to excitement. Both laid down on their beds. Sui quickly found an excuse. I didn't bully you. Sui, it feels like I can hear you when you call me brother. Sui, it sounds very nice. Sui, I like it. Sui, sending a cuddle emoji. Looked it up now. Sui, brother doesn't bully you because you're deaf and mute. Sui, brother likes you. The messages from Sui popped up on Tan Philian's phone screen one by one. He gave a bitter smile. Voice. How could someone who can't speak have a nice-sounding voice? Tan Philian typed his response to Sui, lying. Sui, not lying. Sui, your voice is the most beautiful in the whole world. Sui, if you can't accept it, I'll slowly pursue you. Tan Philian didn't reply to Sui for a long time. Sui kept scrolling through his phone, never receiving a reply, and eventually started feeling drowsy. Just as Sui was nodding off slightly while still holding his phone, Tan Philian texted, brother, good night. While fumbling with his phone in his half-asleep state, Sui accidentally initiated a video call. Tan Philian answered it. Sui, with his eyes half closed, didn't realize he'd started a video call. He leaned back on the pillow, half asleep and half awake. The video showed Sui's enlarged face. Due to how close it was, his clearly separated eyelashes could be seen, along with the rosy hue that only appeared when he was sleeping. If it weren't for the fear of startling you, I would definitely come over and sleep in your bed. Sui suddenly mumbled in his sleep. I want to do strange things with you. In his dream, Sui unconsciously curved his lips. Tan Philian. I have finally found you. Tan Philian extended his finger and touched the phone screen. For a long time, he just stared at Sui. When Sui woke up the next day, he discovered the phone video call was still open. Tan Philian hadn't hung up. After washing up, Sui quickly changed clothes and went downstairs to buy breakfast for Tan Philian. Before, he always thought Tan Philian liked cooking. Upon further reflection, since Tan Philian didn't need to eat but could still survive, why would he enjoy cooking? Tan Philian wasn't fond of cooking, he enjoyed making meals for Sui. Sui wanted to treat Tan Philian the same way. After messing around in the kitchen for 2 minutes and looking at the burnt yellow egg, he gave up. After buying breakfast, Sui knocked on Tan Philian's door. When the door opened, Sui stepped inside first. I've bought breakfast. Let's eat together. Only after entering did Sui get a clear look at Tan Philian's home layout. It looked very vintage, filled with many old wooden pieces of furniture Tan Philian had kept. The house exuded a clean and warm atmosphere. On Tan Philian's dining table, there was a bowl of porridge. It was still steaming. Sui placed the breakfast he bought on the table. Can I eat what you made? Tan Philian neither replied nor refused. We'll exchange, you eat what I bought, and I'll eat what you made. After saying this, Sui sat down casually on one side of the table and then looked at Tan Philian. But he didn't start eating. As if he needed Tan Philian to signal first before he would begin. Finally, Tan Philian walked to Sui, picked up the bowl, and served him a bowl of porridge which he handed over. Only then did Sui start eating happily. A moment later, the sound of a phone being set down reached Sui's ears. He glanced downward. It was a few words Tan Philian had written in the notes app, be careful, it's hot. Upon seeing this message, Sui ate even more joyfully. He felt like he had a chance. But the results were disappointing. Following each other around for nearly half a month. Tan Philian had already gotten used to Sui's presence. Yet Sui still hadn't successfully pursued Tan Philian. Sui reclined on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Why is it so hard to chase Tan Philian? Do I have to force love? Little Zoe's voice rang out, you don't have the vibe for forced love, let's not play games or you might end up tied up yourself. Sui, then what should I do? It's been so long. We haven't even held hands. And we haven't kissed yet. To speed up the process, Sui drank 3 bottles of wine this day. Chapter 102, Exposed. Sui couldn't drink alcohol in the first place, and after a few bottles, he was dizzy and disoriented. Xiao Zhui, oh, he's really drunk. Xiao Zhui, just don't spill everything while you're drunk. Sui vaguely heard a voice ringing in his ear. Sui, what are you talking about? Xiao Zhui, I'm afraid you'll cry. Sui got up and walked towards the door. Cry. There was no such word as cry in Sui's dictionary. Xiao Zhui's tone brightened a little. Based on your mood swings over the past year, your mood has been the best this month. It's great to see how hopeful you've become about life. Shitue hasn't caught up within this month, but every day you've been happy. This isn't a mission. He is your lover. There's no need to set a time limit. If you're happy, then this relationship deserves to continue. Sui, feeling dazed, I didn't understand that. Other things aside. He would definitely have his way tonight. Staggering out of the room. Sui arrived at Tan Philian's house and knocked on the door. Sui, how should I say it? Sleep with me. Is brother Shi impatient now? Or, let me kiss you so I'll have more motivation to keep chasing you. Su-yi took out his phone, drowsily looking at his own reflection. Not bad looking at all. Could it be, he likes ugly people? Xiao Zhui. Xiao Zhui, I think you're very drunk. Tan Feilian, open the door. Su-yi called out at the door. His voice was so soft that Xiao Zhui could only rely on data transmission to know what he said. Xiao Zhui, uh-oh, we shouldn't have let him drink. Xiao Zhui, he's already completely drunk. Xiao Zhui, we worked so hard to gain his favor, don't lose it all in a sentence or two because he's drunk. After standing at the door for half a while and finding the opposite door still closed, Su-yi turned back and went into his room again, carrying a white pillow. Xiao Zhui. Drunk, Su-yi hugged the pillow and leaned against the door of Tan Feilian's house. He took out his phone and opened the chat record with Tan Feilian. Su-yi thought he typed, why haven't you come back yet? What he actually typed, sleep with me. Su-yi thought he typed, when are you coming home? What he actually typed, I miss you. Ding dong. The phone vibrated slightly, and Su-yi looked at the screen. Tan Feilian had replied to his message. Tan Feilian, got it. You miss me too. Tan Feilian, I'll be back within 10 minutes. Su-yi brought the phone closer to his eyes, can't read it. Bringing it even closer. All Su-yi saw in his mind was Tan Feilian saying, sleep with him. Xiao Zhui, unbelievable. Gradually, footsteps sounded from the stairs. Su-yi frowned and looked out, dimly able to make out a tall figure in front of him that gradually blocked his vision. Tan Feilian arrived at the door and saw a clearly drunk Su-yi hugging the pillow. Because of the drunkenness, Su-yi's face was flushed red. In his confused state, thoughts were automatically simplified in his head. He only knew the person in front of him was Tan Feilian. His spouse. His lover. Everything in his absurd life. When Su-yi saw Tan Feilian, he stumbled toward him, instinctively embracing him tightly. The warm body was enveloped by Tan Feilian's cooler touch. Su-yi snuggled contentedly. He smelled the familiar scent of white tea flowers once more. Tan Feilian. I really miss you. Su-yi half closed his eyes, leaning entirely into Tan Feilian's arms, as if falling into a cloud of fog. You haven't held me in a long time. And you haven't kissed me in a long time either. Chapter 103, Tan Feilian's Love. Su-yi still clutched a pillow in his arms. The soft, cushioned feeling lay between the two of them. Su-yi felt uncomfortable and grabbed the pillow to throw it away. Not this one. Just Tan Feilian. Tan Feilian was amused by Su-yi's actions. He's so obedient. When Su-yi took the initiative to embrace him, Tan Feilian's heart raced momentarily as he froze. Seeing that the person in his arms was about to throw away the pillow, their posture combined with the flushed face made Tan Feilian find it incredibly adorable. He caught Su-yi's wrist at that moment. Su-yi should have been somewhat unclear in consciousness. Tan Feilian didn't think he could understand his sign language or any written words. The moment Tan Feilian had just grabbed the pillow, Su-yi let go. Without any barrier, Su-yi directly pressed against Tan Feilian's chest, wrapping his arms around Tan Feilian's waist. This distance alone could reassure him. Su-yi lifted his eyes drowsily in Tan Feilian's arms. He lightly raised his hand, and a single finger touched Tan Feilian's lips. Tan Feilian shrank back for a second. Suddenly, Su-yi tugged at Tan Feilian's clothes and slightly tilted his head to kiss Tan Feilian on the Adam's apple. Tan Feilian gripped Su-yi's hands tightly as his Adam's apple rolled up and down the moment Su-yi's kiss left. Su-yi's hand crept inside Tan Feilian's shirt, the touch fiery and alluring. At the instant of skin-to-skin contact, Tan Feilian's other hand held it through his clothing. No, you can. Do you not want me? Su-yi asked Tan Feilian unhappily, his sticky voice carried by the wind, undulating. Tan Feilian. Kiss me. Only then will I continue chasing you. Tan Feilian's expression slightly changed. Su-yi's alcohol smell was overwhelming. With Tan Feilian's support, Su-yi could barely stand steady. Why did he drink so much? Tan Feilian felt a little angry. He admitted he was somewhat despicable, he liked Su-yi getting close to him, enjoyed him being affectionate with him, but he didn't dare take that step. He wasn't worthy of someone so good, and more importantly, he feared Su-yi might just be teasing him for fun. After all, during such a long time. It seemed like Su-yi was pursuing him, but he realized that he was the one who followed blindly. If Su-yi didn't visit the coffee shop for a day, he would check his phone countless times. Every time he got teased, Tan Feilian had no defense whatsoever. Su-yi could easily drive him crazy. Tan Feilian was too aware of their relationship. There was a chain connecting them, but its key rested in Su-yi's hands. Tan Feilian opened the door and supported the drunkenly disoriented Su-yi into the room. Tan Feilian helped Su-yi to the only sofa in the room. As Su-yi moved, his hand hung onto Tan Feilian's neck, unwilling to let go. Don't sleep on the sofa. Tan Feilian's eyes darkened. Listening to Su-yi's words, he hated his inability to express himself clearly when Su-yi was like this. He couldn't ask how Su-yi was feeling. Tan Philian squatted halfway in front of Su-yi, staring at him on the couch. He gently raised his hand and stroked Su-yi's hair. The cool sensation was comforting, but the distance was still too far. Su-yi leaned up, wrapping his whole body around Tan Philian's neck again. His head nuzzled into Tan Philian's shoulder once more. I want to sleep in the bed. Su-yi's head rubbed against Tan Philian's neck, and the touch of lips to skin sent a tingling sensation rippling through him. To sleep in the bed. Tan Philian wrapped his arms around Su-yi's waist and lifted him up, laying him gently on the bed in the bedroom. Tan Philian prepared to fetch water to wipe Su-yi off since it was obvious Su-yi had reached his limit from drinking. However, just as Tan Philian released him, Su-yi grabbed his fingers and pulled fiercely. Su-yi yanked Tan Philian down onto his body. Before Tan Philian could react, Su-yi lunged forward to kiss him. In the midst of his foggy state, Su-yi sensed Tan Philian pushing him away. Instantly, inexplicable surged within Su-yi. His eyes shimmering with moisture, Tan Philian. You bastard. You bastard. Tan Philian's heart clenched sharply, the pain biting. He wiped away the tear stains from the corner of Su-yi's eye. Tan Philian's movements were very gentle. The rustling sound of the curtain became the only background noise. Tan Philian could feel the genuine, overflowing love Su-yi had for him. From the first glance Su-yi entered his life, Tan Philian clearly understood his uniqueness. He was amazed to discover that beyond all his own rules, every kind of emotion was related to Su-yi. Tan Philian parted his lips slightly, intending to say something. But he couldn't utter a normal human sound. Tan Philian raised his hand and touched his throat. The long fingers were cloaked in loneliness, carrying all of Tan Philian's bitter emotions in every movement. Tan Philian wiped away the tears at Su-yi's corner of the eye and then gently grasped Su-yi's hand. Don't cry. Don't be afraid. Tan Philian couldn't voice these words. He spread Su-yi's hand and softly traced these characters on his palm. Su-yi opened his eyes halfway. He gazed into Tan Philian's alluring eyes. You don't care about me anymore. Tan Philian, you made me angry. On Su-yi's palm, Tan Philian drew, I'm sorry. Don't say, I'm sorry. Su-yi shoved Tan Philian's hand away and curled up on the bed. Tan Philian thought silently to himself, I like you. Since the very beginning, I've liked you a lot. Tan Philian grabbed the blanket and covered Su-yi with it. Annoyed, Su-yi threw off the blanket. Once more, Tan Philian pulled it over Su-yi. Again, Su-yi tossed it aside. Let me freeze. Let me freeze. Just leave me alone. If you don't like me, ignore me. I'd rather freeze. To throw me into the trash bin. Tan Philian pursed his lips tightly, feeling utterly useless. He hesitated over the edges of the quilt as he carefully draped it around Su-yi again. Su-yi glared at him fiercely, with anger and intoxication swirling in his eyes. Tan Philian didn't know how to soothe people. But he knew Su-yi liked him. His smooth fingertips curled slightly before he leaned on the bed frame and placed a light kiss on Su-yi's forehead. Chapter 104, When You Promised Me. The atmosphere of ambiguous intimacy unfolded under the faint light. Su-yi's eyes transformed from anger to bright joy in just a moment. Su-yi reached out and encircled Tan Philian's neck, kissing his lips as Tan Philian stood up. Philian, you like your brother, don't you? Up close, Su-yi's breath grazed Tan Philian's cheek. You look so good. Tan Philian did not refuse this kiss from Su-yi. Su-yi kissed until he was satisfied, only letting go of Tan Philian when he couldn't breathe anymore. Su-yi rubbed against Tan Philian's nose. He had kissed him. Su-yi pulled the blanket over himself obediently. Tan Philian had never seen Su-yi act so docile before. He was so well behaved. A single kiss from him made Su-yi behave so well. Tan Philian didn't think someone like Su-yi could possibly match him. Su-yi was noble and beautiful, with eyes that were always bright. As for himself, he lived in dirty and foul-smelling communal housing. Even saying, I like you, was beyond him. Tan Philian removed the miniature hearing aid from his ear, once again plunging into a world where the wind made no sound. It was as if he was reminding himself. He couldn't give Su-yi anything. Being able to hear Su-yi's voice already took up most of his strength. But he was willing. After covering Su-yi with the blanket, Tan Philian left the bedroom and went to the kitchen to cook a bowl of sobering soup for Su-yi. After cooking the sobering soup, Tan Philian carried it back into the bedroom. He looked at Su-yi on the bed, growing increasingly disgusted with himself. He thought, Tan Philian is a waste who can't even say a word of concern. Walking to the bedside, Tan Philian supported Su-yi, who slowly opened his eyes. Su-yi weakly tried to shield himself, and scalding soup spilled, dripping onto Tan Philian's palm and instantly reddening it. Tan Philian tightly gripped the bowl without moving. He gently placed the bowl on the bedside table, ignoring the burn on his hand. In a haze, Su-yi realized something, quickly grabbing Tan Philian's hand. Did it hurt? Su-yi brought Tan Philian's hand to his lips and blew on it. Tan Philian's hand touched Su-yi's cheek through his lips. His thumb lightly caressed it. I'm fine. Su-yi couldn't discern Tan Philian's emotions. He grabbed Tan Philian's hand and rubbed it. Medicine, do we have any medicine? Tan Philian shook his head. Does it hurt a lot? Su-yi asked worriedly. Tan Philian, it doesn't hurt. It's all my fault. Tan Philian supported Su-yi against his chest, writing in Su-yi's palm, it's Tan Philian's fault. It's because Tan Philian isn't good enough. Tan Philian isn't good enough anywhere. Su-yi hazily sensed Tan Philian's strokes on his palm. After a while, Su-yi closed his eyes and reproached Tan Philian. Nonsense. Tan Philian is the best. Our Philian has always been the best and most obedient. Su-yi's mind was hazy, feeling like the words he said wouldn't make sense to Tan Philian. He grabbed Tan Philian's hand and kissed the burnt heel of his palm, then spread out Tan Philian's palm. On it, he wrote, "You are the best. No one is better than you." Su-yi tilted his head slightly. He started apologizing seriously yet incoherently. Certainly, I was too abrupt, your brother won't pursue others. Always thinking that you should agree to be together with me sooner. Never considering your thoughts. Not understanding your concerns. It's my fault. I should have moved slower. Su-yi smiled at Tan Philian, seeing you every day, makes me very happy. Su-yi held Tan Philian's hand and lightly touched his chest, it was colorless before, now it has come alive. I love you so much, I really love you so much. Su-yi said a lot. Tan Philian only listened. Do you know that I like you? Su-yi asked. Tan Philian nodded. No. Suddenly, Su-yi frowned and blinked, I drank today. Tan Philian wrote in Su-yi's palm, that's bad. Su-yi murmured in agreement, all your fault. Tan Philian, my fault. Su-yi half rose with intoxication to stare into Tan Philian's eyes, do you know why I drank? Tan Philian wrote, I know. Su-yi's cheeks flushed red, his body warming with the alcohol. Suddenly, he pinched Tan Philian's cheeks, because I wanted to kiss you. Su-yi lay down contentedly, already kissed. Su-yi, my wife smells so good. Su-yi clutched the blanket, it doesn't matter if you don't agree now, just be my wife in the future. After a while, Su-yi murmured again, all right. I was lying to you. I seem to be the wife. A faint smile curved at the corner of Tan Philian's lips. Tan Philian gently caressed Su-yi's hand, his eyes sparkling with endless starlight, I'll answer brother when he's sober again. This sentence was too long, and Su-yi, dazed and confused, failed to comprehend it. Su-yi cupped Tan Philian's face, I can't understand. I don't get it. He said, when you agree with me, just kiss me. Chapter 105, Tan Philian's defense broken. When you promised, you kissed me directly. Tan Philian's half-closed eyes flickered slightly. Tan Philian could see that Su-yi was really quite drunk. He needs to drink the sobering soup, otherwise he'll feel unwell when he wakes up tomorrow. Tan Philian once again supported Su-yi, letting him lean on his shoulder. He fed the sobering soup to Su-yi spoon by spoon as if scooping sugar water. It's bitter. Brother doesn't want to drink. Su-yi tasted it and pushed it away. With no other way, Tan Philian, while hugging Su-yi, communicated with him while holding the medicine bowl. Harder to talk any further. Su-yi kept pushing away, burying his face and mouth in Tan Philian's chest, refusing to drink the sobering soup. I'm not drunk. I won't drink. Just hug me and sleep. After saying this, he added another sentence, I can also hold you. Tan Philian curved his lips slightly, with warmth in his eyes that went unnoticed. Tan Philian couldn't express his thoughts to Su-yi. Don't. Su-yi's voice rang out again. Tan Philian then scooped a ladle of soup, kissing Su-yi's forehead before feeding him. Just after the moist kiss landed, Su-yi turned his face from Tan Philian's chest, his bright eyes filled with contented drunkenness. Tan Philian's heart melted like a puddle. Such Su-yi really makes one want to pick stars and moons for him. Tan Philian compared the medicine in his hand. Su-yi's blurred eyes examined Tan Philian, and obediently opened his lips afterwards. After Su-yi finished drinking the medicine, his intoxication hadn't dissipated yet. He wouldn't let go of Tan Philian, demanding, sleep with me. The drunken Su-yi wouldn't let up. Helpless, Tan Philian had to lie down, whereupon Su-yi turned over and wrapped himself around Tan Philian's chest, occasionally squirming. Tan Philian couldn't speak. He could only endure. Occasionally, his lips touched Tan Philian's chest, heating up the slightly lifted clothing. Tan Philian couldn't speak. He could only endure. Su-yi's hand slid inside Tan Philian's clothing and reached his chest. Tan Philian couldn't speak. But he couldn't endure anymore. He abruptly pulled Su-yi's hand. If he moved again, Tan Philian would truly lose his mind. Then Tan Philian flipped Su-yi under his body. The faint lamp light became even darker. Su-yi lay on the bedding, tilting his head slightly back, his slightly parted lips red, his alcohol-flushed cheeks, his half-closed eyes full of desire. His clothes were tugged open, revealing a bright collarbone area, prompting Tan Philian's breaths to quicken. Tan Philian. You're done. Su-yi looked at Tan Philian with a triumphant gaze and glanced at the quilt. Tan Philian propped himself up, there was a gap between the two of them. Su Yi's gaze fell on the bedding. Your body is more honest than your words. As the words fell, Su Yi raised his hand to encircle Tan Failian's neck, his hot breath circling with a faint scent of white tea flowers, saying, you can sleep if you take responsibility. Tan Failian grabbed Su Yi's hand and slowly used his right index finger to write in Su Yi's palm, it's you who must take responsibility. Tan Failian wrote extremely slowly, and Su Yi understood his meaning. He tightened his fingers, grabbing Tan Failian's index finger. Afraid I'm a faithless man? Su Yi leaned close to Tan Failian's ear, you're dumb enough, Tan Failian. I'll give you just one chance. As Su Yi's words ended, Tan Failian's kiss came obsessively. Su Yi's chest rose and fell, bending his body closer to Tan Failian, creating an atmosphere brimming with intimacy. Tan Failian tasted the wine flavor from Su Yi's body. In the dark night, the curtains gently flapped, increasing the tension in the room. Tan Failian's panting gradually reached Su Yi's ears. So sexy. Yet Su Yi couldn't hear it. For the first time, Su Yi thought this disability was fatal. Tan Failian could ruin him. Su Yi pulled the blanket, Su Yi. You're done. When Su Yi woke up again, the effects of the alcohol had worn off. Memories from last night suddenly surged into his mind. Su Yi. All dignity gone. Wanted to crawl into a hole. Su Yi's gaze scanned around the room. Tan Failian wasn't there. Left after sleeping. Su Yi got up, habitually moving carefree, almost falling to the ground due to pain. Fucking. That dog Tan Failian. Not human. Little Chase interjected, he's never been human. Su Yi really admires this kid's endless energy. Does he know what cherishing means? Little Chase, you made him. Little Chase didn't finish his sentence before being interrupted by Su Yi. Su Yi, shut up. Su Yi got up, glanced to the side, and saw the neatly folded clothes on the bedside table. He picked them up, put them on, and left the bedroom. After being thoroughly exhausted, Su Yi decided to tease the mute boy as a form of revenge. Pretending to remember nothing, he wondered what the other would do. Would he cry? Su Yi walked out with a serious expression, then calmly freshened up. Su Yi stepped out of the bathroom and found Tan Failian preparing breakfast. The little brat doesn't know how to care for others. When Su Yi said no, he pretended not to understand sign language, acting as if he were deaf and mute and blind. Su Yi crossed his chest. Tan Failian could only shake his head. Su Yi sat down at the dining table and immediately started playing with his phone. As Tan Failian served the breakfast, his peripheral vision kept focusing on Su Yi. How come, it seems, like nothing happened at all. Chapter 106 Tan Failian's Confession. Tan Failian placed the breakfast in front of Su Yi. Su Yi ate it naturally. The two sat facing each other. Su Yi didn't bring up yesterday's incident. Tan Failian became increasingly uneasy as time passed. Did he forget? Then did they count as being together? Tan Failian. Tan Failian poured Su Yi a glass of warm milk and watched him with lowered eyes, trying to sense their relationship from his mood. But there was none. It seemed that Su Yi really didn't remember what happened last night. Tan Failian's hand tightened on the spoon, unsure of what to do. Su Yi continued eating his breakfast expressionlessly. Suddenly, Tan Failian grabbed Su Yi's right hand that had just put down the phone. Su Yi raised his eyes and looked at Tan Failian, what's wrong? Tan Failian picked up the sticky note from the dining table, writing, I'll take you somewhere this afternoon. Su Yi nodded, why? Tan Failian, just want to take you there. Su Yi responded with an During the rest of the meal, Su Yi observed Tan Failian's expressions closely, suspecting he was adorable despite his uneasiness. He just couldn't bear not teasing him, otherwise Tan Failian would be worried for no reason. That day, Tan Failian took Su Yi to a derelict amusement park. The Ferris wheel there was still lit up, serving as a free photo spot in the area. By evening, it was bustling like a shopping mall, filled with all sorts of stalls, and trees were adorned with lights, making everything bright. Tan Failian went to a stall selling candied haws and bought one for Su Yi. Su Yi took it. He'd been watching this guy panicking all day. Afraid Su Yi had forgotten, but dared not mention it, believing their relationship had changed compared to before. Every move made by Tan Failian seemed hesitant. Tan Failian, are we on a date? Su Yi's eyes sparkled under the neon lights, and his words carried a lively and pleasant tone. Tan Failian didn't deny it. His face under the light was so handsome it was flawless. Do you know what dating is? Do you know what people usually do on dates? Tan Failian stared into Su Yi's eyes, then slowly lowered his gaze under Su Yi's scrutiny. Su Yi stepped back a step, provoked. This kid was clearly pretending to be innocent. And he knew everything. His charm was killing. In the middle of his bewilderment, Tan Failian kissed the corner of Su Yi's mouth. One hand of Tan Failian touched down and lightly tapped Su Yi's palm twice. It was their secret signal. The answer was, yes. Su Yi's hands trembled fiercely, and his lips went numb. This kiss was as light as a butterfly touch. Su Yi's ear tips turned unusually red. Seeing that Tan Philian had one hand behind his back, Sui tilted his head and probed further. What is it? Tan Philian brought his hand around to the front. It held a small bunch of flowers. So he'd been holding these flowers while kissing him. Sui pinched his lips as he accepted them. Why are you giving me flowers? Tan Philian, everyone else does. Sui wanted to laugh, because everyone else does, so must I. Tan Philian, yeah. Holding the flowers tightly, Sui's eyes shone with joy unfathomable to others. Are you pursuing me, just like I pursued you? Tan Philian grabbed Sui's phone, opened the Notes app, typed for a few seconds, then handed it over to Sui. When Sui looked down, there stood boldly a few large words. That wasn't pursuit. Sui frowned. Not pursuing me. Then what was it? Tan Philian, sexual harassment. After typing, Tan Philian handed the phone and walked forward. Leaving Sui in stunned silence. Looking at Tan Philian's tall figure walking ahead, Sui clenched his fists in anger, assuming that he wouldn't hear Sui's complaints directed towards the sky. You bastard Tan Philian. You're mocking me. If I don't know how to pursue, do you? Just with these little tricks, do you think buying some candied haws and flowers will get me? As Sui reached Tan Philian's side, he continued angrily, you actually mocked me. How have I sexually harassed you? Did I touch you indiscriminately? Did I kiss you randomly? Did I whistle at you? Tan Philian glanced sideways at Sui. Gradually, Sui became shocked when looking into his eyes. Tan Philian's expression was clearly indicating that he had heard every word of what Sui had said behind his back. Sui asked Xiaozhui, isn't he unable to hear? Or has a condition that makes hearing aids painful, so how could he possibly hear? Sui remembered that Xiaozhui had previously mentioned Tan Philian's different physical constitution from normal people, implying that hearing aids would cause him pain. And yet just now, it seemed he had definitely heard everything clearly. Sui, is he wearing a hearing aid? Xiaozhui, detection result, in order to hear your voice, he wears a hearing aid whenever he's with you. Xiaozhui, this does indeed cause him pain, but for Tan Philian, hearing your voice makes him even happier. Sui looked at Tan Philian's earlobe but couldn't see anything. It was a custom-made, high-grade hearing aid. Idiot. He wears it even though it makes him uncomfortable. Sui lowered his eyes affectionately. At this moment, Sui suddenly thought of something and another emotion arose. So when I was begging him last night, this guy was pretending to be deaf. Xiaozhui, exactly. Sui, did he hear me scold him earlier? Xiaozhui, yes, he did. Sui, little bastard. He enjoys watching me embarrass myself. Xiaozhui, not at all. He finds you cute, so he doesn't expose you. Sui followed Tan Philian and asked softly, can you hear me? Tan Philian nodded. Sui, don't wear it. It hurts. Tan Philian, alright. Tan Philian obediently removed the hearing aid after hearing Sui's words, and a light breeze passed over, making Tan Philian's figure tall yet slightly fragmented. Tired from walking, Sui sat down on a bench, and the laces of his sneakers came undone as he moved. Before Sui could put down the flowers in his hand, Tan Philian squatted in front of him to tie his shoelaces. The semi-bright, semi-dark light shone on their heads, giving Tan Philian's nose wings a soft glow that seemed warm and tranquil. Sui raised his hand and patted Tan Philian's head. You're such a good boy. After tying Sui's shoes, Tan Philian sat on the bench with him. The Ferris wheel in front of them moved slowly. Tan Philian took Sui's hand and told him. I don't know why I ended up here. I can't remember too many things. But I know, I have a lover. And I will only love him. So it's brother. I will only love you. Chapter 107, Together. The wind gently swayed the colorful lights hanging from the trees, their hues rippling in Sui's pupils. Tan Philian's words made his heart beat faster. I will only love you. To Sui, such a promise was overly romantic, yet no matter what Tan Philian became, Sui would always love him. As long as Tan Philian is here, Sui will always be loved. He won't remain just the broken child his brother wants. Sui turned to look at Tan Philian and asked deliberately, what's your lover like? Tan Philian grabbed Sui's hand and answered simply, you. Sui chuckled softly, muttering, have you been watching too many dramas? Amnesia and then finding true love? Is it me being a substitute? Tan Philian tightened his grip on Sui's hand and wrote on his palm, don't tease me for being deaf and mute, brother. Sui's heart raced more quickly, his emotions softened by Tan Philian time after time, his whole self floating in a sea of burning affection. Who is teasing you? Sui mumbled. Tan Philian replied, you. Sui said, that's nonsense. Leaning closer, Tan Philian gazed into Sui's eyes and whispered through gestures, brother, please don't torment me anymore. Am I not behaving well enough? Sui reached up to touch the tip of his nose, masking his smile. Breaks down so easily, stupid Tan Philian. Sui coughed once, what do you want? Tan Philian pulled out a letter from his pocket and handed it over to Sui. Sui accepted it, his eyes wide with surprise. What have you written, is there much inside? Su-yi couldn't help but wonder aloud. Tan Filian writes letters too. This was Su-yi's first time receiving one from him. Tan Filian nodded slightly, indicating there was indeed a lot written inside. Can I open it now? Su-yi asked. Tan Filian replied silently, open it when we get home. Su-yi held on to Tan Filian's wrist to go back, then let's go back now. Standing there unmoving, Tan Filian seemed reluctant to leave just yet. Had he known, he should have given it later. Tan Filian stood still, even after another tug from Su-yi, and showed no signs of budging. Seeing this, Su-yi glanced back and questioned, why aren't we leaving? Inwardly, Tan Filian thought, dates usually end with kisses. Unable to comprehend the subtle change in Tan Filian's expression, Su-yi turned to Xiao Jue for assistance. Su-yi, what's going on with this guy? Can't drag him an inch. Xiao Jue, are you really living up to being straight? Seriously. Su-yi, what does that mean? Xiao Jue, he thinks you two are already flirting with each other, full of mutual affection. Now that everything's set, a dim lamp post, under the Ferris wheel, beside the lit-up tree, it all feels suitable for something intimate. Tan Filian wants to kiss you, he's almost dying to. Su-yi bit his cheek. Ha. Su-yi managed hard to suppress a laugh bubbling at the corner of his lips. Facing Tan Filian again, Su-yi approached step by step. Lifting his gaze, it carried a mischievous glint that suggested certainty. What kind of relationship are we in right now? Caught unawares by Su-yi's directness, Tan Filian grew uneasy. Near them, the Ferris wheel sparkled, blending its enchanting ambience with human. In this setting, Tan Filian's irises gleamed endlessly neon-like alongside Su-yi's own. Unfurling Su-yi's palm, Tan Filian wrote, brother, be with me. Su-yi felt a slight tingling sensation spread through his hand, a warm current traveling up his arm to reach deep within his chest, pooling in a crimson warmth beneath his earlobe. Su-yi glanced downward, you've only chased me for a day, and I've agreed, isn't that too rash? Xiao Jue, is it? You're putting on quite a show. How long did you chase him before, huh? Su-yi, it's my turn to speak. Stop interrupting. Xiao Jue, you added that program for me yourself. Complaining about it now? Su-yi, this is called discretion, do you understand? Xiao Jue, you were pretty intense chasing after Tan Filian. Su-yi, I give up. Reading Su-yi's lip movements, Tan Filian smiled, writing down, think it over slowly. With grace and passion, Tan Filian's smile radiated the confidence that everything should belong to him. Lips pressed together, Su-yi stared intently at Tan Filian. Mischievous thing, you clearly know I like you, your answer is right there on my face, and you must be thrilled inside, aren't you? Shaking his head, Tan Filian replied, not proud. Afraid brother might disdain me for being unable to hear or speak. You're not proud, why are you smiling? Su-yi asked. Using sign language, Tan Filian told Su-yi, seeing you makes me happy every time, happiness makes me want to smile. What do you plan to do if we're together? Su-yi asked. Tan Filian responded, love you, protect you, give you the best. His gaze sincere, those enticing eyes were the abyssal desire Su-yi drowned into each time he looked at them. Su-yi's long lashes fluttered slowly, his pupils shimmering with a luster. Then what? Tan Filian, I'll cook for you. Su-yi, I can cook myself. Tan Filian, you only know how to cook instant noodles. Of all kinds of flavors. Su-yi. Su-yi's eyes widened in surprise, are you dissing me? Tan Filian lifted his hand to touch Su-yi's temples, the wind brushing past and bringing infinite warmth to Su-yi. Tan Filian gazed into Su-yi's pitch-black eyes, silently forming a single word with his lips, no. Su-yi clenched his fists, he adored this feeling too much. Su-yi was used to being distant and had always lived with clear goals, never experiencing the taste of relaxation or indulgence. Tan Filian showed him that the world was colorful, even a confused Tan Filian told him that he could also live easily, happily, and without worry. Su-yi said teasingly, you were just mocking me before. Tan Filian denied it again, brother, I didn't. Su-yi pretended to be carefree, I'll think about it for 2 days. As Su-yi moved closer to Tan Filian, the last bit of distance between them disappeared. Before, I chased you for so long, why wouldn't you agree then? Holding Su-yi's hand, Tan Filian wrote, because I liked watching you chase me. Tan Filian, adorable. Tan Filian, also quite fierce. Fierce? Su-yi furrowed his brows, when did I ever get fierce with you? Xiao Jue, do you forget beating up all those who came after Tan Filian? Su-yi. Xiao Jue, do you forget taking away the flowers others sent to Tan Filian? Su-yi. Xiao Jue, do you forget when others tried adding Tan Filian on WeChat and you said he didn't have WeChat but only you? Su-yi. Su-yi, am I really that petty? Xiao Jue, do you forget skipping 3 days of visiting the coffee shop because Tan Filian smiled at someone else? Su-yi, shut up. Su-yi, let's discuss it next time. Su-yi, I was possessed. Su-yi, I'm not like that. Su-yi changed the subject, why didn't you agree before, but suddenly figured it out now? Tan Filian signaled to Su-yi, because I thought I didn't deserve you. Tanfalian's sign language itself was pleasing to look at. Tanfalian, I couldn't hear, I couldn't speak, and before meeting you, I never thought about making lots of money. Tanfalian, I don't have the financial means that would match you, and I don't even know where I'm from. The disappointment that once lingered in Tanfalian's eyes has now been replaced by unwavering affection. He signed slowly, I didn't want to agree because I didn't want you to approach someone like me, but brother didn't become happy because of it. You would get angry, drink alcohol, without Tanfalian, you weren't happy. Tanfalian, I always think of brother. Tanfalian, and, we. Su-yi suddenly coughed a few times, guessing roughly what Tanfalian wanted to express. Su-yi, we what? Tanfalian gestured, I took advantage of you. Tanfalian, we've done everything. Tanfalian, I'll take responsibility. Su-yi, shit. Su-yi messed with his hair, how does this kid manage to say such things without blushing or getting nervous? Su-yi turned around quickly, I'm going home. Tanfalian realized where he went wrong, hastily grabbing Su-yi's arm and pulling him back. Suddenly hugging Su-yi, their body temperatures collided. Seeing Su-yi not struggling, Tanfalian loosened slightly. Tanfalian, sorry, I should have waited until brother was more aware before doing those idiotic things. Tanfalian, don't be mad. Tanfalian, it was my fault. Su-yi's heart was racing a bit faster. He left because he couldn't withstand Tanfalian's straightforward advances, repeatedly being confessed to by the person he liked. How could anyone resist that? Tanfalian's gaze rested on Su-yi's cheek, and Su-yi let him keep looking. Su-yi enjoyed the almost broken tension of ambiguity between him and Tanfalian. He stood in front of Tanfalian and said, if you want to kiss, do it. Tanfalian curved his lips upward, his eyes twinkling with amusement. He realized, brother hasn't forgotten what happened last night. Tanfalian's hands gently encircled Su-yi's waist, and then he leaned down to place a light kiss at the corner of Su-yi's mouth. The surrounding lights were dazzling, and the moment Tanfalian kissed Su-yi, fireworks burst in the air at the Ferris wheel position, illuminating the sky with a brilliance that scattered sparks to their utmost splendor. A gentle breeze swept through Tanfalian's hair, brushing past Su-yi's nose and causing an itch that tickled both their hearts. Sensing no resistance from Su-yi, Tanfalian deepened the kiss gradually. Su-yi's hand rested on Tanfalian's chest, slowly tightening as his relaxation turned into restraint. An involuntary breath of intimacy escaped Su-yi's lips, gasping for air as Su-yi lightly pushed Tanfalian away after almost losing his breath. When Tanfalian released him, Su-yi hastily turned his head aside to catch his breath. Tanfalian wrote on Su-yi's palm, brother, you smell so good. Su-yi quickly pulled his hand back, take me home. But before Su-yi could withdraw it completely, Tanfalian caught it again. The grip tightened, clearly indicating that he had no intention of letting Su-yi go. Su-yi didn't resist. Finally, they walked out of the amusement park holding hands, with Su-yi allowing Tanfalian to lead the way forward. Along the journey, Su-yi watched Tanfalian's reddening earlobes from a mere half-inch distance between them. They moved together, passing by newspaper kiosks, bustling markets, waiting for traffic lights together, and walking side by side with the rhythm of the wind guiding their steps. As they reached the narrow alleyway that was a must-go on their way home, Tanfalian clutched Su-yi's hand even tighter. I'm not afraid, Su-yi said. With Tanfalian by his side, darkness held no fear for him. Tanfalian glanced toward Su-yi, during their brief eye contact, Su-yi looked away. At Su-yi's doorstep, he thought, I should check the letter this kid wrote. Tanfalian pondered, did brother agree or not? Bang! Su-yi opened and shut the door with crisp precision, leaving Tanfalian standing alone outside. 10 minutes later, a message popped up on Tanfalian's phone. Chapter 108, come over now. After returning to his room, Su-yi quickly opened Tanfalian's letter. Inside were countless small pieces of sketch paper. As Su-yi flipped through them, he found there were about 20 or more. All the drawings were portraits, and it was clear from the varying depths of strokes that they weren't all drawn during the same period. The people in the drawings. All of them were Su-yi. Suddenly, Su-yi remembered the faceless sketches he had previously seen on Tanfalian's phone. So, he had been drawing himself this whole time. Su-yi opened the shared album on his phone and clicked on the photos taken of Tanfalian's sketches. Indeed, every one matched the sketches in front of him. Su-yi swiftly looked through each piece. Every single one was drawn with immense care, and the facial features had been added by Tanfalian later. Tanfalian really had been looking for him all along. Su-yi's grip on the sketch paper tightened more and more. Little Chaser, so touched Weya. Little Chaser, Tanfalian has been looking for you ever since coming here, painting countless pictures based on memories of his beloved. Su-yi carefully read through each piece of paper. Then he tenderly put them away one by one. At the bottom was a letter written by Tanfalian. There were no overly ornate words, just a few short sentences. Tanfalian. Big brother. Tanfalian has always loved you. And only loves you. You told me love needs a clear answer. Before Big Brother agrees, I will repeatedly seek your consent. Yes or no is fine. Be with me. You can reply anytime. The last line read. There's a gift inside the flowers. Seeing the last sentence, Sui picked up the flowers Tan Filian bought him and began searching through them. Tucked in the middle was a ring. Sui tried the ring on, and it fit perfectly over his finger. Sui gazed at the various sheets of paper, flower bouquets, and that letter he placed on the couch. His heart felt like it was floating on clouds among cottony fluff, warm and soft, filled with an ardent passion. Little Chaser sarcastically muttered, "TSK TSK TSK. Little Chaser, look how people chase after someone properly. That's how you court a wife. What you did before. It wasn't even courting, it was being perverted." In his good mood, Sui didn't bother arguing with Little Chaser. He chuckled, "What did I do before? Sui, wasn't I also seriously pursuing? Little Chaser, your husband is properly courting his wife. You were just acting indecently." Sui, who was indecent? Little Chaser, only those who act indecently get so defensive. Shit. Even the system he created couldn't insult itself back without Sui retaliating. Ah shit. Sui, I'm feeling good today, so I won't bother with you. After saying this, Sui picked up his phone and opened his chat with Tan Filian. He sent Tan Filian a message. "Sui, do you like me?" Almost instantly, Tan Filian replied, "Yes." "Sui, you're better at courting people than me." Tan Filian, I put my heart into it. Sui, implying I don't. Tan Filian, Big Brother takes rests every 2 or 3 days, pursues when he remembers. Tan Filian, every day I long for Big Brother to chase after me, but Big Brother's pursuit is only if he's in the mood. Ah, this. Sui frowned deeply, unable to argue. Sui leaned against the couch, feeling inexplicably joyful inside. Sui, want me to agree? Tan Filian, want. Sui, do you think I will agree? Tan Filian, go ahead and bully me. Tan Filian, anyway, I'm mute and can't hear, so Big Brother can bully me however he likes. As Sui recalled these messages, an involuntary smile crept onto his lips, revealing a warmth and, ordinary life, never seen before in his eyes. Sui, let's be together now. Sui, come over and kiss me. Instantly. Click. Sui's door was pushed open. Abruptly, Little Chaser's voice rang out. Chapter 109, In Love. Alarm. Alarm. Error data. Error data. Sui furrowed his brow at the warning sound ringing in his ears. Sui, what's going on? Zoe's voice was urgent, there's an unknown error in the spatial data. We might be forcibly sent back to the original world. Sui felt a moment of unease. Sui, why? Zoe, the connector Lin you made originally had flaws, and your repairs did not stabilize it adequately. Sui, now. Sui, are you messing with me right after I got together with her? Zoe, our actions were always high risk from the beginning. You should have known this. Zoe, the program cracks can only last up to 15 more days. Zoe, in other words, you will be forced to leave this world no later than 15 days from now. Zoe, after fixing the cracks in the original world, you can continue collecting Tan Filian's brain nucleus fragments. Zoe, staying here forcefully will result in significant side effects. Sui frowned as he thought of the many flaws in the connector made by Lin Yu just to see his deceased wife, which unsurprisingly caused problems at this critical moment. Sui, I've already agreed to stay with Tan Filian. If I suddenly disappear, we need a reasonable explanation. Zoe, or maybe you should break up first. Sui, forget it. Sui, have you been reading too much tragic romance? Sui, can't I just reassure him and ask him to wait for me? Why break up? He didn't want to hurt Tan Filian's feelings. Zoe, but if we are forced to return, we won't know when we can come back here again. Zoe, and there's also the possibility of transmission errors. Sui, how do we take the brain nucleus fragment with us? Zoe, Tan Filian willingly turning herself into a fragment. Zoe, considering the special situation now, I suggest not letting her recall her previous memories, otherwise she might do something extreme. Sui remained silent. In the blink of an eye, Sui and the system completed their conversation without anyone noticing. After a strong alarm sound, Tan Filian pushed the door open. Their eyes met in that instant, sparking tiny fireworks. Tan Filian radiated excitement and joy while Sui expressed deep care mixed with relief. Interwoven together, their gazes conveyed boundless love. Tan Filian quickly approached Sui. Sui sat on the sofa, having suppressed his emotions, he noticed Tan Filian's heart was still full of feelings for him. Standing before the sofa, Tan Filian looked deeply into Sui's abyss-like eyes, joy floating in his pupils. He silently called Sui brother, using lip language. For Sui, such silent communication held a special significance, impacting his inner heart like a heavy punch. Tan Filian sacrificed herself for him due to severe injuries from the brain nucleus fragmentation, resulting in physical defects and making her deaf and mute. Seeing this, Sui gave a sympathetic smile. What are you doing? Sui asked intentionally. Tan Filian moved closer to Sui, suddenly wrapping her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately. Ah. Tanfalian's tall figure slightly bent over as Sui leaned back while sitting on the sofa, Kissing me. Coming to kiss him. Hearing his own suggestive murmurs filled Sui with shame. Yet he didn't want Tanfalian to leave him. Holding tightly around Tanfalian's neck, Sui ignored everything else and reciprocated her kiss ardently. His lips turned red due to the passionate kissing. Finally, Sui embraced Tanfalian and whispered in her ear, Tanfalian, do you want to do something else? Lie with me on the bed. Tanfalian lifted Sui's waist and carried her. Clinging on to Tanfalian, the kiss continued until Sui was laid down on the bed, where she reached out and pinched Tanfalian's face. She indeed understood. Because she had put on the hearing aid again. I told you not to wear the hearing aid, Sui reproached her with some sleepy complaint in his tone. You don't listen. It hurts. Sui said. Tanfalian caught Sui's hand, it won't hurt. Tanfalian, I want to hear you speak. Tanfalian, I like to hear your voice. Tanfalian bent down and looked at Sui, he seemed like a precious gem, or rather, he truly was one in Tanfalian's eyes. Tanfalian's kiss fell once more. Sui turned his head away, scolding him first, you understand now. Don't pretend later. Tanfalian curved her lips at Sui. She really wasn't pretending. Just when Sui was shouting loudly, she removed her hearing aids. A bewildered Sui was shocked by Tanfalian's behavior. You didn't listen to me, and you even took off the hearing aids. Brat. You. Damn it. Shameless bad thing. You'll be a widow if your brother dies. Dead deaf person. Sui forgot how he fell asleep, and when he woke up, he was in Tanfalian's arms. A beam of sunlight shone through the curtain. When Sui moved, Tanfalian's eyes opened. Naturally, Tanfalian hugged Sui, locking his narrow waist with strong arms. Tanfalian placed a kiss on Sui's forehead, and these intimate touches were Tanfalian's good morning greetings. Sui pretended to ignore him, turning over and covering himself with the quilt to keep sleeping. The brat almost killed him. But upon reflection, he could not stay here much longer now. In 15 days, he had to go back. Thinking about this, all his anger dissipated, leaving only reluctance and no idea what to do. He couldn't lose Tanfalian again. That would make him more uncomfortable than having his bones scraped and blood sucked. Tanfalian carefully approached Sui, knowing he went too far and it was his fault, but he just couldn't help himself. Tanfalian thought he had already done his best to restrain himself. Tanfalian embraced Sui from behind, reaching his hand forward to hold Sui's hand, then gently spreading it open and writing on it, wife. Tanfalian, hit me. Tanfalian, don't be mad. Sui wasn't mad anymore. He turned to face Tanfalian, hug me. Tanfalian tightened his arms around Sui's waist. Sui snuggled against Tanfalian, did you like me from the first time you saw me? Tanfalian smiled, not denying Sui's words. Sui touched Tanfalian's cheek, you like me so much, if I leave one day, won't you go crazy, Before Sui finished his sentence, Tanfalian sealed his lips with his fingertips. Tanfalian pressed his fingers down, not allowing Sui to talk about separation anymore. Tanfalian kissed Sui's fingertips, don't leave me. Tanfalian, don't. Sui hugged Tanfalian, you make that face for just one word, will you really cry if I leave? I won't leave you. Never. Go make breakfast for me, Sui said, your treasure is hungry. My stomach has been emptied by thee. Upon hearing this, Tanfalian kissed Sui and immediately got up to make breakfast for him. Sui slowly went back to sleep for a little while longer. When he left the bedroom, he directly collided with Tanfalian who was just opening the door to come in. Tanfalian naturally embraced Sui as he walked in. Sui let Tanfalian hold him, after stabilizing himself, Sui looked up into Tanfalian's eyes, hold me a little longer. Sui knew he couldn't stay here long, so he cherished every moment he spent with Tanfalian. In the following days, Sui and Tanfalian spent their time together all day long. They dated like ordinary lovers, holding hands, kissing, talking about the past and the future, never sparing in expressing their likes and loves. Tanfalian no longer worked at the coffee shop. Sui asked him why. He simply told Sui, taking care of a wife costs a lot of money. Tanfalian was starting a business, aiming to cherish his wife properly. On the 10th day they were together, Tanfalian returned very late from an engagement outside. The light inside the house was still on. As soon as the room door opened, Tanfalian saw. Chapter 110, Husband, I want to eat candy on a stick. Under the bright light, Tanfalian's eyes closed momentarily, revealing the joy and relief of finally seeing his cherished one after a tiring day. Their modest nest, though not very spacious, was filled with warmth and harmony after their time together. The furniture in the house had more than doubled compared to when Tanfalian lived alone. Vases, bouquets, floor mats, ethnic-style sofa cushions, calendars marked with doodles on the table, various fridge magnets, all these were details that showed their effort in loving each other deeply. This small place was their home. It didn't need extravagant items, every corner was filled with irreplaceable deep affection. The moment Tanfalian pushed open the door, he did not see Sui waiting for him at the door as usual, ready to embrace him. Instead, there was a figure lying unconscious next to the living room sofa. Tan Phalian's gaze immediately sharpened. Brother. Brother. Seeing Sui lying on the ground made Tan Phalian lose focus, and his mind tightened as he ran into the house. Sui lay half-curled on the sofa cushion, completely unconscious. Though his body wasn't too thin, the fragile look now made Sui lying on the ground especially pitiful. Tan Phalian quickly knelt down and helped Sui up upon reaching him. Holding Sui tightly, he gently rocked him, his expression showing great anxiety. His lips parted slightly as if attempting to make a sound, struggling and pained, as though trying to break through the barrier of his being deaf and mute. Tan Phalian used all his strength to try and call out, gathering all the force in his throat to let out a sticky murmur. He shook Sui but got no response. The veins in his arms gripping Sui bulged from exertion. Tan Phalian didn't think of himself as someone who would lament over spring or autumn. He accepted things as they were. If something was missing, it was missing. If he couldn't hear sounds, then he couldn't hear them, and he didn't dwell on those kinds of impossibilities. But ever since meeting Sui, he always hoped he could hear sounds, that he could speak like normal people, express his liking, express his love. Right now, with Sui lying unconscious in the living room, he couldn't even utter a single word. Tan Phalian carried Sui quickly toward the door, while Sui's hands dangled lifelessly and his head tilted backward. A thin layer of sweat broke out on Tan Phalian's forehead. Running downstairs with Sui in his arms, he was so panicked that he left the main door wide open. This was the first time he had run so fast, so urgently, so scared, so helpless. Carrying Sui, Tan Phalian ran out of the alleyway. At this time, hailing a taxi was a bit tricky, so Tan Phalian ran towards a more crowded area. After securing a cab, Tan Phalian quickly provided the driver with the hospital address. Seeing that someone was unconscious, the driver wasted no time, pressing the gas pedal harder. Don't worry, I'll drive as fast as I can. All the way, Tan Phalian kept observing Sui's condition. Sui's fingertips were a little cold, his entire body weak and needing Tan Phalian's support just to avoid collapsing. He remained in a deep state of unconsciousness. There was no sign of consciousness. Tan Phalian cradled Sui lightly, his heart unable to relax. For such a long time, Sui had shown no signs of any illness in front of him, always full of energy, smiling whenever he saw Tan Phalian, and not staying angry for more than a few minutes. Tan Phalian had never thought about whether Sui's health might be poor. Sui's sudden collapse in the living room left Tan Phalian shaken to the core. Tan Phalian lowered his eyes and gazed at Sui, who was resting in his arms. The person before him now had no hint of color in his face, leaving Tan Phalian feeling nothing but dread. He should have stayed at home today to be with his brother. If only he had stayed home with him, would this not have happened? Why did he suddenly collapse? He seemed fine this morning. The veins on Tan Phalian's hand back swelled as he caressed Sui's cheek repeatedly, telling himself again and again. It's okay. Everything will be okay. Big brother will surely be okay. After arriving at the hospital, Tan Phalian directly rushed towards the emergency department, carrying Sui in his arms. He gave the driver 100 yuan in cash without having the time or energy to wait for change. Upon reaching the emergency department, facing nurses on duty who didn't know sign language, Tan Phalian had to use the Notes app on his phone to type out his wishes. This caused Tan Phalian's efficiency to drop by half compared to that of a normal person. Once again, he detested his own helplessness, his burning anxiety could do nothing to aid him, only dragging down his brother's situation. Half an hour later, Sui was taken into the examination room, and Tan Phalian waited outside. Leaning against the wall, his whole body was trembling. He shouldn't have left his brother alone at home. He shouldn't have been busy enough to neglect sending a message asking how his brother was for half the day. He unlocked his phone and opened the WeChat chat window. The last message in the chat was sent by Sui. More messages should have been sent. Phalian, I have a slight headache. More messages should have been sent. Come back soon, I miss you. Tan Phalian only saw these now. It turned out that his brother had already told him he wasn't feeling well. Sui had sent the message at 4:50 p.m. He had returned home at 1:45 p.m. Tan Phalian gripped his phone, filled with regret. He shouldn't have set his phone to silent mode. That way, when Sui said he wasn't feeling well, he could have come home immediately. If brother had collapsed in the afternoon. Tan Phalian stood by the examination room door and slapped himself hard. His palm and cheeks were both numb. Slap. If something happened to brother, he would never forgive himself. Several minutes later, Sui was wheeled out of the examination room. For Sui's coma, the hospital found no cause, his vital signs were stable, very different from a normal unconscious person. The patient is deeply comatose, with no external injuries, and all bodily signs are within normal ranges. Observe after oxygen supplementation. Sui was wheeled into a ward. Tan Phalian requested more in-depth examinations. Sui's condition clearly indicated someone who wouldn't regain consciousness anytime soon on their own. Has the patient ever fainted before? Asked the doctor. Tan Phalian denied it. Sui had never been like this before. Observe first, this situation is very rare. Tan Philian kept watch by Su Yi's bedside. He held and rubbed Su Yi's hand, his heart weighed down as if pierced by a needle. Every second Su Yi remained unconscious, Tan Philian felt even more distressed. On the bed, Su Yi was on oxygen and looked completely unwell. Tan Philian stayed there through the entire night. At 6 a.m., Su Yi finally began to regain some awareness while on oxygen. The moment Su Yi opened his eyes, he saw Tan Philian's face, full of joy. Tan Philian's eye rims were slightly red, as though the one coming back to life was him. If Tan Philian could speak, he would surely express his fear and joy and urgency at this moment. But he couldn't. At the instant their eyes met, a tear trailed down Tan Philian's cheek, and Su Yi perceived his panic and helplessness. Su Yi, lying on the bed, raised his hand to touch Tan Philian's cheek, gently wiping away the tear at the corner of his eyes. A clock hung in the hospital ward. Su Yi caught sight of the time from its corner. His first words to Tan Philian were, "Sorry, did I make you worry?" Su Yi's voice was weak and powerless. Su Yi knew this was a side effect of him forcibly staying here. He originally didn't belong here. Little Zoe had reminded him to leave. But he didn't want to. Having finally found Tan Philian, how could he bear to leave again? What would happen if Tan Philian couldn't find him? What would happen if he couldn't recover? Would he never see Tan Philian again? Su Yi refused such an outcome. "It's supposed to be me, but always making you worry." Su Yi smiled at Tan Philian, "Don't cry, you won't look pretty anymore." Tan Philian rested his palm against the hand Su Yi was using to stroke his face, trying to shift his dispirited emotions, but his feelings intertwined further, enhancing his treasuring of Su Yi as something precious. "Philian, take me home. I don't like hospitals." Tan Philian refused. He told Su Yi, they must find out what caused the illness, any disease will be treated, and he'd go bankrupt if necessary to treat him. Su Yi hooked Tan Philian's cheek with a grin, "Idiot." In the end, under Su Yi's persistence, the two returned home. Su Yi's spirit wasn't great, so Tan Philian carried him all the way home from the hospital. Su Yi leaned against Tan Philian's back, drowsily wanting to sleep, forcing himself to stay awake, yet unable to summon any energy. Su Yi's arms circled around Tan Philian's neck, his head resting against Tan Philian's back. Pedestrians passed by on the street, noisy sounds surrounding them. All the world's clamor melded together, yet Su Yi only had eyes for Tan Philian. Su Yi slightly leaned forward and kissed Tan Philian's cheek. A soft, intimate sound floated through the air, striking Tan Philian's heart. Words carried by the wind, relevant only to them amidst the dazzling neon lights outside, any word Su Yi spoke was merely a different version of saying, "I love you. Philian, today. I really missed you." Chapter 111, Return to Si Hua Hua. Tan Philian slowed his steps a little and glanced sideways at Su Yi. Tan Philian wasn't good with words. He just hugged Su Yi tighter. The road ahead was no longer endless, the direction of home lay straight ahead, where the breeze was calm. The slightly yellow streetlights scattered across the road, dyeing it golden. He could always carry his brother home, back to their home. "Tan Philian. I want to eat candied haws." Su Yi's voice, leaning against Tan Philian's neck, was so soft that only Tan Philian could hear it. Tan Philian looked toward the small shop selling candied haws ahead. Su Yi, on Tan Philian's back, reached out and took a skewer. After paying, Tan Philian continued carrying Su Yi forward. Su Yi tried a piece of the candied haw. It was really sweet. After getting home, Tan Philian placed Su Yi on the couch. Su Yi lazily leaned against Tan Philian's chest, saying, "I have to go home for a couple of days." Su Yi looked up at Tan Philian, "Will you wait for me here until I come back?" Tan Philian, holding Su Yi's hand, asked, "Why?" Su Yi's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, "There is an emergency at home that I need to deal with." Su Yi didn't want to be separated from Tan Philian, but his coming here was already a mistake. In order to take Tan Philian away, he needed to find out why the connector became more unstable the closer he got to Tan Philian. Su Yi shifted slightly in Tan Philian's arms, "I'll be back soon. Will you wait for me obediently until I return?" A flicker of dimness crossed Tan Philian's eyes as he embraced Su Yi and gently patted his back. "Tan Philian, I will wait for you. Tan Philian, I will always wait for you." Having received his answer, Su Yi wrapped his arms around Tan Philian, and his hot breath brushed against Tan Philian's neck, "I don't want to be separated from you. I can't bear to part with you." Tan Philian held Su Yi and kissed his forehead. Su Yi seemed strange today, constantly clinging to him without wanting to let go for even a step. That dependence was something Tan Philian liked, yet at this moment, it made him uneasy. That night, Tan Philian fell asleep while hugging Su Yi, having cancelled all of the next day's engagements. When the sky barely revealed a pale midnight blue, Tan Philian woke up and kept looking at Su Yi who was sound asleep beside him. The cold demeanor that was usually icy turned less sharp when sleeping, but even such a Su Yi still looked sacred and unapproachable. Su Yi's coldness was innate. And he would only smile in front of Tan Philian. Tan Philian had long realized this. Lifting his hand, Tan Philian gently brushed over Su Yi's nose, lips, and caressed his hair. Brother was leaving. He truly felt it. But he let himself wait. Because brother would surely return. When Sui opened his eyes and found Tan Philian still by his side, he naturally stretched out his hand and hugged Tan Philian. Why aren't you going to work today? With drowsy expressions, Sui said, you're too attached to me. Tan Philian smiled, yes, I'm attached to you. Of course, I'm attached to you. Going a day without seeing each other would drive one crazy. The two indulged in each other's company for a while before getting up. After dressing, Tan Philian handed Sui a shopping bag filled with new clothes he had bought for him, domestically produced high-end luxury brands. Upon receiving the clothes, Tan Philian gently indicated, brother, go on a date with me. Sui looked at the clothes inside the shopping bag. Indeed, Tan Philian's taste hadn't changed. He still favored sexy attire. With a noble and cold elegance, these outfits could make Sui look like a little prince. Sui took out the clothes and muttered quietly, why do you always like me wearing this kind of clothing? It makes it hard for my brother to hold a gun properly. Sui teased Tan Philian disdainfully. Tan Philian, I want to see brother wear them. Tan Philian, wear them just for Tan Philian alone. Sui softened towards him. He discovered that whenever Tan Philian made any requests, he would always indulge him without condition. Sui shot Tan Philian a glance, young man, you're taking advantage of my affection for you. Sui walked into the room holding the clothes to change. After changing, Tan Philian's gaze was filled with undisguised desire. Sui allowed Tan Philian to kiss him until he nearly suffocated. Satisfied after kissing, Tan Philian held Sui's waist close to his body. Sui sensed something and his ears turned red with blood, it has nothing to do with me. Tan Philian's pupils focused on Sui's lips, reddened by kisses, brother, you're very seductive, do you know? Not to be outdone, Sui stepped closer to Tan Philian, it's because of what you made me wear. Tan Philian's pupils were brimming with desire, no matter what you wear, it's the same for me. As he spoke, he pressed another kiss onto Sui's lips. Tan Philian did nothing else, worrying about Sui's health. Enough with the gentle touching and fondling, he then took Sui out of the door. Over the next few days, Tan Philian stayed at home to accompany Sui, taking him on dates like an ordinary couple and doing all the things that people in love would do. Sui's body deteriorated day by day in this world. He could only try his best to appear joyful and carefree in front of Tan Philian. Sui told Tan Philian that he would leave in 3 days. Tan Philian repeated over and over again that it was fine. I'll wait for you. Amidst the starry flow of time in this world, Tan Philian was willing to remain bound and wait even if it meant forever, believing that Sui would return without a doubt. There didn't need to be any specific deadline or answer, his choice was Sui, and he would wait for him. During these days, Sui sensed Tan Philian's unease. But Tan Philian still behaved obediently. He didn't ask why Sui had to leave. Tan Philian told Sui that they would get married once he returned. Sui agreed. To avoid causing Tan Philian too much pain, Sui did not choose a drastic way to separate from him. Instead, he bought a train ticket to a city 2,000 kilometers away and asked Tan Philian to personally send him to the train station. At the entrance to the station, Sui embraced Tan Philian. Sui told Tan Philian not to wear his hearing aid. This was the one thing Tan Philian wouldn't listen to. He always removed the hearing aid after Sui scolded him, but then quietly put it back on when Sui wasn't looking. Sui knew that Tan Philian must have worn the hearing aid today. Sui hugged Tan Philian tightly and whispered into his ear, husband, wait for me. In the past, Tan Philian would definitely enjoy such sweet words. Today, though, there was more loneliness mixed with the reluctance to part. Tan Philian grabbed Sui's hand and placed it on his Adam's apple, using sign language to tell Sui, I love you. After entering the waiting hall, Sui quickly found a secluded spot because staying here any longer would make his body unable to endure the magnetic pressure of this world. Sui leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, little Chase, take me back. Program loading. After a dizzying moment, Sui returned to the lab in Minzhou. He almost collapsed as he held onto the edge of a table. After arriving at the lab, Sui rested briefly before checking the various data generated by the connection device. He read multiple records of Lin Yu returning to his deceased wife's timeline. Almost every time, the closer the two got, the faster and more severely the program would collapse. Lovers couldn't stay together. From each of Lin Yu's repeated attempts to return, Sui clearly perceived Lin Yu's despair. He could see his wife, but couldn't bring her back. Sui stared at the rapidly flashing holographic screen and tried to discern some patterns from the information. 3 days later, Sui found the reason behind the cracks in the data. The solution was to ensure that Lin Yu's wife lived a peaceful life in a parallel world, otherwise, the connection device would collapse. Little Chase, calculated. The reason for the instability of the program is that Lin Yu's wife is the core that opens the parallel world. If she isn't stable, the connection device will fluctuate. What a devoted person. Sui mused silently. Since there was a way to solve the problem, Sui didn't want to waste another second. On the 4th day, Sui activated Lin Yu's connection device again. When Sui returned to where Tan Philian was located, the shabby shared rental apartments had vanished. When Sui opened his eyes, what was supposed to be a dim alley had now turned into a wide boulevard. And the house where Tan Philian used to live had been replaced by a high-rise office building. Sui frowned in confusion. Sui, isn't this? Are you in the wrong timeline? Little Chase, shit, I can't believe it. In the real world, only 4 days passed, but here, 4 years went by. Sui, what the hell? Sui, where's Tan Philian? Little Chase, shit, doesn't it feel like he's gone dark? Sui headed toward the address provided by Little Chase. Finally, he stopped outside a company skyscraper in the bustling commercial district. Sui looked up, E-Star Group. Sui. Which E? Little Chase, your husband is super rich now. Little Chase, left for 4 years. You're screwed. Sui. Damn it, a bit nervous. As Sui approached the group's main entrance, he saw Tan Philian emerging from the building, his face filled with icy coldness. Chapter 112, Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. Too many attitudes that Tan Philian might have when seeing himself flashed through Suyi's mind. After 4 years of absence, everything here had changed. Even their former shared rental apartment was demolished. This place seemed to have erased all of Suyi's past as if he had never been here. It felt utterly unfamiliar. Sui couldn't imagine how Tan Philian had spent these 4 years. Deep down, he was obstinate. Even though Sui was deaf and mute, he could sense that Tan Philian was still the same little lunatic as before. Sui looked at Tan Philian coming out of the group company gate, feeling more and more unsure inside. How will I explain this in a bit? How can I comfort him? Will this guy do anything outrageous? Sui quickly turned around, he wasn't ready to make eye contact with Tan Philian yet. In these 4 years, who knows how sorrowful Tan Philian might have become. They need to meet, buy a gift first to ease the tension. Sui ran away just before Tan Philian's gaze shifted over. I need to buy some flowers first. Just as Sui ran off, it happened to be seen by Tan Philian who had just come out of the Yixing group building. That familiar figure ran away from the side of the road, and Tan Philian's pupils nearly trembled instantly. His whole body tensed up. Sui. The image of Sui in his mind had always been like this. He couldn't possibly mistake him for someone else. The moment Tan Philian realized this, he immediately threw the documents in his hand to the assistant behind him and rushed in the direction Sui had run away. Even with such a slim hope, he had to go and confirm it. Even if it isn't Sui, he wants to see clearly and distinctly. You ran away when you saw me. So, were all those words you said back then lies? Not going home, but a cold-hearted breakup Sui inflicted on him. For 4 years, he had never stopped searching for Sui, but there was not a single piece of information about him. Avoiding him so deliberately all these years, would even catching a glimpse of him now make you flee? Tan Philian searched for Sui for many years, he even considered the possibility that Sui might no longer be alive, yet the relief he felt at seeing him right now outweighed any doubts. Mr. Tan. The assistant behind Tan Philian was speechless as he watched him run off without regard. Never before had the assistant witnessed Mr. Tan abandon so many clients and leave like this. It felt surreal, as if they had seen a ghost. The assistant turned around and looked at the 5 or 6 impeccably dressed clients behind him, bowing humbly. Sorry, gentlemen, Mr. Tan has an emergency today. I'll take you to do some site inspections. Out of the corner of his eye, the assistant observed Tan Philian who had already run quite far ahead, and his mind buzzed with confusion. Who could make Mr. Tan act so recklessly? His wife. Tan Philian continued to chase after the direction where he believed Sui went, and the closer he got, the more certain he was that the person ahead was indeed Sui. Over all these years, he hadn't changed one bit. Tan Philian clenched his fists. Unaware that Tan Philian was trailing him, Sui thought he had avoided him just well enough and was heading towards the flower shop. When he had just bought a bouquet of roses at the entrance of the flower shop, a sound caught him off guard. Little Chui's urgent voice sounded beside him, Lu Qian, you need to protect him. Upon hearing these words, Sui knew exactly what they meant. Lin Yu spent his entire life researching the time-space link device just to see his deceased wife. Lu Qian was the key to stabilizing the space, and Sui hated Lin Yu to the core. However, Lu Qian had nothing to do with any of these matters. He merely amplified Lin Yu's evil exponentially. For the sake of Tan Philian, Sui was willing to protect Lu Qian as well. Sui, what's wrong with him? Little Chui, at the next alleyway entrance. If you don't hurry, he's going to get beaten to death. Little Chui, as long as he's safe, there won't be cracks in the space. Little Chui, otherwise, the same thing will happen again, and we won't last much longer here. After hearing this, Sui didn't have time to look back and rushed toward the alleyway entrance with the flowers in his hand. When Sui arrived at the alley, he saw several people beating up a boy with a delicate appearance. There were traces of blood on the ground, and the boy on the ground had muddy imprints on his clothes due to being stepped on multiple times. He lay curled up and trembling lightly, emitting muffled groans that startled anyone who heard them. Sui carefully placed the flowers against a relatively cleaner wall. Rising to the situation, his eyes gleamed darkly and indecipherably. When it came to fighting, Sui had a great interest in it. In his record of fights, except for Tan Philian, he hadn't encountered anyone he hadn't beaten. No, Tan Philian couldn't beat him either. Little Chui, he chose not to retaliate. Sui, what's the difference between that and not being able to fight me? Little Chui. You really know how to talk nonsense sometimes. Sui took a step forward. Hey, Sui cast a lazy glance at the group who were enthusiastically beating the boy. It's not manly to gang up on one person like this. You. Who the hell are you? One of them, who was pulling Lu Qian's head, looked over at Sui. Don't interfere where you're not wanted. Fuck off. The man snarled viciously. Sui frowned slightly and took a step forward. Seeing this, the man patted his companion on the shoulder. That guy's asking for it. Teach him a lesson. The tattooed man who had been nudged rushed to attack Sui, looking for death. As the man's arm was about to fall on Sui's head, Sui nimbly dodged the attack with a side step. Then, with a swift kick, he delivered a powerful blow to the man's chest. The force sent the man stumbling backward, landing directly on the ground. Ah! The man cried out loudly. Seeing that Sui wasn't an easy target, the rest immediately became serious. They let go of Lu Qian on the ground and prepared to teach Sui a lesson. Sui didn't have time for these people. He pulled out a gun from his pocket, twirled it once in the air before holding it firmly with one hand, coldly saying, the latest S-Country M5 pistol. The clip holds exactly 2 bullets for each of you. And the effective range is beyond what any prayer could take you out of. Who wants to be first? When Sui saw the bunch instantly backing off, his expression turned unsatisfied. His look grew more challenging. Who'll be the first? Step forward, don't hesitate, we're all friends here. Everyone. Shit. This motherfucker's got some real heat. They instinctively retreated. The lead man swallowed hard. He certainly wasn't interested in testing strength with a crazy guy. Why you want this guy, you can have him. Let's not lose our tempers. As he said this, the man pressed himself against the wall, inching away bit by bit. Seeing that Sui hadn't said anything, they scrambled to their feet and ran away as fast as possible. Sui put away the gun with a bored face, then turned around and picked up the bouquet of flowers he'd left by the corner. Sui walked over to Lu Qian lying on the ground. Sui had heard Lin Yu talk countless times about his deceased wife, but this was the first time he truly encountered Lu Qian face to face. He was exactly as Sui had imagined, timid, weak yet somehow resilient in an almost helpless way. He was handsome, just like how Lin Yu had described. But Sui couldn't bring himself to like the guy. Lu Qian looked at Sui with terror as he slowly struggled to his feet, muttering barely audibly, "Thank you." So low even Sui would have trouble reading his lips. Sui pulled out a business card and handed it to Lu Qian. "If they bother you again, find me." Lu Qian's body was still shaking, seemingly hesitant to stand up. Sui helped him up. "I'll see you home." And just like that, Sui acted upon his words. Not only did he escort Lu Qian home, but he also handed him a gun. When Sui gave him the gun, he thought Lu Qian might cry out loud. His frown deepened further. "Little Chui, I fucking swear, why do you always act so brute? You've scared someone to tears." Sui didn't understand Lu Qian's hesitation. If anyone gave him a gun, he'd probably sleep hugging it happily. How come this man doesn't like guns? Unbelievable. Impossible. Little Chui, you're hopeless. Little Chui, do you think everyone's like you? Seeing Lu Qian's frightened demeanor, Sui gritted his teeth and thrust the bouquet of flowers toward him. "All yours. I don't eat people, stop being afraid of me." Little Chui, what the fuck? Sui handed both the flowers and the gun to Lu Qian. "If there's trouble, don't hesitate to reach out." After speaking, Sui turned and left without wasting any more time on others. Having lost the bouquet, Sui now needed to buy another for Tan Philian. Sui walked along, feeling much better after handling this situation. Little did he know, everything that just happened was seen by Tan Philian, who had been quietly following him all along. Just as Sui reached the street corner and was about to turn toward the flower shop, he was suddenly stopped by a tall figure stepping right into his path. Next thing he knew, Sui was forcefully pushed against the wall. Huh? Am I seeing ghosts again? His hands immobilized, Sui struggled to look up, but froze the moment his eyes met the gaze of the person standing before him. It was Tan Philian. Sui was just about to crack a smile when Little Chui's voice rang beside him. "Little Chui, don't smile yet, I feel like you're about to be in trouble." Sui didn't get it. Why would he be in trouble? Even if Tan Philian was mad, all he had to do was flatter her a bit. It was overdone to some extent. Sui was just about to call out Tan Philian, when Tan Philian's dark face suddenly crashed down onto his lips without hesitation. That hurt. Sui's lips were sealed off by Tan Philian, who showed no mercy and was utterly domineering. Sui clearly sensed that Tan Philian's kiss was full of emotions, as if deliberately retaliating, nibbling harshly. Sui was pressed against the wall, unable to move. Tan Philian clutched his waist painfully, crazily marking territory as if declaring ownership, just like how Tan Philian was at first, someone who didn't know how to love.
Fai-lian, please, be gentle. Sui leaned back, being pulled closer to Tan Fai-lian's waist and abdomen in a somewhat intimate curve. It hurts. With Sui going limp from the kisses, Tan Fai-lian had no intention of letting him go. Sui could imagine Tan Fai-lian being angry. After all, in Suyi's understanding, he had abandoned him for 4 years without a word, a cold violence that no one could accept. Sui did not want to hold Tan Fai-lian accountable for his current severity. A bouquet would do the trick. But Tan Fai-lian's anger clearly outweighed what Sui expected. Slightly pulling away from Sui, his eyes were brimming with grievance and fury. Sui, no, this isn't right. Tan Fai-lian's gaze wasn't right. Little Chui, you saved Lu Qian, took him home, gave him your business card, and even handed him a gun. And crucially, you also gave him flowers. Sui. What? Did all these catch Fai-lian's eye? Little Chui, yep. Sui. Someone, save me. Sui. I feel like I'm done for. Sui tried to explain but to no avail. Tan Fai-lian dragged him forcefully toward the car outside the alley, his expression cold and sharp. He threw Sui roughly into the car before instantly locking the door, then seated himself at the steering wheel. Throughout, not a single word was exchanged with Sui. The veins in Tan Fai-lian's hands holding the steering wheel stood out prominently. Sui, it's over. Sui, what does he plan to do? Sui frowned, contemplating how to justify himself, only making it more convoluted. The atmosphere inside the car grew oppressive. Sui scratched his head, fidgeting nervously, touching his nose. This car, pretty spacious. The abrupt attempt to change the subject gradually faded, becoming quieter due to lack of confidence. Tan Fai-lian ignored him completely. Sui, I really feel doomed. After driving to a villa, Tan Fai-lian hauled Sui out of the car in one fluid motion. Within seconds, Sui found himself flung onto the bed by Tan Fai-lian. Chapter 113 Happy New Year's Eve. Sui pressed the mattress down. Tan Fai-lian pushed apart Sui's legs and kissed him fiercely again. Sui didn't dodge. After Tan Fai-lian's kiss, Sui wanted to explain. He hugged Tan Fai-lian's back, trying to soothe the anxious and restless Tan Fai-lian. Sui gently massaged Tan Fai-lian's shoulders and back, enduring his violent treatment. This kid's violent gene is really innate. Previously, he thought this little deaf person would care for others. Hiss. Sui's leg root was pinched. With his eyebrows furrowed, his painful lips slightly parted. Damn, it hurts so much. It hurts, wait. Fai-lian. Sui tilted his head back. I am not. I don't know that person. I just passed by. I didn't avoid you either. As Sui said sentence after sentence, Tan Fai-lian's kisses moved further down. When Sui realized it, he found that Tan Fai-lian wasn't wearing a hearing aid today. Sui. Can't hear. What the hell? I explained in vain. Sui's mind buzzed. This torment, he probably couldn't escape it. Finished. Finished. No matter what, explanations are useless now. This damn dog can't hear. Sui shakily grabbed the blanket as Tan Fai-lian lifted his gaze and retaliated with another kiss. This was the most violent time Sui had ever felt from Tan Fai-lian except for that one time when he escaped from the lab. Sweat covered Sui's neck, waist, and abdomen. No matter how he tried to explain, it was futile, leaving him almost unconscious. When Tan Fai-lian finally let go of Sui, Sui didn't even have the energy to curse. He weakly kicked Tan Fai-lian on the calf. The light in the room dimmed as Tan Fai-lian turned off the main light. The soft yellow bedside lamp cast an inexplicable warmth over the room. Sui stayed still under the quilt. More accurately, he couldn't move at all. Tired to death. Sui's eyelids felt heavy, and he closed his eyes facing Tan Fai-lian. Go to sleep first. I'll deal with this guy tomorrow. Before closing his eyes, Sui gave Tan Fai-lian a weary glance. Brother Su mentally sighed, when I've rested enough, you're going to be in trouble. First time meeting someone who wants to kill their wife in bed. Exhausted beyond measure, Sui had his clothes stripped by Tan Fai-lian. He sank into unconsciousness covered only by a thin layer of blankets. Between nightmares, Sui subconsciously curled up in Tan Fai-lian's embrace seeking the familiar floral scent. Tan Fai-lian's eyes gleamed, his restrained emotions colliding with tenderness. Sui's closeness made him feel lost. Tan Fai-lian extended his large hand and wrapped his arms around the person in his embrace, his firm biceps encircling Sui's body. His tightening arm veins protruded. Brother, I will never let you leave me again. You can only be mine. In the darkness, Tan Fai-lian's elongated eyes gleamed crazily and obstinately like a firestorm. When Sui woke up the next day, he found Tan Fai-lian was gone. Despite feeling uncomfortable, Sui got up after some effort to put his clothes back on, walking to the door and gripping the handle. Click. Sui. Sui tried opening the door again. Click click click. Locked from the outside. Seriously? This kid, forcing love. Chasing Xiao, can't laugh.
Su-yi returned to the window position, opened the window, and discovered that Tan Faolian's sleeping place was on the third floor of the villa. Su-yi. Su-yi, damn. Where did Tan Faolian go? If he won't listen to my explanation, then why does he lock me up like this now? Chasing Xiao, he went to investigate Lu Qian. Chasing Xiao, yesterday, his anger clouded his judgment, but once sober, he would still want to check. Chasing Xiao, I estimate. He might come back soon feeling regretful. Chasing Xiao, regarding your help with Lu Qian's matter, Lu Qian surely wouldn't hide it. When you bought flowers yesterday, you clearly mentioned buying them for your lover, and the shop owner wrote you a card signed by Tan Faolian. Chasing Xiao's tone became increasingly relaxed. Once he realizes these things, he will return immediately to apologize to you. Chasing Xiao, he's probably going to be kicking himself soon. After saying this, Chasing Xiao added, yesterday, he was truly animalistic. Su-yi, what should I do now? Chasing Xiao, wait for him to come back, see his pathetic look, ignore him, turn the situation where you used to comfort him into him comforting you, directly taking the dominant position. Su-yi gave a thumbs up, this plan is feasible. As they were speaking, the sound of the bedroom door opening echoed. Su-yi sat on the bed, his face cold as he waited. When Tan Faolian pushed the door open, there was none of yesterday's blind ferocity. Instead, he appeared somewhat guilt-ridden. The dominant position between the two had silently shifted. Su-yi remained coldly seated on the bed, not speaking, not moving, showing no intention of acknowledging Tan Faolian. Step by step, Tan Faolian moved closer to Su-yi. He squatted down in front of Su-yi, half kneeling on the ground and hugging Su-yi's waist, resting his head against Su-yi's body. The grip of Tan Faolian's hands tightened more and more. Su-yi let out a muffled groan and pushed at Tan Faolian, don't hug me. He nearly got himself killed last night. Although Su-yi felt delighted inside, he still maintained a serious demeanor on his face. If he didn't discipline Tan Faolian now, what would become of him later? Tan Faolian looked up into Su-yi's eyes, and only then did Su-yi notice the bloodshot veins in Tan Faolian's gaze. Those red-tinged eyes immediately melted Su-yi's heart. How could he stand seeing Tan Faolian like this? It had already taken so much luck just to be with him again, and Su-yi couldn't bear seeing Tan Faolian suffer even a speck of, even if it was related to himself. Su-yi would take the blame onto himself. Su-yi's heart was melting uncontrollably. He broke instantly. Tan Faolian gazed intently at Su-yi, signaling, brother, I'm sorry. Tan Faolian, it's all my fault. Tan Faolian, beat me, I'm an idiot. Tears streamed down Tan Faolian's face. Su-yi immediately panicked. Even though Tan Faolian could do outrageous things, Su-yi always became his bottom line, changing him time after time, as he was doing now. Seeing Tan Faolian cry wasn't something Su-yi expected or wanted. Su-yi reached out and wiped away the tear marks at the corners of Tan Faolian's eyes. Su-yi cupped Tan Faolian's face and scolded, Tan Faolian, the flowers were for you, to cheer you up. You didn't ask, got angry enough not to wear your hearing aid, and treated me so cruelly. Tan Faolian hugged Su-yi tightly while apologizing, I'm sorry. Su-yi looked at him seriously and said, I'm mad. Tan Faolian showed panic in his eyes but didn't know how to respond, only holding Su-yi tighter. Su-yi said, your punishment is no touching me for a month. Tan Faolian's eyes misted over with tears, looking pitifully at Su-yi, and another drop of tears slid down his cheek. Su-yi softened once more. Su-yi, half a month. With red eyes, Tan Faolian signed a sentence in sign language, are you really back? Su-yi hugged Tan Faolian tightly. Even if he was bullied, it was fine, he existed solely to be bullied by Tan Faolian, and he didn't want any Cold War between them. There should be no waiting, no Cold Wars, problems should be resolved and their connection re-established immediately. I'm back, Su-yi asked hoarsely, did you miss me, Tan Faolian? Chapter 114, Can I Kiss You? Tan Faolian, did you miss me? When Su-yi said this, Tan Faolian was staring directly at his lips, reading the meaning behind Su-yi's words. Tan Faolian embraced Su-yi like a big dog. Missed. Tan Faolian propped himself up and kissed Su-yi's mouth corner respectfully. Su-yi didn't push him away anymore. The glistening eyes of Tan Faolian flickered, telling Su-yi that his longing for him was as much as Tan Faolian's. After years of waiting, Tan Faolian got his answer, Su-yi had never abandoned him. Between their gazes was an ocean of unsaid love, they had already expressed it to each other countless times. Tan Faolian tilted his head and kissed Su-yi again. Brother. Tan Faolian missed you so much he was almost driven mad. Su-yi's heart felt ticklish after being kissed by Tan Faolian. When Tan Faolian's lips parted from his, Su-yi leaned forward. There was no barrier between them. Tan Faolian's wickedness turned into guilt, and Su-yi didn't want to waste even a minute with Tan Faolian. Lovers don't have many fixed joys or dislikes, if you truly love me, then your standing here has already earned my heartfelt forgiveness. Su-yi deepened the kiss. Healing 4 years of total loss. In the quiet room were sentences of endless yearning. At the end of the kiss, Su-yi pushed Tan Faolian away. I will forgive you this one time. After saying this, Su-yi hugged Tan Faolian again.
Though he knew Tan Philian wasn't wearing hearing aids, Sui deliberately repeated in a place where Tan Philian couldn't read his lips, I tricked you, I didn't blame you at all. Though he didn't want to admit it. Sui thought he was mentally distorted, liking that violent version of Tan Philian. And even indulging in it. Tan Philian moved slightly, separating from Sui. In those sincere eyes held all the affection. Tan Philian, brother, marry me, I don't want to wait any longer. Not a single moment. Sui stroked Tan Philian's cheeks. I will never leave you again. Sui said. Sui didn't want to let go of even a second to be with Tan Philian. Everyone around called Tan Philian a monster and claimed that he was the one who taught Tan Philian how to love. Only Sui knew that Tan Philian also taught him how to love someone. Tan Philian made him lively, not cold anymore. Still half kneeling on the ground, Tan Philian wrapped his arms around Sui's waist and told Sui, it's not tiring, just that when I miss you, I can't sleep. Tan Philian, I love you. The corner of Sui's mouth slightly curled up, is there even a ring for the proposal? Tan Philian's eyes lit up with brightness, he quickly took out a ring from the drawer by the bedside. Tan Philian went down on one knee, ready to grab Sui's hand. This guy really had everything prepared. Sui, are you marrying me or am I marrying you? Tan Philian placed the ring on Sui's ring finger, brother decides what this is. Tan Philian, I don't care what others call me. Sui, even if I call you treasure. Tan Philian gripped Sui's hand, his eyes focused on the locked ring, even if you call me wife. What a killer. Sui thought it was understandable why he fell for Tan Philian. He was just a little monster, able to think about anything else. Sui cupped Tan Philian's face and lightly opened his lips, wife. Tan Philian looked at Sui and smiled, acknowledging Sui's words. Hugging each other, Sui leaned against Tan Philian's neck and shoulder, no one will bully you, I'll take you home. Sui grabbed Tan Philian's fingertips touching his throat position, letting him feel his voice, treasure, your husband is hungry, go cook something. Tan Philian lifted Sui by supporting his buttocks. At that moment, wherever he went. It was all under the light. After the dilapidated ruins ended, the world welcomed new life, and only Sui remained trapped, striving to love each other. After that day, whenever Sui felt dissatisfied, he would bring up Tan Philian's mischievous deeds, making Tan Philian behave whenever mentioned. Later on, Sui mastered the key to maintaining spatial stability, allowing Lu Qian to live peacefully. In the first half-month back, Sui spent every day together with Tan Philian. But Tan Philian showed no signs of regaining his memories at all. Sui became increasingly puzzled. That day, after Tan Philian fell asleep, Sui couldn't help but ask Xiaozhui, wasn't it said that staying with me could make him remember quickly? Xiaozhui, did he say he didn't remember? Sui's eyes widened as the memories of these days flooded back into his mind. It started from the second morning I came back. Tan Philian clearly wasn't as innocent when looking at me anymore. His words were also more straightforward. Explicit. Flirty. Sui shifted his gaze to Tan Philian who was sleeping with his eyes closed. This little devil remembered everything. Was he pretending? Xiaozhui, he thought you would pity him more for being deaf and mute, this kid has a lot on his mind. Sui, why didn't you tell me? Xiaozhui, you set it up yourself, I'm pretty cunning too. Damn it. Sui grabbed a pillow and hit Tan Philian's head. When Tan Philian opened his eyes, he saw Sui glaring at him with resentment. Awkward. My wife is angry. Looks like the act is uncovered. Tan Philian decided not to pretend anymore. He turned over and wrapped his strong arms around Sui's waist and said directly, wife. Sui got so mad she could grind her teeth. She kicked Tan Philian hard from under the blanket. Tan Philian, it doesn't hurt. Tan Philian, but I have to pretend it does. When Sui saw Tan Philian furrowing his brows in pain, she immediately rubbed his leg, muttering, do I have that much strength? Tan Philian's eyes twinkled with amusement. He hugged Sui and his raspy voice sounded warm, wife. I want you, let me touch you. Sui became even angrier. Tan Philian remembered everything, he had so many questions to ask, but this guy actually hid it from her and teased her instead. Now exposed, his mind was still full of dirty thoughts. Sui raised her hand and punched Tan Philian. You remembered and didn't tell me. Do you know how worried I was about you? Regardless, Tan Philian shamelessly buried his face in Sui's chest, wife, you're so mean. Sui's punch felt like hitting cotton. Annoyed, she pinched Tan Philian's vital spot. Ouch. This time Tan Philian truly felt pain. He held on to Sui's hand, flipped her over and pressed her under him. The bed cover arched into a curve. From Sui's perspective, Tan Philian's violent yet beautiful figure was right before her eyes. Tan Philian stared straight at Sui, no use getting anxious, better to enjoy ourselves now. Sui. Sui's pupils dilated, in the middle of the night, what do you want to do? Tan Philian glanced around teasingly, wife, there's no one else here. Just you. After saying that, Sui was victimized again.
You, forcing, fuck. She should have noticed earlier. Tan Philian. It was only close to dawn when Sui fell asleep, exhausted. After dressing, Sui even walked oddly. Tan Philian was making breakfast. Sui finished washing up and pulled out a chair to sit down at the dining table. Tan Philian brought out breakfast and looked at Sui, kindly asking, "Did my wife sleep well?" Slap. Sui slapped the chopsticks she was holding down hard on the tabletop. There's always an invisible magnetic field between the two to connect their tacit understanding. Even if Tan Philian acted wilder, he'd still be wary of Sui when she was upset. A sidelong glance from Tan Philian and he sat down obediently. Sitting opposite Sui, Tan Philian dared not say a word. "When did you remember?" Sui asked. Tan Philian coughed, "Very early." "Do you know your current situation?" Sui's expression was serious. Tan Philian grabbed Sui's hand, "I know," shattered to pieces. Tan Philian stared directly into Sui's eyes, "Don't look for me anymore, it's useless. The brain core is fractured to the extent where I can't even reassemble it myself, brother, don't waste any more effort. I don't regret anything." Tan Philian gently caressed Sui's hand, "Brother loves me, and I am willing to treat every individual equally in this world. I can find it." Sui looked at Tan Philian with red-rimmed eyes, "Shut up. You won't find it." Tan Philian said. "Shut up." Sui shouted at Tan Philian, feeling the pain in her heart twisting. That day, Sui unilaterally fought with Tan Philian. Tan Philian had no choice but to try every way to soothe her repeatedly. It's not that simple for the broken brain core of an alien species to regenerate. Tan Philian knew that given his condition, the only ray of hope depended solely on the affection towards Sui. Even if such a possibility really existed, it would still require centuries. So he didn't want Sui to search for him. Brother should live a happy life. After Sui was cold towards Tan Philian for several days, it coincidentally reached the New Year's Eve. Tan Philian prepared a whole table of dishes that Sui loved to eat. Tan Philian hugged Sui from behind who was standing by the window, "Wife, don't be mad, I'm not good at talking, I shouldn't have upset you." He sniffed the scent of Sui's neck. He didn't know how to tell Sui, but he knew what would make brother happy, the brain core is shattered too severely. "I was just afraid that when I don't remember you, I might hurt you. I treasure you so much, no one can bully you, not even myself with missing pieces." Sui ignored Tan Philian. Tan Philian turned Sui around, "Wife, give me a hug." Sui pouted and her face fell without any movement. Tan Philian came closer himself, whispering in Sui's ear, "Sweetheart, Happy New Year. You can make a wish to me." Sui looked at Tan Philian, her eyes blazing with determination, "Survive, come home." Tan Philian gently stroked Sui's hair, "Okay. I'll take you home." Sui said. Tan Philian held Sui's hand and kissed her fingertips amidst the firework sounds outside the window, "I know. Tan Philian is not an alien species for everyone to attack. Brother will bring him home. Like the way it was at the start." Sui grabbed the corner of Tan Philian's clothes, "Tan Philian, love me." After Tan Philian said those words, Sui became addicted to the taste of their intimacy. Only such inseparability could let her feel Tan Philian by her side. The two kissed in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. It became increasingly wild. When she woke up, Tan Philian wasn't beside her. The palm of her hand felt icy cold. Sui lowered her gaze to look. And she found. Chapter 115, Lian will be back soon. Beside the bed was a letter left by Tan Philian. "My dearest. Don't be sad, my love. I will always love you. If I became your wish, I would do my best to fulfill it, no matter in which time and space. I will always love you. Don't overthink it, I hope you are always happy. Life and death, as long as it's for you, I'm willing. Love from your little monster, Tan Philian." Sui quickly got up and walked out of the room. He saw Tan Philian smoking on the balcony in the living room. Sui let out a sigh of relief. He went over and hugged Tan Philian from behind. When Tan Philian noticed Sui, he immediately put out the cigarette. "Why didn't you sleep longer?" Tan Philian's voice was gentle, and he embraced Sui tightly. Sui held the letter in his hand, saying gravely, "Why did you suddenly give me this letter? You scared me." Tan Philian held Sui tighter greedily. "Brother, are you really going to find me?" Sui asked him, "Are you also going to tell me those impossible things?" "No." Tan Philian slightly separated from Sui, unfolded Sui's hands, and placed something into them. Then a cool sensation spread across Sui's palm. The warmth of Tan Philian's hand dissipated. Sui realized what he had put in his hand, were 4 or 5 severely cracked pieces of brain nucleus fragments. Sui's eyes stung. His hands shook lightly. Tan Philian's actions were as if telling Sui, "Look brother. Tan Philian will try his best to come back." Tan Philian gently patted Sui's back, "I'll wait for you. I'll also live strongly for you." Tan Philian's voice was light. "Wife, I want to eat the food you make," Tan Philian continued before Sui could answer.
Tan Philian leaned his head on Su Yi's neck and shoulders, lazily rubbing against him. Pamper me, cook for me. Su Yi didn't expect that one day Tan Philian would say such a thing. After all, Su Yi just loved to indulge Tan Philian. What do you want to eat? Su Yi asked. Anything made by you is fine. Tan Philian kissed Su Yi's corner of the mouth. Su Yi grabbed Tan Philian's clothing, then wait for me for a moment. Su Yi went into the kitchen, somewhat at a loss. He took out an apron and wrapped it around himself but still couldn't figure out where to start. But since Tan Philian wanted to eat, he was willing to make it. Whether it tastes good or not is one thing, but his willingness is another. Can we have noodles, Lian Lian? Su Yi glanced outside the kitchen. Tan Philian smiled at Su Yi. Good. Su Yi fiddled around for a while and finally served a bowl of egg over easy noodle to Tan Philian. Tan Philian took out a small bowl and gave Su Yi half of it. Seeing Tan Philian savoring it as if it were a delicacy, Su Yi asked, is it really that delicious? Tan Philian frowned. I have no sense of taste now. Su Yi lowered his gaze. I was teasing you. Tan Philian tilted his head slightly and smiled at Su Yi. It's delicious. That's what I said, definitely delicious. Su Yi tasted it himself, feeling the sincerity in every bite. If it's good, then eat more. You've looked skinny recently. Brother, I can still stay with you for one last day, Tan Philian softly said. Su Yi's hand tightened abruptly, his hand read, ah. Su Yi's voice turned hoarse. The torn apart in time and space Tan Philian would eventually dissipate. Su Yi tried to keep himself composed. Can we meet again soon, right? Su Yi asked. We will, Tan Philian answered him firmly. So don't be sad, Tan Philian said, do you understand? He didn't want to destroy the belief that kept Su Yi going. That night, the two hugged each other to sleep. The next morning, when Su Yi woke up, his palm was ice cold, holding a fragment of Tan Philian's brain nucleus. Su Yi shivered under the quilt, and his sobbing sound gradually became sticky. Su Yi cried. This was the first time he shed tears audibly, without needing to resonate with anyone. Only he knew, Tan Philian loved him, but brought upon Tan Philian death and despair. Philian. Su Yi called out hoarsely. The heavy cry choked him, making him increasingly oxygen-deprived. The house grew increasingly empty. Su Yi fainted. The fragment of Tan Philian's brain nucleus in his palm faintly glowed, guiding the way. With the guidance, it became easier for Su Yi to locate other pieces of Tan Philian's brain nucleus. Su Yi had a notebook where he recorded all his attempts to find Tan Philian's scattered brain nucleus fragments. January 2nd, Philian dissipated into nothingness in my palm, and now I am waiting for him. January 5th, my Philian still lacks all 5 senses. When I found him, he was blind, and it broke my heart to see that he didn't remember me. But he still loved me. He asked me why I cared for him, but I couldn't tell him that I liked him, it would make me seem frivolous. So I said, you are handsome. He smiled, and I kissed him. Philian blushed. He is my wife, dying at the time when I loved him most for the peace I desired. See. He still likes me. Even if he cannot see. He still thinks I am handsome. March 16th, I found my wife again. He has sacrificed so much and therefore endures his fair share of suffering. My Philian isn't as smart as before, yet I still love him deeply. I told him, I've come to take you home. He's so silly, he doesn't even know what home means. It's fine. I will teach him step by step. You are my wife, I told him. His eyes flickered. My Philian understands what wife means. He is not stupid. And he still loves me. April 26th, in this space-time, the piece of my wife needs a wheelchair. He is such a good boy, his hair is always smooth and soft. I wanted to tease him. My mistake. That thing of his still works. Fuck. Now my back hurts. I have one more piece of my wife. This one is colorful. May 19th, my Philian got better a lot. When I met him again, he became just like how he used to be, intelligent, manipulative, shrewd, indifferent to love, or pity. High-ranking commander, really fitting for my wife. I stood in front of him and asked, wanna go to bed? My wife left, looking at me like I'm an idiot before she went. Making him fall in love with me is as simple as breathing. The second time I saw him, I changed my strategy. I ignored him. He was secretly watching me, making me feel so happy that I wanted to kiss him senseless. He bought me a bouquet of flowers. I pretended not to care and brought it to a corner where I kissed it. The third time I saw him. He asked me, do we? I can't write below because it's getting too explicit, my butt kind of hurts. I'll continue tomorrow. August 14th, the nth time I found my wife, I was already very happy. This piece is quite gentlemanly. And hard to catch. I got tired of waiting, so I directly raped him. Exciting. My ass hurts, struck through, I'm fine. He got mad and thought I'm some kind of psycho. This is the longest pursuit my brother ever had. December 30th, I saw Philian growing his hair long again. He called me brother. If he flirts with me, I definitely wouldn't be able to resist.
Fuck. Brother got completely seduced. My wife came to look at my diary. He wants to. The next row of words were messy and wild, differing greatly from Su Yi's usual handwriting. Tan Philian, pure nonsense. Tan Philian crossed out the word wife written by Su Yi, replacing it with, my husband came to watch me write a diary. He is so strong. The next day, Su Yi woke up and looked at the altered diary. He wrote a small note underneath, I dote on my wife so much, whatever he says goes. I love him so much. January 22nd, my wife falls in love with me over and over again. February 12th, the box for fragments is full. Is my Philian almost back? I'm waiting for him. I will keep waiting for him. In over a year, Su Yi gathered all the brain core fragments together. Returning to Minzhou, Su Yi placed all the brain core fragments in the glass cup holding Tan Philian's flower-tipped hair. Everywhere he went, he took it with him. To the lab, he placed it on his office desk. At home, he kept it on the bedside table. But Tan Philian never came back. It seemed like Tan Philian really wouldn't return anymore. As he once said. He will try his best to live, to see himself. But that wasn't a guarantee. One night, only one light in the living room was on, and Su Yi leaned on the sofa, his gaze fixed only on the colorful glass cup. There were too many emotions welling up inside him, almost overwhelming him. May 19th, it has been 2 months since I came back. The connector could not withstand the strain and broke, meaning I will never see Tan Philian again. Chapter 116, Tan Philian, carry me home. All hope for Su Yi was fading like a distant star. Su Yi held the glass up to the sunlight streaming through the window, watching the light scatter inside it as if it were a flowing galaxy. Su Yi raised his hand to caress the purple flower within the glass. He seemed to see boundless hope. Tan Philian, isn't it said that calling your name towards it will bring you back to me no matter how far away you are? Su Yi's lips curled bitterly, you lied to me again. Lied to me again. Su Yi understood what Tan Philian meant, the shattering of his brain core was an injury even Tan Philian himself couldn't recover from. Everything he had done was like chasing after a mirage, trying desperately to grasp at the tiniest bit of hope that remained unattainable. If it were that easy to be reborn, their ending wouldn't have been absolute destruction. His Tan Philian had done nothing wrong. It was the greedy humans who orchestrated a trap, and his little monster had never made a mistake. Malice and greed had been woven into nets by malicious individuals, bloody attachments attempting to cover filth with greater filth. Every person in the bureau was just someone pretending to be clean while being covered in mud. Using sin to cover more sin. They would eventually burn themselves down. Step by step, Su Yi walked along the streets, the bustling sounds of the street swirling around him as he held the glass. Let's let Tan Philian bask in the sun. After Tan Philian's death, the bureau restructured itself from the ground up. Everyone got their due punishment, and new laws between humans and other species were established for peaceful coexistence. The people erected a monument for Tan Philian in the largest prayer square in Guizhong City. In the center stood a stone-carved white tea flower. Every day, people came there to pray. Beneath the stone-carved white tea flower were various fresh flowers filled with blessings, immaculate without a speck of dust. Anyone passing by wasn't allowed to let any impurity settle on the tea flower as though everyone hoped that Tan Philian would return. Everyone viewed him as a hero, sacrificing himself for righteousness. As Su Yi approached the stone-carved white tea flower, sometimes he thought about it. Given his own nature, if he and Tan Philian had never intersected, if killing Tan Philian could save everyone in exchange for the justice he pursued, he would have unhesitatingly struck out at Tan Philian with a knife. Even if it cost him his life, he'd take Tan Philian's. But Su Yi couldn't kill Tan Philian. Had Tan Philian not loved Su Yi, no one would have been able to harm him. But Su Yi fell in love with Tan Philian, and between them always lay an untouchable red line. They were destined to love each other painfully. Above justice, above reason, beyond the judgment of good and evil. Su Yi raised his hand to touch the stamen of the flower in front of him. Su Yi took out a piece of white rabbit milk candy from his pocket and placed it on the flower stand. Tan Philian, happy birthday. I'll cook longevity noodles for you when you come home. Su Yi curled his fingertips, you can come back anytime. I don't want to celebrate your birthday here again next year. Su Yi took a picture with his phone of the white tea flower sculpture. With a smile in his eyes, Su Yi posted this photo on WeChat Moments, happy birthday, baby. The moment Su Yi's post went up, a call from Su Yan came. Su Yan simply wanted Su Yi to come home for dinner. Scared of the constant calls, Su Yi obediently returned to the Su household. Since Fang Rong's case was overturned, Grandpa Su's attitude toward Su Yi had changed subtly but profoundly. He no longer criticized Su Yi for not being as diligent or successful as Su Yan, instead, there was a newfound sense of guilt and regret that had never existed before. Grandpa Su's health was also deteriorating day by day. Maybe because of his age, he often called Su Yi to come home, saying that eating meals together or having a chat would be fine. Su Yi rarely went back, except when Su Yan invited him. On this day, Grandpa Su opened the door when Su Yi arrived. Seeing his appearance, Su Yi realized he had been deliberately waiting outside the door for some time. Father. Su Yi softly greeted Grandpa Su. Hey. Grandpa Su pulled Sui inside, quickly come in, it's cold outside. Sui stepped inside. The temperature outside was warm enough for short sleeves. When Sui reached home, the dishes made by the housekeeper were already almost ready. Chiu Mo was carrying a plate of fruit salad out from the kitchen. He looked a little heavier than before and wasn't as timid as he used to be upon seeing others. Big brother Sui. Before Chiu Mo finished, he suddenly remembered something and changed his words, Xiao Yi, come sit quickly. He couldn't call Sui big brother because otherwise, Su Yan would scold him. Chiu Mo didn't understand Su Yan's thinking. He only knew that Su Yan was unhappy and kept tormenting himself night after night. He was afraid. When Sui sat at the dining table, the atmosphere there was much better than when Sui had come before. Grandpa Su would proactively serve dishes to Sui. Su Yan's mother knew everything Sui had done and had developed a sincere admiration for him. The whole family finally had an atmosphere reminiscent of a warm household. Your brother told me, you still can't let go of Tan Phi Lian, said Grandpa Su seriously, people must always look forward and not stay stuck in dead ends. Grandpa Su's voice was very light but laced with worry as he advised them. At this moment, Su Yan also spoke up, don't look so gloomy, it's ugly. Mrs. Chow added, your father is right. It's been over a year since those events, moving forward happily is what matters now. Chiu Mo wanted to say something but didn't know how to open his mouth. He silently poured Sui a glass of hot milk. And after pouring, he didn't forget to give Su Yan one too. Su Yi's gaze seemed dazed. No one believed that his Tan Phi Lian would come back. He will come back, said Su Yi. These faint words pressed heavily on everyone in the room, leaving them unsure of how to offer consolation. Su Yi picked up the wine in front of him and poured himself a full glass. After one glass of wine went down, Su Yi began to feel slightly dizzy. Later, no one in the house could stop him from drinking. Glass after glass. In the end, Su Yi lay drunk on the sofa in the living room. Mumbling incoherently, Su Yi curled his lips and with a blurry gaze murmured, Tan Phi Lian, carry me home. Chapter 117, Is he back? Su Yi's face was unnaturally red due to intoxication, and his cold demeanor while slumped on the couch made him unapproachable. He didn't hear a single word Su Yan had said. This is how Su Yi has always been, sharp and edgy in anyone's eyes, distant and indifferent, clashing with everyone. Su Yan noticed out of the corner of his eye that Su Yi's eyelids were slightly moist. Ever since Su Yi cried for Tan Phi Lian, Su Yan truly understood that Su Yi's untouched heart had been torn apart by Tan Phi Lian's death. Su Yi, such a cold person, once in love, tended towards a kind of illness. Or perhaps he and Tan Phi Lian weren't different. Su Yan knew Su Yi too well. Su Yi fell in love with someone like Tan Phi Lian. And there was no way he could move on. Su Yan reached out and touched Su Yi's head, rest if you're tired. There's still me. Su Yi moved slightly, gazing at Su Yan through blurry eyes, you all don't believe, he will come back. Phi Lian promised me, he would come back. He has never lied to me. With closed eyes, Su Yi murmured, he won't lie to me. Su Yan sighed, Su Yi looked haggard and desolate. His voice deepened, go sleep on the bed. Shaking his head, Su Yi refused, no. Tan Phi Lian will pick me up soon. Su Yi mumbled incessantly. I'll wait for him. I'll just wait a little longer, he will be here soon. The shadow near their feet moved. Chiu Mo stepped up to Su Yan, extending her hand to clutch his sleeve, big brother Su, he's drunk. I know. Though Su Yan said this, seeing Su Yi's broken state angered him. When had the normally ambitious Su Yi ever been this desolate? Su Yan grabbed Su Yi off the sofa, attempting to snap him back to reality. Su Yi, it's been a year, you can't live or die without moderation. Life is something you must carry on yourself. If Tan Phi Lian were here, do you think he'd want to see you like this? Snap out of it. Take a good look at yourself. Although Su Yan knew Su Yi was as decisive and efficient as before at work, too much pretense would only cause more pain in Su Yi's nightly breakdowns. These torments were clearly visible to family members. Su Yi. When Su Yan spoke, he carried too much emotion. Realizing she had stepped back, Su Yan belatedly recognized that he might have frightened his wife again. Exhaling, Su Yan released Su Yi and stood up straight. One wouldn't listen to his scolding, the other couldn't bear being scared. Su Yan felt he would eventually be driven mad by these two. Before he could discipline his brother, his wife might already be crying from fear. Forget it. Let them be. It was much harder to console his wife than Su Yi after she got scared. Su Yan turned to Chiu Mo standing beside him with clenched hands, softening his tone, what's wrong, darling? Did I scare you? Chiu Mo's lips formed a faint pink line, barely raising her eyes. Don't yell at him. Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi is already sad, you shouldn't yell at him like that. Over time, Chiu Mo had understood Su Yan's personality well, except when they were in bed, Su Yan would generally comply with her wishes in other situations. This made Chiu Mo somewhat spoiled. Su Yan would heed her words. Indeed, after Chiu Mo said that, Su Yan's expression softened, he deserves to be scolded. Do you know how much alcohol he has consumed over the past year? If we let this go on, one day I will end up collecting his body. Clutching her jaw tightly, Chiu Mo took a step towards Su Yan. I don't want to hear those things. Serious and determined, Chiu Mo's voice commanded, I told you not to yell at him. Don't yell at him. Su Yan unconsciously rolled his throat. Alright, I won't yell at him anymore. Sensing Chiu Mo's mood, Su Yan asked, why are you mad at me? I'm not angry. Su Yan, then why did you yell at me? Chiu Mo looked at him with disbelief, her pupils widened, where did I yell at you? Her voice wasn't loud at any moment, even when angry, it was imperceptible to others. She didn't understand where Su Yan thought she yelled at him. She gave up trying to reason with him, I'm not talking to you. After speaking, Chiu Mo turned and went to the bedroom to fetch a small blanket, placing it on the sofa. Su-yi obviously had no intention of moving from his spot, so she decided to make him more comfortable. After covering Su-yi with the blanket, Chiu Mo meticulously tucked in the edges to ensure he wouldn't catch a cold. Having done all that, Chiu Mo intended to turn off the living room lights but was stopped by Su Yan who held her hand. Leave the light on. Why? Chiu Mo asked as she released her hand. There are two cowards in the Su family, Su Yan said, my younger brother An. And who? Chiu Mo genuinely asked out of curiosity. Su Yan pulled Chiu Mo's rounded bottom close to him, making her stiffen, and whispered into her ear, my wife. The sensation coursed through her fingertips like electricity, burning her ears. Blushing furiously, Chiu Mo tried to push Su Yan away, but instead, she was lifted directly into his arms and carried upstairs. Chiu Mo's eyes widened in alarm, the living room lights were glaringly bright as Su Yan blatantly carried her up, causing visible tension in her voice as she whispered desperately, put me down. Looking around nervously, Chiu Mo exclaimed, Mom. Mom will see us. Su Yan couldn't help being charmed by his wife's reaction, you're already calling for your mom. Do you still fear her seeing? Realizing her inability to escape, Chiu Mo reluctantly wrapped his neck with one hand, leaning his head on Su Yan's chest while covering her face with the other. I want to sleep alone on my little bed tonight, her muffled voice came from within Su Yan's embrace. She had set clear rules with Su Yan, not more than 5 days a week. I want to sleep alone in my little bed, Chiu Mo repeated. What? Sweetheart wants to wear that black dress today. Su Yan complained, but I like the lacy one. Chiu Mo almost cried out of frustration as he pushed Su Yan again, I don't want to talk to you. He refused to say another word to Su Yan. Despite looking every bit a proper gentleman in his suit, Su Yan wasn't really that way at all. He was undoubtedly the worst person in the entire Su family. When Chiu Mo propped herself up after being placed on the bed, she said accusingly, your brother is already in such a state, how can you still have the mood to bully me? With one hand, Su Yan loosened his navy blue tie, half closed his eyes, and slightly revealed his chest. It's precisely because I'm feeling down that I should do something enjoyable. He grabbed Chiu Mo's chin. Sweetheart, open wide. The next morning, when Su-yi woke up, Chiu Mo was already in the kitchen preparing ginger tea for him. Chiu Mo was still angry with Su Yan and made only Su-yi's portion deliberately. Seeing Chiu Mo interact with Su Yan subtly, Su-yi smiled. The bittersweet sensation of observing others' happiness reminded him of his hope that his brother would be happy and Tan Philian could live more freely. If an alien with a broken brain core hadn't truly died, even if they were burned to ashes, they'd endure the excruciating pain of their fractured core every second. His Philian, whether alive or dead, bore pains unbearable to anyone. Su-yi looked at Su Yan through the foggy haze in front of him. Brother, do you also think I shouldn't wait any longer? Su Yan pinched off Su-yi's cigarette. I didn't say that. I just told you not to mess up your body. Su-yi smiled at Su Yan. Brother, do you know? Tan Philian is the only person besides you who ever left a light on for me. The only person who knew I feared darkness. The only person who never mocked me for fearing darkness. Su Yan didn't want to delve into these melancholy topics, Su-yi had always been overlooked in the Su family, and Su Yan felt he owed him. Changing the subject abruptly, Su Yan said, let it go. Su Yan added, in the future, your sister-in-law will leave a light on for you too. This time, Su-yi chuckled genuinely, brother, do you think it's incredibly unbelievable that someone like me could fall in love? Su Yan didn't deny it. On the balcony, leaning casually against the railing, Su Yan admitted, indeed, I thought that way before. Su Yan reflected further and said, actually, I still think so now. Apart from Tan Philian. I really can't imagine anyone else you'd feel this way about. Su Yan gripped the railing, posturing like someone experienced, if you believe he'll come back, then you must always stay in your best condition, healthy and radiant, ready to stand before him whenever he returns. It's not about looking pitiful, wretched, or thin. Loving him doesn't require showing him that you've lost your luster without him. Love should be like running a business, it needs capital. Whenever he comes back, you must have the strength to walk up to him confidently and easily. Su-yi smiled faintly. I will. After leaving the Su family residence, Su-yi felt somewhat better. He drank all the warming tea Chiu Mo had prepared for him, not leaving a single drop for Su Yan. As he was leaving, he overheard Chiu Mo yelling at her brother. Su Yi realized for the first time how love could make someone feel precious, even someone as timid as Chiu Mo. In a teasing tone, Su Yi sent a message to Su Yan, "Bro, the warming tea cooked by your wife is so delicious. Did you even get a sip?" Su Yan replied angrily, "You look just like the warming tea." Laughing, Su Yi continued on his way. After turning off his phone, Su Yi asked Qin Sun for a backup position and went on several missions with him. Rescuing hostages, they took down a gang profiting from mutants. When Su Yi fired his gun and killed 2 mutants who dared to challenge the law, his emotions were filled with both liberation and disgust. The world of peace between humans and mutants that Tan Feilian had sacrificed her life for, Su Yi wouldn't let anyone provoke it, even slightly. Any human or mutant who violated this harmony would pay a terrible price in front of Su Yi. Every law written in the peace coexistence agreement was inked with Tan Feilian's blood. Crossing Su Yi's red line meant death by his gun. After months of exhausting work, Su Yi was forcibly given a 1-month vacation by the administration office. On the gate of the management bureau, bright pink chalk read. Chapter 118, Requesting Huahua Short Videos. Bulletin board, anyone who dares to let Commander Su, red circle bold, pass shall be discharged. Su Yi. Shit. That's brutal. Commander Su, I beg you, can you go home and rest? The security guard at the gate holding a gun was visibly startled upon seeing Su Yi. Go on vacation, fall in love, anything but coming to work. Damn. Su Yi turned around with a look of irritation. Just as he was about to call Qin Sun, the call was hung up immediately after it connected. Qin Sun, brother Su, don't call me. Please. Qin Sun, let's pretend we don't know each other for now. Qin Sun, I really like my job. Qin Sun, my phone's out of battery, turning it off. Su Yi. This is what it feels like to be isolated. Su Yi turned and started walking down the street, wanting to slap every dog he passed. As Su Yi walked, he arrived at a store selling candied haws. Su Yi stood outside for a moment, his pupils filled with various memories. A gentle breeze passed by quietly, and Su Yi seemed to lose track of time. Su Yi bought 3 skewers of candied haws and went home. As soon as Su Yi opened the door, Tang Tan rushed over from the living room. Inside was Su Li. Ever since the last incident involving the mutants, Su Li often visited Su Yi. Over time, they became good friends, and Su Li, who loved kids, often acted as Su Yi's free babysitter, finding joy in this arrangement. The reason Tan Feilian helped Su Li was also something Su Yi hadn't anticipated. Su Li had once saved Su Yi in the Minzhou lab. Tan Feilian kept Su Li around because of this favor. These kinds of things Su Yi didn't ask about. With Tan Feilian's personality, he wouldn't have told Su Yi anyway. Su Yi found this information himself. Hey, you're back, Commander Su. Su Li, seeing someone return, leaned back and closed his eyes for a rest. Dad's exhausted. Mama. Tang Tang ran to Su Yi, who squatted halfway down. Tang Tang hugged Su Yi's neck. Tang Tang misses Mama so much. Su Yi took out a candied haw skewer from behind and handed it to Tang Tang. Daddy missed you too. Wow, it's a candied haw. Tang Tang's eyes lit up happily. Seeing this beautiful candied haw reminded me to buy it for you. Are you happy? Su Yi patted Tang Tang's head. Tang Tang kissed Su Yi's cheek. Happy, thank you Mama. Tang Tang looked at the packaging of the candied haws. There were 3 inside. He took one out for himself and gave another to Su Yi. This one is for Daddy. Su Yi paused slightly when holding the candied haw. Tang Tang kissed Su Yi again. Mama, don't be sad. Daddy will come back, we're all waiting for him. Tang Tang seemed too understanding, and Su Yi lifted his hand to touch Tang Tang's face. Of course, we're all waiting for him, he will definitely come back. We all love him. Tang Tang said. Daddy loves us too. Tang Tang pouted. He loves Mama, he just pretends to love me. Su Yi laughed and pinched Tang Tang's cheeks. Don't say nonsense, Daddy loves you very much. Tang Tang, because I'm Mama's child. Su Yi couldn't figure out where Tang Tang had gotten this conclusion from. It somehow matched Tan Feilian's logic perfectly. After putting Tang Tang to sleep that night, Su Yi sat in the living room for a long time. Back in the bedroom, Su Yi held a glass containing fragments of Tan Feilian's brain core and a tail flower, placing it on the bedside table. Su Yi lay down on the bed and reached out to touch the purple flower in the glass. Feilian Tan, good night. As Su Yi closed his eyes, the purple flower in the glass faintly bloomed, its dying state temporarily rejuvenated in the darkness of the night. With enforced leave, Su Yi stayed at home doing nothing all day. Even Tang Yan was busier than him, going to school, then to extracurricular classes, and coming back to cheer Su Yi up, having a more fulfilling day than Su Yi himself. All Su Yi did was stare at the glass in his hand and murmur about trivial matters. When Su Yi woke up that day, he was surrounded by a strong aroma of white tea flowers. His eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 119, Back. Su Yi was caught between the lines of reality and illusion in a hazy state. White tea flower fragrance. Fei Lian. Tan Fei Lian. Su Yi hastily looked around, quickly getting out of bed to look for the source of the white tea fragrance he remembered. Every step Su Yi took became heavier. He opened the bedroom door, and the entire house was filled with a familiar atmosphere. Su-yi opened every room in the house, his disappointment and melancholy deepening with each one. It had been too long since Su-yi last smelled such a strong scent of white tea flowers, his expectations had become overly heavy. But it wasn't what he expected. Tan Fei Lian hadn't come back. Su-yi stood in the house for a long time, repeatedly trying but failing to light a cigarette several times. The lighter wouldn't ignite. Eventually, Su-yi gave up. In the following days, the white tea fragrance in the house grew stronger. The dead silence in Su-yi's heart now carried an increasing spark of anticipation. Tan Fei Lian had promised to return, and she would surely overcome all obstacles to make her way back. With Tan Fei Lian's aura always in mind, Su-yi thought of her constantly, his longing growing day by day, creating endless ripples in his mind. Alone on the noisy streets, Su-yi walked without aim or direction. As he continued walking, Su-yi himself didn't know where he ended up. He only knew that he had walked far, so far that he couldn't distinguish which way led home anymore. Ahead, the lights were dazzling, the cries of vendors mingling with the sweet aroma of food. Su-yi looked up and saw an entrance to an old amusement park ahead. Inside the amusement park was a free play area, surrounded by various small merchants. There were many young people playing, and this scene evoked Su-yi's memories. He entered the amusement park. There was also a Ferris wheel still spinning. Standing under the lights, Su-yi's pupils and hair seemed cloaked in a thick filter, while the wind around him was silent. If fortune smiled on them, Tan Fei Lian should have been at his side. Su-yi looked up at the Ferris wheel above and muttered something only he could hear, "Fei Lian, I miss you." Su-yi wandered through the amusement park for a long time. Here, amidst all kinds of joy and anger from the world, Su-yi brushed shoulders with others, standing apart as lonely and cold. By the time he left the amusement park, it was already 2300 hours, and Su-yi retraced his steps from whence he came. At a turning corner, Su-yi was drawn by a few muffled groans. Turning his gaze toward the source of the sound. Just an alien organ. It doesn't even leave fingerprints. Who'd know who did it? A hoarse voice came from the corner. Taking another step forward, more words reached Su-yi's ears. "You're right. This alien doesn't even have relatives, even if we kill it, no one would find out. What to fear? Fear? What for? 3 million yuan. Don't you want it? If you want it, go ahead." Another voice urged. From just a few simple sentences, Su-yi inferred complete pieces of information. Provocation. Harmony. What he sought. What Tan Fei Lian had achieved. Of all things, what Su-yi could least tolerate was someone, or anything, on this land going against harmony. The myriad of lanterns built with Tan Fei Lian's blood, Su-yi guarded with everything he had, refusing to allow anyone to cross the line. These people were clearly asking for death. Su-yi slightly narrowed his eyes. Just then, his mood was bad, and he was upset not knowing how to vent his frustration. They had inadvertently stumbled right into his crosshairs. Walking confidently toward the corner, under the weak light, Su-yi saw several people surrounding two bound aliens, blood evident on their mouths, noses, faces, and wrists. "Hurry up. Just gouge out the brain core, it will do even if it breaks," one of them urged impatiently. Unbeknownst to them, due to Su-yi's extraordinary stealth abilities, they hadn't noticed his approach. Just as one man about to pull out a knife to stab the alien in the head. In that moment of crisis, Su-yi disrupted their movements. In a lazy tone, he said, "Digging out an alien's brain core like that won't work. You need a professional tool." Hearing his voice, the four turned back. Su-yi continued approaching. "Where do you come from, boy? I advise you to scram, don't interfere here." The leading man saw Su-yi's face and knew he wasn't a good guy, but seeing him human, only told him to leave. A slight smirk appeared on Su-yi's lips, with sharp fierceness in his eyes. According to Article 217 of the Coexistence Law, private trading of alien organs, abuse, profit-making, punishable by imprisonment for more than 3 years but less than 10 years, in serious cases. Are you fucking crazy? The man was irritated by Su-yi's words, a human defending alien species. Are there really such hypocrites in Minzhou? Ha ha ha, laughing my head off. Muffled laughter echoed as Su-yi quickened his steps. He glanced sideways at a street sign, which read, Bolin District, Qingxi Road. Su-yi's eyes flared with anger, pressing down the surrounding atmosphere, Bolin District. I rarely come here, has the law and order always been like this? Forcing aliens into submission, binding them while merely avoiding main roads symbolically. These people showed no signs of panic or fear when committing such acts, clearly unaware of Minzhou's strict stance against harming aliens or their own kind. Su-yi wasn't clear about who was in charge of Bolin District. But it didn't matter. Tomorrow, the position would change hands. Shut this kid up, the bearded leader, hearing Su-yi's speech filled with provocation that he didn't enjoy, signaled someone to silence Su-yi. Shutting him up naturally meant beating him until he couldn't talk. When they attacked Su-yi, his face remained cold and indifferent. These were mere thugs from society, their flashy moves no match for Su-yi. With a few clever dodges, Su-yi struck back, leaving no room for retaliation. Within 15 seconds, 3 men were already lying on the ground. Fuck your grandmother's legs. The bearded leader, infuriated, let go of the alien, pulled out a knife, and lunged toward Sui. Sui nimbly dodged the blade, and as the man lost balance, Sui swiftly seized the knife. With a knee thrust upwards and immense force, Sui sent the man flying 2 meters away. Sui spun the knife in his hand, crouching halfway before the man could rise, plunging the blade deep into his shoulder blade. The sound of tearing muscles accompanied the man's scream, "Bitch." Sweat covered the man's body, pain causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Sui tightened his grip on the hilt, cold eyes boring into the man. Sui deliberately twisted the handle, scraping the blade along the bone, making the man fully perceive the pain. Do you know why aliens kill humans? Because people like you continuously threaten their lives. Sui's voice was calm but carried an oppressive weight suffocating any response. You've contributed nothing to world peace, enjoying the stability brought by my loved ones. I don't need you to express gratitude, but you dare provoke her blood-built high pedestal. Slap. Sui slapped the man's face with moderate force, his disdainful glare instilling fear. Do you know what awaits you? Sui's grip tightened, the man's screams now tinged with obvious sobs. Sui withdrew the blade, the prison sentence you deserve, and my everlasting resentment. Sui's gaze brimmed with fury and iciness. Standing up, Sui turned to the remaining men, noticing their lack of backbone. Calmly, Sui approached the 2 bound aliens in the corner. He cut the ropes around the 2 unconscious aliens. Pulling out his phone, Sui dialed Chin Sun. Answering instantly, Sui got straight to the point. Bolin District Qingxi Road, track my phone's location, arrive within 3 minutes. Chin Sun listened carefully without delay. It'll take me a while to get there. I'll contact the supervisory personnel in Bolin District to reach your location within 3 minutes. What's going on? Brother Su? Chin Sun asked. Sui looked at the bearded man curled up in pain on the ground. Find out who the head of Bolin District is. What's wrong? Chin Sun asked seriously while processing the information. Sui's voice was icy. Investigate, and remove him from his post. The people on the ground widened their eyes in shock, realizing the magnitude of whom they had offended, trembling with fear. Remove him. Chin Sun exclaimed in surprise. Sui indeed had the authority, but a district chief wasn't a small role, and vacancies weren't easy to fill. Chin Sun felt astonished. Sui showed no interest in managing these people further, instructing Chin Sun, have the management bureau recommend a new candidate. Sui continued, you've got some capable subordinates under you, test them. If they're qualified, use them. Chin Sun realized the seriousness of the situation. I'll be there right away. After Sui hung up the phone, he waited here for about 2 minutes. The police station's car arrived shortly after. Hearing the siren, Sui put away his knife and left. After discarding the knife, Sui continued walking towards home. Sui, who had been wandering aimlessly during the day, hadn't realized how far he had walked. But indeed, he didn't have any plans to return home quickly either. Sui strolled lazily forward, passing through bustling streets, narrow alleys, long avenues lined with sycamore trees, bars, flashes of urban prosperity, and eventually, the roads became increasingly familiar. The road leading to the villa was broad. Not too long ago, Sui had discovered a small alleyway that served as a shortcut. This alley was extremely similar to the one he had once walked with Tan Feilian, and gradually, Sui took a liking to this path. The dim lighting in the dark night provided just enough illumination for Sui to see clearly. He enjoyed this tranquil and serene feeling, as if he were the only person in the world, with nothing else around him. At the end of the alley was a section without streetlights, about 50 meters long. Sui would turn on the flashlight on his phone at full brightness and continue walking down this road. The tips of Sui's right fingers and his palm were still stained with fresh blood, dripping as he walked. He hadn't yet managed to clean them. Under the dim light, an eerie atmosphere surrounded Sui. The blood on his hands safeguarded a lifelong love, while the darkness ahead represented the abyss impossible to cross without Tan Feilian. Sui stared at the pitch-black road ahead. With one hand, he reached for his phone, intending to turn on its light. Suddenly, a gradually intensifying floral fragrance filled his nostrils. A towering shadow overlapped with Sui's own, radiating warmth from the side. That voice shielded Sui protectively behind it, saying, Big brother. Don't be afraid. Chapter 120, Farewell. The familiar, magnetic voice reached Shui's ears, causing him to freeze on the spot. Shui's hand gripping his phone suddenly tightened. In that instant, he considered millions of possibilities. His greatest hope was that when he turned around, it wouldn't just be a mirage conjured up by his own desires. It was Tan Feilian's voice. Shui didn't make any sudden movements, his eyes conveyed a mixture of longing and fear. He slowly turned around, and the wind beside him seemed to slow down as well. The fine strands of hair danced lightly, and the dark pupils gradually gained some hues of color in the night, reviving after long stillness. When his gaze lifted and saw the shadow on the ground, Shui felt like crying. His eye sockets were painfully sore. He didn't think of himself as an overly emotional person. Indifference had been intertwined with his life for half his lifetime, and few people could stir his emotions. As Shui looked further ahead, right in front of that shadow was a pair of white sneakers. Further up, the simple clothes worn by the person exuded an extraordinary demeanor. When Shui's eyes met Tan Failian's, at that moment, the surrounding streetlights seemed to brighten. In the quiet alleyway, everything seemed paused. The mist in Shui's eyes silently froze into frost. Tan Failian before him felt so real yet dreamlike. Tan Failian looked at Shui, and the melodious voice rang out again. He tilted his head slightly towards Shui. Don't you recognize your husband? After all, you were just thinking about me. Tan Failian's voice was gentle, resembling flowing water, ambiguous, clear, and slightly hoarse. In front of Shui, Tan Failian was constantly changing. Formerly learning how to be human-like, later using human ways to keep loving him. Shui's hands tightly clenched as Tan Failian approached step by step. When Tan Failian stood in front of Shui, against the light, Shui saw his features softly outlined. Shui only focused on that face he thought of day and night, momentarily forgetting all other actions. Tan Failian gently spread his arms and pulled Shui into an embrace. Did you feel it, brother? I'm back. This hug was overwhelmingly warm. It made Shui dazed with comfort. It was the familiar scent of white tea flowers. It was the Tan Failian he waited for. After Shui's relentless 99 steps, Tan Failian continued to move closer along that trajectory. The increasingly intense floral fragrance and ever more stable steps were all related to Shui. At this moment, the emotions Shui had restrained finally collapsed. The tears that escaped soaked Tan Failian's shirt collar as Shui desperately clutched onto his clothes, fearing that just like in dreams before, once he opened his eyes, everything would vanish. Shui suppressed his faint sobs, but his grip on Tan Failian's clothes had clearly turned red. Tan Failian gently stroked Shui's back. The soothing aura enveloped Shui, and as Tan Failian looked down, he noticed the tears trickling from the corners of Shui's eyes. Beneath the lamplight, the white cheeks glowed as the tear broke through and slid into Tan Failian's heart, burning with warmth. These were tears shed for Tan Failian. Formerly, Tan Failian had always obstinately believed that owning all of Shui's emotions equated to gaining his affection. Now, he understood more deeply. Making Shui cry wasn't right. Lifting his hand, Tan Failian wiped away the tears at the corner of Shui's eyes with his fingertips. Yet, Shui's tears seemed unstoppable. After wiping them away, they fell again, sliding down onto Tan Failian's fingertips repeatedly. Tan Failian, Shui's lips parted, struggling to form a single hoarse whisper amidst the myriad of words that wanted to pour out. Don't cry, my wife doesn't look pretty when crying. Shui valued beauty deep down inside. He didn't allow Tan Failian to see the ugly scars on his chest, preferring to maintain an impeccable state in front of him every day. After being together with Tan Failian, many unintentional small details caught his attention, and Shui enjoyed the way he made Tan Failian infatuated with him. Hearing those words, Shui rubbed his tears on Tan Failian's shirt. Tan Failian's lips curved slightly. Tan Failian cupped Shui's face and kissed him under the eyes in a comforting motion. The salty tears wetted his lips. Tan Failian's tone was somewhat coaxing. People say this is a time to be happy. Brother shouldn't cry. Finishing these words, Tan Failian embraced Shui again. I know how much you missed me. I miss you too, brother. Every day, every moment, every second. Shui looked up, locking eyes with Tan Failian. The hollow heart, which had lasted for so long, started to beat again at that moment. His little monster had finally returned. Shui pulled on the lapel of Tan Failian's shirt, and as Tan Failian bent over, Shui raised his head and pressed his lips to Tan Failian's. The cold sensation was the same as before, causing one to shrink back. The familiar skin-to-skin contact wasn't enough for Shui at this moment. Shui lightly bit Tan Failian's lips, and the warmth spread through every part of his body. With a quivering voice, Shui asked Tan Failian, are you really back? It's too late. Though Shui knew this was the best result he had hoped for, and didn't find it too late either, he still said this, do you know how long I waited for you? It's my fault, Tan Failian responded earnestly. The two embraced under the only light source, the street lamp. All the romance in the world is contained within the starry rivers. Tan Failian gently stroked Shui's cheeks with the pads of his fingers, I will never leave you again. He held Shui's hand, was it very hard waiting? Tan Failian asked. Shui glanced away for a moment then looked into Tan Failian's eyes again, it was very hard. Fine, then I'll punish you by making you carry me home. Shui declared seriously. Tan Failian cupped Shui's face and playfully pinched it, so it's that our little treasure wants daddy to carry him home. Shui turned his head, did I allow you to pinch me? Tan Failian smiled as he looked up, and his clear laughter made Shui feel as if he were falling into a cloud of fragmented colors. As Tan Failian approached Shui's ear with starry eyes, brother doesn't deny that I'm your husband, so why don't you call me? Your husband came back to you with so much effort, say it just once for me. Tan Failian's words tickled Shui's ear, I'm older than you, Shui grumbled in response. No respect for elders. Shui's words lacked the tone of reproach but instead carried hints of rare embarrassment. Does human law say that an elder brother cannot call someone husband? Tan Failian rarely heard those two words from Shui, and even when he did, twice was when Shui was teasing him.
Clearly, Shui treated him like a child to toy with and never sincerely called him that way. Shui lowered his gaze, leaning into Tan Failian's embrace, slightly tilting his face so Tan Failian couldn't see it anymore. Tan Failian held Shui's head close to his neck and shoulder, whispering, "So it seems no one cares about Tan Failian." Shui buried his head deeper into Tan Failian's chest. Tan Failian tightened his arms and softly said, "My darling, let's go home. I'll carry you." Even as Shui leaned against Tan Failian's back, it still felt like a dream. Step by step, overlapping shadows moved forward as Shui rested his head on Tan Failian's back. Tan Failian was carrying him home. The dark alley, actually, wasn't scary at all. Even without the lights, Tan Failian could still bring him home. Shui closed his eyes, circling Tan Failian's neck with his arms, and a smile graced his lips, brimming with happiness. This was all real. Suddenly, Shui's lips parted slightly, calling out in Tan Failian's ear, "Husband." Chapter 121, Carrying His Wife Home. Tan Failian stopped in his tracks. He turned his face, their gazes meeting, and Suyi's eyes darted away to hide against Tan Failian's back. This call was different from the previous teasing attempts. Suyi truly relied on him now, as a permanent lover who could lower his guard with. As the lifelong acknowledged Tan Failian. "Call me again." "Suyi, no. You can't push too far," Tan Failian knew this. "Are you scared?" Tan Failian asked as he looked ahead into an endless darkness. "Not scared." Tan Failian carried Suyi forward. "If you're scared, call Tan Failian." Suyi's breathing was steady. He moved his head comfortably and said deliberately, "Sometimes Tan Failian isn't here." "Tan Failian, from now on, Tan Failian will always be by your side." "Tan Failian." Suyi called out once more. A pleasant acknowledgement followed. Suyi laughed, "Tan Failian. Here." "Tan Failian. Tan Failian is carrying his wife." Tan Failian replied. Suyi laughed, feeling completely filled up inside. Suyi raised his eyes, the stars above seemed more numerous and brighter than ever before. Tan Failian really is here. Rarely did Suyi act so childishly. Compared to the serious emotional state Suyi usually exhibited, Tan Failian preferred this side of Suyi. Suddenly Suyi opened his mouth again, "I've waited for you so long. Let me have my way with you one time, and I'll forgive you." Tan Failian frowned, thinking his wife had been indulging in nonsense thoughts. "Why don't you say anything?" Suyi asked, "Is it because you're worried I won't be able to get out of bed after your aggression?" Tan Failian, "Wife, stop making me laugh." Suyi realized Tan Failian was mocking him, pinching Tan Failian's face, "You mock your elder." Tan Failian held back laughter for a while without answering. The journey seemed unusually fast. Just as they were about to get home, Tan Failian answered Suyi's question. "All right," Tan Failian consoled. Upon reaching the door, Tan Failian simply used magnetism to unlock it and instantly opened the door. At the moment Tan Failian entered, he saw Tanyan standing at the doorway holding a toy bear. His child with Suyi. Suyi didn't expect Tanyan to still be awake so late. He pushed Tan Failian, preparing to get off his back, wanting to maintain decorum since he appeared strict and proper in front of Sugar, Tanyan. If he sees them like this, it wouldn't look right. Suyi quickly got down from Tan Failian's back and hurried over to Sugar, hugging him tightly. "Baby, why haven't you gone to sleep yet? Waiting for Daddy to come home?" Suyi massaged Tanyan's cheeks and found that his gaze hadn't even glanced at him. Tanyan's line of sight was directed forwards, directly meeting Tan Failian's gaze. Suyi turned around and noticed that both Tan Failian and Tanyan's eyes had locked onto each other. Tan Failian stepped forward, immediately seeing that Tanyan possessed more human genes but also possessed a high grade of alien genes, slightly lower than himself but quite impressive nonetheless. "It's Daddy." Tanyan decisively gave his answer looking at Suyi. Tanyan extended his hand towards Tan Failian, eagerly waiting for his embrace. Tan Failian picked him up, and Tanyan snuggled against Tan Failian's shoulder. Tanyan wrapped his arms around Tan Failian's neck and spoke in a language only hybrids could understand, "You're back to compete for mommy, aren't you?" Tan Failian's brow arched upward, clearly hearing the deliberate pride in Tanyan's voice, "Mommy loves me most." Tan Failian lowered his gaze towards the little bundle in his arms, finding traces of his own traits. Tanyan sensed Tan Failian's scrutiny and confidently held his gaze. That kind of look had never been given to Suyi. A smile curved Tan Failian's lips. It appeared this kid had done quite some in front of Suyi, probably meaning Suyi hadn't seen the real side of Tanyan at all. Truly worthy of being Tan Failian's child. But deceiving his own mother, this wasn't what good children do. Tan Failian's response, only audible to the two of them, was direct, "Behave better in front of your mom. Don't play nice." Tanyan kissed Tan Failian's cheek, "This is called harmless pretense. Mom likes when I'm good, so naturally, I behave well." Seeing the strong bond between father and son during their first meeting brought comfort to Suyi. "Sugar misses you very much." Suyi, Sugar definitely missed Tan Failian a great deal. Tan Failian, not necessarily. Tanyan, not necessarily. The two decided to act like good people in front of Suyi. Su-yi ended up being the uninformed one. In Su-yi's eyes, the family, finally reunited, was blissfully happy. In Tan Faolian's eyes, the kid is 5 years old, and his scheming is heavier than his wife's. These past few years, he better not bully my wife. In Tan Yan's eyes, mom is so innocent, she must be deceived by dad every day. No second child, I want to inherit all of dad's property. That day, Tan Faolian managed to coax Tan Yan into falling asleep. Even though Tan Yan knows more than an average child, fundamentally, he still retains the innocence characteristic of a child. After Su-yi went to wash up, Tan Yan ran into Tan Faolian's arms on his own, coax me to sleep. I need to go hug my wife, said Tan Faolian while wrapping the blanket around Tan Yan. Tan Yan closed his eyes. Dad, I just teased you before, actually, I miss you a little. Tan Yan added, Mom misses you more. He held on to Tan Faolian's hand. Good night, Daddy. Tan Faolian looked at Tan Yan, whose features were somewhat similar to Su-yi, with a tenderness softening his gaze. Good night, little brat. After Tan Yan fell asleep, Tan Faolian carried him to a small side room. The moment he closed the door, he saw Su-yi stepping out of the bathroom, droplets still lingering on his skin. Without hesitation, Tan Faolian approached Su-yi in a few strides. Su-yi instinctively took a step back. You, wash, take a shower. Su-yi lowered his gaze. It's been years since they've done this, feeling a bit rusty. But Su-yi wanted to. He wanted Tan Faolian. Ignoring Su-yi's words, Tan Faolian continued forward. In just a few steps, he pressed Su-yi against the glass door of the bathroom entrance. He wrapped his arms around Su-yi's lower back. Wife, let me kiss you. Before Su-yi could answer, Tan Faolian had already claimed his lips with a dominant kiss. Tan Faolian. Su-yi murmured faintly, Stand here if you can't hold your ground, then hold on to me, said Tan Faolian, stabilizing Su-yi. As Su-yi's breathing grew rapid, Tan Faolian watched him pant and smiled. Didn't you want me to kiss until you're weak all over and begging for mercy? Why don't you say anything, big brother? Tan Faolian stepped even closer to Su-yi, supporting himself on the glass behind Su-yi. His deep voice filled with suggestive undertones as his hot breath brushed Su-yi's ear. Why are you breathing so heavily, brother? Chapter 122, This isn't like a wife. Su-yi's chest rose and fell slightly. Tan Faolian had always loved watching Su-yi in this state. Due to the lack of oxygen, there was now a faint redness on his face, and his resolute gaze remained free from worldly concerns, making Su-yi appear alluring and enticing. Initially, that look of embarrassment mixed with anger made Tan Faolian love it immensely. Wife, why are you panting? Tan Faolian's smile was dashing, and his words were provocative. Su-yi felt humiliated by Tan Faolian's incessant chatter. There is an innate barrier between humans and other races, let alone someone like Tan Faolian, who is of the highest rank. It's because you kissed me too passionately. Tan Faolian, you use your strength to bully a human. Su-yi's eyes flickered as he reached out to pull Tan Faolian closer. Tan Faolian allowed himself to be dragged along until Su-yi used all his strength to throw him onto the bed. Tan Faolian pulled Su-yi into his arms. Big brother, what do you want to do? Myself. Perform. Su-yi didn't answer but buried his head in work. Su-yi pressed down on Tan Faolian, tracing his fingertips from the Adam's apple down to the chest, then the waist, and finally hooking the waistband of Tan Faolian's pants. Tan Faolian curled his lips upward, and a peculiar aura began to emanate from him strongly. Su-yi's body became more and more unstable as he held himself up. The other races could release pheromones for courtship. By the time Su-yi realized what was happening, his body had already become limp. He clutched Tan Faolian's shirt, and his mind slowly stopped processing too much information. He only knew that he missed Tan Faolian. And Tan Faolian was right in front of him. Su-yi leaned down and kissed Tan Faolian's lips, crazily wanting to possess every part of Tan Faolian. Su-yi's hand moved downward, undoing Tan Faolian's bindings. Give, Su-yi's hoarse words were unclear. On this day, it was Su-yi who took the initiative. The effort to get what they wanted was difficult, but their tender feelings intertwined like overlapping waves. Exhausted, Su-yi couldn't even speak when he finally fell asleep. Perhaps it was due to his serious dedication, Su-yi slept deeper than usual that night. In fact, Tan Faolian hadn't fully enjoyed the experience. Or rather, the whole time, Su-yi had been forcing himself on top of him. He hadn't even started yet. Looking at Su-yi, who was sleeping deeply in his arms, Tan Faolian couldn't help but laugh. Tan Faolian pulled the blanket over Su-yi, feeling stiff all over. Tan Faolian wrapped his arms around Su-yi's waist tightly, savoring the scent of Su-yi's soft and light fragrance, enjoying the joy of regaining what was lost. You've tired yourself out without caring about my well-being. Tan Faolian gently stroked Su-yi's fine hair beside his temple. My wife was naughty before, and she's still naughty now. He leaned down and kissed Su-yi lightly on the corner of his mouth. I love you, darling. To other races, gemstones are treasures, and Tan Faolian's cherishing of people is different from humans. As the night deepened, Tan Faolian left a lamp lit for Su-yi. The light shone on Su-yi's face, reflecting love and indulgence bearing Tan Faolian's name. Tan Faolian couldn't look enough at the person in his arms. He wouldn't tell Sui what he'd gone through. Many sufferings would dissipate the moment his fingertips touched Sui. That night, Tan Philian was sleepless. When Sui woke again, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Looking to the side, he saw the mess on the ground and Tan Philian flipping through his diary. Sui said groggily, holding on to Tan Philian, "It's impolite to read someone else's diary." Tan Philian pulled the blanket that Sui had tugged open back into place, "Even if I am the main character in the diary?" Sui, "Of course." Tan Philian, "Even if it's filled with your love for me?" Sui, "Of course, diaries are very private for humans, no one can read them." Sui patiently explained. Tan Philian didn't quite understand, so he closed the diary. Then he looked at Sui and hugged him, "But besides missing me, Big Brother was also upset, distressed, and sad. Are these things that Tan Philian isn't allowed to know?" Sui denied it. "I write diaries with excessive sentimentality, falseness, moaning about nothing, which cannot dictate my emotions." Tan Philian embraced him and said, "Whenever you wrote about being sad, there were tear stains on your diary." Tan Philian, "Did you miss me, Big Brother?" Sui looked at Tan Philian, hesitating for a moment. "Big Brother misses me." Tan Philian repeated. After a long pause, Sui responded. He said softly, "Yes." Sui subconsciously tightened his grip, speaking quietly, "Tan Philian, don't wander too far away in the future." "All right." Tan Philian answered him. Sui cupped Tan Philian's cheeks. "Keep long hair for me to see." Tan Philian caught Sui's hand and kissed his cheek. "Why does Big Brother like me with long hair?" Sui, "Beautiful." Sui, "When you have long hair. I want to spend money on you." A smile flickered in Tan Philian's eyes. "Does Big Brother not want to spend money on me now?" Sui, "This doesn't resemble a wife." Tan Philian. Tan Philian, "If it doesn't resemble a wife, then what does it resemble?" Sui, "Not saying." Pfft. After all these years, Tan Philian finally understood why Sui liked him with long hair. Tan Philian kissed Sui on the cheek. "All right, I'll keep it for my treasure to see." Tan Philian's hand slipped into Sui's waist. "Since Big Brother wants me to grow out my hair, I demand some compensation." Sui let out a surprised sound. Before Sui could react further, Tan Philian's hand was already brushing against his waist. His long hair draped over his sharp gaze as he leaned closer. "Big Brother, indulge me." Chapter 123, His Diary. Under the dim light, Tan Philian stared at Sui's face that was gradually turning red as it twisted in pain, and his gaze grew increasingly tender. Sui raised his hand to encircle Tan Philian's neck and pressed him closer. A little closer. Tan Philian bent down to kiss the side of Sui's neck. The veins on his hands were bulging. He kissed him again, breathing like a burning fire. "Is this close enough?" Sui's dark lashes trembled fiercely, and he spoke hoarsely with each breath matching Tan Philian's rhythm. "Not close enough." The scent of white tea flowers permeated Sui's senses. He tilted his head back slightly and opened his lips. "Not close enough." Tan Philian held Sui in his arms, comforting his lover with every gentle breath. Tan Philian, "Closer." "Not close enough." Even when they were so close, Sui still felt it wasn't enough. After longing for their meeting for so long, Sui yearned for Tan Philian to remind him of his presence in every possible way. When exhausted, Tan Philian gently kissed Sui's forehead. "You don't need to hold on so tightly. I won't leave you again." In the haze, Sui slowly closed his eyes after hearing Tan Philian's words. He heard Tan Philian say he would never leave again. Tan Philian wouldn't lie to him. The next morning, when Sui woke up, he found Tan Philian secretly reading his diary again. Sui blinked drowsily, but seeing Tan Philian brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Staring at Tan Philian for a moment, Sui lazily said, "I already told you not to read other people's diaries." "That's impolite." Tan Philian frowned. He didn't quite understand the definition of keeping diaries among humans. Clearly, it was where one wrote what they liked, disliked, and hoped for, all reflecting what was missing in their heart. So why wouldn't they want others to see? Lovers could fulfill the wishes written inside. Tan Philian thought writing diaries was a shadow of desire. Sadness recorded was not something to be ashamed of. Even reviled things could become treasures, and those without courage could scream wildly in search of parallel worlds where their dreams could be realized. Tan Philian had only read halfway through when he glanced at Sui before looking back at the diary again. If he continued, his brother would scold him. But he wanted to keep reading. "Tan Philian, I lack manners." Sui. Sui was shocked back into full wakefulness by Tan Philian's blunt and shameless statement. Sui knew Tan Philian's stubborn nature and didn't feel like lecturing him anymore. "Sui, are you saying you have no manners? Am I not teaching you?" "Tan Philian, I really lack manners. Can I continue reading?" "Sui, if you're really so disrespectful, then yes, go ahead and read." Tan Philian solemnly nodded and continued flipping through Sui's diary. It detailed Sui's entire process of searching for him. And the increasing weight of his longing. After finishing the diary, Tan Philian pinned Sui down a few more times until Sui couldn't bear it any longer. "Honey, this is the last time.
Tan Phalian's touch, while firm earlier, now turned into a pleading whimper. He knew that Sui always indulged him. Being forceful, Sui would object, so afterward, he'd play cute. Sui had no control over him at all. When Sui woke up again, it was already afternoon. The moment he got out of bed, he felt more exhausted than after a month-long intensive training session. Sui furrowed his brows. Brother, I'm practically fighting for my life here. After fumbling around for a while to get dressed properly, Sui walked out of the bedroom and found Tan Phalian teaching Tan Yen how to strangle someone with vines. Sui stood by the bedroom door and watched as both their movements were deadly strikes. It looked more like combat than a playful practice. Sui's vision blurred in dismay upon the scene inside. Upon noticing this, Sui immediately grabbed a hanger from behind and rushed out. 5 minutes later. Both father and son sat kneeling on the balcony outside with dissatisfied looks on their faces, one looking to the left, the other to the right. They were resigned but clearly still defiant. Watching their resentful postures, Sui strode out again with the hanger in hand. Stopping in front of them, he questioned Tan Phalian, "What are you staring at?" Still not satisfied? Tan Phalian corrected his posture and replied seriously, "Watching the clouds, I'm satisfied, and your reprimand is right." Sui shifted his glare toward the younger one, "Tan Yen, what are you looking at? Are you sulking because you're upset?" Tan Yan's body shrank slightly. Every time Sui called him by his full name, it meant trouble. Obediently, Tan Yen aligned his head correctly. "Just mosquitoes biting me, I'm not dissatisfied." Once both kneeled correctly, Sui cast an intense look at Tan Phalian, "Next time I catch you teaching him such dangerous tricks, you will sleep on the tree outside." Tan Phalian couldn't hold back his laughter upon hearing Sui lecturing him, and Tan Yen, though he tried to suppress it, Sui still heard it. Sui shot him a fierce glare. "What are you gloating about? Next time he teaches you something and you do it, both of you will sleep on the tree." Tan Phalian. Tan Yen. After giving them both a lesson, Sui left with one sentence, "Kneel well and remember this." After Sui went back inside, the two exchanged glances. Tan Yen, "Dad, you're so weak, letting him bully you like that." Tan Phalian, "Are you not weak? Go ahead, get up." Tan Yen fell silent, "We are both weak." With his hands resting on his knees, Tan Yen said, "It's all your fault for teaching something so hard at first. Mom is bound to get angry if she sees." Tan Phalian, "If only you knew how to use it and didn't nearly strangle yourself, would my wife make me kneel?" Tan Yen, "It's because what you taught was too difficult." Tan Phalian, "You're stupid." Tan Yen, "It was a mistake." Tan Phalian, "That's something I could do when I was 3. Tan Phalian, "Like your mom, cute but dumb." Tan Phalian, "Stupid son." Tan Yen looked at Tan Phalian, unwilling to be outdone. His eyes glanced into the room, shouting, "Mom. Dad says he won't give up." Tan Phalian, Tan Phalian. After being scolded again, Tan Phalian was allowed to get up. He promised not to teach Tan Yen dangerous things for a long time until Sui calmed down. During this period just after his return, Sui almost clung to him every day. Gradually, even his skin improved a lot. For the whole month off, they made up for a lot of regrets. Tan Phalian would take him through everything lovers do, whether willing or not. Sui would comply with Tan Phalian, accepting his flowers, his gifts, his morning kisses, and listening to his repeated expressions of love. Tan Phalian was his spouse. In Sui's family's first column entry. When Sui walked by a wedding ring store, he suddenly realized that he had never even given Tan Phalian a wedding. This meant there was no official status between them. Sui walked into the wedding ring shop and came out with an engagement ring. Then he acted as if nothing happened and continued working. After leaving the management bureau, Sui saw Tan Phalian waiting for him outside the cordon line. Sui ran toward Tan Phalian from the gate. Tan Phalian wore a black long coat. Sui looked around when he reached him. He wanted to embrace Tan Phalian. But his identity didn't suit doing such things at the bureau entrance. Tan Phalian tucked his hands in his pockets and kissed Sui's corner of the mouth. There was something bewitchingly beautiful about the entirety of Tan Phalian. The cold kiss startled Sui slightly. "I've told you countless times, not here. You can't kiss me." Tan Phalian completed the sentence. Then Tan Phalian grew serious. "I blocked the magnetic fields around us. They can't see us." Sui gazed curiously, "Really?" Sui stepped closer and leaned into Tan Phalian's arms, then hugged me again. "Did you wait long?" Sui asked. "A little miss you." Sui grabbed Tan Phalian's clothes and lifted his gaze to kiss his lips gently. Right after their kiss, Sui heard rustling sounds. Holy crap, holy crap. Is that Commander Su? Is he kissing that man? Holy crap. Ghosts. Why is Commander Su hugging a man? They are still kissing. I'm not hallucinating. Who is that man? He truly matches Commander Su. Could we finally have the chance to eat Commander Su's wedding candy in our lifetime? Sentence by sentence echoed in his ears. Sui's pupils widened gradually. Damn, Tan Phalian actually deceived him. Didn't he say no one could see? You little liar. How did I teach you? Tan Philian, I want everyone to know our relationship. Why should others know about our relationship? Of course, everyone must know. A shadow of ambiguity flashed in Tan Philian's eyes. Someone in the management bureau is chasing my wife, I want to kill him. Sue. If others chase me, I won't agree anyway. Sue grabbed Tan Philian's hand. If I had your face, I wouldn't indulge in these ridiculous thoughts every day. Tan Philian, I'm petty. Sue. Sue frowned, realizing they should act gracefully now given the situation. Otherwise, Tan Philian might do something unpredictable again. Sue pulled Tan Philian's hand and walked towards a few colleagues. Sue introduced Tan Philian as his wife. Tan Philian stood by as Sue introduced him to others. Things became increasingly exaggerated with every retelling. A few days later, rumors spread that Tan Yen was born from Tan Philian. Sue felt satisfied with this version of events and didn't bother explaining it. Dear, your reputation is greater than heaven, Tan Philian teased, taking advantage of Sue while intentionally provoking him. You're absolutely adorable. Sue cast a sidelong glance and smirked, haven't you eaten? Tan Philian laughed out loud. Indeed, there was no one cuter in this world than his beloved. I am eating. After Sue made Tan Philian's identity public, he was teased and asked to bring Tan Philian to dinner gatherings. Tan Philian's role continued to be introduced as Sue's wife. Sitting together at the table, Sue was constantly urged to drink. In order to portray himself as considerate and loving husband, any alcohol served to Tan Philian, Sue also drank. Tan Philian. His dear's reputation really mattered more than anything. Throughout the entire dinner, Sue kept serving food to Tan Philian. Sweetheart, eat more. Don't drink too much. By the end of the dinner, Tan Philian got angry due to the constant drinking. Tan Philian grabbed the wine cup from Sue's hands, looking grave and stern. He rarely called Sue's full name. Sue, dare to take another drink. Seeing Tan Philian look angry, Sue realized it wasn't going well. At this point, others came to smooth things over. Brother Sue, sister-in-law is upset, please drink less. Yes, haha. Otherwise, you won't be allowed inside the house later. Sister-in-law is so caring. Sue replied casually, raising his head, my sister-in-law is perfect. Beautiful, obedient, large-bottomed, that's the kind of wife you should find. Tan Philian, a man must spoil his own wife. Glancing at Sue's flushed cheeks, Tan Philian wasn't sure whether he should scold or indulge his love. Suddenly standing up, Tan Philian looked around the table, imposing enough to make everyone nervous. Next time someone offers him alcohol, whoever shouts counts, I'll beat them up each time I see him drinking. Everyone looked down. Commander Sue's wife looks tough. Everyone, is Commander Sue henpecked? Everyone, afraid. That night, when Tan Philian carried Sue home late at night, all the worries were gone, and despite Sue's drunken state, after walking a few minutes, Tan Philian already forgave him. Leaning against Tan Philian's back, Sue spoke charmingly, mixing liquor-scented words, Tan Philian is carrying me home. The maple leaves on the ground swirled softly in the wind under the romantic yellow light of the sky. Yes, Tan Philian is carrying you home. Sue, Tan Philian will always carry me home. Tan Philian, of course. A smile flickered in Sue's eyes, then suddenly pulled out. A ring. Holding the ring in front of Tan Philian, Sue said, you are my wife, so I should buy you a ring and propose. Tan Philian's gaze fell on the ring in Sue's hand, recognizing the brand. It was expensive. Is my big brother proposing to me? Tan Philian asked. Sue nodded, observing the bench a few steps away under the tree and tugged Tan Philian toward it. Let me down. Tan Philian put Sue down gently and helped him sit on the chair. He adjusted Sue's clothing and shielded him from the wind. Sue held Tan Philian's hand. Sit down. As he spoke, Sue pulled Tan Philian closer until they sat side by side. Then, Sue stood up holding the ring and proposed to Tan Philian. With his mind a bit muddled from alcohol, Sue momentarily forgot the gesture of kneeling, so he squatted halfway in front of Tan Philian and held up the ring. Tan Philian brings joy and makes me look forward to every day, making me want to keep living. Sue gripped Tan Philian's hand. So, he must marry me. Though knowing Sue was very drunk but undeniably cute, Tan Philian went along with his line, if your proposal means I'm marrying you, what if I propose? Sue furrowed his brow thoughtfully, then I wouldn't accept. Sue, I'm older, so I have to marry you. Tan Philian, aside from age, how is my brother actually older than me? Sue, shut up. Sue noticed Tan Philian had clenched his fists, and immediately started prying open Tan Philian's ring finger forcefully. The only thought was that once the ring was on Tan Philian's ring finger, it meant he had accepted his proposal. Tan Philian's hand gripped tightly, and Sue couldn't budge it an inch. As they tussled, Tan Philian's fingers slightly turned away, allowing fine tendrils to first curl around Sue's fingers before locking onto Sue's ring finger in the shape of a ring. Tan Philian, it's on. After speaking, Tan Philian deliberately called out softly in front of Sue, wife. Sue seized the opportunity to kiss the ring finger entwined by the vines.
He knew Tan Phalian's vines were volatile, igniting at the slightest touch. The instant Su Yi kissed, the vines reacted excitedly, slackening their grip just enough for Su Yi's wrist to escape. He continued prying open Tan Phalian's hands. The way Su Yi was acting, it seemed like he could start a fight if Tan Phalian didn't let go. Su Yi felt that between them, the proposal should come from him. Seeing Su Yi's serious face, Tan Phalian deliberately stood up and walked forward. Annoyed, Su Yi grabbed a handful of maple leaves from the ground and threw them at Tan Phalian. Maximum punishment for fleeing marriage. Su Yi, half drunk, showed both agitation and clarity about what he wanted to do. Su Yi approached Tan Phalian with the ring raised, combining force and persuasion, put it on. Tan Phalian, brother, proposing without even flowers. Su Yi paused momentarily to ponder, then suddenly leaned close and kissed Tan Phalian's cheek, flowers. At the same moment Su Yi kissed him. A purple flower blossomed at the base of Tan Phalian's semi-grown wolf tail. Su Yi plucked it effortlessly. Holding the flower, he presented it to Tan Phalian. Now we have flowers. Tan Phalian, never been more speechless in his life. Tan Phalian, I really want to #kill him. When Tan Phalian's emotions overflowed, he couldn't help but laugh. Tan Phalian's gaze fell on the flower in Su Yi's hand. If you eat it, I'll agree. Upon hearing the word agree, Su Yi's foggy brain deemed it a fair deal. He started tearing off petals one by one and feeding them into his mouth. With each petal eaten, strange colors appeared deeper under Tan Phalian's eyes. He was satisfied. After Su Yi finished eating the flower, Tan Phalian finally let up. When Su Yi pried open Tan Phalian's hand and slid the ring on, it was as if some kind of ritual was completed. The highest command center in Minzhou will recognize our marriage. We will be legally in love. The marriage law will protect my wife's rights. I promise, forever love Tan Phalian. Su Yi caressed the ring on Tan Phalian's hand. Tan Phalian would always belong to him. Standing tall, Tan Phalian listened as Su Yi spoke, and he smirked charmingly. You may now kiss your bride. Su Yi tilted his head and placed a kiss on Tan Phalian's lips. This kiss deepened with Tan Phalian. Dazed and confused due to excessive alcohol, all Su Yi could focus on was the street lamp above and the tree beside, while the person kissing him was Tan Phalian. Tan Phalian took off his coat and draped it around Su Yi, turning around. Get on, hubby will carry you home. Su Yi leaned against Tan Phalian's back. The overlapping shadows grew clear as Su Yi gradually sobered up. He realized Tan Phalian's flower must have had medicinal effects. They transitioned from Tan Phalian carrying Su Yi to Su Yi stumbling along next to Tan Phalian. When Su Yi lacked expression, he always looked cold and shattered, surrounded by a chilling aura, making it impossible for anyone to get close. Tan Phalian cupped Su Yi's face and kissed him a few times. Why do you look so ferocious? Not really. Tan Phalian tightened his grip on Su Yi's hand and led the way forward. As they walked, they arrived at the rundown amusement park, and Tan Phalian led Su Yi inside. Tan Phalian bought Su Yi a string of sugar-coated haws. Just as he handed them over, the fireworks show behind the Ferris wheel began, illuminating the haw skewer a vibrant red. Tan Phalian watched the white breath Su Yi exhaled, grabbing a scarf for him at a nearby stall and wrapping it snugly around him. Seeing someone selling caps, Tan Phalian got one for Su Yi too, but this attire didn't make Su Yi look cute at all. His cold and severe demeanor still left him looking icy. Yet Su Yi couldn't help but chuckle at Tan Phalian's devoted behavior. Tan Phalian, Su Yi called out his name suddenly. Wear more tomorrow. Tan Phalian said on his own. Su Yi suddenly reached out and embraced Tan Phalian. Thank you for loving me. Lifting his eyes, Su Yi planted a light kiss on the corner of Tan Phalian's mouth. I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Radiant fireworks exploded directly in front of the Ferris wheel, floating downwards in mid-air changing shapes, the dazzling colors illuminating all the darkness. The person Su Yi brought back from the thorn bushes. From the very beginning, it was a vast ocean of water. The end. Chapter 125, Su Yan's Scheme. When Chiu Mo found out that the person he had been intimate with wasn't Su Yi, but rather Su Yan, the head of the Su family, his entire body shrank in fear, and he felt like crying. After being sent to Su Yi's bed, no confirmation of the arranged marriage from the Su family came, leaving Chiu Mo struggling within the Chiu family. Eventually, he was cast aside like a discarded piece. With nowhere else to go, Chiu Mo's only hope lay in Su Yi taking pity on him and giving him a temporary refuge. Chiu Mo stood outside Su Yi's door for a long time before finally summoning the courage to knock. When someone came out to answer the door, Chiu Mo realized that it wasn't the same person who had spent the night with him. Su Yi looked at the trembling Chiu Mo in front of him and realized his trouble was growing bigger by the minute. With no other choice, Su Yi decided to take in the homeless Chiu Mo. Chiu Mo timidly called out, brother. He was relieved that the Su family had taken him in. That evening, Chiu Mo added Su Yi's WeChat. Lying on the guest room bed, Chiu Mo scrolled through the person's WeChat profile. The avatar was a glass of maple yellow wine with a pitch-black background, as if emitting faint light from the night sky, glowing brilliantly. Chiu Mo opened Su Yi's Moments. However, Su Yan's moments were sparsely populated, with only 3 posts total.
One post announced the company he took full responsibility for going public, the other two were related to Sue. The kid has succeeded in getting into the best university in the US. The other post was about Sue's 18th birthday. The kid I raised turned 18 today. Still believing this account belonged to Sue, Chio frowned as he browsed these posts. He clicked on the Hua University post in Minzhou, where the admittee was listed as Sue. In the 18th birthday post, there was a photo of Sue taken with an instant camera, radiating a warm atmosphere beyond the screen. These two posts seemed odd to Chio, but he couldn't pinpoint why. It was a bit strange that Sue would use such a tone for his moments posts. But upon further reflection, posting that way didn't seem too problematic. Considering himself as the child he'd raised. Someone like that must be very happy. Growing up in such a family, Sue must have a lively and confident personality. Chio justified Su Yan's WeChat account in his mind. This is definitely Sue's brother's WeChat. Having just added it, how could it be wrong? Chio knew the Chio family desperately wanted to establish ties with the Su family. His life in the Chio household was miserable. If he could really be with Sue, his mother's life in the Chio household would become much easier. Chio recalled the scene at the meeting when he first saw Sue. Sue's brother was so tall, so handsome, able to pick him up effortlessly. Thinking about Sue coming close, Chio's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. He had never been that nervous before. Unsure how to differentiate between liking or disliking someone, when he asked himself whether he regretted or was willing to do it again, Chio suddenly read something peculiar in his own thoughts. If seeing someone makes your heart race faster. Is that fear? It's more than just fear. Would someone like him ever like him? Someone who appears to be so extraordinary. Would they ever like him? Chio held his phone lost in thought. Sue, the young master of the Su family, wouldn't deign to deal with someone like him. Chio deeply understood that if their lives were represented by two threads, they were drifting farther and farther apart. To get closer, he would have to chase after Sue. Tightly pursing his lips, Chio opened the chat window with Sue's WeChat. After hesitating for a long time, Chio typed and deleted messages several times before sending them. Chio, brother Sue. Chio, are you sleeping yet? Chio, it's me, Chio. Is it okay to send you a message this late at night? Would I be disturbing you? After sending the message, Chio felt tense all over. His trembling hand holding the phone signaled the immense courage it took for him to do this. Sending a message to someone you've already slept with. The words carried undertones of submissive flattery. Chio's heartbeat grew increasingly irregular as he waited for Sue's reply. As no response came, Chio's tension only intensified. Staring at the screen for a long time, sadness crept into Chio's eyes. Even after washing up and returning, Chio still only saw the messages he had sent on his phone screen. Sue hadn't replied to him. Brother Sue probably didn't like him, Chio thought. It's wrong to casually send messages to others and expect a positive reply. Chio wanted to retract the message, but the time limit for retraction had passed. Out of politeness, Chio sent another message. Sorry for disturbing you, brother Sue. Chio, good night, brother. Sleep well. Chio turned off his phone screen and pulled the blanket over himself. How could brother Sue like someone like me? Chio mumbled to himself while wrapping in the blanket gloomily. Suddenly remembering something, Chio muttered again, didn't they say brother Sue is 25 years old? But why does he look older than his brother? Posting on moments calling himself the kid. How childish. If he won't reply, so be it. What an impolite guy. As he was grumbling, Chio's phone vibrated. Ding dong. Chio immediately picked up his phone and unlocked it. In the chat box, the other party had sent a message back. Su Yan, I was in a meeting just now, a video conference with a time difference overseas. Sorry. He replied. And even gave a reason. Chio felt somewhat honored. He remembered that brother Sui worked at the experimental facility of the bureau, which should be very busy. Instantly, Chio's mood improved. Chio, it's fine. Chio, are you done with your work, brother? Su Yan, done. Preparing to take a shower. Could this mean? Chio's cheeks flushed slightly pink. In a flurry, he typed, okay. What should they talk about next? Chio didn't want to miss this moment when Su-e would reply. Chio, can I talk to you when you have free time, brother? A second later, Su Yan's response came. Su Yan, I don't use WeChat much. Chio. Was that a rejection? Chio's eyes lowered. For a moment, Chio didn't know how to respond. He dragged on as he tried to figure out what to say next to keep the conversation going. Confused, he didn't respond for nearly 10 minutes without noticing. At this moment, Su Yan, who had just come out of the bathroom in the hotel wrapped in a towel with damp hands, opened the phone screen. Looking at the unanswered chat window for a long time, Su Yan slightly frowned. Filling with an inexplicable sense of loss, Su Yan opened the chat window again and sent another message. Su Yan. After seeing the question mark, Chiu Mo replied instantly, what social media does brother prefer? I'll download it right away. Leaning against the bathroom door, a smile appeared on Su Yan's handsome face. He was rather satisfied with Chiu Mo's response. Since the moment Chiu Mo added him, Su Yan had guessed who Chiu Mo was, the person he had been looking for all along. Su Yan had never encountered someone as timid and fearful as Chiu Mo. He couldn't understand why Chiu Mo's family would raise such a child. The young one was very compatible with him in bed, and Su Yan enjoyed teasing him. Su Yan, do you want to chat with me? Chiu Mo, yes. Su Yan, I'll try my best to reply to your messages. Chiu Mo sent a shy emoji. Chiu Mo, thank you, brother. Hiding under the blanket, hugging his phone, his body slightly curled up and his feet wiggling left and right, he thought, brother Su-yi wouldn't pay him any attention. For him, this outcome was already the best. Brother Su-yi was willing to talk to him. Chiu Mo tentatively sent a message, brother Su-yi, I was chased out by the brothers. Now I'm staying at your place, and your brother took me in. He said you're on a business trip. When will you come back? Su Yan immediately understood the situation upon reading the message. Chiu Mo really mistook him for Su-yi and even thought the person he had slept with was Su-yi. Su-yi had mistakenly taken him in and continued the misunderstanding. Su Yan furrowed his brow, so timid, if Chiu Mo found out the person he slept with was the head of the Su family, would he be scared to tears? Su Yan replied, I'll arrive in Minzhou tomorrow morning. Chiu Mo, will you go home? Su Yan, I'll go home. Looking at the green and white messages displayed on the chat screen, Chiu Mo suddenly mustered up the courage to ask a straightforward question, brother, what do you think of me? Su Yan, very obedient. What did very obedient mean? Trembling hands, Chiu Mo typed and asked, does brother know, I'm the tool that the Chiu family pushed forward for alliance with the Su family. Now, I am trying. Su Yan, trying what? Chiu Mo, to make you feel that I'm not only very obedient. Su Yan, you are indeed not just very obedient. Su Yan, sleep well. Chiu Mo seemed to have reached a point of no return, brother Su-yi, the Chiu family has always been controlled by the Su family. I know what it means for them to send me to your bed. Everyone in the Chiu family is trying to please the person in charge of the Su family. Your brother has absolute authority in the Su family, and I understand your situation, perhaps it's not much better than mine. If the Chiu family can be your support, brother, why don't you consider me? Chiu Mo, even if I am despised by others, I still carry the bloodline of the Chiu family. This is the best path that the Chiu family can offer you. Su Yan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at Chiu Mo's message. Looks like he's more than just obedient, Su Yan murmured softly. I wonder if his hands were shaking when he typed this message, despite how terrified he must have been inside. Su Yan faintly smirked. Su Yan replied to Chiu Mo, does brother Su-yi seem bad to you? Chiu Mo, brother Su-yi is a businessman, decisive and efficient, that's his strength. Su Yan, are you afraid of him? It took a while for Chiu Mo to reply. Chiu Mo, yes. Su Yan, knowing that Su Yan is the true master of the Su family, why don't you try going to his bed instead? Chapter 126, Be a Good Boy. Chiu Mo was so startled by the words on his phone that it slipped from his hand and fell. To sleep with Xian? Wasn't that more difficult than being killed? Chiu Mo was left speechless by what the other person had said, not even knowing how to respond. If Shui could say something like that, then it must be that he doesn't have any feelings for me, otherwise, he wouldn't have said, go sleep with Xian, like that. Chiu Mo suddenly felt a little disheartened. He changed the subject, brother, when will you come back tomorrow? Xian, in the evening. Chiu Mo, what does my brother like to eat? I'll cook and wait for you to come back. Chiu Mo, I really want to see you. After receiving Xian's reply, Chiu Mo finally went to sleep holding his phone. The next day, Chiu Mo went straight to the kitchen to prepare food. That night, Xian truly arrived. When Chiu Mo opened the door, he was too nervous to know what to say. Xian's overpowering aura made Chiu Mo so tense that his hands were shaking. He hated his own timid nature. Big brother Shui, please sit, Chiu Mo hurriedly moved a chair for Xian. After Xian sat down, Chiu Mo rushed into the kitchen, brother, please wait for me a moment. The soup I've been simmering will be ready soon. When Chiu Mo came out, Xian was on the phone. Every word Chiu Mo heard completely shattered his worldview. Xian wasn't trying to hide anything and answered the call without hesitation, so Chiu Mo only heard Xian reprimanding Shui. Listening sentence by sentence, Chiu Mo heard Xian sternly scolding Shui by name. Shui, you're an adult now. Why do I always have to clean up after your messes? When will you grow up? Get home in 10 minutes. Don't make me repeat myself. Xian's voice was loud enough that Chiu Mo even heard Shui calling him brother from the other end of the line. Chiu Mo's pupils dilated, standing at the kitchen door uncertain whether to go in or out. He called Shui's name, and Shui called him brother on the phone. He scolded Shui. Chiu Mo instantly felt his head spinning. Tremblingly, Chiu Mo took out his phone and searched for photos of the current director of Su Group. Within 2 seconds, every entry that popped up was about Xian's polished image, and the attached photos were none other than the face currently just a few meters away sitting right there. With a clatter, Qiuma dropped his phone again, hastily picking it up while his heart rate quickened. The person who slept with me at the banquet last time was Xian. Qiuma stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move. If it was Shui, he might have thought he still had some hope. His relationship with Shui could be based on mutual benefits. But Xian was someone as distant from him as countless galaxies apart. There was no way they would ever intersect. Qiuma felt angry. Xian clearly knew everything but was playing with him. All the dishes he had prepared today were to please Shui. There was no need to please Xian. Or rather, doing something exhausting without result or reward is something Qiuma wouldn't do. Qiuma placed the final dish on the dining table. As he looked up at Xian, Xian was replying to someone else's message. At this moment, Qiuma wished Xian would leave quickly. Being near him, Qiuma was scared stiff inside. Qiuma took out a bowl and served a bowl of rice for Xian. He didn't say anything, just sitting opposite Xian. Beneath the table, Qiuma nervously scratched and fidgeted with his hands. Glancing sideways, all he saw was Xian's cold expression, making Qiuma feel increasingly wronged. The Chios bullied him, and people from the Zus also played with him for fun. As his vision gradually blurred, Qiuma realized he had cried again uselessly. He roughly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, unable to control the redness around his eyes, which grew teary despite his efforts to stop them. Seated opposite Qiuma, Xian noticed his reddened eyes during a fleeting glance. "Why are you crying?" There weren't many emotions on Xian's face, and because there was no smile, he still appeared frightening. Qiuma ran his fingertip across the corner of his eye but didn't answer. He didn't want to answer Xian. Even more, he didn't want to talk to him. Qiuma thought, after he leaves, he'll leave here too. He can survive anywhere. He refuses to be a laughingstock for Xian. Xian pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it to Qiuma. "Do I scare you?" "No." "Then why are you crying?" Xian noticed the shift in Qiuma's mood and lowered his tone slightly. "I'm not crying." Qiuma choked back the denial. Qiuma could hear the uncontrollable sobs in his voice, knowing that his clumsy disguise wouldn't hold. Feeling wronged, he turned his gaze towards Xian with a wet tone. "You're bullying me." Without specifying how he was bullied, Qiuma felt like he had been played around with like a circus monkey. Daring not to respond to Xian's words, Qiuma thought of no one as more intimidating than anyone from the Chiu family. Xian smirked slightly, giving his face a touch of warmth. "Still feels wronged, huh?" Qiuma looked away hoping Xian would leave quickly. Qiuma thought that after this meal, there would be no more connection between him and Shui or Xian. But on this day, when Xian left, he took Qiuma back to the Su residence. Qiuma didn't want to go, but because of fear, he didn't dare to resist. He didn't understand why Xian brought him back to the Su residence. When he was pushed into the passenger seat, Xian only threw his clothes onto his lap. "Sit properly," Xian said. Instinctively, Qiuma tightened his grip on the seatbelt. I won't go." Xian glanced over while rotating the steering wheel with one hand. After noticing something upon Qiuma dodging, he lowered his tone. "Do you want to stay at a youth hostel for 50 per night?" Though Qiuma's lips moved, no sound came out. Indeed, he didn't have any money. Qiuma followed Xian back to the Su family villa. Xian arranged for Qiuma the largest guest room in the villa and told Qiuma that if he needed anything, he could tell him. Since bringing Qiuma to the Su family home, Xian never crossed any boundaries. Every day, he continued his regular work routine, occasionally busy until midnight as usual. Gradually, Qiuma started understanding Xian less and less. It seemed like he treated Qiuma as an optional outsider. Even though Qiuma stayed at the Su household, he rarely met Xian. But Qiuma witnessed the efficiency and decisiveness of Xian that people often talked about. That demeanor of being in charge was a unique charm exclusive to Xian. In front of him, it seemed that no matter how big a problem was, it could always be solved easily. Anything others couldn't handle, Xian could instantly come up with multiple flawless plans. Qiuma's fear transformed over time into an unparalleled admiration for Xian. When Qiuma realized that he liked Xian, those feelings of helplessness overwhelmed him again. Xian was someone he was destined never to reach. Any kind of attachment would bring pain only to himself. This day, Xian still hadn't returned by midnight, and Qiuma had waited outside the door for a long time. Xian was busy every day, and all Qiuma could do was to avoid disturbing him as much as possible. But love could distort a person, and each day, Qiuma yearned more and more for a response from Xian. After waiting at the door for a long time without seeing Xian return, Qiuma sat down on the sofa in the living room, flipping through their chat history on his phone. The last message was sent by Qiuma. "Why haven't you returned yet?" He received no reply from Xian. Qiuma was restless. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening echoed. Click. Xian opened the door and walked inside without turning on the lights. Qiuma noticed that Xian's steps were unsteady, so he rushed over to support him. "Brother Xian, are you all right?" As he approached, Qiuma smelled the strong scent of alcohol. "Why did you drink so much?" His eyes furrowed in concern. Xu Yan had clearly consumed too much alcohol, his steps chaotic as if unable to distinguish left from right. After great effort, Choma managed to guide him to the couch. He prepared to fetch a cup of hot water for Xu Yan. Suddenly, Xu Yan grabbed Choma's hand and pulled with such force that before Choma could react, he found himself pinned under Xu Yan's entire body. Xu Yan's breath was heavy, and the burning sensation in his breath was akin to flames. With his eyelids covered by black hair, his expression grew increasingly dark and unruly. Xu Yan had always maintained distance from Choma. Choma didn't understand what Xu Yan meant now, or whether he mistook him for someone else. Looking into Xu Yan's eyes, the affection in them was intense, something Choma had never seen before. Brother Xu Yan. Choma tried to push Xu Yan away. The next second, Xu Yan's hand touched Choma's lips, his fingertips gently pressing as if intentionally applying pressure there. Xu Yan's hands felt like scalding hot water, making Choma lose his train of thought. Though accustomed to Xu Yan's coldness, facing this different side of him, Choma became excited and started imagining. Xu Yan's emotions were real. He also liked him. Choma wasn't overestimating himself. Just then, Xu Yan suddenly wrapped an arm around Choma's neck, kissing him fiercely without warning. Shocked, Choma's widened eyes showed his panic as his lips parted and closed. Xu Yan's kiss grew more ruthless. Xu Yan. Choma attempted to push Xu Yan away, only to be met with an even wilder kiss. Choma felt Xu Yan gradually pulling apart his clothing. Good baby, I want you. He heard Xu Yan's repressed voice near his ear, the strong smell of alcohol surrounding Choma's nostrils. Choma's eyes welled up with sorrow upon hearing those words. Xu Yan had never called him that before. Choma lifted his shimmering gaze, his eye rims turning red. Xu Yan wasn't calling for him, he didn't want this. Choma raised his hand and pressed it against Xu Yan's chest, trying to push him away. Let me go. Let me go. Choma struggled. Yes, he liked Xu Yan, but deep down, he had his principles. He didn't want anything vague or unclear with Xu Yan. Let me go. I'm Choma. Choma clenched his lips and shouted, his vision blurred by tears. He disliked this version of Xu Yan. Tears streamed down from Choma's tear-stained corners as scorching fingertips touched his cheeks. Xu Yan gently wiped away Choma's tears, and once again Choma felt Xu Yan's kiss. Amidst his painful struggles, Choma heard Xu Yan call out his name. He said, Mo, be a good boy. Mo. Choma wanted to cry even more. When Xu Yan's kiss fell again, Choma sobbed. He responded in his crying tone to Xu Yan. Even if it was just a dream, Xu Yan had called out his name. So, he consented. That night, Choma endured all of Xu Yan's forcefulness. He didn't know what was wrong with Xu Yan, it was as though the cold person who had existed for so long suddenly transformed into someone who now liked Choma. There were comforting kisses and encouragements to do it again. He liked that kind of Xu Yan. The next day when Choma woke up, Xu Yan was gone. All day long, Choma spent his time in intense thoughts, wondering if the relationship between him and Xu Yan had changed. If they were growing closer. But after that day, Xu Yan seemed to deliberately avoid him. Choma assumed Xu Yan was busy, still secretly rejoicing that their relationship was thawing. A week later, Choma waited until Xu Yan returned from an event. At 11 p.m., the villa door opened, and Choma stood up from the living room and walked towards the entrance. Brother Xu Yan. Choma moved closer to Xu Yan, throwing himself into his arms. Lifting his eyes, Choma noticed. Chapter 127, Xu Yan 3. Mo locked eyes with Xu Yan's sharp gaze, and realized that the emotions in his eyes were different from what he had imagined. There was no joy, no anticipation, not even a trace of the same longing he himself carried. Mo had always been somewhat afraid of Xu Yan, and as he saw Xu Yan now, the heart that had just risen fell straight to the bottom. Mo's trembling hand holding Xu Yan faltered, and he meekly let go before stepping backward a few steps. He must have, after all, been deluding himself. Mo clenched his fists by his side and, at the moment when he dropped his eyes, his tear-swollen lids could not help but turn red. Watching Xu Yan walk past him, all the defenses Mo had built crumbled. Stepping out of the house, Mo sat in the yard outside. He couldn't understand why Xu Yan had treated him this way, indifferent on ordinary days, but responding every time Mo sent a message. Mo hadn't expected their relationship to evolve into anything specific. But why then did Xu Yan do those things to him while drunk? Lulling him into trusting him only to mistreat him, pretending nothing had happened upon waking. Glancing sideways at the illuminated room inside, Mo detested this version of Xu Yan. At that moment, it seemed as if there was no longer any reason for him to remain in the Xu household. Standing up, Mo left the courtyard of the Xu family villa. As he departed, he sent a message to Xu Yan. A simple sentence, Xu Yan brother, I hate you. After leaving, Mo didn't return to the Chiu family residence but used his meager savings to rent a small house far from the city center. During the day, he worked as a personal trainer, returning home to rest at night. This was how Mo lived day after day. Occasionally, Mo would open the chat window with Xu Yan, only to see the last message still linger there, a message he himself had sent. With a faintly mocking smile, Chiu Mo felt a sense of emptiness creep through him. Su Yan had never really paid him attention. Everything had merely been a figment of his imagination. There was no one in this world capable of empathizing with Chiu Mo's emotions. Chiu Mo tapped on his contact list and deleted Su Yan's WeChat account. After living in the rented apartment for a month, members of the Chiu family somehow found Chiu Mo. After being subjected to harsh verbal abuse, Chiu Mo was beaten by his brother, Chiu Chong, who was venting frustrations from somewhere else. That day, Su Yan came. Like a savior descending from the heavens, Su Yan witnessed Chiu Mo's vulnerability. Chiu Mo distinctly noticed the look of fear on Chiu Chong's face when he saw Su Yan. Su Yan was always so commanding. Everyone seemed naturally inclined to bow down beneath him. Chiu Mo still feared him. Chiu Mo had no desire to express any gratitude, his life was already mired in despair, and he wished to sever all ties with Su Yan. No matter what happened, Su Yan couldn't protect him forever. Even if they parted ways today, tomorrow would inevitably lead to another encounter. What was the point anyway? Pushing away Su Yan, Chiu Mo staggered forward unsteadily, without uttering a single word throughout. Chiu Mo thought perhaps Su Yan felt sorry for him and thus followed him that day. Seeming to have come to some determination, Su Yan suddenly grabbed Chiu Mo, who was staggering unevenly. Mo. Calling Chiu Mo's name, Su Yan tightened his grip. Chiu Mo's eyes became wet with tears, as he shoved Su Yan forcefully away. I don't need your help. His firm gaze flashed with resolve. You're the same as my brother and everyone else who bullied me. I hate them, and I hate you too. Other people's cruelty was on his skin, but Su Yan. Chiu Mo's emotions began to rise violently as, in the middle of his struggle, Su Yan gently embraced him. Startled, Chiu Mo blinked slowly, dampened eyelashes flitting. Look, Su Yan was always so unpredictable. When Chiu Mo least expected it, he'd lull him into bed, then coax him back home after they parted. Ugh. Chiu Mo cried again, shoving Su Yan away, yearning to leave him, to distance himself as far as possible. Su Yan unsettled his thoughts and stirred his heart. While soothing Chiu Mo, Su Yan's kisses grew softer, the bittersweet taste spreading across their lips. Come back with me. Chiu Mo heard Su Yan say. Clamping his lips tightly together, the bloodshot lips made Chiu Mo appear even more fragile. That day, Su Yan told him something meaningful, as if confessing to him. Chiu Mo remained slightly bewildered. He realized that he wasn't someone indifferent to Su Yan. In anguish, Chiu Mo struggled not to let his tears fall, yet could only watch himself descend into suffocating despair. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Ugh. You're lying to me. You've always been bullying me. Holding Chiu Missouri close, Su Yan lightly stroked his back, saying, I haven't lied to you. Su Yan leaned in and kissed Chiu Mo's lips once more. I love you. Come home with me, Su Yan said. That day, no matter how long Su Yan coaxed, he couldn't convince Chiu Mo to go back home. From that point on, every time Su Yan had a free moment, he followed Chiu Mo around. It was the first time Chiu Mo witnessed just how shameless Su Yan could be. Even though Chiu Mo didn't say it out loud, deep down, he actually liked this side of Su Yan who centered everything around him. Even if it was just by a little bit, as long as Su Yan moved closer to him, he could mend 1,000 cuts in his heart. During that time, Su Yan would take the initiative to embrace him, kiss him, and say many sweet words, waiting for Chiu Mo's shift to end outside the personal trainer studio. When Chiu Mo came out from work, he saw Su Yan leaning against his car window smoking. Chiu Mo tried to walk away, but Su Yan quickly put out his cigarette and chased after him. Chiu Mo pursed his lips tightly. I don't understand you. You take what you want, and when you don't want it, you turn cold eyes on me. I'm not some toy you can play with whenever you feel like it. Su Yan didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a roasted sweet potato wrapped carefully in several layers of packaging paper and double plastic bags and handed it to Chiu Mo. Chiu Mo couldn't help but be touched by Su Yan then. He wore the best high-end tailored suit, an outfit that cost enough to buy him a house in Minzhou, yet someone like him would pull a well-wrapped snack out of his pocket and hand it over to him. When Chiu Mo unwrapped the paper, steam was still rising inside. Bought it at the corner store. Su Yan said softly. Chiu Mo clenched his fists so hard that his nails left marks on his palms. I don't want it, Chiu Mo's voice was faint. Su Yan relied on his feelings for Chiu Mo, and because of that, he always got forgiven easily. It's warm, Su Yan extended his large hand again. You're the board director of Shui Group, and you're buying things from street stalls. Aren't you ashamed? Su Yan responded seriously, if you like it, there's nothing to be ashamed of. In the end, Chiu Mo accepted the roasted sweet potato from Su Yan. Mo, let's go back. What I thought before was probably all wrong, Su Yan's words left Chiu Mo confused. Stay by my side, Su Yan's words were as soft as spring breeze, brushing over the delicate sprouts in Chiu Mo's heart. People always label someone with coldness, but Su Yan, retracing his steps, could still find beautiful words to say. Chiu Mo was willing to become a little duller and excuse everything from before. When Su Yan hugged him, Chiu Mo didn't push him away. After cajoling for a month, Su Yan finally persuaded Chiu Mo to come home. Upon returning to the Su residence, Chiu Mo learned why Su Yan's attitude toward him had been so peculiar. He saw Su Yan kneeling all night in front of Grandpa Su. Sounds from inside the room included the breaking of porcelain, the dull thud of a stick striking skin, and the cursing of Grandpa Su and Auntie Chiao. For some insignificant man, are you going to cause a complete split with the family? Are you crazy, Su Yan? Su Yan. Do you intend to ruin the Su family? If playing around is fine, but taking it seriously. Kick him out right now. Standing at the door, Chiu Mo heard every word clearly. It turned out that Su Yan's coldness had always been a red line he built around himself to keep others at bay. At that moment, Chiu Mo suddenly realized he was the foolish one, always simplifying everything too much. Being together meant being together, liking meant liking, and wanting to get close meant getting close. But he hadn't considered that Su Yan had too many things to think about. He had to consider Su Yi. After accommodating Su Yi, his responsibilities only multiplied. So Su Yan had suppressed his emotions towards Chiu Mo, using drunkenness merely as a release valve. Seeing Chiu Mo being bullied made him reconsider his decision, which was why he brought him home. Su Yan, oh Su Yan, always leading ahead like that, how tiring it must have been. Chiu Mo watched as the door closed shut, followed immediately by the sound of a sharp slap. Slap. Get out. The sound of coughing and yelling from Grandpa Su shook the air, accompanied by the rattling of objects falling. Chapter 128, Su Yan 4. Chiu Mo bit his lip tightly. When Su Yan came out of Grandpa Su's room, one side of his cheek was noticeably red. He saw Chiu Mo's subtle fluctuation in his eyes, then pulled him aside. How did you end up here? Why did you come back so early today? Su Yan asked Chiu Mo gently. Chiu Mo had no intention to answer these trivial questions that diverted from the matter at hand. Instead, he stared at Su Yan's face where blood thread seeped through from where it had been hit. He bit his lips again. Does it hurt? Chiu Mo raised his hand, wanting to touch Su Yan's face. Su Yan, who appeared so commanding and powerful on the outside, left Chiu Mo unable to picture how he could have endured that slap. Su Yan grabbed the hand that lightly touched his cheek. It doesn't hurt. Are you hungry? Let me take you to eat. Before Jiao Mother could come out from the room, Su Yan took Chiu Mo out of the house. After leaving, Su Yan made no mention of what just happened, behaving as if nothing ever occurred, treating Chiu Mo like normal. In the end, it was Chiu Mo who couldn't hold back any longer, questioning Su Yan. Brother Su Yan, am I making things difficult for you, right? Su Yan pinched Chiu Mo's cheek softly. No, don't overthink it. Su Yan pulled Chiu Mo into his arms. Stay by my side, that's all. Chiu Mo felt the warmth of being held in Su Yan's arms, lifting his hand to circle around Su Yan's waist. Brother Su Yan, I will accept any choice you make. Su Yan bent down and kissed Chiu Mo. Good baby, don't think too much. Sometimes, Su Yan wondered if his feelings for Chiu Mo were merely a whim, or if they would fade away with time. If he thought deeper about it, he realized that he wasn't the same person he used to be anymore. That day, Su Yan brought Chiu Mo back to his newly bought house, which was far from the Su family residence, decorated entirely according to Chiu Mo's preferences. For some reason, Chiu Mo found himself heartbroken throughout the day looking at the red mark on Su Yan's face, but he also felt powerless. Chiu Mo became especially afraid of Su Yan leaving. He clung to Su Yan, repeatedly seeking intimacy. Dresses that he couldn't wear in the Chiu family, Su Yan would buy them for him anyway. Chiu Mo discovered. Su Yan liked seeing him wear skirts. Su Yan told Chiu Mo to wait for him until everything was sorted out, and Chiu Mo agreed. A week later, Chiu Mo learned of Su Yan's engagement. And Jiao Mother's insults and curses. And her threats of death. Jiao Mother told him not to let Su Yan make the wrong choice, not to lead him astray. If you don't leave, I'll die right in front of Su Yan. These were Jiao Mother's exact words. He will hate you for life. Chiu Mo clenched the marriage contract in his hand, his fingertips turning pale. On that day, he couldn't get through to Su Yan on the phone. With a knife pressed against her own neck, Jiao Mother forced him to leave Minzhou. He followed Jiao Mother's request and boarded the earliest international flight. When the elder Mr. Chiu fell seriously ill, Chiu Mo happened to receive a huge amount of property wealth, money that had no relation to him. To eliminate Chiu Mo completely, after staying abroad for a year and a half, he was forcibly injected with a foreign enhancing drug by people from the Chiu family. Later, he was taken to the royal court where he became an auction slave. He thought he would never see Su Yan again in his life. When he saw Su Yi in the auction house, Chiu Mo once more saw hope. His brother from the Chiu family was there too. Chiu Mo knew deep inside that his life hung by a thread in Su Yi's hands. Su Yi sent Tan Feilian to save him, that was the only way he could survive. He hadn't yet dared to ask whether brother Su Yan truly didn't want him anymore. Whether he really got engaged to someone else. Chiu Mo didn't want to pass away in such an ambiguous state. Fortunately, Su Yi really saved him. Long-term torture made Chiu Mo become even more timid and fragile. When he saw Su Yan again, all his grievances and fears mingled together in his eyes, rendering him speechless. Looking at the slightly emaciated face, Chiu Mo realized. It had been almost 2 years since he last saw Su Yen. He was still as useless, crying pitifully when he saw Su Yen. It seemed everyone tried to keep them apart. Chiu Mo couldn't believe Su Yen would marry another. He promised, he'd sort everything out. When Chiu Mo woke up from his unconsciousness and saw Su Yen sitting by the bed, he desperately lunged into Su Yen's arms. Brother Su Yen, woo. I'm so scared, woo. Crying, his words choked and mixed with tears as Chiu Mo clung tightly onto Su Yen, fearing that he would disappear in the next second. Su Yen comforted the one in his embrace, don't be afraid, Mo. Su Yen kissed Chiu Mo's forehead, don't be afraid. I thought I would never see you again, woo woo. Chiu Mo's body trembled. Su Yen held Chiu Mo so tightly that it was a little frightening. Under the faint light, in a place Chiu Mo couldn't see, Su Yan's eyes were slightly moist. It was because he was afraid he would never see Chiu Mo again. For 2 years, Su Yen had no idea how he had gotten through them. The person in his arms was covered with wounds, and Su Yan's eyes were full of heartache. I'm here, my love. I want to hold you. Su Yen comforted him. I'll take you home. When Su Yen tried to take Chiu Mo away, Chiu Mo still didn't dare to go home with Su Yen. Chiu Mo's thoughts were too obvious. He was afraid that Su Yen would have an unpleasant relationship with the Su family because of him. He feared that because of him, the relationship between Su Yen and his parents would become strained. Chiu Mo did not hope that Su Yen would take him back to the Su residence. Brother Su Yen, can you just leave me at the hotel? Chiu Mo grabbed Su Yen's clothes, I don't. I am here with you. Su Yen took Chiu Mo's hand and walked forward. But everything Su Yen did told Chiu Mo that he was making efforts to get closer. In these 2 years, Su Yen had already done more than enough. When Chiu Mo saw Mother Jiao again, he was scared and didn't dare to look at her. But instead of vicious curses, all she said to Chiu Mo was a simple, come in. Chiu Mo's eyes were full of fear as Su Yen held his hand tightly and pulled him into the room. This meal went surprisingly harmoniously, and Chiu Mo didn't dare to say a word throughout. After dinner, Mother Jiao called Chiu Mo aside. Chiu Mo looked at Su Yen with fear, and Su Yen caressed Chiu Mo's hand, saying, don't worry, if you don't want to go, then don't. Chiu Mo tightened his lips and followed Mother Jiao into the study. You win, Mother Jiao slowly said after closing the door. Her expression was calm, neither showing hatred nor harshness, but with careful observation, one could detect a touch of relief. She was relieved that Chiu Mo had returned. Auntie Jiao. Chiu Mo stood straight, not knowing how to speak up. The promise made before, given by him, was not achieved by himself. Mother Jiao took a step toward Chiu Mo. Su Yen is not the type of person who gets stuck in love affairs. I thought you were like his other lovers, mere toys for amusement. But he does not see you as anything cheap. Mother Jiao's gaze focused on Chiu Mo's cheeks. After you left, Su Yen became muddled and aimless. I've never seen him like that for anyone. What a failure. Sometimes I think maybe I made a mistake. Su family's business is important, the continuation of Su family's bloodline is important, but living like that, what use is there? Mother Jiao let out a self-mocking snort. He hasn't spoken to me for 2 whole years. Sorry. Chiu Mo didn't know how to respond to Mother Jiao's words and could only apologize. No need to apologize. Mother Jiao took out a package from the study drawer and handed it to Chiu Mo. There was no sharpness in her tone. She said, welcome home, Chiu Mo. Hearing Mother Jiao's words, Chiu Mo wanted to cry. He took the package from Mother Jiao and tried to look proper. He understood what Mother Jiao's words meant. She was willing to try to accept him. Thank you. Chiu Mo sincerely thanked Mother Jiao. After coming out of the study, Chiu Mo felt much lighter. He and Su Yen seemed to have truly received the best possible outcome. When coming out of the study, Su Yen was standing on the balcony. For some unknown reason, Chiu Mo directly ran into Su Yen's arms right in front of everyone's sight in the Su family. Su Yen. Su Yen lowered his head and gazed down at him. Being older by not just 5 years, this sudden lack of respect made Su Yen frown. What should I be called? Chiu Mo cooed around like a spoiled kid inside Su Yen's embrace. Su Yen. Su Yen. Su Yen increased his grip with dissatisfaction. Chiu Mo changed his words to call out softly, big brother. Su Yen gave a silent smile upon sensing Chiu Mo's scattered emotions around. Are you that happy? Chiu Mo nodded. Yes, I am. Saying this, he took out the envelope given by Su Yen's mother, shaking it in front of Su Yen. Your mom gave it to me. Su Yen replied lightly, do you celebrate without even knowing what's inside? Chiu Mo puckered his lips. He had somehow figured out what Mother Jiao meant, so whatever it was, naturally, he would be overjoyed. Whatever it is, I'm glad. Chiu Mo opened the small box and poured out its contents, discovering a big red envelope. Chiu Mo opened the red envelope, revealing 10,000 neatly bundled cash inside. Chiu Mo's pupils dilated slightly as another specially customized bank card fell out from the red envelope. There was also a card. It stated the balance of the bank card, 30 million yuan. The deposits had started from Su Yan's birth, and the card face was neatly inscribed with the words, "For future daughter-in-law." Oh my god. Xiao Mo dropped his first swear word in his life. His usually obedient voice somehow made this exclamation sound not only clean but even a bit cute due to his excitement and imperfect pronunciation. Xiao Mo's cheeks instantly turned red. With an overwhelming feeling in his heart, he quickly put the money and the card back into the red envelope and tucked it into his pocket. Xiao Mo hugged Su Yan, saying, "My heart feels like it's bubbling." Su Yan looked down and met Xiao Mo's eyes. "So much money?" Xiao Mo nodded. "This is mine. Money lover." Su Yan pulled Xiao Mo entirely into his arms, feeling the warmth and faint scent of his body. "Taking this money means you've accepted being my spouse. How should I address you now that you hold on to it so tightly?" Xiao Mo's ears immediately turned scarlet red. "Brother." Xiao Mo murmured. Su Yan questioned, "Brother?" Su Yan then added teasingly, "Give me the money back." Xiao Mo held fast onto the red envelope in his pocket. "No." Xiao Mo leaned against Su Yan, burying his reddened face. Incoherently, he mumbled a word, "Husband." Su Yan's blood surged. He leaned close, exhaling hotly into Xiao Mo's ear, "I want, you, sweetheart." A few trivial matters about Su Yan and Xiao Mo. Su Yan was always too busy and never liked cleaning up. Without a housekeeper tidying up for 3 days, the house would become an absolute mess. After living together with Xiao Mo, their bedroom was no longer entrusted to the housekeeper for cleaning. When Xiao Mo came home after playing outside for 3 days, he found the place in utter disarray. There were 7 or 8 ties chaotically dumped in a closet, clothes thrown everywhere, and the bedclothes had not been touched for 3 days, making him furious. Xiao Mo dragged Su Yan to the closet, pointing at the tangled ties, clothes, and rumpled bed. You. Clean all this yourself." Su Yan didn't do it. Instead, he immediately called the housekeeper. "I'll let Auntie Su come." Before the call connected, Xiao Mo ended it. "I told you, I don't like others coming into our bedroom. If you don't clean it up, I'll go out with Su Yi tomorrow and won't be back till next month." Su Yan quickly began to tidy up the closet. I'll do it. Love is like nurturing flowers." He had turned a timid rose into a fiery-tempered tiger lily. The story of Xiao Mo and Su Yan ends here. Next stories, Qin Sun x Han Si Bai. Su Yi x Tan Fei Lian. Chapter 129, Did Qin Sun successfully chase his wife? Extra update. Qin Sun had been chasing Han Sibai for an entire year, but he still couldn't catch up to her. Everyone in the administration bureau knew that Qin Sun was fair and square, cold to people, and never backed down from his word. All of his subordinates would change their colors when they heard his name. Even Su Yi within the entire bureau would have to be polite to him a bit. With that face of his which looked like an evil spirit, almost no one dared to act frivolously in front of Qin Sun. In others' eyes, Qin Sun was a representation of severity and solemnity. Until they saw Qin Sun chasing his wife. Have you seen a tough guy buy flowers? Have you seen a daily boxer applying hand cream? Have you seen Qin Sun checking his phone 800 times a day just to wait for someone's message? Have you seen Qin Sun blush? Have you seen the fastest hit record person stammer nervously while speaking? Get closer to Han Sibai. All these can be seen. After Han Sibai was released from jail, she couldn't enter the administration bureau again. She found a part-time job at a training institution. Good environment, good atmosphere, Han Sibai adapted to that kind of working environment and stayed. Towards Qin Sun, who persistently came to pick her up after work without annoyance, Han Sibai went from initially driving him away and cursing, to later finding it futile no matter what she said. By now, Han Sibai has gotten used to Qin Sun waiting for her every day under the company building. No matter if it's windy, rainy, snowstorm, or scorching sun, Qin Sun never missed a day. Han Sibai realized she couldn't drive him away. She decided not to try anymore, simply pretending she didn't recognize Qin Sun and ignoring him altogether. One day, as Han Sibai came downstairs, she immediately saw Qin Sun standing under the shade of the tree. Pretending not to see him, she continued walking forward. In 2 steps, Qin Sun followed her closely. Little by. Han Sibai didn't stop. She couldn't understand why, despite her clear and severe rejections, Qin Sun wasn't affected in the slightest and still kept on pestering her. Why? Could it be she was too subtle? Don't follow me. Han Sibai took bigger strides. Qin Sun, being half a head taller than Han Sibai, walked with steps wider than Han Sibai's, making it impossible for Han Sibai to get rid of him. Han Sibai suddenly stopped. Are you ever going to stop? Qin Sun had a peculiar trait. He never talked harshly to Han Sibai, he always treated her sincerely. I'm here to take you home, Qin Sun earnestly replied. Han Sibai angrily retorted, can't I go home by myself? Why do I need you to pick me up? Qin Sun lowered his eyelids. It's along the way. Han Sibai quickly said, don't come pick me up anymore. Qin Sun responded, but you live at my place. Han Sibai fell silent. Facing Qin Sun, Han Sibai could never maintain her poised demeanor. Taking a step back, she exclaimed, that's borrowing your place. Borrowing, understood. Chin Sun, I don't understand. Chin Sun, little bai, I don't understand. Han Sibai asked, what don't you understand? Chin Sun, looking serious, replied, borrowing a place wouldn't let me sleep with you last night. And the night before. The other night they also shared a bed. How could he possibly understand? In Chin Sun's heart, living together and sleeping together means they are already together. He genuinely believed Han Sibai was already his wife deep down. They've done everything. Chin Sun's words were interrupted halfway by Han Sibai, what, we did? You're how old now? Just because we slept together, I must take responsibility. Chin Sun lowered his gaze, that's not what I meant. Even if it's just for fun, there's no need for you to feel responsible. Little bai. Chin Sun seemed flustered. He held Han Sibai's hand, tomorrow I'll be going to Isolation Island for a joint exercise, so I won't be able to pick you up these few days. Can you go home by yourself? Han Sibai casually moved forward, I welcome this. Chin Sun chased after her all the way to behind her. He started to get confused about his relationship with Han Sibai. Living together, eating together, even being able to sleep with her, doing intimate things repeatedly. But Han Sibai simply refused to acknowledge their relationship. Apart from the few words spoken by Han Sibai saying they were together, everything else exceeded that of friends already. Chin Sun gazed at Han Sibai ahead, then stepped forward to follow. Once they got home, Han Sibai rested on the sofa. Step by step, Chin Sun approached Han Sibai and squatted in front of her. Looking at Han Sibai whose eyes were slightly closed, Chin Sun bent over and kissed her cheek. Wife. Chapter 130, did Chin Sun successfully win his wife back? Han Sibai wasn't asleep. He opened his eyes and glared at Chin Sun. Why are you making such a fuss? Do you want to die? Chin Sun grabbed Han Sibai's hand and looked directly into Han Sibai's eyes, showing the tenderness he didn't show to others. Wife. I'm going to the quarantine island tomorrow. When you finish work, just go home. Send me a message when you get home, okay? Han Sibai's face showed no emotion, and he snorted, I can't wait for you to leave. Go now. Chin Sun squatted down, earnest words tinged with, wrong word here, using, resentment, can you cook by yourself? I'll have auntie come and cook for you. Han Sibai turned his head and frowned, what do you care about me? Are we that close? Although Han Sibai said this, he neither pushed Chin Sun away nor retrieved his hand from Chin Sun's grip, as if he had gotten used to it. I'm worried about you. Chin Sun said. Han Sibai furrowed her brows slightly. Why should you worry? Why didn't you kill me back then? You could have killed me back then, so you wouldn't have to worry now. Chin Sun. Chin Sun. Chin Sun felt completely deflated after hearing Han Sibai's words. Han Sibai disliked himself because of beating Chin Sun back then without holding back. Chin Sun was accustomed to hitting people hard enough to incapacitate them, he was indeed violent. Han Sibai hated himself and Chin Sun accepted it, not daring to contradict it. Back and forth, Chin Sun understood clearly, this was the heart knot in Han Sibai's mind, something Han Sibai couldn't forgive. Therefore, Han Sibai never considered their relationship. Even after sleeping with him, she still only thought of getting revenge by playing with him. I'm just afraid no one will take care of you. Will I starve myself to death? Han Sibai coldly rebutted. Chin Sun caressed Han Sibai's hand, you didn't have dinner the other night because I was busy with something urgent. Upon realizing this, Han Sibai withdrew his hand from Chin Sun's grip, go away, stop bothering me. The moment Han Sibai's fingertips pulled away, Chin Sun held onto his hand again tightly. Chin Sun didn't like hearing those words. Chin Sun wanted to punish him, only when Han Sibai became softened after being kissed did he stop being stubborn. With a stern look, Chin Sun forcefully picked up Han Sibai who was lying on the couch and carried him towards the bedroom. Han Sibai was already accustomed to Chin Sun's sudden tantrums. He shoved Chin Sun, put me down. Not gonna happen. Han Sibai's struggle was utterly ineffective against Chin Sun. After throwing Han Sibai on the bed, Chin Sun wasted no time, aiming straight for the pants removal. Holy hell, Chin Sun. Han Sibai twisted his back and tried to sit up while grabbing the pants. In the next second, Chin Sun pressed down on him, his breath heavy and burning, wife, let me take care of you. I'll be gone for a long time starting tomorrow. Chin Sun's hand lifted Han Sibai's clothing, and Han Sibai kicked, but Chin Sun held him down. Out of the corner of his eye, Han Sibai saw the scar on Chin Sun's brow. He'd almost forgotten, Chin Sun was the cold-faced Lord Yama everyone in the bureau feared. You bastard, Han Sibai woke up with scattered eyes. Chin Sun, bare-chested, held him tightly in his arms, blocking his view on one side. Chin Sun had his eyes closed, but Han Sibai knew he was awake. Given Chin Sun's vigilance, even slight movements beside him would wake him. Pretending to sleep. Han Sibai did not appear irritated. He had become accustomed to it. Chin Sun was strong, always having too much energy, and being a casual lover was not bad at all. The rest. Han Sibai recalled chaotic memories, he nearly died at the hands of Chin Sun back then. Was he some kind of person deserving that? Don't even think about it. Han Sibai propped himself up, turning his head toward Qin Sun pretending to sleep. He took out a marker from the bedside table and started drawing on Qin Sun's face. Han Sibai wrote 2 large words on each side of Qin Sun's face, dead, prisoner. After finishing, Han Sibai threw the pen and continued sleeping. Qin Sun pulled him close again with a drowsy tone that was unusually hoarse. I'll leave soon. Let me hold you. Why should I let you? Qin Sun, I want to hold you. Han Sibai exploded. Die, Qin Sun. Qin Sun lightly rubbed against Han Sibai as he embraced him. I die. Han Sibai realized no matter how he treated Qin Sun, the latter didn't get mad and always stayed close to him. This was not at all like Qin Sun. What do you even see in me? Han Sibai asked irritably. Qin Sun kissed Han Sibai's collarbone as he moved his head. Everything. Han Sibai was speechless and stopped talking. In a daze, Han Sibai fell asleep again. When he woke up, Qin Sun had already gotten up. Next to Han Sibai, Qin Sun had placed a brown bear plushie. Han Sibai opened his eyes and threw the plushie off the bed with one punch. After getting dressed, Han Sibai went to the living room and found breakfast laid out on the dining table. Qin Sun had been about to leave when he saw Han Sibai awake, so he came back. Qin Sun wore tactical training gear today, with guns holstered at his arms and waist. The black uniform fit snugly around his strong muscles, and combined with his sharp and stern face, it took Han Sibai 2 seconds before he had to look away. Damn, the guy was freaking hot. Which man could resist such a fully armed presence? Qin Sun embraced Han Sibai and said, why didn't you sleep longer? I left breakfast for you on the table. Send me a message when you get home, Qin Sun said seriously, every day. Just as Han Sibai was about to speak, Qin Sun pinched his chin and kissed him twice. Suck. Han Sibai wanted to hit him, but before he could move, Qin Sun let go of him. Watching Qin Sun's retreating back, Han Sibai decided not to dwell on it further. They'd already done everything else, this kiss wasn't going to make much difference. After Qin Sun left, Han Sibai freshened up and walked to the dining table. The breakfast Qin Sun had made was still steaming hot. His eyes landed on a note pressed under a milk glass. It read, if you're hungry when I'm not around, just tell me, and your husband will order you some takeout. Han Sibai crumpled the note in frustration. Husband my ass, you abusive bastard. After Qin Sun left, Han Sibai thought he would have a peaceful and easy time. But while working in the office that afternoon, something in his mind felt wrong. He looked down through the glass window. By the meeting room, there was a camphor tree casting large patches of shade every day at this time. Han Sibai could usually see Qin Sun waiting for him beneath that tree from upstairs. The blazing sunlight filtered through the tree, scattering spots of light that refracted into various shapes. The bright building seemed to gently record the passage of time. That tree remained unchanged, yet every day felt different now. When Han Sibai mentally conjured the image of Qin Sun standing there, he thought he must be ill. There was no way in hell he'd ever like a violent lunatic who almost killed him. Han Sibai turned away, refusing to look down. After finishing work, Han Sibai walked out of the company building. Just as he stepped out the gate, his phone vibrated. Han Sibai took out his phone. It was a message from Qin Sun. Chapter 131, Did Qin Sun successfully win his wife back? 3. Qin Sun, are you home yet, wife? Han Sibai looked at Qin Sun's message, and there was an almost imperceptible flicker in his eyes. Han Sibai continued walking forward and only replied to Qin Sun's message after about 10 minutes. Han Sibai, what's it to you, Mr. Angry? Mr. Angry. This name mentioned not a word about the matter of Qin Sun beating him up back then, but every word referred to it. Feeling guilty, Qin Sun changed the subject. Why don't you send me messages? Qin Sun, you didn't send me any messages all day. Han Sibai, do I look like I have nothing to do? Qin Sun sent over a photo. It was taken on the island, capturing a sunset where the afterglow spread across the sea, and the golden hue gave the ocean a serene beauty. The sun had already set halfway, radiating extreme romance. Qin Sun, is it beautiful, wife? I took it especially for you. Han Sibai opened the photo and zoomed in to take a closer look. In the corner, he could see Qin Sun's feet. Vaguely, Han Sibai noticed a trace of blood on Qin Sun's pants. Han Sibai paused momentarily. Take another one. Qin Sun immediately took another photo and sent it over. In this picture, there was only the sea. Not even the lawn where Qin Sun sat was captured. Han Sibai, take a photo of yourself for me to see. Qin Sun, are you missing me, wife? Qin Sun pointed the camera at himself and took a photo. Because he didn't like taking pictures, Qin Sun's photos were casual, and after several attempts, he selected what he thought was the best-looking one and sent it to Han Sibai. Han Sibai opened the photo. Apart from a bit of dirt on his face, it didn't seem like he was injured. Qin Sun, I miss you, wife. I want to. Han Sibai, don't think too much. Qin Sun, right now, I have half an hour of rest time. Shall I call you on video? Han Sibai, it's not convenient. Qin Sun, okay, so what are you doing, wife? Han Sibai, how many times have I told you not to call me that? I have someone I like. After a while, Chin Sun replied to Han Sibai, is it brother Sui? Chin Sun, I have work to do. Han Sibai. After this little incident, Chin Sun didn't take the initiative to send messages to Han Sibai for 5 whole days. Han Sibai also didn't send him any. The two of them remained awkwardly silent. Han Sibai felt inexplicably angry to the point of being near death, but upon deeper reflection, wasn't this exactly the result he wanted? For Chin Sun to not appear in his life anymore, and now that it happened, why did he start to feel uncomfortable? In the end, it was still Chin Sun who couldn't hold it in. Chin Sun, who hadn't posted on his social media for 800 years, finally posted a WeChat moment about his hand being injured a week later. Why doesn't my wife send me messages? Below were some likes and comments from mutual friends. Sui, if your wife doesn't send you messages, don't you know to send her messages? Why post on your WeChat moment? Chin Sun replied to Sui, brother Su, I'm quite annoyed with seeing you right now. Sui replied to Chin Sun, sorry. Han Sibai laughed out of irritation. He opened the picture Chin Sun posted, showing his palm wrapped with gauze, slightly seeping with traces of blood. It wasn't a serious injury, but as Han Sibai watched, his mood grew increasingly downbeat. After returning home, Han Sibai got ready for bed and lay down. For the first time, he proactively sent a message to Chin Sun. Han Sibai, are you injured? After sending the message, it took several hours before receiving a reply from Chin Sun. Chin Sun immediately sent more than 10 messages to Han Sibai in succession. Chin Sun, I was busy just now, wife. Chin Sun, I'm not injured. Chin Sun, finally, you've sent me a message, wife. Chin Sun, I miss you so much. Chin Sun, every single day, I miss you. Chin Sun, have you been eating properly recently? Chin Sun, I just went to the training ground. I didn't bring my phone and didn't see your message. Are you sleeping already, wife? Chin Sun, it's all my fault for not seeing the message. Chin Sun, I want to chat with you. Han Sibai was woken up from his semi-sleep by the buzzing of his phone. He picked up the phone and saw Chin Sun's messages. The phone screen showed that it was already 2 a.m. The isolation island wasn't for leisure. Chin Sun's sleeping place was definitely temporary built, and yet he hadn't rested at such a late hour. Han Sibai was shocked awake. He got up and put on a piece of clothing, poured himself a glass of warm water, and sat down on the living room sofa. Han Sibai smelled the familiar scent on his body, realizing in a frown that it was Chin Sun's coat he had thrown on. Too lazy to move again, he slowly typed his response. Han Sibai, go chat with your grandpa in the middle of the night. Chin Sun replied instantly, you're still awake, wife, I can't sleep. Han Sibai, why can't you sleep? Chin Sun, missing my wife. Chin Sun, worrying that my wife doesn't eat well. Chin Sun, she always eats takeout. Han Sibai was utterly grossed out. He couldn't imagine how someone like Chin Sun could manage to type such nauseating words on a small phone. Han Sibai, stop being disgusting, dad. Han Sibai, have you applied any medicine? Chin Sun knew Han Sibai was referring to his injury. No, it's a minor wound, no need for medicine. Han Sibai, go apply some medicine. Chin Sun, okay. Chin Sun, wife, can I call you on video? Chin Sun, everyone else is on video with their partners, and they're all laughing at me. Han Sibai let out a soft snort. Was Chin Sun the type of person who cared about being laughed at by others? What a lame excuse. Who dared to laugh at him? In the entire management bureau, except for Sui, who occasionally dared to argue with Chin Sun, who would dare to look at Chin Sun sideways? They'd be courting death if they even thought about it. Before Han Sibai could refuse, Chin Sun's video call came through. Han Sibai hesitated with the phone in hand for quite some time but eventually answered it. Chin Sun was sitting on the grass at the base. Behind him was an illumination lamp, with no one around, and the sound of the sea breeze could be heard, indicating that he was not far from the coast, high above. Chin Sun rather awkwardly leaned closer to the screen, a smile curling at the corner of his eyes as his emotions overflowed onto the screen, wife. Realizing he was feeling guilty, Han Sibai turned the camera around. When he realized his own uneasiness, Han Sibai redirected the camera back toward himself. He didn't say anything, keeping his face cold. Chin Sun flashed Han Sibai a grin. Wife, you're wearing my clothes. Han Sibai, During this video call, Han Sibai barely spoke. All he did was listen to Chin Sun ramble on, which made him realize for the first time that Chin Sun was quite the chatterbox. No matter what Chin Sun said, Han Sibai just listened quietly, occasionally scolding him when he heard something unpleasant. Finally, Chin Sun asked Han Sibai, am I that boring? Han Sibai heard Chin Sun say, I don't know how to make you stay with me longer. Do you not like hearing those things I say? Han Sibai's expression faltered slightly. Not true. Chin Sun, none of those were the things I wanted to say. I just want to see you. It's 4 a.m. already, hang up now, wife. Chin Sun reminded gently while lowering his gaze. You should go to sleep. Han Sibai lightly responded and hung up after that. The next day was Saturday, and Han Sibai woke up in the afternoon to find a message from Chin Sun in their WeChat chat box. Chin Sun, don't forget to eat breakfast, wife. Han Sibai's lips curved upward slightly. After ordering breakfast, Han Sibai took a picture and sent it to Chin Sun. Chin Sun, eat more. Chin Sun, I miss you. Their chat frequency increased more and more. Han Sibai couldn't explain exactly what had changed. When Chin Sun hadn't contacted him for several days, Han Sibai's mood began to get increasingly disordered. Han Sibai stared at the chat box that received no reply, his thoughts filled with too many assumptions, leaving his mind unsettled. 5 days later, Sui informed Han Sibai that Chin Sun had been injured. Because it was a live-action drill, both countries had signed an agreement. Chin Sun got injured while saving someone. He's currently unconscious. Injured. Unconscious. Han Sibai froze upon hearing the news. His pupils dilated and words tumbled out in succession. How could it be so serious? Sui looked serious. Don't worry, there's no life-threatening danger. He should wake up in a few days, and once he recovers, he'll be able to leave the island. Han Sibai sighed in relief. For the following days, Han Sibai felt dazed and confused. He wasn't part of the management bureau anymore, so he couldn't contact anyone on the isolated island or gather information regarding Chin Sun. Every day, Han Sibai kept staring at the chat box, waiting for Chin Sun to send a reply. When he finally became aware of the strange and inexplicable emotion welling up within him, Han Sibai stopped pretending. It seemed like, he really liked Chin Sun. On the 10th day after learning about Chin Sun's injury, Han Sibai received a message from him. At that moment, Han Sibai felt as if the gray skies had regained color. Ding dong. Han Sibai quickly pulled out his phone upon hearing the notification tone. Chin Sun, wife, I miss you so much. Chin Sun, lately, I've been super busy and haven't had time to send you messages. Chin Sun, I can't wait to see you. Han Sibai's emotions fluctuated greatly, and no one knew how he had managed through these past 2 weeks. He couldn't remain indifferent to someone he already cared about. Han Sibai asked, when will you come back? Chin Sun, the signing period is 1 month, I'll be back in a couple of days. Han Sibai, are you injured? Chin Sun, no, how could I be injured? Lying. Han Sibai, will you pick me up from work when you're back? Chin Sun, of course, I'll pick you up. Han Sibai, Chin Sun. Chin Sun, Han Sibai, I miss you a little. Chapter 132, Chin Sun has caught up. Chin Sun. Chin Sun stared at the few words on the phone screen, reading them uncertainly for 3 to 5 times. After a few moments of excitement, Chin Sun's vigorous movements caused his chest wound to split and hurt. Ah, hiss. Chin Sun frowned for 2 minutes before replying to Han Sibai. Chin Sun, I will come back tomorrow. Chin Sun, I'll return right now. Han Sibai seriously interrupted Chin Sun's rhythm, come back after your injury heals. The look on Chin Sun's face changed several times as he grew darker. Who had leaked his injury situation to Han Sibai? Chin Sun, you, how did you know? Who told you? Han Sibai, Sui. Seeing the name Sui, Chin Sun immediately shifted his attitude, even typing with more force, you two seem to have a great relationship. Chin Sun, I know you still like him. Han Sibai, don't make me slap you. Chin Sun, I'm going to sleep. Han Sibai. Han Sibai, can you try not to be so obvious when you're angry or jealous next time? Chin Sun didn't reply. Han Sibai got anxious. Han Sibai typed out a long string of text, we are just ordinary friends now, I don't like him anymore, understand what being an ordinary friend means. Stop being so sarcastic if you don't want me to slap you. Chin Sun instantly replied, you don't like him anymore. Han Sibai, I don't like him anymore. Chin Sun, then who do you like now? Han Sibai, I like you. Once again, Chin Sun was so excited that he tugged at his wound and laughed while in pain. Chin Sun, I want to come back right now and kiss you. Han Sibai, disgusting. When Han Sibai put down the phone, there was an imperceptible smile on the corner of his mouth. He walked into the bathroom and saw a warm gaze in the mirror, finding it unbelievable that there could be this feeling where one isn't laughing but still looks radiant. It's childish, it feels like falling in love. As soon as Han Sibai said this, his phone vibrated. He picked it up as fast as possible. Chin Sun, honey, I miss you. Han Sibai's lips slightly curved upward as he gripped his phone for a moment, lost in the inexplicable feeling. Han Sibai, I've heard. Chin Sun, send me a voice message, I want to hear your voice. Chin Sun, I am extremely happy today, and I can't sleep a little. Han Sibai sent back a voice message, excessive excitement is an illness. Chin Sun, is missing you an illness? Han Sibai, do your subordinates know how shameless you are privately? Chin Sun, they know now. Chin Sun, did you see my post on social media, honey? Han Sibai furrowed his brows. Social media. Han Sibai exited the chat window and opened Chin Sun's social media. He discovered a post related to himself. In the photo, Han Sibai was sleeping on the couch in the living room, covered with a fluffy gray blanket, sunlight streaming over his hair strands, making the entire scene gentle and peaceful. In the photo, his eyes were closed, showing none of the usual harshness. Even Han Sibai thought it made him appear obedient. The photo was clearly taken secretly. Han Sibai didn't care when Chin Sun took it. It was Chin Sun's caption that made Han Sibai lose sight completely. Chin Sun, my wife agreed to be with me. I'm coming home and inviting everyone for dinner. All the comments below were shocked replies from various departments of the Administration Bureau. Spectator 1. What? Oh. Wife. Spectator 2, when did you get a wife? Spectator 3, my elder uncle. Really succeeded. Are you dying of happiness? Spectator 4, why at Commander Su? The person in the picture isn't Commander Su. Su-e, not my buddy. Your wife agreed to be with you, what do you mean by reminding at me to look? Chio-mo, Chin investigator, wasn't that photo stolen? Chio-mo replied to Su-e, his way of telling you to stay away from his wife. Su-e replied to Chio-mo, he's such a scumbag. Han Sibai. Han Sibai immediately dialed a video call to Chin Sun. He originally wanted to say something but seeing Chin Sun's pale face looking weak, Han Sibai found all the words stuck in his throat. Han Sibai immediately calmed down. Wife. Chin Sun's voice came through. My whole body hurts. Chin Sun showed the camera his wound area, look, this, and this, they're all bleeding. Han Sibai's eyes slightly narrowed as he sank into thought. He looked at the places on Chin Sun's body wrapped in bandages, his tone lightening significantly, why are you so careless? Deserves to hurt. Did you take your medicine? Han Sibai asked again. I did. Han Sibai shifted his gaze slightly, when will you be back? Soon. Chin Sun suddenly took out a golden lion head doll with a medal hanging on it from the bedside table. The winner of this time will receive this golden lion head doll, and I specially won it for you. As Chin Sun waved the golden lion head doll in front of the camera, he said, all the citizens of Minzhou know what this doll represents. The bravest person can obtain it. I won it for you, no one will dare to bully you. Han Sibai's eyes flickered slightly, so, you got injured just for this medal? Fool. Chin Sun's face was filled with seriousness, I want to give it to you. Even if I'm not by your side, you'll still gain respect from everyone. Do you like it, wife? Chin Sun asked. As Chin Sun held the medal, his voice became hoarse. Han Sibai's gaze stayed fixed on Chin Sun's face. I like it. Han Sibai's eyes shimmered. After that, Han Sibai and Chin Sun truly started a long-distance relationship, sharing their lives and looking forward to the future. A week later, Chin Sun told Han Sibai he would return the next day, but Han Sibai saw Chin Sun's figure waiting under the camphor tree on that very day. When Han Sibai looked down from his company office, their eyes met exactly through the branches and green leaves partially covering Chin Sun's face. Chin Sun slightly tilted his head up, his arms crossed, leaning casually against the tree, wearing a simple white shirt and long pants. He looked several years younger than when he wore his special training uniform. Handsome. The phrase, renegade turned good, suited Chin Sun perfectly at that moment. Han Sibai's phone suddenly made a sound. He opened the message, it was sent by Chin Sun. Chin Sun, come down, let me hold you. Han Sibai left work early that day, taking his coat and going downstairs. Every step he took brought him closer to Chin Sun. Didn't you say you'd be back tomorrow? Han Sibai asked. I missed you too much. Chin Sun smiled. Han Sibai approached Chin Sun under the shade of the tree. Chin Sun's eyes sparkled as he slightly opened his arms, showing all his longing and love without reservation. That day, he embraced Han Sibai, not forcibly, not in compromise, not in an ambiguous adult game. It was the start of a future where saying likes and loves would always be reciprocated. This was the Han Sibai now. Chin Sun wrapped his arms around Han Sibai's waist and handed over the medal. The highest honor Minzhou gave me for my protection, I'm giving it to my wife. Chin Sun bent his head and kissed Han Sibai lightly. I've come to take you home. Han Sibai x Chin Sun end. This couple's storyline emerged after millions of words and their own struggles within the plotline. They were never originally planned. But from their first meeting, there was an invisible magnetic pull between them. Chin Sun desperately wanted to get closer to Han Sibai, beyond any control. I often felt like I could hear Chin Sun muttering beside my ear every day. Chin Sun, Mom, I like Han Sibai, please write him as my wife. Chin Sun, I like him. He must be my wife. He simply liked Han Sibai to the point of madness. Han Sibai was someone who became temperamental once spoiled, but the two seemed to draw closer to each other all the time. So, they finally ended up together. Additionally, because military personnel cannot be written about, Chin Sun's character identity is unrelated to ranks. His duty is to protect Minzhou, while liking Han Sibai is his instinct. Chin Sun x Han Sibai anecdotes. Chin Sun often gets kicked out to sleep on the sofa due to excessive lust. Chin Sun got beaten more than 20 times for buying small skirts for Han Sibai. Finally wore one for Chin Sun's birthday. Han Sibai's first active kiss toward Chin Sun caused nosebleeds. Han Sibai is no longer an orphan. Han Sibai secretly wrote his and Chin Sun's names on the red thread of fate. Han Sibai stops eating when he's jealous. Chin Sun knows Han Sibai stops eating when he's jealous. Chin Sun loves Han Sibai the most. Chapter 133, Love Growing Wildly. After Su Li escaped from being imprisoned for 3 years by Fu Shi, he was taken to Isolation Island by Lin Yu. Recalling the days of captivity, Su Li didn't dare dwell on them even for a moment. He didn't know how Fu Shi had developed feelings for him. Could you imagine an alien race standing in front of you, bluntly asking, "Will you marry me?" Su Li remembered refusing him clearly. No, he absolutely refused, and that was why he ended up locked away by Fu Shi for a whole 3 years. Just because of one refusal, he was kept in a dark and airless confinement room, his freedom stripped away every day. What Fu Shi gave him wasn't choice, it wasn't about whether he could or couldn't do something. When Fu Shi said marriage, it wasn't a question. It was simply the answer. The only answer. By the time Su Li escaped from Fu Shi's residence, it had been 2 years since Fu Shi had released him from the confined chamber. He wouldn't be forced anymore, locked anymore, or forbidden from going outside anymore. Su Li's activity range expanded gradually from close-range imprisonment to kilometers around the villa. Su Li was an alien race member, though he hated admitting it, he was truly the least threatening among the alien species. His gene source carried poison, but combining 10 years' worth of his toxins might not kill anyone. Let alone when dealing with Fu Shi, another alien. Even after 2 years of collecting his body's toxins, all he managed to achieve was making Fu Shi faint for a few hours. That day was the first time Su Li initiated a kiss with Fu Shi, also marking the 900th time he tried to escape. Only 2 hours after escaping successfully, Fu Shi found him again. It was then that Su Li met Lin Yu, who he initially thought of as his savior. However, what followed turned out to be true hell. Lin Yu's methods were unimaginable, yet successful. They whisked Su Li away using the death evasion technique. Through this process, Su Li discovered Lin Yu's outward appearance of virtue. He witnessed Lin Yu studying various alien races, using any means necessary. When Su Li thought he might soon undergo the same brutal examination, Tan Feilian took him away. This was the second time Su Li encountered Tan Feilian, who once saved Su Yi. His act of kindness back then earned Su Li a chance to survive years later. Though Su Li didn't know what Lin Yu intended, he knew the man was terrifying. After being rescued by Tan Feilian and leaving the island, Su Li continued hiding from Fu Shi. Regarding Su Li stubbornly living at Tan Feilian's place, Tan Feilian didn't interfere much, he didn't need that house anyway. A few months after leaving the island, Su Li saw Fu Shi again. Under the suppression of Tan Feilian's energy and the territorial instincts of alien races, Fu Shi never managed to track down Su Li's whereabouts. Living a relatively peaceful life for several months, Su Li pushed the door of the villa open one day, carrying flowers he bought himself. Click. As Su Li hummed a tune opening the door, he froze upon seeing Fu Shi lounging in a chair inside, lazily supporting his head while leering at him malevolently. His chest rose and fell erratically as fear gripped his entire body. In that instant, every humiliating memory flooded back into Su Li's mind. He wanted to run. But it was Fu Shi, how could he possibly escape? Stumbling backward before he could turn around, Su Li was dragged forcefully back inside by Fu Shi's grip on his arm. Where do you think you're running to? Fu Shi was a man of action, speaking little as he pinned Su Li near the entrance, gripping his waist tightly. Breathing heavily, Su Li's pupils widened with terror. Fu Shi, if you dare. Not daring. Fu Shi's gaze grew ominous. Is there anything I'm not capable of doing? Moving closer, Fu Shi tightly squeezed Su Li's waist, his narrow eyes glaring crazily, as if intending to devour the person in front of him entirely without leaving a trace. You've run for so long. I'm so angry. With trembling hands, Su Li pushed against Fu Shi's chest, yet was powerless to resist his advances. Once more, Su Li felt the chilling threat of Fu Shi. Just as Fu Shi attempted to take Su Li away again, Tan Feilian returned. Reacting swiftly, Su Li hid behind Tan Feilian, using him as a shield. Su Li knew Fu Shi's level was beneath Tan Feilian's. Clutching Tan Feilian's arm, Su Li's voice trembled worse and worse as he declared, "Don't come find me ever again, I have someone I love. If you come again, I'll let him kill you." Su Li's eyes held unwavering resolve. Fu Shi's slender, cold eyes dimmed, and Su Li took a step back, afraid. Speaking these words, Su Li hadn't anticipated Tan Feilian would actually develop killing intent toward Fu Shi. Watching their fight, Su Li cowered in the corner, trembling. Although Fu Shi's power was not as strong as Tan Feilian, his speed was enough to allow him to escape after foreseeing danger. After Fu Shi escaped, Su Li resumed a peaceful life for some time again. Pretending to like Tan Feilian could make Fu Shi fear and not overstep boundaries. Su Li didn't understand why Tan Feilian intended to kill him. He also didn't care why Tan Feilian wanted to kill Fu Shi, it wasn't relevant to him. Until Tan Feilian told Su Li, Fu Shi is a failed high-level experimental subject with an extreme killing intent, so he must die. Su Li asked Tan Feilian why he had to kill Fu Shi. Tan Feilian calmly informed him, there's a human self-centered megalomaniac who arrogantly thinks that with his strength alone, he can save everyone. He wants peace, so I help him kill people, kill alien races. That person was Su Yi. Su Li thought, he should have grown up already. Tan Philian peeked into the past, you seem not to dislike him. Your eyes tell me you don't want me to kill him. Su Li yelled impulsively, kill him. Why not kill him? He deserves to die. He's insane. Tan Philian's lips curled faintly upward at the corner. Su Li clenched his hands and lowered his eyes. 2 days later, while arranging flowers in the house, Su Li still felt his heart skip a beat when he sensed a familiar presence creeping up behind him. Fu Shi forcefully pressed Su Li onto the sofa, bullying him ruthlessly. The harsh tone of his voice was suffocatingly heavy. Who do you like? You want to sleep with others besides me? Bitten by Fu Shi, Su Li's tear-filled eyes sparkled. His beast-like fangs tore through Su Li's neck, causing his tears to stream down his cheeks as he cried, you bastard. Why won't you let me go, woo-woo? Fu Shi grabbed Su Li's hand and placed it on his own chest, don't make me sad. I don't want you, get away, woo-woo get away. Su Li pushed back, his eyes glazed over as he couldn't see Fu Shi clearly. Perhaps due to the accumulation of grievances, Su Li lost consciousness from being mistreated that day. Every day thereafter, whenever Tan Philian left, Fu Shi would come find Su Li. Escape was impossible. So was hiding. Gradually, Su Li noticed Fu Shi's strength was weakening day by day. When Tan Philian finally found an opportunity to kill Fu Shi, Su Li didn't know what had come over him, he just didn't want Fu Shi to die. That instinctive reaction in the face of life and death outweighed all the grievances accumulated over the years. Even he himself considered it despicable. He knew how terrible Fu Shi had been, yet somehow couldn't bear for him to die. Su Li couldn't figure it out but took Fu Shi away anyway. Taking care of him made Su Li tremble even more. That day, Su Li saw Fu Shi smile. When Fu Shi opened his eyes and saw Su Li, the corners of his eyes immediately curved gently upward. Such an expression made him look better, less like a villain. Su Li realized that Fu Shi was definitely mocking him. On the day all the alien species on Minzhou went out of control, neither Fu Shi nor Su Li were affected. Su Li only found it strange, but still rejoiced, because he didn't want to kill anyone. He just wanted to live quietly. Holding Fu Shi's hand, Su Li understood now that no one could remain uninvolved during these moments of life and death crises. Su Li's strength was weak. Fu Shi was a high-level alien race, second only to Tan Philian. Su Li thought, he could be useful. It was the first time Su Li made a request to Fu Shi, asking in their power cut building hesitantly, I saved you, will you go save Su Yi, alright? Su Li didn't understand human nature or read human hearts, nor did he understand why people always indulged in obsession, hatred, and greed. That day, Su Li discovered Fu Shi would follow his commands. This had gone unnoticed before because he'd never dared stand in charge and issue orders to Fu Shi. Su Li remembered Fu Shi asking him to wait for him in a safe area. Fu Shi kissed Su Li's cheek, as long as you are alive, this world will always belong to us. You are my wife. That was the last thing Fu Shi said to Su Li. Su Li didn't fully grasp what he meant. Fu Shi never returned. He died in that battle. Trapped and unable to escape, Tan Philian managed to reach Su Yi in record time thanks to Fu Shi's path clearing. Lin Yu was dead. The Fu Shi whom Su Li had always hated, was also dead. All Su Yi brought back for Su Li was a piece of Fu Shi's brain core fragment. For cold-blooded creatures, their brain cores are icy cold. When Su Li held the brain core fragment, his heart felt hollow. That peculiar feeling tugged tightly at his nerves. It seemed if he thought about it any longer, he might lose his mind completely. Su Li didn't want to know how Fu Shi had died, he only wanted to know who killed him. He accessed Fu Shi's memory via the brain core fragment. When all of Fu Shi's memories were laid bare before Su Li, his whole body went numb. A sudden surge of intense emotions flooded Su Li's central nervous system. All the images floated like waves in the sea, ebbing and rising chaotically. The suffocating sensation in his chest made Su Li instantaneously forget all actions. The sight of utter desolation seemed like needles pricking into his heart, and in that moment, he became the most pitiful person in the world. Su Li collapsed, slumping to the ground. In a frenzy, he ran out blindly. Chapter 134, The Flowers He Sent. Su Li ran to the piece of land where Fu Shi had died. The area hadn't been cleared yet, still full of bloodstains. Su Li's legs gradually went limp, and he finally collapsed onto the ground. Everything around him spun, all details amplified thousands of times, trapping him in it. Su Li gave a bitter laugh. He remembered some things. The most important things in his life. No wonder. Even though he'd lived for so many years, there were very few memories in his mind. During that time of lost memories, he was imprisoned by Lin Yu in the lab, enduring torture again and again. Little Snake, is his lover. Fu Shi escaped with him from Isolation Island. The reason why Su Li forgot that memory is because after they left the island, he went mad. Fu Shi bit him with canine teeth toxins, making Su Li forget everything. At a cost, of forgetting himself as well. They didn't dare bring it up again. Su Li laughed bitterly, sitting on the ground, unable to see clearly anything before him. Layer upon layer of waves engulfed him and then released him just before he suffocated. No wonder. He and Fu Shi weren't affected by magnetic field fluctuations. They had already been to Isolation Island. They had already met Lin Yu. When he realized he was taken by Lin Yu again, Su Li couldn't imagine how Fushi felt at the time. The little snake would go mad, definitely. If he hadn't been brought out by Tan Feilian, what would the outcome be? Fushi never really held any hostility toward Tan Feilian, because Tan Feilian saved Su Li. Imprisoning him was because his mental state was unstable. Fushi was afraid Su Li would go mad again. Tan Feilian could tell that Fushi was dangerous while not sensing any murderous intent from Su Li, because Fushi linked all the poison within himself, enduring everything alone. Little Snake, locking Su Li in place out of fear that he'd run wild but took good care of Su Li every day. Ran all over half the city to buy his favorite sugary pastries. Massaged his feet and dried his hair. Cooked dishes mentioned casually. As long as he stayed by his side, Little Snake would do anything. Ha ha. Su Li exhaled a tired laugh, raising his eyes only to have them blurred by tears. Wah. Wah. Hugging his knees tightly in a corner, behind broken walls, rusted steel structures below, thick iron rust everywhere bearing traces of Fushi's blood, Su Li's sobs grew heavier, eventually trembling throughout his body. Stupid snake. Stupid snake. Su Li's crying choked his words until neither had an accurate tone, throat and nose blocked by sobs. But this mere inability to breathe wouldn't kill him. If he didn't die, he would drown in the sea forever. Penitence, over and over again. Recalling the past, Su Li found far more images of Fushi in his brain core, enough to overshadow all the pain. Fushi was a cold and distant person, indifferent to everything. Su Li liked him, chased him shamelessly. Chased for such a long time. Day after day, standing in front of him just to win his affection. All those indecent acts like hugging and kissing were done by Su Li himself. How much sorrow must he have felt when facing a Su Li who wanted to run away from him every day? After all, it was he who attracted him in the first place. Stupid snake, wah Fushi, wah. Su Li cried hoarsely, I hate you. I hate you. You've abandoned me, haven't you? What should he do? What should he do? In the freezing wind, Su Li felt bone-chillingly cold. His curled-up body passed out several times due to oxygen deficiency. Su Li remained there until nightfall, and in the end, Qin Sun took him back. The sky ahead was dim and gray, whichever way he went led to a dark abyss. Since that day, Su Li became taciturn. A lively nature once turned into constant daydreaming, everything done with delay. No one could convince Su Li to eat for several days. Until that day, Su Li received a bouquet of flowers. It was delivered by a flower shop in the city. The card attached read, Eat properly. The signature below was, Fushi. Su Li's pupils trembled in astonishment, momentarily frozen. When the flower store sent the flowers, they handed Su Li a letter along with it. It was left earlier by a gentleman, wishing you a pleasant life, sir, said the clerk, smiling, as she handed both the bouquet and the letter to Su Li. Su Li's eyes brimmed with emotion as he thanked the clerk and took the flowers. He immediately recognized the handwriting on the envelope, it was Fushi's. With trembling hands, Su Li opened the letter. Dear wife. The human way of writing letters is elegant, sincere, and romantic. I hope you can be happy every day. If you remember anything, don't overthink it. I don't blame you. Even bad people aren't so scary. Light belongs to humanity, and it also belongs to you. Little Snake will always love you. Fushi. Chapter 135, Lu Qian. My name is Lu Qian, a senior student at Minzhou University. Before the explosion at the Minzhou lab, I was invited to visit a cultivation experiment. The day before, I accepted Lin Yu's marriage proposal. Entering the lab required us to hand over our phones, so I sent him a message. It was a picture of the engagement ring on my hand. Wait for your wife to come back. Right after sending the message, Lin Yu called me on a video call. He always treats me like a child and worries about everything I do. How boring. You're so annoying, I said. Lin Yu laughed and apologized to me. His favorite thing to do is scold me and then apologize afterward. I love him so much. But he only paid for my university tuition. Now that I am his wife, if you calculate it this way, he still benefits. After handing in my phone, I entered the laboratory. But what I didn't know was, stepping through the door of the lab was equivalent to stepping into hell. The area with the blazing fire beneath my casual steps was not something within my control to live or die from. The wickedness of human nature lunged toward me, and I could not escape even a bit. That day, I went missing. I personally witnessed the change in power. The people of the Management Bureau used alien species to cause chaos, framing the diligent hard-working faction, while I became a tool for those in power. My lover watched helplessly as I died, unable to save me in the slightest. Lin Yu is the son of the former highest commander of the Management Bureau. He is also the most outstanding disciple of the entire Management Bureau. When all the evil pointed to his father, he, too, was spurned by the world. Filled with malevolence, driven by greed, devoid of humanity, these unforgivable crimes were attributed to Lin Yu's father, to the Lin family, and thus also to Lin Yu himself. The villains killed his wife in front of him, and in front of him, they pushed the false accusations onto him. All the evidence listed against him was forged. The world says my lover is the executioner who killed me. Lin Yu is the murderer. With bloody evidence right in front of them, my parents no longer believed in him, let alone anyone else. Only he knows that he didn't. Only I know that he didn't. If asked whether I am truly dead, I don't know how to answer this question. Perhaps I'm dead, or perhaps I'm not. Lin Yu fused the consciousness of an alien brain core with mine. I still have my consciousness, so maybe that means I'm alive. Lin Yu is a ruthless person. When malice appears, only he knows exactly what he wants to do. I helplessly watch him go insane, but I cannot aid him in any way. Lin Yu will kill all the current members of the management bureau, I know him too well. If it takes 1 year, it'll take 2, if it takes 2 years, it'll be 5, 10. He will achieve everything he has planned in his heart. I can see his busy figure every day. A figure growing increasingly gaunt. Every day, Lin Yu roots himself in the lab. He has become an evil person too, hurting others just like how others once hurt me. I want him to stop, but I cannot shout, nor can I do anything. He misses me. Lin Yu only zones out when he is idle, and during those times, he must be thinking of me. The scenery on the quarantine island is beautiful. The endless sea, the vast green lawn always carries a crisp freshness. Lin Yu rarely leaves the lab, but sometimes he walks on that piece of grass. He only likes going there. Because my gravestone is there. He is so old-fashioned. No one hangs plush toys in front of a gravestone except for him. All the offerings he buys for me are sweets that rot your teeth and strawberry-flavored cakes. The photo placed there is one I don't like either. What a lunatic, who would put a couple's photo on a gravestone? He even included himself, it's inauspicious. He said that doing so allowed him to stay with me. I'm too lazy to argue with him. Lin Yu probably hasn't realized yet how strong the consciousness remains after the fusion of human and alien brain cores. So, he doesn't know that I can still see him. That counts as punishment for him. Whoever made him so desperate to see me? If he knew I could still see him, Lin Yu would definitely not wear the same white lab coat day in and day out, letting his facial hair grow until it scratches before he shaves. He would dress up nicely every day. I like a neat Lin Yu. This version of him, I like less. Later, he succeeded, all the evils done by the current members of the management bureau were revealed, but what he wanted had already gone beyond that. From when on exactly, Lin Yu started wanting more and more crazily, bordering on illness. To repay evil with evil, Lin Yu utilized a friend he genuinely cared about. He turned into the very person he once detested the most. Lin Yu has been trying every possible way to see me. When he realized that my existence field was becoming increasingly unstable, Lin Yu dispersed my magnetic fluctuations to different parallel worlds. He loved me so much, but he was also wicked to the core. I waited for him in many places, and I knew he had made every effort to meet me. Even in those delusional worlds, Lin Yu could not get too close to me, otherwise, he would suffer from backlash. He could only watch helplessly as I got bullied. Maybe because Lin Yu had done too many bad things, no matter where I lived, it seemed like I was atoning for his sins. And he, even when he was closest to me, could only glance at me casually from the other side of the street. It was Lin Yu's excessive attachment that prevented him from accepting the fact that I had already passed away. But he couldn't take me with him either. I forgot how long it had been since I saw Su-yi in one of these delusional worlds. He appeared as a real person who could see me, approach me, and he was protecting me. That was the connection program set by Lin Yu. As long as I remained healthy and safe, the program would stay stable forever. It wasn't a coincidence. Since Lin Yu couldn't come near me, he specifically designed this program. He knew Su-yi would surely go to look for Tan Feilian, so he lowly planned to let him rescue his wife. Even at that time, he was still controlling everything. Even then, he was still taking advantage of Su-yi. Su-yi knew he was being used but could only choose to protect the wife of a sinner like me. Su-yi said he didn't hate me. My Lin Yu, however, couldn't stop affecting others. They were different after all. Without me, Lin Yu would still do all those things. I was just as longing. Lin Yu retaliated against those who hurt me using the same methods, no, 10 times more cruelly. By my grave, he asked himself countless times whether what he had done was wrong. If someone was full of malice, killing them is justified, yet Lin Yu had already walked down a road of no return. Fate's punishment for Lin Yu was death. The once young and promising individual ended up utterly defeated. From the very beginning, Lin Yu was enjoying death and waiting for death, thinking it would allow him to see me again. But I am still alive. And my punishment is knowing all this. Chapter 136 The End. A few years after Tan Feilian returned, his hair had grown as long as it was before. Su-yi liked looking at Tan Feilian with long hair. He liked it so much that the number of times he kissed him affectionately every day increased compared to before. Kissed him when he thought about it, kissed him while reading a book, kissed him upon waking up, kissed him while watching TV together, and even ran from the 3rd floor down to the 1st just to kiss him. Every time he saw Tan Feilian, he wanted to kiss and hug him. Having a beautiful wife by your side makes life pleasant. When Su-yi came out of the washroom, he saw Tan Feilian making breakfast in the kitchen. Scenes like this always healed him. Sui walked behind Tan Philian, suddenly hugged him firmly and dominantly. Honey, you've worked hard. Sui played with Tan Philian's hair and said softly, today I got my salary. Do you want me to take you shopping for clothes? Tan Philian turned slightly, looked seriously down at Sui, and lifted his hand to pinch Sui's face. Are you addicted to calling me honey? Sui looked up at Tan Philian with a smile. Honey with long hair is extremely pretty. Because of these words, Tan Philian untied his apron with one hand, threw it on the stove, then carried Sui out of the kitchen, showing his disapproval through action. Pretty. Tan Philian pressed Sui's hands down. Not pretty. Sui negated. Not pretty. Tan Philian questioned again. Sui froze for a moment, not knowing what to say next. Pretty. Tan Philian started teasing again. Shit. As Sui was about to kick, Tan Philian held onto his ankle. You damned Tan Philian, neither pretty nor ugly works. Are you picking a fight with me, brother? Pretty or not? Tan Philian carried Sui and headed out. Sui clutched Tan Philian's shoulders in terror. Are you insane? Tan Philian kissed Sui's lips corner. Do you know now? Sui, it's my own fault. As Tan Philian took a step forward, Sui rested his head against Tan Philian's neck, his earlobes growing redder and redder. After breakfast, Sui's alarm clock went off. He usually ignored reminders but only remembered today was Tan Philian's birthday because of it. He had forgotten last year, and he remembered all too well the consequences. He absolutely could not let it happen again. How about inviting my brother and sister-in-law over for dinner later? Sui suggested tentatively. Tan Philian, will you cook? Sui squinted his eyes incredulously. What? Tan Philian, I'll cook, and you treat us. You really are bad, brother. Sui leaned his hand on the table, scratching his head. Baby, do it. You know, if I cook, even dogs won't eat it. Rare were the days Sui cooked. When Tan Philian wanted something made, he would cajole with kisses and touches until Sui agreed to make it for him. Sui's cooking had been entirely dedicated to Tan Philian, who relished each meal with obvious pleasure, which Sui realized might be slightly exaggerated. Sui coughed once. No. The dogs actually eat it. Tan Philian. Sui pursed his lips. Just as he wanted to say something, his phone rang. It was old Mr. Su. The tone implied he should come home for dinner, also inviting Tan Philian along. Bring your wife too. Let's have a family gathering. Sui cast a sidelong glance at Tan Philian. Father, we'll talk another time. He declined. Due to Sui's detached emotions, he couldn't abruptly change his stance with his distant father from all those years. Tan Philian placed his hand on Sui's hand back. If you want to go, we'll go. I don't. Sui hung up the phone. 2 minutes later, Su Yan's call came. Su Yan spoke straightforwardly. Xiao Yi, come back for dinner. Everyone misses you. Sui declined again. Today, he intended to celebrate the birthday of his beloved. Before he finished speaking, Su Yan's voice became serious. Come back. Ah, Sui gave a weak exclamation, not daring to refuse again. Damn parental perspective. Sui knew Tan Philian's stubborn nature. He wouldn't even remind him that today was his birthday, but if after midnight Sui hadn't given him any gifts, he'd be in deep trouble. Thus, Sui already put the present into his pocket before heading to the Su household. When they arrived just at the door, they spotted Suli walking in. Suli treated this place like her own home, and Sui had specially reserved a room for her. For such a long time, Sui had been paying attention to Suli's mood. When she came, Sui directly said, let me take you out for dinner. Suli took a step back. Where to? Sui, just. Suli, alright. Suli, anywhere, even if it's a pigsty. Sui, this. The three arrived at the Su family residence just in time for dinner. Unexpectedly, all the Zus were gathered here to celebrate Tan Philian's birthday. A sense of belonging inexplicably stirred within Sui. The Su family seemed to truly have made room for him now. That day, Tan Philian received gifts from everyone in the Su family. Chiu Mo gave some handmade trinkets. Su Yan was straightforward and gifted a car. Su father and Xiao mother gave red envelopes. What Sui didn't expect was that on the red envelope Xiao mother gave to Tan Philian, it was written, daughter-in-law. It had the same specifications as Chiu Mo's. Seeing this, Suli casually wrote down a 1-month, available on call coupon. Suli, worth 8 billion. During the meal. The rules for serving food at the dining table were, Xiao mother serves Tan Philian, Xiao mother serves Chiu Mo, Grandpa Su serves Sui, Su Yan serves Chiu Mo, Tan Philian serves Sui. Chiu Mo serves Suli. Sui serves Suli. Su Yan looked at Tan Philian. Su Yan, you're really doing poorly. Tan Philian, mutual. When they returned from the Su family, it was already 10 p.m. Rarely so happy, Sui drank a little alcohol, but Tan Philian did not stop him. As they left the Su residence, Suli parted ways with the two. Where are you going? Sui asked. Suli tilted her head slightly, to see my husband. Over these 2 years, Sui had seen Suli's state improve more and more, but he still could not help but care. I will always wait for him. Su Li smiled at Su Yi. Su Li's retreating figure was lively, streetlights scattered on her, illuminating a bright path ahead. Not until Su Li disappeared at the end of the road did Su Yi continue forward. Walking along, Su Yi became increasingly unstable, so Tan Feilian directly picked him up. So cheerful, did you drink today? Su Yi nodded. Of course, they might not approve of me, but they must approve of my baby. Tan Feilian's lips curved gently. What about my present? Su Yi struggled to get off Tan Feilian's body. He pulled out an exquisite box from his pocket and handed it to Tan Feilian with both hands. My beautiful princess, please inspect. Puff. Tan Feilian accepted the gift. It was a bracelet Su Yi made himself. Tan Feilian didn't lack money or love it, he always liked anything Su Yi touched. Su Yi put it on for him. Do you like it, baby? Tan Feilian furrowed his brows. Where did you learn such disgusting words? Su Yi replied earnestly. My brother calls his wife that. Tan Feilian. Tan Feilian approached Su Yi, the intense pressure naturally causing Su Yi to retreat. After a few steps, Su Yi was pressed against a tree next to the streetlight. Tan Feilian held Su Yi's face and kissed him in a teaching manner. Su Yi was dazed by the conquering kiss. Who's the wife? The moment Tan Feilian let go of Su Yi, he kissed again. Su Yi was forced to lean backward, scratching the bark of the tree, utterly embarrassed. Forget it, a gentleman doesn't seek temporary pleasure. Su Yi, brother is. Tan Feilian kissed even harder. After becoming weak due to the kissing, Su Yi was carried home by Tan Feilian on his back. Step by step, Tan Feilian carried Su Yi forward. Yellowish streetlights spread boundless light, leaves above rustled softly and fell, light breeze carried the scent of white tea flowers, shadows wavered in puddles, flourishing beauty never fades where they were, the moon would never set. The end. Su Yi x Tan Feilian miscellaneous facts. Su Yi likes to touch Tan Feilian's abs. When Tan Feilian wears a bite guard, Su Yi gets excited. Su Yi only laughs a lot in front of Tan Feilian. If Su Yi initiates a kiss, it means he wants Tan Feilian. Tan Feilian knows everything. Chapter 137, The Little Snake Comes. Su Li every year would go to pay respects to Xia Shi. Fu Shi liked shushui flowers, so Su Li buried him in a place close to water. During the spring when flowers bloom, it could stay fragrant all the way into summer. On Fu Shi's Memorial Day, Su Li rummaged through his wardrobe for a long time and finally found a satisfactory outfit. The slightly turned-up collars and cuffs made Su Li look like a little prince, even more so when holding the flowers. Su Li stood in front of the mirror looking at himself. I should look good enough. Of course I look good. Su Li self-affirmingly muttered, my darling looks the best. If Fu Shi were here, he would surely respond that way. After Su Li left the house, he started walking towards Fu Shi's gravesite. His pace wasn't fast, rather leisurely. After Fu Shi's death, Su Li was dejected for half a year. That flower shop sent him flowers weekly. Gradually, Su Li's mood improved somewhat, plus with Su Yi around, Su Li was no longer in the state of wanting to die back then. Fu Shi wouldn't want him to be like that. He would feel sad. He wished for Su Li to be happy. Su Li thought that Fu Shi must have deliberately done this. Even after death, he had 200 years worth of flowers delivered to him. Weekly deliveries, with such frequency, Su Li wouldn't even think of someone else. Any man would definitely be annoyed by such a persistent ex-lover. Bad snake, small-minded ghost. Su Li held the flowers and walked forward to the tombstone where he directly leaned against the side, sitting silently without speaking, just watching the sky and clouds. Su Li plucked a tuft of grass casually while supporting his chin. Your heart must be blooming with happiness, right? I come see you every day. Su Yan and Chiu Mo got married. Ah, you don't know them. They seem so happy. Yesterday when I was cutting vegetables, I almost cut my hand because you weren't there. Am I dressed beautifully today? Isn't this outfit guaranteed to charm the pants off you? Su Li remembered something and glanced at his clothes. When he first pursued Fu Shi, he always liked touching Fu Shi, strutting around in various outfits in front of him, chasing and chasing. Su Li found out that Fu Shi liked him in white. This outfit, for sure, this snake will fall head over heels for it as soon as he sees it. Su Li continued leaning there muttering softly. If you were as lucky as Tan Feilian, would you also be able to come back to me? My little snake is so brave. Little snake. Su Li looked at the tombstone beside him. I miss you so much. Su Li said a lot while leaning against the tombstone. The sky gradually darkened. People who are easily frightened no longer fear the grave after the sun sets. Buried there is his lover, his little snake. After it got dark, Su Li wiped the tombstone and placed the bouquet on top. Su Li's departing figure was desolate. Su Li is an abnormal breed, possessing a lifespan higher than normal people, beauty, and patience. If you can come back, I am willing to wait for 100 years. For 5 years, Su Li accompanied cold graves. In the 5th year, when Su Li went to see Fu Shi, he picked up a little snake from in front of his tombstone. It was only as big as a thumb. The original form of the little snake resembled Fu Shi too much. Su Li couldn't bear it and brought it home. Su Li prepared a small nest for the little black snake. But he found that the little snake would climb onto his bed every time. Su Li sternly taught the little snake a lesson: "You're not allowed to run onto my bed, I have a husband, I don't sleep with snakes like you who are unseemly." Su Li's words didn't drive away the little snake. How could the little snake understand human language? He isn't human, nor an abnormal breed. Seeing that he couldn't drive it away, Su Li threw the little black snake out like trash into the snake den. "Don't think that just because you look like my husband, I won't beat you up." Su Li found that whatever he did was useless. That snake would crawl to his bed at midnight and sleep together with him. Unscrupulous wild snake. Having a nest and still wanting to sleep on the bed. "If you keep doing this, I'll throw you away," Su Li reprimanded. After that day, Su Li found that the little snake really stopped climbing onto his bed. Surprisingly, he thought, can this little black snake actually understand human speech? Su Li immediately rejected this idea. Impossible. The next day, Su Li hired a plumber to come fix the pipes. When that person saw Su Li alone at home, he had impure thoughts and started making inappropriate moves. As a result, he was bitten by the little black snake and ended up in the hospital. Su Li once again suspected that the snake he raised understands human nature. Happy, he held the snake and kissed it affectionately. "I'm truly a genius. No one in the world knows how to raise snakes better than me." After kissing, Su Li discovered that the snake felt soft like water, and its body was even warm. Huh? Did it become limp? Su Li shook fiercely with the snake in his hands. "Don't joke. I'm not that poisonous. Will you die just because of a kiss?" After fiddling for a few minutes, Su Li realized the little snake wasn't dead. And since that day, it came back to burrow into his bed every night. "I just kissed you, like how one would pet a cat or dog, you understand? Don't think I'll take responsibility for you. I have a husband, go away quickly. My husband is more handsome than you. Mine's bigger. More black. Thicker." Su Li exaggeratedly mimicked holding a tree. Su Li couldn't drive the little snake away. He noticed that the little snake didn't take up much space either. Hesitantly, and feeling somewhat guilty, Su Li slowly covered the little black snake with a blanket. He mentally muttered, "My husband is dead, he won't be jealous. My husband is dead, he won't be jealous." The next day, Su Li guiltily covered the little black snake with a blanket again. The third day. The fourth day. The 10th day. The first month. Su Li tucked the blanket's corner. "Don't misunderstand me. I'm covering you only because you look like my husband." The next day, bright light shone onto his cheeks. Su Li blinked lightly, gradually opening his eyes out of habit, sensing something amiss. Today felt unusually constrained. When Su Li opened his eyes, he found himself hugged in someone's arms. His eyes widened in shock, then when he saw that face he had been longing for day and night, he thought he was dreaming. Little snake. Trembling, Su Li embraced Fu Shi, trembling uncontrollably, breaking down into tears instantly. "Wah. Little snake. Wah." Gripping onto Fu Shi tightly with no intention to let go, Su Li sobbed plaintively, "Husband." Su Li hugged so tightly, but as he cried, he began to feel overheated after a while. Even in dreams, it seemed so real. Su Li refused to let go. "Husband. I've missed you, Li." As Su Li clutched tighter and sobs persisted, Fu Shi's hand gently caressed his hair soothingly. The familiar voice echoed softly in his ears, leaving Su Li stunned for half a second. "Don't cry, baby," Fu Shi said softly. Fu Shi had recuperated enough before daring to show his human form. He looked down at Su Li in his embrace, who was as clingy as ever, his voice filled with laughter. Su Li looked up in surprise. When their eyes met, Su Li's face showed even more sorrow. "Little snake. Little snake. It must be a dream. This is a dream, isn't it, Wah?" Noticing Su Li's bewildered eyes filled with fear and disappointment, Fu Shi smiled slightly and leaned down to kiss his forehead. "It's not a dream. The little snake has come back," Fu Shi said. Su Li touched Fu Shi's body, his arms, his cheeks. Finally, he cried even harder. Su Li threw himself into Fu Shi's arms. "Husband, wah wah wah. Really came back, right?" Su Li wept. Li. I miss you." Fu Shi held Su Li close, the scent of his perfume filling his nose. Fu Shi kissed Su Li's lips, trying to quiet him down. "Be a good boy, Li. Your husband misses you too." The fierce aura surrounding Fu Shi had been washed away in that great battle. Although he survived, he became more normal instead. "Wah." Su Li responded to him through his crying, red-rimmed eyes and quivering all over. Fu Shi gently massaged Su Li's back. Su Li wouldn't abandon him, nor leave him. Once he recalled, no one in this world could compare to Fu Shi. He cultivated roses, nurtured by blood. The end.